That young man had originally been a swordsman who reached the peak realm of sword sovereign. Yet just as he was about to touch the threshold of divine king, he was besieged by many masters atop cloud-severing peak, and in the end, exhausted of strength, he died with lingering hatred. Fortunately, fate had not completely cut off the path of survival for a righteous man. Thus Wu Fu was given the chance to be reborn. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying in the dormitory of Yunhai University. Clearly, he had been given another chance at life. It was a pity that the spiritual energy within his body had completely dissipated. 30,000 years of cultivation turned into nothingness, enough to show how vicious the one who struck back then had been. Since the heavens had given him a chance to start over, then it would be the doomsday of those who once harmed him. Wu Fu swore that when he returned to the summit of cloud-severing peak, it would be the moment they paid the price. Thought had barely faded when the dormitory door was suddenly flung open. A stylishly dressed girl with an arrogant expression walked in. "Oh, you are awake," she looked at Wu Fu and asked indifferently. Familiar face and voice made Wu Fu recognize her as Meng Jiao, his former college girlfriend. He understood that he had returned to the time when he was recuperating and also guessed her purpose in coming. Sure enough, she threw back the handbag, phone, and gifts she had once received and declared decisively, "We are done, take back these trivial things." The reason Wu Fu had been injured was precisely because he wanted to ask clearly why she insisted on breaking up. She left him to follow the young master of the Xia family, while he was humiliated for offending Tian Hao. Even his father had been fired from that man's company. Recalling it only deepened his anger. Seeing her still standing there, Wu Fu coldly asked if she had anything else to say. Meng Jiao frowned and mocked that with his status he dared to provoke Tian Hao. He should look at himself in the mirror. She even conveyed a message that if the father and son knelt to apologize, that man's father would let his father return to work, and she sneered that the whole family lived off a janitor's wage. Wu Fu listened with a chilled heart, the memory of once loving her in his previous life still vivid. But after a lifetime, Meng Jiao in his eyes was no longer worth concern. How could a man's knees bow so easily? "Tell Tian Hao to do whatever he wants. I can handle it all," he replied bluntly, making her furious. "Reminded you out of old affection. Since you insist on seeking death, I will not interfere." She left in resentment. Wu Fu felt no regret for such a fame-chasing woman. The most urgent matter was to restore and increase his strength before the enemy came looking. Fortunately, he still clearly remembered the secret cultivation methods from his previous life. This was the time to cultivate the 9 nether chi refining art. Breaking through the chi refining realm was only a matter of time. Besides, he also had to completely heal his injury. Just as he sat down to meditate, a strand of sword energy suddenly gathered above his head. Wu Fu opened his eyes wide in shock. Sword intent that had been lost reappeared. Before even entering chi refining, he already had a radiant divine weapon manifestation. If others discovered it, there would surely be trouble. He hurried to conceal it. The moment he touched it, the blade shattered. It seemed the sword energy had been heavily damaged and only a trace of residual force remained. Wu Fu absorbed the remaining essence. Before long, his injuries recovered. Now it was time to test his strength. He stood up, walked to the wall, and threw a punch. The wall immediately cracked with a large fissure. He was quite satisfied with that power. It was only a basic fist technique, yet already so strong, the future was even more promising. After that, Wu Fu left the dormitory, went to the park near the school, sat on a high tree branch to cultivate in secret. However, the spiritual energy on Earth was too thin. For chi refining, it was barely acceptable. But to go further, this level of spiritual energy was insufficient, forcing him to ponder. At that moment, he heard his roommate calling his name. From above, he saw his friend leading several ruffians searching, awkwardly saying that Wu Fu was not here today. The group shouted back that he was toying with them. Wu Fu clearly remembered that Meng was his only close friend in this world. It seemed Tian Hao's men had come to cause trouble. Meng deliberately led them here and begged them to spare Wu Fu, but they refused. They even vented their anger on Meng for thinking they had been deceived, knocking him to the ground. Even the small husky they kept was targeted by them. Meng shielded it and begged them not to harm the little animal. He even lied that Wu Fu had just awakened and would be in danger if beaten again, so he took the blows instead. But just as they were about to continue, Wu Fu appeared. He used his still bandaged arm to block the opponent's punch. Then he twisted that man's wrist, making him cry out in pain. Wu Fu finished with a decisive kick, causing that man to stagger in dizziness. That man's large body was flung several meters away under everyone's stunned gaze. "Before I truly lose my temper, it is best that you all disappear," he warned coldly. Meng anxiously shouted for Wu Fu to run, fearing he could not defeat them. But the group did not realize he was no longer the same as before and still demanded that he pay the price. Meng urged him to run, while Wu Fu calmly said that today the ones who had to run were them. They even took out knives and rushed forward, the silver-haired man brandishing his blade in a direct stab. Wu Fu leaned back to dodge, causing him to lose balance. He countered with a direct punch. Another one was knocked down. Meng stood up in shock and praised him, but the remaining two had already charged over. They intended to bully the few with numbers, yet Wu Fu gave them no chance. He threw a punch toward the one on the right, sending him sprawling instantly. The remaining red-haired man trembled and muttered in disbelief that in just a few days he had changed so much. Wu Fu replied that times had changed. Then he circulated spiritual energy and unleashed a move. It only sliced off his bushy hair as a warning, making Meng burst into laughter. "I told you to leave earlier, why are you still not gone?" Wu Fu did not wish to entangle further. Red-haired man no longer dared to risk it, and hurriedly helped his companions retreat. When they had gone far, the small dog barked loudly toward several large trees. Wu Fu had just turned his head when a leaf flew toward him like a hidden weapon, and he immediately dodged. The leaf embedded deeply into the tree trunk behind, proving that the one who acted possessed no ordinary strength. Immediately after, the owner of the move also revealed himself. A middle-aged man stepped out, cracking his knuckles while criticizing Wu Fu for using strength to bully the weak. He wanted to seek justice on behalf of those three men and teach him a lesson. "Why are you still standing there? Leave at once," he shouted at the youths who had just lost to Wu Fu even though they had not known each other before, and the three men understood without needing a second warning and withdrew on their own. Seeing the man so fierce, Meng trembled again and softly told Wu Fu that perhaps they had encountered a true expert. Wu Fu understood the next battle would not be as easy as before, so he told Meng to take the dog and run first. If you cannot win, then retreat. That principle was obvious. Meng was extremely anxious, but seeing the confident smile on his friend's face, he decided not to become a burden. He picked up the small dog and ran off, silently praying that Wu Fu would surely win. The onlookers had dispersed, leaving only him and the middle-aged man facing each other. "You are a cultivator, yet you strike at ordinary people like that. Is that not beneath you?" The man glanced once and sensed the unusual aura around Wu Fu. He calmly explained that the group had caused trouble first, so he merely responded. Although Wu Fu spoke the truth, the man took it as an excuse. A chi-refining cultivator being harassed by ordinary people sounded hard to believe. As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his right hand, spiritual power surged within his fist, and he sprang forward straight at Wu Fu. He was indeed someone of the cultivation world. The move was precise, yet it was still blocked by Wu Fu. Moreover, his expression remained calm as ever. Immediately he counterattacked with extreme speed. The instant he was knocked back, the middle-aged man felt a flicker of confusion. Clearly, this was not the strength of an ordinary chi-refining cultivator. He had greatly underestimated his opponent. As he was forced back, he suddenly felt a dull pain spreading through his body. Seeing the opponent stagger in a way that did not seem caused by his strike, Wu Fu immediately stopped and did not pursue further. The man thought to himself, "He did not seize the chance to attack while I was weakened. Could it be that what he said earlier was true?" Wu Fu observed carefully and realized this senior's cultivation was 2 levels above his, yet his spiritual energy was scattered. Clearly, he had once suffered internal injury. Gaze seemed to have understood the entire cause. Suddenly, Wu Fu moved behind him and struck out with a palm at great speed. It was not an attack, merely a test, and the result was exactly as he had expected. The man's meridians had been damaged long ago, so he could not exert his full strength. At first, the man thought Wu Fu had attacked from behind and was greatly startled. But then he discovered his meridians had recovered more than half. It turned out he had secretly helped. A chi-refining cultivator could hardly accomplish this. Wu Fu's identity was certainly not simple. "Boss," several men in suits and dark glasses hurried over shouting loudly. They looked like bodyguards of the senior who had just fought. Seeing a trace of red at the corner of his mouth, they grew even more alarmed. They immediately placed all blame on Wu Fu. Without waiting for orders, they surrounded him when they saw his right hand gathering energy. They quickly realized Wu Fu was a cultivator, yet still believed they had means to deal with him, and simultaneously drew their guns. First shot rang out, Wu Fu lightly evaded. His speed was so fast it left them stunned. Immediately after, he used that very speed to close in on the one who had fired. Before he could react, the senior shouted loudly, "All of you step back." The bodyguards instantly halted. The one who had pulled the trigger was even slapped hard by him. He turned to Wu Fu and respectfully cupped his hands. "Many thanks, little brother, for helping me heal. Perhaps this old man misunderstood you. Please forgive me." The bodyguards behind did not understand why their boss showed such respect to a young man. Wu Fu also did not mind. He helped only because he sensed no malice from him. If he had truly been on the same side as the thugs, then the outcome would have been entirely different. Seeing Wu Fu so young yet steady in strength and calm in bearing, This senior conceived the idea of asking for help. He gathered his courage to say that his daughter also suffered meridian blockage like him, and hoped Wu Fu would lend a hand. Before he finished, a bodyguard objected, "Boss, the young lady's illness has lasted long, even Taoist Chuan Yuan is helpless. How could he manage? I fear he is merely boasting." Wu Fu coughed lightly a few times. They slandered him without lowering their voice. The one who had fired reacted most fiercely. He pointed at Wu Fu, saying, "Even a half-step grandmaster is powerless. Who could a mere chi-refining cultivator like you deceive?" Immediately he received another slap from the senior. "Brat, are you the boss or am I? He is an expert, you do not need to judge." Wu Fu had no interest in witnessing their internal matters. He coughed lightly again, signaling him to stop. The man scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry for the discourtesy. I hope little brother will not take offense." Wu Fu replied coldly that he had never promised to help anyone. His attitude was somewhat blunt, making the bodyguard furious to the point of blushing. He opened his mouth but was glared at by the boss, falling silent. The boss began persuading, saying Wu Fu was exceptionally talented, but the spiritual energy in the park was too sparse. He owned a villa at Tian Fu Hao Yuan, rich in spiritual energy. Wu Fu could train there anytime. Hearing this, the bodyguard grew angrier, the villa being the mistress's favorite, yet the boss allowed a chi practitioner to use it. Fearing a slap, he dared not react. Wu Fu began paying attention to the dense spiritual energy. Seeing him hesitate, the senior continued persuading, saying the place was quiet and as long as he saved his daughter, all reasonable requests could be met. Finally, Wu Fu nodded in agreement. Blocked meridians were no problem for him. He left his phone number, making the senior visibly delighted. The bodyguard muttered that if he didn't heal the young lady, he would not forgive him. On the way back to the dorm, Wu Fu received a strange call. No name displayed, he answered asking who it was. A sharp voice rang, "Well done, Wu Fu," hitting without apology. 10 minutes or your dog and friends won't be safe." It was Meng Jiao. Wu Fu realized she had completely turned hostile. Husky barking indicated Meng and Ha were controlled by Tian Hao, leading him. At that moment, Meng Jiao and Tian Hao were hugging and drinking in the karaoke room, two tall bodyguards nearby. Inside the door, two thugs with iron rods ambushed. Believing Wu Fu too strong to resist, Tian Hao even warned to sit far away. The group laughed smugly, imagining their opponent being taught a lesson. Meng and Ha were tightly bound, gagged and thrown in a corner. Soon Wu Fu appeared just as they expected. But what happened next exceeded imagination. With one hand he blocked the iron rod's strike, strength clearly not ordinary. Before they could react, Wu Fu struck the attacker, before stunning him to pay the price. Meng Jiao and Tian Hao nearly speechless. "Impossible," Meng Jiao exclaimed. "He was in hospital last night." "That was yesterday," Wu Fu replied, not wanting to see her again. The bodyguard whispered he likely hid something hard to block such a strong strike. During this, Meng Jiao relaxed, murmuring he was just ordinary, probably prepared. Wu Fu ignored them, walking straight to his friend. Meng muffled, anxious yet touched by his rescue. Wu Fu freed Ha first, gently lifting it. "Are you okay, Ha?" Ha barked a few times. Meng struggled, emotions rising then falling as his friend valued the dog more. Only after rescuing the dog did he untie Meng. While crouched untying, Tian Hao's bodyguard attacked from behind. Meng too slow to warn. Wu Fu spun, kicking the attacker lightly. He hit the wall, clothes disheveled, falling unsteadily. Despite this, Tian Hao remained unafraid, trusting numbers, believing Wu Fu could not confront him, snapping his fingers. Several more bodyguards charged in immediately. This time, they decided to attack together. But to Wu Fu they were like weeds, numbers meaningless. If they rushed recklessly, he would gladly teach them a lesson. Wu Fu unleashed a punch filled with spiritual energy, or surged, tearing through the air ahead. 3 bodyguards fell simultaneously to the blow. Before Tian Hao's horrified eyes, Wu Fu frowned and glanced at Tian Hao, then coldly asked if there was anyone else. "Tell them to come out all at once," which truly frightened Tian Hao this time. He and Meng Jiao shook their heads frantically. Calling more bodyguards now would be useless. Better to admit defeat early. Wu Fu snorted softly and slowly stepped forward. If that is the case, then it is time for us to settle the score. Meng watched that imposing back with complicated emotions. The person before her no longer seemed like the weak roommate from before. When she turned to look at Ha, she saw it holding its head high with pride, and she thought it made sense. Wu Fu changing like this was wonderful. No one would dare bully him again. Even the dog felt proud. He was already standing in front of the man and woman while Tian Hao was still flustered, trying to beg for mercy. Suddenly Meng Jiao loudly mocked that Wu Fu was only good at fighting. Trash would always be trash. Before she could finish, she was shouted at by Tian Hao into stunned silence. Since she left Wu Fu to follow him, this was the first time she had been scolded so harshly. And it was because of her ex-boyfriend. Her eyes filled with resentment, and only one thought remained in her mind. She wished Wu Fu would disappear from this world. That thought instantly vanished when she felt her leg grow damp. She looked down and saw Ha relieving itself right there. This animal truly knew how to embarrass others. Just as Wu Fu had yet to deal with the two of them, the door was suddenly kicked open. Girl dressed in a bold style with her hair tied like Neja stormed in aggressively. "Dares cause trouble on my turf," she shouted, her voice echoing through the entire room. Wu Fu looked closely and realized the other party was only a girl who had not fully matured. Above her head appeared two iron maces as divine weapons, completely mismatched with her petite figure, making him almost laugh. In contrast, the girl also carefully sized him up, because in the room only Wu Fu was a cultivator. Seeing that he had only just condensed sword intent and his strength was still weak yet dared to cause trouble here, she showed clear disdain. "Hey kid, with that little bit of cultivation you dare to show off here," she provoked. Tian Hao immediately seized the chance to point at Wu Fu and accuse him of beating his bodyguards. However, Wu Fu only kept laughing, not because of the girl but because Ha was now clinging to her leg, looking as if it was about to cause trouble again. Perhaps Meng Meng had given it too much water earlier. The girl felt both she and even the dog were looking down on her. Not wanting to waste words, she immediately made her move. Unlike Tian Hao's lackeys, a cultivator like her was clearly far more troublesome. Moreover, her speed was so fast it dazzled the eye. Wu Fu instinctively crossed his arms in front of his chest to form a defensive stance. Even so, he was forced back against the wall. Her force was powerful. The gap of one realm was indeed not easy to overcome. Only then did Tian Hao and Meng Jiao realize that Wu Fu had stepped onto the path of cultivation. No wonder he was different after just one night. They secretly hoped the girl could teach him a lesson, otherwise it would be disastrous. After the opening move, seeing that he did not counterattack, the girl continued launching other vicious strikes. Her movements were swift and agile, but due to lack of real combat experience, she still exposed quite a few openings. When she kicked toward him, Wu Fu immediately seized the chance to counter. His method of counterattack made the entire room suddenly fall silent. Because Wu Fu casually slapped straight onto her buttocks, the girl angrily cursed him as a lecher. Enraged, she attacked even more fiercely. A punch aimed straight at Wu Fu's chest, her momentum as if intending to knock him down on the spot. However, when it touched him, the punch suddenly became soft and weak, while Wu Fu remained standing there calmly. The girl was horrified to realize the spiritual energy within her body had been sealed, and at the same time understood that the earlier slap was not teasing, but a way for him to disable her cultivation. Immediately after, Wu Fu threw a punch filled with spiritual power. This time she could only defend helplessly and shouted for him to return her spiritual energy if he still wanted to live. But just when she thought she was about to take the full force of the punch, the spiritual power on Wu Fu's hand dissipated, the fist turning into a gentle pat on her head. At this moment, Wu Fu looked exactly like a senior indulging a junior, calmly saying he would return her spiritual energy, but not now. Then he turned to the man and woman. Tian Hao was sweating in fear, almost screaming to ask what he intended to do. The girl immediately stepped forward to block in front of Wu Fu, saying that no matter what grudges they had, trouble was not allowed here. Wu Fu pointed at the ragged bodyguards cowering in the corner and asked in return, "Who started it? Just ask them and it will be clear." The girl looked over. The invisible pressure made them not dare to hide anything. They had to admit that Tian Hao was the one who took the initiative to hire them to intimidate Wu Fu. After hearing that, the girl glared at Tian Hao, angry at being deceived. Wu Fu brushed her aside and demanded that he apologize properly. As a pampered young master, Tian Hao naturally refused to bow his head to someone he once looked down on. He shouted, "Apologize, do not even dream of it." But before his words finished, he received a slap that sent his face to one side. Clutching his numb cheek, he asked in shock if Wu Fu dared to hit him. In response came another slap on the other side to balance it. Tian Hao trembled with anger, swearing he would not let this go or he would have no face left, but in reality he could do nothing. "If you want revenge, then come to me, but first you must apologize," Wu Fu said indifferently. The girl also chimed in that you caused trouble on my turf, and I have not even settled the score, saying one apology is not difficult at all. Forced by both sides, after an inner struggle, Tian Hao gritted his teeth and uttered the two words sorry. Once Wu Fu heard it, he told him to get lost. Tian Hao did not want to stay any longer either. He left resentfully. Meng Jiao hurried after him to ask questions, but he shook off her hand and shouted at her, "Do not bother me, get lost." Scolded again, Meng Jiao stood there trembling with anger. Thinking she had struggled to cling to a rich and handsome man, only for Wu Fu to ruin it now, she ground her teeth and cursed him. Meanwhile, Wu Fu in the private room suddenly sneezed loudly. After that, he and Meng Meng bid farewell to the hot-tempered girl, as they still had to return to school. Girl suddenly remembered her spiritual energy had not been unsealed, so she hurried after them. But when the door closed, she discovered her spiritual energy was already circulating normally. That level of strength made her begin to doubt whether Wu Fu was truly only at the qi refining realm. What angered her the most was still that earlier slap on her buttocks. After leaving the karaoke bar, Tian Hao stopped by a pizza shop where playboys gathered. Seeing his swollen face, everyone whispered about who dared to strike him and asked to seek justice for him. He ignored the lackeys and went straight to a large tattooed man, grinding his teeth as he asked Bio to deal with someone for him. Bio laughed and asked which fool dared provoke second young master Zia. Did he not know who elder brother Tian Gang was? He is just a nobody with no backing, how could he know? Tian Hao hurriedly begged Bio to teach Wu Fu a lesson but remember to leave him a breath, because he wanted to personally let him know the consequences of offending him. The next morning Wu Fu still went to class as usual, not caring about the strange looks around him. In his mind at this moment, he only thought of the grudge from his past life with a venerable who had lived 10,000 years, whose strength was unfathomable. Currently at the Qi refining realm, he had to consolidate his foundation. He could not be impatient. Only then could his cultivation progress far in the future and one day take revenge. While deep in thought, the classroom door was pushed open forcefully. A mocking voice asked if Wu Fu still dared come to school. He recognized the stranger looking for him but calmly replied that as a student what was wrong with attending class. The group sneered that he was arrogant and raised a thumbs down, saying Tian Hao belonged to their basketball team. If he dared touch him, then think about the consequences. The classmates were silent on the surface but secretly watching. Someone whispered that since he had provoked Tian Hao, he should keep his distance in the future. Those threats did not bother Wu Fu at all. In his eyes, Tian Hao was only someone who had once lost to him. The group still refused to stop, declaring that because Wu Fu hit Tian Hao, the entire class would be targeted by the basketball team. Everyone knew when those male students were angered, they were very troublesome. Few students could not hold back and stood up to protest that Wu Fu's matter had nothing to do with them. They replied that if they did not want to be implicated, then play basketball with them, win and they would let it go. That unreasonable demand made Wu Fu's friend advise him not to agree because he had never played, but in the face of provocation he still calmly agreed. Perhaps not expecting him to accept, they set a condition that if he lost, then from now on whenever he saw them he had to call them father. Wu Fu asked in return what if they lost. In response came arrogant laughter saying their losing was impossible, but if he liked to dream then fine, if they lost they would call him the same. Bet was set. Wu Fu went to the court with them. The news spread quickly and many curious students rushed over to watch. However, when they saw the lineups of both sides, quite a few people showed disappointment. Because Wu Fu's team was far inferior to the official basketball team, aside from him and one fairly decent male student, Meng was a chubby boy along with two others who were short and small, while the other side was full of tall and muscular players. The female students even cheered the name Chu Tan, the handsome and intelligent captain who also excelled at sport. Chu Tan was also the one who had come to the classroom to cause trouble with a solid family background. But in Wu Fu's eyes he was only a peacock showing off, not worth fearing. He even loudly told him to remember his name because he was about to lose miserably. As Tian Hao's close friend with strong backing, everyone thought Wu Fu was courting disaster by provoking them. It would be hard for him to survive in school later. Ignoring the gossip, he remained focused on the match. The referee signaled both teams to take their position, announcing that the game would last 30 minutes, and whichever side scored more points would win. Just as the opening whistle blew, Chu Tan swiftly seized control of the ball. Next, Han Lin Hote pressed toward the area beneath the basket, adjusted his rhythm, and prepared to launch a three-point shot. As the basketball team captain, Chu Tan had no reason to miss this finish. In only the first 10 seconds, the scoreboard tilted 3-0 in their favor. The stands of Wu School erupted, and the female students chanted Chu Tan's name in unison. Meng nearly collapsed in despair, thinking they were done for because not only were the opponents skilled but the referee was biased, while Wu Fu remained astonishingly calm. After all, the match had just begun. His gaze locked firmly onto Chu Tan. As the main spearhead, he almost single-handedly took on the task of advancing the ball. The others were responsible for tightly marking Wu Fu's team. This time when Chu Tan drove the ball close to the basket, the situation changed as Wu Fu successfully intercepted the ball. His speed was so fast that Chu Tan had no time to react. That man frantically signaled his teammates to block Wu Fu's path. Yet the prowess of a true cultivator came into play. He nimbly slipped through layer after layer of defense. He leaped powerfully into the air and executed a clean dunk. Spectators outside stared in shock. No one had expected Wu Fu to possess such formidable strength. Not only did he snatch the ball from Chu Tan's hands, he also weaved skillfully through the entire opposing lineup. After several similar plays, he significantly narrowed the score gap with Chu Tan's team. Forced into a disadvantage by someone he once looked down on, Chu Tan grew increasingly irritated. The more impatient he became, the more mistakes he made. Wu Fu clearly understood that mentality and exploited it thoroughly. The proof was that whenever Chu Tan was about to score, he would appear at the perfect moment to knock the ball away. Stands fell silent, especially Chu Tan's supporters who could not believe Wei School's team was being suppressed, while he panted heavily. Even Chu Tan himself had not expected Wu Fu to have hidden his abilities so deeply. Therefore, he was forced to change tactics, because aside from Wu Fu, the other members of his team were not worth fearing. His entire lineup immediately switched to tightly marking Wu Fu. They did not allow him to carry the ball and also cut off every passing route. After using that underhanded style of play, they truly regained the advantage and gradually widened the gap. 2 against 8, it seemed Wu Fu would find it difficult to turn the tide. Someone off the court protested, asking whether everyone was blind to that trick. Chu Tan showed no shame and loudly provoked him, telling him to show all his ability if he had any. Amid the tense atmosphere, Ha suddenly barked twice as if cheering for his master. Wu's classmates also began voicing their support, mostly because they did not want to be oppressed by the other group. Meng's worry was evident. He patted him on the shoulder to reassure him, saying there were still 10 minutes left and the counterattack was only just beginning. Under the blazing sun covering the court where the uneven match took place, Chu Tan received the ball, his juniors blocked Wu Fu, he brushed past and even threw out a taunt. After speaking, he easily passed Wu Fu's position. Wu Fu's eyes flickered with calculation, then he turned to evade the incoming collision. When Chu Tan gathered momentum to jump, Wu Fu had already silently circled behind like a shadow, that man unaware as he launched a powerful shot. At that exact moment, Wu Fu's long hand reached up and blocked the ball. He stole the ball and lowered his center of gravity, while Chu Tan was fooled and jumped early, thinking he would shoot immediately. Realizing he had been outplayed, he froze in shock, not understanding when the situation had reversed. The moment he touched the ground, Wu Fu leaped again and hurled the ball across nearly the entire court, and it still fell cleanly into the basket. Chu Tan's team stood stunned, such a long shot still scoring. The spectators outside exploded in cheers. Even he could not believe his own eyes. Scoreboard now read 35-23. Meng could not help but exclaim that it was incredible. Unwilling to accept defeat, Chu Tan shouted at his juniors to lock down Wu Fu. 3 of them desperately surrounded him, but he merely smiled faintly. Light as the wind, Wu Fu slipped past the man in the blue jersey blocking him. With a nimble twist of his body, he continued past the remaining 2 men in red jerseys. Outside, cheers surged, urging Wu Fu on, while Chu Tan had already rushed toward his basket from quite a distance. Gritting his teeth, he thought that no matter what it was too late to block, then he jumped to finish the shot. No one expected a figure to spring up beside him. Wu Fu appeared and knocked the ball from his hand. Chu Tan stood rigid as if struck by lightning, wondering what had just happened. The spectators continued cheering without pause. Amid the shouts, Wu Fu gathered strength, and from this side of the court, forcefully sent the ball flying toward the opposite basket. The long-range shot was still accurate. The score became 42-37, and the friends outside were ecstatic. People whispered that 2 against 8 and still winning was Wu Fu not once mocked as useless. Chu Tan's face darkened as he silently vowed to settle the score later. Meng called out, asking if he was leaving after losing and whether he would not fulfill what he had promised. Chu Tan angrily shouted back, telling him to stop dreaming about making him call him father. Fu held Ha and replied mockingly that having one more unruly son did not matter. Ha barked in agreement, causing Chu Tan to charge forward in fury. He threw a confident punch, but Wu Fu had already tilted aside and dodged cleanly. He turned and delivered a powerful kick backward. The force of his leg struck Chu Tan's chest, making his face turn pale from pain. That man was sent flying and crashed into his juniors behind him. The onlookers were horrified, and Chu Tan began to fearfully seek a way to retreat. Before he could run far, Wu Fu holding Ha was already blocking his path. Panicking as he stepped back, he slipped and fell, his wrist seized firmly by a hand. Wu Fu tightened his grip so much that no matter how he struggled, he could not break free. He looked at him coldly and asked if he intended to swallow his words after losing. Chu Tan broke into a cold sweat, inwardly terrified by that strength. Wu Fu urged him to call out, and the crowd joined in, saying that if one plays, one must accept the outcome. Sweating from pain, Chu Tan still stubbornly uttered threat. Wu Fu tightened his grip further, he cried out miserably, and through clenched teeth forced out a single word, father. During that, Wu Fu released his hand and turned away, saying he did not have a useless son like him. Chu Tan knelt on the ground, clutching his wrist in humiliation. Meng ran after him, warning him to beware of Tian Hao and Chu Tan seeking revenge. Shifting to the quiet dormitory, in his private room, Wu Fu silently cultivated. Ha watched curiously as spiritual energy fluctuated around the room, Arcs of electricity flashed. Wu Fu threw a punch that crackled in the air before withdrawing his power, calculating that he had reached the third layer of the 9 nether chi refining arc. He planned to find a place rich in spiritual energy to break through the initial stage. At that moment, Meng Meng opened the door to announce an outdoor camping trip and asked whether he would join. The location was near Thien Phu Hao Vien, with picturesque mountains and waters. Meng Meng excitedly added that there were also many beautiful girls there. However, what drew Wu Fu's attention most was only the name Thien Phu Hao Vien. Meng Meng nodded to confirm that it gathered the wealthy elite of Van Hai and repeated that there were many pretty girls. Wu Fu rubbed Ha's head and considered that it was a suitable place to make a breakthrough. After a moment of consideration, he nodded in agreement, leaving Meng Meng thinking he had misheard. Fu replied that it would also be convenient to handle a few matters. With his roommate going along, Meng Meng was overjoyed because the camping site lay near the mountainous outskirts of the city. The school bus followed the winding mountain pass, speeding toward the destination. On board, Wu Fu seemed unwelcome as a male student muttered in annoyance, and Meng Jiao's friends mocked him for offending Tian Hao and Chu Tan, while Meng Jiao coldly said she had only joked with him and that he was unworthy. Meng Meng could only feel sorry for Wu Fu when she heard that. Meng Jiao's face darkened, inwardly cursing that this time Tian Hao would make him unable to lift his head again. The scene of green mountains and white clouds under brilliant sunlight appeared breathtaking. The bus passing by a luxury villa resort drew awed murmurs from everyone. Meng Meng marveled that this was truly the most luxurious area in Yunhai, while Wu Fu stood up and told the driver to stop. Meng Meng asked in surprise that they had not arrived yet. Wu Fu replied that a friend was meeting him here. When Thiern PH letter 1E7 Hao Viern was mentioned, he simply told them to go ahead and he would come later himself. Seeing him get off midway, the group laughed and assumed he was putting on an act. Meng Jiao sneered that someone as poor and lowly as him was not worthy of her. Several boys teased Meng Meng again about the boss's performance. Someone even shouted that Thiern PH letter 1E7 Hao Viern was still far away and he should stop pretending to be rich. The bus quickly drove off. Meng Meng could only shake her head at their shallowness. Thiern PH letter 1E7 Hao Viern lay hidden among cool mountains. Wu Fu took out his phone and called Yin Xian. He briefly said he had arrived. On the other end, Yin Xian cheerfully replied that his daughter was waiting and would come out to receive him at once. Before long, someone from the luxurious villa respectfully invited him inside. Wu Fu let Ha play in the yard while observing that the spiritual energy here was quite abundant. He pushed the door open, calculating that it would be enough for him to break through his realm. In the room, a girl with twin buns greeted him. Yin Xian introduced her as his daughter. When Wu Fu and Qing Qing's eyes met, both recognized each other. The girl angrily called him a lecher, while Wu Fu wondered if the person Yin Xian mentioned was her. Qing Qing also doubted whether the master her father spoke of could possibly be him. He looked around for someone else. Wu Fu calmly said there was no need to search because he had come alone. Qing Qing immediately grew wary and asked what he wanted, warning him not to think that a little ability would make her afraid. Fu laughed and said he had come to treat her illness. She did not believe someone at the Qi refining realm could do it. Yin Xian scolded his daughter and praised Wu Fu as extraordinary, yet Qing Qing still pouted and thought he was just a flirt. A bodyguard brought over a box of medicinal herbs. Yin Xian handed it to Wu Fu and said everything had been prepared as requested. Wu Fu opened the box and saw only precious herbs, but bluntly said Qing Qing's illness was severe and these could not yet be used, making her even more convinced he was a fraud. Qing Qing snorted coldly and said even the Grandmaster her father invited had been helpless, so how could someone at the Qi refining realm dare to boast? The bodyguard frowned and advised his boss not to trust this stranger. Yin Xian fell into deep thought, recalling what he had witnessed before, wondering if it had only been a coincidence. Wu Fu did not hesitate, gathering spiritual energy to examine her before saying Qing Qing's meridians had been blocked for years. Even those at the nascent soul or void refinement stage would find it difficult to resolve. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and pressed spiritual energy into the acupoint before her chest. The spiritual energy surged into her body, allowing Wu Fu to clearly sense a powerful reaction. Qing Qing suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Wu Fu smiled because he knew the blockage had been cleared, while Yin Xian was alarmed. Seeing his daughter like that, he loudly called her name. The bodyguard pointed a gun at Wu Fu. Yin Xian angrily circulated spiritual energy around his body and demanded to know who he really was. But only a moment later his expression changed, and he ordered the bodyguard to lower the gun. He cupped his hands and bowed in apology, asking about Wu Fu's master. Qing Qing wiped the blood from her lips and felt her body lighten, circulating her energy without pain. Realized in shock that she had truly improved. Ha ran in barking loudly. Wu Fu recalled the kindness of his master from his previous life and replied that his master was not on Earth, leaving Yin Xian astonished. Xian assumed he did not wish to reveal it, while Ching Ching picked up Ha and laughed, asking whether he was joking or if his master was an alien. She continued teasing that by his words, his master must have come from another planet. Yin Xian handed over the villa keys as agreed, and promised that from now on he could come to him for anything. Ching Ching felt reluctant about the villa, but was sternly reminded by her father. Wu Fu said he was only borrowing the place to cultivate. If she liked she could stay, causing Yin Xian to sigh. Ching Ching stuck out her tongue and made a playful face, while her father could only feel helpless. At the same time in the national park where the class was on an outing, the girls chatted brightly like blooming flowers. In the distance a figure sat watching. It was Meng Meng, gazing at her friends with fascination. One girl felt uncomfortable under that gaze and pulled Xiao Hong away. Meng Meng sighed while waiting for Wu Fu when she heard a dog bark. Not far away Ha was wagging his tail and causing mischief. Chased by a platinum-haired girl, Meng Meng recognized it as Wu Fu's dog. Ha ran toward his master barking as if for help. Wu Fu hugged him and apologized, saying he would take responsibility. Nana angrily asked if he knew how much that dog was worth and whether he could afford to pay. Nana's friend mocked that someone living in a luxury villa surely did not care about money. Several classmates whispered and laughed about being rich yet living in a slum. Wu Fu ignored them and simply picked up a skewer of food. Meng Meng hurried over to apologize on his behalf. Ha continued eating calmly, while Wu Fu took out money and said he would compensate. Thick stack of cash made Nana pause. He asked if it was enough while some people doubted the source of the money. Meng Jiao sneered, eager to see how he would continue the act. After settling matters with Nana, Wu Fu walked toward Meng Jiao with a cold gaze. He was frightened by his aura and asked what he wanted. He softly told her not to cause trouble if she still wanted peace. Wu Fu warned her to watch her mouth. Meng Jiao had never been treated with such disdain and ground her teeth, vowing to make him regret it. Dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. Many worried the rain would ruin the outing and complained about the weather forecast. Meng Jiao called her boyfriend and asked him to pick her up because it was about to rain. After hanging up, she announced that a car would arrive soon. Wu Fu calmly said he had a villa nearby and anyone who wished could go there to take shelter. Meng Jiao mocked again that he could not stand it without boasting, causing the group to burst into laughter. Meng Meng asked worriedly if it was all right. Wu Fu said it was up to them. Meng Jiao suggested going to see and expose him. A while later, the group stood before the gates of Thiern PH1E7 Hao Viern. Seeing the guards on duty, Meng Jiao waited to see how he would enter while some people planned to turn back and wait for the car. Meng Meng advised them to forget it, but Wu Fu calmly said they were already here. The guard recognized him and greeted him as Brother Wu, asking if he had brought friends to visit. The whole class was stunned. Meng Jiao could not believe it as the guard respectfully invited them inside. Meng Meng gave him a thumbs up and praised the boss. Everyone entered in amazement while Meng Jiao felt furious for having looked down on him. Before going deeper inside, Wu Fu called the guard over and said he had something to say. He pointed at Meng Jiao and said everyone here was his friend except her. The guard obeyed and stopped Meng Jiao. She cursed angrily when the rain poured down, soaking her as she clenched her teeth in hatred. A black car stopped at the gate. Meng Jiao got in and slammed the door. She told the driver to deal with Wu Fu. Tian Hao nodded and said everything had been arranged. Inside the villa, the classmates marveled at the luxury and wondered why he had this place. Xiao Hong was not very interested when she heard someone call Ching Ching's name. She immediately turned her head to look upstairs. Meng Meng recognized Ching Ching from the hotel. Xiao Hong guessed this was her home and thought Wu Fu was only staying by favor. Wu Fu ignored the gossip and told everyone to choose a room to rest because it was already late. He explained that the villa originally belonged to Ching Ching's family but now belonged to him, making Meng Meng curious. Wu Fu frankly said anyone who did not like it could leave. Meng Meng echoed him and pointed out the way. Xiao Hong sneered and told them not to be too confident. From above, Ching Ching crossed her arms and asked what they were doing. Xiao Hong was startled and looked up, pretending to greet the senior obediently. Ching Ching looked at them with an indifferent gaze, making the others think they were protected and grow even noisier. Unexpectedly, she decisively told them to leave immediately. Xiao Hong asserted firmly, Sister A was the one invited by Wu Fu. The blonde companion nodded in agreement, exactly, completely correct. Yet Ching Ching calmly reminded, hadn't he already asked you all to leave earlier? She spoke plainly, this villa belongs to Wu Fu. He decides who to invite or dismiss. The girl in yellow froze, really his. Another male student stammered in shock, this villa really belongs to him. Ching Ching warned sternly, if you don't leave, I will see you out myself. Wu Fu gestured toward the door, please. Xiao Hong turned pale with anger, gritted her teeth, I will go. She opened the door and stepped out immediately. The door slammed shut. Xiao Hong sneered. Maybe even someone sleeping soundly could be kicked out. No one could believe a formerly poor person owned such a luxurious villa. They guessed it must belong to the Su family. Ching Ching stood on the second floor, arms crossed, watching her chatter coldly. Xiao Hong still resisted. He said it was his. Isn't the real owner standing there? We took shelter from the rain here. Shouldn't we have asked? Her companion suddenly realized. So this is Senior's home? Xiao Hong sneered. Senior sheltered us from rain. What is he pretending? Wu Fu sighed. Kindness shown to avoid the rain is mocked as a joke. Night fell, rain poured. Faint spiritual energy swirled around the villa, then quietly seeped inside. Its convergence point was Wu Fu's body, meditating and cultivating. After seeing Xiao Hong off, Wu Fu looked up at Ching Ching, not asleep yet. She snorted lightly. The noise woke me. Meng Meng patted his shoulder, eyes half pitying, half teasing. Master Fu, who do you rely on to live so well? A broken sword floated above his head, only the hilt remaining. Suddenly Wu Fu opened his eyes, leaving the trance. The sword hilt vibrated lightly, spiritual energy radiated, forming a circle around him. He smiled with satisfaction. In his past life it took 3 years to pass the early Qi stage, now only a few days to reach middle stage. Then outside came strange noises, rumbling, and Ha's growl. Wu Fu, startled, stepped onto the balcony, asking what happened. Ha could not answer, only barked repeatedly toward the lightning. Seeing it behave unusually, Wu Fu urged, let's see. Heavy rain fell, rustling through the leaves. Ha dashed toward the forest. Wu Fu followed, noticing some trees struck and charred by lightning. The sword hilt above him vibrated continuously. Wu Fu sensed something strange, the spirit sword reacting intensely. He asked Ha what it saw. It responded with 2 short barks. He observed around, blackened trees stripped of leaves, then noticed Ha's odd behavior. Stopped, bent down, and began digging. After a while it barked twice proudly. At its feet a broken sword hilt had been unearthed. Amidst the thunder, Wu Fu was stunned. He bent down to pick up the hilt. This is. Black soot on the hilt peeled off with Ha's digging. Once rain washed it clean, the hilt shimmered. Wu Fu exclaimed in surprise, Spirit Yun sword. This hilt mirrored the floating piece above his head. In his past life he roamed 10,000 stars forging the spirit sword. Now reborn, encountering a fragment again. The hilt above vibrated as if resonating with the piece in hand. Spiritual energy from all sides was drawn into the 2 sword pieces. Wu Fu laughed loudly. I have found the eternal spirit sword. I will return. He raised the hilt high. When all pieces unite, you will pay. Even at the peak I can make you yield. Early the next morning, a pair of slender legs stopped in front of the school gate. In the martial training room, sunlight streamed everywhere. As the girl entered, everyone cheered, welcoming the president's return. That person was none other than Ching Ching. Female students surrounded her asking, President, what now? Ching Ching calmly replied, after enough rest, it's time to return. Does anyone know Wu Fu? Pink-haired Xiao Na raised her hand. President, I know him. Ching Ching asked where he was. Xiao Na replied he is a new student, already clashed with Tian Hao, now blocked outside, likely uneasy. Someone curiously asked, President, you know him? Ching Ching, embarrassed, blushed, turned away, thinking silently of that annoying fellow. Outside the school gate, Wu Fu suddenly sneezed loudly. Just then a black car sped toward him. Followed by more cars, Wu Fu squinted, sensing something wrong. Not just 1 or 2, 4 or 5 cars blocked his escape. A thug yelled at curious students, what are you staring at? Planning trouble. Wu Fu coldly watched them exit. Ha barked fiercely in his arms. When approached, Ha barked even more fiercely. The man was the bald Dabio, staring intently at Wu Fu. Subordinates holding baseball bats saw Wu Fu's thin frame and shouted, Dabio, let me handle this kid. Others chimed in, Tian Hao can't be tarnished. Wu Fu set Ha down, calmly said, I will give you a lesson. The thugs shouted, swung their bats, attack him. Swing intended to knock him down, but Wu Fu dodged. The second strike he also lightly avoided. Immediately Wu Fu turned, stomping to counterattack. He lifted his leg, kicked hard, snapping the opponent's baseball bat in 2. The man froze, seeing the bat break. Wu Fu sneered, I thought you brought a challenge, only disappointment. Dabio smirked, defeated Steel Yao, and think yourself invincible. Wu Fu didn't notice 2 arms sneaking from behind to restrain him. 2 subordinates grabbed him, shouting, Dabio, act now. Dabio gripped the bat, hung H-letter 1ED5 declared, no one at Yun High University dares face me. Just as he finished, Ha lunged, biting his leg fiercely. Dabio angrily threw it aside. Cursed, Ha fell, unclear state, still threatening to hospitalize the owner. Ching Ching on the balcony told Xiao Na to call an ambulance. Xiao Na replied, however Wu Fu is, he is a Yun High student, I will go immediately. Ching Ching then turned and left, knowing this wasn't for the faint-hearted. Xiao Na asked in confusion, why call for them? Ching Ching didn't explain, only smiled lightly, he is very strong. Indeed, below, the two holding Wu Fu began trembling, muttering they couldn't hold him, confused by his sudden power surge. The bio shouted at his useless subordinate, "Move aside for me." Wu Fu slightly frowned, cold gaze regrettably, flicked his hand, flinging the two restrainers aside, too late. The bio charged with his bat. Wu Fu surged forward like lightning. As the distance closed, he swung the bat down. Wu Fu squinted, calculating its path. Instantly he kicked, bending the bat, continuing the momentum. De Bio staggered. He fell to the ground, bat dropped. Subordinates panicked, calling, "De Bio, are you okay?" De Bio didn't respond, unconscious, foaming at the mouth, awaiting rescue. Though leader defeated, Wu Fu remained alert as others continued charging. He calmly asked, "Want to try more?" Before they could react, he punched one straight in the face. The others rushed simultaneously, shouting to attack together. The group surged forward with bats like moths to flame. Minutes later, a red-haired boy, swollen-faced, muttered, "Tian Hao, what monster did we provoke?" The group helped each other up, following Wu Fu, lifting De Bio and trailing. One trembling said, "Boss, we were wrong today, forgive us," before finishing, dragged back by companions, stammering, "Boss." Wu Fu refused argument coldly, "Let's go," they muttered obediently. Elsewhere, a female martial student ran to report, "President, Wu Fu is reckless," went after Tian Hao. Ching Ching just smiled slightly. Ching Ching silently held a minute's thought for Tian Hao, pitiful, in the sunlit main building. Thugs trailed behind Wu Fu, skewing the scene. In the third-floor classrooms, Chu Tan opened the door, calling Tian Hao, startling the class. Chu Tan excitedly showed that De Bio had been invited by Wu Fu this time. Meng Jiao laughed loudly. "That's the consequence of insulting us." Tian Hao interlaced hands behind head, tilted back looking at the ceiling, declaring, "From now on in Yun Hai, there will be no name Wu Fu." Tan gleefully said, "This ending is deserved for a person like him." Just then the classroom door swung open. Tian Hao and Chu Tan looked over. Meng Jiao screamed in shock, "Wu Fu." He grabbed a man by the collar, his gaze sweeping across the classroom as he coldly asked if they were looking for him. Wu Fu released his hand, the man immediately collapsing to the floor. "I was also looking for you, that was De Bio." He lay unconscious and motionless, occasionally twitching. Chu Tan cried out at the sight of the person on the ground, "De Bio," while Meng Jiao was so frightened she could barely speak. Only then did Tian Hao realize the disadvantage, sweat pouring down as he wondered how this could be. Wu Fu was empty-handed yet overpowering everyone around. No one could even touch him. Cries of pain echoed throughout the school gate, sending chills down the spine of anyone who heard them. Several students in the class stood and moved closer. Wu Fu merely glanced at them indifferently without saying a word. The arrogant man in the white shirt shouted about entering without knocking and treating them like air, then pointed at him and told him to get lost. Seeing him remain silent, that man grabbed his collar and cursed, asking if he was deaf. The next instant he received a slap that left him dizzy, his teeth clattering against his lips. Wu Fu calmly warned that it was none of his business and told him to get out. Ching Ching stepped into the classroom, remarking on his arrogance, while someone wondered why he had suddenly become so strong. Hearing Ching Ching's voice, Wu Fu looked over, walked up to her and handed Ha to her, saying he would settle accounts on its behalf and asking her to take care of it. The dog was overjoyed to see Ching Ching, but her face darkened. Suddenly turned into a dog sitter, she silently cursed the trouble. Chu Tan angrily shouted that this was a school and asked if he dared to cause chaos. Fu did not reply, only casting a sharp, icy glance. Chu Tan shuddered as Wu Fu coldly warned him to get lost before he became angry. Wu Bai pulled out a chair, pretending to invite him to sit and talk. Speaking politely, he swung the chair intending to strike. Wu Fu merely shot him a glare and turned, circulating spiritual energy. A single punch sent that man crashing down, the chair flying and embedding itself into the blackboard. Seeing the blackboard crack like a spiderweb, Chu Tan swallowed hard. Wu Fu left a final warning to get lost if they did not want trouble, then turned his back and walked away. Walked toward Tian Hao, but Meng Jiao blocked him, Tian Hao hiding behind her yet still speaking arrogantly. Before he could finish, he took a lightning-fast kick from Wu Fu. Meng Jiao froze as the kick brushed past her. Wu Fu coldly told them not to play with fire and then left. Meng Jiao hurried over to support her boyfriend, asking if he was all right. In the corridor, Ching Ching walked beside him, analyzing that Tian Hao was a descendant of a powerful family and that he had caused serious trouble. Wu Fu replied indifferently that it was not yet certain who was the real trouble, leaving Ching Ching to shake her head. The scene shifted to a high-end hospital in the city center. In a hospital room labeled Tian Hao, he shouted for his father to help him deal with that man. Tian Hao lay on the bed with his arm in a cast. By the window stood Mr. Zia, his father, saying he had called his elder brother back. He took a drag of his cigarette and reassured him that no one in Yun Hai dared to touch their family, planning to meet Wu Fu to talk. Door swung open, a cold aura pouring in. A red-haired man with a long braid stepped inside, saying that if Wu Fu was only at the chi refining stage, there was nothing to worry about. That man laughed darkly, saying that in a few days he would make Wu Fu disappear from sight. At the dormitory, the setting sun shone along the corridor, and the sound of a dog barking echoed from the room. Wu Fu watched Ha tear apart the trash can without any intention of stopping. Suddenly Meng Meng rushed in, panicked, calling out that something bad had happened. Wu Fu lay on the bed calmly asking what had happened to make him so flustered. Meng Meng reported that Chu Tan had brought the homeroom teacher and advised him to hide. But it was too late. They were already standing at the door with folded arms in challenge. Ha barked loudly at the sight of strangers. The homeroom teacher stared at it until it flattened its ears. Wu Fu looked coldly at the two uninvited guests. The homeroom teacher adjusted his glasses, accusing him of bringing thugs into the school and keeping a pet in the dormitory. Meng Meng hurriedly explained that Tian Hao had caused it. Chu Tan shouted at him to shut up and not speak. Fu told Meng Meng not to explain further. He frowned, thinking these people only regarded money as power. Spiritual energy gathered around his hand. Meng Meng hurried to stop him, but his fist had already shot toward Chu Tan's face. It did not actually touch anyone, only a fierce gust that blew off the homeroom teacher's wig, turning his face pale. Wu Fu pointed at the door and coldly told them to get out. Chu Tan tried to act tough, but was grabbed by the collar and asked if he needed to be escorted out. The homeroom teacher, terrified, picked up his wig and ran out, still threatening to report to the leadership for severe punishment. He fled, leaving Chu Tan crying for help. The next day in class, Meng Meng anxiously asked if it had gone too far when the door suddenly opened. The homeroom teacher led other teachers inside, demanding the class be quiet. He stood on the podium, announcing there was an important matter. He accused Wu Fu of breaking discipline and beating Tian Hao into the hospital. The class murmured, some saying they had seen Tian Hao block the gate and then get taught a lesson. After a leadership meeting, the school decided to suspend Wu Fu indefinitely. Some were indignant because Tian Hao had started it, but another girl said he had offended a powerful figure. Outside the door, Chu Tan sneered. The homeroom teacher asked if Wu Fu had anything to say. Wu Fu remained silent, murderous intent radiating from him. When the door opened and someone said to wait, the homeroom teacher started and turned around. Seeing Ching Ching, he shouted, but she calmly said the martial arts club protected students, including Wu Fu. She pushed Da Bio into the classroom. She pointed at him, saying this was the man hired to beat Wu Fu and that he was under investigation, leaving the entire class stunned. Wu Fu merely smiled faintly, unconcerned about the suspension. He stood up to thank Ching Ching, but said he would handle it himself. She irritably said that if she had not brought Da Bio, how would he have resolved it? Wu Fu circulated his energy and replied that these people were only a minor matter, shocking Ching Ching with his powerful aura. The homeroom teacher pointed at the door, threatening to call the police. Chu Tan chimed in saying that without evidence he should get out of the school. Yet inwardly that man was uneasy, because Ching Ching was a young lady who could exert pressure. Wu Fu coldly stepped onto the podium. Chu Tan leaned close to mock him, saying that without backing he should stop pretending. Those words made Wu Fu turn back, his face darkening. He gave a faint smile, raised 2 fingers and asked if that was what he thought, then let out a cold snort. 2 fingers shot forward as fast as lightning. Chu Tan could only watch, unable to dodge. His eyes widened, his head snapping back as if struck hard. Pain surged through him, he clutched his head and screamed, the homeroom teacher panicking and asking what had been done. Class erupted in chatter, some even saying it served him right. The homeroom teacher supported his nephew while cursing. Chu Tan trembled as he pointed at Wu Fu and asked what he had done to him. Wu Fu merely raised his hand, having not touched him at all, and asked if there was any evidence. Others did not understand, but Ching Ching knew it was spiritual force. Suddenly, Chu Tan dropped to his knees on the platform, stammering an apology to Wu Fu, but he replied coldly that his name was not something that man could call however he pleased. Filled with reluctance, he immediately changed his tone, trembling as he begged like a child who had made a mistake and wanted forgiveness. Wu Fu's voice rang out steady and compelling, telling him to speak the whole truth. Touching his head, Chu Tan confessed that Tian Hao was the one who provoked Wu Fu first, that everything had been arranged by him, leaving the entire class stunned by the sudden reversal. The homeroom teacher slammed his hand down on the desk and loudly called Wu Fu. He looked at the teacher calmly and said that Chu Tan had already made everything clear. When the teacher turned to see his nephew panting, his trousers soaked with pale yellow liquid, he had no choice but to postpone dealing with Wu Fu and announced further investigation, telling them not to celebrate too soon. Ching Ching crossed her arms and smiled, reminding the teacher to return justice to Wu Fu, a member of the martial arts club. She lifted her chin meaningfully, forcing the teacher to reconsider, secretly wondering when he had become acquainted with the Su family, yet outwardly affirming he would handle the matter fairly without favoritism. After speaking, he opened the door, stepped out, and slammed it shut in irritation. Wu Fu turned to the girl beside him and asked when he had become part of the club. Ching Ching glanced at him and said it was to stop them from continuing to make things difficult. He smiled confidently, saying she was from the Su family of Yun Hai, a force not to be underestimated, but someone behind her mentioned that Wu Fu had already left. Ching Ching flushed with anger, muttering that he was too arrogant, thinking he could handle everything alone, while the dormitory was not far from the academic area. The dorm room door swung open as soon as Wu Fu stepped inside. Ha barked loudly and rushed out. Seeing the messy room filled with trash, he lightly scolded it for causing chaos. Just as he was about to teach the dog a lesson, his phone vibrated. Wu Fu opened it and saw a message from Meng saying he needed to get his shoes repaired. Ha had probably chewed them up. Wu Fu picked it up and said they would go out together. Then the man and the dog left the dormitory. By the wide pool in the luxurious villa, Ching Ching and Xiao were leisurely sunbathing when the nearby bushes suddenly rustled. Since Wu Fu disliked noise, the villa was rather empty, with only a few servants around. That quiet created an opportunity for an intruder. The red-haired man climbed over the railing and entered. Hearing movement, he shouted a question. Ha stuck its head out and barked, easing Ching Ching's guard when she recognized it. She glanced toward a room and wondered whether Wu Fu was also here. Her face suddenly flushed red, thinking she would teach him a lesson, while Wu Fu had just stepped through the door and already sensed something unusual in the air. As he called for Ha in search, 3 darts shot toward him. His instinct warned him and he turned his head to look. The moment he saw the 3 darts flying straight at him, he gasped softly in surprise. With swift reflexes, Wu Fu stepped back and lightly dodged, letting them embed into the wall. He looked toward the attacker and asked who it was, his voice cold. The other party smiled with interest and remarked that he had some skill after all. Red-haired man revealed himself, declaring he had come to deal with Wu Fu and arrogantly saying this time he would not escape. Wu Fu narrowed his eyes, quietly assessing the opponent's strength. A heavy killing intent radiated from that man, and at some point several more darts had appeared in his hand. Without further words, he hurled them one after another at Wu Fu, while he calmly tracked their trajectory. Wu Fu channeled spiritual energy to cover his hand and swung in an arc, knocking each dart away. As soon as that strike ended, the red-haired man rushed forward, brandishing a blazing red blade in an ambush. Wu Fu reinforced his hand with spiritual power and blocked the slash. He twisted his wrist like a sword edge and struck the weapon from the opponent's hand. Under the sunset glow, the 2 figures separated. The red-haired man shocked as he realized the sword energy of his opponent was formidable. Wu Fu mobilized spiritual energy throughout his body and said that since his rebirth, this was the first time he had met a worthy opponent and wanted to test himself. The red-haired man tightened his grip on the blade, his aura surging, admitting the strength yet claiming he was not qualified to be arrogant. After speaking, his eyes turned icy, his voice filled with killing intent. Then swift as the wind he slipped behind Wu Fu. He raised his hand for a sneak attack, but Wu Fu instantly turned and blocked, temporarily resolving the danger. He continued slashing toward Wu Fu's head. He leaned back to evade in time. The opponent shouted angrily, and he replied that he feared that man could not withstand his blows. The red-haired man still charged forward regardless. Wu Fu spoke sternly that he no longer wished to play. Suddenly he paused for a few seconds, as if sensing something wrong. Wu Fu condensed sword energy and hurled it straight at him. The opponent dodged in time so the attack struck the pillar behind. He glanced in horror at the mark, unable to believe such power came from a young man not yet 20. Red-haired man demanded to know his identity. Wu Fu replied coldly that he was not worthy to know. Nearby Ching Ching observed silently and thought his strength far surpassed his current realm. She watched intently, realizing this young man was truly not simple. Suddenly the red-haired man noticed Ching Ching, and she also sensed his gaze turning toward her. Half a beat too slow, a blade was already pressed to her throat, causing even Wu Fu a brief flicker of surprise. He used Ching Ching as a shield, threatening that if Wu Fu did not want her harmed then he should follow him, and Wu Fu calmly said not to misunderstand, she was not his girlfriend. Hearing that, Ching Ching's expression darkened instantly. She angrily scolded him for being heartless, saying she was restrained because of him, yet he neither saved her nor acknowledged any connection. Red-haired man briefly thought the situation seemed different from his calculation. Though restrained, Ching Ching erupted with her own aura, making him shiver as he realized she was also an expert. Immediately after, a loud crash echoed inside the building. The 2 girls outside exchanged surprised looks. The pink-haired girl asked what was happening. The white-haired girl guessed the club president was inside. Inside, the red-haired man knelt and begged for mercy, Ching Ching coldly said a single finger was enough to deal with him, yet he had dared to restrain her. He still hit a final move, sticking out his tongue to reveal a poisoned needle, then blowing it out with his breath. Ching Ching saw it and quickly tilted her body to dodge. Wu Fu instantly recognized the danger. As she shifted aside, he was already prepared to rush forward. He delivered a powerful kick to the red-haired man. He was sent flying into the wall and coughed up blood, while Wu Fu stood there staring. He slowly walked over, as that man clutched his chest, coughing violently, and hurriedly begged to negotiate. Clutching his abdomen, he said there was no antidote. That girl would not escape. After saying that, he looked at Ching Ching and smiled maliciously. Unfortunately, she had not completely avoided it. The poisoned needle was embedded at the back of her neck. Wu Fu coldly summoned sword energy and struck, ending him. He clutched his throat in agony, eyes wide as he stammered unwillingly. Wu Fu did not care, turning and walking away from there. Then he stepped toward Ching Ching. She lay on the ground, weakly calling Wu Fu's name. Her eyes were darkened, her face pale from the poison, yet she still told herself she could not fall. Wu Fu reassured her that with him here no one would dare take her away. He bent down and pulled the needle from her neck, its tip stained with a trace of blood. Observing carefully, Wu Fu realized some poison remained inside softly. A drop of water fell onto the surface of the pool, creating ripples that spread outward. Ching Ching closed her eyes, feeling the familiar warm flow of spiritual energy surrounding her. She pressed her lips together and gradually relaxed her body. Wu Fu lowered his head and drew out the remaining poison from her neck. Ching Ching opened her eyes when a horrified scream sounded outside. She widened her eyes in shock, while Wu Fu lightly glanced toward the source of the sound. Two of them looked toward the group that had just rushed in. The white-haired girl hurriedly covered her face when she saw Ching Ching in an awkward state. President just continue. The pink-haired girl blushed crimson as she apologized and pulled her friend away. The two lowered their heads and turned to leave. After finishing up, Wu Fu stood and said she was fine. The poison had been completely removed. Ching Ching braced herself and sat up by reflex. She awkwardly brushed her hair aside and thanked him. He glanced at his phone and replied there was no need, their target was me. If something happened to you, I would feel uneasy. After speaking, Wu Fu pressed the call button. Ching Ching stood frozen, thinking to herself, why is he always so blunt? Scene shifted to the hospital. Tian Hao lay against the bed with his arm in a cast. Meng Jiao held the phone and told Mr. Zia this was a call from Wu Fu. He asked in a deep voice, so you failed. Mr. Zia looked out the window and told her to answer and turn on the speaker. Wu Fu's voice rang out cold as ice. Within 3 days, Tian Hao must come to school and kneel to apologize to me. That is the final chance. He hung up, the room fell into silence. On Wu Fu's side, just after ending the call, Ching Ching turned away and said, does the Zia family think they can run rampant in Yunhai? He replied with a darkened expression, the Zia family, I have never taken them seriously. She muttered inwardly, what an arrogant man. Scene returned to the hospital. The door to Tian Hao's room cracked open. He gritted his teeth and said, what is he, that he dares make me kneel and apologize? Mr. Zia lit a cigarette and said, your elder brother will return in 2 days. I guarantee there will be a miserable end. Back at Wu Fu's dormitory, a panicked voice called out Fuji. Meng rushed in complaining that Ha was getting more mischievous. The other day it bit up shoes and today it even dirtied the bed. Ha was that dog. Meng looked at it and said, I do not know you. Outside in the corridor, a group with dyed hair came to find Wu Fu. Jinji said, this is the room, right, go in. They lined up in front of the door. Meng sighed and asked, did you provoke the karate club again? He replied indifferently, I do not even know who they are. A short-haired man said, does Jinji need to personally teach that brat a lesson? Jinji said disdainfully, he has some skill but is too arrogant. He dared to hit the president's younger brother. Wu Fu tilted his head and asked, are you from Tian Gang? Jinji confidently replied, yes. I manage the karate club on behalf of the president. The underlings charged forward shouting that they would avenge Tian Hao. He curled his lip in a smile and regarded them as insects. Wu Fu sprang up and gathered momentum. Kick shot straight into the face of the one in front. The force of the kick sent him flying against the door. The rest shouted curses and rushed in. Wu Fu glanced at the one who had just provoked him and threw a punch straight at his face. This time he was serious, reinforcing the strike and knocking the opponent down. Leaving the fallen one behind, he stepped toward the rest and asked, you want to cripple me, come then. The group showed no fear and rushed forward together. Wu Fu softly said, you overestimate yourselves, then gathered strength and sent 2 flying. He spun and delivered another kick, then followed with a punch to another's face. The last one was also knocked out the door. In the end, all the underlings lay fallen. Only Jinji remained. He said it is easy for a chi refining cultivator to beat ordinary people, but against me. Jinji circulated his power and declared he had no path but defeat. Wu Fu raised a finger signaling, if you are capable, then come. He slashed his hand across Wu Fu's body, but Wu Fu lightly sidestepped and avoided it. Jinji gathered strength into his palm and continued attacking. Wu Fu thought he has some strength but not enough. poured all his power into a thrusting strike. Wu Fu also reinforced his fist to block. Half a beat faster, he seized the opening and punched Jin Ji in the abdomen, making him widen his eye. He reflexively slid backward to regain balance. Someone behind asked if Jin Ji was all right. He cursed, showing his anger. Suddenly, Ching Ching delivered a kick that made him stagger. Wu Fu was also surprised. He roared, "Who just made a move?" That man clutched his stomach and coughed, saying, "Attack together, he is too strong." Meng Meng anxiously reminded Fu Ji to be careful. Wu Fu rotated his wrist calmly and said, "I have never taken this lot seriously." Ching Ching ran over and said, "Since when did you dare touch my people?" One of them recognized her in shock and said, "You are from the martial hall." Jin Ji frowned and said, "Do not interfere if you do not want trouble." She replied, "I am waiting to see what your karate club can do." Seeing the disadvantage, he turned and said, "This is not over." Ching Ching coldly replied, "Is that so?" Jin Ji mocked that Wu Fu hides behind a woman. "How shameful. Dare to fight me in the arena." Meng Meng reminded him not to fall for it. Wu Fu smiled and said, "Fine." Ching Ching hurried to stop him, saying, "Are you crazy? The gap in your strength is huge." Ha suddenly barked, making Jin Ji sneer like master like dog. He pointed to the ground in contempt and set the meeting for this afternoon at the stadium. The underlings shouted that they would teach him a lesson. Meng Meng anxiously asked why he agreed. Wu Fu replied casually, "Because it is interesting." Blue-haired girl asked, "Is the president being childish?" Ching Ching replied, "The martial hall speaks with strength," and pointed at Ha, saying, "Everyone is a member." He turned away and said, "It is truly embarrassing. Even if you do not think for yourself, you must preserve the martial hall's honor." Wu Fu asked in surprise, "Since when did I become one of your people?" Ching Ching said seriously, "I do not care. In short, you are one of the martial hall." Meng Meng sighed inwardly that he was not even as good as a dog. The scene shifted to the stadium. Tian Hao said with a dark face, "I want to see him collapse before me." Jin Ji held several poison needles and confidently said, "Even without them, I can handle it." The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Tian Hao still forced him to take them and use the poison needles as a final move. Someone checked the time and said, "It is already half an hour late. Would he dare come?" Tian Hao gritted his teeth in fury. The underlings laughed, saying, "After all, he is just a student. Why mobilize so many people?" Tian Hao in his wheelchair called the one who had laughed over and asked, "What did you say?" He angrily punched that man in the face with his good hand and shouted, "If you could beat him, I would not be in a wheelchair." Get lost. Suddenly Tian Hao saw someone approaching. Jin Ji said, "They are here." From afar, Wu Fu and Ching Ching slowly walked over. He stopped and asked Tian Hao, "Were you not coming to kneel and apologize to me?" He narrowed his eyes and said, "Apologize? I fear you no longer have the chance." Wu Fu replied calmly, "Is that so?" Tian Hao gritted his teeth and said, "Today you are finished." Wu Fu calmly said, "You are quite confident." Ying Jiao behind raised her hand and ordered the attack. Jin Ji stepped forward, the aura around him erupting powerfully. He looked at Wu Fu and said, "A mere chi-refining brat dares shout here seeking death." Ching Ching recognized it as transformation realm and anxiously advised to concede. He turned and told her to watch Ha for him. Jin Ji threatened that he would not leave here intact. Wu Fu replied, "I think so too." As soon as the words fell, Jin Ji rushed forward and struck first. Wu Fu lightly tilted his body and evaded. Jin Ji fixed his gaze on Wu Fu, then suddenly spread his palm in front of him. Sensing something amiss, he immediately became alert. Sure enough, Jin Ji shot out the poison needles hidden in his palm and flung them straight at him. He swiftly used his short blade to deflect the first wave of hidden weapons. Jin Ji did not stop and continued releasing more needles, the corners of his mouth curling as he said it was not over yet. Facing the rain of needles hurtling toward him, he remained calm. Ching Ching outside cried out in alarm, warning him to be careful. Jin Ji hurled the poison needles grazing past his opponent's face, but he spun the dagger and blocked them all. Ying Jiao witnessed the scene and gasped that it was like magic, while Jin Ji had already slipped behind him, sneering that he knew he could condense chi into a sword, but unfortunately, that man increased the force in his palm, intending a sneak attack. He stomped hard on the ground, causing the tiles to crack. Using the rebound force, he leaped high to evade the direct strike. Jin Ji missed his target and hurriedly searched, but he was already in midair shouting the spirit sword art, the dagger gradually extending into a cold, gleaming sword. From above, he slashed down decisively at Jin Ji, causing that man's eyes to widen in shock. Jin Ji clutched his chest and staggered in disbelief. Ching Ching turned pale while Meng Jiao trembled at the sight. Tian Hao was also stunned, never expecting the situation to reverse so quickly. The underlings screamed in panic and fled. Tian Hao hastily called for Meng Jiao to push him away quickly. She was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground and could not move. With no one to rely on, Tian Hao crawled to escape, but was blocked by Ha standing before him. The dog glared and barked loudly in warning. Chill ran down Tian Hao's spine when he realized he had been standing right behind him. He asked where he thought he was going, making him hurriedly beg for mercy. He sneered and asked was he not very arrogant before. Tian Hao stammered and begged him not to make things difficult anymore. He looked at him and said he had been given too many chances already. Now it was too late. Poison needle pierced Tian Hao's hand, the toxin rapidly spreading and draining the color from his face. He frantically called for Meng Jiao to bring the antidote. Raising his hand to plead, he was met with Meng Jiao's scolding as she coldly called him useless. Tian Hao could only mutter a few faint words. He coughed violently and collapsed, Meng Jiao still uttering words of reproach. He looked at her, his eyes filled with indescribable emotion. Meng Jiao fearfully begged for mercy. He calmly said she was not permitted to die and must live to taste despair. His expression darkened as he thought that all grudges from his past life would be settled. The scene shifted to a mountain deep in the forest where a secret hall stood. A voice rang out introducing one of the 3 sect guarding treasures. Master Bai lifted the object in his hand and warned not to underestimate it, because it held enough power to end the opponent before them. Yan Gang bowed his head, asking to avenge himself to dispel his inner demon. The elder instructed him to cleanse his heart and return to cultivation. He responded with gratitude. The next morning, in a high-rise building, Meng Jiao stood on the balcony preparing to throw herself down. Her hair fluttered wildly in the morning wind. She muttered that living like this was worse than ending it and blamed Wu Fu, but as she jumped, someone caught her in time. That person gripped her hand tightly. She turned and asked who he was. Tian Gang frowned and said Tian Hao had just died. If she did the same, then who would witness Wu Fu's ending? Then the scene shifted to the bathroom where he had just finished drying his hair. He looked down at his hand and circulated spiritual power, realizing he was about to reach the threshold of breaking through the chi refining stage. Looking into the mirror, he recalled that in his previous life he had refined a high-grade magic artifact with the help of spiritual pills. Now even without pills he retained his might. Suddenly hearing noise outside the door and shouting to ask who it was. Stepping out of the bathroom, he saw Luke Lin in the room being enthusiastically licked and nuzzled by Ha. Seeing him, Luke Lin smiled and invited him to sit together. Pointed and reminded her that it was his bed. She feigned hurt and complained that he was not welcoming. He warily asked what her purpose was in approaching him. Luke Lin calmly replied that of course she had won, then took out a small rod and lightly spun it in her hand. An attack shot from the rod aimed at him. She said she had come to test his strength. He stood still, the towel on his shoulder knocked away by the shockwave. She asked in surprise why he did not dodge. He replied indifferently that it was unnecessary. Countless sword shadows had silently appeared around Luke Lin, ready to counterattack. Realizing the soundless sword shadows were hard to predict, she withdrew her hand and asked when he had made his move. He answered from the very beginning. Suddenly, he felt his body tremble strangely. Luke Lin noticed his spiritual power surging and understood he was about to break through, reminding that the dormitory was not a suitable place. He sat down and said if she had not interrupted him, he would not have to break through here. She reminded that she was the president who came to ask questions, and he shouted for her to be silent. Luke Lin asked if he had prepared pills. He replied not yet. She sighed helplessly that she had not expected him to be so reckless. He calmly said because he did not need them. He was astonished as the surrounding spiritual energy surged in torrent. Spiritual power enveloped him, making Luke Lin wonder whether the chi refining stage could cause such a commotion. He opened his eyes as a vast current of spiritual power poured into his body. Luke Lin murmured that he had truly broken through. With the tremor, her clothes were torn to shreds, leaving her flustered. Outside, several male students whispered curiously and peered through the crack in the door. Meng Meng also craned his neck to look. The group suddenly flung the door open and rushed in, leaving Meng Meng staring wide-eyed. At the sight of Luke Lin awkwardly covering herself, he shouted at them to get out. Meng Meng even gave a thumbs up in praise. He closed the door. Luke Lin flushed and asked him to turn around and fetch clothes for her. The scene shifted to a luxurious mansion, the wall clock ticking steadily. The hour hand pointed exactly to 9 in the morning. Tian Hao anxiously asked why he had not arrived yet, claiming that the chi refining stage was nothing to fear. Ching Ching replied that at least it was stronger than herself. Xian shouted for silence. Shang Yao looked out the window and said that since he had once saved Ching Ching's life, waiting a little longer was fine. Everyone responded in unison. In a clearing within the forest, he and Ha were walking when he suddenly stopped. Sensing a strange aura, he called for the one hiding to come out at once. Ha also turned its head warily. Behind them was Tian Gang's group. One mocked that a mere chi refining stage cultivator like him did not dare appear in crowded places. The man with twin locks laughed and said deliberately leading them here was no different from seeking death. He replied that he had already stepped into the transformation stage. They shouted, asking what gave him the nerve to offend Tian Gang. He countered by asking if that man had sent them. The man with a topknot said they had only come to investigate, while the other added that if convenient they would take his head back. That man drew his sword from its sheath in open threat. The blade swung up and launched a distant strike toward him. He calmly observed their every movement. At Ching Ching's house and Xian asked whether he had arrived yet, she held her phone anxiously. Just then rushed in panting. Xian wondered whether this was that man's dog and felt a bad premonition. Wang Yao angrily scolded that a mere chi refining stage cultivator dared bring a dog to provoke them. Ching Ching crouched down and asked where its master was, and it tugged her sleeve outside. Shang Yao solemnly concluded that he must have encountered trouble, and Xian immediately said they would go at once. Turning to the forest, Wu Fu faced the sword controlled by the man with the top knot as it shot straight toward him. He slightly tilted his head, calmly avoiding the blade. The man with the top knot raised his hand to control it, manipulating the sword from a distance. The blade immediately changed direction at his command. It suddenly circled behind to launch a sneak attack, but Wu Fu sensed it in time and tilted his head to dodge once more. The man with the parted hair seized the chance to draw his sword and close in, trying to force Wu Fu into a corner. He remained composed, focusing on dealing with the attack as his opponent swung his sword. He employed a technique, condensing sword energy to block that strike. The man with the parted hair was briefly stunned, muttering about the manifestation realm, not expecting this brat to have broken through. Wu Fu stared at him without blinking, replying coldly that there were many things he did not know. Ching Ching and the others had just arrived. She cried out in alarm when she saw two manifestation realm fighters besieging Wu Fu. Shang Rao held her back, calmly saying that Wu Fu had already stepped into the chi refining stage and was not as they assumed. At that moment, Wu Fu used his sword to block the parted hair man's slash, then countered with force that shattered his weapon in two. The man with the top knot was astonished. Tian Hao's eyes widened, Yin Xian stood frozen, and Ching Ching could not believe the scene before her. Shang Rao pondered inwardly. Though the manifested spiritual energy was not yet complete, its power was already so formidable. Wu Fu's sword strike was enough to make the parted hair man collapse. Shang Rao's expression suddenly changed as he sensed something wrong. He discovered another tangible sword floating above Wu Fu's head. Wu Fu looked at the defeated man and coldly said he had been underestimated again for sending only such a mediocre opponent. The man with the top knot hurriedly fled, realizing the intelligence was wrong because Wu Fu was not merely at the chi refining stage. Even his aura faintly carried the style of some sect. Wu Fu glanced at his retreating figure and asked indifferently if he wanted to run. It would not be so easy. As he spoke, he raised his sword. Wu Fu released a strand of sword energy from afar, making the man with the top knot instantly realize the danger descending upon him. But it was already too late. He had been completely struck down. The man with the top knot stared wide-eyed and muttered unwillingly that it was impossible. He collapsed in front of Wu Fu. Saw his master and happily ran over. Ching Ching looked at Tian Hao in surprise and asked. She blurted out, "Was this not 1 against 10? He scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh, saying the moon was truly beautiful tonight. Yin Xian looked at Tian Hao helplessly and thought all face had been lost. Wu Fu glanced at the top-knot man lying on the ground. Rummaged through his clothes and pulled out a spirit stone. Tian Hao widened his eyes. The dog swallowed the spirit stone whole. Even licked his lips as if immensely satisfied. The white-haired man clicked his tongue in regret. Tian Hao said in confusion that such a precious spirit stone had been eaten by a dog. Wagged his tail proudly as if he had just received a great reward. Wu Fu smiled and said the spiritual energy inside was dense. It was good that he absorbed it all. Raised his head and barked loudly, his eyes sparkling as if waiting for praise. Ching Ching ran over to ask if Wu Fu was all right. Tian Hao looked at in shock and said its teeth had changed. The two bent down to look and cried out in surprise when they saw fangs sharp as blades. Everyone gathered around their faces mixed with astonishment and delight. Elsewhere, 2 luxury cars stopped one after another in front of the building. The doors swung open, and a man stepped out with an angry expression. Tian Gang frowned and muttered to himself that he had only been told to investigate Wu Fu. Why was it taking so long? He shouted loudly that a life must be repaid with a life. Wu Fu, come out here. Seeing people from the residence step out, Tian Gang paused when he recognized members of the Su family. Zia Zioki spoke up and asked could it be that Wu Fu had truly met with trouble. Tian Gang said coldly that it depended on how capable they were. If his junior brother had already dealt with him, then all the better. Meng Jiao behind him sneered a threat. Just then, a familiar figure appeared and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Meng Jiao asked in panic, "Did you not say Wu Fu was dead?" Tian Gang replied that his 2 junior brothers were at the transformation stage. How could someone at the chi refining stage contend unless the Su family had helped? Elder Zia glared and shouted, "How dare you frame the Su family for killing a Zhengyang disciple?" Tian Hao hurriedly said it was Wu Fu who caused it and it had nothing to do with the Su family, making those around displeased. Tian Gang asked coldly, "Why should I believe it?" Shang Yao shouted back that the Su family had stood in Yunhai for so many years. How could you casually suspect them? He immediately ordered that whoever dared to step half a pace into the Su family would receive no mercy. Everyone responded in unison that they obeyed. Wu Fu tightened his grip on the corpse in his hand, thanked the senior for his goodwill, but he lifted the corpse, his gaze sharp and cold as he said, "This matter will be handled by me." Corpse was thrown down before the other party with a heavy thud. Tiangang turned pale and roared Wu Fu, looked at him provocatively and said that if he wanted revenge, he had to see whether he had the strength. Then circulated spiritual power and sword energy spiraled around his body like sharp ribbon. The Su family members cried out that the sword energy was too powerful. Tiangang gritted his teeth in shock that in half a day he had reached the transformation stage. His companion advised retreat because the Su family had experts. He had no choice but to leave after uttering threats. Erha suddenly barked in vigilance. The sword in Wu Fu's hand trembled. He said he had sensed danger. In the distance, Meng Jiao mocked while Hao Feng threatened to teach him a lesson. The Su family villa, Tian Hao warmly invited Wu Fu to sit and drink water while continuously flattering him. Qing Qing could only shake her head in exasperation. Shang Yao looked at Wu Fu probing and asked what relation he had with Jin Shida. Fu said calmly that in the coming days he would visit Yun Hai. The elder pondered and saw that his backing was not simple. Perhaps if the Su family wished to go further they would have to rely on him. He hinted praise that Wu Fu was not bad, which made his granddaughter blush in response. He only laughed it off. At the dormitory, Meng Meng was lying down when the door burst open. Tian Gang appeared and said besides Qing Qing this person was also close to Wu Fu. Meng Meng trembled as she recognized him. Tian Gang shouted that he would make Wu Fu regret it and ordered an attack. Meng Meng retreated in fear. Meanwhile, at the Su family, Wu Fu bid everyone farewell and said he had to return to school. Yin Xian called him back and handed over a box containing 2 green spirit pills. Tian Hao was astonished because they were spirit god pills. Yin Xian said it was a gift of thanks for saving people twice. Shang Yao grew angry at being suspected of giving gifts. Tian Hao awkwardly said the pills were too precious. Wu Fu tactfully declined and said that using spirit god pills at present would be a waste. Qing Qing reproached him that he did not need to use them immediately. Wu Fu replied that he had a way to raise his cultivation which made everyone secretly praise him for knowing propriety. He took out the broken sword fragment and asked them to keep an eye out for it since he did not need the pills. Qing Qing said irritably that spirit god pills were far better than a broken sword. Wu Fu slightly frowned upon hearing the words broken sword. Waved his hand, sword energy tore through the air and slashed down with a loud explosion. The ground split open into a deep pit. Shang Yao was horrified because that power was no less than profound passage. He understood why he did not fear Tian Gang and guessed it was a treasure of Jin Shi. Wu Fu looked at the sword and said in a deep voice that it did not belong to this world. Shang Yao nodded and promised to pay attention. Wu Fu thanked him and took his leave. At the gate of Yun Hai University, a bus slowly came to a stop with a long screech of brakes. Jin Liu and Ao Yi stepped down and looked at the school with disdain. Chu Tan hurried over. Jin Liu grabbed his collar and sneered that if he lost again he would have to kneel to welcome them. Chu Tan forced a flattering smile, then suddenly saw a familiar figure. Ha bristled in vigilance. Chu Tan looked toward Wu Fu and conceived an idea. He immediately changed his attitude and shook off Jin Liu's hand. Chu Tan pointed behind and challenged that winning once did not mean they would win again this year, because the school had a new figure. Jin Liu grabbed his shirt and threatened that he should get past him first before speaking. Chu Tan pretended to call Wu Fu for help. Jin Liu punched him and shouted not to shout nonsense. He mocked and told him to quickly call the young lady out to receive guests. Chu Tan angrily provoked Wu Fu to take action. Wu Fu looked at him in surprise and asked, "What did you just say?" Seeing that he did not react, Chu Tan grew anxious. Jin Liu laughed that Yun Hai was full of trash and would surely lose this year. Wang Gang grabbed Wu Fu's shoulder and demanded that he call the seniors over. He remained silent and his expression darkened. Wu Fu suddenly kicked and forced Wang Gang to retreat in pain. He cursed angrily. He brushed his shoulder and said coldly that one should not use hands while speaking. Wang Gang clutched his stomach. Golden light burst forth as he charged at Wu Fu. Spiritual power surged around him. His companion reminded him not to strike too heavily and only to intimidate. Wang Gang stomped hard to gather momentum, then rushed forward as fast as lightning. Wu Fu focused intently. The sound of collision rang out and the air trembled. Everyone held their breath as they watched. Jin Yun widened her eyes in disbelief. Wu Fu's hand easily caught Wang Gang punch, causing his arm to tremble. Wu Fu warned coldly, "You are not on my level. Leave immediately if you know what's good for you." He gritted his teeth, face tense, trying to maintain some dignity in front of him. Ali curled her lips into a faint smile. "Looks like we've encountered a real master," Kim Yun taunted, unexpectedly. Van High University has a few who can see through things this year. He became calm, eyes lowering, voice composed yet serious. Wang Gang roared, spiritual energy surging through his fist ready to strike. Today I'll show you the price of arrogance. Hearing the commotion, a girl dashed forward, skidding to a stop right behind them. Lu Ling widened her eyes, witnessing the intense confrontation ahead. She panicked and shouted, "Help him quickly." Meanwhile, he remained composed, slightly swinging his hand to meet Wang Gang's powerful punch head-on. In a blink, a blue light enveloped Wu Fu's body, his calm face radiating confidence. Then he spun, kicking to gain momentum for a counterattack. In an instant, Wu Fu's knee slammed into the opponent's waist. Lu Ling and her companions froze while he smirked. "I told you, you are not qualified." Ali and Kim Yun shouted angrily, pointing at Wu Fu, "Aren't you part of the student council? We're talking to you." He paused, propping his chin pretending to ponder. Turns out that's true. Before he finished speaking, she displayed a smug expression, indeed a Van High University student council officer. He chimed in, thinking hiding your identity fools us. He suddenly clapped as if remembering something, corners of his lips curling slightly. "Right, I belong to the martial arts club." Ali shouted, "Stop beating around the bush. The student council is the school's strongest face, that martial arts thing unheard of." She pointed at Lu Ling, voice challenging. "Lu President, we want to interact this time. Hope he participates too." She replied decisively, "No problem." Wu Fu frowned, cold eyes. "Did she ask my opinion?" Lu Ling annoyed, "I'm the president, no need to ask." He continued, pointing at him. "Also last time Tian Gang was dealt with by the student council for you. Consider this repayment, no objection." Hearing that, he pondered. No wonder no one at school recently has bothered him. Wu Fu reluctantly nodded, "Only this time." She signaled agreement, "Then wait for me in the student council meeting room." Lu Ling watched his figure, thinking unexpectedly strong, just recently broke through yet defeated M1EA1NH H1ED5 Wang Gang of the Institute, a shape-transforming expert. Lu Ling felt a surge of confidence. Perhaps we will win this interaction. In the meeting room, a voice rang, "Van High University has never beaten the Institute. They are too strong, even a mystic-level master. Losing wouldn't be shameful." Lan Tam pointed at Wu Fu, continuing, "Letting a freshman participate is like treating the contest as a joke." She slammed the table loudly. Lu Ling replied helplessly, "The student council is the strongest representative. If we lose again, I won't stop you from leaving." Wu Fu broke the tension. "Once done, can I go?" She coldly reminded, "Competition this afternoon, don't be late." Lu Ling softly advised, "The opponent is stronger than Wang Gang. Do not underestimate." Wu Fu casually patted Ha's head. "Just a mystic level." Lan Tam fumed, "Winning against the weakest institute member yet thinks he's formidable." He ignored Lan Tam, quickly stepping to the door and locking. Feeling underestimated, he immediately rushed forward. "Hey, President, speaking to you." Wu Fu frowned, face annoyed. Suddenly an explosion echoed across the school. He coldly said, "I advise you to conserve your strength." Lan Tam's face went pale. He stepped back in panic. The wall behind him cracked, chunks falling down. Fu slammed the door and left. Lu Ling smiled slightly. "Looks like the opportunity has arrived." Back in the dorm, belongings scattered everywhere. Meng Meng sat clutching her injury, moaning softly. He was unaware Wu Fu had returned, thinking if he knew Tian Gang was so strong he would surely come here. Seeing the mess, Wu Fu paused, eyes darkening. Wu Fu asked directly, "Tian Gang came here, right?" Meng Meng hurriedly covered her wound, stammering, "I fell by myself, sir." Frowned, "Stop hiding, I saw it. Rest assured I will make him apologize." In the hall, excitement buzzed, whispers everywhere. The institute came to interact. That's President Lu, hope to win this time. A member worried, "President, is it too risky using first and second-year students against the institute?" Lu Ling replied confidently, "Not at all. Van High has many talents." Lin Dong asked again, "Really let freshmen replace us?" Ang Lam calmly, "Surely the president calculated." Others excited, "Defeating him brings opportunity." Suddenly a figure appeared behind them. She exclaimed, "He's here." He coldly said, "I will defend the student council's honor." Ang Lam hurried to stop, "Don't cause trouble or get scolded." Lin Dong ignored, stepped forward to provoke, "Kid, want interaction, go through me first." Wu Fu silently watched him. Thinking he intimidated him, Lin Dong felt contempt. Ang Lam tugged his sleeve, but Lin Dong shrugged, said, "You're annoying." While they argued, Wu Fu turned and walked. "Then I won't participate." Lu Ling angrily shouted, "Came then don't expect to leave." Realizing danger, he quickly lowered his stance. Behind, Lin Dong spun, kicking at Wu Fu. Immediately raised his fist, spiritual energy concentrating strongly, blocking the kick. Lin Dong was thrown back, eyes briefly panicked. In a moment he regained balance, sliding back a short distance. Sweat dotted his forehead, thinking, just a freshman. Wu Fu raised his fist, "Want to try again?" Lin Dong shook his head hurriedly, "No need." In his mind, thinking, are all freshmen this formidable now? At this moment Ching Ching appeared, surprised. "Has the contest started?" Lin Dong startled, second-year Ching Ching. He continued, "I haven't even arrived yet and it started." Seeing her level he panicked, late mystic shape transforming. Suddenly someone pushed hard from behind. He got angry. Who is that? Tian Gang approached with a cold aura, asked again. Lin Dong immediately changed tone on nothing. He turned pale, thinking mystic level first and second years are full of talent. Seeing Wu Fu, surprised, you here too, his eyes cold as ice. Meng Meng ran from behind, calling loudly Fu. He stopped between them, trying to mediate. The interaction is more important. Wu Fu calmly said, with or without him, results remain. He said in a low voice, still victory. Meng Meng moved, tears brimming, calling Fu. Loud noise erupted, dust thick. Wu Fu reacted inadvertently, sorry couldn't resist. Meng Meng fell trembling, calling him. Tian Gang coldly asked, want to take revenge for your brother, what about your matter? Wu Fu answered angrily, he's down, ready to settle scores with me. But first you must apologize to him, I acted not him. Tian Gang sneered, an unarmed person worthy of an apology from me. Pretended to bow, hey fatty I apologize, dare to accept. Meng Meng jumped up shouting. Tian Gang in low voice, so you want trouble. Immediately channeled energy, taking out a strange object. Wu Fu stared, eyes full of caution. The object shook violently, Tian Gang smirked. Zhengyang Sect's third-generation artifact reacts fiercely. Seems it chose you. Wu Fu casually, is that so? From the first meeting I felt it. He watched the artifact worried, why reaction stronger, losing control. Wu Fu's eyes sharp, focused on controlling it. Suddenly a call echoed in his mind. Following Zhengyang Sect's third-generation artifact immediately left Tian Gang's hand. It dashed rapidly toward Wu Fu. Tian Gang panicked, not good. Artifact resonated with the sword in his hand. Spiritual light blazed dazzlingly, everyone shielding eyes, marveling at the sword's strength. Lin Dong praised, powerful treasure. Tian Gang shouted, return the artifact to me. Facing such an opponent, Wu Fu remained calm, unshaken. He channeled energy to defend against the shocking punch. Impact forced him back, arm bruised. People astonished, this is mystic-level power. Tian Gang continued rushing, shouting, this is real strength. He launched another attack, voice cold, mystic level. Just as tension peaked, a voice rang, everyone stop for me. The two glared fiercely at each other, their gazes colliding and sparking with fury. Suddenly, a burst of shock force exploded between them. Tian Gang instinctively raised his hand to shield his face, shuddering at the overwhelming power. Both were flung backward, forced away from their original position. Lu Ling snorted coldly and turned away, casting an annoyed glance to the side. That look made Wu Fu's heart skip. He coughed awkwardly and muttered, Meng Meng, a gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years. Meng Meng stood frozen, blurting out absent-mindedly, let go. At the same time, Tian Gang calculated silently. Merely reaching the transformation realm had already drawn the attention of the three great treasures of Zhengyang Sect. This treasure must belong to him. One of his teammates widened his eyes, astonished by the peak profound realm strength. The person beside him curiously asked if that guy was also a student of Yunhai University. The girl replied that Tian Gang was a second year at Yunhai, having stepped into the Qi refining realm a year ago. The woman behind them looked on quietly and sighed softly. Yunhai is truly hard to deal with this year. Suddenly Ha began digging frantically as if searching for something. Meng Meng asked blankly, Ha, what are you doing? It kept digging enthusiastically, ignoring everything around it. He sat down and lifted Ha off the ground. Beside them, Lu Ling shouted angrily, you are only in the transformation realm and you dare challenge Tian Gang of the profound realm. Are you courting disaster? The exchange competition is coming soon. Suddenly he roared, killing intent evident, Wu Fu. Tian Gang stomped hard, cracking the ground as he hissed, return the supreme treasure to me. Wu Fu replied calmly, that item should return to its rightful owner. Tian Gang tightened his grip on the sword hilt and shouted angrily, 3 years ago that fragment of the divine weapon was already in Zhengyang Sect's possession. Stop making excuses. The eyes darkened and his aura surged, hand over the treasure now. Tian Gang charged fiercely, but the moment he finished speaking, he slipped and fell into the pit Ha had dug. Tian Gang plunged face first to the ground, his body dragged along for a distance. Laughter erupted all around. Meng Meng covered her mouth trying to hold it in, yet tears streamed down. His face flushed red as he shouted for everyone to be silent. The blade flashed and shot forward at astonishing speed. Meng Meng cried out, this is bad. In an instant, Wu Fu's sword blocked the strike. Tian Gang glared fiercely, killing intent flashing in his eyes. He had escaped danger by a hair's breadth and softly called out to Light Talisman in gratitude. He snapped threateningly, if you want peace, take that dog away. Wu Fu quickly said, leave first. Tian Gang thought inwardly, as expected, it is a family heirloom treasure. Secretly calculated what power the sword would have if all fragments were gathered. If Wu Fu grew stronger, it might be hard for him to match. Lu Ling interjected irritably, can we set aside our grudges for now? She pointed at the onlookers, do not disgrace the academy. Dong laughed gleefully, saying it was fine. Li added that their internal conflict was more interesting than the competition. The other person mocked, what kind of internal conflict ends up in a fight like that? She commented that Tian was nothing special. Dong asked who he was then. Li replied she heard he was a freshman with a rank equal to Tian. He watched the battle intently and remarked that the opponent seemed not to have used his full strength. Tian charged again aggressively while Wu Fu remained calm and observant. In front of him, he swung his sword precisely, blocking the incoming attack. Wu Fu twisted his wrist to change stance and countered instantly. A sharp arc of sword light tore through the air toward him. Tian leaned back to evade. He hurriedly raised his sword to block, startled by the force. Then he pivoted swiftly, stomped hard to gain momentum, and kicked at the opponent's hand, sending Wu Fu's sword flying. The sword spun in midair before everyone's stunned eyes. Tian leaped up, roaring that the treasure must belong to him. As soon as the sword landed in his hand, he sneered, "Without the divine weapon, you are nothing." Energy from Wu Fu suddenly erupted violently through his arm. The ground beneath them cracked as chunks of earth trembled. Tian clenched his teeth tensely. Wu Fu closed in immediately, attacking without leaving an opening. A loud explosion resounded, shaking the air as dazzling light burst forth. Tian was thrown back, his feet sliding through thick dust. After staggering for a moment, he regained balance, but his clothes were torn apart. He frowned, realizing it was sword energy. Looking at the treasure in his hand, Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least it was still his. Yet in the blink of an eye, the sword spun and shot back toward Wu Fu, quickly settling into his grasp. Wu Fu smiled faintly. "It has long fused with my body. You cannot seize it." Seeing this, Dong cursed under his breath. Is he really just a freshman? Li spoke in a low voice that 2 months ago he was hospitalized after being beaten by Tian Hao over a romantic matter. Someone asked if Tian Hao was Tian younger brother and heard he was just an ordinary person. She speculated either he trained bitterly for 2 months or he had always concealed his strength. Wu Fu's face darkened and his eyes turned icy. He gripped his sword and charged with overwhelming momentum. Tian froze, unease rising in his heart. This is bad. In an instant, an invisible sword aura slashed toward him. Lu Ling covered her mouth in shock. The sword aura was too strong. How could someone in the early transformation realm suppress the profound realm? Watching this, she was utterly astonished, that is. His mind was in turmoil. How could this brat be like this? That moment, a terrifying force rose around him. Spiritual energy surged, forming a gigantic shadow that pressed down heavily. Tian realized solemnly that the opponent was using a secret technique. He turned and left while threatening that next time he would settle the score. Meng cheered excitedly, praising Wu Fu as amazing. Suddenly another voice sounded. His talent is decent but still regrettable. Dong added that he relied too much on the divine weapon. He asked coldly if they had come to his school to cause trouble. He replied calmly that the cultivation exchange competition was a tradition between schools and they had no intention of seeking conflict. He pointed toward the academy group provocatively. Tian has been driven back by me. I will take his place. Who dares step forward? Dong frowned and shouted not to be arrogant just because of a divine weapon. Li reminded that his cultivation was only at early transformation. If their leader acted, he would not last. He sneered and told them to come together to save time. Anger surged as he roared threateningly, "You are too arrogant. I will make you pay." Dong drew his weapon, warning that it was not too late to regret. He stared intently, aura surging violently. "Do not think possessing a divine weapon means you can defeat me." Wu Fu raised his sword in response, then come. Suddenly a hand rested on his shoulder, a voice grinding through clenched teeth. "Hey." Lu Ling whispered threateningly, "If Tian joins, we still have 60% chance. If you lose, I will not spare you." Suddenly Ching shouted from behind. She pushed the two apart, reminding that this was a match and the opponent was in front. Do not cling together, making it awkward. Dong hurriedly waved, denying it. Ching angrily cursed them as cowards and declared she would deal with them all today. He mocked, asking if she was jealous. This brat sure has romantic luck. She snapped back, asking if he wanted trouble. Ching stomped to gather momentum, body tensed, ready to dash. He rushed straight toward Dong cursing without pause. He curled his lips in a sneer, saying she was far from enough. Dong entire body tightened instantly, muscles bulging. Defensive barrier quickly enveloped him. Ching's strike failed to move him at all. She widened her eyes, inwardly amazed at such powerful defense. Dong waved his hand to counterattack. "Since you want to risk it, do not blame me." Ching paled, knowing she could hardly dodge in time. The move came like a storm, dust swirling and blocking vision. He was startled as the target vanished. Looking up, he saw Wu Fu holding her in his arms, Ching still trembling with eyes tightly shut. He immediately raised his sword into a ready stance. Wu Fu said coldly, "Your opponent is me." Hearing the familiar voice, she opened her eyes, softly calling his name. Dronzer tightened his grip on the axe and sneered that he finally stepped out. Ching Ching whispered anxiously to be careful. Dronzer smirked confidently, boasting that his ancestral body protecting divine art meant that broken sword could do nothing to him. Wu Fu frowned and replied coldly, "Is that so?" He charged forward, declaring one move would be enough to defeat him. Jinyun raised her hand, cheering, shouting, "Beat him." Two sides clashed fiercely, moves flashing repeatedly, evenly matched without clear victor. After intense exchange, they separated, dust swirling around their feet. Suddenly he sheathed his sword and it gradually vanished from sight. Lu Ling widened her eyes, wondering if he intended to concede, lips pressed tightly in dissatisfaction. Was this year another failure? A sudden cracking sound startled everyone. Cracks appeared across the defensive layer around Dronzer. Lu Ling and Ching Ching stared in shock. Xia Li exclaimed in panic that senior brother's body protecting divine art had been broken. Wu Fu raised his head, saying, "Nothing can block my sword intent, nor ever will." The academy group shrank back in terror. Wang Gang stammered, "We admit defeat, we have lost." He replied calmly that admitting defeat was good. Hand over the spirit stones. He froze, sweat forming on his forehead as he asked, trembling, "Spirit stone?" Erha lunged forward, barking loudly. Wang Qiang turned pale and shouted, "What are you trying to do?" He replied calmly, "It seems my dog really likes spirit stones." It opened its mouth, revealing bright and razor-sharp fangs. That man panicked to the extreme. His shrill scream echoed across the stands, "Do not come near me." The scenery shifted. The wind brushed through the canopy, making the branches sway gently. The sky was dyed purple and pink, blending with the evening glow. Inside a small house hidden deep within the forest, the wooden door creaked open in the silent air. Li Ju knelt down with hands clasped respectfully and said, "Master." This disciple sensed the aura of a treasure in the heavenly mansion guard. The man hurriedly took out a fragment of a divine weapon. His face changed the moment he saw it, and he asked in shock, "Master, you mean?" Coughed violently, his weak voice rising, "The divine weapon is extraordinary. If the treasure already has an owner, then hand this sword to him." Li Ju froze, his heart pounding as he struggled to accept the truth. Though unwilling in his heart, he still bowed his head and replied. This disciple obeyed. Trace of defiance flashed in Li Ju's eyes as he thought to himself that only he was worthy of possessing that precious treasure. The man continued coughing heavily, worry evident on his face. Li Ju sprang up in panic. "Master," Jing Song spoke in a low voice, "I fear I am close to my limit. If I cannot step into the Dao fusion realm, then my lifespan will be depleted." Meanwhile, at the luxurious villa of Tiangang, King Jiao cried out in alarm, "Has Wu Fu become that strong? He even frightened me half to death." Suddenly a slap landed on her face. Tiangang angrily shouted, "Shut up." He continued coldly, "That brat is indeed not ordinary. With just a divine weapon he can already stand on equal footing with me, but his end is not far off." On another road, the familiar bus rolled forward steadily. The bus stopped in front of a dazzling, luxurious shopping mall. A plump man stood quietly in a corner, deep in thought. Looking at the object in his hand, he awkwardly wondered how to use it. It turned out to be a smart navigation map with extremely precise positioning. Hung Q curled his lips. "I will just ask someone." Just as he called out to a staff member, a reminder sounded from behind. "Sir, this is a private area. Please present your invitation." Wu Fu stood motionless, the air around him seeming to freeze. Then he took out a crumpled card. "My invitation was torn by my dog. Can you see if it is still acceptable?" The guard replied indifferently, "A damaged invitation cannot be used for entry." Suddenly, a man stepped forward with a sneer. How could a place this prestigious allow someone like that inside? He turned abruptly to see who had spoken. That man held a beauty in his arms and mocked with a cold smile, even making up a story about a dog tearing your invitation. Could you not think of a more convincing excuse? The guard bowed respectfully. "Young Master Chu." Fu asked calmly, "As long as one has an invitation, it is enough to enter, right?" The other replied at once, "That is right." He turned to Chu Tan with a smile. "Then that is simple." Chu Tan turned pale and tried to leave. "I have urgent matters, so I will go first." Before he could walk far, Wu Fu grabbed his shoulder. Chu Tan stammered, "Big brother, what are you trying to do? This is not appropriate in such a public place." He smiled coldly. "Why are you unwilling to go inside?" That man lifted his chin arrogantly. "Who are you that I should know you? I do not associate with poor trash like you." The girl beside him pouted coquettishly. "Atan, I like that necklace. You must buy it for me today." That man hurriedly pulled out his invitation and handed it over, lowering his head as he said, "Brother Wu, please take it." The girl shouted angrily. "What are you saying?" Chu Tan hastily explained. "I only came to deliver the invitation to him." Wu Fu took the invitation and turned away. "Thank you." Chu Tan forced a reply. "It is nothing." Watching his figure fade away, that man fell into thought. It seems he has improved compared to before. Stepping into the luxurious restaurant, Wu Fu had just entered when he heard someone call, "Wu Fu, over here." He clasped his hands in greeting. "Senior, did you say the sword fragment will be auctioned here?" The other nodded. That is right, which is why I informed you to confirm it yourself. Yin Xian added, little brother, you have shown kindness to old Su, so we will naturally do our utmost to help. Wu Fu thanked him politely. If it truly is that fragment, I will pass the cultivation technique to old Su. One of old Su people sneered, do you know how much it is worth? Is your cultivation technique worth 5 million? Old Su shouted for him to be silent. Wu Fu said calmly, I see you have been stuck at the nascent soul realm for a long time. This technique is enough to help you step into the void refinement realm. He was briefly stunned, thinking to himself, can he really see through it, or does he truly have a method? Not long after the female auctioneer struck the gavel, the resounding sound signaling the start. Her voice echoed throughout the hall. Distinguished guests, the auction today officially begins. Turn to him kindly, little brother, if you see anything you like, just tell me. She introduced the first item, top-grade spirit brew with a starting price of 500,000. Whoever bids first gets it. Urha barked loudly the moment it saw it. Bidding sign of 5 million was raised high. The auctioneer excitedly called out 5 million. Ching Ching said softly, our family is not short of spirit stones. Spirit brew is precious but not very useful, Yin Xian replied calmly, because Urha likes it. Her face darkened with jealousy. Even a dog is doted on. What if Wu Fu is only boasting? Ching Ching muttered sadly, father has truly changed. He laughed loudly, little brother or your dog, whatever you like, just say it. The items were presented one after another. Dragon Flame Lingjai 5 million, Spirit Communication Pill 3 million, Puta Stone 2 million. Someone in the audience asked, the final item is coming soon, so what exactly is it? The person beside him sneered, whatever it is, I cannot afford it. The auctioneer announced the auction was nearing its end and the final item had no price limit. The item was pushed out covered in thick cloth. As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled away the cloth, revealing what was inside. From the treasure shone out, drawing all eyes toward it. The divine weapon fragment radiated brilliant brilliance. The entire hall fell silent. Yin Xian asked softly, is it that one? Wu Fu replied, that is right. Among the crowd someone stood up and shouted loudly, I Li Jiu have just arrived who can buy this fragment and gift it to me. Immediately someone mocked, you are poor yet you still come here and even ask others to pay for you, are you dreaming? Tian Gang frowned, thinking there is someone even more shameless than Wu Fu. The people around looked at Li Jiu with contempt. Are you still not awake? Li Jiu's face darkened as he remained silent. His eyes suddenly widened, his gaze icy as if piercing through the air. The man trembled. Yin Xian's eyes widened in shock. Wu Fu frowned vigilantly. The entire hall shook, and many people cried out under the overwhelming pressure. He spoke again, my master taught that a gentleman with ambition is not wrong, so who will help me buy it and gift it back? As soon as he finished, Tian Gang raised his sign. I bid 10 million, Li Jiu added. Help me in hardship and you will be repaid double. He continued, I can fulfill one of your wishes in the future. If you need anything, come find me. The other replied calmly, the treasure belongs to the strong, I merely act conveniently. Wu Fu wondered who the other party was. Yin Xian asked worriedly about his strength. He reassured them, you do not need to interfere in this matter. He continued, sooner or later he will personally offer it to me. He asked in surprise, do you two know each other? Wu Fu replied, we do not. His eyes flashed coldly, but I know him. Afterwards at the Zia family villa, a talisman was slammed down onto the table. Tian Gang gloated, he has promised to grant one of my wishes, it will be very useful when needed. He laughed arrogantly. Wu Fu, do you think having a divine weapon means you can resist me? Rapid knocking sounded at the door. Meng Jiao ran to open it and asked softly, who is it? A burly fat man appeared before her, exuding an imposing aura. Tian Gang was delighted. Senior brother has arrived. Hung Q boomed. Master said someone bullied you, tell me who it is so I can handle it. Tian Gang waved his hand. No rush, once the divine weapon is in my hands I can discipline him anytime. Meng Jiao secretly felt pleased. This time Wu Fu will have a hard time escaping. At the dormitory, the morning sun streamed through the window into the room. Urha barked excitedly, its tail wagging rapidly, and its mouth wide open showing its teeth. Wu Fu exclaimed, spirit stones are indeed useful. This spirit brew even helped its teeth evolve. Door swung open and Luke Lin walked in with a smile. Oh little fellow, you have grown so fast. He sat down and asked directly, what do you want with me? She suddenly stepped closer. Can I not come if there is nothing? Luke Lin smiled mischievously. He continued, a lone man and woman sharing a room like this. He curled his lips meaningfully. That is quite interesting. Then Wu Fu suddenly grabbed her shoulder, making her cry out in surprise. Her face flushed like the sunset, her eyes avoiding his in embarrassment. Luke Lin stammered, what are you trying to do? Held her hand and warned in a low voice, if you are not prepared, then do not play with fire once it ignites. Wu Fu leaned close to her ear and whispered, it will be very dangerous. Embarrassed, she quickly pushed him away, her face burning red. Luke Lin adjusted her clothes and said she wanted him to represent Yunhee University in the competition. Wu Fu turned away and sighed, not interested. He continued, "It is fine if you do not participate this time. The opponents are very strong. Yunhai will struggle to achieve a high ranking." Luke Lin blinked and added, "There are 10 people who have reached the profound insight realm." Then she pretended to turn away. "Perhaps I should find someone else." He immediately grabbed her shoulder. "Wait." She smiled smugly at her successful provocation. Wu Fu said, "Fine, then help me register for the competition." You continued, saying that before dealing with that matter there was another issue to resolve. At that moment the clothes on Wu Fu's body suddenly burst open, making Lu Ling blush as she covered her eyes and stammered, asking what you were doing. Wu Fu calmly took off his black pants, saying that profound insight realm was not too difficult, but he could not remain stuck at shapeshifting realm forever. Lu Ling flushed with shame and scolded him for being shameless. Wu Fu's voice echoed in the room, saying he first had to break through to the mid-level shapeshifting realm. Only then did Lu Ling realize he was cultivating. She closed her eyes and secretly blamed herself for thinking nonsense. She put her hands on her hips and loudly reminded him that improving one's strength was not like buying vegetables at the market. Could one just break through by saying so? Wu Fu closed his eyes and replied that profound insight realm was not difficult for him, inwardly calculating that mid-level shapeshifting realm was enough. Lu Ling looked at the shimmering streams of spiritual energy drifting through the air and wondered what they were. Suddenly the aura bursting from his eyes made her jump. She immediately drew her sword and activated her power, forming a transparent protective barrier around her body. Wave after wave of spiritual energy rushed in, all blocked by that barrier. After an unknown time the attack stopped. She let out a breath of relief for dodging in time, while Wu Fu on the other side sat with his eyes closed, radiating dazzling light. Lu Ling widened her eyes and stammered, asking if he had broken through. Wu Fu opened his eyes and calmly replied, "What else?" She turned away and rubbed her hair in frustration. She had spent 5 years in chi refining and 4 years in shapeshifting, yet he broke through so easily. Outside the door, Meng Meng pressed his ear to listen and muttered that the commotion was too loud. Inside, Lu Ling placed her hand on the doorknob and opened. The door swung open, the two sides looked at each other in silence. Meng Meng hurriedly waved his hands and said he understood, they must be cultivated. He sat down and stroked Urha's head, saying he and it would leave first so as not to be a third wheel. Urha barked excitedly. Lu Ling slammed the door shut with a bang. Meng Meng curiously asked if he had come at the wrong time. Urha barked in reply. He hugged Urha and smiled, saying it was his birthday today and invited them out for a drink. Wu Fu nodded readily in agreement. Meng Meng happily ran off to prepare. On the bustling street, Elder Zia's phone lit up with a message. He turned his back and asked who was calling at this hour. Tian Gang replied that the watcher reported the fatty had arranged to meet at a bar today. She came up with the idea of taking advantage of Meng Meng's birthday. Tian Gang understood and said they wanted to arrange people at Yun Hao Bar to borrow their hands to deal with it. Elsewhere in a tiled house in the mountains, Li Jiu knelt and called for his master to take his medicine. Jing Song coughed and said his body was growing weaker. He could no longer sense the divine artifact. If he met someone fated, he should bring them to see him. Li Jiu respectfully accepted the order. Jing Song said perhaps that person could help him merge with the Tao. Li Jiu replied firmly, yes. At the bar, a green glass bottle rolled across the table. Liquor spilled into a puddle. Someone cursed and called the fatty to wake up. Meng Meng's face was red as he slumped on the table muttering he was not drunk. As soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked in the back by legs in black stockings and high heels. A voice shouted at him to get up. Ling found it not enough and kicked straight at his butt, making him cry out in pain as if flowers bloomed behind him. Meng Meng clutched his rear and groaned. Lu Ling crossed her arms and asked why he had called them here. Wu Fu also asked why they had come to this place. Hearing Wu Fu's voice, Meng Meng finally sat up and called his name. Beside him, Urha barked loudly. He turned back and saw Urha drop what it was holding onto the table. Meng Meng asked if that was a birthday gift. Before he could do anything, a dazzling golden light appeared. Lu Ling was startled and shouted that something was wrong and to run. Wu Fu saw a hazy curtain of sand spreading from afar, the ground beneath their feet gradually turning into a desert that engulfed the entire room. Sand floated in the air. Before them appeared a gigantic golden snake. Its eyes burned red, its tongue flicked out in a terrifying manner. In the blink of an eye, it opened its mouth and lunged forward. Lu Ling behind him shouted to be careful. The three of them retreated to dodge. The snake's head slammed into the ground, then lifted up, and said that once inside its illusion, it was hard to leave. Meng Meng fearfully clung to Wu Fu's arm and called Brother Fu. Urha stomped on the sand and unleashed its power. Instantly, a giant dog appeared, facing the golden snake. Lu Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. Erha bit into the snake's neck, making it cry out before it dissipated. The spirit stones from the snake's body fell out and were all absorbed by Erha. Meng Meng laughed and praised it, saying it was amazing. Wu Fu lifted Erha and said the spirit stones were not wasted. Elsewhere, Tong Tian watched through a screen in surprise. Was it only a dog? Meng Jiao was also stunned. Tong Tian reassured himself that this was his illusion. As long as they were still inside it, he could still deal with them. Lu Ling looked at the dining table in the middle of the desert and asked what to do. Meng Meng trembled. Wu Fu said they were still in the room. It was merely an illusion to deceive ghosts. He pointed at the clearly visible object on the table and said did they think they were blind, then clenched his fist and smashed it down. Lu Ling panicked and shouted not to. The stone table shattered into pieces. At the same time, cracks appeared in the ceiling of the room where Meng Jiao and Tong Tian were. That man shouted that this was bad. An explosion rang out as stones fell from above to the lower floor. The window glass was also shattered by the shock. Wu Fu jumped down to the lower room through the hole. Lu Ling coughed amid the thick dust and said they were clearly hiding below. Wu Fu looked at Meng Jiao and asked if she and Tian Gang had set this up. She admitted it and declared that this time he was finished. He disdainfully picked at his ear and said he had heard that line before. Tong Tian drew his sword and demanded the divine artifact if he wanted to leave. Lu Ling from behind reminded Tong Tian that the major power in Yun Hai should be careful. Wu Fu handed Erha to Meng Meng and told him to hide downstairs so it could protect him. Meng Meng nodded with sweat pouring down his face. Tong Tian threatened that since they had broken his illusion, they should not dream of escaping today. Wu Fu drew his sword and sneered that anyone could enter an illusion, and he dared to boast before him. Tong Tian was horrified as he was dragged into a new illusion. Around him was a barren desert while Wu Fu floated in the air. Wu Fu looked down from above and coldly told him to kneel. Immediately, an invisible force pressed Tong Tian to his knees. That man inwardly feared the terrifying aura. That man realized that even at peak profound insight realm, he had lost all strength. Wu Fu increased the power in his sword. He swung his sword down when a mysterious voice rang out, saying relying on strength to bully the weak had no shame. Wu Fu paused upon hearing that voice. Space cracked open, revealing a rift. An arm reached out and pulled Tong Tian inside. Outside, Li Jiu exerted his strength to pull Tong Tian out of the illusion and back into the room. Li Jiu looked into the illusion and said he had investigated him. Meeting today proved he was indeed a talent. Wu Fu withdrew the illusion, recalling that in his previous life Li Jiu had harmed his master out of ambition. Now he resolved to expose that man. Outwardly, he only asked what he wanted with him. Li Jiu gently raised his hand in a request, unsure if the young disciple could accompany him for a trip. Lu Ling placed a hand on his shoulder as if to stop him, slowly saying Wu Fu. He tilted his head and lightly patted her hand to reassure her. It's fine, he would return soon. Then his gaze fixed straight ahead. Kaio lowered his head to listen, and upon hearing the words primordial spirit realm, he quietly asked, do you have the right to refuse? Lu Ling's eyes widened, the phrase endlessly echoing in her mind, primordial spirit realm. Memories flooded back, the sword dripping red onto the ground. Wu Fu quietly called master. Seeing the old man with silver hair collapsed by the tree, the disciple had searched for him over 300 years, hands raised holding the censer, yet he gave the triple cauldron to an outsider. He frowned slightly, his gaze turning cold. If you have severed ties, do not blame your unfaithful disciple. Back in the present, Wu Fu silently vowed, Master, I have lived until today not to repeat past tragedy. Outside the tiled house in the forest came a call, Master, I have brought him. Jing Song looked out and told them to come in quickly. The old man smiled kindly at Wu Fu, indeed a rare talent. He clasped his hands and asked directly, may I ask why the senior called me here? Jing Song did not beat around the bush. Hearing the young one possessed divine energy, old who could sense it, the destiny was deep, hoping to find a breakthrough opportunity through it. Wu Fu replied calmly, the senior has halted at the false state and has yet to advance, perhaps the time has not come. Jing Song anxiously asked if the young one had a method. Lakairo glanced at the person beside him cautiously. Wu Fu nodded quietly to confirm. He slowly stepped to the corner table, the strong scent of herbs hitting him since entering. Li Jiu furiously shouted, speak recklessly and you might bring disaster. Jing Song scolded Li Jiu for rudeness, silencing him. Wu Fu calmly opened the censer lid to examine and said, the senior's body shows signs of weakness. 2 fingers lightly glided, his voice deep. I fear the old ailment has resurfaced. Jing Song was astonished, thinking he could discern his condition. Who is he? Why does he feel familiar? Wu Fu turned back, raising one finger. This illness I can cure, but under one condition. Li Jiu ground his teeth and shouted, do you know how strong my master is? A shape transformer dares to be bold. Wu Fu's eyes narrowed slightly. Li Jiu worried he might have discovered the switched medicine. He extended his hand, a force gradually forming at his fingertip. Then in a blink it swept past Jing Song. Instantly, characters of sparkling light appeared on the old man's face. Lakayo prepared to rush forward, but Jing Song shouted to stop. He closed his eyes, placing his hands on his knees, explaining, "The young one is merely transmitting technique. Do not misunderstand." Li Ju unwillingly called master, seeing he would not change his mind. He silently schemed to eliminate Wu Fu to prevent future trouble. After a while, the outside remained peaceful. Inside Jing Song's house, a white aura emanated. He closed his eyes, feeling that even halfway through practice, the meridians were far more clear, the young one truly unfathomable. Wu Fu pointed aside, saying he sensed the fragment of divine energy on him. Perhaps this time it could be exchanged. Jing Song told Li Ju, "I have already said if the fated person appears, give it back." Reluctantly, Li Ju clasped his hands and responded, then took a fragment of sword from his body belonging to the divine energy and handed it to him. Jing Song escorted them out. Never in his life had he seen such a treasure. The young one must keep it carefully. Li Ju helped the old man and softly reminded master to walk slowly. Wu Fu said he would take care. Back in the city with skyscrapers reaching skyward, Lakayo placed a white porcelain bottle on the table, saying to handle Wu Fu, "This body refinement pill belongs to you." Tong Tian nodded repeatedly, promising by tomorrow morning he would disappear. Lakayo cursed quietly, "Dare touch my things and don't expect peace." Night fell over the magnificent three-story mansion. The wall clock struck 9. The bathroom came the sound of water mingling with warmth into the corridor. Behind the frosted glass, steam blanketed the space. Beyond the glass, a vague figure of a girl tilted her face to feel the cool water. Suddenly a voice called Wu Fu from outside. Ching Ching startled and turned toward the sound. She immediately turned off the water, then reached for the towel hanging nearby. Once wrapped, 3 men stepped in from the door. One sneered, mentioning disciplining Wu Fu with amusement. Ching Ching calmly asked who they were. "Best leave now." Tong Tian asked directly where Wu Fu was. She replied he had not returned. The other 2 approached, breaking hands, saying if he's not here, the young girl would stay with them. The round-faced one grinned and lunged, calling the little darling. Ching Ching stood still, eyes cold as ice. He waved her hand, sending him flying. Red fluid spurted from his mouth. Tong Tian widened his eyes, realizing she was a shape-transforming cultivator. Other froze, seeing his companion sent flying. His jaw dropped in disbelief that such a small girl could be so formidable. When he turned, he found her knee pressed against his cheek. "Where do you think you're looking?" Ching Ching's knee struck hard, leaving him dazed. His body crashed into the glass, shattering it. Tong Tian glanced at the unconscious figure amid the shards. He said Wu Fu's shape-transforming ability was not concerning, but she was. Ching Ching raised a hand, asking, "So you also see me stronger than him?" Tong Tian replied, "Handle you first." Unexpectedly, Wu Fu appeared behind, asking if they were speaking of him. Tong Tian hurriedly stepped back, cowered by the tub, asking nervously since when Wu Fu had been there, sweat dotting his face. Wu Fu said solemnly, he had been standing here watching them for a while. Realizing his fear showed, Tong Tian coughed to regain composure, saying it was merely intermediate shape transformation, else the last time he would have been done for. Wu Fu's eyes flashed, asking why he had not come. Tong Tian bowed his head, smirking, threatening that even butchering a cow or killing a chicken wouldn't escape. Ching Ching shouted for Wu Fu to watch his feet. Wu Fu held Ha looking down. 2 words flashed in his mind: illusion trap. Golden chains rose from the ground, wrapping around his limbs and body. In a blink, the chains locked his body. Wu Fu instantly understood it was an illusion trap as he jumped, decisively calling his sword. A sword stroke swept out, the chains and illusion vanished. Free from the illusion, Ching Ching anxiously asked if he was all right. Wu Fu asked where they were. She pointed to the broken glass door, saying they had all fled. Tong Tian outside cursed in frustration. Since he had divine energy, he couldn't activate the formation. Wu Fu jumped down, blocking him, saying no divine energy needed. Tong Tian sneered and lunged, "Even 10 like you can't match me." His first punch missed him. The hook behind also did not connect. Wu Fu flexibly dodged, observing each move. Kicked but missed, scolding, only knowing evasion. Wu Fu smiled, stepping back fluidly, but accidentally fell into the mud he created. He glanced annoyed, his legs sunk deep, unable to move. Tong Tian charged, throwing punches, asking if he could still evade. Wu Fu silent, eyes cold, watching the incoming fist. A dull echo made the wall behind shake, but it was only a coat hit. Tong Tian realized trouble. At that moment, Wu Fu stood behind, asking if he had struck yet. Tong Tian turned back too late, inwardly panicking. Sword energy surged. He panicked, asking who he really was. Wu Fu's 5 punches reached his face. He replied coldly, "You don't need to know." His powerful punch struck Tong Tian directly. Loud crash, the wall collapsed, cracks spreading like spider web. The aftershock made Ching Ching cover her eyes. He was stronger again. Only Tong Tian's broken glasses remained. Wu Fu put on his coat and told her to clean the yard. She frowned, replying, "Just hand over the person for me to handle, and it's done." Ching was still anxiously saying that with Tong Tian's strength, killing someone in his home without anyone noticing would be far too easy. Before she finished speaking, the towel wrapped around her suddenly slipped off. The towel fell to her feet, Wu Fu froze, and Ching also stiffened for a few seconds. He quickly crouched down to pull the towel around herself and scolded him for being lecherous and still staring. Ha barked gleefully. Wu Fu flusteredly denied that he had not looked. On the rooftop, a masked man witnessed everything. He let out a meaningful chuckle, finding it increasingly interesting. Ching angrily walked back to her room, warning that if she discovered he had peeked, she would not let him off. She wrapped the towel tightly and ran into the bathroom while Wu Fu covered one eye and laughed, saying he truly had not looked. As she was about to change clothes, she suddenly felt that she was not alone in the bathroom. Looking down, she saw Ha sitting there wagging its tail and staring at her, its foolish expression making her blush. Ching angrily grabbed it and threw it outside, telling it to get lost. A while later the door opened. She stepped out neat and properly dressed. At that very moment, spiritual energy fluctuations appeared around Ha. Ching called its name in surprise. Wu Fu glanced over with satisfaction and said it was likely about to break through. After consuming so many spirit pills, it would be strange if it did not transform. Ha barked proudly while she was stunned, having never heard of a dog cultivating. Before long, its claws grew sharper. A single bite left scratches on the wooden floor, making Ching think that it was becoming more destructive like its owner. At that moment, two bodyguards carried Tong Tian's corpse inside and asked whether it should be delivered back to the family head for handling. Wu Fu stopped them, saying there was no need for such trouble. He knew who was behind it. When Ching asked who, he lifted his head and said above. She ran out to look, but Wu Fu said the person had already left. Ching pointed at the rooftop and asked if that man had truly been there. Wu Fu nodded in confirmation. He instructed them to take Tong Tian away and said they might as well pay the Xia family a visit. Ching immediately ordered the body to be delivered to the Xia family. The bodyguards hesitated and advised seeking the old master's opinion first, but she confidently said that in Yunhai the Xia family would not dare touch her. In the end, they obeyed. The black car carrying the two of them headed straight toward the Xia family villa. Seeing this, the guards immediately informed the young master that Wu Fu had arrived. The car stopped before the gate. Someone inside asked who they were looking for. Ha stuck its head out and barked twice. The bodyguard in the passenger seat turned back for instructions. Wu Fu said it seemed they had not recognized him, which was why there were so many guards. He opened the door and stepped out with Ha, telling them to hurry since so many people had come to greet him. The guards recognized him and shouted to seize that man. The Su family bodyguards were about to draw their guns, but Ching stopped them and told them to sit and watch. The security men rushed forward. Ha leapt out barking loudly and bit one man's arm, making him scream. Inside the villa, someone reported that Wu Fu had come to the door. Tian Hao was furious while Meng Jiao was anxious. Tian Hao said he had arranged many bodyguards to exhaust him and that he would not be able to escape. In reality, Ha knocked them down one after another. The sound of barking echoed throughout the courtyard. A bodyguard cried for help. Tian Hao kicked him aside and cursed him as useless. Facing Wu Fu, Tian Hao grew wary while he ordered Tong Tian's corpse to be brought up. The body was thrown in front of him. Meng Jiao cried out Tong Tian's name in shock. Tian Hao hurriedly insisted that he had not ordered it. Wu Fu crossed his arms and said he only wanted him to deliver the corpse to someone. When Tian Hao asked who, he replied Li Jiu. As night fell, the two stood at the gate watching Wu Fu's car depart. Tian Hao clenched his fists. He swore that in the upcoming match he would make Wu Fu pay. Meng Jiao worried because Tong Tian was already dead. Someone appeared in the tree, saying that with Shen Qiu's divine power, Wu Fu was no match. Tian Hao abruptly turned and shouted who was there. Li Jiu stepped out from the branches, his aura dark and heavy. Recognizing him, Tian Hao and Meng Jiao hurriedly saluted. Li Jiu said he had been there since Wu Fu appeared. Tian Hao asked whether he knew Wu Fu. Li Jiu laughed and said that he had once detoxified his master. Tian Hao showed a hostile attitude. Li Jiu's gaze turned icy as he drove his sword into the ground, cracking the earth, then slashed once. Sword energy swept past. The building behind Tian Hao was split in two, causing him to break into a cold sweat. The bodyguards hurried over to protect the young master. Li Jiu casually tossed the sword down, remarking that its edge was sharp enough to cut iron like mud. The sword spun several times before embedding itself in front of Tian Hao. Li Jiu said that anyone who reached the profound realm would want this sword, then said he had only come because he wanted Wu Fu dead for Tong Tian. After speaking, he leapt away and vanished, leaving everyone stunned. Tian Hao picked up the sword and sneered, thinking that with a cultivator's help Wu Fu would have difficulty escaping. Next morning at the villa, Ching urged him to attend the selection, but Wu Fu said he still had matters to handle and told her to take Ha ahead. He sensed spiritual energy fluctuating behind the mountain. Wu Fu entered the forest behind the mountain, where spiritual energy was dense. He wondered why the spiritual energy was suddenly fluctuating so abnormally. Walking to the lake, he realized the spiritual energy was concentrated there, though no one was around. Seeing wet footprints on the shore, he knew someone had just been there when the rustling of leaves sounded behind him. Wu Fu immediately became alert as sword energy surged toward him. A blue sword light slashed down where he had just been standing. Fortunately, he dodged in time. He did not relax in the slightest, instead growing even more serious. Sword energy attacked in relentless succession, forcing him to dodge continuously. Nearly unable to avoid it, Wu Fu wrapped spiritual energy around his hand, forming a sword to block. After the clash both retreated, Wu Fu braced his foot against the ground to disperse the force. He lowered his body before finally steadying himself. On the other side, a white skirt fluttered lightly as the opponent landed on a stone and exhaled softly. Luo Zai stood like a fairy holding a sword and asked who had come. Wu Fu said it was a misunderstanding, but she coldly replied that she would gouge out his eyes first. In her heart, she was astonished that someone at the transformation stage could evade her top-tier swordsmanship. She immediately unleashed a stronger move. Wu Fu calmly dodged to the side. Luo Zai darted forward to thrust her sword, then suddenly realized she had been deceived. Wu Fu tilted his head to avoid the sword strike, calmly replying that she had overthought it. Luo Zai's blade was swift and icy. He merely raised his hand slightly, drawing his sword aura back to shield his body. He leisurely caught the tip of her sword in his hand, then casually pushed it aside, gently explaining that it was all just a misunderstanding. Luo Zai shuddered faintly as she sensed the sword aura from him. That sword intent was startlingly clear and razor-sharp. Borrowing the force of the push, Wu Fu glided several steps forward, adding that he truly had not seen anything, his gaze filled with sincerity. Luo Zai remained half doubtful, grinding her teeth as she cursed irritably, telling him not to let her see him again next time. The scene shifted to the school under the slanting glow of dusk. Inside the classroom, Ha stretched and let out a long, bored yawn. Teacher Chen Hao called the roll one by one, asking if everyone was present. Someone answered that Wu Fu had not arrived yet, making him frown in annoyance. It was that boy again. Another person sneered that he even dared to stir trouble with a year 253 student, clearly not taking this cultivation gathering seriously. Just then Wu Fu walked in. Ha barked happily twice, and upon hearing himself being slandered, he lightly kicked that man. Glancing at the clock at exactly 3 in the afternoon, Wu Fu calmly stated that he was not late at all. Chen Hao wanted to find fault but had no grounds, so he barked at everyone to return to their places and crossed his arms to announce the selection had begun. From 1st to 4th year there were only 8 slots, and first years were allowed only 2. Those 8 names would certainly be the finest representatives of each grade. After hearing the rules, Wu Fu narrowed his eyes with a faint smile. It seemed worth a try. He leapt onto the arena platform to seize a favorable position, looking down provocatively as he asked who wished to come up. Several classmates looked indignant, believing he was too arrogant. At that moment, loud laughter rang out from behind. A male student surrounded by dark purple spiritual energy stepped forward. Someone recognized him as Fang Kun from the first year, peak transformation stage, adept with hidden weapons and rarely defeated. He gave a cold laugh and said he had long heard of Wu Fu's boastful reputation and hoped to receive some light guidance today. Wu Fu did not reply, merely curling his finger to signal him to make his move. Fang Kun sneered, gloomy spiritual power spreading across his body before he suddenly vanished like the wind, in the blink of an eye closing in to throw a punch. But Wu Fu had already sensed that something was wrong behind that strike. A dull sound echoed when the fist struck Wu Fu's face, making him tilt his head. The whole class was stunned. Chen Hao felt as if struck by lightning what was happening. In truth, Wu Fu had deliberately taken the blow to expose the despicable trick. 2 poison needles had been blocked by his spiritual aura and suspended in midair. Fang Kun's expression changed, panic filling his heart in disbelief. At that instant, Wu Fu moved, snapping the poison needles before counterattacking. Fang Kun retreated in horror, but as soon as he lifted his foot, Wu Fu stomped it down firmly. Seizing the momentum, he pressed forward and mocked him for trying to run, leaving him completely at a disadvantage. Wu Fu unleashed a palm strike, carrying oppressive spiritual might. A heavy sound rang out as the palm force struck Fang Kun's abdomen, sending him into panic and losing control right on the arena. Wu Fu warned that for the sake of their fellow disciples he would spare him once, but if he dared to use poison again, the consequences would be dire. Fang Kun collapsed, clothes disheveled, spared yet utterly humiliated. Chen Hao watched the scene with discomfort. Had Fang Kun really lost so quickly? Wu Fu swept his gaze across the arena, asking if anyone else wished to try. The group of first-year students to the south fell silent, none daring to step up. He smiled at Chen Hao and said it seemed one of the first-year slots already belonged to him. The man ground his teeth in silence. Just then the classroom door burst open. Chen Hao shouted, asking why the third years had come when the list was already finalized. The leader, long hair neatly tied, named Hua Feng, confidently said the third year had chosen him along with President Lu to compete, then looked at Wu Fu challengingly to see who had embarrassed his senior. Wu Fu looked at Hua Feng without the slightest fear. His combative nature only made that man more interested. Several students aware of Hua Feng's strength after half a year of seclusion stepped back to avoid being implicated. Though he disliked Wu Fu, Chen Hao did not want the third years bullying the weak, so he spoke up to ask Hua Feng what he intended to do. Hua Feng ignored the teacher's words, calling two underlings onto the stage, saying he would teach the junior a lesson. One underling holding a staff sneered as he approached. While he was still feeling smug, Wu Fu's figure had already flashed past. He quickly calculated and decided to take down the two aides before facing Hua Feng. Having decided, Wu Fu immediately made his move. He struck the staff wielder's abdomen and hit the other's shoulder, then turned and stopped right behind Hua Feng. Hua Feng sneered, Azure's spiritual power rising as he thought it laughable to show off speed before him. He shot Wu Fu a contemptuous glance and said he was still too green, then in the blink of an eye left his original spot, almost vanishing from everyone's sight. Chen Hao could not help but admire the Hua family's inherited movement technique. Hua Feng's figure flickered across the stage, his voice echoing with mockery. Seeing Wu Fu standing still, he grew even more disdainful, leaping about everywhere while his opponent remained unmoving. No matter how Hua Feng displayed his movement skills, Wu Fu remained as calm as ever. Suddenly Hua Feng appeared behind him, saying that if he wished he could have defeated him many times already. Wu Fu merely smiled as if he had long predicted the timing of his move. The punch tore through the air but struck only emptiness, causing Hua Feng's eyes to widen in disbelief. He looked around and saw no trace of his opponent, hastily retreating into a defensive stance. As Hua Feng frantically searched without understanding what was happening, Wu Fu had already appeared behind him asking who he was looking for. Chen Hao was astonished to realize that speed even surpassed Hua Feng's. Hua Feng turned his head to see Wu Fu gliding close behind and instantly leapt away to dodge, narrowly escaping the dangerous strike. Amid the hazy dust, Wu Fu's eyes gleamed with confidence. Hua Feng, though still shaken, managed to retreat farther away. Not giving his opponent a moment to breathe, Wu Fu pressed forward relentlessly, his mocking voice telling the senior that since he had come he should not retreat in such haste. Watching Wu Fu's speed, Hua Feng began to show worry it was too fast. Wu Fu's strike erupted with a loud boom, the shock force sending Hua Feng flying into the distance. His arm went numb from blocking the blow, astonished by that strength. Wu Fu gave no chance to rest and continued to press in, leaving Hua Feng stiff and grinding his teeth in disbelief. Looking at Wu Fu's calm face, Hua Feng wondered inwardly if he was truly only at the transformation stage. Wu Fu delivered another palm strike that knocked Hua Feng off the stage, crashing him into the wall before he slumped down, severely injured. Despite the pain, Hua Feng forced himself to ask if he was really only at the transformation stage. Wu Fu walked to the edge of the platform and replied that in fact he was higher than they imagined. Standing high above and looking down, he said coldly that his cultivation far surpassed theirs. Elsewhere sunlight poured down. Inside a sealed room a girl called the roll of the 8 competitors with their assigned numbers, emphasizing names such as Lu Ling and Hua Feng, Tian Gang and Su Jing. That voice belonged to Lu Ling, mentioning Nanyi with Wu Fu and Fang Kun. As she spoke she glanced at Wu Fu, reminding him that he had just offended Hua Feng and also Tian Gang, so he must be cautious. But he calmly replied that Tian Gang's ability was not enough to be his opponent. Lu Ling worriedly said that Tian Gang was about to break through to the profound passage stage, yet Wu Fu merely answered calmly that when soldiers come generals will block, there was nothing to fear. Even so, Lu Ling did not forget to urge him to be more careful. The scene shifted to a temple deep in the forest. Inside a reminder sounded that it was time to take the medicine. Jing Song felt his body recovering clearly after several days of cultivation. Li Kaio carried a bowl of medicine, saying it was mostly thanks to Master's originally strong physique. Jing Song said to invite Wu Fu over to express gratitude. Li Kaio bowed to accept the order and left. In another modern building, strange red smoke spread through a restroom. Inside appeared an eerie crimson glow. Tian Gang sat in a container filled with a strange liquid-looking calm. Hearing the unusual commotion, the people outside hurried in and loudly called his name. Tian Gang's eyes flashed with killing intent, every word steeped in resentment. I am only one step away from the nascent soul realm. When that time comes, Wu Fu, let us see how you withstand. In the early morning, the corridor of the building was softly lit. Inside the student council meeting room, Lu Ling placed a sheet of paper on the table and spoke. Everyone is here. Let us begin the meeting. She raised the list high, her gaze sweeping across the room. The competition roster has been finalized. Does anyone have objection? It clearly stated first year Fang Kun, second year Tian Gang, third year Hua Feng, first year Wu Fu. Seeing no one object, Lu Ling was about to conclude. If there are no further opinions, then we will proceed as such, when a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Yes. The entire room was startled, all turning toward the source of the sound. Zhao Yao appeared at the doorway, striding in with an imposing bearing, Male Division 4 Zhao Yao. Lu Ling's expression shifted slightly. Could it be that this time only he would represent Male Division 4? The person in charge beside her spoke. Student Zhao Yao from Male Division 4 will take full responsibility for this match. Lu Ling leaned close to Wu Fu and whispered, even he has come, you truly draw attention. She added, the strongest senior in Yun Hai, successor of the Zhao family fist, cultivation nearly reaching the nascent soul realm. Hearing that, Wu Fu's eyes lit up. Not bad at all. Lu Ling grew even more worried with him participating. Whether you can compete is still uncertain. Person in charge left with a final remark, this place is entrusted to you. Zhao Yao leaned against the door, his tone somewhat dissatisfied. Senior Lu, I was absent for a while. Has Yun Hai become so short of talent? Hearing the reproachful tone, Lu Ling forced a smile. Senior, what do you mean? Zhao Yao took the list. Fang Kun of the first year is a profound realm cultivator, and he is not the only one in that realm. After reading, he cast a mocking glance at Wu Fu. Why allow this one to compete? Fang Kun echoed that he relies on a divine artifact to show off. Without it, he likely would not even qualify. Hearing that, Zhao Yao opposed even more. So that is the case, then I will remove him from this match. Tian Gang sat to the side observing, his gaze calculating what background does Zhao Yao have. Wu Fu has truly made enemies with how many people? Lu Ling lightly patted his shoulder. He wants to strip you of your right to compete. Why are you still so calm? Fu smiled teasingly. The president is so obvious, yet you have not realized. His words angered Lu Ling and she shouted, you hateful fellow. A deep voice sounded amid the tense air, Senior. Tian Gang unexpectedly spoke in support. Wu Fu's own strength is not weak. Even I have once been at a disadvantage against him at school. Those words darkened Zhao Yao's eyes. Lu Ling stared in shock at Wu Fu, who remained composed. Hua Feng also felt puzzled. Tian Gang had grievances with him, why defend him? Lu Ling suddenly stood, her gaze sweeping across the room. She took a deep breath, preparing to speak. Wu Fu glanced around. Zhao Yao said coldly that Wu Fu's ability cannot be proven by words alone. Wu Fu looked straight at him. He suddenly made a move toward him. One test will reveal it. Lu Ling shouted to be careful. A stream of energy transformed into a golden lion charging toward Wu Fu. Zhao Yao's punch pressed close. He hesitated slightly at the strange calm on his face. Doubt arose in his heart. He is only at the transformation stage. How can his presence be like this? Yet invisible swords were already suspended above his head. Wu Fu stood up, his voice light yet clear. I am no longer at the transformation stage. His next words made the entire room freeze, but at the profound realm. Murmurs erupted in the room. Could he be breaking through at this very moment? Lu Ling hurried to stop him. Do not be reckless. Cultivation must proceed step by step. Doing this invites backlash. Wu Fu's gaze turned icy. A sword appeared in his hand. Cultivation does not decide everything if they wish to see. He meant to say more but fell silent. Wu Fu spoke in a low voice, then I will let them see. The entire room shook, glass shattered, black smoke spread. In the smoke, everyone was horrified. Is this a breakthrough? Lu Ling anxiously looked at him. Fortunately, I dodged in time. Wu Fu looked at Zhao Yao. I am already in the profound realm. Senior, what do you think? Am I qualified? Zhao Yao replied in a deep voice, acceptable. Tian Gang stammered, profound realm. Without waiting for anyone to react, Wu Fu turned and left. See you at the arena. As he was about to step out the door, a clicking sound of the tongue was heard. Is breaking into the profound realm so easy? Wu Fu turned to look. Jiu stood with arms crossed against the wall, boundless potential. Wu Fu mocked. Senior must have reached the late nascent soul stage. How would a mere profound realm dare mention it? Jiu's face darkened. Discussions echoed in the building. Has Wu Fu been removed from the match? Zhao Yao sighed. He is already at the profound realm. I cannot stop him. Chu Tan was astonished. Impossible. He was only at mid-transformation stage. Zhao Yao affirmed that he personally witnessed him break through in the meeting room. Elsewhere, Li Jiu pondered that aside from his master, no one knows his cultivation. He was suspicious. How does he know? Li Jiu looked at Wu Fu. Who exactly are you? He replied calmly, did you not want me to meet the old senior? Li Jiu suddenly slashed a blade past him, his gaze fierce. Say who you are. Wu Fu dodged. I am Wu Fu. The sword that had just broken through appeared. Li Jiu sensed the change in his aura. Thought to himself, could it be that this brat uses his body to nurture the sword? After some consideration, he sheathed his sword. Let him live a little longer. If pressed too far, his aura would be damaged. Wu Fu asked why he would not make another move. Li Jiu replied calmly that he does not need to know who he is, only to advise him not to covet the furnace. Memories of his previous life surged. His master had suffered disaster for refining the supreme pill. Wu Fu asked, so master also refines pills? Before he finished, Li Jiu cut him off with a warning tone, speak less lest you bring trouble upon yourself. Watching him leave, Wu Fu calculated inwardly, at least for now you cannot do anything to me, I must accelerate my cultivation. The mountain region lay quiet under the morning sun. Within the temple came sounds. The alchemy furnace emitted a mysterious blue glow. In the silent space, Jing Song focused on controlling the furnace. A disciple's voice sounded from outside, Master, Wu Fu has arrived. Jing Song was startled, the furnace went out of control. An explosion rang out, dust billowed through the forest. He coughed amid the ruin. Li Jiu asked if Master was unharmed. Wu Fu interjected that it seems the furnace exploded. Jing Song reassured that it was fine, only a pity the pill was not completed. Where exactly did it go wrong? Looking at the pill in his hand, Wu Fu recognized it as the supreme pill. Jing Song sighed regretfully, another failure. Wu Fu recalled his previous life. According to the progress, it would take another half-year to succeed. Li Jiu supported him, comforting that it was fine, master. Wu Fu's gaze turned resolute. Better to refine the supreme divine pill personally. Following the old path would be too dull. Wu Fu cupped his hands in greeting, senior. Jing Song smiled, little friend, you have come, at such a young age with such intent. I do not know how to repay you, there are quite a few pills. He called out Li Jiu, he answered yes. Jiu brought over several bottles of pills, these are the pills refined recently. Jing Song said, little friend, feel free to choose. Wu Fu did not hesitate, picking up one pill to examine. Finding it unsatisfactory, he casually tossed it aside. That action startled Jing Song and Li Jiu. Li Jiu angrily shouted, what are you doing? But Jing Song stopped him. Little friend, is it not to your liking? I have others. Wu Fu picked up a red pill, his eyes interested. If I am not mistaken, this is the Qi blood pill. Those words reached Jing Song's ears. Relying only on faint spiritual energy to recognize the Qi blood pill, this youth is indeed extraordinary, only far too arrogant. He calmly presented his understanding. The vital blood pill was originally a treasure meant to strengthen blood energy and assist breakthroughs. Yet Wu Fu's gaze suddenly changed because its actual effect was completely the opposite. Jing Song's expression shifted slightly and his face darkened. Li Jiu immediately grew angry and cursed rudely. Jing Song kept his voice steady. This old man has refined pills for over 200 years. Though outwardly composed, he could not hide his displeasure. You claim the vital blood pill not only fails to help with breakthroughs but turns into poison. What evidence do you have? Li Jiu had long harbored hostility toward him. Today, if you do not explain clearly, I will not let this go. Wu Fu showed no fear, holding the pill before Li Jiu. Why not try it yourself and see? Jing Song spoke in a low voice, telling Li Jiu to test the pill. Go on and try it. He swallowed the pill, his eyes flashing viciously. Brat, you will bear the consequences. Wu Fu merely smiled as he watched. Jing Song let out a faint, cold chuckle in his throat. Li Jiu drew his blade, locking his gaze on Wu Fu as he rushed forward. But before he could touch him, his steps suddenly halted. Wu Fu curled his lips in a smile. Li Jiu's face turned pale and sweat poured down. The sword clattered to the ground. Li Jiu clutched his stomach and looked at Jing Song, trembling as he called master. Jing Song could no longer remain calm, muttering that it was impossible. Li Jiu quickly retreated, asking to be excused. Jing Song watched his departing figure and sighed helplessly. Wu Fu raised the pill and explained clearly that the problem with the vital blood pill was not the refining method, but that the senior's spiritual energy had been contaminated with impurities. Hearing this, Jing Song fell into thought. You can even see that my spiritual energy carries toxin. Wu Fu smiled and replied he only understood a little. From inside the restroom, Li Jiu shouted that master should not believe him, and that this man must have ulterior motives. Jing Song barked for him to shut up and mind his own affair. Inside, Li Jiu punched the door angrily, his face dark from being scolded in front of outsiders. Wu Fu spoke up, Senior, may I see the pill you just refined? With one glance he noticed the anomaly. The pill was exquisite yet seemed to lack a crucial link. Jing Song immediately understood what needed to be added. Jing Song burst into laughter as if enlightened, truly a word of awakening. No wonder years of experimentation had led to a dead end. Wu Fu asked if the senior had now comprehended. Inside the restroom, Li Jiu overheard and ground his teeth, believing it was mere coincidence. Morning sunlight shone down the corridor of the modern building. A door gently opened and someone stepped out. Wu Fu entered with a puzzled look, calling Meng Meng. The floor was strewn with shards and torn paper. He realized someone was in the room. He turned on the light and saw Meng Meng hugging a pillow and sobbing, Brother Fu, you are back. Wu Fu let out a breath of relief. It is good that nothing happened. Meng Meng rushed over, hugging his leg and crying that if he had come back any later he would have been finished. Wu Fu consoled him and handed over a bottle of pills as compensation. Meng Meng asked blankly what it was. Reading the label, he stammered, "Great strength pill." His eyes shining as if seeing a treasure, Wu Fu told him to try it and he would know. When the lid was opened, a jade-green aura spread out and thunder flashed outside. Elsewhere, Li Jiu suddenly sensed a strange fluctuation. He looked toward the pillar of light and muttered that someone had broken through, then realized it was not Xia Tiangang. Inside the building, congratulations rang out that Elder Su had stepped into half-step Grandmaster. Yin Xian invited Qing Qing inside, and she snorted, saying no need to wait for that arrogant man. Yin Xian teased that if Wu Fu had not arrived she could not enter. Qing Qing angrily called out, "Father." Those in the room whispered, wondering who could make the Su family so respectful. Elder Xia remained silent, but inwardly calculated the relationship between the Su family and Wu Fu. Elder Xia called a subordinate, instructing him to liven up the banquet and keep an eye on Qing Qing. A respectful reply sounded. Someone impatiently asked whether Wu Fu had arrived. Seeing him arrive late, Qing Qing complained that everyone was waiting for him. Someone in the room mocked that a half-step grandmaster was waiting for a brat. Qing Qing also glared at him for his tardiness. Wu Fu silently pondered how a single inherited technique could cause such a great stir. Elder Xia still sat motionless, but his gaze was cold, thinking the Su family valued a mere transformation realm cultivator. Suddenly, a subordinate of the Xia family lunged from behind Wu Fu, shouting to take his life. Wu Fu and Qing Qing turned at the same time. Elder Xia curled his lips in a smile. Commanding shout rang out, and before the attacker could touch Wu Fu, he was blasted away. The strike hit his forehead, and he collapsed onto the floor. Everyone in the room was stunned by what had just happened. Tian Hao's father stammered in shock, unable to believe his eyes. Witnessing that strength, he could not help but sigh that this was the power of a half-step grandmaster. The stern face of Su Shangyao made him uneasy. Su Shangyao ordered the man to be dragged outside. Tian Hao's father shouted angrily. He merely cleared his throat as if unconcerned. Then he declared before everyone that from now on anyone who dared touch Wu Fu would be an enemy of the Su family. Those words made Tian Hao's father furious. He immediately led two subordinates away. Before leaving, he mocked that a half-step grandmaster was supporting a mere transformation realm cultivator. Even Yin Xian looked at Su Shangyao in confusion. He recalled the moment his father became the first half-step grandmaster of Yunhai. That time, Su Shangyao had looked at the technique Wu Fu presented and remarked it surpassed the mortal world. Perhaps his identity was not simple. Returning to the present, Tian Hao's father loudly declared that Wu Fu's enemy was the mortal foe of the Su family. Wu Fu only smiled faintly. Zhang Rao suddenly rushed at the two Xia family subordinates, saying that if so they should stay. Tian Hao's father felt pressure behind him, and Zhang Rao had already activated his technique. A heavy thud sounded and the two men collapsed. Su Shangyao bluntly declared that from now on the Su family and Xia family would no longer walk the same path. Rapid turn of events left everyone confused and whispering about what had happened. After a moment of shock, Tian Hao's father regained composure, saying a half-step grandmaster was indeed formidable. But do not forget I am a direct disciple of Xingyang. Su Shangyao merely glanced at him, then flicked his finger, releasing a burst of force. Facing that power, Tian Hao's father barely had time to react. Suddenly, another surge of internal force appeared, neutralizing the attack, causing Su Shangyao, Yin Xian, and Qing Qing to be astonished. Wu Fu spoke calmly, saying, "Senior, your concern I understand, but the Xia family has repeatedly pushed me into danger." He declared that dealing with him would be handled personally by his own hand. Those words enraged Tian Hao's father. Just as he was about to retort, he was struck by a sudden blow. Wu Fu stepped forward and said coldly that from the moment the Xia family set their sights on me, the outcome was already decided. Shouts echoed through the schoolyard, "Come here, Fatso, you were loud enough just now." A bottle of pills lay scattered across the ground. Meng Meng was surrounded and beat. He could only clutch his head and endure. Luckily, a passerby witnessed it and immediately called the police. "Hello 110, is this the police? Someone here took great strength pill and is causing trouble. I am afraid things are about to get out of hand." Even though he was beaten black and blue, Meng Meng still tried to pick up each pill and put it back into the bottle, grumbling miserably as he worked. "Wu Fu, this time you have really ruined me." One pill rolled to Lu Ling's feet. She bent down to pick it up and realized it was the great Vajra strength pill. She glared and asked Meng Meng where he got this. Each one cost several million, yet he had a whole bottle. Meng Meng did not bother to answer. He only covered his face and cried out in heartache. While at home, Tian Hao's mournful cry for his father rang out. He knelt before his father's corpse. Meng Jiao panicked and suggested maybe they should go apologize to Wu Fu right away. Hearing that, Tian Hao flew into a rage and smashed the table. He let out cold laughter. Meng Jiao trembled and said they were no match for him. But Tian Hao had already lost control. his voice filled with venom. He killed my younger brother and now my father. He turned to stare at Meng Jiao and growled, "You want me to apologize to him?" Seeing him approach, she stammered and asked what he wanted to do. Manhwa grabbed her hair, his eyes bloodshot as he demanded whether she was not his lover or still harbored feelings. His crazed state left her too frightened to speak. He channeled inner force into his hand and roared that he would not only take his life, but also make him bear eternal infamy. Realizing his intention, Meng Jiao felt a chill and silently prayed it would not happen. Back at the dormitory, Meng swallowed the pill Wu Fu gave him and immediately felt inner force surge wildly. He shouted in joy that he had become a cultivator too. Outside the door, Lu Ling secretly observed and said with disdain that such a good pill only worked at the qi refining stage. What a waste. Then she left and made a call asking if anything had been found. The person on the other end reported that nothing suspicious had been discovered, causing her to pause. She coldly said that was precisely what made it unusual, and told them to continue investigating. The Su family, several people walked and discussed whether the Su family dared to confront a grandmaster. Someone bowed to Shang Yao before leaving. He merely snorted lightly. Wu Fu stepped forward and said there was no need for Senior to draw such a clear line. He casually reminded him that the Su family held considerable influence in Yunhai. Shang Yao replied seriously that thanks to his guidance he had reached half-step grandmaster. Wu Fu modestly said he had not yet broken through to Tongshuan. The old man insisted that Su had not misjudged him because he carried a special aura. Just then someone scattered funeral paper at the gate. Wu Fu clearly sensed hatred. The person holding the Xia family memorial tablet shouted that this enmity would never be reconciled. He only smiled mockingly at how efficient the Xia family was. Yin Xian and Qing Qing were slightly worried when they saw the Xia family arrive. Only Shang Yao remained calm. He recognized Tian Gang and members of the Zhengyang sect appearing. He said in a low voice that Zhengyang was a hidden sect. The atmosphere grew tense. Shang Yao asked whether they had come for tea or to cause trouble. A Zhengyang disciple smiled. From the black car behind came a voice that had just reached Grandmaster. That voice carried overwhelming pressure, glaring at Shang Yao and shouting arrogant before releasing a crushing aura. Yin Xian and Qing Qing immediately went on guard. Wu Fu also grew serious. Shang Yao responded with a sharp gaze. Qing Qing stammered Grandmaster. Person in the car said he came to see who harmed his disciple and to congratulate on half-step Grandmaster. Wu Fu realized it was Xia Tiangang's master. Yin Xian reminded him to be careful because a Grandmaster could kill invisibly. Even so, he still clashed inner force with Tian Gang and gained the upper hand, coldly saying he only relied on Zhengyang and was not qualified to speak. Tian Gang was furious and was about to strike when he was called back by his master. Hearing the order, he turned his head. The person in the car told them to withdraw. The Xia family and Zhengyang group quickly left. Qing Qing anxiously asked if Wu Fu was all right. Though blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, he said he was fine. Seeing the blood, she panicked. He wiped it away and said things were becoming more and more interesting. Shang Yao secretly admired that he could withstand a grandmaster's pressure. Everyone advised him to rest, but he remained proud. In a vast courtyard high above, Wu Fu took Qing Qing's hand, making her gasp and ask what he intended to do. He calmly said if his cultivation was restricted, then he had to continue breaking through, so he needed her help. His words and handsome appearance made her cry out unconsciously, but he poured cold water on her and told her to stop daydreaming and help find the divine artifact fragment. He was angry that the romance was ruined, but still endured it. Wu Fu immediately entered a cultivation state. From afar, Yin Xian saw and was shocked that he was about to break through. A massive vortex of inner force formed around him, growing larger as if it would touch the sky. Tian Gang had gone far. He still saw the storm through the car window. He called to his master. The other said indifferently that before long the artifact body would take half form. Han Po thought to himself that when the artifact body emerged, heaven and earth would change. He immediately ordered the entire Zhengyang sect to gather fragments of the divine artifact. Shang Yao also assigned his subordinates to search for Wu Fu. Tian Hao asked resentfully why the Su family valued a Tongshuan so much. Shang Yao declared that if it could take the Su family further, then any price was worth paying. Yin Xian understood and asked if he was making a gamble. He looked at the vortex of divine power and said he was 9 parts certain out of 10. Shortly after the storm gradually dissipated, a new sword appeared in Wu Fu's hand. He opened his eyes, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. Dust had not yet settled. Wu Fu still let out a sigh of relief. Qing Qing and Yin Xian felt his aura surge and understood he was about to enter mid-stage Tongshuan. Qing Qing felt unwilling and went off to cultivate. He was determined to surpass that arrogant man. After finishing, Shang Yao clapped in praise. Wu Fu modestly said the matter of the artifact fragment could not trouble Senior in vain. He generously gave Shang Yao 2 bottles of pills to aid half-step Grandmaster cultivation. Shang Yao's eyes widened because they were precious heart-refining pills that were hard to obtain. Wu Fu explained that Senior's physique still lacked endurance. Once he broke the shackles, he would become a Grandmaster. Shang Yao listened respectfully. He set a condition if the artifact fragment was found. The old man immediately promised to spare no effort. Yin Xian curiously asked what his father had deduced. Shang Yao said it was only a conjecture and not certain, but he instructed that since the Xia family was about to act, they must seize the chance to build ties. Yin Xian asked in confusion, was Qing Qing not enough? He worried the gap was too great. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone in hatred stabbed a knife into photos of Qing Qing and Meng Meng and swore revenge. He ordered that tomorrow morning their heads be brought to him. The subordinates responded in unison. In the room, only 2 remained. The woman cautiously asked they were only at qi refining stage, could they finish the job? He coldly replied Meng Meng was just trash. 3 assassins were enough. The face full of killing intent, Tian Gang sternly reminded them to remember the mission. Stared at by him, Meng Jiao swallowed hard in panic, while he calmly ordered her to hurry and then turned back immediately. At the same time, in the student council room, Lin handed over the match schedule and cautioned that this opponent was not to be underestimated, reminding not to be careless. The recipient replied calmly that if the opponent was too weak, there was no need to participate. Wu Fu Hong Q, and it didn't stop there. Lulin also added that the match would only last 3 days and a sword professor in the school had specifically chosen to teach him, which surprised Wu Fu, specifically chosen indeed. Afterwards, Lulin showed him a photo of Luo Zai and said it was her. Just a glance and he recognized the person immediately. He asked again if she would really teach him, and Lulin emphasized that Luo Zai's mastery of swordsmanship far exceeded his, warning against laziness. Just as he finished speaking, the student council door opened. She respectfully greeted the newcomer, Luo Zai, while Wu Fu looked on calmly. Luo Zai coldly demanded he follow her behind the mountain. After speaking, she turned and walked away. Wu Fu did not rise immediately but asked again if she was the one who would teach him swordsmanship. She replied briefly no to sharpen, which made Lulin think silently that it was just another way of saying. In a small forest behind the school, Lulin walked beside Wu Fu, continually praising Luo Zai. She had been at the Thong Haiyan level for many years, her strength beyond imagination. Luo Zai seemed to hear this and smiled slightly. Lulin still whispered a reminder to yield a little later. After all, she was a teacher. Luo Zai turned her head with a displeased look, thinking, will I lose? Caught off guard by his words, Lulin stepped back in shock and smiled awkwardly. The two continued on. A while later in the open field, Luo Zai confidently declared that at the Yuan Shen level, no one dared to boast before her. She immediately drew her sword and demonstrated a series of powerful moves. Wu Fu paid no attention. Luo Zai declared boldly, you have lost. As soon as she finished speaking, her internal power surged at Wu Fu, but he remained unmoved. Suddenly, he muttered something. Instantly, a strong spiraling force appeared, sweeping away Luo Zai's ornate sword technique. The scene shocked Lulin, who exclaimed, too strong. Luo Zai was not ready to stop and wanted to continue, coldly saying, all swords return to one. As she was about to strike and shouted that no one dared to say two, she sensed something unusual. What's going on? She realized sword energy existed in the air, and understood why she could not harm Wu Fu. At this moment in midair, 2 butterflies formed from internal energy still fluttered lightly and landed on Wu Fu's hands. He casually pointed out flaws in her swordsmanship, originally meant to be dual cultivation but altered this way. No wonder she had stagnated at Thong Haiyan for years. Luo Zai asked in surprise, how do you know? He coldly said that after the sword method was altered, it had many gaps, especially 2 critical points. Luo Zai hurriedly asked where, and Wu Fu smiled, offering a condition. If he pointed them out, she must adjust the match list according to his wishes. Condition made Luo Zai suspect he wanted an easier opponent, but he denied it, saying he would choose the strongest to face, his confidence prompting her to remind him he had just broken through Thong Haiyan. Wu Fu believed cultivation did not reflect full strength and displayed part of his power, astonishing Luo Zai. Seeing this, Luo Zai agreed, I accept. With the agreement reached, Wu Fu coldly instructed, follow me, and then left with Luo Zai. At the same time in the dormitory, a heavy sound echoed in a small alley. A panicked man stammered, how is it different from the plan? His comrades had already fallen. Another approached angrily, if not for the talisman, he would be in trouble. The first begged for mercy, promising not to repeat it. But Meng Meng was not easy to let go. He smirked, saying that arriving meant leaving something behind. Ha also growled softly and advanced. A while later in the forest behind the school, Wu Fu and 2 girls stood in front of a shop. Qing Qing spoke, I'll wait outside. Only Wu Fu and Luo Zai entered. He asked if this was her seclusion place. Luo Zai nodded. He observed and judged the place better than expected with decent spiritual energy. Seeing he had not mentioned weaknesses, Luo Zai urged, now you may speak. Wu Fu suddenly asked her to remove her clothes and lie down, angering Luo Zai, who warned, "Are you trying to cause trouble?" Suddenly he created something, a scene that astonished Luo Zai. He recognized it and exclaimed, "2-2 sword method," inwardly suspicious as it was a family secret. Wu Fu understood her confusion and coldly said that no secret existed, instructing her to remove and lie down. No choice, Luo Zai snorted and agreed to trust once, then quickly removed her top. Seeing Wu Fu do the same, she hurriedly asked, "Aren't you just transmitting power? Why do it this way?" Explained it was also to transmit power. Reluctantly, she closed her eyes and began. At this moment, Wu Fu focused on transmitting energy to her. Luo Zai also concentrated all her spirit to sense the force within her body. At the same time, she discovered flaws in the sword method, as the altered 2-2 sword method was incomplete. After comprehension, she opened her eyes and asked who Wu Fu really was. He calmly replied, "A first-year student at Manhwa University." Both were silent. Luo Zai slowly picked up the white shirt from the ground. Suddenly she tossed the shirt aside and drew her sword, pointing it straight at Wu Fu. He was unafraid and lightly smiled, asking why, planning to turn against me. Luo Zai asked directly if the 2-2 sword method was a family secret. How did he know? Wu Fu replied calmly, "I know more than just that." He gently moved the sword aside and added that he also knew her grandfather was about to reach Fan Su, leaving Luo Zai astonished and stammering. Suddenly Wu Fu pressed her against the wall, leaned close, and coldly said that no secret existed, not even hers. Then he turned away as if nothing happened, still mentioning the match list. Luo Zai warned, "This time many masters participate, there are many strong freshmen." Wu Fu remained confident, "Listen to me, bring them all." Meanwhile, at a villa, Tian Gang brought a sword asking Senior to use full strength against Wu Fu. Hung Qiu glanced at the sword in Tian Gang's hand while eating and recognized it. He casually took another piece of meat and said the purge sword was for self-defense, then confidently reassured Junior that at the Yuan Shen level, no one could match him. Tian Gang smugly thought Hong Qiu was born with divine power. Even mid-stage Yuan Shen was hard to oppose, plus his master's support. This time, Wu Fu could hardly avoid defeat. A few days later at the arena hall, the crowd roared to the sound of drums. Han Fach announced on behalf of the organizers the opening of the third inter-school arena tournament. His voice echoed throughout the hall, officially starting the matches. At that moment, 3 people entered from the door. Ching Ching, surprised, asked why father was here, and Xian explained the purpose of protecting Wu Fu and asked where he was. Ching Ching replied he hadn't arrived yet, leaving him helpless. Ching Ching asked if Wu Fu's strength was not weak. Was such a big display necessary? Xian explained the focus was Tian Gang's master, the senior elder of Zhongyang. He looked at Han Fach on the platform and said sternly, "Han Fach," also explaining that he had sold many master positions over the years. This time Wu Fu was very dangerous. Lu Lin, observing from afar, thought silently that such mobilization was just for him. Her gaze flicked sideways, noticing others had arrived. Shuang Shangyu appeared, astonishing her. A while later, and Xian waited for Wu Fu, but all he heard was Ha barking. Just then, a reckless person approached asking if he was Wu Fu. Wu Fu glanced at him. It turned out the one who called Wu Fu was Xing Qi, and behind that man stood the shadow of Tian Gang. The moment Ha saw those 2 arrogant men appear, it barked several sharp warning barks. Xing Qi pressed close to Wu Fu and leaned in to threaten that later he would make you unable to hold your head up. After speaking, he swaggered away, leaving you with an icy gaze. Just then Ching Ching looked up at the screen and saw the match list announced. The doubles section clearly showed Wu Fu would face Xing Qi, Huang Tiansai, and He Haoran in succession. The audience below erupted in murmurs because he had to fight 3 matches in a row alone. Tian Gang sneered, thinking he was too arrogant. Adding his name would only make him lose sooner. Then the signal to begin the battle rang out. Dull explosion sounded on the arena stage. The audience was startled, and someone recognized the figure that had just appeared and exclaimed in shock that it was. The one who stepped onto the stage exuded an overwhelming aura, causing the crowd to stammer as they recognized his identity. Stunned to learn that he was a nascent soul powerhouse. The man wearing glasses in the audience also confirmed that level. His friend beside him remarked that Yun Hai was not weak at all. Ching Ching anxiously told Wu Fu to be careful and leave the stage immediately if he could not win, but he calmly said he had never been defeated. After speaking, he walked leisurely onto the arena stage. The entire audience buzzed as a profound realm cultivator challenged a nascent soul. Many believed it was throwing himself away, while Wu Fu only smiled faintly. Few people discussed how such a gap could possibly be bridged, when suddenly a collision rang out. Lu Ling, Luo Zai, and Ching Ching were all startled by the development on stage. Even Tian Gang was stunned. Turned out Wu Fu had struck first, throwing a straight punch into his opponent's abdomen. The opponent was forced back several steps, and the noise beneath the stage grew louder. As the match grew tense, in the dormitory a door burst open and a woman stepped in with hateful eyes, muttering that even if Wu Fu died, she swore she would ruin him completely and make him despised by the world. At the school, Zhu Tan advised the head teacher not to interfere, but he replied that this matter concerned the school's reputation because someone wanted to harm Wu Fu. Suddenly, a miserable scream echoed down the corridor. Zhu Tan and the head teacher rushed into the room and saw Meng Jiao in a sensitive state on the bed. She pretended to be harmed and placed all the blame on Wu Fu, making Zhu Tan shout in anger. The others who came along also cursed that she dared to do such vile things in broad daylight. Meng Jiao cried even more pitifully, but the head teacher sternly asked if she was certain every word she said was true. The question made her hesitate briefly, wondering if Tian Gang had not already arranged everything. Even so, she insisted every word was true, and just as she was about to continue, a sharp slap rang out. A red handprint appeared vividly on her cheek. Zhu Tan and the others were stunned, while the head teacher angrily shouted at her to stop making false accusations. Meng Jiao stammered and mentioned Tian Gang but was cut off. The head teacher declared that Wu Fu had not been in the dormitory last night but at the Su family, so he could not have caused trouble. That information left Meng Jiao standing frozen. The head teacher left, and Zhu Tan angrily scolded her for dragging them into trouble. Back on the arena stage, Wu Fu's opponent quickly regained his composure. Although Xing Kui was in pain, the loss of face made him even more furious. He roared and prepared to stake everything. The audience whispered that a nascent soul had already gone all out. Yin Xian silently prayed for Wu Fu's safety. Xing Kui raised his hammer, preparing to unleash his strongest strike. Wu Fu still stood unmoving as the hammer blade was about to reach him. Suddenly he opened his cold eyes, softly uttered a single word, and his pressure erupted, shaking the air. Everyone discussed whether he truly was only at the profound realm. On stage, Wu Fu caught the hammer blow with his bare hand, making Xing Kui panic and ask why he did not use a sword. Wu Fu smiled faintly and replied that killing a chicken did not require a butcher's knife. The sword was only meant to taste blood. Xing Kui thought he was boasting and immediately shouted that he would make him pay. Wu Fu continued to look at him with calm eyes. Xing Kui generated a storm of divine power and roared. Tian Gang in the audience believed his senior brother was strong enough to suppress even a peak nascent soul. He even intended to take advantage of an opening to launch a sneak attack. Wu Ling anxiously called out for him to be careful, but Wu Fu did not turn back. She grew more uneasy when she saw Ching Ching still calmly eating popcorn, wondering why she was not worried. Ching Ching smiled and said even a nascent soul could hardly withstand one of his moves, so there was nothing to worry about. Sure enough, on stage Wu Fu was already prepared to end the match. As the hammer came crashing down, he stepped back lightly to gather momentum, then threw a punch that shattered the opponent's weapon. His eyes did not waver. Xing Kui was horrified. Wu Fu coldly said that cultivation level did not decide everything. The audience was thrilled by the intense exchange. Zhang Yao in the audience analyzed that the sword energy circulating around his body was enough to suppress a peak nascent soul. Yin Xian asked if her father had seen it long ago. He replied that he came to prevent Grand Elder Zhang Yang from intervening, because that old man was the referee. He looked at Han Po with vigilance, worried that if that old man made a move, it would be difficult to stop him. On stage, Wu Fu prepared to deliver the decisive blow. Xing Kui panicked and called for his master. Han Po immediately moved. Wu Fu looked at that old man coldly. Shang Yao and Yin Xian were worried as Han Po jumped up to block him, saying it was only training and not to go too far. Even facing a grandmaster, Wu Fu did not show the slightest weakness, making Han Po wary. After a brief standoff, he spared Xing Kui and demanded the result be announced. Wu Ling felt displeased, and Ching Ching was secretly annoyed as well. Tian Gang rushed up and handed Xing Kui the Ju sword, saying it was a divine black iron weapon, and now was the time to deal with Wu Fu. Realizing the intent, Wu Fu immediately circulated his power. His sword energy surged forward and chopped the Ju sword into many fragments. He turned to Han Po and asked if this was training, then said he would present Senior with a greeting gift. Han Po understood and shouted for Xing Kui to run, but it was already too late. Xing Kui had not even had time to react. Wu Fu's divine power had already surged forward. A loud explosion rang out. He coldly said, "Please accept this token of respect, Senior." Han Po cried out the name of his disciple. Tian Gang's eyes widened as he ground his teeth and rushed forward. He appeared behind Wu Fu and accused him of daring to kill on the arena stage. He calmly replied that if he had not intended to take my life, it would not have come to this. Tian Gang still said through clenched teeth that his senior brother was already gone, even if by some chance not entirely. Wu Fu unleashed his aura and declared that I do not need to explain. Once I act, I never regret it. Tian Gang refused to retreat, immediately ordering that a fitting price be paid, then charged forward. At that very moment, a cold voice echoed out to protect Wu Fu, and from all four directions a group of people rushed into the fray, forming a barrier around him. The instant Tian Gang saw them, he paused slightly, his brows knitting tightly in irritation. Seeing the situation tense as a drawn bowstring, the crowd beneath the stands scattered in panic, exclaiming that Wu Fu was only a freshman, run quickly or disaster would strike. In the stands, Han Po silently circulated his energy, preparing to act, when a hand suddenly pressed heavily onto his shoulder. The owner of that hand was Shang Yao, spiritual power surging around him as he blocked Han Po's opponent. Han Po narrowed his eyes and asked if he was going to risk everything for that brat. In response, Shang Yao's other arm gathered immense force. This matter does not require Big Brother's concern. As soon as he finished speaking, he widened his eyes and roared, the stands trembling from a violent collision that stirred up clouds of dust. And when the smoke cleared, Han Po still stood proudly and said with disdain that he had just broken through. Shang Yao was not qualified. Before he could finish, Ching Ching hurriedly shouted behind Wu Fu that her grandfather was holding Han Po back, telling him to leave quickly. But things were not so simple. Tian Gang sneered that at the end of his road he was still relying on a woman. Wu Fu was unworthy of being called a man. Hearing this, Ha beneath the stands barked angrily in protest. Ching Ching anxiously warned him not to fall for the provocation, unaware of Wu Fu's unfathomable smile, and the moment she finished speaking, he shot up into the sky. Suspended in midair, Wu Fu released the spiritual power around him and challenged them to come at him together. Ching Ching could only hold her forehead and sigh. It was bound to turn out like this. At his challenge, the disciples of the Zhengyang sect immediately surged forward in a wave, shouting in unison to take him down. Watching the scene, Yin Xian suddenly sensed something was wrong. Tian Gang had clearly prepared thoroughly. Looking above, Han Po confidently told Shang Yao, who was struggling to rise, that it would soon be over there, and they should decide the victor as well, yet his eyes widened in shock the next instant. A small spinning halo of light suddenly appeared before Wu Fu, his lips moving as he murmured something. Ching Ching below stammered in disbelief, sword, and instantly countless streaks of light flashed like lightning, sweeping away all the Zhengyang disciples. Wu Fu's strike carried terrifying power, stirring up thick clouds of dust as those on the ground struggled to keep their footing. And when visibility returned, Tian Gang cried out in horror that it was impossible. He was only at the profound insight realm. Not letting him finish, Wu Fu coldly cut him off. In this world, nothing is impossible. He slowly raised his hand toward the tens of thousands of swords behind him and declared that now it truly began. At that very moment, a familiar figure appeared and shouted loudly to stop. The shout made Wu Fu pause slightly, while behind him Han Po's face darkened as he threatened him to try moving again. Wu Fu did not waver at all, clenching his fist and shouting slash. Tian Gang panicked and begged his master to save him, but it was too late. 10,000 swords descended from above at once. Those swords showed no mercy as they crashed down upon Tian Gang, and dust rose thickly once more. A moment later, as the haze slowly faded, a faint figure was revealed amid a forest of upright swords. Tian Gang whispered his final desperate words, you. The sight enraged Han Po, who charged forward to attack. Wu Fu must pay the price. Just as his hand was about to touch Wu Fu, it suddenly froze in midair. It turned out thin threads had tightly wrapped around his arm. Han Po was startled and slowly glanced behind him. The one who appeared was Jing Song, who calmly ordered him to release the boy. As soon as the words fell, Li Jiu on the high railing shouted that Master had ordered Wu Fu released. After speaking, he ground his teeth in displeasure. The crowd below was stunned while Wu Fu merely smiled faintly. Po roared and erupted with power, the sound spreading like a shockwave everywhere, daring to stop him. Under that force, Jing Song's thread snapped, leaving him briefly astonished. Freed from the restraint, Han Po immediately summoned sharp shards of ice and shot them forward. Brat, give up your life. Ching Ching cried out in alarm to be careful as he directed the ice straight at Wu Fu. The ice block shot forth swiftly like lightning toward him. At that instant, Wu Fu's longsword burst with power, the two forces colliding in a violent explosion. The blast sent dust billowing over the stands. Ching Ching and Ha anxiously called Wu Fu's name, while Li Jiu thought to himself that with the Grandmaster going all out like this, he could hardly withstand. Beneath the stands, Ching Ching murmured absent-mindedly, "Arrogant fool." Soon as she finished speaking, a scene emerged from the smoke that left everyone stunned. Wu Fu stood there steady and unharmed, his sturdy figure upright and imposing, his hand gripping the sword hilt even tighter. His eyes flashed with disdain. Was this the strength of a half-step Grandmaster? Ching Ching ran over and scolded him angrily. "Hateful guy, I thought you were finished." You scared me to death. Yin Xian leaned on his cane and marveled that even Han Po's full force strike had been blocked. Shang Yao laughed loudly, praising his own judgment, but Han Po's voice rang out not to celebrate too soon. Wu Fu immediately turned, vigilantly looking toward the source of the sound. A gigantic block of ice had somehow already closed in on him and Ching Ching. Suddenly, a blazing red streak appeared on the ice. It was Wu Fu's lightning-fast reflexive slash. Without stopping, he continued to channel power, preparing to unleash another move. Even a grandmaster must leave some price behind here. Po refused to be outdone, continuously launching ice in counterattack. Saying they would see if he had that ability, Wu Fu widened his eyes and shouted Spirit Sword Art. He leaped up, stepping on each shard of ice as footholds as he charged forward, and upon touching the last fragment, it shattered instantly. High above, Wu Fu swung his sword repeatedly, creating countless brilliant rays of light. When the sword lights fully gathered, he shouted Chaotic Spirit. And Po also exhausted his true chi, his face flushed red as he roared brat. Then the two engaged in close combat, unleashing moves in rapid succession, the spectators holding their breath in awe at the evenly matched strength like two monsters colliding. At the critical moment, Wu Fu gathered all his power for a decisive strike. Han Po also poured everything into his counterattack. The two techniques collided in an explosion even more violent than before, like erupting magma sweeping everything away. When the aftershock subsided, Han Po was forced back several steps. One of his arms bled. Han Po frowned in shock, wondering what sword technique this was to be so domineering. Jing Song appeared behind him and said coldly that a mere half-step grandmaster dared to injure others. Hearing this, Han Po broke into a cold sweat, thinking that before a great grandmaster today would not end well. With that thought, he executed his movement technique and left, warning before departing that the Zhengyang sect would not let this matter rest. Before vanishing, Han Po still threw out a threat that next time they met he would show no mercy. Ha was bewildered hearing this because it was Wu Fu's spirit hound. Suddenly Wu Fu felt dizzy and raised a hand to his forehead. Ching Ching saw him sway and anxiously scolded him with concern, and as soon as she finished speaking he lost balance and fell. Fortunately, someone caught him in time, and he fell into a warm and steady embrace. That person was Lu Ling. She gently asked if Wu Fu was all right. He steadied himself and stepped out of the embrace, replying that that bit of strength was not enough to defeat him, though inwardly he calculated that he must quickly recover his cultivation. Amid the eased atmosphere, Ching Ching secretly looked at her small figure with grievance. While they were still concerned for each other, someone stepped forward praising that unexpectedly the little brother was not only skilled in alchemy, but also proficient in the sword path. Jing Song smiled in satisfaction, full of interest. Only then did Shang Yao notice him. Seeing Yin Xian's astonished expression, he asked father what was wrong. Shang Yao stammered that this was the great grandmaster. On the other side, Jing Song took out a medicinal pill and handed it to Wu Fu, saying it was a pill he had refined a few days ago, highly beneficial for stamina. Seeing the scene before him, he could not help but sigh that Yun Hai now had a grandmaster and was even so close to Wu Fu. He accepted the pill and politely expressed his thanks. After he accepted the pill, the old man cupped his hands sincerely and expressed that he had been stuck in the Tao of alchemy for many years. Thanks to a few pointers from Wu Fu, he had gained considerable enlightenment. If he did not mind, then he wished to take Wu Fu as his master. Hearing that proposal, Wu Fu nearly choked. Jing Song was startled and asked if something was wrong. He quickly waved his hand, saying it was nothing, but inwardly thought that the old man was actually his master. To avoid prolonging the awkwardness, Jing Song suggested thinking it over carefully before discussing the matter of apprenticeship. Faced with such determination, Wu Fu could only sigh. Fate had opened another new page in an unusual way. At the same time, in the main hall of the Zhengyang sect, Han Sen sat high above issuing orders. Anyone related to Wu Fu, the people of Yun Hai or reclusive cultivators, was to be eliminated. The disciples cupped their hands in unison to accept the command, just as the main doors were pushed open. A mysterious young man stepped in and asked, "Elder, what business do you have calling me?" The scene shifted back to the competition stands. The MC announced that only one person remained on the arena and Yun Hai University had performed impressively, if no one else challenged them. Just as he was about to declare victory, a voice stopped him and told him to wait. From the main entrance walked in three unfamiliar students who said, letting a freshman take all the glory like this, did you not feel ashamed? They were students of Vo Hoer Academy. The charming girl Hu Jiang. In the middle was Captain Zin wearing glasses. Beside him was Fuck Doi with an unpleasant expression. Seeing them appear, Luke Lin immediately went to Wu Fu's side and reminded him that these people were not simple. He had to be careful. Ching Ching added that they were student council cadres of the South China Martial Arts Academy. One of the organizers of the tournament, At that moment, Fuck Doi stepped forward and asked if he was Wu Fu amid Urha's barking. Wu Fu calmly replied that was correct. Sensing hostility, Urha barked continuously, drawing Fuck Doi's attention. That man immediately swung his fist toward Urha and shouted to shut up, but as soon as his hand shot out, it was blocked by a familiar palm, his face changing slightly. Wu Fu showed no courtesy and threw Fuck Doi to the ground, then warned him not to touch my dog. After that, he challenged if there was anyone else with a confident smile. Captain Zin and Hu Jiang were both stunned because Fuck Doi's strength was not low, yet he had been defeated so easily. Doi held his head in dizziness and muttered that he did not understand what had just happened. When that man struggled to his feet, the audience was already discussing and praising that Wu Fu had not disappointed them. Glynn worriedly reminded that South China Academy was the top school in Beihai Province and an honored guest of the tournament. Offending them would not be good. Just as she finished speaking, Captain Zin turned and asked on the stage, could it be that no one dared to fight this freshman? Hearing that, the students began to find excuses to withdraw, saying their homework was unfinished or there were urgent matters at home. Hu Jiang snorted coldly in disdain and scolded them as a bunch of useless people. She stepped forward and said, Captain Zin, just stand and watch, let me deal with him. Seeing this, Luke Lin became even more vigilant and reminded Wu Fu to be careful. Hu Jiang released her power arrogantly and said, I heard you are strong, let me test a few moves. Wu Fu also circulated his energy and replied, do not blame me if you fail to recognize your own limits. She sneered and said, is that so? Before she finished speaking, she had already lunged forward to attack. He spun and gathered force, summoning a gigantic hammer that smashed down toward him. After the strike, she even confidently said she had made him cry. But immediately after, cracks appeared on the hammer, and it was shattered by a powerful force. Wu Jiang cried out in shock that it was impossible. Wu Fu emanated a towering aura and looked at her with overwhelming pressure. He swept past like the wind, saying it was over. Hu Jiang's eyes widened as applause sounded in the distance, praising the freshman's consecutive victory. Captain Zin stepped forward and reproached them for losing face, then looked at Wu Fu. He suggested that the class monitor come up to exchange a few moves. Ching Ching on the stands covered her face and sighed, saying this fool still did not even know about South China Academy. Captain Zin adjusted his glasses and mocked that his strength was decent, but pretending to be forced was too much. Wu Fu thought inwardly that South China's reputation was unexpectedly only this much. He raised two fingers and said in that case, another day he would come to seek guidance. Captain Zin understood and turned away, saying there was no need. In a few days we will come to Yun Hai University. Then the scene shifted elsewhere as the MC declared that the victory belonged to Yun Hai University. In the forest, someone handed over a white pill bottle saying Yunnan University was quite mysterious, reminding Wu Fu to be careful and that this pill would help break through to the nascent soul realm. He thanked the senior. When the bottle was opened, countless green bubbles floated up, astonishing everyone. Someone suspected that he intended to drink it all. Li Jiu's face darkened as he thought for a moment that swallowing so many pills at once, even if one reached the nascent soul realm, it would be hard to keep one's life. Wu Fu clenched his fists as the green bubbles continued to hover around him. Behind him appeared a sword filled with overwhelming power. King Song cast a spell from afar. Li Jiu stood guard. The sword generated a strong gale that swirled around his body. When the sword returned to its original position, from its tip a drop of blood dripped down. The drop of blood fell onto Wu Fu's forehead, causing him to flinch slightly. Where he stood, a soaring crimson force erupted upward. Jing Song exclaimed that this was the nascent soul realm. Li Jiu gritted his teeth and worried that if it did not stop, it would be difficult to seize this body. Shang Yao was supported by Qing Qing along with Yin Xian as they stepped forward, praising Wu Fu for being young and exceptionally talented. Ignoring those words, Wu Fu continued to wield the sword. Shang Yao placed his hand on his chest and asked for permission to withdraw to heal. As he turned away, Wu Fu called for Senior to stop. Suddenly, from afar, a beam of light shot toward Shang Yao. He frowned, not yet having time to react. Bodyguard shouted, "Why are you harming him?" Yin Xian stopped him, saying Wu Fu was healing his injury. Shang Yao stood stunned as faint cracks appeared before his eyes. His eyes widened, his pupils reflecting a dazzling light. Before everyone's eyes, Shang Yao spat out a mouthful of blood. Yin Xian and Qing Qing cried out in alarm. Li Jiu quietly said to Jing Song that the situation was unpredictable. Shang Yao still stood there as a strange golden force appeared around his body. Jing Song said to Li Jiu that your vision is still too limited. Everyone saw Shang Yao lower his head in gratitude to Wu Fu because without him today would have brought great loss. Jing Song sighed that this kind of spiritual energy not only healed injuries, but also helped increase cultivation. Li Jiu's face darkened as he secretly calculated that he must soon eliminate that man's plan. Wu Fu turned away and said to Erha, "Let us go." In the forest a voice called Li Jiu, so he left and that man replied that he had arrived. Scene shifted to the front gate of Hai Van University. Students on the bus greeted Luke Lin and then invited each other to celebrate. Someone praised the freshman as truly formidable, single-handedly turning the tide. Another said regardless of the past as long as he brought glory to the school. Wu Fu stretched when Luke Lin came over reminding him not to celebrate too early. There was still another trip. He immediately became serious and asked what it was about. In front of them, Chu Tan had stretched a huge banner welcoming Fuka's triumphant return, and he even deliberately shouted congratulations, leaving everyone present stunned. Chu Tan stepped forward, smiling with his hands clasped to congratulate Wu Fu, while Lu Ling directly asked, Chu Tan, what brings you here? Ignoring her question, Chu Tan went on to recount that while Wu Fu was dueling, Meng Jiao had stopped by his room, and when Wu Fu lazily asked what was up, he said those girls were colluding with Tian Gang to slander him. Luckily, he discovered it in time. Wu Fu smiled faintly and asked about Tian Gang. He's gone now. Chu Tan breathed a silent sigh of relief for not being involved, then quickly said he had helped lock Meng Jiao in the dormitory. Before leaving, Wu Fu lightly patted his shoulder saying he did well. He stammered it was the right thing to do, and only shouted after Wu Fu had walked away, remember to visit the disciples' hall. Scene shifted to a hotel. He approached the room door, knocking and warning coldly that it would be best to open immediately or face the consequences. The door had barely opened when Meng Jiao was mid-sentence saying you know that, but seeing him outside, she froze instantly. Wu Fu stepped straight in. Meng Jiao panicked, pointing with trembling hands. Isn't he supposed to be dead? Hearing the name Ha Tian Kang, he burst out laughing as if hearing something ridiculous. He glanced at her indifferently and replied that person had disappeared, no longer existing in the world. Meng Jiao's eyes widened, seemingly unable to believe what she just heard, stammering how could it be so. Before she could adjust her clothing, she rushed over to grab him, begging Wu Fu, I was wrong. It was all because Tian Gang forced me. Meng Jiao began to shed tears, continuously begging for his mercy. Even used a fragile demeanor to plead for her life, promising devoted service if spared. Wu Fu looked bored, while Meng Jiao stubbornly kept calling his name without stopping. Suddenly she was flung backward. She hit the floor without time to react. Wu Fu retracted his hand, though the residual force still spread. A chair beside the bed was also thrown aside by the force. Before Meng Jiao could recover, it landed near her, intensifying her fear. Wu Fu coldly ordered her to dress and leave. She sat pale on the floor, afraid to move. Outside in the dormitory hallway, two figures were secretly observing. Wondering why it was quiet after the earlier noise, Chu Tan signaled his companion to speak quietly. They tiptoed, the room door suddenly opened. Meng Jiao stepped quickly outside. Seeing her leave hurriedly with a gloomy expression, Chu Tan wondered what had happened inside, while Meng Jiao silently nursed thoughts of revenge. Chu Tan's followers also grew worried, advising him to leave and not provoke Wu Fu further. Back at the dormitory, Wu Fu was folding clothes when someone called Fuka, making him glance over. Before him was a bright red outfit with standout pants and a large embroidered logo that made anyone laugh. Hime winked mischievously, asking Wu Fu if he noticed anything different today. He excitedly showed off his new outfit while Wu Fu was stunned, almost choking. Han nearby was exasperated, and Meng Meng flexed muscles, boasting of strength. Wu Fu put on his jacket, intending to tease that with this power he might still lose to Ha, prompting strong protest, while Ha barked an incomprehensible sound. Meng Meng pointed at Ha, saying it's just a dog, but before finishing, Ha had bared its teeth. Soon the hallway echoed with Meng Meng's cries begging to stop and admitting defeat. He lay sprawled with a bruised face, while Ha proudly stood atop his back as if declaring victory. Wu Fu noticed something unusual, lifting Ha to ask if it had broken through so quickly. Meng Meng struggled up, saying senior from class 5-4 wanted to see him. Wu Fu calmly said if it's not urgent, tell him to wait. Even after being reminded, he insisted that if he wants to meet, he should come himself. Hao Yuan Tian Mansion, Lu Ling asked Qing Qing if she knew Wu Fu's true identity. Qing Qing, relaxing in the bath, asked if she was investigating him. Lu Ling raised her glass, saying it was just normal inquiry because her father wanted to meet him. Qing Qing sprang up, asking could she be the daughter of the Yunhai Lu family. Lu Ling blushed and laughed, saying guess a bit more. Before she could finish, Qing Qing signaled for silence. A fresh morning behind the mountain, cool breeze blowing, bringing comfort. In the cave, Ha was being absorbed by spiritual energy. After a while, Luo Zai asked in astonishment, what is this? Wu Fu calmly replied Ha was preparing to break through. She was surprised, asking if dogs could level up. He explained that with nurturing spiritual energy and special bloodline, latent abilities could awaken. Luo Zai hesitated, asking if he could teach her a bit when free. Wu Fu asked if she wanted to practice two sword art. Luozai blushed and softly said yes. While helping Ha refine, he explained two sword art is a dual-style sword technique. To fully unleash its power besides pairing swords, there is no other way. Even understanding this, Luozai firmly said she could not wait any longer. But Wu Fu declined as he still had to care for Ha, leaving her slightly disappointed. Wu Fu then said he could assist with his hands, which made Luozai both angry and embarrassed, unable to respond. He explained using hands channels the energy to suppress side effects of the sword art to unleash full 9-tier power. She finally realized she had misunderstood. Seeing her flustered, Wu Fu asked where she was thinking of going. Luozai shyly admitted she had indeed thought wrongly. He then focused on performing sword moves, starting from first move Butterfly Flower to the 7th, flowing like water. Upon reaching the 8th move, powerful internal energy spiraled around Luozai. After completing 8 moves, she sighed, saying she could advance no further. Wu Fu gently said it was no big deal. He said he would directly enter her consciousness to guide her. Luozai relaxed, letting him in, her eyes briefly widening. Immediately, her consciousness sank deep into her own spiritual space. Wu Fu's consciousness urged her to stop dazing and quickly channel the sword art. Yet at that moment, only 2 words appeared in her mind, making her heart race. Wind rustled outside the cave, blending with her breath. Luozai focused, clearly seeing each sword path in her mind. After a while, the internal energy in her body erupted fiercely. Finally, Luozai rejoiced as she completely mastered two sword art. She laughed with delight until a cough reminded her someone else was present. Realizing this, she quickly moved aside, muttering embarrassment for forgetting he was still there. Once calm, she tried to speak, but Wu Fu coldly told her not to disturb. Only then did Luozai notice Ha and curiously asked if it was transforming like a butterfly. The cocoon surrounding Ha suddenly cracked. Then it burst. Ha stepped out, shaking slightly. Seeing this, both were stunned. It turned out Ha had truly grown wings like a butterfly. Once its form stabilized, Luozai smiled gratefully at Wu Fu, saying she owed him a great debt. He casually replied it was nothing, his gaze subtly turning toward her as if wanting to say something. His eyes unconsciously lingered on Luozai's slightly open collar, making the atmosphere suddenly feel different. Realizing that Wu Fu's gaze had accidentally brushed over a sensitive part of her, Luozai blushed, pulled her clothes tight to cover herself, then loudly declared that she would absolutely not sell her body. He sternly reminded him that she was his teacher. After speaking, she turned and ran off, saying she would go ahead, leaving Wu Fu bewildered as he asked Ha that he had only meant to ask her to find a few opponents. Was such a reaction necessary? Ha did not understand either and merely barked twice. At the same time in the park, Chu Tan was suddenly slapped hard across the face. The one who struck him sneered and asked, "Were you not enemies with Wu Fu? Why are you flattering him now?" During movement in the bushes, he turned back and saw Ha peeking out, making him pause. Chu Tan, though his face was swollen, still smiled and said life is more important than grudges. That attitude angered one man who intended to teach him a lesson. Just when it seemed Chu Tan would suffer, a powerful surge of inner force suddenly arrived to save him. The others panicked and shouted, "Who is there?" Chu Tan was also stunned and let out a sound of surprise. He recognized Ha in astonishment, and the others vaguely recalled that this dog seemed familiar. Wu Fu stepped forward and asked Ha what it was doing here. It barked in reply. The bullies grew uneasy at the sight of him while he looked at them in confusion. One man loudly asked, "Are you Wu Fu?" Without waiting for an answer, he rushed forward with a kick. Wu Fu lightly blocked the attack and coldly asked which one sent you. He did not answer but accused him of exterminating the He family and coveting the Zhengyang sect, then unleashed a flurry of kicks like the wind. Wu Fu calmly blocked and asked a disciple of the Zhengyang sect. The man leapt up while admitting that was correct. Hearing that, Wu Fu coldly said, "Then do not blame me." He immediately counterattacked. The opponent, recalling the elder's warning to beware Wu Fu's divine weapon, hurriedly retreated to avoid it. Seeing the inner force he released, that man grew cautious and withdrew to keep his distance. Yet he still refused to stop, snorting coldly as he executed the Bagua palm. Behind him appeared a Bagua diagram, inner force surging violently. Pressure spread, forcing both Chu Tan and the others to retreat. He boasted that even sword energy could not break this palm. Hand over the divine weapon and there may be a way to live. Just as he finished speaking, a sharp sound came from behind him. At some point, Wu Fu was already standing behind him, pressing a blade to his throat and telling him not to move. He disdainfully told the Zhengyang sect not to send such mediocrities next time. The man was stunned and could not understand how he had appeared behind him. Wu Fu added indifferently that he was always ready to receive them. Chu Tan witnessed everything and thought Wu Fu had changed. Ha suddenly barked, drawing his attention. He hurriedly took out food for Ha to thank it for saving him. coaxing it to eat slowly. As it ate happily, Wu Fu stepped forward and said, "No wonder it has grown fat lately. You have been secretly feeding it." Chu Tan smiled ingratiatingly and said he wanted to reconcile through Ha first. Wu Fu merely reminded him to worry about himself. Chu Tan reported that officials from the Southern Koa Kin Martial Academy were about to arrive at the school. Wu Fu coldly said there was no need to worry and called Ha to follow, inwardly thinking that the true powerhouse had yet to appear. Elsewhere, someone smashed a teacup and shouted that even at the nascent soul realm, he dared to think the Zhengyang sect had no one. Zhang Nan angrily said that although myriad sects avoid worldly grudges, Wu Fu had repeatedly provoked them, so he summoned Han Po and ordered him to bring back his head. Mount Qingyan, inside a small wooden house, Jing Song was focused on refining pills. He examined the mixed spirit pill and thought that he had wandered here to refine it conveniently, also admitting that in discussing the Tao of alchemy, Wu Fu surpassed him. The person beside him, who was sharpening a blade, paused as if guessing that thought. Li Jiu smiled and said, "If master is second, who dares be first? Perhaps that one was merely lucky." The wooden door opened. Wu Fu stepped in, saying, "The spiritual energy is so dense. Senior must be refining the mixed spirit pill." Ha also barked in greeting. Jing Song was astonished to see his spiritual power had grown greatly. Li Jiu stared probing at him, making Ha frightened and hide in its master's arms. Wu Fu only smiled faintly under that gaze. He mocked that it seems you are already desperate. Then he turned and said, "The mixed spirit pill requires 35,000 years of the essence of heaven and earth. Once refined, it will establish a supreme foundation." Jing Song said, "Not everyone knows this." Wu Fu frankly said he does not belong to this world, shocking him into asking if it was the ninth heaven above. He did not answer immediately, only thinking of the tomb of the ninth heaven above before taking out something and saying his true goal was that place. As soon as he finished speaking, two swords fell to the ground with a sharp clang. Li Jiu cried out, "The ninth heaven above," jealousy surging in his heart as he resolved to eliminate him soon. He requested to descend the mountain for a trip and would return at night. Wu Fu knew where he was going, so he only sneered and reminded Jing Song that he had already reached the nascent soul realm, advising him not to let Li Jiu sink too deep. Jing Song sighed and said that since being poisoned, he had no longer care. Wu Fu was surprised that he knew. Though saying he did not care, he still hoped that if that day came, he could show mercy. Understanding, Wu Fu asked, "Do you want me to spare him?" Jing Song sighed again and said perhaps it was the fate he must bear. Wu Fu said master is still the same. Looked at him and continued that he still tolerates his disciple as before. The hidden meaning made Jing Song suspect his identity. Before he could ask, Wu Fu had already left, saying they would meet again later. Leaves rustled in the forest. Wu Fu stopped and called Li Jiu to stop hiding and come out. Li Jiu stepped out from behind a tree and said, "It seems you are ready to die." Wu Fu shook his head and said, "You are still stubborn." He descended to the ground and said, "Speak after you come down." Wu Fu pointed to the sky and asked, "Do you rely on the nascent soul realm or that thing?" From above, powerful spiritual force descended. He disdainfully called it child's play as those attacks rushed toward him. An explosion rang out. Amid the dust, Wu Fu's voice sounded that it is a pity it is still lacking, startling Li Jiu. He calmly said, "If I had not reached the nascent soul realm, I might have lost to that formation." Li Jiu could not believe it. Wu Fu smiled and said, "Your move has been exposed," then rushed forward. He appeared behind him and said, "Now it is my turn." Clash of metal rang out sharply. Li Jiu blocked, but with great difficulty as the sword was heavy. Wu Fu immediately executed the Heavenly Vision sword art. The moment he saw that move, Li Jiu recognized its origin. Without time to think, he had to evade, knowing it was the flowing sword form of his own sect. Wu Fu continued with the Heavenly Water sword art. Two swung their swords in fierce combat. Wu Fu used flowing water and Li Jiu responded in kind, their inner forces colliding and shaking the surroundings. The sound of swords striking rang sharply. Li Jiu roared, asking where he learned that move, as Wu Fu had already shifted to the fourth form. That ultimate technique bore the name Changming. Another earth-shaking explosion resounded throughout the space. From afar, Jing Song saw his two disciples charging at each other in a fierce melee. The old man could only let out a weary sigh. He had once thought the child would soon awaken and turn back, yet instead he sank deeper and deeper. In the end, he decided to leave, ignoring the two disciples. When the hybrid spirit pill gradually took shape, he himself should also depart from this place. Back to the battlefield, smoke and dust filled the air. Li Jiu, his palms stained red, had no choice but to give up, forcing himself to gather his remaining breath to ask who Wu Fu truly was. He placed a hand on the other party's shoulder and demanded why he was so proficient in moves identical to his own. Wu Fu supported him and softly replied that if he had been exiled to this world, perhaps he should call him that title. Crushed the sword in his opponent's hand and slowly uttered 3 words, Grandmaster Hein. Beyond the layer of space, a strange object was hurtling toward Earth. The object flashed across the sky and plunged straight into a cliff, creating a thunderous sound. While cultivating, Wu Fu sensed the anomaly and abruptly opened his eyes. Wind howled through the room. Wu Fu immediately realized the fragment had reappeared. At another academy, the class bell rang. Several luxury cars stopped in front of the school gate. The people in the academy hurried out to welcome the motorcade with respectful expression. From inside one car, a strikingly dressed girl stepped out, glanced around and lightly remarked that this was merely an ordinary school. The spiritual energy was too thin, and the cultivators were hardly outstanding. Yu Shuang turned to inquire. He had heard that the young lady of the Lu family was serving as the student council president of Yunhai University. Yu Ling calmly replied that the one who had defeated the subordinate last time was only a freshman from her school. A subtle spark of confrontation flashed between the two. As the argument was about to erupt, someone spoke up to stop them. They had not come here to quarrel. Captain Zin explained the purpose of the trip. Yunhai University was the victor. They had come to hand over the quota. Yu Ling wondered that the spirit pills and spirit stones had already been fully received, so what was this quota? Captain Zin frankly stated that it was the number of people allowed to enter the Manhwa Jing Martial Academy. During the conversation, several students nearby had taken notice and secretly exclaimed that Nanhua Jing was the top martial academy in the Yunhai region. Lu Ling felt secretly worried. Entering Nanhua Jing meant countless formidable opponents, yet Wu Fu would surely not refuse. At that moment, a familiar bark sounded. She turned around and saw Wu Fu appear. He walked forward and sternly asked what they were doing here. Lu Ling did not answer and instead asked what he was doing here. Wu Fu casually said he was just handling a small matter. At that moment, Captain Zin cleared his throat to draw attention and called his name. He handed Wu Fu an invitation card, reminding him that he had promised to come back for him. Wu Fu took the card and asked what it was. Yu Shuang leaned close to his ear and whispered that it was an invitation letter from Nanhua Jing Martial Academy. He had no interest, so he only cast her an annoyed glance. The girl ignored that attitude and continued softly tempting him, saying that once inside he would have excellent cultivation resources. He even laid out an enticing platter of fruit, adding that Nanhua Jing gathered countless experts. That scene fell into Ching Ching's eyes. She angrily shouted that she was using her physical advantages to seduce him. Was that all she amounted to? After speaking, she glanced at the fruit platter over there, found it too eye-catching and snorted even more irritably. Fu did not value the invitation card at all and casually crushed it. That action displeased Hu Shuang, and he sneered before tossing it to the ground. The card rolled to Hu Shuang's feet. One man in the group angrily shouted that he dared to belittle Nanhua Jing's reputation. Hu Shuang's face darkened as she ground her teeth and scolded him for being rude. Lu Ling stood beside them, secretly gloating. Another man boldly stepped forward to block Wu Fu, saying that inviting him was the academy's decision. He should not be stubborn. Those words made Wu Fu's expression turn cold as he warned him not to make a move here. Yet that man arrogantly asked if he was afraid. He even gripped his shoulder tightly in provocation. Wu Fu stomped hard, cracking the ground as his inner force spread out and forced the opponent to freeze in place. His voice rang out coldly. Wu Fu's gaze was sharp as a blade as he asked if he was seeking his own doom. As soon as he finished speaking, a sound echoed. He twisted his wrist and reminded them that this was Yunhai University. After teaching that man a lesson, he coldly warned that anyone who came here must follow the rules, comply, and there would be peace. Resist, and they would bring disaster upon themselves. After speaking, he turned and left. Captain Zin angrily shouted that he had offended the Zhengyang sect and now provoked Nanhua Jing as well. Was he seeking trouble for himself? Wu Fu merely sneered and replied that they were not qualified to speak with him. Knowing he could not confront him now, Captain Zin suppressed his anger and waited for a chance to retaliate, vowing to reclaim today's debt from Yunhai University. A few days later in the mountain cave behind the academy, Wu Fu suddenly sneezed, causing Luo Zai to anxiously ask what was wrong. Even while soaking and cultivating with him, she sternly reminded him that when practicing the absolute void sword art, he must not let his mind wander. He indifferently replied that if she was cold, she could put on more clothes. Before he could finish speaking, Luo Zai suddenly had a nosebleed, making Wu Fu helplessly remind her. As evening fell behind the mountain, Ha's barking echoed outside the cave, along with Lu Ling's voice calling in to ask if everyone was inside. Lu Ling stepped in and called Wu Fu's name while Ha barked along. About to speak again, she suddenly saw the scene before her and was startled. Seeing Wu Fu and Luo Zai hurriedly putting their clothes back on, Lu Ling's face flushed red as she stammered what the two of them had done. Her scream echoed throughout the cave. Luo Zai flusteredly explained that she had misunderstood. but Lu Ling still insisted that everything was obvious. When she noticed the cultivation manual and the medicine bottle on the stone, she began to suspect she had guessed wrong. Wu Fu calmly adjusted his clothes and asked what she wanted with him. Gaining her composure, Lu Ling said that regarding the previous matter, Nanhua Jing had officially put pressure on Yunhai University. After hearing that, Wu Fu asked whether Nanhua Jing had many experts. Lu Ling replied that Nanhua Jing's strength far surpassed the Xinjiang sect. Even its mentors were formidable. Before she could finish, a sudden violent tremor shook outside, startling the two girls while Wu Fu frowned in annoyance. After the tremor passed, everything gradually calmed. Lu Ling said it had stopped. Wu Fu said in a low voice that he had not expected them to find this place. Lu Ozai, not understanding, hurriedly asked what had happened. His face turned gloomy as he said it was only a few old acquaintances dropping by. He would go out to receive them. Outside, the wind blew fiercely, and the leaves rustled against each other. Jing Song respectfully bowed to the two guests and addressed them as senior brother. The ones who made him so courteous were Bai Yuan and his disciple Zai Yan. Hurriedly asked that he had been waiting for senior brother for many days. Had he brought the medicinal herbs he had requested? Bai Yuan replied in a deep voice that they had of course been prepared. He pointed to the box in Zai Yan's hand and said it contained the medicinal herbs his junior brother needed. Jing Song immediately expressed his thanks. Taking the box, Jing Song remarked that although the spiritual energy here was thin, it was suitable for refining the hybrid spirit pill. It was just a pity that the medicinal herbs were scarce, so he had to trouble senior brother. Bai Yuan believed that the method of refining the hybrid spirit pill had long been lost. Now that his junior brother could recreate it, he would naturally offer full support. At that moment, Zai Yan sensed someone approaching and immediately shouted to ask who it was. As soon as the words fell, a dull explosion sounded. Jing Song recognized the arrival and quickly stopped Bai Yuan, saying it might be a friend he knew on Earth. Hearing this, Zai Yan slowly said that it turned out to be an old friend of martial uncle, but observed the newcomer and mockingly said that it seemed the low-level beings on this planet were not entirely useless. The one who had caused the great commotion was Wu Fu. Jing Song hurriedly asked if he was injured. He calmly replied that he was unharmed. Only then did Jing Song breathe a sigh of relief and introduce Bai Yuan as his senior brother. Bai Yuan was arrogant and did not even bother to look, saying that his junior brother had wandered the mortal world for too long and inevitably been tainted by mortal aura. As for himself, there was no need to introduce himself to an unknown junior. Knowing the other party's identity, Wu Fu called Bai Yuan by name in a low voice. He said something cryptic, that he had once thought if the hybrid spirit pill had been refined earlier his master might have avoided calamity. He had not expected him to appear today as well. Bai Yuan was startled upon hearing this and asked if he recognized him. At this moment, Zai Yan suddenly sensed that the atmosphere was unusual. He immediately stood in front of his master and loudly warned him to be careful. Wu Fu's sword slashed out. He hurriedly raised his own sword to block, but that blade easily pierced through. His sword shattered into countless fragments the next instant. Bai Yuan was shaken inwardly and realized he had underestimated his opponent. Seeing his path blocked, Wu Fu rushed forward and shouted for him to move aside before delivering a kick that sent him flying. The blow sent him flying far away, causing Bai Yuan to pale in shock as he frantically called out Zai Yan's name. Seizing the moment of Bai Yuan's distraction, Wu Fu immediately closed in and threw out a taunt asking where he was looking, then followed with a strike aimed straight at his opponent. Seeing him act so recklessly, Jing Song turned pale and shouted, "Foolish junior brother, what are you doing? Stop at once." It was already too late. Wu Fu had unleashed the heavenly water sword art. The Chaos Heaven stance was executed with practiced ease, its sharp aura sweeping everywhere. Bai Yuan not only felt no fear but even let out a contemptuous chuckle, truly seeking his own doom. As soon as he finished speaking, that man retreated several steps. Immediately after, that man circulated his power and released a shockwave that blasted Wu Fu backward. The situation made Wu Fu realize he had miscalculated. With his current strength, it was difficult to escape Bai Yuan's grasp, let alone protect his master. When that man prepared to punish him, and even mocked that a mere nascent soul dared to be insolent before me, would only meet a miserable end. Jing Song hurriedly stepped in to stop him. "Senior brother, please stay your hand." Seeing this, Bai Yuan frowned in confusion. He then explained that the early formation of the soul spirit pill was partly due to Wu Fu's contribution. Those words made Bai Yuan half doubtful as he uttered him. Jing Song calmly said, "Perhaps you do not believe it, but at first I also thought the same as you." Bai Yuan hesitated and said the method of refining the soul fusion pill had long been lost. If not for junior brother restoring 70% of it, there would be no achievement today. If that was true, he intended to give face to Wu Fu for knowing alchemy, and let the matter pass as if it never happened. Wu Fu then proposed, "How about letting me refine it for you to see?" Jing Song's wooden house, Wu Fu asked to borrow the pill furnace. He did not refuse but still asked if he intended to refine the pill personally. Wu Fu affirmed that was correct. Hearing this, Zai Yan sneered that with such little cultivation he still dared to refine pills. He calmly replied that refining pills did not necessarily require extremely high cultivation. After speaking, he clasped his hands together. Then he focused all his spirit on refining the pill. Not long after, a scene unfolded that left Bai Yuan, Zai Yan and Jing Song all stunned. Watching Wu Fu's technique, Bai Yuan suddenly felt it was familiar. Why did this method of refinement seem as if he had seen it before? At that moment, Wu Fu gave a low shout stop. Instantly, his inner force surged and gathered entirely into the pill furnace. Streams of true qi were drawn in with clear order. The process seemed to have reached its final stage, forcing Bai Yuan to admit that he truly understood alchemy. Before long, the pill was completed. He told Jing Song to take a look. Wu Fu generously invited them to verify. Zai Yan quickly picked up one and was surprised that it had indeed been refined successfully, yet still doubted its effect. Jing Song also picked one up and examined it carefully. Zai Yan stared at the pill and hesitated whether to try it. Could it really be genuine? He decided to test it and slowly brought it to his mouth. Before he could swallow it, he saw Jing Song spit out a mouthful of blood after taking his, the sight shocking him out of his wit. In panic, Zai Yan shouted and threw the pill away, saying it was poisonous. Bai Yuan looked at his junior brother and disciple and could only shake his head in helpless exasperation. While wiping his mouth, Zai Yan pointed at Wu Fu and demanded, "Were you trying to harm us? Today I will not spare you." Wu Fu sighed in frustration and said, "You truly cannot distinguish right from wrong. Look carefully." As soon as he finished speaking, Jing Song's inner force suddenly erupted, causing Zai Yan to cry out in astonishment. Even Bai Yuan realized that Jing Song's cultivation had advanced after taking the pill. It was the Soul Revival Rebirth pill. Wu Fu explained that the senior had been poisoned for many years, so his cultivation had stagnated. This pill only helped clear the meridians and dissolve the toxins in his body. Bai Yuan fell silent in thought. Not only could he refine the Soul Revival Rebirth pill, but it was so effective. He smiled and said, "How interesting." Wu Fu coldly reminded that refining pills did not require high cultivation, but guarding against others was still essential. His sharp gaze directed at him. That action made Bai Yuan question, "Do I have any grudge with you? This is the first time we have met." He did not answer directly, but vaguely said that from the moment you revealed killing intent, that nature of yours had never changed. Realizing this youth was not ordinary, Bai Yuan secretly decided to observe further for now. He changed his tone and laughed apologetically for his earlier rudeness, hoping not to be blamed. The swift change of face made Wu Fu inwardly disdain the old fox. Ignoring him, he turned to Jing Song and said he hoped these pills would help you break through soon. At the same time, pay more attention to the people around you. Just then his phone chimed with a message. He frowned slightly, thinking at this age and still not calling directly. The content of the message left him stunned. At the Su family residence, everything was in ruins. Han Sen led the disciples of the Zhengyang sect and declared that today the Su family would be wiped out. Shang Rao stood alone to block them so the descendants could retreat, urging them to leave quickly. Qing Qing was dragged away, yet still turned back, calling him through tears. Yin Xian tried to pull her away, advising that as long as one lived there was hope, but Qing Qing shook her head, firmly refusing to go. He firmly believed that he would definitely appear. Han Sen laughed arrogantly and said even if he came, he would only be in time to witness the devastation. He immediately ordered his disciples to charge and strike. Facing the danger of annihilation, Shang Rao resolved to risk his old life to protect the Su family and erupted with all his strength. He shouted for everyone to retreat, and as soon as he finished speaking, rushed forward to block the Zhengyang sect disciple. Han Sen sneered that you can barely protect your own life, yet still worry about others. Without hesitation, he unleashed a decisive move, surging flames rolling toward Shang Rao. Naturally, Shang Rao was no match for Han Sen and was struck. He was blasted far away. Qing Qing and Yin Xian cried out in panic. Shang Rao saw they had not left and anxiously asked why they were still here, but Qing Qing only choked as she called him. Han Sen continued his assault, raging flames sweeping forward. In that life and death moment, Qing Qing desperately screamed Wu Fu's name. Immediately, a thunderous shock resounded across the sky. Seeing his move shattered, Han Sen angrily shouted that whoever dared oppose the Zhengyang sect would meet no good end, then froze when he saw the strange sight ahead. Before him was a pair of gigantic wings. The wings spread wide after blocking the strike, revealing the Su family safe within, and the one who had taken the blow was Ha. Han Sen was horrified and wondered where this spirit beast had appeared from. At the same time, someone unexpectedly knocked away several Zhengyang sect disciples. Only then did he hastily look around to find the source. The one who had acted was the person he feared most, Wu Fu. Wu Fu's icy gaze swept over them, as he declared that today you should not dream of leaving easily. Ching Ching sat collapsed on the ground, and upon seeing him appear joyfully called his name. Wu Fu hovered in the air saying, "Leave everything to me. Protect everyone." Gave a low growl in response. Han Sen, on the other side, remained arrogant, believing that even if he came it would still be hard for him to escape his grasp. Yin Xian anxiously reminded that Han Sen was a void-returning grandmaster only one step from the Dao integration realm, while Wu Fu had only recently entered the nascent soul realm, so do not be too reckless. But as Han Sen raised his hand to finish it, he suddenly halted. The surrounding space darkened and his body stiffened. Suddenly someone descended behind Han Sen from nowhere, speaking calmly that I thought a great matter had occurred, so I rushed here so quickly. Han Sen was shocked to sense the aura of a Dao integration grandmaster. Could it be Wu Fu's reinforcement? Yin Xian and Shang Rao both widened their eyes in astonishment at the person who had just appeared. Two more figures also manifested, one of them complaining that senior brother walked too slowly. Shang Rao secretly thought they must be acquaintances of Wu Fu. Yin Xian also realized they had backing. Han Sen turned his head, inwardly anxious that this situation was likely unfavorable, let alone killing Wu Fu. The Zhengyang sect might even face catastrophe. Bai Yuan laughed and said he had only come to watch the excitement and would not involve himself in their grievances. Han Sen looked at him, probing whether Senior was not standing on Wu Fu's side. Bai Yuan kept his smile and firmly said it was absolutely not so. Jing Song beside him grew anxious and said, "Senior brother, Brother Wu has treated me with deep kindness. This debt must be repaid. If you will not help, then I will help myself." Bai Yuan placed a hand on his shoulder to stop him and said, "This is a matter of low-level planetary cultivators. We are outsiders and should not interfere." Just as Jing Song called out senior brother, Wu Fu had already drawn a small sword and said, "There is no need. I will handle my own affair." Seeing this, Han Po laughed smugly and said, "Wu Fu, it seems even the heavens want you dead today." Wu Fu's eyes flared with a red-orange glow as he replied, "Who will lose his life is still unknown. To deal with you will cost me some effort." He threw the sword forward and softly chanted Celestial Body Sword Art, reverse. Han Po frowned in brief surprise, then immediately raised his hand to activate the sword formation in the sky. Countless shimmering sword lights appeared with clanging sounds. Han Po raised both hands and shouted, "Taste my Mountain Guardian sword formation." Each sword shot down at his command. Shang Yao, standing below, looked at the sword storm in the sky and cried that this was bad. That was the Mountain Guardian formation of the Zhongyang sect. Qing Qing only dared to peek with anxious eyes as she called Wu Fu. Within the heart of the sword storm, he still stood firm without the slightest movement. He closed his eyes and sighed calmly that it was a pity it was still a little lacking, then swung his sword and said, "If that is the case today, I will try breaking this formation." A streak of golden light flashed and swept away the sword formation. Broken sword fragments scattered everywhere. Han Po covered his eyes and cried that it was impossible. When he raised his head again, he was stunned and whispered that was. At this moment, Wu Fu revealed the appearance of his previous life, eyes half closed as he said, "Since you have come, then be buried here." He floated in midair, golden radiance blazing around him. Qing Qing and Shang Yao below stared in shock. Zai Yan stammered, "Master." Bai Yuan frowned and said, "It is only the nascent soul realm, yet it emits such dangerous aura." Wu Fu closed his eyes, the power around him rotating endlessly. After a long while he exhaled forcefully and his aura exploded outward. His eyes opened and looked straight ahead. Gaze pressed directly onto Han Po, making that man grit his teeth and curse inwardly. He had intended to retreat but now could only risk everything and shout, "Today we die together." Wu Fu turned his wrist and drew a streak of light like lightning that slashed across Han Po before that man could react. Han Po froze and felt something strange on his body. He was horrified to see his shoulder torn open, blood pouring without stop. Jing Song, Bai Yuan, Zai Yan and Shang Yao were all stunned. Zai Yan asked where that brat had gone. Bai Yuan muttered, "Damn it, I did not even notice." Han Po touched his wound and coughed strangely, saying, "He is so far away, how could he hit me?" Wu Fu's voice sounded by his ear, "Han Po, the debt you owe the Su family I will make you repay 100-fold. That man spun around searching, "Where are you?" From afar golden light flashed again. Countless attacks rained down upon him. Han Po roared in pain, yet angrily shouted, "Brat, do not be smug too soon." He clasped his hands to gather power, then erupted with all his spiritual energy, shouting, "You will not escape." Explosions thundered continuously. The three master and disciples of Bai Yuan raised shields for protection. Bai Yuan secretly cursed fool. In such situation he still releases wide-range spiritual energy. Han Po lost control and roared who said I would flee. Your little spiritual energy is nothing, then spread his arms to form a barrier. But in a blink Wu Fu had appeared before him and tore that layer of protection apart. Han Po's eyes widened in disbelief. Wu Fu shattered the barrier, an explosion rang out and both fell heavily to the ground. Beneath the earth Han Po laughed smugly for he had blocked the sword tip. I have caught you. Wu Fu calmly raised 2 fingers and said too late. Han Po began to panic. A gigantic sword shadow from the formation pierced through his body and dragged him deep underground. Feeling his body disintegrate, he cried in terror, do not. A huge explosion erupted beneath the ground. Smoke and dust billowed as stones flew in all directions. When the dust cleared, a massive crater lay before everyone's eye. Zai Yan looked at the pit and thought this brat is far from ordinary. The power is no less than master. He lowered his head to search below, then looked up and saw Wu Fu floating in the air. The sword in his hand was broken in 2, the radiance faded. The golden armor on his shoulders and chest was covered in cracks. Finally the armor shattered. Jing Song anxiously called Brother Wu. Wu Fu fell straight down and Ching Ching rushed forward to catch him. She held him and landed safely, then asked, you reckless fool, are you all right? Wu Fu coughed lightly and said a return to Void Grandmaster is nothing special. After speaking he fainted. Ching Ching panicked and repeatedly called his name. Jing Song stepped forward to ask about the situation. Ching Ching said he has fainted. Bai Yuan wanted to examine him but Jing Song stopped him saying let me see. Ching Ching anxiously asked how is he? Jing Song took his pulse then hesitated saying he. He suddenly trembled inwardly. Ching Ching's eyes reddened as she asked, is he badly injured? Jing Song said Han Po is at the return to Void Realm to stimulate potential like that the price is not small. Ching Ching cried even more thinking he was beyond save. Bai Yuan turned away and told Zai Yan let us go back. Zai Yan asked not waiting for martial uncle. He replied to give him time to bid farewell to his young friend. The master and disciple turned into 2 streaks of light and flew upward. In midair Bai Yuan said I thought that brat was an otherworldly expert. Turns out he is merely reckless. Zai Yan asked why say so. Bai Yuan analyzed he burned his lifespan to stimulate potential. I fear he will scarcely leave his bed for the rest of his life. Here Ching Ching begged to save him. Shang Yao also asked is there any other way? Jing Song reassured that Wu Fu is fine. He stroked his beard and said the pulse shows his strength has not diminished at all and even shows signs of breakthrough. Ching Ching and Shang Yao were both astonished. Jing Song said I thought he burned his lifespan but unexpectedly he has another method. Then told everyone to take good care of him because the Zhang Yang sect must be in chaos. Elsewhere the sky was filled with dazzling thunder and lightning. Before a stone gate engraved with the 3 words Zhang Yang sect. Inside the hall, the man seated at the center ordered bring her in. 2 subordinates dragged a woman inside and threw her down. The man on the chair signaled her to raise her head, her hair disheveled as she struggled to lift herself. Zhang Nan created something and said if not for your plea for revenge I would not have given you these vicious ghostly beings. I hope you do not disappoint me Meng Jiao. She weakly raised her head to look at it. In the dark room voices sounded. Ching Ching boasted about the chicken soup she made for Wu Fu. Someone mentioned he had saved the Su family. Wu Fu lay on the bed listening to the commotion and muttered the chicken is burnt. He opened his eyes to see Ha's head right beside him. He softly called Ha. It happily barked in response. Smelling the food he turned to look at the door thinking are they cooking? Just as he felt hungry, a teasing voice outside said are you making biological weapons? Ching Ching irritably said it is only slightly burnt. Lu Ling replied luckily I am here or you would have poisoned him. Ching Ching still held the plate saying I will taste it myself. Lu Ling continued teasing about being frightened while shopping. The door suddenly opened. Wu Fu poked his head out and asked what are you cooking? Both of them turned around in shock. Ching Ching smiled and said wait a moment and it will be ready. Wu Fu looked suspiciously at what she hid behind her back. On the plate was a charred black chicken. A fly flew over to land on it then toppled over motionless. Wu Fu turned pale at the sight. Forced a smile and said I am not hungry yet then quickly closed the door. Lu Ling teased after seeing that you still say it is not poisonous. Even a fly cannot endure it. Ching Ching could only laugh awkwardly. After that Shang Rao pointed downward and introduced that all the forces of the Su family from now on would obey Wu Fu's orders. He cupped his hands in thanks. Shang Yao curiously asked what do you need so many people for? Wu Fu frankly said to destroy the Zhang Yang sect. That old man laughed and praised good. As soon as he finished speaking Shang Yao was stunned and asked do you truly want to destroy the Zhang Yang sect? Wu Fu calmly replied the Zhang Yang sect is not worth worrying about then took out a book and said first the Su family must be strong enough to stand firm. Soldier worriedly reminded that Zhang Yang is a great sect. Are we not courting death? Shang Yao slammed the railing and shouted silence then apologized to Wu Fu. He waved his hand and said, "It is fine. First train your martial skills well." And Tyne slowly opened the book Wu Fu handed over. A brilliant light burst forth, making his eyes widen as he exclaimed it was a high-grade martial skill. Shang Rao heard this and immediately asked again, and Tyne hurriedly passed the book to his father to see. The soldiers below could not hide their astonishment. Shang Yao glanced at Wu Fu ahead, inwardly thinking it was indeed a rare treasure, wondering how many things he had yet to reveal. He clasped his hands and bowed, declaring that following him was a wise decision and that the Su family was willing to stand against Zhang Yang. Wu Fu looked down at the line of soldiers and loudly called for a replacement. All of them responded in unison that they understood. He told Shang Yao to focus on training first, as he still had matters to handle, then reminded him to remain hidden for now in case Zhang Yang came looking. Shang Yao bowed respectfully as he saw him off. 3 days later, under a cloudy sky, at the dormitory corridor, Meng wondered why Wu Fu had offended Nam Hoa Kin yet still came to Ngo Dong City. He replied coldly that he was only here to take back what belonged to him and would not force anyone to come along. Meng giggled and said going to fight without cheerleaders would be too dull. Wu Fu said he was not going for fun. Meng still insisted on tagging along for excitement. Suddenly he stopped, leaving Meng staring blankly as he asked what was wrong. A figure appeared ahead and walked toward them. Wu Fu asked who it was with vigilance. He calmly looked at the woman before him and asked if she still wanted revenge. Behind her were dense, shadowy figures. Meng asked who she was, and the woman slowly raised her head. Meng recognized her as Meng Jiao. He clenched his fists and asked to strike first but was stopped by a hand. Wu Fu stepped in front and said he was not her opponent. Meng confidently claimed he had reached the profound realm, but he mentioned that even Ha had not defeated her, and told him to look clearly at the primordial spirit aura surrounding her. Meng turned his head to look, thinking it was only a group of thugs. But when he looked carefully, he was stunned. Around Meng Jiao swirled a blue-black aura and twisted terrifying phantom. Meng panicked and clung to Wu Fu, shouting loudly. Meng Jiao stared viciously and muttered that she would follow Wu Fu until he collapsed. Her aura made Meng tremble as he gripped his hand tightly. The blue-black aura transformed into a ferocious face and lunged forward. Wu Fu remained still and said she had been forced to use a forbidden technique to advance, but this was useless against him. In another room, Chu Tan irritably opened the door and scolded whoever was making noise in the middle of the night. He looked out and saw the corridor covered in black aura. He froze. Within that mist, countless faces flickered, sending chills down the spine. Chu Tan was so frightened he fell to the ground. 2 subordinates rushed out to help him but turned back as they sensed something abnormal behind them. The phantoms noticed them and let out eerie laughter. The corridor echoed with chaotic running. 2 dark shadows circled Wu Fu ears and whispered haunting words. He slowly opened his eyes to observe. Wu Fu waved his hand, the black aura dissipated and retreated, leaving behind threats. Meng asked if she had left. He confirmed and sighed at the trouble. After a while, Chu Tan regained consciousness. Wu Fu walked over and asked why he was here. Chu Tan looked at the cut on the wall and explained he had come to replace it with the best steel door. Meng advised him to accept the goodwill. Wu Fu remained silent, then handed Chu Tan a martial skill manual and told him to practice it as repayment, so they owed each other nothing. Chu Tan excitedly called him master. Wu Fu merely frowned slightly. Before leaving Van Hai, he told him to train diligently in body techniques. Chu Tan lowered his head and promised to complete it. After he left, Chu Tan laughed and said the plan was effective. Meng smugly remarked that Brother Fu had a soft heart. Chu Tan resolved to perform well. The bustling city echoed with car horns. Inside the glossy black car, Wu Fu asked why they were following him. Ching said she came to protect him. Luke Lin used the excuse of exchanging experience with Nam Hoa Kin. Luo Zai remained silent, causing the other 2 to ask her. She merely glanced at them. Car passed the sign of Ngo Dong City. Inside, they chatted lively about the specialty Zio Long Bao. Passing a tall hotel, someone called for the car to stop. Meng suggested checking in and talking after booking rooms. From afar, 2 men whispered, causing Ching and Luke Lin to blush. Luo Zai asked to return first. Wu Fu calmly nodded. Luo Zai left hugging her sword. Meng called everyone upstairs. Entering the room, Ching jumped onto the bed, praising its comfort. Luke Lin said Nam Hoa Kin invited them to meet tomorrow. Ha showed no interest. Ching asked then why come here. Wu Fu looked out the window and said he was searching for something that belonged to him. Luke Lin reminded him that Nam Hoa Kin was powerful. He said they should come here to meet him. Meng raised his thumb in praise. The room echoed with the sounds of tidying up in preparation to depart. Afterwards, they stood before the villa gate. Meng pressed the bell repeatedly with no response. Ching wondered if they were here to find an object rather than a person. Wu Fu looked at the villa and confirmed it was the right place. Meng suggested breaking in. He said the owner had already come to open the door. The door truly swung open. An old man peeked out and asked who they were looking for. Wu Fu clasped his hands and said he wished to discuss a deal. Hai Zheng warily said they were not qualified. He immediately mentioned the lost Huo family fist art. Hai Zheng intended to close the door but stopped upon hearing that. Ching felt uneasy at such sensitive words. Wu Fu said he did not speak carelessly and mentioned that the Huo family ancestor had taken the secret manual into the grave. Hai Zheng was stunned. Ching was astonished. Meng was confused. Hai Zheng asked who he was since few people knew this matter. The old man pondered, then asked what the specific terms of the deal were. Hai Zheng turned inside and told them to follow. In the study, he required that the conversation be kept confidential. Wu Fu said that revealing it would bring him no benefit. Meng felt anxious as his phone displayed rumors about the Huo family. Meng turned pale and fell silent. Hai Zheng clenched his hand and asked if they had also come because of this fragment. He opened his palm, revealing a blazing red crystal fragment that illuminated the entire room. Wu Fu slightly stirred his thoughts and a small sword appeared. Hai Zheng was shocked as the fragment was drawn toward him. Spirit stone fragment flew into Wu Fu's hand. He said it had originally belonged to him. In the Hoke family training ground, Wu Fu stood before the practice target, speaking out, "Today I will perform the entire Hoke family fist." He raised his hand. A blazing red flame appeared. Observe carefully, his eyes focused, brows slightly furrowed, staring intently at the target ahead. He swung his hand, a fiery beast roared and lunged forward. The wooden target instantly shattered into pieces in the blink of an eye. Residual force cracked the stone wall behind, dust swirling upward. Hai Zheng murmured in astonishment, "Hoke family fist." Wu Fu sighed twice. It had been a long time. This set of fists was nearly forgotten. Ching crossed her arms teasingly without looking at herself. Meng next to her gave a thumbs up to Fu Ka. Steps echoed outside. Hoke Sang opened the door laughing. "Grandpa, have you finished practicing?" He was startled upon seeing those inside. Ching and Meng also turned around in surprise. Hoke Sang pointed at them, loudly asking, "Why are you at my house?" Hai Zheng asked in return. Hoke Sang angrily replied, "It's not just casual matters, there is also a grudge." She clenched her hands in defense, voice sharp, "What are you doing here?" Wu Fu calmly said, "It's just a transaction." Hai Shuang remained cold. "Grandpa, don't trust him. I investigated. He has no backing, careful not to be deceived." Ching and Meng covered their mouths laughing. She has no idea what just happened. Hai Zheng cleared his throat, suggesting this place is inconvenient. "Let's talk inside." Outside, Hai Shuang gestured to Wu Fu behind, guessing, could he be the Hoke family fist heir you are looking for? Hai Zheng turned to look at them. As the old man spoke a few words, a subordinate was thrown aside. At the door, a man led two followers and a masked figure stepped in. "Where is old Hoke? Jin Kan, I have arrived." Wu Fu scrutinized Jin Kan, tilting his head asked, "Kid, who are you?" Hoke Sang intended to speak. Hai Zheng stopped him, asked directly, "What are you here for?" Jin Kan mockingly pointed at Wu Fu. "Isn't the Hoke family fist lost? Why teach a new disciple?" Hoke Sang angrily stepped forward. Zheng blocked, scolding, "The one claiming Hoke family fist is lost." "Jin Kan, what are you? The whole Wutong city knows. If Sang marries you, I won't rest." Jin Kan laughed slyly, then lowered his voice. "Just let me be engaged to Hai Shuang. I'll consider it forgiven, yet you still refuse." Jin Kan ordered his two subordinates to act. Hoke Sang and Hai Zheng immediately became alert. Ching gritted her teeth, cursing, "Really shameless." Wu Fu turned and signaled, "Not our problem, let's go." Just a few steps and they were blocked by two men. Jin Kan stood behind proudly, looking down on me. "I haven't allowed you to leave yet. How dare you step forward?" Ching shouted, "What do you want?" Jin Kan again pointed at Wu Fu, asking Hai Zheng, "Old man, who is this kid, the one you were looking for?" Before he finished, a strong punch unexpectedly hit his cheek. Jin Kan was sent flying, the subordinates stunned. The masked figure also turned in shock. Hoke Sang and Hai Zheng stood silent. Wu Fu rotated his fist as a warning. "Next time it won't be light." Two subordinates hurried to call the young master. The masked man bowed, trembling under his gaze. The other's hand slowly reached for Wu Fu's collar. Jin Kan in the distance shouted, "Don't let him escape, deal with him." The masked man suddenly lowered his hand without doing anything. Jin Kan angrily yelled, "Act quickly. What are you doing?" A subordinate stammered, pointing upward, "Young master, above." Jin Kan touched his cheek, then looked up. Sword hovered above him, tip pointing down. Jin Kan sweating. Wu Fu stepped forward, glanced at him. "Today you are lucky. I don't want to deal with you. Let's go." Hoke Sang watched and quietly praised, "Not afraid of power, indeed a man." Wu Fu left. Jin Kan stood up, asking Hai Zheng who he was. Hai Shuang propped himself up, confidently saying, "He is my master's new disciple." Jin Kan gritted his teeth. "A new disciple? I don't believe it." Hai Shuang hugged Hai Zheng, asking again, "Right?" The old man did not answer. Jin Kan snorted coldly, angrily turned and signaled to leave. Before leaving he threatened, "If I find he is not the Hoke family fist heir, you will regret it." Hokusang worriedly clasped his hands. Grandpa, what to do? Hai Zheng frowned, perhaps right. She suggested finding that person for help. He reluctantly agreed. Elsewhere, Wu Fu sneezed while walking, rubbing his nose thinking someone mentioned him. Meng Meng joked, never thought Fu Ka could catch a cold too. He looked knowledgeable, the weather is unstable, must stay healthy. Wu Fu noticed a figure hiding behind a corner. The group turned into an alley. Meng Meng suggested returning to the inn. Hokusang secretly followed, leaning against the wall listening, then peeking. No one was in front, she wondered, dead end. Suddenly, a finger touched her back. Hai Shuang startled, Wu Fu stood behind asking, are you looking for us? Ching Ching pointed at her irritated fox spirit, why follow us? She shouted. Hai Shuang shivered slightly, making up a reason, Jinkan will cause trouble. I came to protect you, then raised her head confidently. Ching Ching looked at her, then darkened her face, somehow pulled out a shiny needle. Quickly show it so I can test if real. Ching Ching smiled wickedly, tell the truth, why follow? Hai Shuang stepped back scared. Her face flushed, hugging her arm she said, truly, I want your help with something. Seeing them walk away, Hai Shuang quickly called, you should ask first. Ching Ching replied bluntly, uninterested. She lowered her head. The Kim family is strong, our Hoke family offended them. Wu Fu stopped. Man asked why stop? Ching Ching sighed, all right. Wu Fu turned back asking how the Kim family in Wu Tong City. Hai Shuang explained though Jinkan is not strong. The family has many masters, so be careful. He spoke before finishing, I agree. Shuang surprised, what do you agree to? Wu Fu responded, helping her deal with the Kim family. She hugged her chest, stepping back. Even if you win, I won't marry. Meng Meng and Ching Ching looked at each other, unsure what to say to her thoughts. Wu Fu walked away, she thought too much. I just want to test myself against strong opponents. Hai Shuang eyes wide in doubt, is that all? A black car stopped in front of the hotel, window opened. Wu Fu stepped in. Wu Ling came to greet, as if waiting. Wu Fu, you arrived just in time. Meng Meng curiously looked around at the crowd. From afar, a group watched attentively. Lu Ling whispered, the Nam Hoa Jing Martial Academy people have arrived. This is their territory, be careful. The man in the shirt led scornfully. Someone from Gamer University invited us. The one behind supporting will teach him a lesson. Wu Fu beckoned provocatively, want to fight, come all at once. Man in the shirt angrily cursed, brat. Others also joined in, came all the way here and still acting high. He signaled everyone to strike. A nearby staff member took out a phone, must call an ambulance. At the same time on the second floor, a figure silently watched the lobby below. Meng Jiao pulled her cloak tight around her body, gritting her teeth and shaking her head. This was still not enough. She was completely unable to face him. In the hall below, a group of people surrounded Wu Fu. He stood motionless, head held high, his wide eyes flashing with a dazzling white light. A thunderous explosion erupted, and all those encircling him were blasted away. Only Captain Xin Bin Yen remained standing in a daze at a distance. The wind whistled softly. Wu Fu's figure suddenly dissolved into the air, and in the blink of an eye he appeared before Tan, his sword pointed straight at him. Now you are alone, causing that man to turn pale and retreat. Watching the lively scene just now, Ha barked excitedly twice, unaware that a large figure was silently approaching from behind. Retainer swung his arm fiercely and flung Ha aside. Where did this stray dog come from? Its body slammed hard against the wall behind Ching Ching and Luke Lin. He glanced over and saw the two girls rushing in panic to the wall to pull Ha out. Jinkan led his underlings forward, curling his lips in a sly smile. Brat, I finally found you. On the upper floor, Meng Jiao saw the scene and secretly rejoiced. The Jin family had found Wu Fu again. Truly a rare opportunity. Glin strained to pull Ha away from the wall, while Ching Ching bent down to check its condition. Jinkan pointed at the two girls. You cannot even protect your girlfriends. If you want to stay alive, then kneel and beg. Luke Lin let out a soft sigh. Ching Ching also gave a heavy breath. I am only worried about you. After all, you have truly angered him. Jinkan lifted his chin arrogantly at Wu Fu. You know who my father is. The stone floor beneath their feet suddenly sank from a powerful force. A streak of light shot upward. He held his short sword, his gaze icy, charging straight at Jinkan with astonishing speed. The retainer raised two fingers and stepped forward to block in front of Jinkan. Young Master Jin, leave it to me. Someone outside shouted loudly. Young Master Jin, the retainer has acted. A massive spherical barrier appeared before he, enveloping Jinkan and his group. That man stood behind the retainer and laughed arrogantly. With such little ability, you still dare to offend me. Suddenly, the retainer sensed something wrong and muttered that it was bad. Two parallel cuts appeared on the surface of the barrier before them. The barrier shattered, his sword shot forward like lightning toward the two of them, then instantly returned to his hand, and at the same time a horizontal slash appeared across the retainer's neck. Jinkan collapsed onto the ground, waving his hands in panic. Wait. He pointed his sword at him in warning. Ha is not someone you can bully. The eyes flared with killing intent that forced that man to retreat, yet lost. Jin Ken nodded frantically. Yes, yes, I will leave at once. That man hurriedly called his underlings to help him out of the hotel, quickly, quickly. On the upper floor, Meng Jiao gritted her teeth and cursed, all a bunch of useless trash. She raised her hand and formed a cluster of green light, gently blowing it so it floated down into the hall before rushing out the door. A ray of light slipped into the back of Jin Ken's neck. Just as he stepped out of the hotel, his body went limp and he fell face down onto the ground. The two underlings screamed in panic, young master. Outside the tall hotel building, the sky was dark and heavy, thunder and lightning roared. Several black cars suddenly pulled up at the entrance. Meng Jiao hid behind the door, watching outside with delight. Wu Fu, this time I will see how you handle it. Glin stood behind he, frowning as she recognized the newcomers as members of the Jin family. Lu Mao led them forward aggressively and questioned him about harming Jin Kan. He brushed past him and coldly uttered 4 words. He is not worthy. Lu Mao ground his teeth and spat each word. You think you can leave so easily. When he carried Ha toward the door, he was blocked by Lu Mao's black-suited bodyguards. Frowned slightly and glanced back, saying, what, you want trouble too? Lu Mao flew into a rage and swung his fist in a sneak attack. Brat, you are finished. His expression darkened as he tilted his head and looked at him coldly. Suddenly, a red beam of light descended from the air and struck the ground, cutting off Lu Mao's path toward he. Amid the dust, Lu Mao gritted his teeth and declared, Jin Kan is the only son of our Jin family. He has met with misfortune, pointing at the surrounding people, and you will also be implicated. His words left everyone stunned. In the blink of an eye, they panicked, screaming and pushing as they fled in all directions. Those who rushed to the door were halted by a sharp explosion behind them. Jin Rong raised a smoking gun toward the ceiling. Today none of you will even dream of leaving. Round he, a blazing red flame seemed ready to erupt. He turned, and in an instant charged before Lu Mao like a bolt of lightning. Lu Mao turned pale and broke into a cold sweat too fast. He stared with shining eyes and pressed a finger against that man's forehead. Listen carefully, I did not harm him. Lu Mao still sneered, you do not even dare admit it. Before he finished speaking, he struck straight into the center of his forehead. Lu Mao's eyes rolled white and lost focus. Dark red liquid gushed from the wound. The two underlings stood frozen before the scene. Jin Rong stared with trembling lips, while those around could only stand stiff in terror. Captain Zin hurriedly spoke up. Big brother, you are this formidable. Even if I die, I would not dare trouble you. Meng Jiao on the upper floor laughed excitedly. Wu Fu, you have driven yourself into a dead end. As her gaze lowered, he suddenly looked up and caught her eyes. She widened her eyes and stood frozen, not daring to move. Immediately Meng Jiao cast a spell and left that place. Jin Rong manifested a golden axe. Brat, I do not care who you are. In Wudong City, it is not your turn to run wild. His gaze lowered to where she stood. Jin Rong's large foot stomped down, making the ground tremble. He closed his eyes and sighed softly. Such a massive body, yet still agile. Jin Rong leaped into the air and brought the axe down toward his head. Hand over your life. From outside the glass, countless beams of light accompanied by butterflies swept in, slashing across before her. Immediately those rays struck her body, creating a small explosion. Luke Lin stood aside wide-eyed in a daze. The people around were also stunned by the chain of events. Captain Tran remained silent like them. Luo Zai entered with 2 hooded figures. In Wudong City, it is not only the Jin family that can cover the sky with one hand. Captain Zin stammered with sweat pouring down. Heavens, even the Luo goddess of the Luke family has arrived. Who exactly have I provoked? Luo Zai hurried over and anxiously asked if he was all right. He calmly replied, they have not been able to harm me. Jin Rong clutched her wound and staggered up with a mocking smile. He mocked, have you finished cultivating the dual sword technique? Your old Nico of Luke then son must also find the loneliness unbearable. Luo Zai angrily shouted. You, Jin Rong lowered her voice in warning, killing my younger brother requires a price. Today none of you will leave. Furious, she tried to rush forward but was stopped by he. She could only grit her teeth. He frowned and said, I did not kill him. Whoever dares to act recklessly, try it. The eyes flashed with killing intent. A chilling pressure spread. Ching Ching's eyes shone brightly, covering her mouth in admiration, truly too cool. Jin Rong angrily cursed, filthy brat. His sharp gaze swept toward her. He lightly waved his hand and released a powerful surge of energy straight at her. Jin Rong's eyes widened in horror. Sword energy. The surge of sword energy struck with a loud bang and forced her back nearly into the wall. She thought to herself that he was clearly only at the nascent soul realm. Raised his hand and released his spiritual power, coldly looking at Jin Rong and saying, I am far stronger than you imagine. Sword crystal art. A swirling vortex of spiritual energy formed in his palm. The pressure spread throughout the room, making Jin Rong tense involuntarily. Subordinates also watched every movement of he warily. Jin Rong waited anxiously, but nothing happened. She wondered in confusion what was going on. Was it not aimed at us? Ling Jiao, hidden among the crowd, suddenly sensed something wrong and murmured that it was bad. She turned to flee, thinking she was the target. but he had already appeared behind her to block the way. He looked at her meaningfully, curling his lips slightly and saying, "I discovered you long ago." Wu Fu showed no mercy as he hurled Meng Jiao straight onto the floor under the stunned gazes of everyone. Jin Rong witnessed the series of actions and immediately demanded to know what he meant. Wu Fu stomped hard on her face, forcing her to grit her teeth in pain, then calmly replied, "This is the one you should truly be hunting." She narrowed her eyes and probed, so someone framed her. He could not be bothered to explain and simply carried Ha away, coldly saying, "You are not worthy of my words, believe it or not as you wish." Captain Zin was displeased with that attitude and angrily pointed at him, shouting, "Do you know who you are speaking to?" Luozai followed closely behind with a bright smile, inviting him, "Wu Fu, come visit my home. Grandmother wants to see you." He nodded and replied, "Let us go." Ching Ching hurried after them and called out, "Wait for me, I am coming too." A subordinate turned and asked softly, "Miss, what should we do now?" Jin Rong's face darkened as she ordered, "Investigate immediately, find out who is backing him." Jin Rong cast a sideways glance behind her and coldly reminded, "My younger brother's death must be clearly reported to the family, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable." Suddenly Meng Jiao burst into excited laughter, drawing her attention. Jin Rong frowned and shouted, "What are you laughing at?" Her eyes were filled with resentment as she gritted her teeth and said, "I know that man very well. At Luchen Mountain of the Luo family." Wu Fu respectfully bowed in greeting. This junior pays respects to senior. Luozai happily ran over to hold her grandmother's hand and called out, "Grandmother." The old lady smiled kindly and praised, "I have heard you speak of him before. Indeed, he carries himself with dignity." She glanced at her granddaughter and teased softly, "Not bad. This young man is quite handsome." Luozai blushed and replied gently, "Yes." Ching Ching sensed something amiss and nervously tugged at Wu Fu's sleeve. Seeing him blankly staring, Ching Ching turned away in annoyance and muttered, "Must this young lady really take the initiative?" Luozai's grandmother waved her hand to summon a servant, "Take the guests inside to rest." The group answered in unison with respect, "Yes." She turned and instructed her granddaughter, "Luozai, go with them." She softly replied, "Yes." She then added, "I have something private to discuss with Wu Fu." Before turning and calling, "Wu Fu, follow me," the two slowly walked into a secluded area. Upon reaching the study, she said, "Come in," then spoke directly, "I will not beat around the bush about the matter between you and the Jin family. I have heard everything. You helped the Luo family improve our sword art. We will remember this favor." Wu Fu politely replied it was only a small matter. She then clarified their stance, saying she could not stand idle regarding his conflict with the Jin family, but the Luo family lacked the strength to contend with them. Thus she advised him to leave as soon as possible. Wu Fu smiled faintly, understanding she feared being implicated. Seeing him smile, she turned and asked, "What are you smiling at?" He leaned against the wall with folded arms and mockingly replied, "Nothing. The Jin family simply overestimates itself." He frowned and warned, "The Jin family is not easy to provoke. Jin Kan is the eldest grandson. If you touch him, even our Luo family can do nothing." Wu Fu said with steady eyes, "You misunderstand. I did not kill him." In another room, the interrogation remained tense. Jin Rong lost patience and shouted, "Speak now." Meng Jiao still insisted, "I am not lying. He killed Jin Kan." She grabbed her hair and yanked her head back, snarling, "Do not think you can fool me." Meng Jiao struggled and replied, "I am telling the truth." Her face bruised and swollen, she still tried to explain that Wu Fu was not only insidious but also lustful. Jin Kan once clashed with him at the Huo family. If you do not believe it, then ask. Jin Rong suspiciously asked her subordinate, "Is that so?" He nodded in confirmation, yes. After hearing this, she immediately turned and ordered, "Mobilize the 10 palace guardians at once and head to the Luo family to find him. He must pay the price." Meng Jiao revealed a sinister smile at achieving her goal. Xiang Fen secretly thought Wu Fu would have difficulty escaping this time. The study door burst open as a servant reported in panic, "Family head, something has happened." She lowered her head and quickly said, "Jin Rong has led the 10 palace guardians of the Jin family halfway up the mountain." Luozai's grandmother kindly reminded, "The Jin family has come for revenge. You must be cautious." He smiled coldly and replied, "Since they have come, do not expect to leave." At the mountainside of Lu Chen Mountain, Fu leisurely stepped forward before the Jin family crowd. Jin Rong sneered, "Do not think the Luo family can protect you." Luozai observed and said in shock, "Most of the Jin family guardians are at the Void Return Realm, and there are 10 of them." She waved her hand, "Bring them out." The Huo family head and Hai Shuang were restrained by Jin Rong's subordinates. She asked smugly, "You must recognize these two." A flicker of surprise flashed through Wu Fu's eye. Ching Ching cried out anxiously, "Senior Huo." Luozai asked in confusion, "You know them?" She nodded, "We visited them before." Fu sternly asked, "What do you intend to do?" Jin Rong shouted loudly, "A life debt must be repaid. Attack." Two Jin family martial artists charged forward aggressively. saying with disdain, "A mere nascent soul dares touch our young master, let me deal with him." The other sneered, wanting to torment him further. Wu Fu frowned at the two arrogant men and coldly declared, "You want my life. Today each of you will remain here." Ching Ching said in alarm, "We must help him." Luo Zai's grandmother appeared and stopped her. "Wait," Luo Zai called out in surprise, "Grandmother." Her eyes were deep as she calmly said, "There is no need for us to interfere. This young man is prepared." Three figures descended from the sky like lightning with the sound of tearing wind, landing with such force that the ground trembled before the two girls. That pressure sent the Jin family members flying. Ching Ching recognized Jing Song's aura in shock. Bai Yuan and Zai Yan appeared with imposing presence. Jin Rong thought nervously, "Even a Dao Venerable has come. Did he call for reinforcements?" Song handed Wu Fu a box and said, "If senior brother Bai and I had not arrived in time, you might not have remained unharmed." He accepted it with thanks and arrogantly said, "Many thanks for finding this item. Today I fear I must send all of them off." The old man asked in surprise, "You want to wipe them all out?" Bai Yuan said disdainfully, "A mere nascent soul boy dares boast. I would like to see how you do it." Wu Fu looked straight ahead and replied, "Then watch closely." From the box he summoned a sword radiating terrifying pressure. Wu Fu calmly said, "Today you will have a taste." Jin Rong shouted the order to seize him. Two Jin family guards closed in from both sides, forming a tight encirclement. Wu Fu merely swung his sword lightly, and when they reached him, only afterimages remained before their eyes. Two looked at each other in horror and whispered, "Too fast." Suddenly they realized Wu Fu was already hovering in midair. He raised his hand and countless gleaming sword lights appeared, all directing downward at the two below. Tens of thousands of sword shadows rained down relentlessly. Jin Rong was stunned. Bai Yuan's gaze also changed. Luo Zai secretly admired him. When the dust settled, Wu Fu stood between two motionless bodies. Wu Fu lightly turned his sword and said in a deep voice, "Now it is my turn." He shot forward like lightning, one sword against two Jin family experts. They raised their defenses and roared in counterattack. The battle evenly matched. Both sides were forced back. A Jin family expert said with contempt, "A nascent soul trying to fight many alone." Ching Ching anxiously wanted to help. Wu Fu merely frowned and replied, "They are not worthy." Luo Zai advised, "They are all at the Void Return Realm. Alone you cannot defeat them." Wu Fu confidently said, "Just stand there and watch," then vanished from sight. Bai Yuan stepped forward and said to Jing Song, "Junior brother, even if you intervene it may be hard to turn the tide. The opponents are all at the Void Return Realm." Jing Song asked in return, "Then what do you think, senior brother?" He looked at the sword with meaning and said, "This divine weapon is truly a rare treasure. Such a barren planet, yet such a treasure appears." Wu Fu continued charging into battle, transforming the sword into a massive form and slashing toward the Jin family experts, forcing them to be cautious. His momentum soared to the heavens as he declared, "Fall beneath my sword." One precise strike brought down many experts. Luo Zai's grandmother thought in shock, "He is clearly only at the nascent soul realm." Jin Rong frantically ordered them to stop him, kill him. One remaining expert erected a barrier. Wu Fu's sword strike could not yet shatter it. When the smoke cleared, the defense still stood. He silently watched them resist. That man trembled and thought, could it be that this is the divine weapon that once caused countless death? Wu Fu smiled faintly, "I have never feared," then tossed the sword aside and spread his arms in provocation. "Let me see what you can do." Bai Yuan said in dissatisfaction, knowing the opponent is strong yet still arrogant, truly courting trouble. Jing Song replied, "I have known Brother Wu for a long time. The more he acts this way, the less danger he is in." A Jin family expert saw him empty-handed and burst into laughter. "Without a divine weapon you are nothing but trash." Wu Fu remained silent as he clenched his fist and recited a mantra, killing intent blazing in his eyes. In the blink of an eye he appeared before him and sent him flying with one punch. Looking at his fallen opponent unable to resist, he mocked, "That little cultivation is far beneath me." The others stammered in terror, "One punch is that powerful." Even so, they recklessly deployed the supreme sword formation. The array emerged beneath Wu Fu's feet. Wu Fu said with interest, "Not bad." Immediately the ground shook and the formation shattered. He charged forward, knocking the entire group down before commenting with disdain, "Still too green." The Jin family experts lay scattered. Wu Fu looked at Jin Rong and said, "Now only you remain." He stood upright, looking at Jin Rong and Meng Jiao trembling on the ground, and coldly asked, "Who exactly killed Jin Kan?" His sharp gaze like a blade forcing them to answer. She stammered that she had personally killed Jin Kan. Jin Rong glared in fury and could only choke out, "You." Wu Fu looked down disdainfully and said it was over. Meng Jiao froze before sensing something wrong and hurriedly retreated while shouting 100 Ghost Divine Banner. Pitch-black demonic energy surrounded Meng Jiao but was instantly torn apart by a surge of force. A gigantic crimson hand appeared before her and filled her with terror. Jin Rong trembled and muttered, "What kind of monster have I provoked?" Wu Fu let out a cold laugh and clenched his fist, and the crimson hand tightened its grip around Meng Jiao. A loud explosion rang out. She was crushed until she could barely breathe. Wu Fu calmly said, "This is the price for provoking me." From the rubble, Meng Jiao crawled forward begging not to die. Wu Fu coldly shoved her aside and told her to get lost. She fell into despair as all hope seemed to close off. Ching Ching sneered in satisfaction and said, "You keep picking trouble again and again and still refuse to learn." Ha in her arms barked in agreement. Luozai let out a sigh of relief. Meng Jiao struggled up with a sinister smile and said, "I still have a way out." A black banner suddenly appeared above Ching Ching's head. Luozai hurriedly shouted, "Be careful." Dark clouds quickly engulfed her. Ching Ching cried out to Wu Fu in panic. Before long, she lost consciousness. Meng Jiao seized Ching Ching as a hostage and threatened Wu Fu, asking whether you will let me leave. Coldly replied with a single word, "No." Meng Jiao ground her teeth and glared at him. Ha smelled the black smoke and barked loudly. Bai Yuan, Luozai, and Jin Rong were all astonished. Meng Jiao was horrified and thought even a dog can transform. He hurriedly retreated and threw Ching Ching out of the smoky area. Ching Ching fell, but Wu Fu had already rushed forward in time to catch her in his arms. Ha leaped up barking wildly and licked Ching Ching's face, making her ticklish as she tried to stop it and told it not to do that. Luozai ran over calling Wu Fu. He looked at Meng Jiao with icy eyes and said, "Now you can forget about escaping," then swung his sword down. Sword energy tore through the mist and shot straight toward her. Meng Jiao was struck and crashed heavily to the ground. The Luo family ordered her captured alive. She struggled up covered in wounds. The Luo family formed a formation to surround Meng Jiao and Jin Rong. Jin Rong hurriedly shouted, "Wait," while his mind was in chaos. Yan stood outside observing and guessed the Jin family held grudges and would surely cause trouble again. He coughed lightly and proposed that both sides erase their enmity. Jin Rong sighed in relief upon hearing that. Zai Yan turned to Wu Fu with a superior air and said, "If the Jin family stirs trouble, I will step in." Wu Fu coldly replied, "Who are you?" Bai Yuan angrily pointed and shouted, "Arrogant brat." Meng Jiao said unwillingly, "I have not lost yet," then whispered to Jin Rong to take the chance to join forces and kill him. Jin Rong's eyes flashed as he replied, "Deal with him first, then settle accounts with you." Meng Jiao nodded. Ching Ching saw this and loudly reminded Wu Fu to be careful. He calmly said, "Courting death." A thunderous clash rang out. Two streams of attacks shot straight toward Wu Fu at the same time. Meng Jiao gritted her teeth and ordered Jin Rong to strike. The attack descended like thunder. Wu Fu remained standing as if nothing had happened, making them think he had been hit. When the smoke cleared, Jin Rong panicked because he could not see him. Only a huge crack remained on the ground. Meng Jiao screamed, "Behind you." Jin Rong turned around to see Wu Fu with his sword at his face, saying, "Too slow." A shrill cry rang out. Meng Jiao turned pale in disbelief as Jin Rong collapsed. Thunder and lightning split the sky. Hai Zheng stood in the rain looking up and said, "Wudong City has been peaceful for 30 years, and now it is about to change." He thought they had not even mastered the sword art yet, and this person seemed to possess Tong Tian ability. So he ordered Luozai that if the Jin family makes a move, she must protect Wu Fu. Seeing Wu Fu sheath his sword, Meng Jiao trembled and asked, "Are you not going to kill me?" He turned away without answering. She sneered mockingly, saying, "I knew you would not dare," then crawled forward speaking sweetly that she had always missed him. Wu Fu let out a scornful laugh. Meng Jiao widened her eyes and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Before she could understand, a strand of sword energy swept across her chest. Wu Fu coldly said he sheathed his sword because he did not want it stained. She clutched her chest and laughed crookedly. She screamed in curses. Bai Yuan said coldly that if not for Jing Song, that man would have died long ago. Jing Song also remained silent as all sides were targeting Wu Fu. Bai Yuan realized Jing Song was in a difficult position and thought Wu Fu could not be allowed to live. Outside, thunder roared densely above the Xingyang sect. Black smoke rose within the main hall. A gourd absorbed the black energy. Zhang Xing held the gourd and said, "Meng Jiao is dead." A girl outside the door replied she was only an experimental pawn. Fu Dui coldly said, "As a senior, I must teach her a lesson." The scene shifted to the hotel. Ching Ching was soaking in a hot bath. She shouted in annoyance. Ha's eyes lit up at the sight of something and it barked noisily. Ching Ching angrily threw it out of the room. Ha happily ran to Wu Fu behind her. She kept complaining that the lecherous dog takes after its master. Wu Fu heard and asked what. Ching Ching flusteredly drove him out, calling him a hooligan. Wu Fu was puzzled seeing her cover herself strangely. He hugged Ha and turned away, even reminding her to cover somewhere else. Next day at the gate of Manhua Jing Martial Arts Academy, Lu Ling introduced it as the #1 martial school in the province. Ching Ching muttered unwillingly about something. Wu Fu held the dog and reminded her not to be noisy and to remember the purpose of coming here. Huizi crossed his arms and provoked, saying here to cause trouble. Wu Fu frowned and that man pointed elsewhere, telling him to look. Miao carried an iron rod, arrogantly challenging the whole school. pointing and calling the bespectacled one to stop. When no one responded, he grew even more insolent. Lu Ling asked softly whether they should help. Wu Fu and Ching Ching ate melon seeds while watching the show, saying the melon is really sweet. Lu Ling was speechless at how calm the three of them were. Hai Miao stepped close to Hua by declaring, "Today you will be my first," then suddenly turned his head. A thunderous explosion suddenly erupted. Wu Fu swallowed a bite of melon and looked over, saying, "Arrived at the right moment." Hua Bai adjusted his glasses and asked, "What is it?" Hai Miao thought to himself, "The strength is terrifying." Captain Zin reminded those standing at the gate of Nanhua Jing whether they know where this is. Hui Zi clenched his fists with cracking sound. That man placed a hand on Wu Fu's shoulder, provoking him to turn around and let me see your face. Captain Zin said, according to the old rules, make them kneel and sing a song. Being touched, Wu Fu frowned and asked coldly, "What is it?" Itrack sneered, pointing, while Captain Zin, bending slightly, revealed his identity as a male escort. Sweating profusely and stammering Wu Fu, Captain Zin, clutching his stomach, said, "My old ailment has flared up again. Leave things here to you too." Wu Fu looked down at Erha in his hands. Wasn't it hungry? The other's pockets must be full of spirit stones. Itrack, still clueless, shouted, "I see you're asking for trouble." Itrack gritted his teeth to charge. Chin was showing off too much, isn't it just one? But when Erha revealed its true large form, the two trembled, stammering, "Dog, what is this?" Both froze in place, shaking like leaves. Could this still be the tiny puppy from earlier? It looked so different grown up. Erha howled, spittle flying. The two had to endure, unsure how to react. Seeing Erha trying to express something, they were dumbfounded, not understanding what it meant. Ching Ching kindly reminded, "It's asking for your spirit stones." Hearing this, the two broke out in sweat like rain, calling that asking. Not daring to delay, they clumsily handed things to Erha. "Here, take it all, take it all." Wu Fu beside them showed satisfaction, quite amusing. Lu Ling reminded Wu Fu that Nam Hoa Jing Martial Academy hid masters. Do not be careless. Erha scared the two, pleading there really is nothing left. It full, then shrank, running back to Wu Fu, delicious. The two cried, those spirit stones accumulated for years. At that moment, someone stepped forward, asking, "Who dares cause trouble at the school gate? Is it you?" Wu Fu slightly frowned, eyes wary. Commotion of Wu Fu's group drew more people. The other arrogantly demanded to fight, threatening a kick would end him. Quickly kneel and beg. With the captain's peak primal spirit, not even a minute would pass. Wu Fu said little, struck hard, making him scream miserably, then coldly told him to get lost. Wu Ling scoffed, "Their brains are probably just for show." Everyone around looked astonished. "Without strength, do not speak loudly." Flying darts whistled toward Wu Fu. He immediately recognized them. He calmly caught all the darts in his hands. Master Jiang clapped and praised, "Not bad, daring to show off at Nam Hoa Jing's gate." The other stammered, "Teacher," almost needing the teacher to clean up. Then Wu Fu accused him of only primal spirit level. Master Jiang sighed, said, "I cannot interfere." He was dissatisfied, saying, "We'll settle this later." Master Jiang politely invited him inside if a guest. Lu Ling curiously asked, "Is everyone at Nam Hoa Jing this arrogant?" Hearing this, Master Jiang asked back, "Isn't it you?" Lu Ling mutely called teacher. Scene shifted to Nam Hoa Jing Martial Hall. They let each other in. "First to challenge and reach here, you are first, but those who had previously challenged Wu Fu would be last. I fight you." Wu Fu showed no fear, said, "You're not enough. Is there no one stronger here?" He angrily swung, giving you a face that cannot be kept. The punch seemed to hit. Wu Fu disappeared. He even criticized, not enduring a single strike, and dared come. Everyone shocked realized it was just a clone. Wu Fu dodged like a machine. When tense, Master Jiang shouted, "Stop." The two still clashed, fists meeting with a dull thud. The student panicked at the force. Before speaking, was knocked back by Wu Fu. Smoke coiled around his hand. "Told you not worthy, switch someone else." Master Jiang quickly checked. Luckily, he still breathed. He still arrogantly said, "This is the city's martial peak. Don't think no one can handle you." Wu Fu coldly replied, "Among you, few could do that." Lu Ling folded arms, introducing Wu Fu as member of Yunhai University Student Council. "Last time teachers showed power, this time it's our turn." He was angry at that contempt, wanted to see on what basis they despised others. Whispering rose, a boy with candy asked on what basis. Head student Ma blocked. Lu Ling said based on other schools being inferior. He said Yunhai boasted enough, bullying commoners at the gate. Ching Ching angrily shouted, "You can't speak properly, want to fight, come." Head student Ma sneered, said such to a girl is rude, must punish. Ching Ching grabbed Wu Fu's hand, said let him taste it. Hearing Wu Fu, head student Ma paused, then laughed, truly uninvited guest, bringing out the wanted notice. He raised the wanted paper before Wu Fu. Whole Wu Dong City searching. Deliver to Kim family gets 10 million. Seeing the face distorted on the notice, Wu Fu asked, "Am I really that ugly?" Annoyed they ruined image to retaliate. Head student Ma annoyed at the contemptuous attitude, "I'm preparing to catch him. Can you be serious?" Lu Ling decided to handle personally, alone is enough. His juniors mocked, saying big brother like a chicken. Provoked by the girl, he angrily kicked a junior. I'm not deaf needing you to remind. As he vented, a whip flew swiftly, everyone heard clearly. He immediately sensed danger. Without hesitation, he drew weapon to meet Lu Ling. Yun Hai watched carefully. A move already dodged her strike. Juniors below praised endlessly. Head student Ma's spear skill superb. She could hardly withstand. Head student Ma leapt into air, eyes sharp, holding spear ready. Try this move. Lu Ling calmly blocked all attacks, muttering annoyance. Qing Qing worried to rush to help, but Wu Fu stopped her. She can handle herself. She warned, many hidden masters here, don't underestimate. He calmly said, keep watching. Head student Ma mocked, if you apologize now I'd forgive, but Lu Ling coldly said, see if you have skill first. Being her resolute, he struck harder. Blow pushed her back, gradually into disadvantage. Lu Ling gritted teeth, determined to use full strength. He smiled smugly, with your strength you should leave early. I don't want to waste on weak. Female students under the arena cheered wildly for him. Qing Qing held flail pointing at him, shouted, try it, I'll show you. Head student Ma sneered, even if she joined, no difference. Lu Ling unexpectedly launched move, looking where your opponent is me. Whip created illusions, he muttered using secret skill, then vanished amid the whistling. Only Wu Fu below saw head student Ma's inexperience, ordinary spear skill still showing off, truly unaware of limit. Blinky appeared behind Lu Ling. As predicted, she spun to sweep a strike, sending him flying. Despite being hit, he still didn't understand how Lu Ling did it. She coldly asked, still dare boast. Head student Ma not yet admitting defeat, laughed, interesting but not finished. Mocked asking, did you see me? Wu Fu shook head, mocking himself, truly walked into a trap unaware. Lin cursed the idiot outright, then skillfully swung the whip in her hand. The sharp crack of the whip slicing through the air rang out clearly. The senior surnamed Ma was beaten into a miserable state, and even he sensed that the situation was not good. In the end, he was tightly bound by Luke Lin's whip, unable to move. She sneered and asked who was sparing whom now. Wu Fu stepped forward, reminding her not to waste time since there were other matters, and he hurriedly begged for mercy. Seeing Ha staring intently, Wu Fu quickly guessed where the sword fragment was and asked if anyone else was searching for it. Sweat poured down the senior surnamed Ma as he confessed there were two more people, and that the fragment was hidden in the student council room, pleading to be spared. Elsewhere in a dimly lit room, a figure lay on the floor amid spreading streaks of liquid. He trembled and said it was inside, then stepped back. Glin's face turned serious as she was about to push the door open, but Wu Fu grabbed her hand, warning that something was wrong. Qing Qing caught a metallic scent in the air. The door creaked open, revealing a red stream flowing out. Luke Lin went pale. She wanted to leave, but Wu Fu said it was too late. He glanced behind and realized there was a crowd outside, and they had already been surrounded. A man in a hat reported that a group had barged in and screams were heard. His subordinates wanted to rush in to save someone, but Hua Bai calmly said old Li was already dead. The door was pounded hard. Qing Qing angrily demanded why they were being accused of murder. A subordinate replied that outsiders were forbidden from the student council room. She slammed the board and retorted that if they had not hidden the fragment, they would not have come. He clutched his head and laughed strangely, saying that sure enough you also came for the fragment. The lackeys drew their knives and pointed them at Qing Qing, interrogating who had sent them. She was about to answer but was stopped. Wu Fu stepped forward and said they only came to take what belonged to them and needed no permission. But now, he could no longer sense it. The others angrily shouted that they had killed someone and still wanted to run. The man in the hat smirked wickedly as he stepped back. Wu Fu reminded them that what needed to be done was to find the real culprit, not shift blame. A burly man pointed at the wall, asking them to explain the dense sword marks. He accused them of fleeing out of guilt. Qing Qing and Luke Lin insisted there had been no slash marks when they entered. Hua Bai said in a low voice that for a mere fragment they dared to kill. Wu Fu's gaze turned icy as he replied that the person was not killed by them. The other side summoned a divine dragon, creating a suppressing beam of light, and Captain Xin shouted that they still denied it. The aura was so powerful that the space seemed to tremble, leaving Qing Qing and Luke Lin astonished. On the rooftop of a distant building, the city was still bathed in tranquil blue. Bai Yuan said this brat was arrogant and needed to be dealt with soon. Zai Yan reported that the fragment had been taken by the Zhengyang sect. Patriarch Jin was about to leave seclusion, and he would not live long. Bai Yuan was pleased that the spirit gathering pill was nearly complete. Hua Bai ordered that all of them be captured. Subordinates had just charged forward when Qing Qing's mace blocked them. She hoisted the mace and warned that anyone who stepped forward would face her wrath. Hua Bai told them to forcefully drive them away. Wu Fu said they had not only come for the fragment but also to issue a challenge. He calmly declared that he wanted to challenge them all. Hua Bai's side laughed mockingly, believing he was overly confident. Hua Bai ordered that they be taken away under guard. Wu Fu summoned a small sword into his hand and said that in his previous life he entered the Tao through the sword. In this life he would shine even brighter, and he was proficient in countless techniques. The blade flashed and vanished. He said he wanted to test himself. Thunder gathered around him in the sky, astonishing everyone. Blinding light enveloped everything. Someone cursed that he had become a god. Captain Zin gritted his teeth and admitted they were not simple. Sheets of paper filled with writing fluttered about. Wu Fu said in a deep voice that complexity returned to simplicity. Destruction became the heavenly scripture. More and more paper surrounded him. He declared that the heavenly scripture was formed. Ching Ching admired him and said he was so cool. Luke Lin was astonished that he understood so many battle techniques. Hua Bai felt the situation was unfavorable and told everyone to stand behind him. X encircled them. Wu Fu provocatively told them to come at him together. Hua Bai said the Jin family was hunting him, so he did not want more trouble. He erected a green shield and asked them to leave. Another girl was dissatisfied because someone had died. He replied that the killer was not them. The girl remained suspicious, saying she could still smell the fragment from his weapon and demanded revenge. Wu Fu asked the president if he wanted to test his strength and promised not to harm the innocent, causing Hua Bai to fall silent. Subordinates still rushed forward. Wu Fu coldly said that once a challenge was issued, injuries could not be avoided. As soon as he finished speaking, the books shot out in a relentless assault. The whole group unleashed their moves, but were instantly suppressed by the radiance of a Buddha statue. Luke Lin was shocked that he was not only skilled with the sword. Ching Ching exclaimed that such a powerful technique could control the entire group. Ponytailed girl shouted to capture him, but everyone was weighed down by immense pressure. She asked in a trembling voice why they were being suppressed. Hua Bai shouted not to treat him as a fool and forced his subordinates to confess the real culprit. He analyzed that with such strength Wu Fu had no need to secretly seize the fragment, and admitted that if they fought, the odds would be even. The girl confessed she had only followed the orders of the man in the hat. Hua Bai warned that he would settle accounts later and temporarily detained Wu Fu for questioning. Luke Lin said everything was now clear and it had only been a misunderstanding, so they would no longer suspect them. Ching Ching confidently said that since knowing him he had never failed. Luke Lin reminded them that the academy's status far surpassed many sects. Ching Ching and Ha wondered how he was only a student. Luke Lin affirmed that neither of them had ever been defeated. Someone from Hua Bai's side asked how victory could be decided without fighting. The girl shouted that they were already engaged in battle. Two surging auras erupted, transforming into colossal figures behind each of them, making the space tremble. Wax spread across Hua Bai's glasses like a spiderweb. The glasses shattered, he caught the remaining frame. The girl called out to the president in alarm. Hua Bai smiled and removed his glasses. His inner force surged violently, declaring himself the only inheritor of the ancient Buddha fist and wishing to verify. Hua Bai's hair, once hanging loose, suddenly stood on end strand by strand, his crimson pupils blazing as if aflame, the aura around him surging violently. How is it that you also possess that power? Wu Fu's gaze was icy cold, his entire body exuding an unshakable arrogance, his aura erupting and spreading without the slightest inferiority, as if any formation or cultivation art was also within his grasp. The two glared at each other. Hua Bai swung his hand to form the seal of the Buddha fist technique and shouted, "Receive this move." The enormous seal tore through the air and shot straight toward Wu Fu as if to devour the very space before it. His expression darkened. Wu Fu let out a faint snort, and with a casual wave of his hand, shattered the seal into countless fragments scattering in all directions. The fragments shot back toward Hua Bai, startling him. Before he could react, a colossal Buddha palm descended, surging like a raging storm before halting just a few feet from his face. In that instant, his eyes widened, the shock on his face impossible to conceal. Hua Bai's limbs went limp as he collapsed to the ground in defeat. His subordinates rushed forward in panic to help him up. "President, are you all right? President, how are you?" One of them roared angrily, "What did you do to our president?" Wu Fu frowned faintly and replied, "It was merely a matter of deciding victory and defeat." Someone immediately retorted, "Our president must have one. You must have suffered severe internal injuries." At that moment, Captain Zin also slowly rose to his feet. Seeing the tension ease, Ching Ching hugged Ha and curiously asked who won. Lu Ling softly guessed, "Not certain yet, but it seems Wu Fu has the upper hand." The girl watched Hua Bai calmly walk toward Wu Fu and asked in confusion what the president intended to do, while Wu Fu also spoke as if ready for another round. As soon as the words fell, Hua Bai knelt before him respectfully and said, "Please accept me as your disciple," leaving Wu Fu speechless. The girl was so shocked she could not utter a word. The president was actually bowing to a freshman as his master. Others stood stunned, wondering if they were dreaming. "Pinch me and see." He clasped his hands earnestly, pleading, "Master, please take me in." Wu Fu looked at him with a headache and replied, "Stand up first." Hua Bai looked up, a trace of disappointment in his eyes as he asked, "Then you agree?" The space fell silent. Wu Fu turned his back and said, "Follow me over there. I will consider it as we walk." Hua Bai replied joyfully, "Yes, master." He glanced at his subordinates and instructed, "Continue searching for the culprit. I am leaving now, the group answered in unison. Understood, President. At Yunhai University, the quiet interior was suddenly broken by a loud sneeze. A thin man asked the fat man what is wrong, caught a cold. The fat man lamented, I have a bad feeling. It feels like I am about to lose my job. The other patted his shoulder to comfort him. Stop overthinking. Let your little brother treat you to a meal. This time in the ghost city of Wutong, night had fully fallen. Inside the Jin Liu Merchant Guild, someone stood upstairs and asked, you say Wu Fu will come here on his own? The old man continued, are you certain? Ziyan sat leisurely admiring the red gem in her hand and replied, judging by his arrogance he will certainly come. That is simply how it is. Outside the Merchant Guild, the door burst open, and a girl with fluttering clothes stepped inside. Liu looked at her in surprise. Even Luo Zai of Lu Chen Mountain dares to come. She replied calmly, I heard the dignified head of the Jin family intends to act against a student at the nascent Soul Realm, so I came to see if it is true. Upon hearing this, the old man grew displeased. The two men above looked down fiercely and asked, do you wish to oppose the Jin family? Luo Zai answered firmly, I am only protecting the safety of my student. Suddenly the door opened, and a voice echoed in me as well. Ai Zheng strode in tall and imposing, his gaze locking onto the room. My Huo family heard the news and also came to see how the Jin family head deals with a mere nascent Soul Realm brat. The girl beside old Huo also appeared. The red-haired young man next to her chimed in, who exactly angered the Jin family. The other girl mocked, killing Jin Can is crime enough. How could we miss such excitement? The sound of a dog barking rang out. Hai Zheng said softly, Wu Fu has arrived. Jin Liu sprang up, slamming the table, and shouted, you brat, do you mean to say you are too afraid to come and let a dog take your place? He gritted his teeth. The lives of the Jin family young master and eldest young lady cannot be repaid with the life of a single dog. Hai Zheng angrily clenched his fist and struck, sending the man flying and breaking the rail. The man fell to the ground and slid to a stop before Ha, who stood at the doorway, a trace of doubt and slight displeasure flashing in its eye. He vented his frustration by kicking toward Ha. What are you staring at, you damned dog? It is your fault I got beat. Feeling insulted, Ha grew furious, its body swelling as it pressed his head to the ground as a warning. Two men upstairs stared wide-eyed and swallowed hard. That dog has actually reached the nascent Soul Realm. Jin Liu narrowed his eyes slightly. How interesting. Luozai exclaimed in shock, so fast. Even Ha has stepped into the nascent Soul Realm. At that moment a voice from the door sounded, of course. The spirit stones at 8 were not wasted. Luozai recognized Ching Ching. She smiled and stepped forward to greet long time no see teacher Luozai. Luozai was at a loss for words. The child following Wu Fu was becoming more and more cunning. The two who had mocked Ha earlier could only sigh. They were not even as good as a dog. Jin Liu upstairs shouted at Wu Fu. He looked up. Hua Bai immediately stepped in front of him and said, Wu Fu is a guest of Nan Hua. What business does the Jin family have with him? Jin Liu sneered, a radiant blue object appearing in his hand. I advise Nan Hua not to interfere lest the Jin family regard it as an enemy. Ziyan stood and said, since Wu Fu has arrived, I shall take my leave. This place is yours to handle. But before she could leave, Luozai descended behind Ziyan and said, wait. Her voice was icy cold. Sword in hand, she said, you know Wu Fu, will you not go down to greet him? Ziyan sneered, you are bringing disaster upon yourself. Soon as the words fell, a sudden strike shot toward Luozai. Thanks to her agile movement, she narrowly avoided it. Wu Fu observed both sides and thought, it seems there are quite a few who wish me harm. Fortunately, the pill my master is refining is nearly complete. Hai Zheng clasped his hands and said, little brother, you have helped the Huo family. We will escort you. Go first and let me block them. Ai Shuang also urged Wu Fu to leave quickly. Wu Fu advanced instead of retreating, streaks of lightning tearing through the space behind him. If he allowed a woman to stand before him, then his long path of cultivation ahead would end here. Seeing that calm demeanor, Jin Liu grew furious. You dare think of opposing me? The sound of wind howled as he shouted, my dragon serpent sword has never failed. This time it will make you pay. Hua Bai stood beside Lu Ling anxiously. Is it over? Why has master not counterattacked? In contrast, Lu Ling remained calm and replied, it is not yet time. Jin Liu's body merged with the dragon serpent sword and shot straight toward Wu Fu. He laughed loudly, worthy of a divine weapon. Fortunately, I was prepared, then said disdainfully, a green brat like you dares defy the Jin family. Roared, no matter who stands behind you, today I will show no mercy. Wu Fu's eyes were cold as ice. An explosion rang out, shattering the air. The purple-haired man curled his lips. Old Master Jin is enraged. Staying longer will only bring trouble. The girl beside him suddenly said, I just remembered my mother called me home for dinner. I will leave first. Ai Yan hid in a corner watching the scene with delight. Just stay there and await the outcome. Wu Fu's new disciple stepped forward, asking, Master, please allow me to take the field. Lu Ling did not know what to say, still talking about becoming a disciple at a time like this. Ching Ching and Ha shared the same expression. truly a master of timing. The scene shifted to the highway. Elsewhere, Zhu Tan sat in the car anxiously with Meng Meng. Brother Fu is in danger in Wutong, can you not drive faster? Meng Meng replied, safety comes first. Stop talking and fasten your seat belt. Laughter echoed, important characters always appear at the perfect moment to captivate the audience. Back in the battle room, Jin Nu clasped her hands behind her back and sneered, since you wish to die together, I will grant it. Hua Bai rushed forward saying, leave these people to your disciple. Master, focus on dealing with him. Ancient Buddha fist technique. Wu Fu sighed, I have not accepted you as my disciple. Moreover, they are not easy to handle. Seeing Hua Bai just rush up and get sent flying, he could only shake his head. He scratched his head awkwardly. Master, can we ask them for assistance? There are 8 people ahead. Lu Ling and Qing Qing exchanged glances, truly thick-skinned. He was once the president after all. Jin Liu's subordinates charged forward shouting, you people dare oppose the Jin family. Wu Fu sneered and unleashed a devastating strike. But the shield he created could not hold, cracks spreading as the sound of shattering rang out clearly. Wu Fu raised his head and smiled. Sure enough, when the gap in levels is like this, even high-level martial skills struggle to display their full power. Lu Ling began to worry. The Jin family's strength is far from ordinary. Most of us are at the nascent soul realm and may find it hard to contend. Qing Qing also grew serious. Whether we can win or not, we will only know by trying. Hua Bai asked, Master, what should we do? Wu Fu said sternly, you only need to hold them back, leave the rest to me. Jin Liu sneered regrettably, you no longer have the chance, attack with full force. Wu Fu poured spiritual power into his palm, sneered and said, were you not planning to lure me with the fragment? Since you went to such trouble to bring it here, I will accept this favor. Standing at a distance, Ziyan already felt uneasy. The sound of metal rang out as Wu Fu slightly moved his sword. That man hid in a corner and launched a sneak attack, throwing the fragment behind him. The crowd shouted to block it. Jin Liu looked up in shock and recognized it was the fragment. The old man immediately drew his sword and slashed forward, gritting his teeth and saying, if I cannot have it, then none of you will. The moment the blade touched the fragment, it instantly shattered. Jin Liu's eyes widened in disbelief. Everyone was in an uproar as the dragon serpent sword was destroyed. A treasure forged for more than 10 years now reduced to pieces. Others asked in horror what kind of divine weapon that was. Jin Liu erupted with fury and spiritual power, shouting that no one was allowed to leave. Jin Liu stomped forward, leaving dust in his wake. Hua Bai raised an energy wall to face him and warned that if he wanted to touch his master, he had to get past him first. Two forces collided and created terrifying pressure. Facing the overwhelming strength, Hua Bai gradually fell into a disadvantage and coughed blood. Lu Ling and Qing Qing rushed in to help. Jin Liu pressed the 3 of them hard. Hua Bai realized the gap in cultivation and told them to escort his master away while he covered them. But the 2 girls insisted on fighting. Jin Liu looked at their struggle and sneered, saying, if you want to die, then die with him. Seeing the attack descending, he turned pale and shouted, this is bad. In the night, a deep blue pillar of light suddenly pierced the sky. Lu Ling was blasted down and coughed blood. Jin Liu laughed scornfully, saying, is that all? She struggled up and called Wu Fu. Qing Qing froze as the smoke cleared to reveal empty space where Wu Fu had stood. Hua Bai nearly despaired when someone shouted to look at the sky. Jin Liu stammered in disbelief that he was still alive. In midair, Wu Fu said indifferently, I merely took the chance to raise my cultivation to deal with you. Yan sensed the new aura and exclaimed that he had stepped into a higher level. Wu Fu smiled and replied, I should thank you for the fragment you gave me. Jin Liu roared and transformed into countless serpent phantoms rushing forward, declaring that the divine weapon and your life both belong to me. Wu Fu only said you do not know your limits, then struck with one sword and sent the old man crashing down. Hua Bai stammered in admiration, praising that master was indeed formidable. Wu Fu hovered in the air and said, now to settle the next account. Ziyan panicked and mentioned his master Bai Yuan, but before he could finish he was cut down by a sword. Wu Fu said he had no interest in listening and told his master to come personal. Elsewhere, Bai Yuan suddenly sensed something unusual and was shocked. Xing Song asked what happened. Bai Yuan told him to continue refining pills and said gloomily that Wu Fu had harmed his disciple and he would never let it go. Before falling, Ziyan still shouted that his master would avenge him. Jin Liu was stunned that Wu Fu struck without hesitation. Several people around mocked that he did not know how terrifying Bai Yuan was. A harmonious Tao venerable could kill with a flick of a finger. Suddenly a figure flashed over. Erha turned and barked a warning. Meng Meng appeared with a smile and said, Wu Fu, I am here. Zhu Tan respectfully called master. Lu Ling and Qing Qing were both surprised. Meng Meng was about to hug Wu Fu and complain about missing him for days without sleep when a cough sounded to remind them. He paused. Zhu Tan felt embarrassed. The two girls could only sigh. Meng Meng scratched his head and asked if it was settled. Jin Liu stared at him warily, wondering where this fat man came from. Being stared at by the old man, Meng Meng felt confused, then clasped his hands and bowed, leaving everyone stunned. He showed a respectful expression and thanked them for helping Brother Fu, making Jin Liu confused. Lu Ling shouted, that is the enemy. Meng Meng immediately dodged aside, saying, why did you not say so earlier? Jin Liu angrily asked if he came to fool around and threatened to teach him a lesson. The old man transformed into a gigantic serpent head and lunged at Meng Meng. He screamed in fear. A loud explosion rang out. Zhu Tan pretended to cry in grief. As the smoke-cleared talisman fragments were revealed surrounding and protecting Meng Meng inside an energy sphere, he still lamented about his family fortune at home. Lu Ling sighed in relief because the heavenly tome protected his body, otherwise he would have been finished. Jin Liu angrily unleashed spiritual power and said, do not think a few divine weapons let you defy the heavens. Lu Ling reminded Wu Fu to be careful. He smiled and said, that man cannot touch me. Jin Liu fired a blast and he faced it head-on. Wu Fu swung his sword to shatter the attack and countered. Jin Liu said in shock, this cannot be, the power of the peak returned to void level. Looking at the hole in the wall where his opponent had been blasted away, Wu Fu said indifferently, I have never claimed to be only at that level. I am the strongest existence in Dai Tian. The scene shifted to the principal's office. He was threatened with a sword at his throat and could only beg. That man coldly demanded that Wu Fu be expelled from Yun Hai or the consequences would be severe. The principal trembled as he called Lu Ling. Lu Ling's phone rang, she answered, and the voice on the other end was breathing rapidly. He shouted that Zheng Yang was looking for Wu Fu to cause trouble and told her not to return. Wu Fu heard the commotion and turned back. Lu Ling anxiously asked, teacher, what happened? Qing Qing also asked what was wrong. He said Zheng Yang had come to the school and the principal might be in danger. Wu Fu calmly told her to return first while he handled the Jin family. His expression turned cold as he said, no one is allowed to threaten me. Then he immediately flew away. Guo Zai and Hua Bai hurried after him. The others stood there stunned. Meng Meng asked what they should do now. Qing Qing felt flustered. Lu Ling decided to return to Yun Hai at once. At the Jin family's secluded cultivation site, Luo Zai said the family head was cultivating here. Wu Fu smiled and said that makes it easier to settle things. Two guards noticed them and asked who they were. Wu Fu mocked that the family head lets people like you stand guard. They drew their swords and questioned his identity. He said the Jin family already sent people elsewhere to cause trouble, did they not? Enraged, they shouted courting death. Wu Fu released sword energy and called for the Jin family head to come out and receive guests. Sword energy lightly broke through the outer defense. The two guards were blasted away. From deep within, a pair of cold eyes appeared. The Jin family head stepped out as a fierce wind rose and declared that since you have come, you will stay here. Wu Fu immediately raised a defense and neutralized the attack. Luozai asked if he was all right. He admitted this old man was very strong. Wu Fu used sword energy to shatter the attack. Luozai felt terrifying pressure. The Jin family head appeared with an aura far beyond before his seclusion, his strength unfathomable. Luozai warned sternly that the Jin family possessed a renowned secret art. Without it, they could not have stood firm in Wudong City. They must be extremely cautious. Wu Fu calmly replied that even the Lion Tian scripture did not record that family technique. If it was not preserved, then it was hardly a supreme art. His gaze turned cold as he said he had his own way to deal with it, then transformed into a gust of wind and shot forward. In the blink of an eye, Wu Fu closed in on the Jin family patriarch with the dark god chaotic steps. The old man sneered that he was nothing but an ant. The Jin family patriarch casually blocked a sword strike and coldly chanted the great might golden dragon art. Wu Fu instantly felt a surging inner force crashing toward him with violent tremors. Luozai realized that after years in seclusion, the Jin family patriarch had indeed mastered this supreme technique. After the aftershock, the old man said indifferently that if you had not dodged that move, you would have long since perished. Luozai anxiously reminded that the Great Might Golden Dragon art was the strongest technique of the Jin family and urged him not to act recklessly. Wu Fu still charged forward, saying, if it is the strongest, then let me see. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward, making the old man snort coldly that you dare look down on me. Then he gathered his strength to meet the attack. His fist force crashed down like a mountain with a shout, you dare kill my junior and still act arrogant, be gone. Fu did not waver. He drew his sword to confront him. Fist wind and sword energy collided violently. He was at a disadvantage and had to grit his teeth to endure. Suddenly the old man appeared before him and sneered that you are still too green. As a sense of danger rose, an explosion had already erupted. Wu Fu was blasted backward, inwardly admitting that this old man was far from simple. Seeing he remained calm, the Jin family patriarch said irritably that before absolute power you still dare be arrogant. Wu Fu retorted that you still have not done anything to me. He coughed lightly and said the more we fight, the more interesting things I discover. He mentioned that the sword in his hand could absorb the essence of powerful cultivators, truly beyond expectation. This time he wanted to see how much the divine sword would advance if he defeated the Jin family patriarch. The Jin family patriarch frowned, thinking that he still had not fallen. If he had not left seclusion early he might have been finished. Now he could only go all out and end it quickly. The old man roared and charged, saying, "Offer up your life." Wu Fu replied that in that case your life will be claimed by the divine sword. Jin family patriarch waved his hand to attack. Wu Fu swung his sword to meet it. The two fought without restraint. Inner force exploded and swept the surroundings. The old man roared, "Let me see what you rely on." Wu Fu sneered, "If you want to see then look carefully." He drew out another sword, its sharp aura reaching the heavens. The Jin family patriarch's expression changed at once. "You are." A streak of red flashed, and the Jin family patriarch took a full sword strike to the abdomen. Knowing he had lost the upper hand, the old man burst into laughter. The fate line of the Jin is broken. Being able to fight a saint venerable is enough for this life. Bozai watched in shock. The Jin family collapsed just like that. He alone could sweep away the entire Jin family. Wu Fu now seemed to be about to do something with the divine sword and the patriarch's corpse. Captain Zin was horrified and guessed that perhaps he wanted to fuse with the divine weapon. Wu Fu clenched his fist. The power of the two divine weapons coiled around his body and merged into him, causing him to gradually change. Bozai continued to watch every transformation closely. Suddenly sword energy radiated outward and tore her skirt, making her cry out in alarm. Captain Zin stood beside her and flushed red. Luozai worriedly asked if there was a problem with his cultivation. Wu Fu calmly said his cultivation was only obscured by sword energy, but his strength had greatly increased. Even he was unsure whether it was misfortune or blessing. Without hesitation, he told Luozai to prepare to return to Yunhai. She wanted to go with him, but he believed the Jin family had declined, and this was an opportunity for Lushan Mountain to consolidate. As for Yunhai, he would handle it himself. At the same time in Yunhai, curses rang out because they failed to capture Wu Fu's parents and only found an orphan. Before the arena gates, a female disciple of the Zhengyang sect asked if they would kill if he did not come. The sect master coldly replied that at exactly 6 o'clock one person would be executed each minute until he appeared. That man said calmly that if anyone was to blame it was Wu Fu, unaware that Qing Qing and Luke Lin were hiding in the bushes observing. Qing Qing was anxious while Luke Lin said they could only wait. Ha barked in agreement. Ming Meng wondered that the sect rules forbade harming ordinary people. Luke Lin explained that since they had not truly acted yet, the rules could not be applied. Ming Meng gritted her teeth and said, "If Wu Fu does not come, I will go up." Chu Tan hurriedly stopped her. Just then a Zhengyang disciple discovered them and grabbed Meng Meng's shoulder with a sinister smile. His words made all three of them start and say in unison that this is bad. Before them stood Zhengyang disciples surrounding them. Luke Lin said they were trapped. The sect master appeared and sneered that killing you would be even more effective. But before he could act, he sensed danger closing in. Something swept past him and the two girls. Qing Qing was overjoyed upon seeing Wu Fu. The sect master mocked that he thought you would not dare to come. From the hazy smoke, Wu Fu mocked that the Zhengyang sect would stoop to threatening with the lives of ordinary people. The sect master argued that he only forced you to appear and had not killed anyone, then laughed scornfully thinking Wu Fu had lost his cultivation. The sword energy obscured his perception of strength. Meng Meng stammered that the Jin family patriarch had been gravely injured. Chu Tan was worried while Lin San reacted upon hearing the Jin family name. Thinking Wu Fu had offended a great figure, Lin San said this was a personal grudge and if he died they would be safe. Others echoed in agreement. Sect master grew even more arrogant and ordered that since he had lost his strength, he should hand over the divine weapon and perhaps keep his life. Wu Fu indifferently said to release them first. One of the echoing men thought he was saved and stuck his head out. A Zhengyang disciple struck him and said, "Now you have no right to bargain." Wu Fu merely frowned in displeasure. Luke Lin panicked, thinking that if Wu Fu had truly lost his power, how could he face so many experts? Suddenly Ha dashed forward, making her cry out its name. A Zhengyang disciple said disdainfully, "What can a dog do?" When Ha tried to bite, it was sent flying. It slammed into a tree trunk. Wu Fu and Luke Lin called out together. That man even mocked it for not knowing its limits. Luke Lin furiously shouted that they had harmed Ha. He did not care and even mocked that a useless man wanted revenge for a dog. He declared that anyone in the student council who killed Wu Fu would be released. Hearing that, the crowd asked again to be sure. the Zhengyang disciple confirmed to kill him first. Thus they rushed forward, wanting to take down Wu Fu to save themselves. One of them was knocked onto his back by He with a punch. He was sent flying, causing the rest to hesitate. Wu Fu angrily shouted, "You ungrateful wretches." Zhengyang disciple laughed and said he thought he was useless, but it turned out he was pretending. Luke Lin realized he had not lost his cultivation and was overjoyed, then suddenly noticed Ha was nowhere to be seen. Wu Fu's gaze turned icy as he asked, "Was it you who struck Ha?" That man arrogantly said he would send you to join it and charged forward. Before he could react, he was calmly blocked by him. Only then did he realize in horror that his speed was still being matched. Wu Fu's face turned cold as he uttered two words, too talkative, then threw a punch that knocked the opponent down. He is dead. Divine power surged within Wu Fu because of his fury at the thought that Ha had met with disaster. He clenched his teeth and swore to sweep through Zhang Yang to bury it with him. What is our slogan? The sect master of Zhang Yang immediately sensed the abnormal spiritual aura around Wu Fu and turned pale upon realizing he had harmonized with the divine weapon. Elsewhere, the spirit pearls suddenly spun violently, drawing the attention of a woman. He wondered in shock how someone in this tiny world could create such a tremendous disturbance. White-haired young woman grew curious about who was powerful enough to throw the spirit pearls into chaos. As soon as she finished speaking, she summoned a divine mirror and saw that the one causing the upheaval was Wu Fu. Recognizing him, she smiled with interest and said, "So he is that person's descendant. One look at that forehead says it all." Then for some reason thunderclouds covered the spirit pearl. Back in the present, Wu Fu noticed something unusual when a bolt of lightning struck him. The sect master of Zhang Yang laughed loudly, believing the heavens intended to punish him. Glin anxiously called Wu Fu's name in her heart. Meng Meng cried out in alarm. Chu Tan also thought it was heavenly punishment. Yet Wu Fu was not only unharmed, his aura even surged dramatically. The sect master of Zhang Yang realized something was wrong. He was absorbing the purple light. Glin was astonished because she thought he had lost his cultivation. After absorbing the heavenly lightning, Wu Fu smiled and asked, "Did you think purple lightning could bury me?" Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, the sect master decided to strike first. He shouted and charged forward, while Wu Fu calmly watched the attack descend. The sword energy drew near. He gently raised one hand to block it. The sect master was horrified, unable to believe one hand could stop his move. Wu Fu said coldly, "Killing you takes only a single breath." As soon as the words fell, one strike pierced through the defense. The opponent cried out that it was impossible, then was defeated by heavenly lightning. A Zhang Yang disciple stammered that the sect master was finished. After dealing with the leader, Wu Fu warned that no one was to touch his people, not even the pet. The others fled in terror. When everyone had left, he finally revealed a pained expression, making Luke Lin call out worriedly. She supported him and asked if he was all right. Wu Fu smiled and said he was only a little tired, apologizing for making her worry. Just then Meng Meng shouted that Ha was not dead. Wu Fu and Luke Lin rushed over and saw Ha wrapped inside an eggshell. The egg cracked open and spiritual power poured out, leaving him stunned. Luke Lin noticed that Wu Fu's injuries were healing on their own. Before she could ask, Meng Meng shouted that Ha had broken out of the shell. A stream of spiritual power shot out from the egg and headed straight toward Wu Fu. He felt that it wanted to merge into him. When he awoke amid anxious calls, Wu Fu opened his eyes to see everyone turned away calling his name. He was bewildered before gradually regaining full awareness. Luke Lin happily called out. Meng Meng also cheered that he was awake. As Luke Lin was asking about his condition, Wu Fu suddenly lunged forward. His strange behavior left her flustered as she demanded he stop, angrily shouting that he was going too far. Slapping sounds echoed through the air. Luke Lin knocked Wu Fu unconscious and angrily scolded him. Suddenly Ha spoke up saying it was me, leaving her stunned. This situation left Luke Lin completely confused. Meng Meng widened his eyes and exclaimed that Ha could speak. Wu Fu inside Ha's body cursed at him to shut up. Afterward, everyone confirmed that their souls had swapped. Luke Lin asked why their bodies had switched. Wu Fu explained that perhaps the heavenly Tao had mistakenly separated his soul into Ha's body. The bizarre scene left everyone speechless. Ha inside Wu Fu's body playfully misbehaved, making him shout in irritation to maintain his image. At that moment, a Zhang Yang disciple appeared and mocked that he was now the strongest one. Wu Fu replied disdainfully that another fool had come to test his strength. Unaware of the soul exchange, he sneered that even a dog could talk while its master was an idiot. Meng Meng thought Wu Fu could not fight and stepped in front to block. The disciple charged forward disdainfully, but was met with a sudden furry kick. Wu Fu inside Ha's body kicked and knocked him down. The opponent was sent flying, leaving Meng Meng gaping. Afterward, Luke Lin asked about the next plan. Wu Fu said that to return he had to find a Harmony Realm powerhouse. She understood and asked if he intended to undergo tribulation. He admitted it and asked her to take care of his body and Ha. he would return soon. At the academy, Zhang Yang disciples saw them return and mocked them for lacking spiritual power, believing Wu Fu had weakened. The leader said that if they were only at profound insight realm, then they were more than enough to handle them. The others agreed. Erha inside Wu Fu's body carefully licked Luke Lin, making her blush. Meng Meng thought only a husky would dare to be so brazen, then suddenly sensed danger. Seeing spiritual power rushing toward them, he shouted a warning. A loud explosion rang out. Two Zhang Yang disciples stepped forward gleefully, saying Wu Fu was finished. Meng Meng still managed to stand and angrily called his companion's name. Erha inside Wu Fu's body remained silent because he had shielded Luke Lin from the attack. She asked worriedly. Fortunately, he quickly regained consciousness. The two disciples were horrified that such a strong blow had left him unharmed. Meng Meng appeared behind them and said coldly that they were fine, but the two of them were not. After teaching the two sneak attackers a lesson, he scolded them harshly. Luke Lin still worried about Wu Fu and helplessly acknowledged the foolish husky temperament. The Su family, Zhang Yang disciples chased their people, boasting that Wu Fu had been dealt with. Qing Qing strongly refuted them. They threatened to wipe everyone out if they did not follow Zhang Yang's rules. Suddenly, a strange noise sounded. Wu Fu inside Erha's body appeared leisurely, startling them. Qing Qing called out to Erha and asked where Wu Fu was. A disciple mocked that he was already dead. Then Wu Fu's voice rang out, who said I was dead. Seeing a dog speak, the others panicked. Wu Fu inside Erha's body cursed back. Qing Qing recognized his voice and was astonished. A disciple angrily declared that he had never been provoked by a dog in his life, raising his sword to strike. Xian also asked Qing Qing in doubt if it was Wu Fu. She helplessly confirmed it. The disciple swung his sword, but Wu Fu swiftly dodged. Qing Qing anxiously shouted for him to be careful. That disciple suddenly appeared behind Wu Fu, and unable to turn in time, he took a full strike from him. The blow sent him crashing to the ground, yet aside from a bump on his head, he was unharmed. It seemed the spirit stones he had cultivated had made his body as tough as an ox. The Zhengyang disciple, seeing Wu Fu rise calmly, was secretly astonished, not understanding how he could endure such a hit. Seeing the opponent ready to strike again, Wu Fu curled his lips coldly, saying if they looked down on him like a dog, today he would make that true. Without further words, he leapt up, claws raised, shouting, "Die!" While that disciple swung his sword in reply, the one who would fall was him. The two immediately collided, their moves relentless and unceasing. Qing Qing, seeing Wu Fu attacked in Erha's body, anxiously shouted, while that disciple swung continuously and mocked that even a dog dared to call itself a divine beast. Wu Fu paid no mind, scoffing that he would show him what a true dog could do. The Zhengyang sect would eventually collapse. Spirit force flared violently, and in an instant he sent the disciple flying before he even realized, shouting once, while the disciple could only scream in terror. After handling that, Wu Fu sighed at Erha's plump, furry body, not yet accustomed, and Qing Qing pointed at his tail catching fire, startling him though he felt no pain. Once the situation settled, Shang Niu asked Qing Qing to lead the disciples to clean up, then asked Wu Fu why it happened, and he replied that he had exhausted himself against the Zhengyang sect leader, was critically injured by heavenly thunder, and unintentionally swapped bodies with Erha. That answer left Shang Niu helpless, not yet at the harmonization realm, summoning heavenly thunder, relying on the opportunity to switch bodies. But he was powerless as the harmonization path was distant and required the right timing, place, and human accord. Knowing no one could help, Wu Fu decided to handle it himself. It was only heavenly thunder, he could summon and deal with it, and indeed, he called down the lightning. From afar, a witness sighed at the scene. It was heavenly thunder. That person wondered how heavenly thunder appeared twice in one day, questioning who was breaking through, when someone else approached. Recognizing the visitor, he hurriedly saluted. Tian Yu coldly asked for the situation. Bai Yuan smiled meaningfully, saying Jing Song's elixir was at the final step. Once completed, both the person and the elixir would belong to them. Understanding the implied benefit, Tian Yu threw him an item. Bai Yuan caught it and promised to deliver what they needed soon. With full information, Tian Yu departed, reminding it was only a deposit, awaiting the full number of spirit pills. Bai Yuan respectfully responded. Looking at the item in hand, he smiled with satisfaction. This would make things much easier. Meanwhile, the sky was filled with violent thunder and lightning. The girl guarding the location stared in astonishment, wondering what was happening. He tried to probe Wu Fu's past and future lives but could not see through. A fragment of white crystal hovering in the air. Suddenly it shattered into pieces. The girl sighed, the white crystal broken. Seeing lightning spiraling, she realized the situation had changed. Back with Su Ra, facing incoming heavenly thunder, Yin Xian anxiously called for his father. Shang Niu pushed him back and said life or death depended on Wu Fu, while he reassured it was only heavenly thunder. He could slash it in two. Saying so, he drew his sword, calmly stating, "Arrive." As soon as the words fell, heavenly thunder struck. Shang Niu shivered despite trying to steady. Fortunately, Wu Fu stood nearby. A gentle sword strike split the lightning. Shang Niu, astonished, asked if that was all. He replied, "Just beginning." Seeing lightning gather again, he coldly said Tian Yu had arrived. This time heavenly thunder seemed determined, descending with an army of lightning. From afar, Tian Yu and Bai Yuan sensed the killing intent. Tian Yu laughed. That even a barren planet could provoke the heavens was amusing. He suggested going to see it firsthand. For that army, Wu Fu showed no fear, swinging his sword in reply, and mocking that anger was great yet endurance poor. The lightning army charged, he smirked, enduring more while provoking its strength too weak. From afar, Ha in his body sensed the change and barked to Lu Ling, who looked at the lightning and realized Wu Fu was entangled with heavenly thunder. Suddenly Ha rushed into the lightning, causing her to shout his name in alarm. Ha ran to Wu Fu, barking that it had arrived. Understanding his intent, he released his spirit, while Bai Yuan marveled, seeing someone endure heavenly thunder so persistent. He suddenly realized it was not resisting but absorbing, and upon seeing Wu Fu clearly, he called out in horror. Fu looked at Bai Yuan challengingly, saying heavenly thunder was not enough. He pulled him in. This force had yet to refine his sword spirit, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Knowing victory was impossible now, Bai Yuan could only grit his teeth and curse silently. Heavenly thunder continued to pour down. Yin Xian stammered. This was not a breakthrough but self-destruction. Shang Niu anxiously answered that the survivor was his father. High above, lightning gathered into a large sphere. Bai Yuan recognized the culprit and angrily called Wu Fu. Wu Fu ignored him, expressing interest that this power was truly valuable. Bai Yuan understood he wanted to pull him into action, asking if he intended to die under Tian Yu's thunder. While below, Yin Xian worried and Shang Niu said he was alone against heavenly might, causing her fear. The heavenly thunder now thickly covered the sky. Lightning struck while Wu Fu remained calm. Bai Yuan hesitated, unable to act fully under Tian Yu. Spheres of lightning shot at him, yet he treated it as training. The scene terrified Bai Yuan. Realizing Wu Fu's power was surging, fearing future consequences, he resolved not to let him grow stronger. He planned to seize the opportunity, saying if he wanted to endure heavenly thunder, he would ensure it was complete. Shang Niu anxiously intervened. Acting under Tian Yu would only intensify lightning. Yin Xian panicked, fearing the family might be caught as well. Bai Yuan still struck, shouting to extinguish that brat. Wu Fu remained unperturbed, arrogantly remarking that he expected him to act sooner, yet only now dare. Those words made Bai Yuan realize he was being used, gritting his teeth in curses as Wu Fu was surrounded by divine power. He realized not only could he not kill him, but he inadvertently helped him grow stronger. Streams of spirit force around Wu Fu began transforming unusually. Yin Xian saw the spirit force aiding Shang Niu's breakthrough, calling out Harmonization Realm in astonishment. Shang Niu never imagined this method would elevate him. Shang Niu looked at Wu Fu, saying even reaching harmonization, he could not match his cultivation. Also feeling great pressure, Yin Xian asked if he could see through it. Bai Yuan affirmed he remained too small before Wu Fu, who coldly said he had no time to bother with Bai Yuan yet. The moment he finished speaking, he immediately shot forward. Bai Yuan realized the direction he was flying matched the place he was heading toward, so he cried out in alarm, "This is bad, that direction is." As if understanding that the secret had been exposed, he suspected that brat already knew everything. At the same time, Wu Fu continued accelerating toward the predetermined location. He descended onto a house hidden deep within the forest. Sensing the surge of spiritual energy spreading from inside, he murmured softly, "Finally, we have arrived." Inside, Jingsong had already completed the pill refinement. Just as Wu Fu was about to step in, he was blocked. Tian Wei asked coldly, "What are you doing here?" Realizing his intention, Wu Fu calculated inwardly. He arrived quickly. The moment the pill is formed will also be when Master is in danger, and he still has not fully mastered his power. Forced a friendly smile, saying he was close with Brother Liu and that refining the spirit gathering pill required his assistance. At this point, lying was the only option. Tian Wei remained suspicious and cast him a probing glance. Knowing the other party did not believe him, Wu Fu took out a pill and said that if he did not believe it, he could take a look. Upon seeing the pill, he gradually became convinced, thinking he truly was that person disciple since he also knew how to refine pill. He stepped aside to let him enter. At that very moment, Bai Yuan rushed over and shouted loudly to stop him, "Do not let him in." Shout drew Tian Wei attention. Wu Fu merely smiled faintly and said, "Now it is too late." Immediately after, he unleashed a move. Tian Wei instantly drew his sword and said disdainfully, "You still think you can deceive me in front of me?" Then he swung his blade. Just as the blade was about to reach Wu Fu's face, it suddenly stopped. No one knew what he had done to prevent his opponent from striking, and he even provoked him. Go ahead and try. Tianwei hesitated and did not dare act because Wu Fu was holding the pill he needed. He warned, if you do not want me to crush it, then stay back. Seeing this, Bai Yuan shouted, do not be afraid. Jing Song is at a critical moment. If interrupted, he will suffer severe injury. As he advanced, he believed his cultivation could not match theirs. Wu Fu let out a cold laugh and said the greatest use of this pill is healing. If it is crushed, then refine another yourself. After speaking, he crushed the pill and cursed them for their ignorance. The act made Tianwei and Bai Yuan turn pale, while Jing Song spat out a mouthful of blood. Bai Yuan came back to his senses and roared furiously that he would make him pay. Yet before he could do anything, he was suppressed by Wu Fu pressure. He smiled and said it seems there is no escape. Jing Song grabbed him and asked why he destroyed the pill. He replied that if it succeeded then he would lose his life. Jing Song stubbornly insisted it was his life work. Unexpectedly, Wu Fu took out an identical pill and said there is still one here. Bai Yuan exclaimed in shock that it was a genuine spirit-gathering pill, and even perfectly refined. How could this be? Before he could understand what was happening, he was struck by a blow. Tianwei grew furious, believing he had been deceived, and loudly questioned him. Bai Yuan could only argue that Wu Fu had played tricks and that the other pill might be inferior. Wu Fu laughed and said this kind of pill is not rare elsewhere. His words shook Bai Yuan to the core. He could not believe it and shouted in denial. Tianwei realized he intended to recklessly end his own life. Early morning in Maple Leaf Village of Nangxi Province. A young girl took out a pill, silently hoping it would work this time. She placed it into the mouth of the man lying down. An old man walked in and said his chances of survival were slim. No matter how many pills were used, it would be difficult to save him. She turned and called out to him. Ling looked at the person on the bed and said she felt his life force was stronger than others. Suddenly, changes appeared in his body and her grandfather immediately noticed. Seeing the burst of spiritual energy, he exclaimed in shock, this is. Realized this person's identity was extraordinary, saying the spiritual energy was extremely dense, then told Ling to report to the spirit pill sect. She quickly agreed. At the spirit pill sect, Fu Rong sensed something and asked about it. Zhao Liang said it might be that the spiritual energy in Maple Leaf Village had suddenly increased. Fu Rong did not care and said let us go, they found an old man over there who needs checking. Zhao Liang immediately followed. Back at the house, the young man had awakened, examined his body, then felt delighted at his recovery and thought he needed a few more days of rest. The person was Wu Fu. He recalled Bai Yuan's self-destruction, then put on his clothes and prepared to leave, intending to find that old man. Stepping outside, he saw a crowd gathered. Ling grandfather led people over and pointed at him, saying it was him. Wu Fu wondered why there were so many people. A disciple of the immortal pill sect said disdainfully that he was merely someone with a bit of spiritual energy, not worth attention, then prepared to leave. Those words made Wu Fu notice. They mentioned an old man. Just as Zhao Lin was about to disperse the crowd, someone placed a hand on his shoulder. Wu Fu appeared behind him and asked where the old man was. Sudden appearance startled Zhao Hu into drawing his sword, but Zhao Lin stopped him, saying he was only asking for direction. He replied the old man was at Licorice Hall. Wu Fu nodded in thanks and left. After he walked far away, Zhao Hu asked why they did not act. Zhao Lin said the other party could appear without a sound. They were no match, so they hurried back to inform the elder. On the mountain of the spirit pill sect, a guarding disciple saw a pair of legs sticking out, imagined things and rushed over. But immediately after, a loud noise rang out. He was knocked unconscious by Wu Fu and he took his clothes to wear. He muttered that if he were not injured there would be no need for this. Then he advanced toward the spirit pill sect, wondering how many precious pills were in this place, when someone lashed a whip at him in warning. That person loudly demanded to know why he had come here. It was the gatekeeper, assuming he was an outer sect disciple, and berated him. Wu Fu paid no attention, as if he had discovered something. The man grew angrier, insulting outer sect disciples as unworthy of standing before the main gate. Seeing he did not respond, the man mocked him and ordered him to clean the dirt. Wu Fu coldly warned that if he were not injured, he would already be in trouble. Insulted, the gatekeeper angrily swung his whip to strike, but at that moment something flew toward him. It hit him and knocked him to the ground. Cursed in fury and demanded the attacker show himself. From a distance, someone walked over and said, "Were you calling me?" then reproached him for bullying without cause. Recognizing the newcomer as the senior disciple of Licorice Hall, he panicked. Lin Mu smiled and asked if he had any objection. Gatekeeper immediately changed his attitude and fawned. Wu Fu listened and calculated inwardly, deciding not to act yet since he had not recovered. Lin Mu said he had heard about the bullying and did not expect to witness it himself. He stood up like a righteous hero, earning the admiration of the other disciples. The gatekeeper hastily admitted his fault. Wu Fu immediately lowered his head in gratitude, saying that without Lin Mu, he would have struggled to survive. Lin Mu confidently replied that with him here, no one would dare do anything to him. Ling recognized Wu Fu and wondered why he had appeared. Wu Fu stepped closer to the gatekeeper and said he was reassured now. Man asked what he intended to do. Without answering, Wu Fu struck him directly. Everyone was stunned, and the man angrily grabbed his collar and shouted loudly. Lin Mu coughed lightly and warned that no one was allowed to act in front of him. On the surface, he appeared fair, but inwardly he was displeased. The gatekeeper could only endure it and wait for a chance to retaliate. Taking advantage of the moment, Wu Fu suddenly kicked and struck the gatekeeper vulnerable spot. That action made Lin Mu turn pale as well, secretly cursing that it truly had gone too far. After dealing with that man, Wu Fu turned and cupped his hands in thanks. Many thanks to senior brother Lin for your assistance. Otherwise, this grudge would have been difficult to settle. Since he was acting, he had to see it through. Lin Mu feigned helplessness and replied, of course. Wu Fu continued, to repay senior brother Lin for this favor, I am willing to do anything within my ability. Those words made Lin Mu reveal a calculating smile. Just in time, I happen to have something to ask of you. Previously, I refined a pill. Unfortunately, I have yet to find anyone to test it. What do you think? The side effects are negligible, at most a slight stomachache. Perhaps it may even help increase your cultivation. Though he understood clearly, he still pretended to comply. This one is willing to try. With just a glance, Wu Fu sensed the dense killing intent surrounding that man, clearly not someone kind-hearted. A moment later, at Cam Thao Hall of the Spirit Pill Sect, the two disciples guarding the entrance immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing Lin Mu, senior brother Lin. Brought Wu Fu before them and instructed, hand this person over to test the medicine, make thorough preparations. The two men answered in unison, understood. Led inside, Wu Fu pretended to be timid and asked if this was Cam Thao Hall. One person replied curtly, if not, then what? This place is responsible for supplying pills to the entire Spirit Pill Sect. Its status is far from low. Hearing that, he said, no wonder the whole street is filled with the scent of medicine. I only wonder where the old man brought here a few days ago is now. The disciple said the old man was being carefully attended to. As for details, he did not know. Wu Fu quickly asked for the exact location. The other party lowered his voice and told him to worry about himself first and stop asking about other matters. Hearing that, Wu Fu merely responded softly. In his heart, he thought it seemed that old man was more at ease than himself. Shortly after, he was brought before the pill furnace. A Spirit Pill Sect disciple pointed at it and said, this is the place. Before testing the medicine, eat this first. Wu Fu looked around and asked what it was. The other snapped, do not ask so many questions, swallow it. Holding the spirit pill in his hand, Wu Fu recognized it as the kind used to clear residual medicinal power in the body to avoid conflict when testing medicine. He calmly swallowed it. The taste was not bad. He wondered when it would begin, and suddenly felt a trace of anticipation. After finishing, he walked toward the inner room and said, I will go in now. The two disciples did not care. Go on. Senior brother Lin is waiting. Wish you an early ascension. When the door closed, the two disciples began discussing whether that brat would be fine. The previous people who tested the medicine had all suffered miserably, yet he had cooperated beyond expectations. They had thought force would be required. If they walked, they said it did not matter, as long as it was not them testing it. He was probably just a fool clinging to dreams of breaking through in cultivation. Inside the alchemy room, the abundance of pills satisfied Wu Fu. That amount was enough to restore him to his peak condition. Before him was a furnace in operation. Lin Mu stood there holding a pill and called, Junior brother, come here. This is a pill that accelerates cultivation. Wu Fu took it and sneered softly, such a low-quality pill, and you dare use it to deceive others. Lin Mu was startled and asked, you know the heartbreak pill? Fu did not answer directly, instead refining the pill as he smiled and said, not only do I know, I can even turn someone as mediocre as you into a genius. Lin Mu was stunned when he recognized the flame he used and stammered, that is heavenly thunder flame. Who exactly are you? Wu Fu held the newly refined pill and said disdainfully, you still want to harm me? Then taste it yourself. After speaking, he revealed a meaningful smile and stepped forward. He pressed close to Lin Mu, grabbed his collar and lifted him up. Though at a disadvantage, that man still growled, brat, you dare act arrogantly before me. That man swung his hand to counterattack, but before he could touch him, he was slammed down and left dizzy. Wu Fu tightened his grip on the pill and forced it into his mouth. Swallow it. The moment he swallowed it, the spiritual power within Lin Mu immediately became chaotic. Wu Fu muttered coldly, if not for my injuries, you would not have had this chance. Before long, Lin Mu completely stopped breathing. Looking at his fallen opponent, Wu Fu felt secretly satisfied. The obstacle had been cleared. Now it was his turn to run rampant. Suddenly, the entire area shook violently, causing the two guards at the door to wonder why the medicine testing room was so noisy. The place where Jing Song was detained also trembled. Xiao Liang asked in surprise, what is happening? Jing Song immediately guessed it was Wu Fu and advised them to go back and take a look. I fear something has happened on your side. Hearing that, Xiao Liang hurriedly led people to check. quickly to the alchemy room. In no time, spirit pill sect disciples gathered before the door. One of them shouted loudly, "People inside, listen carefully. You are surrounded." That shout only made the others shake their heads helplessly. One person stepped forward, kicked him aside, and shouted, "Move aside, useless thing. Why shout for surrender? This is our Cam Thou Hall territory." The sight of fellow disciples making a spectacle left everyone speechless. In the end, they decided to simply break the door down. As soon as they rushed in, a disciple shouted, "Thief, come out and accept punishment." Wu Fu could not be bothered with them. He was busy refining pills. Seeing him mix all the pills into one enormous pill, the crowd angrily shouted, "Deal with him." One person was about to charge forward but was stopped. Realizing it was the hall master, he hurriedly bowed. Zhao Liang observed and said, "No need to rush. Using so many pills is no different from seeking his own death. Let him erupt fully and bear the consequences himself." Only then did Wu Fu notice them. He curled his lips and asked, "What are you whispering about?" Zhao Liang was about to leave when a disciple asked if that would not benefit him too much. He replied calmly, "Whether swallowed separately or fused together, it is the same. The outcome is unavoidable." Just then someone discovered Lin Mu's body and reported to the hall master, "Lin Mu is dead." This news made Zhao Liang freeze. He is really dead. Looked at Wu Fu absorbing the medicinal power and fumed. Could it be that he did it? And he also saw his injuries gradually recovering. Knowing they were waiting for him to collapse, Wu Fu sneered and asked, "Are you waiting for me to be unable to endure and fall?" Suddenly Zhao Liang spat out a mouthful of blood from anger. A disciple quickly supported him and called master. He patted his chest and said, "I am furious to death, charge." He shouted loudly, "Restrain him from me." But before the disciples could rush forward, a powerful surge of spiritual energy swept over and easily smashed the door behind Zhao Liang. That scene shocked Zhao Liang. He did not expect this brat to be so formidable. After finishing his absorption, Wu Fu said calmly, "This spiritual energy shockwave is enough to make you Void Return fellows struggle to withstand." Watching Lin Mu's body being carried away, he said leisurely, "I still must thank the two senior brothers for bringing me here. Otherwise, I fear it would have taken half a month to fully recover." Those words made Zhao Liang's face turn pale with anger. A disciple hurriedly advised the hall master to calm down and gave him a heart-saving pill to take. Seeing this, Wu Fu suggested, "Come now, there is no enmity between us. Consider these pills borrowed for the time being. If you release Jing Song, I will help compensate for the losses." Hearing that, Zhao Liang understood his true purpose. He snorted coldly and refused, "So it is for him, but this matter has already been decided by another expert. Do not even dream of it." Wu Fu sighed and said, "So be it then." His gaze turned icy. "It seems peaceful talk does not suit me." The spiritual energy around Wu Fu surged densely, making Zhao Liang wary, yet he still drew his weapon and shouted, "Let me see what else you can rely on." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his fan to create a raging wind. Wu Fu responded calmly. Zhao Liang shouted for the disciples to seize him while they had the chance. One person rushed forward hoping to claim merit, shouting, "Harm senior brother Lin and you are finished." Wu Fu replied disdainfully, "Do you think I do not dare to act?" Then casually released sword energy. That Su Feng disciple immediately fell. After dealing with him, Wu Fu asked in a low voice, "Will you release him now?" The other disciples recognized it as sword energy and were horrified. Even Zhao Liang grew apprehensive of that strength. A disciple reminded him that Cam Thou Hall focused on alchemy and was not strong in combat. Hearing that, he temporarily retreated and said he had informed others and would return to deal with this brat. Before a quarter of an hour passed, another group arrived. Angry shouts rang out, "Do not even think of escaping." From among them stepped out the sect master of Immortal Pill Sect. He shouted, "You dare cause trouble at Spirit Pill Sect. Do you know the consequences?" That moment Wu Fu bent down to tie his shoelaces. This action made the Immortal Pill Sect disciples think he was kneeling in fear. The sect master confidently said, "It is too late for regret." In response, a shoe flew straight at him. He caught the shoe, his face dark with anger. The disciple beside him called out in alarm, "Sect master." Wu Fu spat disdainfully and said, "In this world no one has ever made me kneel and beg for mercy." Those words enraged the sect master. He roared, "Deal with him." The disciples charged forward shouting in unison. Zhao Liang stood aside and laughed smugly. The inner sect law enforcement disciples were all in the void realm. With so many people he feared that man would find it hard to remain unscathed. Wu Fu merely sneered, truly reckless. And he did not hesitate to make a move and teach them a lesson. "Let me broaden your horizons." His sword energy swept toward the disciples of the Immortal Pill Sect, throwing them into panic as they shouted stellar sword art. Before they could flee, they were shattered to pieces. That move also drew the attention of two people in the distance. Tian Wei recognized the familiar spiritual power and said coldly, "Wu Fu is here as well." Last time I did not finish it. He pondered that someone who could casually carry so many spirit-gathering pills must be of greater value than Liu Jingsong. On the side of the immortal pill sect Xiao Liang stammered in shock that not even fragments remained. Where did that brat come from? Wu Fu stepped in front of the sect master of the immortal pill sect and placed a hand on his shoulder in threat. If you do not want your sect to vanish, then release him at once. The man still stubbornly replied, you think my spirit pill sect has no one left. Seeing the other party remain obstinate, Wu Fu pressed down harder, forcing him to drop to his knees on the ground. Fu asked with icy eyes, who allowed you to move? Knowing he was no match, the sect master fell silent. The disciples behind him cried out in alarm that this was bad, sect master. Yang sensed the situation turning worse and immediately ordered them not to act rashly and to bring that old man here. Wu Fu coldly asked, can you release him now? The sect master could only choke back his words. Seeing the other side soften, he nodded and said, that is more like it. If you had done this earlier, it would have saved trouble. Yet someone still recklessly said he is alone. What is there to fear? Wu Fu asked unhappily, are you still not planning to release him? As soon as he finished speaking, someone launched a sneak attack and shouted, I am not afraid of you. The sect master cried out in panic, stop and release him, you fool. It was too late. When the strike descended, Wu Fu vanished. The attacker was horrified, and before he could understand, he had appeared behind him. He delivered a kick that sent him soaring upward like a ball, before disappearing into the sky. The others gasped that it was too powerful. Without stopping, he advanced toward another, and the result was another ticket flying into the sky. The remaining people retreated in fear and begged him to wait. Yet several more figures were still flung high into the air. After finishing, he suddenly recalled that someone seemed about to say something, then ignored it. As he moved to kick another, the man hurriedly raised his hand in surrender. The sect master watched with a flushed face and cursed them as useless trash. Wu Fu saw no one left and said, if that is all, then I will be going. Strode proudly through the crowd, Jing Song appeared and saluted, praising the little brother for his terrifying strength. At the same time, Wu Fu sensed killing intent closing in. Without hesitation, he pushed Jing Song aside and personally blocked the incoming strike. A figure descended from the sky. That figure landed before the immortal pill sect with a violent tremor. The sect master was stunned and did not understand what was happening. A massive rock blocked the exit. Jing Song turned pale upon recognizing Tianwei. Wu Fu calmly said, I did not expect you to discover it, looking at the man standing atop the rock and calling him a person from Yunju Pavilion. The fearful eyes of the sect master, the shadow of Huang Jin, was clear. His imposing aura made the man tremble and think, how could there be someone so powerful? Huang Jin looked down coldly. Suddenly Wu Fu appeared beside him and asked, are you looking for me? Seeing him, he did not answer but began calculating with his fingers. Then he laughed and said, I understand. The loss of the treasure is related to you. Who are you? Wu Fu replied indifferently, do you think I need to explain myself to that aura? His confidence made him pause slightly. He said coldly, you can only be arrogant for now. Before leaving, Huang Jin said, I will return. Wu Fu speculated that the tip of the stellar sword had likely been exposed. Realizing his current strength was insufficient to confront him, he told himself he must quickly improve. For everyone, he declared he would break through to Fusion Realm and become a venerable to prepare. The disciples of the immortal pill sect buzzed that it was impossible. How could he reach Fusion Realm? The sect master scolded him for boasting. Jing Song instead admired him and said his lifelong goal had been refining spirit-gathering pills, but now they were no longer rare, so he would return to make new plans. Before leaving, the old man wanted to visit the Lu family valley. Hearing this, Wu Fu suggested going together. That moment, he sensed killing intent again, turning back to see a familiar face and saying, you truly are persistent. As soon as the sect master of the immortal pill sect saw Tianwei, he cried for help, saying he had nearly been wiped out by that brat. He pointed at Wu Fu, accusing him of killing disciples and taking pills. Jing Song sighed and said, if you are strong enough to face them, then I will step back. Wu Fu confidently replied that, although he could not defeat them all, he could take his master away safely. The sect master sneered that he still dared to speak loudly about fleeing. Wu Fu paid no attention and quickly moved away. But Tianwei had already blocked the path. Rushed forward shouting, stay. Jing Song cried out loudly. Wu Fu said with disdain, you want to use that to hold me. His sword energy shadowed the attack, forcing Tianwei to retreat in shock. Seizing the chance, Wu Fu led Jing Song away and said farewell. Sect master exclaimed that the brat was too strong. Tianwei added that he surpassed ordinary Fusion Realm, then smiled sinisterly and said, wherever you plan to go, I know. He mentioned that their destination was the Lu family valley. The Lu family valley within the hot spring area. Lu Ling, soaked in the spring, worried whether Wu Fu would encounter danger. Her sister said a mysterious figure had appeared in Yunhai and feared he might not survive. Caring so much means you like him. The remark made Lu Ling blush. and deny it while her sister laughed teasingly. Suddenly a tremor occurred. Lu Ling called out that someone was causing trouble and they had to check. The others also hurried over. They arrived and shouted, "Who dares cause chaos in Lu Family Valley?" From the dust, Jing Song stepped out and said, "This place is Lu Family Valley." Wu Fu looked around and remarked, "It seems quite safe." Seeing him unfamiliar, the subordinates rushed to seize him. Wu Fu raised a barrier and said, "Wait." Someone failed to stop in time and crashed into the barrier. The others were startled and whispered, "Is he that strong?" Wu Fu pointed at Jing Song and smiled, saying, "It is a misunderstanding. I brought this person here." But they did not believe and suspected him of causing trouble. Suddenly the stellar sword within him vibrated. While searching for the cause, the Lu family subordinates continued shouting, yet he paid no attention because the stellar sword seemed to have detected something. Seeing Wu Fu remain silent for a long moment, Zheng Tong spoke up asking what was wrong. He calmly replied that he had just discovered something and needed to check immediately. Without another word, he dashed off. The people in the valley stared. One shouted, "Big brother," he ran away. Another immediately pointed at Zheng Tong saying, "Big brother, there's still one accomplice here." Seeing only an old man left, they intended to surround him thinking he was an ally. The old man's trembling voice explained he did not know the other person, whether they believed him or not. Just then someone appeared asking what had been discovered. The subordinates quickly bowed, calling the second miss, and reported they had caught 2 enemies but one had escaped. Zheng Tong glanced at the person addressed and recognized Lu Ling. She also recalled who the old man was and thought Wu Fu might also be. He calmly told her subordinates that she knew this person and they had captured the wrong one. At the Mountain Valley Villa, Lu Ling's sister strolled leisurely. Thinking her sister had already gone there, it seemed the matter was not too serious. Thinking so, she paused, preparing to return to her room. All right, back she would go. Suddenly she bumped into someone. It turned out to be Wu Fu, who immediately became alert and asked who she was. Startled by his wary gaze, Lu Ling's sister burst into tears, leaving Wu Fu awkward and unsure how to respond, wondering where this child had come from. In the confusion, he caught a glimpse of a full figure briefly before him. Realizing this, Wu Fu quickly turned away, reminding himself to focus. Before him appeared a cave with an ancient seal appearing in the mortal world, astonishing him. Just then Lu Ling ran up, calling her sister. She told her sister about a suspicious person who had startled her. Understanding who her sister meant, Lu Ling gently reassured her that it was a misunderstanding because she knew that person and he was not evil, then asked where he was. Her sister pointed to the cave, saying he was just here a moment ago. Could he already be inside? Hearing this, the subordinates indignantly questioned Lu Ling how it could be called a misunderstanding. They whispered among themselves that daring to enter the ancestral tomb was outrageous. Though she did not believe Wu Fu came to cause trouble, Lu Ling still wondered why he had entered the family tomb. If her father knew, he might be angry. Suddenly she sensed a familiar aura, making her heart tremble slightly, and called out softly. She had not expected the matter to escalate this far. Lu Long shouted who dared enter the Lu family ancestral tomb would bring disaster upon themselves. Seeing her father angry, Lu Ling quickly said Wu Fu was not that kind of person, but he replied, "Let's see then." The group entered the cave. The scene before them left Lu Ling stunned, exclaiming, "What is this?" Before them appeared a massive barrier enveloping the space. Fu turned upon seeing them arrive. Lu Ling breathed a sigh of relief, calling his name while Lu Long observed warily. Wu Fu understood he was her father and respectfully said he did not mean to offend the Lu family ancestors, but was just testing the barrier in the cave. His words astonished him, asking barrier. Though surprised, Lu Long still spoke sternly, saying even with a barrier the Lu family had passed it down for 100 years. The ancestral tomb was not a place outsiders could enter freely. Seeing his father firm, Lu Ling wanted to explain but was told to be silent. Wu Fu awkwardly thought he could not use force as this was her home. Lu Long repeated gravely that the ancestral tomb was not for outsiders. But his next words made both blush embarrassed. If you became a Lu family son-in-law, you would naturally have the right to enter here. Lu Ling's sister and the subordinates were all stunned by the unexpected remark. Lu Ling quickly told her father not to speak nonsense, but Lu Long calmly replied it was still not against family rules. She excitedly called him father again. Lu Long placed his hand on his daughter's shoulder, gently calling his darling. He explained through transmission that the appearance of the barrier in the Lu family was unclear if it was an omen of good or ill. If something happened, at least he would be somewhat reassured. Hearing this, Lu Ling softened and responded quietly, "Father." Before she could react, her father lightly kicked her into the barrier, saying, "Enter there for me." Lu Ling fell straight into the barrier. Her sister worriedly cried out while Lu Long asked if she also wanted to follow in. Scared like that, her sister hurriedly changed tone, praising her father's kick as precise. Lu Long turned to Wu Fu, warning if he did not quickly enter to protect his daughter. If she lost a hair, do not blame anyone. Wu Fu could only silently plead to heaven, then decided not to argue and stepped into the barrier. As soon as he set foot inside the barrier it activated, a surge of internal energy shot straight up. That power tore through the clouds like ripping the sky. People in the city seeing the scene were all agitated. Ching Ching also saw it and asked Shang Nio. He frowned, saying it was a barrier. Elsewhere, a mysterious observer murmured. Unexpectedly, Wu Fu's aura was so strong and thought to increase the challenge for him. Inside the barrier it was pitch dark. Wu Fu observed around, wondering why it was so gloomy here. Suddenly candles lit up, making him immediately raise his alert. A monster silently appeared behind him. The sudden appearance made Wu Fu startle, exclaiming, "What is happening?" The monster glared at him with ferocity, then threw a powerful punch aimed at where he stood. The punch landed only where he had just moved from. Wu Fu dodged aside, thinking being welcomed so vigorously upon entry was not so easy to defeat. Just then another hand reached toward him. The hand struck hard, sending him crashing into a corner. After the painful impact, Wu Fu gritted his teeth, cursing for carelessness, not expecting there was a second attacker. As the monster prepared another strike, he sensed the familiar aura of heavenly way, understanding someone was deliberately causing trouble. The monster continued swinging at him. Wu Fu did not flinch and countered with a strong punch, shouting, "Do not underestimate me." The counterattack cracked, then broke off the monster's hand. Outside the cave, someone approached the barrier, exclaiming that on this remote planet there was a rare treasure. Lu Long's subordinate, restrained by Tian Yu, could only report unable to resist. Tian Yu thought Wu Fu had entered and said they should act quickly. Seeing the other side also wanting to enter the barrier, Lu Long asked who they were intending to do what. He worried why such a young Wu Fu was involved with a strong force. Tian Yu coldly said not concerned about him. Behind him were greedy Xian Dan's sect members looking at the barrier and speculating that in this strange place with a barrier, there must be good things inside. Inside the barrier, the monster was defeated by Wu Fu. He disdainfully remarked the slow movements, even with great strength, could not beat him. Suddenly a voice rang in his head, asking, "Do you think this is the end?" The malicious voice said if unable to kill you it would burn the barrier, trapping you forever. As soon as it finished, the ground outside began to crack. The fisher's spiritual energy surged wildly. Wu Fu angrily thought that if that person wanted to use heavenly energy to destroy the barrier, he would not allow it. In another corner of the barrier, Lu Ling was attracted by a small beast because the spiritual energy was denser here, and there was also a cute rabbit. The rabbit looked at her strangely. As she reached to pet it, a surge of spiritual energy shot into its body. Seeing the rabbit act strangely, Lu Ling cautiously whispered, "Little rabbit." Its eyes gradually turned red. The rabbit's body swelled, making Lu Ling panic and cry out, "Little rabbit." That rabbit suddenly swelled up, making her freeze on the spot. From a tiny rabbit, it had turned into a giant rabbit. The sight made Lu Ling turn pale as she blurted out that it had mutated. Before she could recover, the rabbit's foot had already reached her. It swept across like a bolt of lightning, forcing her back. She was stunned, unable to understand how it had become so strong in the blink of an eye. Before she could steady herself, the rabbit lunged again. Lu Ling knew she could not dodge in time and only had the thought that this time she was finished. At the critical moment, Wu Fu appeared, delivering a kick that sent the rabbit flying and shouted for her to fall back. Seeing him arrive, Lu Ling happily called his name. Wu Fu asked if she was all right and she nodded, saying she was fine. The flock of birds in the sky suddenly scattered in chaos, making her wonder. From within the forest came rumbling sounds, as if many spirit beasts were approaching. Wu Fu calmly said there was nothing to fear and pulled her along. He angrily declared that if they wanted to borrow the heavenly Tao to manipulate spirit beasts and break the restriction, they could forget it. On a nearby rocky outcrop, several people were watching. Someone guessed the spirit beasts had gathered after discovering a secret treasure. Tian Wei immediately decided to set out upon hearing that. In the forest, the silhouette of a young man carrying a girl flashed past the ancient tree. Wu Fu held Lu Ling in both arms and moved at extreme speed. Seeing a column of white smoke rising straight into the sky in the distance, he said they were about to reach the spiritual energy pillar. Lu Ling blushed and said she could run on her own, but he replied that she was injured and should not stand on ceremony. Wu Fu suddenly sensed something unusual. He turned his head and saw the two men with Tian Wei chasing closely behind. One man on the left sneered that they wanted to run right after meeting. Lu Ling asked who they were. Wu Fu did not answer. He only glanced over and said that if they wanted to capture him, they should see whether they were capable enough. He sped up and left the two men in black behind. They were shocked by his speed and reminded each other they had to deal with him no matter what. After a while, Wu Fu landed on the ground. He observed the front and said they had arrived. Lu Ling looked at the stone among the four pillars and guessed it was the center of the restriction. Wu Fu confirmed that dense spiritual energy was concentrated here. He noticed the central stone tremble slightly. Wu Fu drew the spirit sword to probe, sensing it resonating with the array core. The stone suddenly shattered. He silently called the spirit sword and realized the array core was the final fragment. The enormous surge of spiritual energy attracted cultivators from everywhere. Elsewhere, the orb of heavenly fate cracked apart. Huang Jin realized his heavenly fate was splitting and decided to handle it personally. Returning to the scene, a disciple of Immortal Pill sect rushed forward to grab the spirit sword, saying it was his, only to be struck by a fan that suddenly swept over. Reacted quickly and arched back to dodge the blow. He retreated and asked, "Who are you?" Lu Ling stood in front of Wu Fu and declared that no one was allowed to take another step forward. The disciple sneered and said, "Could you withstand it alone?" Lu Ling clenched her teeth, thinking that even if she had to risk her life, she must hold the line because Wu Fu was merging with the spirit sword. Wu Fu spoke up, saying those who did not know their limits were them. Lu Ling asked in surprise if it was that fast. He looked coldly and said, "Leave that crowd relying on numbers to me." Cultivator stepped back in fear, saying he cultivated too quickly. Another reassured them that they had numbers and backing, so there was no need to fear. One stepped forward and said, "You all step back." He is not easy to deal with. Wu Fu sneered and said the master has finally shown himself. Tian Wei gathered his strength and declared that this time he would not let him escape. The four-directional restriction array lit up and surrounded them. Two men outside said he was already surrounded and could not run. Wu Fu laughed and said who said he wanted to run, then drew the spirit sword to test them. The spirit sword in his hand shone brilliantly. He swung the sword and slashed straight toward Tian Wei in front of him. Lu Ling was astonished and thought that even empty-handed he could still release sword energy. Wu Fu told her to step back because the opponent was serious now. She told him to be careful. Their gazes clashed without the slightest retreat. Tian Wei shot up into the air at incredible speed. His hair blazed and expanded wildly as it lashed about. Wu Fu also shifted his steps to find an opportunity. His sword collided with the hair-turned weapon. He poured in strength, spun around, then withdrew the sword to gather inner force. Tian Wei roared and unleashed countless blades, threatening to leave him unable to resist. Wu Fu closed his eyes and recited the spirit sword art. First flash. Two intersecting cuts flashed in the air like a cross. Tian Wei stared in shock at the hat split in two. Wu Fu stepped back once and then stopped. Tian Wei looked at his own hand in astonishment, admitting he was a genius but saying that meeting him was unlucky. His hand swelled as sharp claws extended. His face grew covered in fur, his teeth sharp like a wild beast. Disciples of Xinjiang sect outside trembled at that form. Lu Ling also turned pale. The other Tian Wei sneered coldly as he awaited the outcome. Tian Wei transformed into a beast, opened his mouth and lunged forward. Wu Fu remarked that abandoning reason for power only made one a fool. In an instant, a white line appeared across his arm, and the front portion fell out of place. Countless cuts flashed and overlapped. The massive shadow before him stood motionless. The beastly figure gradually dissipated. Wu Fu said disdainfully it was even weaker than before transforming. The remaining man broke out in cold sweat. Taking advantage of his moment of inattention, that man turned and fled into the sky. Lu Ling noticed and shouted loudly that he was running. Tian Wei looked up and saw a dark shadow charging toward him before he could understand what it was. Both crashed heavily to the ground with an explosion. White dust billowed everywhere. Lu Ling covered her face and asked what was happening. Within the smoke, a gigantic dark figure appeared before them. Lu Ling's eyes widened in shock. The smoke cleared, she cried out, "Zio Ha." Ching Ching sat on Ha's back, poked her head out and waved, asking if everyone was all right. Lu Long also leaned out and asked if his daughter was unharmed. Lu Ling called out in surprise father and Ching Ching, then wondered why they were together. Lu Long explained that he had come in out of worry for her and met Ching Ching. She said she wanted to train. Ha gradually shrank back to its normal size. Luke Long turned around to observe the surroundings. It was strange. Those two powerful men had already entered, yet there was no trace of them. Luke Lin raised her hand and pointed, saying one was beside father. He looked in that direction and saw only a few scattered brown hairs on the ground, then asked where the other one was. Luke Lin pointed toward Ha again and explained that when everyone had just entered, he had already been pinned down by the little pug until he could not move at all. Ching Ching, Luke Long, and even Ha all turned their heads at the same time to look at the pit behind them. Ching Ching chuckled teasingly, "Little pug, you seem a bit rounder lately." Ha let out an embarrassed whimper. Fu lifted his head and thought, the road ahead would likely not be easy. Luke Lin asked in surprise, "Why were you not very strong?" Wu Fu lowered his gaze to the sword in his hand. "Here it is still fine, but once outside it may be difficult." Ching Ching placed her hands on her hips and said confidently, "Do not worry, we will support." Wu Fu glanced at her, his voice turning low, "I understand your good intentions, but outside there may be nothing but those who have reached the venerable realm." Those words left Ching Ching and Luke Lin stunned for a moment. Wu Fu turned and left, telling everyone to prepare. A great battle might soon take place. At the same time, in a distant cave, A wooden plank hung suspended by chains and swayed gently. A mysterious man in a black cloak stood silently before a stone, only his feet visible. Hong Kim raised his hand and poured power into the stone, whispering that the other man had discovered it. It was time to awaken. When he called out Mad Blade, the eyes that had been tightly shut suddenly opened wide. The sky was clear and blue, the city rising with countless magnificent skyscrapers. In the room, Thuong-u reported to Wu Fu that the spirit stones had been prepared since yesterday. Wu Fu looked at the items before him, calculating that they could help him increase his cultivation rapidly. Ching asked, were these not for the little pug to use? Ha immediately cried out in protest. Wu Fu spoke meaningfully, I have a feeling an old acquaintance is about to appear. Ching asked if it was an enemy. He nodded. If the world is vast, I may be overwhelmed, but this place is small. Perhaps there is still a chance to turn things around. At the same time, deep in the forest, a pillar of purple light shot straight into the sky from the ground. In a clearing among ancient trees, a sphere of purple light enveloped what was inside. As it gradually dissipated, white smoke spread, revealing the figure of a man. He remarked that this place was desolate yet rich in spiritual energy. Yu Dao smiled in satisfaction, realizing his cultivation had been suppressed to the mid-stage of the venerable realm. Elsewhere inside a sealed room, Wu Fu sat bare-chested within a formation, fragments of spirit stones placed at the four corners. Ching turned her face away and stepped back, saying she had arranged the spirit stones and was about to leave. Wu Fu suddenly called her back. She blushed and turned her head, stammering to ask what he meant. Wu Fu closed his eyes calmly and said that cultivating together would help her grow stronger. Realizing she had misunderstood, Ching lowered her head and murmured shyly that it was only cultivation. Another day passed beneath the clear sky at Van High University. On the basketball court, the sound of arguing rang out. One man among the remaining disciples of the Immortal Pill sect stepped forward, saying Wu Fu had offended someone powerful and had no time to deal with them, and today they would repay the grudge of their sect's destruction. My man gritted his teeth in anger, raising his fist and declaring he would show them true strength. His eyes turned red as he shouted and poured all his strength into a punch. But before he could strike, another blow landed on his cheek and sent him to the ground. Chu Tham cried out in panic, Meng bro, are you all right? My man jumped up, corrected the title, calling himself a mighty man, and said he had not lost, he had only gone easy. He turned back and raised his thumb provocatively, saying that kind of strength was nothing. My man whispered to Chu Tan about a plan to split up and run in two directions, but the leader had already anticipated it, saying he had brought those who had once been Wu Fu's opponents. Two were surrounded in the middle of the court with no way out. My man patted his friend's shoulder and said this time they had to accept it. Chu Tan shed tears and said it was obvious to everyone. They raised their hands to negotiate, asking not to be hit in the face. That man roared angrily and ordered the attack. The moment the order was given, the surrounding crowd rushed forward. Suddenly a giant spiked ball flew in from the side and knocked two men away. The two were hurled far off and slammed against the wall. The leader looked up in shock as the stone wall cracked from the impact. Ching appeared confidently, calling out to the fatty and scolding him for not informing her. He rested the spiked mace on her shoulder, curled her lip in disdain, and asked how they still dared to come and cause trouble. When my man saw her, he shouted excitedly. From above, another person descended and said he had heard someone was looking for him. The disciples immediately stepped back and stammered Wu Fu's name. Ching did not let them finish, stepping forward to scold their stammering as irritating. Immediately after, a loud explosion rang out and white smoke covered the court. At the same time at the station, a staff member stopped a man and reminded him that weapons were not allowed. The man asked in return, what if it could be hidden? The staff member pointed at the large blade and said if it could be hidden he would let him pass. The blade glowed, the man tilted his head back and absorbed it into his body. The staff member was so stunned he could not speak. Mad Blade boarded the vehicle calmly, remarking disdainfully that this place was full of ordinary people. The staff member looked at the route board in confusion as the destination did not match his expectation. Back at the court, the leader sat on the ground trembling, saying that if he had known Wu Fu was here, he would not have dared to come. Wu Fu crossed his arms coldly and told him to get lost. That man bowed his head in thanks and withdrew. Afterward, my man suggested returning to school. Then Luozai appeared and called out to Wu Fu. Wu Fu turned to look at her with a questioning gaze. Luozai hesitated and asked if he intended to leave. Wu Fu looked at the sky and said that if he stayed he would bring trouble to Van High. She bit her lip, her face reddening as she thought of something. Suddenly she grabbed the sleeve of his black robe, making him turn to look at her. Luozai lowered her head and said that the sword art had always been a knot in her heart. If she could not overcome it, she would remain stuck in place. The two then went to the mountain behind the school. Inside the cave, white garments fell to the ground. Luozai turned her back and shielded her body as she voiced her wish. Wu Fu calmly refused, saying there was no need to repay him in this way. Even if the enemy was stronger, there was still a chance. Luo Zai closed her eyes and shook her head in refusal. She reached her hand toward him and said that in her dream that person was him. A beam of white light shot from the mountain into the sky with a roar. Outside, my man hugged a tree and wept, while Ching Ching fumed at being beaten to it. Inside the cave, the space was filled with hazy light. Elsewhere, a man stopped before the gate of Vanhai University. Mad Blade rested the blade on his shoulder and mocked the decaying air. On the road, two figures sped forward. Vu Bok looked at him warily and said the school did not welcome strangers. Chu Tan added, and bringing a weapon, what are you planning to do? Mad Blade stroked his chin and asked about Wu Fu. Chu Tan replied that if he wanted to meet him, he would have to get past them first. Hearing that, he merely smiled lightly with interest and did not answer. A moment later, he suddenly swung his hand and slashed forward. Vu Bok quickly dodged to the right, astonished by the power. Chu Tan also dodged to the left, guessing this was the enemy Wu Fu had mentioned. Mad Blade's eyes showed confirmation as he asked why the other party had not yet appeared. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure descended from the sky and landed before him. Wu Fu braced one hand on the ground and said he had not expected Mad Blade of the 12 Divine Venerables to come here. Mad Blade lifted his blade with interest and laughed, saying, "Kid, we finally meet again." Chu Tan trembled all over, his face pale as he looked at the person who had just appeared, weakly calling out Brother Fu. Is this the power of a venerable? Wu Fu narrowed his eyes slightly and replied that he had not yet truly reached the venerable realm. It was only because he had come to Earth that his strength had been suppressed to that level. Chu Tan stood behind him shivering and asked softly, Brother Fu, then why do you not leave first? Wu Fu stood in front blocking the way, merely frowning before waving his hand to form a spiritual sword, calmly saying, where would I run? The 12 divine venerables I will deal with one by one myself. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he loudly declared that between us only one will live. Huang Dao's body expanded to a gigantic size, staring at the young man as he said, do you think that bit of strength is enough to defeat me? He laughed disdainfully, my name resounds even in this wilderness. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion erupted behind him, making him startled. Wu Fu had already shot into the air. He swept past Huang Dao's head, while that man remained standing calmly and said, let me show you what true power is. Wu Fu gathered his strength and slashed down. The blade was seized firmly in Huang Dao's hand, gripped tight without release. Luozai beside him shouted a warning, this is bad, he is too strong, be careful. Blade's soul stood upright and said leisurely, if I were not suppressed, I would only need a wave of my hand for this earth to vanish. Once I truly act, you will have no path to live. Wu Fu replied coldly, stop the nonsense. Huang Dao tightened his grip even more, curling his lips in mockery, relying on your strength you dare claim this sword. He yanked hard, causing Wu Fu to be dragged backward by a tremendous force. Huang Dao lifted the spiritual sword and declared, this sword I accept. Consider it your gift of greeting to me. Wu Fu clutched his chest and coughed lightly, replying that sword is not something you can take away. Chu Tan watched from outside and silently cursed. He actually seized the sword barehanded again. Wu Fu raised two fingers and stated the spiritual sword belongs only to me, then formed another one. This is a divine weapon forged by myself. The blade was pressed straight into the ground by immense force. Thunderous booms sounded beneath Huang Dao's feet. The earth split apart, space trembled. Wu Fu's body seemed to be forced downward by an invisible pressure. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with shock as he stared ahead. Huang Dao's eyes glowed red with excitement as he asked, if I defeat you, then this sword will belong to me. He swung his arm repeatedly to slash forward, then go to the end of your life. The gigantic slash rushed straight ahead. Heaven and earth shook. Wu Fu retreated, lowering his body, his feet braced against the ground to steady himself. His expression darkened, he sneered and shouted, you want me dead? It will not be that easy. The enormous blade descended. Wu Fu also burst forth with speed and charged directly to counterattack. Huang Dao laughed like a madman, with that little strength you dare confront me. Behind the high-rise buildings, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted. Space was engulfed in thick white smoke. Within it, a faint figure stood upright. When the smoke cleared, Huang Dao appeared with torn clothes, his face full of shock as he muttered what just happened. Chu Tan shouted joyfully, Brother Fu is incredible. Wu Fu had risen high into the air at some point. Looking down, he said, your strength has been suppressed. It is not certain who will win. Huang Dao raised his head and replied, even suppressed I am still a venerable. A peak harmony realm brat like you wants to deal with me. Fu swung his sword again, murmuring the incantation, Furious Wave 7 sword. Huang Dao gritted his teeth in disbelief, you actually know sword maniac sword art. Who is your master? Wu Fu pointed his sword to the sky and shouted, kill. Space stirred into a massive storm, Furious Wave 7 sword. Within the vortex, Wu Fu faced Huang Dao directly and executed the wave character art. Huang Dao resisted while asking, you even know the final move of the 7 wave swords, have we met before? Wu Fu replied coldly, I am your father. Dao roared in fury. Brat, I will fight seriously now. He clenched his fist and roared loudly. Luo Zai stepped forward suggesting they try the combined sword art. Wu Fu nodded and said let us try. Wang Dao stomped hard on the ground, causing it to crack open. He sneered, drawing his blade back into a preparatory stance. The gap in cultivation between me and you is far too great. He glared and said you are already too close. On this side, Luo Zai and Wu Fu stood shoulder to shoulder ready to strike. Two of them swung their swords simultaneously. Two streams of sword energy crossed as they shot forward. Wang Dao threw a punch into the air as if summoning a monster to attack, daring to flaunt affection before me then fall into the abyss. The two forces collided, creating a massive explosion that shook space. Luo Zai stood frozen before that scene. So this is the power of a venerable. Suddenly, a gigantic hand lunged toward her from nowhere. Wu Fu sensed it instantly and pulled Luo Zai back to dodge. He carried her back before landing on the ground, telling her to stand aside while I handle this venerable. Luo Zai's face flushed as she nodded. Wang Dao rested his blade on his shoulder and said, before coming a fortune teller told me you would break the balance of the world. I did not believe it then, now I do. Wind brushed past Wu Fu's face. His eyes sank into indifference as he channeled power into the spiritual sword and said perhaps you should have listened to that. Do not be too arrogant. Wang Dao mocked, do you think increasing your power can resist me? Then obediently accept your fate. In your past life you only lived a little over 20 years. Wu Fu's body erupted with powerful momentum. He replied disdainfully, 20 years was only the beginning. My lifespan can extend for 1,000 years. Wang Dao raised his blade and remarked, your sword energy is pure. I did not expect you to have such a move, then I will also make my move. He gripped the blade with both hands and swung it up before slashing down fiercely. The blade shot out and expanded to a gigantic size, the scene becoming extremely oppressive. He laughed with delight, even if you are stronger you are still just dust on this planet to me, remember that. Slash struck the ground, power spreading violently. Luo Zai was swept by the fierce wind and cried out that this was bad. When she opened her eyes again, she was shocked to see at her feet a crack stretching from where Wang Dao had stood into the distance. Wang Dao said regretfully, I only intended to deal with you. Who would have thought not even a trace remains? Suddenly a voice sounded behind him, for 9 days my opponent has not appeared, but it certainly is not you. He turned in disbelief. Wu Fu had appeared behind him and thrust his sword through his body, saying your body will remain here. For now I do not have the strength to destroy your original soul. Countless cracks appeared across Wang Dao's body with cracking sounds. He looked up and said, but it will not be long. The blade pierced through his heart. Wang Dao curled his lips and threatened that when you leave this planet I will make you pay. Suddenly before them a massive spatial rift opened. From it extended a huge mysterious hand with sharp claws. Wu Fu realized the hand was aimed at him and quickly retreated to dodge. The mysterious hand had already seized Wang Dao. Before leaving, he glanced at Wu Fu and let out a few cold laughs, saying, I will wait for you in the world outside. Wu Fu was exhausted and staggered, nearly falling. Fortunately, Kang Yao caught him in time. He looked at him and asked, since he could have withdrawn, why choose to confront him? Wu Fu replied, that man once lost under my hands. Fleeing would be too disgraceful. Elsewhere near the spatial rift, a man in black was already waiting. Jin pressed a hand to his chest and complained, I told you not to be arrogant, yet you would not listen. Now I had to pay the price to save that defeated general. Kang Dao retorted, you never said he was an old monster who lived over 1,000 years. Wang Jin changed expression and asked, over 1,000 years? Kang Dao replied, he said it himself. Wang Jin frowned and muttered, star sword, so that is how it is. The hospital, a sigh sounded. With injuries this severe, who knows when he will recover? Ching Ching pleaded with her father that he must seek justice for Wu Fu. Yin Xian said, we do not have enough strength. Kang Yao continued, he paid a great price just to crush his opponent's body. That man is far beyond our reach. Ching Ching asked with teary eyes, if they return we still cannot resist. Kang Yao turned his back and said, there are many helpless things in life. If they come I will risk my life to protect him. Then he looked at her and instructed, for now, I leave Wu Fu to you. Door closed. In the room only Ching Ching remained standing by the bed with flushed cheeks. Wu Fu lay motionless in a coma. She blushed and murmured, let me apply medicine for you. I do not know what others would think anyway. Erha noticed movement and barked twice. Wu Fu opened his eyes, startling her. He asked, what are you doing? Ching Ching flusteredly waved her hands and said, you are awake. I did not see anything. Wu Fu sat up and said, this medicine is good for external wounds. As for internal injuries, I will regulate them myself. Then he formed a hand seal to cultivate, needing to quickly increase his strength. Suddenly a hand slapped heavily onto his shoulder. Ching Ching advised him to heal first. Wu Fu reassured her this bit of injury is nothing. Her cheeks reddened as she gently withdrew her hand and softly replied yes. Luo Shengxian observed the girl gliding past the forest and realized her sword art had reached great completion. Luo Zai landed lightly on the ground. She said Wu Fu was seriously injured and wished to invite Luo Shengxian to go together. He sighed that even he could not defeat that man. Elsewhere, 2 assassins from heaven beyond heaven silently awaited order. Huang Jin sneered and said, Wu Fu, this time, you are no longer lucky. At the entrance of the Su family, a guard blocked them, saying the family head forbids strangers. Meng Meng introduced herself and the student council had come to protect Wu Fu. From inside, a voice allowed them in. The guard stepped aside to invite them. Walking through the luxurious corridor, Meng Meng asked where Brother Fu was. Ching Ching replied he is cultivating to increase his strength. Meng Meng said in confusion he just broke through not long ago and is injured. Why is he cultivating again? The room door suddenly shone with golden light. An aura rolled out, making them dizzy. Meng Meng exclaimed, Brother Fu has grown stronger again. Kang Yao was astonished that in less than an hour he had reached the peak of the harmony realm. Outside, white lightning struck down. Kang Yao anxiously said it is heavenly thunder. After a while, the heavenly thunder dissipated. The door opened. Ching Ching called his name. Wu Fu stepped out and said if not for the limitation he would have advanced further. Kang Yao sighed and said the gap between you two is too great. Ching Ching was furious to the point of fuming. He snorted and said this young lady is not inferior to him. Elsewhere, Luo Zai led the group rushing forward at full speed, hoping to arrive in time. Kang Rao clasped his hands and said there are many venerables in the world, but you may be the youngest. Wu Fu looked at his hand and said becoming a venerable is only to pass the first heavenly tribulation. Kang Yao asked in shock, did you just give up the opportunity? Wu Fu summoned the star sword and asked if he breaks through now, will there still be a chance to become a god king? Above the Su family, a strange purple rift of light appeared. The spatial rift widened, the guard panicked and reported someone has arrived. But a strange face appeared, and then a man stepped out into the air. That appearance made Wu Fu and the others sense a powerful spiritual aura. The guard reported an intruder causing trouble. Kang Yao led everyone outside. Someone exclaimed, even Baek Shuan has come. Meng Meng said in shock, Chen Baek Shuan. Kang Rao corrected Tiania Mountain Luo Baek Shuan. He represents the peak power of the venerable realm. Wu Fu smiled and looked up at the sky. Meng Meng worried that they invited an earth powerhouse because those from beyond are suppressed. Wu Fu calmly replied, Tianji book will stop at nothing to kill me. Ching Ching suddenly realized there are 2 more people right. Indeed, behind Baek Shuan 2 more figures appeared. Wu Fu recognized them as assassins who once attempted to kill a tribulation crossing expert. Ching Ching hurriedly told him to run. Wu Fu shielded her behind him and said the assassins are weaker than me, but their schemes are more frightening. Step back. But he added, do not let them capture you as a hostage again. Ching Ching angrily said, so you see me as a burden. Wu Fu asked Meng Meng to protect her in case of plots. Baek Shuan spoke, it has been long since I left the mountain. Today, with a flick of my finger, I can sweep you all away. Meng Meng replied without fear. Baek Shuan shot a sharp object toward him. Wu Fu raised his hand to block it, causing Baek Shuan slight surprise. He said, did you forget who the real protagonist is? He declared before me, you still lack the qualification to kill anyone. Baek Shuan mocked, the 3 of us all have cultivation higher than yours. A mere harmony realm dares to be arrogant. Wu Fu replied, who said I am alone. In the sky, a swirling current descended beside him. When the aura dispersed, Luo Zai appeared and announced herself as from Luoshan Mountain. Following her were her grandmother along with Kang Yao, and the group of Meng Meng stepping forward saying, and there is also us. Seeing that scene, Baek Shuan let out a scornful sneer. A bunch of old and crippled fools daring to seek death, brat. Do you think relying on those disabled wretches you can stand against us? No more nonsense. Wu Fu immediately drew his sword to meet the battle. Since you dared to step here, I will leave you no path of retreat. He channeled his power into a phantom like a bear's paw, confidently declaring that he alone was enough, then charged straight at Baek Shuan and swung his sword. Baek Shuan calmly dodged and said with disdain, is that all a harmony realm cultivator can do? Wu Fu and the bear phantom continued pressing forward, and replied this is only the beginning. Suddenly Baek Shuan halted as if struck by something heavy. A shockwave rang out and made him stagger. Clutching his injured arm, he said in shock, this is absolutely not the power of an ordinary harmony realm. Wu Fu sneered and retorted, who said that was all I have. Before his words ended, a strange object shot toward him. Furin tilted his body just in time to evade the sudden ambush. Luo Zai's grandmother shouted for support. Shang Rao warned that they were setting up a formation. Wu Fu also cast a quick glance and sensed something unusual. An assassin silently activated the formation beneath the ground. A barrier rose and enclosed Wu Fu. The curtain seemed to sever inside from outside, rising endlessly into the sky. In the end, it became a straight pillar of light. Meng Meng, drenched in sweat, said we have been separated. Refusing to believe it, he reached out to test it and called Fuji. Someone shouted do not touch it, but it was too late. Meng Meng was flung far away. Ching Ching asked Yin Xian if there was a way to break the formation. He shook his head and said they could not enter, and even if they did it would only cause more trouble. Inside the formation, Luo Zai's grandmother assessed that this killing formation was extremely vicious. Who knew how many lives had been dragged into it before, they had to be cautious. Because he carelessly responded to her, Shang Yao failed to notice the danger approaching. Warning cry rang out. Shang Yao turned pale and swung his round handkerchief to counterattack and repel the strange object. Luo Zai's grandmother exclaimed that is a blinding technique. Soon as she finished speaking, the assassin appeared behind Shang Yao. At that very moment, a streak of golden light flashed. Wu Fu struck in time and sent the assassin flying with a punch. The man slid backward. Outside the barrier, Bai Xuan raised his gourd and said the formation's power has greatly increased, enough to crush you, then released black smoke that swept toward them. The smoke coiled forward like a venomous serpent, enveloped Wu Fu and Shang Yao. When they were completely surrounded, Bai Xuan withdrew the gourd and clenched his hand, making the two seem trapped inside a sphere. With that done, he turned away and said the mission is complete, the rest is up to you. The sphere suddenly shook violently. It exploded and shot force into the sky. Bai Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. From the base of the barrier burst forth rays of light like blazing fire. Wu Fu stepped out unscathed and sneered, and you thought that could hold me. The two assassins unwillingly charged forward. Wu Fu stood still waiting. When their blades reached him, his figure gradually faded. They cried out in horror that it was only an afterimage. Bai Xuan panicked and asked where is he, and in the next instant Wu Fu appeared behind him. He just intended to counterattack when a sharp streak swept past. Bai Xuan clutched his severed arm and collapsed. Wu Fu coldly declared you are finished. The two assassins warily realized the sword chi was far too powerful. As soon as he finished speaking, Shang Yao and Luo Zai's grandmother stood before them. He declared they would not let you disturb Wu Fu. The two assassins mocked them, believing they were not qualified to stop them. On Bai Xuan's side, he roared in fury at having his arm severed. Blindfold fell off, revealing a ferocious gaze. He swore to take his life. Sinister energy surged from his body, his aura soaring. Wu Fu muttered that losing an arm changed nothing. Bai Xuan hurled a stream of black liquid like energy toward him. Wu Fu did not waver. The liquid surged like waves seeking to devour him. He swung his sword to slash, but it nimbly avoided and then opened its maw to lunge at him. In the blink of an eye, Wu Fu was engulfed by that mass of energy. Shang Yao anxiously called his name, but his opponent reminded him to focus. The assassin suddenly struck and knocked Shang Yao far back. He clutched his chest and coughed. Luo Zai's grandmother rushed over to check on him, while Bai Xuan confidently declared that before absolute power all tricks are meaningless, unaware that inside Wu Fu was forming seals to unleash the spiritual sword art. A loud explosion shattered his confidence. Tens of thousands of sword phantoms appeared in the sky and surrounded the two assassins. Ching Ching exclaimed in shock. Meng Meng cried that this is bad. Sword chi outside continuously battered the barrier. Luo Zai was worried, but believed he would not fall so easily. The sword spun rapidly around the formation pillar. Finally, the killing formation was broken. Within the smoke, several figures gradually emerged. Meng Meng loudly called Wu Fu's name. Wu Fu stepped out of the smoke and dust. Clearly, the previous move had consumed considerable strength. In a distant cave, someone was secretly watching the development. A person clenched his fist and gritted his teeth, believing this brat must be eliminated. Returning to the scene, Ching Ching sadly said she was never able to help. Luo Zai comforted her that he had never let them down. Meng Meng shouted encouragement for Wu Fu to use the great sword to cut them down. The two assassins schemed that if they killed him they would seize the divine weapon, while Bai Xuan still staggered from blood loss. Clutched his injured arm and cursed furiously. He gritted his teeth and said he would unleash all the spiritual energy accumulated over 10 years in one burst. Wu Fu calmly replied that without the killing formation, you are no match for me. Bai Xuan ignored him and released all his gathered power, charging forward like an arrow. Luo Zai shouted, be careful. Wu Fu lightly dodged and even remarked that such great power wasted on a miss is a pity. Bai Xuan waved his hand and controlled the attack to change direction and return toward him. Seeing it closing in, Wu Fu immediately erected a sword formation to defend. Bai Xuan shouted, what can you do without the killing formation? Wu Fu gave a faint smile and said spiritual sword art reversed. The two assassins seemed to sense something amiss and immediately shouted that something was wrong. Instantly, the attacking force was drawn in, quickly merging into the sword in Wu Fu's hand. Uncle Bei looked stunned at the sight. The energy was completely drained, flowing along the sword's veins endlessly. Its convergence point was the glowing junction at the sword's hilt. When all the demonic power was sucked dry, the sword suddenly blazed brilliantly like the sun. The terrified assassin screamed upon seeing the sword consume the entire attack. Meng Meng's eyes widened in continuous admiration. while Bei Xuan shook his head in disbelief. This is the spiritual energy I've accumulated for 10 years. Could it be that my aura only lasts this long? As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Fu took stance and smiled, saying his spiritual energy would be fully returned. Immediately after, he launched a slash dazzling like lightning, finishing with a decisive stroke. Bei Xuan stomped his foot, instantly switching to defense. He formed a shield of spiritual force before him, saying, "Let's see if you can break it, I know my own strength well." Suddenly, a sharp pain radiated from his heart throughout his body, causing him to falter. Wu Fu's sword tore through the shield of spiritual force. The residual power was so fierce that even the distant mountain developed a long crack. As the layer of spiritual light dissolved, sparks fell to the ground in a scattering pattern. His body staggered, breath labored. A slash cut across his torso, his arm severed. I was too complacent. After speaking, Bei Xuan collapsed, his life force waning. Wu Fu planted his sword into the ground, panting. The previous strike had nearly exhausted all his strength. Two outsiders exchanged astonished looks. That sword seemed 10 times stronger. But he was exhausted. This was the moment to seize the divine weapon. However, before the plan could be executed, someone intervened. Shang Yu stepped forward to block Wu Fu. "I don't know if you hold grudges, but this is the Su family territory. If you want to harm him, you must go through me first." One outsider approached, coldly asking if his mind was faulty. He flicked him aside. "Don't embarrass yourself, step back quickly." Ching Ching cried out in panic, "Worried, sir." The outsider laughed loudly, reaching toward Wu Fu. "I must admit, you are impressive, but it's time to say goodbye." Wu Fu smirked in thanks, though perhaps parting now was premature. With that, he leapt back to create distance from the two pursuers. Meng Meng, Luozai, and Ching Ching all stared in surprise. Meng Meng muttered that Wu Fu's running speed was slower than hers. Luozai looked closely and realized he was heading toward the mountain behind the school. Two outsiders immediately gave chase. Ching Ching, anxious, tried to follow, but Luozai held her back. "Wait." She explained he was running that way to protect them. Ching Ching remained worried but had nothing more to say. Shang Yu stepped forward, affirming Wu Fu had planned carefully. "We must not disappoint him." Ching Ching looked at him. He advised that we couldn't help. Following would only be a burden. Luozai understood and decided to stay. Ching Ching lowered her head in frustration, clenching her fists, silently promising to grow stronger. She gritted her teeth, unwilling to remain powerless. As for Wu Fu, he maintained just enough speed to keep distance. The two behind mocked that brat was arrogant before. Wu Fu ran ahead, wearing an unreadable smile. The game had only just begun. Meng Meng from afar still felt uneasy. Something was off. She gritted her teeth, saying, "Anyone who wants to go, go. I must find Fu." Luozai was surprised, not understanding her plan, but Meng Meng still watched Wu Fu's figure. If something happened, we'd be trapped. He was luring the strong away to protect them. Just then, the ground shook violently. A blast resounding across the sky left everyone stunned. Luozai panicked, asking what happened. Meng Meng turned pale, pointing to the distance. "Look quickly." A giant mushroom-shaped smoke column rose from where Wu Fu had run. Elsewhere, Huang Jin gritted his teeth in anger, failing again. Yun Bai behind chuckled, "Why so angry?" He stepped aside to let the elder observe through the mirror. Yun Bai looked up, his gaze gradually serious. In the mirror appeared a narrow cave. The elder noted this kid was truly cunning and had set traps. That moment, Wu Fu led the way into the cave, two outsider assassins closely following. As soon as they entered, they laughed arrogantly like victors. Ahead was a dead end. "You have no way out." Wu Fu replied, "The ones with no escape are you." He stood within a Taiji yin-yang formation. The two assassins mocked this torn formation. "Do you think it can bring us down, or have you given up?" Ignoring their scorn, Wu Fu said, "This yin-yang formation is hard to escape even at the spirit suppression level. I prepared it specially for you." They didn't believe him, charging forward. Wu Fu smiled, grasped the hilt. Spiritual force glowed and flowed into the sword. He thrust the sword into the center of the formation, activating the yin-yang array. A terrifying surge of energy hit, making the two assassins pale. The formation beneath rotated. The Taiji diagram began to operate. Within the formation appeared two dragons, Black Dragon and White Dragon, roaring toward the outsiders. Each locked onto a target. The two assassins trapped could only cry out in despair. Then a deafening explosion followed, black mushroom smoke spreading everywhere. Yun Bai widened his eyes, muttering, "This is..." Huang Jin had yet to grasp the severity. "Is something wrong?" Yun Bai replied, "It is the yin-yang formation." Yun Bai wondered how he knew this formation, as only Wu Zirai could create such a supreme array. Huang Jin calculated, he is the Avenger. Both Mad Blade and Assassins failed. Perhaps the next to face disaster would be them. Yun Bai laughed with interest. "If this world is too cramped, let him ascend." Huang Jin was shocked, not understanding why he wanted to release the tiger into the forest. Yun Bai explained their failure was due to suppression, so why not wait for his ascension before acting? Huang Jin thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement to wait. He regained consciousness before Wu Fu was pitch dark, ears ringing with Meng Meng's calls and Ha's barking. He opened his eyes with effort, seeing two vague figures. Meng Meng cried Fu is awake. Luozai also called his name. Ha leaped onto him, showing joy. Wu Fu tried to sit up. Luozai anxiously asked how he felt. He had been unconscious for a long time. Meng Meng smiled proudly, asking if Fu knew how impressive he was. Wu Fu asked how. Meng Meng recounted the explosion behind the school caused by him. When they arrived, only a giant pit remained. He spoke while gesturing wildly, the most important part being they found him lying in that pit. They chatted, the door opened. Shang Yu entered asking if Wu Fu had awakened, such immense power yet only unconscious. Shang Yu stroked his beard, inquiring after his condition. Many experts were stationed outside, rest assured, even old and weak we can hold them for a while. Wu Fu reassured them that as long as he left they wouldn't notice this place. Shang Yu asked what leaving meant. He replied resolutely he must prepare for ascension. The elder was astonished, asking if he wished to leave Earth. Wu Fu explained that based on the local spiritual energy, it was hard to upgrade further to advance. Ascension was the only way. Shang Yu worried that outside their cultivation would be unrestricted. Perhaps they were waiting for this moment. Meng Meng echoed, exactly. Wu Fu reassured that the defeated in the past were not worth fearing. He confidently said the outside world was vast. Finding him would not be easy. Shang Yu sighed. If the young junior has planned well, I am reassured. Luozai still worried. The void realm outside was vast like grass. Besides abundant spiritual force, everything was different. Wu Fu nodded but told her not to worry too much. Suddenly he asked about Qing Qing. Meng Meng said she had gone north to seek ways to grow stronger. The Su family searching. Hearing this, Wu Fu was thoughtful. What in the north could help her grow stronger? At that time in the north, a silver-haired elder stood on a cliff murmuring that powerful ones continued to appear. The storms of the past were approaching again. Jing Song clasped his hands behind his back, murmuring he did not know when they would meet again. Sensing someone approaching, he asked if she should be beside Wu Fu now. Newcomer was Qing Qing. She stepped up and bowed, asking the elder to let her take him to the outside world. He asked why. She replied this place was only his beginning. She wanted to grow stronger. Jing Song immediately refused, not allowed. Qing Qing froze as if turned to stone. She suddenly knelt, hugging his leg, begging to follow to become stronger and help him. Jing Song, half laughing, half crying at her stubbornness, finally sighed, agreeing to lead her along as an assistant was lacking. As if waiting for the answer, Qing Qing hoisted her luggage onto her shoulder, then let's go. Jing Song watched, sweating. The elder opened the teleportation door, warning that he and Wu Fu were not close. When she was strong enough, he would bring her back. Qing Qing thanked him and silently promised to wait for his return. The sky remained clear as the two departed. Su family guards hurried to inform Shang Yu that the young lady had followed an old man into the teleport gate. The elder asked who the old man was. From the description, Wu Fu knew who he was, reassuring Shang Yu that Qing Qing was safe. The elder smiled in trust. After waking, Wu Fu went to the study to examine the Earth's map, thinking from here there were two places to ascend. Unlike the outside immortal world, they could link arrays or activate teleportation. He marked 2 points at Tian Shan and He-Hai. Shang Yu analyzed that the spiritual beasts near He-Hai were very strong, the sea also full of unpredictable turbulence. Wu Fu pondered for a moment before making his decision. Then we head straight toward Mount Tian. Someone shouted to stop him because it was the purple lightning. Wu Fu only smiled meaningfully, precisely because it is the purple lightning we must go. Elsewhere, 2 men in black knelt to report, my lord, everything has been arranged properly. The man in black lowered his head to watch Wu Fu's image in the surveillance mirror before issuing an order. Tell the people of the various sects to guard near the formation. Deal with him immediately upon discovery. Huang Jin frowned in irritation. That planet seems to have only 2 ascension points. If we knew where he would appear, it would be easier to act. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind. The man clad in striking wine-red robes spoke. Just who is it that makes you issue a pursuit order like? Huang Jin turned back in surprise. You have awakened. Oh, it is the 12th honored deity. He let out a cold laugh in greeting. Oh, the old charlatan is here. The scene shifted to the lush green forest behind the Su family villa. A request echoed, Wu Fu, I hope you will take care of the child Qing Qing. The old man clasped his hands, his face heavy. With my meager cultivation, even if I go to the heaven beyond heaven I would be of no help. Wu Fu nodded softly in agreement. Senior, please rest assured. He gazed toward the distant horizon. This heaven beyond heaven is merely another starting point. At the same time, at the snow sect on Mount Tian, snow blanketed the land to the horizon. Snow sect disciple hurried in to report sect master. Baekshuan has been defeated by a young man around 20 years old. From behind the curtain came a reply, so young yet already formidable. The disciple continued, his name is Wu Fu. From behind the curtain a hand reached out with interest. It seems there is something worth anticipating. At the mere sight of that hand, the disciple blushed shyly. Soon after, the sect master stepped out and lightly licked her lips with hidden intent. I wonder what he tastes like. On Mount Tian the wind and snow howled. Several figures advanced silently through the harsh landscape. Meng Meng sneezed from the cold despite being wrapped in thick clothes. Seeing Wu Fu dressed lightly, he complained, Brother Fu, how much longer until we arrive? Are you not cold? Wu Fu replied calmly, we have only covered half the journey. As he walked he explained, the teleportation formation to the outer realm lies at the mountain peak. To activate it requires someone from the snow sect to act. Luozai walked beside him in a warm cloak. The snow sect master is named Zhu Li. Her temperament is unpredictable. Though not as ruthless as Baekshuan, she is far from benevolent. As the three were talking, someone appeared to block their path. Are you Wu Fu? Two female disciples cupped their hands in salute. The snow sect master has specially sent us to welcome you. Wu Fu sneered, news spreads quickly. If she wants to see me, why does she not come herself? The female disciple's face darkened. Watch your words. If not for the sect master wanting to spare your life, things would be different now. Seeing his side being suppressed, Meng Meng stepped forward. Do not ask who Brother Fu is. You know Luo Baekshuan, the #1 expert on Earth. Brother Fu defeated him with a single move. Female disciple's gaze turned icy. On Mount Tian our words are law. Meng Meng retreated behind Wu Fu in fear. Brother Fu, protect me. He said calmly, I have no grievances with the snow sect. I came only for the ancient formation at the peak, however. His voice lowered, his eyes turned cold. It seems your sect does not wish to receive us. Sensing the change in Wu Fu's aura, the two female disciples turned pale and retreated before using lightness skill to depart like the wind. Meng Meng asked anxiously, did they go to call reinforcements? Wu Fu turned and continued forward, ignore them, we will head up the mountain. The female disciple returned to the sect to report, sect master. He is arrogant and conceited. This subordinate could not invite him for an audience. After hearing this, Zhu Li was not angry but intrigued. Many praise him as a rare genius. If he lacked such bearing I would look down on him. I will go meet him myself. On the vast snowy slope, three figures trudged forward heavily. Luozai could not help asking, is it still far? Wu Fu did not answer but suddenly stopped. Meng Meng was puzzled. Brother Fu, what is wrong? He said calmly, wait a moment, there is movement. Meng Meng narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. What movement? When he saw what Wu Fu implied, his eyes widened in shock. Amid the blinding snowstorm, dozens of crimson eyes flickered within the forest. They slowly advanced to encircle Wu Fu's group. The leading wolf growled softly as if signaling the pack. In the freezing air, Meng Meng broke into a cold sweat and trembled. We are done for. Instinctively he sought support. Brother Fu, on Snow Mountain there is such a huge wolf pack. What do we do now? Wu Fu reminded him, are you afraid? Your current cultivation is no longer as weak as before. Reminded of this, Meng Meng suddenly realized, right. At that moment the wolves lunged, mouths wide open revealing sharp fangs. But Wu Fu's group were not easy prey. They counterattacked at once, throwing punches to knock back the wolves that charged forward. Several impacts rang out as the first few wolves were sent flying. Wolves live in packs. When one falls another pounces. The encirclement tightened further. Meng Meng realized the battle would not end. Wu Fu, more wolves are coming. What should we do? Wu Fu remained calm and smiled. To catch bandits, capture their leader first. Consider this a greeting upon setting foot on Snow Mountain. It did not take long for him to lock onto the leading wolf. You are the leader, right? The wolf bared its teeth warily in response. Without another word, Wu Fu drew his sword and charged. The leading wolf was no ordinary beast. Its fur bristled, making bare-handed attacks ineffective. Only a spirit beast with such tough fur could survive in this icy land. That fur was not only sturdy but could also shoot out like sharp spikes. In the blink of an eye, countless sharp strands shot toward Wu Fu. He swung his sword to shield himself, deflecting all the flying quills. The sword tore through the wind with a deep hum as if issuing a challenge. Sensing the threat, the wolf's eyes flashed. It roared and opened its mouth to unleash a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Amid the heavy snow, Wu Fu's figure flickered as he dodged. This is the moment. Like a phantom, he appeared at the wolf's flank. His gaze was cold as judgment. End this. The blade in his hand slashed straight at it. At that very instant, a snapping sound rang out, as if something had just left a soft hand. A stone cut through the wind straight toward Wu Fu. As he was about to finish the wolf, he noticed the stone hurtling toward him. Without hesitation, Wu Fu turned to evade. The wolf seized the chance to escape. Luozai called out anxiously, Wu Fu, Meng Meng also shouted, "Brother Fu." A black skirt fluttered strikingly in the snowstorm. A graceful figure walked slowly upon the snow, coming to Mount Tian without paying respects to me and even daring to touch my pet. Wu Fu paused and looked toward the source of the voice. On a high rock, Zhu Li stood looking down. "So you are Wu Fu." Wu Fu returned her gaze. "You are the snow sect master." Zhu Li crossed her arms arrogantly. "I know your purpose here, but if you want my assistance, you must obey me." Wu Fu showed no concession and stated his terms. "There are two ways to activate the Mount Tian formation. One is for a venerable to exert full power, the other is to use the Heavenly Blade Chi." He smiled confidently. "I have already refined the Heavenly Blade Chi. As for you, I fear you are still one step short of reaching second-level Venerable Realm." Zhu Li was truly stunned and speechless. How did he know this secret? While the two were still speaking, the snowy mountains suddenly rumbled violently. Wu Fu frowned as he watched the torrent of snow pouring down from the peak, an avalanche. Zhu Li took the opportunity to set a condition, perfect timing. "If you can survive and reach the summit, I will allow you one attempt to activate the ancient formation." An avalanche is a devastating natural disaster. Snow cascaded from above like a white waterfall. In moments it swallowed Wu Fu's group. Trees and rocks along the path were all swept away by the torrent. A large tree branch untouched by the disaster, two figures stood watching, daring to look down on even the Mount Tian avalanche. Even a venerable expert would struggle to withstand it. The female disciple said indifferently, "In just a moment they will be buried." But Zhu Li shook her head. "If it were that simple, I would not have come personally." As soon as she finished speaking, a small vortex appeared within the torrent of snow. A loud explosion sounded and a brilliant blue flame burst from the center of the vortex. The female disciple cried out in shock, "What is happening? It is igniting." The flames gathered into a giant winged dog that soared into the sky and roared. Zhu Li was stunned. "Is that his spirit beast? It seems I have underestimated him." At this moment the group stood on Ha's back. Meng Meng cheered, "Lord Ha forever." Wu Fu smiled and ordered, Ha fly straight to the summit, ignore them." Watching the obedient spirit beast depart before her eyes, the female disciple panicked, "Sect master, they have flown away." Zhu Li's gaze turned fervent, truly extraordinary. She lightly licked her lips, her cheeks flushed. "I truly want to see just how interesting he is." Before long, Ha carried everyone to the summit and landed gently. As soon as it touched the ground, it shrank into a mischievous little dog. Luo Zai looked curiously at the strange cave on the peak. "This is the summit." Having just escaped the avalanche, Meng Meng excitedly ran straight inside. "I thought Mount Tian was dangerous. Who knew it was only an avalanche? If that is the case, Ha, let us go first." One man and one dog rushed deep into the cave while Wu Fu called after them, "Fatty, wait." They even turned back to urge, "Hurry up, do not dawdle." Luo Zai had a bad feeling that something was wrong. She said, "Wu Fu, there is something unusual about this Mount Tian." He nodded and quickened his pace. "Let us go in and take a look in case something happens to them." As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Meng's terrified scream echoed from within the mountain. Wu Fu immediately dashed inside and shouted loudly, "Fatty, Ha." The two ran deeper in and then halted, for the cave was empty without a trace of anyone. Luo Zai followed closely behind and asked urgently, "Where is Fatty?" Crouched down to examine the traces on the ground. "Look, they were just here." Luo Zai continued, "How did they vanish so suddenly?" Wu Fu said in a low voice, "Could there be something inside?" He clenched his teeth and swore, "Whatever it is, if it dares to harm even a single hair of Ha, I will not let it go." Luo Zai glanced around the cave and suggested, "This place is too large, how about we split up to search?" Wu Fu pulled her back. "Wait." He vigilantly surveyed the surroundings. "We must not act separately. I feel this place is very strange. Moreover, the life link between me and Ha has been severed." At that moment, Zhu Li also stepped in. She let out a mocking laugh, saying they had prepared nothing yet still dared to charge straight in here. Wu Fu turned to look at the sect master of Snow Sect. In her hand, she held a red thread. She sneered that this place was a death zone and they had recklessly entered without bringing a cord. Hearing that, everyone was stunned. Luo Zai and Wu Fu almost simultaneously thought of the same question. What exactly was that threat? Zhu Li slowly explained that Tian Mountain was a famous death zone rivaling He. How could it allow others to come and go at will? Spiritual sense could not be used here, and if one was trapped inside, there was nothing to do but wait in despair. After hearing that, Wu Fu mocked her. It seemed she knew this place quite well. Zhu Li smiled faintly, saying this had always been Snow Sect territory. She was preparing to ascend and leave the planet, but to do so she had to find the hidden formation inside. Over the past 10 years she had brought many people in, yet all of them only wandered in circles and none had reached the formation. Wu Fu smiled confidently. That was only because she had not found it. She should not lump everyone together. Zhu Li replied disdainfully that she had searched for more than 10 years without success. What could a mere 20-year-old like him possibly accomplish? Wu Fu placed his hand on the wall and pieced together several clues from her story. He concluded first, the formation certainly existed. Second, those who entered were not harmed but merely led around in circles. Hearing this, Luozai let out a sigh of relief. Then Map, Ha and Zhen were likely just lost and not in danger. Lu Li looked curious. Both of his points were correct, but she wanted to see how he intended to find the formation. Wu Fu touched the wall and further analyzed that this was the third point. The formation was right before their eyes, but she lacked the strength to activate it. To open it, one had to reach Venerable Realm and forcibly trigger it with heavenly lightning, or more simply, use brute force to shatter the wall. From somewhere else came the sound of sobbing. Meng trembled as she hugged herself, muttering that she did not know where this was. She had only been distracted for a moment before getting lost. Ha beside her lifted his head and barked a few times. Suddenly the entire mountain peak shook, making Meng even more uneasy. Zhu Li sensed the fluctuation of the formation and wondered in shock if the whole place was the formation itself. Wu Fu continued increasing his force, confirming that it was so. Explained that the peak of Tian Mountain was in fact a gigantic grand formation. When it rotated, surging spiritual power activated and struck directly at the earth barrier, causing the entire mountain to tremble. The world endured the fierce impact and cracks appeared, countless fragments falling down. Spiritual power gathered into a vortex and was completely drawn toward Tian Mountain. Yin Xian looked at the spiritual energy in the sky, nearly depleted, and called everyone to look up. In a deep voice he said it seemed Wu Fu had opened the gate of ascension, then placed his hopes on him for the sake of his granddaughter's future. Six God Mountain on a steep cliff appeared the heavenly phenomenon of ascension. Luozai grandmother narrowed her eyes to observe the formation, knowing the children were about to leave. On another outcrop, Liu Long asked his daughter why she was not going with Wu Fu. Liu Ling looked at the light of ascension and explained that he had already shouldered too many responsibilities. She could not help him. Moreover, she did not like men with many wives. In outer heaven, the light of ascension filled the surveillance screen. Huang Jin curled his lips, saying that Brat was about to cross realm. He immediately ordered preparations to eliminate the ascender from the minor world. At Tian Mountain, the formation was complete and a radiant gate opened. Zhu Li raised her head and gazed longingly at the gate of ascension, wondering if she should follow along. At this moment, Wu Fu took a deep breath. He loudly called for Ha and Map that the gate had opened and to ascend quickly. Elsewhere, Meng heard it and was startled, turning to the dog beside her and saying Brother Fu was calling. Wu Fu smiled and asked if Luozai was ready. She nodded softly and answered yes. He took the lead and flew upward, saying, "Let us go." In the brilliant light, 3 people and 1 dog left Earth together. Ha carried Meng and followed behind. Wu Fu looked ahead and told them to continue forward. Luozai smiled and agreed. 3 slowly reached the barrier between realms, but the moment they passed through, Wu Fu sensed something was wrong. His consciousness blurred as if a signal had been cut off. Immediately after, the barrier shattered and the 3 were separated. In another space, the sunset dyed the sky red, wind rustled through the treetops, and beside a tree trunk was a shallow pit. Wu Fu lay in the pit. He opened his eyes and looked around, wondering where this was. Clearly, he had just been ascending. He struggled to sit up, his head aching as if split by an axe. His hazy memory only recalled an accident during ascension, then blankness. Without thinking much, he sat down to regulate his breathing, worried about Luozai but knowing he had to recover first in case something happened. Suddenly, not far away, 2 flashes of light shot toward him. Sensing danger, he sprang up to dodge. 2 arrows buried themselves deep into the tree behind him. More arrows tore through the air toward him. Wu Fu swayed left and right, even retreating a few steps before managing to avoid them all. He snorted coldly, using bows and arrows in this wilderness. It seemed there were others here, but they were only ordinary weapons. As soon as he finished speaking, a smack sounded and the back of his head was struck by a sudden club. Wu Fu fell face down onto the ground, a large bump rising clearly on his head. A figure appeared behind him, as if having waited for this moment. The sun gradually sank behind the mountains. Night fell, a campfire flickered and warmed a small corner. Several figures could be seen near the fire. Wu Fu slowly regained consciousness. Fainting twice in a single day was truly rare. A pink-haired beast girl appeared and said in surprise that he was awake. She had not struck that hard. She observed him and remarked that he had recovered quite quickly. Wu Fu quietly assessed her beast ears and asked who she was and why she had tied him up. She introduced herself as Yameng, saying from now on she was his master and ordering him to participate in the beast fighting tonight and win. Finding it absurd, Wu Fu struggled but discovered he could not break free. Yameng told him not to waste his strength. The ropes were made from a 1,000-year spirit tree that specifically restrained cultivators. Wu Fu probed and determined this was outer heaven, asking if she belonged to the beast race. If not for his heavy injuries, she would have found it difficult to ambush him. Meng smiled with innocent eyes, but her words carried meaning. Beast folk could approach prey without gods or ghosts noticing. Even cultivators found it hard to detect. Just then 2 figures appeared, making her wary. 2 beast men, Black Hound and Wolf, stepped out. Black Hound said he heard she had captured a cultivator and came to see. Wolf showed interest in knowing how formidable someone from the outside world was. Meng irritably slapped Wu Fu but accidentally hit a sensitive spot, making the situation awkward. She snapped what was there to see. Tonight he would definitely win. Tied up and struck in a vulnerable place, Wu Fu grimaced in pain. Yimeng hurriedly apologized, saying she had not meant to. Black Hound looked at Wu Fu build and burst out laughing. Relying on such a skinny fellow, he might not even be a cultivator. Wolf mocked that Yimeng lost every year. Why make things hard for herself? She might as well find someone stronger. Two laughed and hinted that Yimeng mixed blood made it hard for her to gain respect. She could only grit her teeth and endure. Wu Fu noticed Yimeng's mood was fluctuating intensely. Black Hound said coldly that her beast last year had been defeated by his 8 tigers. This year would be the same, advising her to know her limits. Yimeng clenched her fists, suppressing her anger. Wu Fu spoke provocatively. If he was so formidable, why not try against him, though bound his aura still soared. Wolf narrowed his eyes to evaluate him. Perhaps this man truly was a cultivator. Wu Fu provoked them, asking if they were afraid. Black Hound smiled faintly. Why bother with a slave? If he were truly strong, how could he have been captured by Yimeng? She angrily shouted back. Having achieved their aim, Black Hound and Wolf turned and left, saying tonight beast fighting would reveal the truth. Yimeng shouted after them that she was not afraid. The 2 laughed loudly and told her to let her slave enjoy his remaining time. Watching them leave, Wu Fu sighed inwardly about always meeting foolish opponents. Yimeng asked softly if he could win. Tilting her head, she asked since he spoke so confidently how certain he was, because tonight there were all-powerful demonic beasts. Wu Fu asked how strong they were, could they make him submit? Meng replied sadly that the high-grade demonic beasts she had captured before had all perished in the beast fighting tournament. Wu Fu grew even more curious why she had chosen him when he was not a demonic beast. He honestly said because he had fallen from the sky and frightened many demonic beasts into fleeing, so he was certainly extraordinary. Wu Fu understood that was due to the spiritual energy of his sword intent. Yimeng smiled that in the end she had still caught him. Wu Fu thought letting a person participate in beast fighting was rather strange, but beast folk were indeed formidable, approaching without a sound and possessing strength beyond ordinary people. Since it had come to this, Wu Fu proposed that if he won she would release him. Yimeng nodded and said it could be considered so, and he sealed the deal. At night at the arena, the lights blazed and the stands were packed. In the preparation area, Wu Fu asked awkwardly that since she had promised he would not run, why was he still tied up like this? He complained as if imprisoned. Yimeng innocently pointed around, saying everyone led their demonic beasts with chains like this. That reason only made Wu Fu more irritated. He closed his eyes, thinking she treated him as a beast. Yimeng anxiously asked if he could truly defeat those huge beasts. Wu Fu reassured her that appearance did not determine everything, just as she was small yet had still defeated him. She nodded, then reminded him those others were not simple despite appearances. Just then a heavy beast foot stomped onto the ground, the shock so great that Wu Fu could not ignore it. Wolf with blazing red eyes stared fixedly at him. Meng also recognized it, and softly exclaimed the dark gold wolf beast. From behind the wolf stepped out a man who called out to Yimeng. He looked at Wu Fu and asked if this was the one participating for her tonight. Wu Fu carefully observed the oppressive aura around him, secretly estimating that this man had cultivated for at least 1,000 years, his presence making ordinary demonic beasts unable to endure. Yimeng frowned and asked if Ao Li had also come to mock her. He denied it, saying his dark gold wolf had caught a strange scent and grown excited. The beast eyes flashed with a deep crimson ferocity, threw back its head and howled, and at once a whirlwind rose and coiled around its body. Wu Fu smiled inscrutably and asked if you were trying to scare me. The only reply was a challenging roar. Ao Li thought to himself that this one was not simple. Facing such pressure and still remaining calm, could he truly be a cultivator? Sensing something wrong, that man turned and said, "Ban, let us withdraw. We will play again next time." Watching the man and beast leave, Meng could not hide her admiration for Wu Fu. You are truly bold, daring to face Ban like that. He glanced at the little girl and replied, this is the first time I have seen a demonic beast with such high intelligence. Meng said excitedly that the beastman race is a fusion of human and beast, possessing human intellect and the strength of wild beasts. So when taming demonic beasts we are very flexible. Wu Fu asked, so you can fight on your own? The little girl answered confidently, of course. He felt a trace of doubt in his heart. If that is so, why still need to capture more demonic beasts? Meng explained that the beast fighting tournament is only a place for already tamed demonic beasts to compete. While displaying the might of the beastmen, An outstanding beastman can suppress 100 beasts. This is a chance to prove one's ability. Wu Fu nodded and said it sounds quite interesting. Meng retorted irritably, what is interesting about it? My demonic beasts get beaten badly every time. I am furious. Wu Fu said bluntly, does that not prove you are still weak? The little girl flared up, grabbed his collar and shouted, what did that slave say? Do not forget you are still in my hands. How am I weak? Wu Fu could only soothe her, all right, all right. Meng refused to let go and made him repeat it. Wu Fu replied helplessly, I know now, let go. In the darkness, someone watched silently. The little girl still threatened, will you dare to say it again later? Ban watched secretly and sneered, while Wu Fu said wearily, I will not say it again. Yu Zai walked over from afar and mocked, oh, is that not Ao Li, here to see a Meng? Ao Li asked coldly, what is the matter? Yu Zai sneered that today a Meng boasted the weak human she brought would win. Zheng asked doubtfully, weak. Yu Zai laughed disdainfully and said, you know a Meng's strength. How could that fellow possibly win, just a scarecrow, and he even dares to challenge us? Ao Li replied, I think you are the weak one. Ao Li impatiently called Ban to leave. Yu Zai asked, not participating in the beast fighting tournament. That man replied, the human alone is enough to deal with you. Yu Zai fumed inwardly, what is so great about that? One day my 8 tigers will trample you all. Ban turned back and looked at him with icy eyes. He shuddered and told himself to let it go for now. At the arena, a Meng reminded that later when the demonic beasts are released, be careful not to get trampled. Seeing him silent, she asked, did you hear? Wu Fu answered yes. She pressed anxiously, did you hear clearly? He said calmly, just defeat all the demonic beasts and it will be over. A small matter. The loudspeaker announced the start. A Meng said, I will go up first, you hold on. Wu Fu sat cross-legged and replied, got it. Closed his eyes and thought that thanks to the origin spirit fruit his stamina was abundant and his cultivation was gradually recovering. He would test it later. On the stands, Hu Zai mocked, did you bring a chicken to watch it get trampled? A Meng replied, it is none of your business. He laughed and said, do not touch my 8 tigers. The host shouted, start. A demonic beast broke through the barrier and rushed out roaring. Large demonic beasts overwhelmed the smaller ones. Birds battled in the air. Horned beasts charged wildly. The arena became a chaotic melee amid frenzied cheers. The audience was excited while a Meng was worried. Yu Zai said the demonic beasts this time are so strong that without even needing 8 tigers he is finished. At that moment Wu Fu stood up. He observed and remarked, these are about the same as the previous one. Sensing movement behind him, he immediately became alert. Looking at the shadow before him, he said, not bad, but are you targeting me? If I guess right, you are that man's 8 tigers. 8 tigers growled fiercely. The audience discussed whether he was a cultivator. A Meng shouted, shut up. Yu Zai mocked, your chicken is doomed. That man shouted an order for 8 tigers to deal with him. 8 tigers lunged forward. Wu Fu leaped up and dodged easily, sneering, this will not hit me. It stomped its foot, cracking the arena floor. 8 tigers sprang high and charged at him. Wu Fu blocked it and thought its speed is truly fast. The heavy blow forced him back. 8 tigers continued roaring and attacking. A series of punches rained down where he stood. Yu Zai laughed and said the chicken will be torn apart. Others echoed that 8 tigers' fists are terrifying. A Meng worriedly prayed that nothing would happen. Closed her eyes to pray when someone shouted that he was still alive. Yu Zai was stunned. A Meng opened her eyes to see Wu Fu standing behind 8 tigers, saying with such a huge body, your moves are quite agile. Yu Zai roared, idiot, hurry, and hit him. 8 tigers turned and threw a punch. Wu Fu said calmly, strong indeed, but simple-minded. He spun around, his eyes turning cold. Wu Fu threw a punch that shook the arena. 8 tigers was blasted away and crashed into the wall, causing it to collapse. The audience gaped. Yu Zai turned pale and cried, impossible. As the smoke cleared, 8 tigers lay motionless among the rubble. Wu Fu said indifferently, just one punch and it is over. A horned beastman exclaimed, he is human and defeated 8 tigers. Perhaps he truly is a cultivator. A Meng rejoiced and thought, I knew he was not ordinary. Yu Zai jumped down to the arena. That man stood opposite and roared, impossible, my 8 tigers cannot lose. Yu Zai questioned, did you cheat? That man pointed his claws and said, how could a weak human defeat 8 tigers? Wu Fu sneered, when I win you call it cheating. Only losing would be reasonable. Yu Zai stubbornly said, humans are weak by nature. Surely a Meng played tricks. A Meng jumped down and stood in front of him shouting, what do you want? Is it so hard to admit others are better? Yu Zai still demanded to examine him. A Meng said, examine what? Everyone saw it clearly. Yu Zai remained resentful and said, I will test for myself how strong he is. A Meng released her pressure in warning, if you want to touch my person you must get through me first. Wu Fu silently praised her sense of responsibility. Yu Zai felt guilty then mocked, where did your courage go now hiding behind her? Wu Fu stepped forward and said calmly, I accept doubt, but I do not want to fight you. He said disdainfully, I have never made a move against someone who does not know his limits. Ameng worriedly reminded, say less, do not provoke him. Hearing that, Hu Zai's eyes turned red with rage. That man flew into a rage and charged forward shouting, you will pay. Meng hurriedly blocked in front and said, step back, let me hold him off. Wu Fu patted her head and smiled, I am not so weak that I need your protection. Hu Zai's claws shot forward, but he tilted his body and dodged cleanly. Wu Fu's eyes flashed as he said, are you so easily provoked? In the blink of an eye he appeared before him and seized his jaw. With just a little force he subdued him. He reminded, I do not like noisy people. He hurled Hu Zai to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, and shouted, lie still. He held him down with one hand, pinning him to the ground completely motionless. Wu Fu coldly asked if there was anything unclear. Hoke Tu's face pressed to the ground by Wu Fu's single hand, eyes wide in horror, his whole body limp. Yet that power was terrifyingly overwhelming. From afar, through the thick dust, Ao Li's voice rang out enough, bullying the weak is hardly impressive. He and his companions approached the two, speaking, truly a cultivator, strength not bad. I'm not surprised but rather intrigued by you. Wu Fu frowned and asked, intrigued, you say? Bao Li slowly explained, our beast tribe always pursues the strong, naturally superior, often looking down on humans. But you are an exception. He smiled slightly and asked, so you mean to challenge me? He calmly shook his head, saying, not me. Ao Li responded seriously, it is my war beast that has taken an interest in you. Since your arrival it has been agitated, especially after you defeated Ba Hu. Wu Fu was briefly surprised, replying, didn't expect a beast to pay attention to me one day. Radiated a fierce aura, saying, pursuing the strong and surpassing the strong is the goal of every species, isn't it? He frowned and asked again, then you seemingly don't regard me either. Ao Li looked at Wu Fu and said that depends on whether you can defeat my war beast, of course it's not foolish like that fox. He smiled confidently, replying, you think I would accept that? Just then Among loudly cut through the tense air, stop, I do not agree. Sharp voice made Wu Fu turn to pay attention. The girl standing in front of him said to Ao Li, annoyed, on what grounds must I fight you? Winning the contest is enough, want to fight, find someone else. He coldly reminded Among, I knew what you intended so I came to stop you. Among did not flinch, replying, on what basis do you stop me? The girl added in frustration, he represents my victory and proves my strength, so I can fight myself. Ao Li asked in a low voice, with your current power sure you can leave here? He sternly threatened, or rather, are you capable of stepping into Thien and Goi Thien? That question made Among fall silent to think. Wu Fu, hearing the two converse, thought silently where Thien and Goi Thien could be. The girl angrily shouted, what I do is none of your business. Faced with Among's stubbornness, he could only yield, warning, I just hope you don't do anything foolish. The girl huffed and turned away, saying, I won't do anything stupid, you understand, let's go. Wu Fu glanced at Among, calculating, so this place isn't Thien and Goi Thien yet. Wonder how the fat ones are doing now. He squinted, thinking maybe that guy knows the way to Thien and Goi Thien. Meanwhile Among cheerfully called, hey, what are you doing, still not coming? Turned back indifferently, replying, yeah, then he walked on. Ao Li watched the two leave, thinking he cannot be left here any longer. Wu Fu and Among walked side by side in the dark forest. He pondered as they went, what does she want at Thien and Goi Thien? Can she make it with her low cultivation? Among ahead suddenly stopped and said softly, thanks for last night. Wu Fu smiled, guessing her thoughts, making the girl flustered. She said, thanks for what? Didn't you make me join the contest? You said if I won, you would release me, or are you going back on your word? Among turned back with a wry smile. I know you're curious why I want to join the beast contest, Wu Fu thought. Could it be she wants me to always fight in her place? He excitedly said, participating in the beast contest proves strength just like you all compete. Wu Fu helplessly replied, what your contest has to do with me. Among continued, anyone passing the beast contest must enter the voidless forest for harsh training. Wu Fu asked again, voidless forest? The girl explained, it's a mandatory trial for beasts. Only passing it earns elder recognition as a warrior and chance to become chieftain. Wu Fu asked what's special inside. Among scratched her head, I haven't been through it. Only heard it's terrifying. He laughed, terrifying, huh? Probably many good things too, want to see. The girl behind replied, we don't need to join that trial, rest assured. Wu Fu turned back and asked why. Mong pretended to be angry, not needed is not needed. Don't ask too much, then glanced at him, adding, stay away from Ao Li a bit. Wu Fu shrugged, replied, I'm curious, but sure you won't say, don't worry, I won't bring trouble on myself. Among crossed her arms, continuing, Ao Li is the only beast among us to pass the trial. Wu Fu curiously thought, only him, must be very formidable. Besides saying, since childhood he's arrogant, always acting superior, yet ultimately passed, really puzzling. Wu Fu teased, growing up with him, he passed while you failed the first round. Among angrily asked, what do you mean? Voices echoed in the deep forest. I said nothing. You try repeating, never mind. The next morning in the forest, Wu Fu sat by the stream, looking at his reflection on the water. He smiled, thinking, though that girl is fierce, she didn't abandon me like other beasts. The stream flowed gently while he planned a way to leave despite unhealed wounds. Suddenly a voice from above asked, "Today you plan to leave?" Wu Fu looked up and saw him. Ao Li sat on a nearby branch, saying, "You don't belong here, leave," he replied coldly. "That's my matter, don't worry," he pondered. "A Mong is naive, she doesn't know how dangerous outside is. Your humans aren't good either." Wu Fu smiled lightly, saying, "Sounds like I have schemes. I was just knocked out and brought here by her." Ao Li above ordered, "I can release you. Then return to your place." Wu Fu nodded, agreeing to tell a Mong a word. Remained cold, saying, "No need, just leave." Wu Fu outwardly agreed, saying, "I have no problem," but inwardly thought, he came here not just for this. Also related to Thien and Goi Thien yesterday. Li turned his back, saying, "Unrelated to you. Someone will guide you out later, just follow." Wu Fu touched the brown object on his neck, asking how to remove it. Ao Li said nothing, just threw down a multicolored bead. Wu Fu quickly caught the bead, examining it carefully. "What is this?" Before he could ask how to use it, Ao Li disappeared. Wu Fu still dazed when someone behind said, "Follow me." He turned and saw a figure in a mysterious cloak, saying, "I came to guide you." Wu Fu stepped forward without hesitation, saying, "Let's go then." After walking a distance, he looked at the multicolored bead in hand, silently asking, "How exactly is this used?" Wu Fu murmured, "No key seen." Meanwhile the guide smiled cunningly, thinking, "Don't believe, can't handle you." He walked while pointing the way, "Follow this direction to leave the forest. I just escort you this far." Wu Fu nodded, saying, "Okay." The old stream, a Mong's voice called, "Wu Fu, where are you? Didn't you say you can't go far?" The girl looked around in frustration, thinking, "Must find him and teach a lesson." Ao Li slowly appeared, saying, "Stop searching, he has left." A Mong frowned, asking, "So it was you who took him away?" Ao Li closed his eyes, replying, "He is an outsider, I sent him off." A Mong angrily said, "Outrageous, don't think having a chieftain's backing is formidable." He approached, reminding her, "Forgot the rule with outsiders." Ao Li looked at her, saying, "Either expel or sacrifice, stop being childish. I already spared him. As for Thien and Goi Thien, abandon that thought." A Mong lowered her head sadly, asking, "Why did you do this? You understand me?" Li replied, "I understand, but a Mong, your mother once said." The girl's eyes filled with emotion. She clenched her hands, saying, "That's exactly why." She pressed her lips, saying, "I must go to Thien and Goi Thien." Suddenly Hoke Tu ran up, reporting, "Ao Li, not good." Someone rushed into the voidless forest. He urgently asked who. Hoke Tu replied, "Seems like that human from yesterday under the tree." Wu Fu's voice rang out, "Where is this? How many rounds have I gone? Lost my way. Let's try moving forward." The tall trees Wu Fu climbed at extreme speed. Standing on a dry branch, Wu Fu looked around, guessing, could this be the voidless forest? The guide brought me here. His face clearly showed worry, recalling that a Mong had once said it was hard to get out after entering here. Wu Fu cast his gaze toward the mountain range opposite and sensed something unusual. A surge of aura suddenly erupted violently, leaving him astonished. Wu Fu immediately turned his head toward the source of the disturbance. There appeared a creature with long jet black fur. Its massive body swept over his head, feathers drifting down to the ground, making him look up in shock and wonder what it was. Before his eyes was a monster with enormous wings, unleashing an attack accompanied by a blinding burst of light. It seemed to have locked onto its target and charged forward at extreme speed, its wide-open eyes glowing with a threatening green light. Wu Fu suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an illusion, his consciousness gradually separating from reality. His eyes turned white and he only had time to think, "Damn it, I cannot control it anymore," before his body lost control and fell straight into the violent vortex. His vision gradually darkened, leaving only the sight of that beast and the blazing red vortex appearing like a storm of energy. His body swept along helplessly. Suddenly Wu Fu halted and cried out in pain. Where is this? Did he not just fall from the tree? He struggled to sit up, wondering why everything around him was pitch black. Staring into the boundless void, he shouted, "Is anyone there? Even a beast answer me." His hand touched the ground and met a layer of fire like red energy, making his gaze turn wary. Energy wrapped around his entire body, causing Wu Fu to panic and ask, "What is this?" He struggled as he felt it trying to devour him whole, the layer of energy gradually crawling up to his face. No matter how hard he tried, he was powerless, and in the end he was completely engulfed. Amid the blazing red vortex, a radiant sword suddenly appeared, its light drawn into the center of the whirlpool. Wu Fu stared intently and was shocked to realize it was the sword's spirit. Perhaps this was his sea of consciousness. At the center of the vortex was a dazzling sphere of light. Returning to reality, he heard a frantic voice calling Wu Fu, "Wake up." He jolted up from the dream and looked at the one who had called him. Still groggy, he asked, "Is it you?" Mong forced a smile, her face smudged, saying, "It is me. You still dare to run off?" Wu Fu was speechless. He pretended to clutch his chest and cry out in pain, making a Mong flustered as she asked where he felt unwell and why he had fainted. He told her he got lost and encountered a gigantic four-winged demon beast. Before he could finish, she handed him a primordial spirit fruit and told him not to circulate his energy, eat it first and then slowly explain. Holding the fruit in his hand, Wu Fu recalled that demon beast had 4 pairs of wings. Mong pondered and said it was likely the master of the Forest of Despair, the creature that ruled this place with unfathomable power. He replied seriously that its cultivation was likely 1,000 years, calling it a spirit beast would be more fitting. She explained that Li Qi had existed since the Beastmen tribe appeared. Wu Fu contemplated and then asked why she had entered here. Among grew angry and knocked his head, asking how he still dared to question her. She pointed at him and shouted why did he listen to Ao Li. If not for the collar she would not have found him. Wu Fu held his head and explained that man told him to leave. He was still upset and said if he told you to go then you go. Wu Fu could only admit his fault and apologize. Among crossed her arms and said he had clearly promised not to leave yet broke his word, leaving him at a loss for words. She turned her back and walked away, saying she had brought him here in the first place. Wu Fu stood up and thanked her for finding him. Hearing that, her face reddened and she made an excuse that she was only looking for the collar, not for him. Wu Fu replied yes. He secretly laughed, thinking the girl truly said one thing while meaning another. Walking behind her, he asked now that she had found him, how would they get out? Among sighed helplessly that she might as well have listened to Ao Li. Wu Fu said half jokingly and half seriously that if they could enter they could leave. If there was no path they would carve one, then asked if they trained here were they not afraid of Li Qi. She replied that each year it hibernated for 2 months. He asked in surprise was its hibernation not fixed. She said they had to judge based on the movements of the spirit beast. Wu Fu speculated that perhaps during hibernation it was breaking through. A rumbling sound echoed through the forest. Wu Fu said warily that perhaps the demon beasts were in turmoil. It was getting dark so they should find a place to rest. Near the forest, Ao Li asked what happened after Among went in. Hu Zai said he could not stop her in time. Ao Li was worried because it was not yet the hibernation period so they could not enter. He was furious and feared Among was in danger. Hu Zai advised going to find the clan leader to discuss a solution. Ao Li prayed for her safety. In the forest, Wu Fu and Among sat by the fire to keep warm. He asked if she was cold. She admitted it was her first time entering here so she was a little uneasy. Wu Fu reassured her that he would protect her. Among said coldly that it was only right for a slave to protect his master. He smiled and told her to sleep and they would find a way out tomorrow. The deep forest was silent. The two of them drifted asleep beside the dying embers. In her dream, Among heard someone calling her name repeatedly, then jolted awake and asked who is it. A long-haired woman reached out her hand, calling her to follow Mother home. The little girl widened her eyes and called Mother. Among ran after that figure, calling Mother wait for me. The scene was seen by Wu Fu. He sensed something was wrong and immediately shouted Among. The girl had just lifted her head when she froze in shock. The one before her was not her mother. The soul-guiding monster appeared in a terrifying form. Among panicked and turned to run. Wu Fu rushed over from afar, calling her name. The soul-guiding monster lunged forward, intending to seize Among. Its tentacles lashed out repeatedly. Wu Fu immediately leaped in, pulled Among away, and severed the massive tentacle. Wu Fu shook her to wake her up. She asked drowsily what happened. Seeing the monster before her, she was terrified. Wu Fu replied that he should be the one asking her that. He told her to find a place to hide. Among said she had read about the soul-guiding monster in books and it was very dangerous. He explained that it absorbed many demon beasts to become a terrifying monster. Wu Fu said no matter how much he slashed it did not suffer at all because its regeneration was strong. The tentacles lunged again, making her scream. He pushed her aside and told her to hide while he handled it. Mong said angrily, how dare a slave throw his master? Wu Fu turned back and unleashed consecutive sword techniques, his eyes intensely focused. Severed parts immediately regenerated, and the monster charged again. He realized cutting the tentacles was ineffective. Perhaps he had to strike another part. Mong recalled that it feared light so it only appeared at night. Wu Fu replied in a night like this where could they find light? She smiled awkwardly and looked toward him. Wu Fu raised his sword and said if the tentacles will not work, then aim straight at its body. She dashed forward like the wind, unleashing a relentless flurry of blows at the soul guide creature. He seized the precise moment, driving his blade into the exact position. He swung her sword, a blazing arc of light tearing through the air. Wu Fu panted, saying he could not believe this thing could still revive. The forest was truly bizarre. He continued attacking, yet in mere moments half of the spiritual power he had just recovered was gone. A Meng arrived from afar and sighed in amazement. She teased that she had almost been swallowed by it. The girl laughed and said it was only a slip. She herself was very formidable. Could only go along with it, saying he understood. Suddenly shadows hid behind the tree trunks. Wu Fu immediately grew vigilant. He realized there was more than one. A Meng said perhaps he had drawn the whole pack over. The situation was not good. He calmly explained that this species naturally lived in groups, but this pack was unusually united. Fu believed that aside from their ability to bewitch and regenerate, they were nothing to fear. Meng replied that even so, in this forest they were still a threat. Suddenly, Wu Fu lifted her up. Meng was startled and asked what he intended to do. He calmly said they were retreating. He did not have enough strength to confront them. The girl mocked him for calling himself strong yet running away. He smiled and said a wise man knows when to advance and when to retreat. Meng pouted and said that was merely an excuse for the weak. Beastmen always move forward. Wu Fu glanced at her and asked why she did not stay and try. The girl angrily said he was a slave. How dared he abandon his master? He retorted that she was no different from a human girl. Soul Guide surged forward violently once more. Wu Fu observed carefully. They swung out a mass of enormous tentacles. He bit his lip and poured strength into his legs as he leaped up. Running while dodging attacks, he held a Meng and jumped high, then landed on a nearby tree trunk. Wu Fu swept his gaze around. A Meng explained they moved slowly. Running across the trees would be fine, because they mainly relied on tentacles to move. The girl frowned slightly, yet there was something beyond expectation. The tentacles suddenly contracted, wrapping around the monster's body. Wu Fu was astonished. This was the unexpected twist. The Soul Guide creature became far larger and far more ferocious. She muttered that this time it was troublesome. It lunged forward to seize the two of them, but it only struck the tree trunk because Wu Fu had already held a Meng and fled in time, saying it was a strategic retreat. The girl looked back and said this species was not strong in destruction but extremely persistent, capable of wearing down opponents. Wu Fu nodded and said they were quite cunning. Meng added that this form rarely appeared, nor did they usually gather in such numbers. He suddenly thought of something and asked whether he had a problem. The girl replied that was it not obvious. Meng speculated that perhaps he carried something special within him. Wu Fu pondered the sword spirit that had been fluctuating since entering this place. Suddenly the monster lunged. Meng warned they were here and he immediately stopped. Meng panicked and asked why he stopped when they were about to arrive. He said he would lure them elsewhere, telling her to be careful on her own. The Soul Guides roared, their cries echoing through the night. A sword arc tore through the wind and shot straight toward them. She waved her hand in provocation, calling for them to look over here. The monster grew furious, dragging its massive body as it charged forward. It roared and swung its long tentacle at Wu Fu. He thought that jumping down sooner or later would still get him caught. He had to gather them together and deliver a decisive blow. Wu Fu unleashed successive sword arcs, severing each tentacle one after another without pause. Focused intensely, carving a path with powerful slashes. The tentacles were shattered, exposing the monster's body. He swiftly struck at its core, his blade sweeping past and causing it to explode. Wu Fu was surprised because he felt no recoil, as if it had split apart on its own and was gradually retreating. Suddenly it fired a purple beam at him. Wu Fu shattered it with a slash and laughed, saying it even knew how to calculate. The sword began to corrode. He watched closely. He realized this thing could erode spiritual power. The monster continued firing more purple beams. Wu Fu spun to evade them. He continuously shattered the beams of light and then retreated. Seeing the sword weakening, he thought if this continued he would be exhausted. Another purple beam shot toward him. He told himself this time it was bad. A surge of green energy appeared and shattered the entire attack. Wu Fu was astonished. Meng shouted from afar that he could not use attribute-less spiritual energy because it would be corroded. The monster immediately shifted its attention to the girl. Only then did Meng realize the danger. She hurriedly ran and told Wu Fu to eliminate it. He blankly asked whether spiritual energy was also divided into types. The girl replied did he truly not know, then asked how he had fought all this time. He awkwardly said he had always used pure spiritual energy. The girl explained in panic how to manipulate spiritual energy into the 5 elements. Wu Fu still did not fully understand. He was still speaking when the monster had somehow appeared behind him. It swallowed Wu Fu whole. Meng cried out in terror. The girl loudly called his name. Inside, Wu Fu sank gradually into the darkness. Closing his eyes in thought, he realized this world was far broader than he had imagined. He was too weak if he continued like this. Suddenly the sword before his chest glowed. Wu Fu opened his eyes, wondering what the sword spirit was trying to say. Another hand also reached toward the sword just like his. He was startled and asked who that person was. Faint female silhouette called his name. Wu Fu asked blankly who she was. The girl said she had waited for him for a long time, smiled, then gradually faded like mist. Outside, Meng anxiously called out as the monster still tried to swallow him. But something made it unable to endure. In the end it was forced to spit Wu Fu out. He was flung far away. Meng ran over calling his name. He shook him awake in delight saying he was still alive. Wu Fu slowly opened his eyes, wondering what was swaying before him. He unconsciously reached out and touched Meng's chest, a fleeting thought crossing his mind that it felt very soft. Girl flushed red, while Wu Fu was still not fully conscious, hazy and unable to understand the sensation just now. However, he was suddenly struck straight in the face by Yameng. Girl angrily scolded, "You hateful thing. If I had not seen you risk your life to shield me, I would not have held back like that." At that moment, the soul-guiding monster quietly moved closer. It let out a fierce roar, its voice filled with savagery. The soul-guiding monster lunged at the two of them. Yameng cried out in panic that this is bad. "There is no time to dodge," he calmly replied. "Do not worry, I am not something it can swallow." Girl froze in shock. He raised his sword blazing with flames and said, "Let us test the power I have just gained." He clearly felt the pressure from the monster closing in. Closed his eyes, flames surged and coiled around the blade. He gathered his strength, preparing to unleash a flawless strike. The sword arc turned into a streak of fire tearing through the forest, the scene like a crimson wave sweeping across. Flames blazed fiercely, the momentum soaring to the heavens. Yameng was astonished and thought the spiritual power is overwhelming. The monster immediately charged straight toward that attack. She wondered who that man truly was to possess such power. A stretch of forest was reduced to ashes after that move. He looked at his sword and murmured, "This is the true might of the spiritual sword. I have not even used 20%. Suddenly Ao Li appeared and spoke. "Jiang Yuan is not dead yet." He turned his head and said, "So it is you." Yameng asked in surprise, "Ao Li, why are you here?" He glanced at Yameng, his tone indifferent. "You truly know how to cause trouble." The girl angrily replied, "If it were not for your hatred of outsiders, none of this would have happened. I brought him here. If you want to drive him away, then drive me away as well." He asked seriously, "If you can reach this place, then can you take us out?" Ao Li fell silent as he looked at the sword. His gaze suddenly changed. This sword. Ao Li narrowed his eyes and thought, "Who is this brat? We will talk after leaving." He turned and said, "Follow me." He asked, "Are we setting off now?" Ao Li frowned and replied, "The forest of despair is extremely dangerous at night. Do you want to become dinner for demon beasts?" Hearing that, Yameng pouted. "Why does he have to be so fierce with you?" Turned away indifferently and said, "He is only a slave. Why are you angry?" The girl snorted. "Even when beating a dog, you must consider its master. How could I stay silent when you speak like that?" Muttered inwardly, "A dog, am I a dog?" Ao Li declared, "Only I can lead you out of here. After all, I am the strongest warrior of the tribe." Yameng curled her lips and said, bragging again, "Ignore him, Wu Fu, let us go." He nodded and said, "Fine." Li angrily called out, "Hey, at least let me finish speaking." But the two acted as if they heard nothing. He remarked that on the surface he is cold and serious, but his strength may not be that great. The girl laughed and added, "It is all just a facade." Yameng said he has liked showing off since childhood, outwardly imposing but actually narcissistic. "We have known each other since we were young, so I know him well. I just dislike his act." Ao Li stood frozen when he heard that. He murmured that he wanted to see how strong that man truly was. At that moment, a sound came from above, and all three looked up together. Meng spoke, "What is wrong with him?" Ao Li sensed something unusual. Above them, a dark shadow was plunging down. Shadow slammed onto the ground, making the space seem to tremble. Dust billowed everywhere, the three observed from afar. He asked, "Why would a demon beast fly here?" Ao Li guessed they might be fighting. He sighed, "How ferocious." Yameng replied that in this forest such things are normal. Suddenly Ao Li shouted, "Black Mang Beast." A set of sharp claws gripped the trunk. The Black Mang Beast slowly stepped out. Ao Li wondered, why has a Black Mang Beast appeared here? He asked, "Is the Black Mang Beast very strong?" Ao Li replied, "It is on the same level as my Black Gold Wolf Beast. This one is even slightly stronger. Lately the demon beasts have been acting abnormally. It may be related to Li Qi. It is best to leave to avoid trouble." Yameng nodded in agreement. Black Mang Beast was biting its prey when it suddenly raised its head. Ao Li shouted, "Not good, it seems to have discovered us." Ao Li sensed the killing intent from it, and lowered his head to calculate that they should not confront it head-on. Suddenly the Black Mang Beast lunged forward, opening its mouth wide to devour everything. The three quickly scattered to dodge. Yameng gasped that tonight is truly the longest of my life. He asked, "Why does it keep chasing us?" Ao Li interrupted, saying, "I fear it is targeting you." He was astonished. "What do I have that attracts it?" Ao Li helplessly explained that the Beastman tribe can conceal their aura, but you cannot, so the problem lies with you. Hearing that, he immediately leaped far back. He nodded, "If it is targeting me, then I will lure it away. You find a safe place first." Yameng anxiously asked, "What are you planning to do? Have you gone mad?" He calmly replied, "I have my own way." The Black Mang Beast gave chase. He continuously sprang across branches, the beast closely following behind. He thought, as expected, the spiritual sword within me attracts them. Each one targets me. Suddenly the body of the Black Mang Beast glowed. It knelt and then slammed heavily onto the ground. Earth shook violently. He tried to avoid that force and thought, this is an elemental skill. Suddenly its claw swept toward his back. The strike only hit a boulder because he had already dodged in time. The black mang beast crazily smashed around searching. He hid behind another rock and calculated that it is indeed a high-level demon beast. Its strength is extraordinary. The black mang beast raised its glowing claw high. He observed and thought it is indeed drawn by the spiritual sword. It thrust fiercely into the shield he created, its claws piercing through the barrier. He assessed that his spiritual energy is insufficient and he could only test a little. The claw of the black mang beast nearly reached him. It roared and gathered strength. It smashed its claw onto the rock while he had already leaped into the air. The black mang beast looked up and then used force to fling the shattered stone. He was startled as the fragments were hurled toward him. He quickly calmed himself and muttered, "Let us finish this." On the spiritual sword, flames erupted fiercely. He swung his sword and slashed straight at the incoming stone. A thunderous explosion resounded violently. Dust filled the air. He calmly said, "Is that all you have to bring me down?" The black mang beast stepped out of the smoke. He was astonished, still not fallen. It sneered and replied, "Because you are too weak. Was stunned, you can speak." The black mang beast replied, "In the forest of despair, all high-level demon beasts can speak. As for the thing in your hand, where did it come from?" He coldly answered, "That is none of your concern. I would rather know why you keep pursuing it without end." It said with contempt, "Foolish human, I truly do not understand why it chose you as its master. Do you know why?" He laughed and replied, "Yet it still chose me." The black mang beast pointed at him and said, "With your current aptitude, you are not worthy to control it. You have only used a fraction of its power. It has existed for over 10,000 years. Its strength is profound and unfathomable. How could a brat like you ever fully control it?" It roared and charged straight at him, shouting as it ran that once it brought him down, everything would belong to it. The black mang beast sprang up and pounced, then froze in shock when it discovered its target had vanished. Li said coldly that he had thought he was somewhat formidable. Wu Fu asked in surprise who it was. Li cast his cloak aside and told it to move away so it could see what a true powerhouse looked like. The black mang beast sneered and asked since when beastmen and humans had become so harmonious. Li's expression turned stern as he replied that a demon beast capable of speech was indeed rare. The black mang beast raised its claws and said, "What a pity," then swung them as it lunged forward. Li frowned and muttered about him, drew the blade from behind his back and slashed horizontally in rapid succession to block the sharp claw. Li leaped up to counterattack, catching the black mang beast slightly off guard. Sharp blade arcs rained down continuously upon its body. Black mang beast's body flared with a defensive glow. It arrogantly said not to dream of breaking this armor, then increased its strength. Li rushed forward and said others who did not understand attribute spiritual energy would admit defeat, but he was different. He soared upward with a shout and cleaved down. Beast braced itself to withstand the relentless barrage of attack. Li unleashed two X-shaped slashes that forced the black mang beast to endure them head-on. Dust and smoke filled the air. Wu Fu covered his face and exclaimed how powerful the spiritual energy was. Li landed and said now he saw the difference between humans and beastmen, then emphasized it was also the gap between him and himself. The black mang beast was struck down and lay sprawled on the ground. Wu Fu asked why he had returned to save him. Li was about to answer when a Meng rushed over and hugged him, cheering that luckily he was unharmed. Wu Fu looked at the girl and asked why she had come as well. Li pulled a Meng down and said was it not because he had run off on his own. Wu Fu replied irritably that if he had acted earlier he would not have had to flee. He calmly said that a powerhouse usually appears last. Wu Fu asked if that meant he had been watching from the start. A Meng cut in to reproach him for being a follower who abandoned his master and ran first. Wu Fu awkwardly replied that he was not. The girl placed her hands on her hips and said it was because he had not grasped a tribute spiritual energy that he lost. Li added that he had not expected him to be so weak. Meng lightly kicked him and told him to stop talking, saying this was also his fault and that they had to leave here now. Wu Fu nodded in agreement and asked Li to lead the way. He turned his back and said he had expended much spiritual energy so he should rest and recover before moving. Wu Fu replied that nights in the forest of despair were long, waiting for dawn would take too long. Li nodded and said there were many demon beasts at night so they should find a place to rest first. They moved into a small cave. Wu Fu closed his eyes and reflected that since arriving here everything had been beyond expectation, including a tribute spiritual energy. He recalled the girl who had called him Fu-er and wondered who she was, why she had said that, and what the true origin of the sword spirit was. A Meng brought wild fruit and asked how his recovery was going. Wu Fu thanked her and said he was much better. The girl apologized guiltily for not being able to take him away sooner. Wu Fu said thanks to her he had understood many more things. A Meng asked if he knew of the heaven beyond heaven. He wondered why she wanted to go there. She replied that she wanted to find someone. She explained that within her clan, if one had not been acknowledged, one could not leave. Wu Fu understood that was why she had joined the beast fighting tournament. A Meng said there were still people obstructing her, and that the heaven beyond heaven was not easy to reach. The girl declared firmly that no matter what, she had to go. Wu Fu rubbed her head and smiled that if she wanted, he would take her there. After all, he also intended to go. A Meng blushed and shouted that he belonged to her, so he had to take her. Telling him to stop rubbing her head, Wu Fu hurriedly coaxed her. Ali irritably reminded them that once they had recovered they should set out since dawn was near. Both hurriedly agreed. At daybreak Wu Fu remarked that this place was beautiful in daylight as well. Ali said the Forest of Despair was also the clan's sacred land. But they were not there for sightseeing, so they had to quickly reach a safe place. Wu Fu nodded slightly. In the forest, Wu Fu asked about the phrase turning the formless into the tangible and the 5 elements. A Meng formed spiritual energy in her hand and asked what this was, then explained that spiritual energy accumulated over time into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. He said they generated and restrained one another to form all things, and within each person's body there were those 5 attributes. A Meng said ordinary people had balanced 5 elements and only a few could use them. Wu Fu thought that lacking an attribute made it hard for him to harm demon beasts. She said his physique was strange, with no clear attribute, yet he could still kill soul guide monsters. Wu Fu thought that was thanks to the sword spirit carrying mysterious power. Wu Fu asked if she could teach him how to use the 5 elements. A Meng hesitated, then Ao Li suggested that he would teach him. Both of them turned to look at him in surprise. Ao Li said his level was sufficient to teach him, which made them even more puzzled. He provoked them by asking whether they did not dare or did not want to. Did they think he was petty? Wu Fu replied that he was only curious why he was being so kind. Ao Li said at least it would keep him from becoming a burden. Wu Fu felt displeased at being looked down upon. Ao Li asserted that a Meng had him to protect her, while he had to look after himself. Meng protested that she was very strong. Ao Li coldly reminded her to face reality and the promise he had made to her mother to protect her. A Meng complained irritably that he was always like that. Wu Fu politely said he was troubling him. Ao Li replied that he only wanted him to survive and leave this place. He explained that demon beasts often merged spiritual energy into the environment to conceal themselves, and they did the same. Wu Fu realized that was why a Meng had approached silently. Ao Li said the stronger the spiritual energy, the harder it was to detect. Wu Fu asked how long it would take to learn. He raised 2 fingers. Fu guessed 2 hours or 2 days. Ao Li said sternly 2 years. Wu Fu cried that it was too long. Ao Li explained that his pure spiritual energy was rare. Its advantage was strong destructive power, but its disadvantage appeared when facing suppressing attributes. Wu Fu pondered about corresponding spiritual energy. Ao Li said his was metal while A Meng's was fire. He wondered what he belonged to. Ao Li replied that he had to sense the spiritual energy he absorbed within the 5 elements to know. A Meng reminded that this matter was not simple. He said that even if he found it, it might not be strong enough to wield, so most people only fought in simple ways. Wu Fu felt that he was indeed like that. Ao Li reminded that when fighting the black Mang beast he had revealed a trace of attribute, so he still had potential. Wu Fu asked where he should begin to sense it. Ao Li said to feel the 5 kinds of spiritual energy in heaven and earth, then learn how to wield them. Wu Fu pondered about the sword spirit as rain began to fall. Wu Fu stood in the rain while Ao Li erected a barrier. He mocked him for being weak and said he had sensed spiritual energy at 10 years old. He boasted that at 14 he had become the youngest warrior of the clan. A Meng urged them to find shelter from the rain. Wu Fu agreed while Ao Li grew annoyed at being ignored. Scene shifted to Li Qi's nest in the Forest of Despair. A sphere of spiritual energy gathered. Li Qi in beast form absorbed it and then transformed into a human. A respectful voice sounded, "Old fire spirit, so it was you." Turning to Wu Fu's group, he suddenly turned his head as if sensing something. A Meng asked and he said it was nothing, just felt strange as if being watched. Ao Li explained that the environment in the Forest of Despair was complex. That was why. Wu Fu asked why. He said because this forest had once fallen from the sky. Told that 10,000 years ago their ancestors saw it descend and engraved it upon the sacred stone. Wu Fu asked how there could be another continent in the sky. Ao Li speculated that it might have come from the heaven beyond heaven. He concluded that this was the only possibility, because the heaven beyond heaven was originally a mysterious and unfathomable place. Auluk looked at his palm and slowly said the spiritual energy in this forest is far more abundant than elsewhere, so strong that it can circulate on its own, almost nourishing itself. Such a source of spiritual energy likely comes from beyond the heavens. Seeing him remain silent, he then said, talking more is useless. You should sit down and rest to recover your strength. The night is still long. I will patrol around here, Wu Fu. Wu Fu pondered that there were still too many things he did not understand, whether the sword spirit still hid any secrets, who that girl was to make him feel such familiarity, as if he had touched that unsettling source of power long ago. What exactly do you want to tell me? Among stretched and yawned. The girl simply lay down and fell asleep. Wu Fu watched her and chuckled softly. She really was like a cat. Suddenly Auluk grabbed him and asked, what are you doing? If you cannot sleep, then follow me. Wu Fu asked in surprise where they were going. Auluk gave a faint smile and said, did you not want me to teach you how to use spiritual energy? He said the night was still long and he would take him to a special place. Wu Fu was startled and asked where they were going. Auluk replied, to a place where you must face your fear. Wu Fu worriedly asked if leaving Among behind was safe. He said he had concealed the girl with spiritual energy so no one would notice. The two went deeper into the forest. Wu Fu asked where this was. He answered it was Tu Thai, the safest yet most dangerous place in the Forest of Despair. This lake seemed alive, able to expose the evil thoughts within and swallow anyone who fell in. Wu Fu frowned and asked what you mean. Auluk suddenly shoved him. Wu Fu lost his balance and fell straight into the lake. As he flailed, he coldly asked whether you would become its prey. The pressure of the water quickly dragged him down. Auluk stood on the shore and sneered, muttering that he would have to think of a way to explain it to Among later. Wu Fu sank into the darkness and suddenly dropped away from the water surface, as if passing through an invisible membrane. He landed in another space beneath the lake, stunned and unable to understand what had happened. Wu Fu looked up and saw the water surface floating above his head. He let out a breath of relief, thinking he had nearly died. Just then footsteps sounded and he asked who you are. The other replied calmly, I am you. Wu Fu was shocked and said, I do not have a twin brother. The other replied, I am the incarnation of your inner self. Wu Fu laughed mockingly, so it turns out I am your father. He said coldly, at a time like this you can still joke. Wu Fu replied calmly, should I tremble in fear? The double revealed a gloomy expression and said, it is precisely that attitude that makes you fail again and again. The strongest or undefeated are empty words. Wasting your mind for the weak is truly foolish. Wu Fu's face darkened as he warned him not to speak further. The double sneered and said, today I appear to replace you. Wu Fu said coldly, replace me. He suddenly appeared behind him and said, Tu Thai reflects the inner self. Because you are weak and arrogant I was born, and my existence is inevitable. Wu Fu immediately swung his hand to counterattack, frowning as he shouted, do you want to beat it? But the blow missed. He burst out laughing and said, that is right. You must use all your strength to defeat me. The double clenched his fist and said, today either you defeat me or I defeat you. Understand, Wu Fu? He replied, I see nothing frightening about you. If you want to try, I will oblige. He kicked straight at the opponent's face. Wu Fu shouted and kicked the double, flying away. But he realized it felt like striking cotton. The double propped himself up and laughed. You finally realized it. He narrowed his eyes dangerously and said, now it is my turn. Wu Fu was astonished that even after taking a punch infused with spiritual energy, he still stood firm. The double stood up surrounded by a dark aura and mocked, you have not even grasped a tribute spiritual energy, yet you want to defeat me. His eyes narrowed and he rushed forward at extreme speed, leaving Wu Fu no time to react. Wu Fu was blasted backward. Though he managed to block with his arms, he still felt the astonishing force. The double appeared above him, preparing to deliver another kick. The collision sent dust flying everywhere. The opponent moved too fast for Wu Fu to keep up. The double flickered in and out of sight and sneered, can you not see clearly? You cannot even achieve perception, truly a waste. Wu Fu gritted his teeth and saw he could not dodge in time. Another strike knocked him to the ground. The double laughed coldly and said, I can wield all 5 types of spiritual energy while you are ignorant. Wu Fu replied calmly, even without using them we can still defeat you. He curled his lips and said, then I will use my full strength. Wu Fu raised his hand before his chest, intending to summon the sword spirit, but nothing appeared. He started and withdrew his hand. The double was already close and said, this place cannot summon the sword spirit. Those words left Wu Fu stunned. The double laughed and said, the sword spirit has been temporarily sealed by Tu Thai. Wu Fu lay on the ground and asked, how you know? He replied, because I was activated by Tu Thai, so I inherited the memories, while you are even unclear about your own origins. Wu Fu pushed himself up and said, you exist only by relying on my power. Do not be too arrogant. As soon as he finished speaking, he was stomped down by him. The double pressed his head down and said, although I rely on you, I can still replace you. Did you not once beg for this dark power? He formed a sharp object in his hand and said, have you forgotten that painful memory? His bloodshot eyes tightened around it. He stabbed straight down, leaving Wu Fu dizzy as he gradually lost consciousness. A voice rang out telling him to wake up. A faint light appeared. Wu Fu muttered, "Am I dead? Let me rest a little." He jolted awake to find himself without clothes and a sword floating before him. It spoke, "Brat, you finally woke up." Wu Fu stared blankly. The sword shouted, "What are you looking at?" He pinched his cheek but felt no pain. The sword sneered, "This is not a dream. You are inside your own consciousness space. Were you beaten senseless by someone?" Wu Fu still didn't understand what was happening. He scratched his cheek lightly, looking at the sword with suspicion. "If so, is what you said true?" The sword sighed, saying that wasn't the point, but Wu Fu persistently asked, "Why could you speak?" Leisurely asked another question. "Hadn't I already been defeated by that darkened one? Moreover, why am I trapped in this consciousness space?" Faced with the barrage of questions, the sword appeared annoyed. "Brat, you ask too much." Wu Fu lay down flat, saying, "If you don't answer, I'll just lie here." That stubborn attitude made the sword hastily say, "Fine, I will tell all." It hovered, looking down, shaking its head. The brat still didn't change. Wu Fu commanded, "Say it briefly for me." Sword proudly recounted, "You were almost drowned by that fake. I saved you. Why not thank me?" Wu Fu propped his chin, thinking, "So you are a conscious sword?" The sword immediately rebutted, "The sword spirit is merely a soul weapon. How could it have its own consciousness? But the important thing is if you do not break through, you will truly sink beneath the water." Hearing this, Wu Fu gave a faint smile. "But I fear I am no match for him." The sword then proposed, "Borrow my power. But currently I am temporarily sealed by the spiritual water force. Need a drop of your blood to unlock." Contrary to its eagerness, Wu Fu hesitated. It sounded like a trap. The sword got angry. "Hey brat, don't be unreasonable. My power isn't lent just because you ask. If I didn't see you pitiful, I wouldn't bother intervening." He explained, "Borrowing your force isn't admitting what that one said. Wouldn't that make me weak?" The sword was momentarily speechless. He mentioned the imposter just fought. He also relied on your spiritual force and the water force to form it. Your inner self once yearned for that power. He held his face, murmuring, "He also said that," and mentioned her. Wu Fu clenched his fist, eyes blazing. What must I do to escape? The more he thought of his words, the angrier he became. The sword merely repeated, "Didn't I just say?" Wu Fu turned away suspiciously. "Really? I always felt you were hiding something else." The sword immediately avoided his gaze, seeming to be hit at a weak point. It awkwardly said, "Brat, you aren't stupid either." He pretended to give up. "Fine, I'll just wait to die here." The sword immediately snapped. "No, if you die, how can I exist?" Slip of the tongue made Wu Fu more doubtful. It quickly explained, "I am your sole weapon. If you are lost, I vanish too." Wu Fu still didn't believe. "So you truly have no other schemes against me?" The sword angrily flared. "How dare you doubt your own sole weapon?" He stared at it. "You couldn't speak before. I always felt you were different from the sword's spirit before." Sword hurriedly explained that in the past its power wasn't enough. Wu Fu clenched his hand. "I feel everything isn't simple. Seems I still overlooked something." Sword asked again, "What, you want to know where I came from?" Wu Fu's gaze turned cold. "Your origin is surely not trivial. Those beasts all coveted you." The sword avoided that gaze, absent-mindedly looking elsewhere. "Perhaps I am too formidable. You are the master and should understand more." Wu Fu affirmed before it was clear. "Now not so certain," the sword lied. The sword sneered, "Want to know truly?" Wu Fu smirked. "Will you kindly tell?" The sword repeated the condition. "Then do as I say. Use your blood to break my seal." Sword hovered, adding, "Just a drop of blood allows you to leave here and defeat that evil incarnation. This is the best plan." Wu Fu still doubted. "Following you isn't risky." The sword seemed uneasy. Wu Fu looked straight and asked, "Why?" It turned its face, stammering nothing. This brat still hesitates. No satisfactory answer. Wu Fu sat down, saying, "If you don't speak clearly, stay here." The sword panicked. "Don't joke. The consciousness space is about to collapse. If prolonged, both die." He frankly gave the condition. "Then tell me a safer plan, otherwise we end together." The sword angrily scolded, "This brat dares to bargain with me, turning guest into master." Wu Fu remained calm. "Talking is useless. Better tell the better way. You don't want to be trapped with me either. Speak now." The sword considered. "That bloodline cannot die. Once outside, I will slowly guide it." Wu Fu propped himself on the ground, raising the other hand as if forcing, "I want to go out now. Give that one a memorable lesson." His eyes sharp with resolve. Sword looked at him in exasperation. "Its bloodline not fully awakened yet, but its force is not weak, just unused, really troublesome." Wu Fu silently pondered those words. "And the imposters. Did I ever beg for that power? Who is she? Why do I remember nothing?" Suddenly the sword shouted, "Brat, stand up. I will tell you once, no second time." The sword finally spoke. Wu Fu teased, asking, "Decided already?" It replied, "I am helping myself, in good mood, so I tell. Your spiritual force is enough but lacks balance. Must convert into attribute spiritual force. It's a matter of your emotions." Wu Fu nodded. Indeed, the bird and the incarnation also said so. The sword analyzed, "Your spiritual force is concentrated in the Danshan. The attribute spiritual force dispersed everywhere, unable to converge, making it harder to form stronger, so you must distribute it throughout the body." Wu Fu placed his hands on himself, sensing, dispersed throughout the body. He stood still, listening to the flow inside. The sword thought above, this genius bloodline is hateful, such strong spiritual force. Then it said, normally each person keeps only one attribute spiritual force, as the whole body's spiritual force is needed to nurture it. Wu Fu closed his eyes to focus. But that incarnation could do it, meaning you can too, feel and listen, use spiritual force to sense everything around. Opened his eyes, exclaiming, seen it. The sword reminded just seeing is not enough. Must condense and convert that attribute spiritual force. Below appeared a massive energy block. It urged, absorb it with spiritual force quickly. The space began to crack, the consciousness space about to collapse, the water force surging in. The water stains thickened. Wu Fu realized. The sword hurriedly warned, if you don't swallow that energy block you die with me. Even divine king status is impossible. Elsewhere the water surface rippled. The impostor stood before Wu Fu's motionless body, saying, from now I exist for you, sweeping all, becoming the strongest divine king. He lifted his head, smirking faintly, just see if the water swallows the sword's spirit fully, then I will be invincible. Wu Fu's body twitched slightly. The sharp objects on him twisted, but the impostor seemed unaware of the change, still calmly thinking where to start slaughtering or the beast tribe first. Wu Fu from behind forced himself to stand. His voice made him startle, almost done. He turned around in shock. Wu Fu looked at him mysteriously. Your father returned from hell to teach this rebel. The impostor stared. How possible? You met him. Wu Fu calmly asked who he was. You seem afraid. Weren't you going to kill me for this? Contrary to his calm, the impostor radiated cold aura, tightening sword energy. I killed you once, I can do it again. No one here can save you. Wu Fu's gaze icy. You likely have no chance. As soon as he finished, both clashed like lightning. The lake roiled violently. On shore, Ao Li looked down in awe, creating such a stir that one risks too much, don't alert Li Qi. Underwater, the two streams of blue and red power clashed fiercely. Wu Fu and the impostor continued exchanging blows, striking and taunting. Why not counterattack? Weren't you going to kill me? Useless, still weak as before. During the fight, Wu Fu kept wondering why both kept mentioning my past, as if they knew everything. Suddenly the sword from before appeared in spirit form. It immediately shouted a warning, brat, focus for me, slack off again and you will lose your life. If you want to die, that is your business, but do not drag me with you. Have you already forgot everything I just taught you? That appearance made him freeze for a moment. Why are you revealing yourself? Each sword strike collided in rapid succession. Its voice remained even. This is only an illusion you created with your own power, only you can see. His face suddenly darkened, water spiritual energy gathered around his body. Who is your disciple? The fake was startled. How is that possible? His decisive strike sent the impostor flying, and that man howled, knocked back. He was horrified by his current strength, as if he had grasped extremely powerful water spiritual energy. This makes no sense. Could it be that he truly met that person? Wu Fu condensed water spiritual energy into a massive stream of force and slammed it straight toward the fake. The impostor immediately sensed it and leapt aside to dodge. Even so, the waves of water spiritual energy continued to surge forward in relentless pursuit. Suddenly he felt something was wrong. What is going on? A surge of power carrying blazing heat was charging toward him. Only then did he realize that when the opponent attacked him earlier, he had secretly used water spiritual energy to set a trap. That energy transformed into a spear and pierced straight through his body. He gritted his teeth through the pain as he realized it was fire spiritual energy. Wu Fu pressed down with one hand. You only inherited the power without the mind. The fake still refused to believe it. How did you grasp it so quickly? Impossible. Looked down with contempt in his eyes. Nothing is impossible. Since I could create you, I can also destroy you. Before you die, tell me everything you know. I will grant you a swift end. Suddenly his body emitted a deep purple aura filled with danger. He let out a cold laugh. You think you can defeat me? I am afraid you still do not understand your own situation. A violent surge of power erupted, forcing him to retreat and dodge. The fake roared, even if I must perish, I will drag you down with me. The sword spirit immediately sensed it and warned. The power is in chaos. How could dead water allow the illusion to take control? Wu Fu also frowned. This is troublesome. It continued to remind him, be careful, he is staking all his spiritual power in desperation. Do not die again. The fake's body gradually twisted into a half-man, half-ghost form that looked terrifying. Why did you abandon me? Do you not want this power? I handled those people for you. Hearing his mother mentioned, Wu Fu wavered for a moment. The sword spirit immediately shouted, do not listen to his bewitching words. Finish him quickly and leave. He stood still as if something had crashed into him. A violent collision erupted in an instant. Fake stood before him with a grotesque body, one arm enlarged with sharp claws. He sneered. So weak, yet you dare to resist. No wonder your clan was exterminated. No wonder you could not save your mother, and with this appearance you want to inherit the sword intent. Wu Fu was sent flying and slammed against the wall, sitting there in silence. Sword spirit, once we get out you must explain clearly, the sword spirit asked back. Explain what? His gaze gradually changed. Wu Fu looked at his hand. At present he could only convert spiritual energy into water and fire. That man was created from the power of dead water. So why did he carry a black color in such a rare aura? He waved his arm wildly. He remained calm. This kind of black spiritual energy is not like the 5 elements. The sword spirit immediately explained, Dead Water Abyss contains many kinds of spiritual energy. Coupled with dense resentment, it formed black spiritual energy. This power is extremely frightening. Be cautious. Suddenly he dashed forward, tearing through space and shattering even the layer of earth below. The fake felt intense pain, unable to resist, and could only scream. His hand once again summoned a weapon. Wu Fu gathered his strength and hurled the weapon in his hand forward. The collision made space tremble, dust billowed up and obscured all sight. Fake intended to counterattack, but he had already leapt upward. His movements were too slow, which filled him with rage. Roared in fury, if normal force is not enough, then increase it tenfold. But before he could act, Wu Fu had already circled behind and threw 2 more sharp weapons. They pierced through his body, causing him agony. Yet it seemed he clamped them with his power. Wu Fu also noticed this. When the weapons were forced out of the opponent's body, he immediately retreated to distance himself. Although he avoided most of the counterattack, he was still affected. One side of his body was torn open with blood flowing endlessly. The pain burned deep within. The sword spirit reminded him, I told you to be careful. This thing inflicts wounds that are no joke. Luckily you dodged. Otherwise you would have been corroded. Wu Fu wondered, could I be mistaken? Has he grown weaker? Yet the black spiritual energy became clear. The sword spirit explained, because you have grown stronger, your enlightenment makes dead water unable to withstand the darkness within you, so he weakened. It is all thanks to me, brat. He asked if there was a way to eliminate it. It replied, where there is light there is darkness. Many things exist and cannot be erased unless the world itself is destroyed. The fake lay there groaning. Concluded, that is also a part of you. Wu Fu showed disgust after hearing this. He tightened his grip on the sword and stepped forward. The sword spirit continued, if you want to live you must accept the darkness within. Do not dream of absolute perfection. That is only the words of a naive fool. It floated there advising, finish him and leave. Keep that dark part within your heart and continue living, while thinking to itself, after all you carry their bloodline, only by relying on you can I be freed. This deal is not a loss. The surface of the water bubbled. Ao Li looked down and smiled, finally coming out. He stood by the shore watching the bubbles grow larger as if something was about to rise. Wu Fu appeared and wearily crawled up. After finishing that man, the illusion shattered and he nearly drowned. Ao Li stood still and said, I did not expect you to still be alive. He gave a faint smile. If I did not return, how would you explain it to Amen? He lifted his head and asked, were you truly planning to take my life? Ao Li immediately replied, if I kill someone I would not use this method, besides you ask me to. If you cannot pass the trial then death is deserved. A Meng would miss you for at most 2 years then forget. He braced himself against the shore with half his body still in the water. Then I am sorry, I have returned. Li looked at him hesitantly, noticing his spiritual energy was denser and somewhat strained. He wondered what had happened below before turning away. Wu Fu followed. The two walked and talked. If everything is fine then let us return. Aimei must be worried. Her father is a human cultivator. Why ask so much? What does it have to do with you? She wants to go to heaven beyond heaven. Only cultivators can reach that place. I have been there. I can help. She once saved. Ao Li frowned in displeasure. Once outside you must leave the Beast clan. A Meng will not go with you either. Do not push me to the point where I show no mercy. Wu Fu replied casually, fine. This attitude made him suspicious. This man is truly strange. If he refuses to let a Meng go, could there be some hidden reason? His indifferent expression made him lose interest. Forget it. It has nothing to do with me. Better to find my brothers, regroup, and then return to heaven beyond heaven. Sword Spirit flew out again before him. You're the one who wants to go to heaven beyond heaven. He was surprised. Why have you come out again? It replied. It is not easy to finally see the outside world, so I must take a stroll. Besides, with me I can help you. Wu Fu snapped. Be quiet. I have not acknowledged you as my master. This exchange fell into Li Qi's sight. She raised her hand. That familiar aura. Could it be that old man's pet? Her expression turned dangerous. A sacrifice. I truly want to try it. The gloomy forest, a Meng angrily shouted, damn it, daring to leave me behind. Could it be that Ao Li has harmed Wu Fu? Suddenly she sensed spiritual energy rising. How strange. There is something unusual about this forest's spiritual energy. She did not know danger was closing in from behind. When she turned around it was already too close. At the same time, Ao Li and Wu Fu heard a terrified scream. Ao Li immediately recognized it. It is a Meng. Both of them instantly rushed toward the direction of the scream. Wu Fu suddenly realized something. When they arrived, a Meng had already been hung up. He asked, what is going on here? The voice of the one opposite rang out. Good evening, little ones. Ao Li turned pale with cold sweat. You are Li Qi. Why are you here? Could it be that the commotion just now attracted her? Wu Fu also recognized the woman before him. It was Li Qi, the one resembling the beast he had once seen. Her spiritual energy was so overwhelming that he felt wary. Li Qi stood beside a Meng who was tightly bound by tentacles. This little one is hiding something interesting. Her face flushed slightly as she licked her lips with interest, as if wanting to have a taste. Wu Fu broke out in cold sweat. Ao Li lowered his head with one hand across his body and spoke respectfully. Li Qi, We did not intend to disturb you, please show mercy. A Meng was held tightly, with her face pressed against that woman's full body. She struggled while still bound by the tentacles. Let me go. Li Qi stroked her face. Do not be afraid, I have no intention of harming you. Wu Fu silently calculated. Even though she is a woman, that pressure cannot be underestimated. If she releases her guard, I fear we will all be in danger. Li Qi lowered her head and her expression darkened, daring to hide inside another's body. Her gaze turned terrifying. If that is the case, I will find it myself. She stared straight at Wu Fu as if to see through him. Another space suddenly opened with a massive vortex. Wu Fu sensed something strange. At some point he had been dragged in. Is this a consciousness space? But he quickly understood. It is not mine. I was pulled in. A voice sounded behind him, sending chills down his spine. It has been a long time. He abruptly turned around. Have we met before? The one standing behind was Li Qi. She let out a cold laugh. I was not calling you. Within the dark space she curled her lips. I am speaking to the one attached to you. Wu Fu instantly understood. It could only be the sword spirit. Could it be that she knows about it? Qi answered his question. Kid, everyone knows about the sword spirit. What they refer to is the original master of this sword. Back when the great war of the divine kings erupted beyond the heavens, that man seized the throne by relying on the sword spirit, and from then on no one dared to call himself king again. He fell silent as he listened to her, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. The master of the sword spirit. Could it be that someone had used it before him? But a soul weapon like this was not supposed to acknowledge more than one master. Within that space, Li Qi stood not far from him, facing him directly. The sword spirit appeared once more, proving that the great war of the divine kings was about to unfold again. A child like you has some ability. That is why he protects you like this. Wu Fu's gaze turned cold as he asked sternly, what is the great war of the divine kings and who is he? At some point Li Qi had already moved close behind him, her voice making him freeze. Of course it is me, the one who was once close to him. A shout rang out to stop her. Li Qi, do not touch him. As if some force sensed her presence and erupted, Li Qi's hand was pushed back. She let go and gave a faint smile, truly cold-hearted. She lowered her head slightly, her voice turning cold. The more you forbid me to touch him, the more I want to try. The energy surrounding Wu Fu's body left him confused. The mysterious voice rang out in irritation. What does this have to do with me? Enough. Darkness blanketed the space in an eerie silence. Wu Fu could only feel helpless, dragged into something unrelated for no reason. He sat down on the ground. Li Qi watched from not far away. Although that person's body no longer existed, his power remained, even hiding within the sword spirit, and this kid could actually receive that power, truly not ordinary. At first she had thought he was merely a sacrifice. Li Qi sat on a stone slab beneath a large tree and beckoned. Come here and talk for a bit. Wu Fu asked in confusion. You called me over just for this. She sat with her legs crossed in a commanding posture, her tone half teasing, half threatening. I do not intend to scare you. I am just curious because you are strange. Come here and let me take a look. Otherwise you know the consequences. Wu Fu forced a smile. You once said you would not kill us. Qi crooked her finger in a beckoning gesture, but before he could stand up, an invisible force had already pulled him forward. She lifted Wu Fu's chin with her fingertip, making his face pale. If you kill him, how will you understand the other party's purpose? Wu Fu blushed, his eyes tense. The distance was too close and left him flustered. She continued, besides, I do not want to anger him either. She leaned close and proposed, Kid, do you want to go beyond the heavens? Then let us make a small exchange. Wu Fu frowned upon hearing that. Why does everyone want to make a deal with me? Do I look that easy to bully? Li Qi stood before him and laid out her condition. I can release you and help you reach beyond the heavens. In exchange, you must use your body as the price. Moonlight gradually rose and filtered through the dense canopy. Elsewhere in the forest, Ao Li carried a Meng on his back as he moved swiftly. She asked where they were going. Were they not going to save Wu Fu? He replied that he would take her to the temple first and then return. His gaze always fixed ahead. Rest assured, no matter what, I will find him. A Meng clenched her fist, blaming herself for causing trouble. Ao Li assured her he would not let her suffer. Another place came a panicked cry. Wu Fu shook his head repeatedly. I am not that kind of person. His reaction made Li Qi laugh. It seems you are still quite naive. He turned away awkwardly. That has nothing to do with you. He blushed and clutched his chest, firmly refusing. If you want to kill me, then do it. I will not accept that condition. Li Qi tilted her head. I cannot kill you. I only want to study you. Wu Fu looked suspicious. Study what? Pointing at himself, she replied, research from the outside in, from shallow to deep. He hurriedly covered himself, his expression miserable, no, inwardly cursing. Li Qi still sat there calmly making an offer. You are not cute, but I like you. Then let us gamble. If you win, you leave. If you lose, you belong to me. Wu Fu asked back. Gamble on what? Knowing he had no other choice. Li Qi looked at her hand and said, I keep something at the temple. It has just awakened from a long slumber. It is rather mischievous. If you defeat it and bring back its head, I will let you go. Fu was surprised. That simple, she smiled confidently. If it were easy, I would not need to gamble. Arrogance will only make you die sooner. He seized the chance to ask, can you tell me more about the sword spirit and the war of the divine king? Li Qi did not even glance at him. Wait until you bring the head back. Besides, your companions are heading to the temple. If you do not go, they will be in danger. He asked seriously, where is the temple? He immediately dashed through the forest. Her reminder echoed behind him. The full moon night will last long, and that man is stronger than usual. Do not disappoint. That moment the sword spirit appeared. Leave here quickly, I will take you away. Wu Fu asked why it had not appeared earlier. It replied that woman was too troublesome, better to stay away. Leaving now is what matters. He landed on the ground, his expression turning grave. Perhaps we cannot leave here anymore. Deep in the forest with dense trees, a roar resounded. Wu Fu looked in that direction. This demonic beast is not simple. The sword spirit was irritated. It must be Li Qi, clearly targeting you, but he corrected it, not me but you. As soon as he finished speaking, a set of sharp fangs lunged at him. He immediately formed a sword in his hand and swung it in a direct counterattack. Just one move, the demonic beast was defeated. But it did not stop. 3 more appeared at once and launched a simultaneous attack. The sword spirit praised his proficient control of spiritual energy, but also warned that the enemies were not easy to handle. Even so, within a few moves he dealt with them cleanly. Panted heavily, the sword spirit reminded him that the excessive consumption of spiritual energy was dangerous. There was an even stronger foe behind. Continuing like this would not do. Wu Fu nodded. It seems there is only one option left, to retreat. His words surprised the sword spirit. As soon as he finished speaking, a red ring of fire erupted beneath his feet, spreading outward and generating a powerful thrust. In an instant the flames flared up and propelled them both high into the air. Where are you planning to fly to? Not sure. A streak of light tore through the night and landed in another area, the impact sending dust billowing everywhere. In the distance, Li Qi observed and laughed. This kid can stir up chaos in my territory. Perhaps I should have kept him. Meanwhile, Wu Fu crashed down hard, leaving the ground caved in. He lay motionless with his eyes closed, the corner of his lips slightly raised, sweat trailing down. Finally, he had landed safely. Sword spirit reproached him. If not for your special body, you would have been in danger. He stood up and retorted that he was being chased. It continued to warn that such a large disturbance would easily attract more danger. They needed to find a safe place to rest. Wu Fu propped himself up and thought, we probably have to go to the temple, but I do not know the way. The sword spirit was astonished. You do not know yet, you still came. He pointed in a random direction. Sword spirit immediately stopped him. Do not wander blindly. That is exactly the path we just came from. The atmosphere grew tense. It stood in front of him and warned, if you want to die, then go alone. Do not drag me with you. Suddenly a roar sounded from ahead. Wu Fu immediately turned his head, his eyes becoming alert. A gigantic figure appeared blocking the path, clearly no ordinary kind. The massive demonic beast looked at him and spoke. Are you the one who disturbed me? Sharp fangs lunged forward violently. Without stopping, the demonic beast followed with a heavy punch. Force tore through the air like lightning. If it continued, everything would surely be shattered. The demonic beast rolled its eyes in confusion at where the man had gone. Wu Fu had somehow appeared standing firmly on its head, startling it. He said he was here and mocked how such strength came with such a slow mind. Looked down, lips curling into a smile, saying that even someone like it could find a mate. What would those lonely creatures think? The taunt drove it mad as it roared that it would take his life. Yet its fierce bite slammed into a massive tree. The impact left it dizzy. Star Spirit's sword urged him to finish quickly and head to the temple of the gods. Humiliated, it grew more furious and shouted for that brat to come out and fight instead of hiding. Wu Fu stood calmly on its shoulder, saying he was right there. It widened its eyes, asking when he had climbed up, assuming he planned a sneak attack. Wu Fu laughed. Star Spirit's sword, secretly worried that he had already learned to wield spiritual energy, even dodged the Howlong beast and moved without a sound, advancing too fast and wondering whether it would benefit. Wu Fu directly asked where the temple of the gods was. It lifted its chin and said it would not speak unless he defeated it. As soon as it finished speaking, it took a blow that sent its face snapping to the side. Its cry echoed through the forest. Wu Fu leisurely asked if it could lead the way now, since it no longer had the right to refuse. He sat before the flattened demonic beast and urged it to stand up and move, saying he had not used his full strength and it should stop pretending. Star Spirit's sword was secretly astonished by that power, wondering if it was some special bloodline from a great clan. Under the bright moonlight, the mountains and forest lay in silence. It asked why he wanted to go to the temple of the gods, since that place was dangerous with a very powerful being. It had no choice but to let him stand on its head. Wu Fu replied that he was going to kill that man. He spoke with certainty, startling Star Spirit Sword, asking if he truly intended to go. Wu Fu reminded it that if not, A Meng would be in danger. Would Li Qi let it go? If she grew angry, what would become of the Beastman clan? Star Spirit Sword warned that she said one thing and did another and would not spare them. Wu Fu said coldly that it seemed she would not spare it instead for dragging him into this. It hurriedly pleaded that now it and he were one. He turned away and gave a faint snort. He demanded to know why it had not saved him when Li Qi captured him. At that moment a golden light flashed in the forest. He recognized it as Ao Li's spiritual energy. Standing on the demonic beast head, he ordered it to hurry there. Elsewhere, Ao Li anxiously asked if a Meng was all right. He pondered how the Temple of the Gods had a divine stone that kept demonic beasts away, and why they were now gathering in such numbers. Meng turned pale with cold sweat pouring down and said they must leave quickly. Ao Li called her name in confusion. She trembled and said they might not be able to reach it. From the direction of the Temple of the Gods came a threatening voice telling them to submit. Ao Li realized it was a dragon and was horrified at how such a creature existed in the Forest of Despair. The creature within the Temple of the Gods emerged with 4 blazing red eyes. A Meng shrank behind Ao Li, saying its spiritual energy blanketed the place, and the demonic beasts were being controlled and they must retreat. Ao Li gritted his teeth and said it was likely too late to leave. Demonic beast that was half dragon and half serpent radiated terrifying pressure. Its roar echoed across the forest. The demonic beast leading the way halted and said it would not go any farther. Wu Fu asked why. It lowered its head and admitted there was a terrifying monster inside. Its kind who had challenged it were utterly defeated. The weak had their spiritual energy controlled. That man occupied the temple thanks to the divine stone. Wu Fu pondered how formidable it was. It panicked and begged to be spared, saying it had not even married yet. Covered its face and cried that despite being so strong it was still alone. Wu Fu jumped down and said fine, it could leave. It immediately fled, shouting that it would cheer from afar. He stood on a large branch and heard Star Spirit Sword say this was the instinct to sense danger. In another corner, Ao Li and a Meng hid on a branch. Ao Li asked if she was all right. She panted, saying her heart felt ready to explode from that spiritual energy. They suspected the monster, ignoring the divine stone, might have been released by Li Qi. A Meng analyzed that the Temple of the Gods was safe because of the divine stone. If that man could ignore it, then he was terrifying. Ao Li said they must first find a way to escape since he had summoned many demonic beasts for a reason. Meng closed her eyes to sense that he was sending out a command to rule the Forest of Despair, telling the demonic beasts to submit and kill the intruder. Probing was discovered. A threatening voice rang out calling them bold. A Meng felt dizzy and spat blood. Ao Li cried out her name in panic. She urged him to leave quickly since they had been discovered. A massive shadow had already drawn near. Ao Li held a Meng and leaped up, narrowly avoiding the monster coiling around the tree trunk. The blink of an eye it caught up, its blazing eyes warning that the intruders should not dream of escape. Ao Li looked into those deep eyes and felt the crushing spiritual pressure. His heart felt tightly squeezed. His face turned pale as he let go and fell freely, murmuring that he was about to lose consciousness. A Meng slipped from his grasp and fell. At that moment, a hand shot from afar and caught her as she had already fainted. Wu Fu held a Meng and looked down at Ao Li, teasing that it had been a long time and asking if he was still alive. Ao Li darkened and said who would die. His gaze flared with battle intent as he proposed seeing who could take down the monster first. Wu Fu set a Meng against a tree and said he would handle the underlings while that one was his. Ao Li objected, asking on what basis. Wu Fu answered by releasing fire spiritual energy around his body. Ao Li recognized it as pure fire spiritual energy. Wu Fu said he would leave this side to him and departed. Ao Li lowered his head and smiled faintly, wondering why everyone was like A Meng. At that moment, a demonic beast lunged with its jaws open. It failed to cause harm before Ao Li struck it back. He thought that a Meng was safest by his side. Meng lay unconscious. Ao Li stood guard and casually cleared away the demonic beast. Wu Fu faced the monster before the Temple of the Gods. As small as a grain of sand, Star Spirit Sword said in shock that this demonic beast was unusual. It speculated that the dragon lineage had perished, and perhaps Li Qi had fused many demonic beasts to create this thing. Wu Fu asked what fusion meant. Star Spirit Sword explained that people gathered dragon lineage bones and reconstructed them into a fused demonic beast carrying remnants of dragon bloodline. Looking at the colossal creature before them, Star Spirit Sword thought in disbelief that Li Qi had actually created such a monster. Wu Fu drew his sword, gripping the hilt tightly, a slight laugh escaping, truly intriguing. He had never faced such a bizarre beast before. He stood tall facing the giant monster. Shouting, "Come," the beast lunged instantly. Wu Fu swung his sword to meet it, the collision of their forces creating a violent shockwave. Its 4 eyes glowed ever brighter. Its body recoiled, then focused all its strength on one point. preparing to counterattack. The beast's strike became a sharp streak of light slicing through the air towards him. Wu Fu was thrown back but unharmed. As he hit the ground, a protective circle of light appeared around him. Fortunately, spiritual energy shielded him. Otherwise, he would be done for. The spirit sword exclaimed in astonishment, "This is..." Shocked by this ability, "You can already control spiritual energy." He replied calmly, "Somewhat ordinary spirit swords are ineffective. That skin is hard to pierce." Hearing this, the spirit sword softly suggested trying a soul weapon. "Where is your soul weapon?" Wu Fu glanced at it. "Isn't that you?" In another corner of the forest, a Meng staggered, then leaned to one side. She slowly opened her eyes, just calling Ao Li when she was startled by the enormous thing in front of her. A Meng immediately surveyed her surrounding. What is this monster? Creature hovered above with countless eyes, causing her to scream in panic. Just then Ao Li descended from above. "A Meng, you're awake." She turned back Ao Li. Beast opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and frantically charged forward. Despite the relentless attack, Wu Fu remained calm. "If you want to swallow me, let's see if you can." He spun his body, swinging his sword. The beast countered with a strong pull, pressing him to the ground, shaking the earth. It pursued continuously while he dodged with agility. His gaze unwavering and full of confidence, as if certain of victory. The beast lunged to engulf him, but he slid aside. Upon touching the ground, he immediately turned to slash hard. The beast was struck but seemed unaffected. Wu Fu seized the opportunity to leap onto its body. Gripped the sword point down, coldly saying, "Finish it." The blade plunged deep into the beast's body. It writhed in pain, leaping high, the sword still lodged. Wu Fu confirmed his suspicion. Only a soul weapon could truly harm it. Ao Li and a Meng observed from afar, its movements impressive, the beast like a toy in his hand. Though the advantage leaned to Wu Fu, a Meng still felt uneasy, sensing something ominous. While it struggled, Wu Fu had already disengaged. He laughed with excitement, want to continue. The beast charged again, but he easily avoided it. Strike scraped the ground, sending dust flying. Wu Fu landed lightly to observe. It seemed only spiritual energy threatened it. Ao Li stepped forward, teasing, "Taking long, still not done, truly weak." He only glanced. "It's just a slippery mud creature. Watching is enough." The spirit sword warned it to be cautious. Wu Fu replied confidently, "Don't worry, I have a plan." No sooner had he spoken, the beast lunged at great speed. Wu Fu smirked, "Trying to wear me down? Do you think you can?" Only a dense cloud of dust rose, obscuring everything. Wu Fu raised his sword with both hands, then brought it down from above. Thick dust formed a curtain hiding the battle, only the beast's massive body visible. A Meng jumped to Ao Li, loudly urging him to help Wu Fu because this monster was too unusual. Ao Li responded indifferently, "Just a large hybrid. If dangerous, I'll intervene." His coldness angered a Meng who warned him he'd pay if Wu Fu got hurt. Ao Li continued to watch, puzzled by Wu Fu's style. Clearly the beast could dodge, yet he kept attacking. Suddenly, a strong flash of light cut across the beast's body in midair. Ao Li was stunned, done already. As the dust cleared, Wu Fu was seen driving his sword into the ground. The beast turned its head back. He responded with a piercing gaze, "Did you think I was really aiming at you?" Sword flared with spiritual energy. Immediately, countless massive roots sprouted. The roots tightened around the beast. The spirit sword asked in awe how. Wu Fu replied briefly, "Wait until I take its head, then talk." Elsewhere, Li Qi watched using his abilities. Wu Fu's style intrigued him. This fused beast is strong, but its intellect insufficient. He knew exploiting the forest's spiritual energy was futile. This guy is truly extraordinary. Who is he really? Back on the battlefield, the roots still constricted. Ao Li could not believe Wu Fu used fire, water, and wood spiritual energy in such a short time. Perhaps he truly could help a Meng find that person. Meng stood beside him, mouth agape. "So my distant journey becomes even more certain." Wu Fu declared from afar, "The game is over," and tightened his grip on the sword. The sword slowly sliced through the beast's skin. He coldly said, "Struggling is futile." But its eyes suddenly widened, a strange force enveloping its whole body. Meng and Ao Li looked up to see countless bats filling the sky. Ao Li shouted for Wu Fu to avoid them. They were absorbing the spiritual energy of all nearby beasts. He still held the sword firmly. "Then I won't leave either. Break it for me." But the roots could no longer hold the body enhanced by spiritual energy. It rose again, reaching a Meng and Ao Li. Wu Fu landed beside. He raised an eyebrow. "Is there a second round?" The beast became even more ferocious as a pair of wings sprouted on its back. A Meng worriedly reminded, "It's stronger now, be careful." Contrary to her concern, the two treated it lightly. Wu Fu said, "I only see it gained wings." Ao Li laughed, "I think the same." Wu Fu suggested Ao Li, "Let's see who gets its head first." Ao Li smirked, "You'll surely lose." Li Qi was extremely excited, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "How do you kids intend to determine the victor?" "Demonic beast I personally fused from countless materials. The first failure did not matter. Now it has absorbed spiritual energy from everywhere and encountered the night of the full moon. And you think you can take it down easily? Truly naive." Wu Fu and Ao Li charged at the enraged colossal monster together. Ao Li swung his twin swords and rushed forward. A streak of light stretched out and coiled around the massive body of the demonic beast. Ao Li shouted that its armor was too hard to break. Wu Fu instantly appeared and said, "Then stand there, leave the rest to me." The demonic beast shot out green energy spheres. Wu Fu swung his sword to shatter them and counterattacked with a fierce golden beam. Strike aimed at its wing, but was immediately knocked away. Wu Fu pressed one hand to the ground, looked up calmly, and said, "Its recovery ability is truly fast. It seems you are all obsessed with this kind of power." Ao Li stepped forward and said, "This will not bring it down." Wu Fu turned his head and scolded him. "Did I not tell you to stand there?" Ao Li placed a hand on his shoulder, smiled, and said, "You are too slow, so I am helping." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Fu had already dashed out without letting him say another word. A sharp sword slash struck and tore part of the demonic beast from its place. It roared in pain. Wu Fu realized that as long as it was completely severed it could not regenerate, so he unleashed several more consecutive slashes. Demonic beast struggled and then collapsed. Wu Fu landed lightly and said, "This looks much more pleasing." A Meng was surprised to see Ao Li appear and asked why he came here. That man replied that he alone was enough. "This time you win, but only this time." The colossal demonic beast finally fell completely before Wu Fu. His whole body seemed to radiate the aura of victory as he said, "If you must blame someone, then blame me for being too strong. I will take your head." Then a single sword stroke ended everything. Elsewhere through the energy sphere, she witnessed the outcome and sneered that the fused dragon beast was only so much. She raised her hand and smiled with interest, wondering whether she should tell that brat a few amusing things. The spirit sword in Wu Fu's hand trembled slightly. He frowned and wondered why he felt uneasy, perhaps because of Lei Qi. A Meng ran over and asked if he was hurt. Wu Fu replied that the demonic beast was only large in size and not enough to injure me. He looked at Ao Li and asked if he had any doubts. Ao Li asked how he managed to injure it and what that massive surge of spiritual energy was. Meng was also curious about the vines born from spiritual energy. Wu Fu raised his sword and explained that this was a soul weapon so it could harm it. As for the vine, he looked at the sword and said, "The forest of despair is filled with spiritual energy." Ao Li suddenly understood but said that alone could not create so many vines. Wu Fu revealed a glowing seed in his hand, and it gradually grew larger. A Meng asked in shock how that was possible. Wu Fu lifted the glowing seed and said, "It was thanks to what you once taught me, turning the invisible into the tangible, gathering spiritual energy to transform into all things." Ao Li thought perhaps the time had come. Wu Fu looked at the head of the demonic beast and wondered how to bring it to Lei Qi. The spirit sword hurriedly said, "The person has been saved, so leave quickly." He grew suspicious of why it always urged him to stay away from Lei Qi. Perhaps it was afraid. Wu Fu still stood beside the demonic beast head. The spirit sword explained that Lei Qi was someone who had lived for tens of thousands of years and should not be entangled with. But the more he listened, the more curious he became and decided he must meet her. Then turned to the two and said, "Later we will take this head to see Lei Qi." They replied that they would of course go together. Wu Fu opposed a Meng following and told her to return with Ao Li. She angrily said, "You are my servant and dare to abandon your master." Ao Li also said he could not let her face danger. He had no choice but to accept them going together. The three of them approached Lei Qi, who was sitting on a large stone platform. She said, "Not bad. I thought it would take a few days." Wu Fu replied, "You did not expect me to handle it so quickly." Qi gently blew out a breath of air that caused the demonic beast head behind them to explode. Wu Fu was astonished by that power. Just a gust of wind destroyed the enormous head. Ao Li became even more vigilant while a Meng felt fear in her heart. Lei Qi rested her chin on her hand and said, "If there is anything you want to ask, then ask." Wu Fu directly raised questions about the spirit sword, the battle of the divine kings, and the one inside the sword. Lei Qi frowned and said, "You ask too much, but I like it." Then explained that the spirit sword was a treasure passed down since her birth, rumored to contain the power of the universe, and whoever possessed it would rule the universe. Wu Fu seriously asked if that was why so many people fought to seize it, inwardly wondering why in his previous life he had not discovered that power. Ao Li thought it was time to tell the truth about A Meng. Lei Qi explained that the Battle of the Divine Kings was a war among powerful cultivators to compete for the title of the strongest. The spirit sword was merely a catalyst. She said it was a pointless war of those obsessed with fame, then teased him about whether he was afraid. Wu Fu glanced at the spirit sword. It avoided his gaze and told him to quickly break the seal to teach him to become a divine king, and then withdraw. The spirit sword suddenly realized something and faced Lei Qi darkened expression, stammering without forming words. Hurriedly vanished. Wu Fu asked why it was afraid of her. Lei Qi said in boredom that back then he once begged for her affection. Wu Fu remained doubtful because that reason was not enough. Even by the standards of the beast race, Lei Qi was a beauty. Perhaps it was due to her identity as a demonic beast. Li Qi laughed and said it was not such a superficial reason but something else, then made a suggestive gesture that left the two stunned. Her words struck Wu Fu and Ao Li like lightning. A Meng innocently asked what it was like. Ao Li avoided the topic and said she was still young and should not ask. Wu Fu coughed lightly and then asked where the outer heaven was. Li Qi laughed and said, "Are you not already there?" Wu Fu was confused. Li Qi snapped her fingers and the surrounding space changed, startling him. She leaned against a tree and raised a sphere, saying it was only an illusion to explain. The sphere named Earth was a small world lacking spiritual energy. Qi said the universe was vast, and besides Earth there were 9 other planets called the 9 Outer Realms. The place where they stood was the planet Fui Rui. A Meng widened her eyes in fascination, while Wu Fu calmly said that was only basic knowledge. Ao Li concluded that the other worlds were called the Outer Heavens. Li Qi nodded and praised him for being intelligent. Meng asked how to find the person they sought among countless worlds. Li Qi said it was as difficult as finding a needle in the sea. Ao Li respectfully asked about Lion Lai. She pointed to a nearby planet and said that was Lion Lai. Seeing Ao Li's attitude, a Meng felt displeased and asked what he was doing. Wu Fu remained silent as he understood everything. Qi pointed to the north of the Forest of Despair and said there was a towering snow mountain with a gate leading outside, but it was not certain that it would lead directly to Lion Lai. Wu Fu wondered whether that door was concealing something unusual. Qi replied indifferently that he was not sure either, only vaguely remembering that cultivators who stepped through that door would be sent to other worlds at random. After hearing this, Wu Fu shuddered softly and slowly pieced everything together. So that was how it was. No wonder last time Luozai, the fat man, and Ha went together, yet he ended up separated and sent here. It seemed the Ascension Grand Formation was the passage leading to other worlds. He raised his head to look into the distant void, his heart uneasy, not knowing where Luozai and the others had been swept away to. In another realm, Luozai swung her sword decisively, the demonic beast before her collapsing as a stream of blood spread across the ground. Meng hurried over and anxiously asked whether sister-in-law was injured. Luozai turned her head slightly and calmly said it was only an immature demonic beast, nothing to worry about. Then she asked whether there was any news of Wu Fu yet. Meng shook her head and said not yet. Meng gave a thumbs up in encouragement, saying Wu Fu was blessed and talented. Even without them by his side, it would be hard for anything to happen to him. Luozai clenched her hand, admitting that worrying was useless. What she cared about was whether she was qualified to stand beside him. Her words left Meng stunned. She tightened her fists, recalling how on Earth whenever Wu Fu was in danger she could only stand by helplessly. Only after coming to this world did she understand what it meant that there was always someone stronger. Even nascent soul cultivators here wielded spiritual energy far more skillfully than they did. Meng widened her eyes and hesitantly asked what she meant. Luozai looked at her clenched hand and said this was their chance to stop always standing behind Wu Fu. In this turbulent period, they had to become stronger, strong enough that when they met again they could truly be his support instead of a burden. Meng also raised her hand to show her determination, vowing to cultivate diligently and make Brother Fu astonished. Feng walked over from afar, carrying a small spirit beast, looking surprised that in just a few days Luozai had already mastered water spiritual energy, nothing like someone from a minor world. Luozai humbly said it was thanks to Sister Wen Feng and the elders of the clan guiding her that she improved so quickly. Wen Feng smiled and said the achievement was her own. A master only shows the way while cultivation depends on personal effort. Then perceptively noticed that the state of mind of the two seemed to have changed. Luozai blushed awkwardly when Feng giggled and asked whether it was because of the young man she longed for day and night. She grew even more embarrassed and remained silent in answer. Feng turned to Meng and asked how her cultivation had been lately. He scratched his head with an awkward smile and said there had been no progress. She reminded him to work harder, then her gaze drifted afar as if mentioning Wu Fu, hoping for a chance to meet him. In the silent depths of the forest, even the slightest sound echoed clearly. Wu Fu sniffed and frowned, wondering whether cultivators could catch a cold as well. He and a Meng sat beside the bonfire, the little girl asking worriedly while he merely shook his head in denial. Meng softly asked whether what Li Qi said was true. Wu Fu answered with a certain look that a demonic beast that had lived for 10,000 years would not lie casually. After speaking, he fell into thought, recalling that since his birth everything had become completely unfamiliar after ascension, wondering whether he had not followed the proper order, or whether 30,000 years was too long and his memories had faded. Perhaps he had even lost part of his memory during ascension. Turned to look at Ao Li leaning against the tree behind and directly asked why that man was questioning the whereabouts of Lion Lai, whether it was related to a Meng. Hearing this, a Meng immediately pressed Ao Li, asking whether that person was in Lion Lai. He gave a brief confirmation, causing her to burst out demanding why he knew yet said nothing. Wu Fu quickly intervened, saying he must have his own reasons. In the dark forest, only 3 figures remained, Wu Fu asked whether the person a Meng was looking for was her father. Ao Li admitted it was indeed her father and also the master who had raised him, making Wu Fu suddenly understand many things. He pieced together the past and realized why Ao Li always became agitated whenever a Meng was mentioned. The little girl crossed her arms stubbornly and said she had never regarded him as an elder brother, turning away because she had once been bullied and he did not help, and he had even concealed their father's whereabouts. Fu understood the issue and advised that if they wanted to resolve the misunderstanding, they should speak the truth clearly. Memories returned to the forest of years past, curses echoing among the dense trees. At that time, Ao Li was only a wounded child, exhausted as he leaned against a tree, hungry and drained, even thinking he might not survive. The boy's heavy eyes brimmed with tears as he told himself that if he simply gave up, perhaps everything would end. As his consciousness gradually faded, two figures appeared, hurriedly saying the child must be saved. Then darkness swallowed him. He opened his eyes again. The first thing Ao Li saw was a pair of hands reaching toward him. He jolted awake and realized there was also a little girl beside him. From afar came a voice reminding a Meng not to disturb her brother's rest. The gentle woman before him was a Meng's mother. She stepped forward and kindly asked about him. His hungry stomach growled loudly. A Meng innocently asked why little brother made such a strange sound. Her mother smiled and explained it was because brother's stomach was calling. She extended her hand to invite Ao Li closer, saying it was just in time as the family was about to eat. Feeling that warmth, Ao Li could not hold back his tears as they fell. Meng curiously asked her mother why brother was crying. The woman gently asked his name and family. He lowered his head and said his name was Ao Li, an orphan with no idea where his parents were. She turned to ask her husband whether it would bother him if the family had one more pair of chopsticks. The man cutting food replied no, that man was A Meng's father. From then on, Ao Li had a true home, laughter ringing through the small house in the forest. A Meng was told to listen to her elder brother and was delighted to have another brother. Returning to the present, Ao Li continued that thanks to his adoptive parents' care he no longer wandered. After hearing this, Wu Fu finally understood everything. He continued, but fate was unpredictable, and a great calamity suddenly descended. He recalled the day disaster struck when A Meng's mother fell gravely ill. Her father went to Lion Lai to save her, yet she could not wait for his return. Ao Li carried her final wish and with the clan leader's help continued to live, leaving Wu Fu unable to keep from empathizing. At this moment, a Meng gloomily asked why in that final moment her father did not return, whether he had abandoned. A Meng wondered why Ao Li knew her father was in Lion Lai. He leaned against the tree and said that between him and her father there seemed to be a strange link that told him so. Meng angrily said the old fox had only told them her father went to the outer heaven. Ao Li explained that with their strength reaching Lion Lai was only an illusion. Moreover, she was his only family, and he could not let her take such a risk. A Meng curiously asked whether that was why they fabricated a non-existent outer heaven. Ao Li admitted that was why every time the beast fighting tournament was held, he tried to stop her from participating so she would grow discouraged and give up. A Meng stubbornly declared she would never give up. Wu Fu asked why he had changed his mind. Li looked straight at Wu Fu and said it was because he possessed extraordinary talent. After leaving Zai Shui, he quickly controlled 4 types of spiritual energy, even able to wield multiple attributes and soul weapons. If he was by her side, a Meng would be safer. Wu Fu crossed his arms in displeasure and asked whether he saw him as a shield for A Meng. Why should he help? A Meng flared up and said he was her servant, helping his master was only natural. Ao Li stepped forward and earnestly said sooner or later she would learn the truth. The road to Lion Lai was full of danger. Even her father with profound cultivation was trapped. Alone he could not protect her. He gripped Wu Fu's shoulders, his voice pleading but his eyes sharp, hoping he would help because they needed that strength. That attitude made Wu Fu break into a cold sweat, wondering whether this was how one begged. In the end, Wu Fu sighed and agreed, thinking that having 2 experts accompany him to Lion Lai was not bad. A Meng said happily she knew he would care about his master. Turning away, Wu Fu thought that every upheaval had been beyond expectation. Moreover, since leaving Zai Shui, his body had become harder to control. Helping them was also helping himself, because if something happened, Ao Li might not be able to save. Meanwhile, at the temple of the beast god, several members of the beast clan had gathered. Someone asked the clan leader whether the divine stone was safe. The elder leaned on his staff and replied it was completely unharmed, then asked whether they had discovered anything. The demonic beasts reported that before them lay the fallen massive corpse, the slash clean and decisive with a single blade taking its life, the lingering aura clearly belonging to Ao Li. This beast and the traces at the scene were likely caused by the intruder the werewolf had mentioned. The clan leader ground his teeth and asked where that cowardly wolf was. In another corner of the forest, Wu Fu was dozing on the ground when he suddenly heard someone call fire, and immediately a vortex appeared beneath him. He jolted awake and scanned his surroundings. wondering what had happened and whose voice that was. This scene was exactly like the Zai Shui space. Spiritual energy could circulate, yet the sword spirit remained motionless. Could it be? A figure approached from behind saying that was right, exactly as he thought, making Wu Fu instantly recognize the other's identity. The imposter who had once appeared beneath two thighs now stood before him again. "We meet again, Wu Fu." He kept a calm expression as he looked at that man, a thought flashing through his mind: that man still exists. The imposter revealed a sinister smile. "What is wrong? Not happy to see an old acquaintance." He stared straight at him and said, "Let me guess. You are wondering why I am not dead." Wu Fu asked in return, "What do you intend to do this time? Want to take my place again?" He sneered, "Do not forget we are symbiotic, supporting and restraining each other. Replacing you is only a matter of time, but not now. I came out merely to answer a few things you do not understand." Wu Fu frowned. "I have nothing that needs your answers." The corner of his lips curled up. His eyes gleamed. "You truly do not need me. Are you not curious why everything is so different from the memories of your previous life?" Wu Fu answered firmly, "No need. Whether it is the same or different, my goal has never changed." He laughed more deeply. "Not bad spirit. A pity your previous life was lived in waste." Wu Fu looked at him coldly. "What do you want to say?" He emphasized, "What do I want to say?" Gritted his teeth in anger and grabbed his collar. "You reincarnated only to become a god king. That person is still waiting for you to save her. Have you forgotten?" Fu felt displeased. "What nonsense are you talking about? I have never forgotten. Becoming a god king and taking revenge have always been the top priority." He released his grip. "Is that so? It seems you truly have forgotten," then pushed him away. "Get lost." Following the force, he was drawn backward. That man said coldly, "This place does not welcome you." Wu Fu still shouted for him to explain clearly. The space closed in. Before disappearing, he said, "Do not trust the sword spirit word." A woman placed her hand on his shoulder. He replied with an expressionless face, "Rest assured, mother. I will save you and then destroy the God King obsession." Wu Fu jolted awake, sweat rolling down. What exactly was that man implying? Could it be that he truly forgot something? Next time they meet, he will force that man to speak everything. A Hmong voice interrupted his thoughts. Auluk had finished preparing and urged them to leave the forest of despair so a Hmong could be acknowledged. The three prepared to depart. Wu Fu wondered, was helping her last time not enough? Auluk replied that time was deemed cheating, so the tribe did not recognize it. He looked helplessly at a Hmong. After so long, she still had not been accepted. Her eyes reddened as she glared. "So what, is that not allowed?" He nodded. "Fine, let us go." Yet in his heart he still pondered the impostor words. Though he did not understand everything, sooner or later he would uncover the truth. Outside the forest, news came that the clan leader had discovered them. The old clan leader stepped forward, asking and urging them to see what was happening. The three walked out of the forest. Hmong exclaimed that she had finally passed the trial through her own efforts. Wu Fu silently thought whose effort it truly was. Auluk also inwardly sighed that she had found a good helper. Hmong eagerly wanted to boast about her achievements when a voice interrupted, telling her to recount it to me. Both Wu Fu and Hmong were surprised. The old clan leader smiled as he greeted the little lion. Hmong ran over, but instead of hugging him, she grabbed his collar, accusing him of deceiving her about beyond the heavens. He could only plead for her to be gentle. Auluk reminded her not to be disrespectful, because the clan leader only wanted what was best for her. Hmong released him and reluctantly said, "Let it be so." The old clan leader then asked Wu Fu if he was the one who had barged into the forest of despair. Hmong shouted, intending to defend him. Wu Fu is not. The old clan leader ordered Auluk to take Hmong aside because he wanted to speak privately with Wu Fu. Left with only the two of them, Wu Fu explained that he had merely lost his way and had not intentionally entered the forest. The old man did not deny it, but further questioned him about becoming a Hmong slave, cheating in the beast fighting assembly, and assaulting others. The old man slowly opened his eyes and said that even with someone guiding him, he still caused trouble. Hmong anxiously turned back while Auluk reassured her that the clan leader would not make things difficult. Wu Fu remained calm before the accusations. "Think whatever you want." The old man laughed and said he truly was composed. The old man called another beastman forward to interrogate whether that wolf was the one. "This person helped a Hmong cheat and then beat you and break into the forest." Beastman sneered and confirmed that it was so. Yu Zai, standing behind, added that he had helped a Hmong defeat his 8 tigers and even attacked when reminded. He continued to shift the blame, saying Wu Fu ignored advice and barged into the forest, causing a Hmong and Auluk to enter to search. The old clan leader asked Wu Fu if he had anything else to say. He remained silent. The old man sneered, "Then do not blame me, young man." The old man called Rick forward. Wu Fu rotated his wrist, preparing in case he had to fight and then find a way to leave. Rick suddenly pressed Hu Zai's head to the ground, causing Wu Fu to be surprised. He called out to the clan leader with difficulty. The old man looked down with contempt. Do you think I am foolish enough to believe your words? Only Wu Fu and the old man remained. The old man asked whether the demonic beast at the divine temple was dealt with by you. He replied calmly, what if it was, and what if it was not? The old man turned back, his aura surging powerfully as he said he only wished to praise your strength as not bad, but you should know respect. Wu Fu sensed that pressure. This old fox was a supreme wisdom realm expert. After the conversation ended, Ao Luke stepped forward and asked what the clan leader had said. Wu Fu replied it was nothing, only that he was surprised the clan leader was in the supreme wisdom realm. Ao Luke asked blankly what that was. Wu Fu explained about the cultivation realm system and said that Old Fox was precisely a supreme wisdom expert. Ao Luke nodded with interest as he had never heard of such a division. Wu Fu listed the realms from Qi refinement to God King and admitted he was only at the venerable realm, far inferior to the old man. Ao Luke asked then, where am I? Wu Fu answered frankly that it was hard to judge because Beastmen had a unique way of condensing energy, so it could not be clearly compared. His gaze still followed ahead where the backs of the old clan leader and Among were gradually disappearing. Another corner of the world, inside a cramped room, Luo Zai was focused on circulating her cultivation when the door suddenly swung open and slow footsteps entered. When Feng pushed the door open and stepped inside, the beauty teased with a smile. You spend all day buried in cultivation. The weather is so lovely. It would be a waste not to go out for a stroll. Hearing her voice, Luo Zai looked up. Sister Wen Feng, why have you come here? When Feng bent down and lightly touched Luo Zai's cheek, making her blush. I know you work so hard because you do not want to become a burden to the one in your heart. But cultivation also requires rest. Learn from that fat fellow. He was born knowing how to enjoy life. Luo Zai tilted her head to avoid her touch. There is no need, Sister Wen Feng. Her face flushed even more. If I rush my training and something goes wrong, what then? Wen Feng then revealed her purpose. I came today to bring you good news. When Feng mentioned a place called the Secret Realm at Lionlai, she had heard from her father that in a few months the secret realms everywhere would open simultaneously, and countless cultivators would gather for trial. She happily said her father had instructed that when the time came he would take her and the fat fellow along to see if they might encounter some opportunity. Luo Zai immediately shook her head. That will not do. When Feng did not understand why, Luo Zai replied softly, since arriving here the fat fellow and I have received too many favors and have not repaid. Now that such a good opportunity appears, I truly feel embarrassed to accept more. After hearing that, Wen Feng showed no concern and pulled her outside. Do you not want to surprise him? Stop overthinking and come out with me for some fresh air. As she stepped out of the room, Luo Zai silently vowed that when she met Wu Fu again, she would no longer stand quietly behind him as before. On the side of the Beastman tribe, the chieftain excitedly announced that to celebrate a Meng becoming the strongest warrior of the tribe, everyone should raise their cups. The entire tribe immediately erupted in joy. Immediately afterward, the chieftain solemnly confirmed that from today on, a Meng was officially recognized by the tribe as the supreme warrior. From a distance, Ao Li noticed Wu Fu's expression and asked what was wrong. Wu Fu replied slowly that he was still not used to this atmosphere. Ao Li comforted him gently. Do not say that. A Meng achieved this today thanks to you. Have a drink. But Wu Fu shook his head. I will not drink anymore. I am a bit sleepy. I will head back first. Moon hung high in the deep night sky. Wu Fu's house was built upon a high tree branch deep in the forest. Inside he lay thinking that the Beastman tribe's method of concealing spirit and withdrawing aura was truly formidable. It allowed one to approach without making a sound and to hide one's own aura. He had to find a chance to learn. As soon as he finished speaking, the Beastman chieftain suddenly appeared. If you want to learn, I can teach you. The sudden appearance startled him. When did you arrive? The old man replied leisurely, I arrived while you were still thinking. If you wish to learn concealing spirit and withdrawing aura, I am willing to pass it on. Wu Fu was suspicious. There is no such thing as free in this world. You must have a purpose in teaching me. To reassure him, the old man said, I bear you no ill will. Ao Li and a Meng told me what happened in the Forest of Despair. You even agreed to help them find their father. Teaching you is my way of repaying that. Yet Wu Fu remained wary and did not believe he was that kind. The chieftain laughed. It seems you have been deceived many times before. The laughter left Wu Fu puzzled. What is there to laugh at, old fox? Finally the chieftain spoke honestly. I came mainly out of curiosity. Wu Fu frowned and repeated, curiosity. Chieftain calmly explained, I want to know how long it will take someone who possesses a powerful soul weapon and 5-element spiritual energy like you to comprehend concealing spirit and withdrawing aura. Hearing that, Wu Fu wondered how he knew about the soul weapon inside him. Perhaps when he patted his shoulder earlier, he had already noticed. After a moment, the old man said, if you are confident, then begin. First, release all your spiritual energy and your soul weapon without holding anything back. As Wu Fu focused on releasing dense spiritual energy outward, the old man reassured him, I have sealed the surrounding. No one will notice. While observing, he marveled. So this is the sword spirit. After living so long, I finally see it with my own eye. Wu Fu asked what to do next. The chieftain replied, transform and return to one. Slowly gather the spiritual energy and the soul weapon back to a single point without leaving anything behind. He followed the instructions, but it exceeded his endurance. Cold sweat poured out from the pain. Seeing him too hasty, the chieftain shouted, I told you to do it slowly. Despite the warning, Wu Fu continued forcing himself. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. The old fox told you to go slowly, yet you try to gather it in an instant. Concealing spirit and withdrawing aura is no child's play. The realization stunned him. It was his inner demon. If the old man had not protected him in time, the spiritual energy surging too fast would have torn his body apart. Wu Fu sneered, if something happens to me, you will not fare any better. The inner demon paused slightly, then laughed, indeed, I would hardly escape either. He curled his lips and said, that is why I am helping you, otherwise do not even dream of it. Outside, the chieftain watched Wu Fu and sighed, youth is rash. Fortunately, I controlled the spiritual energy in time, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. The old man added that if he did not wake soon and continued circulating the energy, that chaotic current would turn back and kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of pure spiritual energy appeared around Wu Fu's hand and spread outward. The sight shocked the old man. Why is the spiritual energy erupting? Could it be he has awakened? Observing carefully, he realized something was wrong. Wu Fu was still unconscious, nor was it caused by the soul weapon. Just how was the spiritual energy releasing on its own? Within Wu Fu's consciousness, the inner demon calmly instructed, release all the spiritual energy and then find a new place to gather it. He asked, are you planning to collect it into the sea of consciousness? Wu Fu replied calmly, why not? The inner demon laughed, are you not afraid I will use this spiritual energy to seize your position? Fu did not answer, he merely snapped his fingers and the sea of consciousness shook violently. He said confidently, this is my sea of consciousness. If you wanted to replace me, you would have done so while I was unconscious. Why drag me in here? The inner demon snorted coldly, you speak well, but are you doing this just to show off your control over spiritual energy? He continued, since you have spiritual energy, then try to transform it. The 5 elements spiritual energy generate and support one another. I only borrow their attributes to strengthen the power. It seems concealing spirit and withdrawing aura amounts to no more than this. Suddenly Wu Fu remembered that his spirit aura was incomplete and summoned it to examine. Wu Fu discovered something unusual about the spirit aura. The inner demon seemed to have anticipated it, because while condensing spiritual energy, he had drawn a portion of its power. He crossed his arms and explained that currently the spirit aura would appear to outsiders as nothing more than an ordinary soul weapon. The events in the Forest of Despair would not repeat. Wu Fu pondered and asked, what did you do to the sword spirit? Inner demon replied vaguely, you will understand in the future. As long as you do not use the sword spirit at full power, no one will notice it. Those words angered Wu Fu and he grabbed him, shouting that he did not want such ambiguity. What secret does the sword spirit truly hide? What does it signify, and who is the woman's voice that often echoes by my ear? The inner demon said calmly, the dead water I used to seal that man. Otherwise, why do you think he has not appeared for so long? Wu Fu asked irritably, then what about the other questions? The inner demon only replied, when you find the owner of that voice, everything will become clear. Now I am leaving. As he gradually faded, Wu Fu ground his teeth in warning. Next time you return without giving me a satisfactory answer, do not blame me. The inner demon's figure turned into mist. Even so, he still muttered, it seems he has not forgotten you, mother. We will meet again soon. Seeing Wu Fu open his eyes, the beastman chieftain said, it seems you have grasped the art of withdrawing aura. The old man gently reminded him that he was too impatient and must not condense everything at once. If I had not helped in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Wu Fu paid little heed to the reprimand and looked at the stream of spiritual energy in his hand, asking whether this was truly concealing spirit and withdrawing aura. Why does it still feel like something is missing? Hearing this, the elder slowly instructed him to let the spiritual energy within his body spread through his meridian, and then harmonize with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Remember to only interact and not absorb it. Use his mind to perceive and try to merge as one. As the Beastman clan leader explained, Wu Fu immediately followed. All things possess spirit, spiritual energy reigns supreme. It not only represents the essence of the Beastmen, but also encompasses mountains, rivers, and vegetation, thus forming natural spiritual energy. When he sensed the surging power, he wondered whether this was the final step of spirit condensation and chi restraint. If he had encountered such an opportunity in his previous life, he might have reached the Divine King realm long ago. The clan leader was secretly astonished when he grasped it, not expecting that a single reminder was enough for him to succeed. Immediately after, pure spiritual energy from Wu Fu spread throughout the room. Clan leader asked what he felt. Wu Fu replied that he felt an unprecedented lightness. The elder explained that all things belong to nature, spiritual energy is not owned by anyone. Now that you have made it a part of yourself, it is like breath that cannot be separated. The elder praised him without reserve, mastering spirit condensation and chi restraint in just one day. Even Ao Li, with his high talent, had only reached the stage of harmonization. Wu Fu respectfully expressed his gratitude. The clan leader turned his back and reminded him that this was his own achievement. The path of cultivation was still long. Do not be impatient. Then he left. Before leaving, the elder reminded him that if he wished to go to the outer heaven, he should try heading to the northern snow mountain. I am the clan leader of Yameng, so I cannot help her find her father. You have crossed the forest of despair with Ao Li, so I trust you can take her far away. When the elder departed, Wu Fu thought to himself that the old fox was indeed straightforward. Yet because of that, he was able to break through to the spirit condensation realm in just a few days, faster than in his previous life. Could spirit condensation and chi restraint be the key? After thinking it over, he denied it again. If merely mastering spirit condensation and chi restraint allowed a breakthrough, then the beastmen would all be experts of the spirit condensation realm. That would be far too terrifying. Wu Fu continued to calculate. Yameng had likely not reached the spirit condensation realm. As for Ao Li, he possibly had. He told himself that this trip had not been in vain. Although he was still inferior to the memories of his previous life, breaking through earlier and learning a new secret technique increased his chances of seizing the Divine King throne. It was only a pity that he had to leave tomorrow. He wondered where Ching Ching was. Switching to another forest, Ching Ching had just slain a monster and remarked that she thought it would be formidable, yet it turned out not to be difficult. Jing Song smiled and said it was because Miss Su had improved. Ching Ching humbly thanked Liu Jia for her guidance and the medicinal pill. The elder sighed and said she should thank Physician Li instead. He said her achievements were due to herself. Ching Ching still clasped her hands in gratitude, because if she had not been saved in time after mistakenly eating the spirit fruit, she would have been in grave danger. Jing Song guiltily admitted fault for not knowing that fruit was meant for demon beasts. Fortunately, Physician Li had rescued her in time. Physician Li modestly said it was all thanks to her good fortune and Taoist Liu's medicinal pill. After the conversation, Ching Ching's eyes brightened. Just wait, you arrogant fool. I will make you open your eyes wide. At the northern snow mountain, Ao Li said he did not expect you to have learned spirit condensation and chi restraint. Wu Fu replied it was thanks to the old fox. Ao Li said in a deep voice that your aura had merged with nature. You look like an ordinary person yet conceal immense power. Even I could fall into a disadvantage. Wu Fu laughed and said, does that mean I am stronger than the strongest warrior of the beastmen? Ao Li retorted, only when I do not go all out. If I am serious, 5 moves would suffice. Wu Fu teased him to boast a little less. Provoked, he proposed testing their strength immediately. Wu Fu agreed at once. As the atmosphere grew tense, Yameng shouted, what are you two doing so early in the morning? Have you forgotten today's purpose? Ao Li hurriedly said it was just a friendly exchange. Wu Fu also echoed that it was merely an exchange. Suddenly, Yameng noticed the necklace around his neck. He scolded Ao Li for not removing the necklace yet. He said he forgot. Wu Fu snorted and said he did it on purpose. Ao Li changed the subject and said ahead lay the gate Li Qi mentioned, leaving him speechless. Li Qi suddenly appeared and asked, are you preparing to leave Fu Lai? Wu Fu was surprised. She said, it seems you have forgotten your promise. He remained silent. She tossed him an object and told him to take it. Li Qi said that was what was needed to reach Peng Lai. Without it, do not even dream of getting there. Wu Fu asked why she previously said she did not know. She stepped closer and said, at that time I was testing you. Now consider it a gift since you kept the agreement. Wu Fu calmly replied, so that is how it is. Qi snorted coldly and said, if you want to go, then go now. Do not make me change my mind. Ao Li thanked her. She also reminded Wu Fu to learn to respect elders like Ao Li. A dense surge of spiritual energy appeared where she pointed. Yameng called for Wu Fu to look. He said prepare to ascend and held the little girl's hand. That action made Yameng blush. Ao Li smiled. Amid the wind and snow, Yameng said farewell Fu Lai. Father, we are coming to find you. The scene shifted to Peng Lai. In midair, Yameng screamed as she fell. Ao Li reached out and caught the little girl. In contrast, Wu Fu remained calm. Hearing Yameng shout, look there, he looked up in astonishment, then summoned the spirit sword. The spirit sword appeared and complained about being disturbed. Wu Fu told it to stop arguing and look at that thing. Looked in that direction. It remarked that its appearance was not unusual, but the area around it was filled with demonic energy. Wu Fu immediately took note. Demonic energy, Yameng warned, then the two collided in midair. Wu Fu was knocked to the ground. Yameng laughed and apologized. He asked if she did it on purpose. She hurriedly said no and helped him up. After standing up, Wu Fu realized this was Peng Lai, and wondered whether Qing Qing and Luo Zai were here. Yimeng said seriously, "This is where my father lives." Ao Li looked at the leaves and remarked that the plants here all contained spiritual energy. He speculated that the dense forest weakened his spiritual energy, and worried they might become trapped inside. Fu analyzed that their exact location was unclear, but they were likely far from that vine. Yimeng asked, "You do not know either?" He replied, "I am not omniscient." The little girl said sadly she did not know where her father was. Ao Li reassured her that they would find him. Suddenly Wu Fu's heart pounded violently. He clutched his chest and wondered what was happening. Yimeng asked anxiously. Wu Fu did not answer but felt that there was something special in this place. Yimeng urged them not to stand there any longer and to set off. Wu Fu turned back and shouted a warning of danger. A demon beast had appeared behind them at some unknown moment. Ao Li shielded Yimeng. Wu Fu rushed forward and launched a counterattack. A strike pierced through the demon beast's body and it collapsed. Yimeng anxiously called Ao Li. Wu Fu quickly checked him. Ao Li reassured her that he was fine, but Wu Fu realized that the demon beast's spiritual energy had invaded his meridian. Yimeng's eyes reddened as she vowed not to let anyone take risks again. They retreated into the forest. Ao Li gradually recovered and gave thanks. Wu Fu thought that if he had not learned spirit condensation and qi restraint, it would have been difficult to save him. As the three prepared to move on, Wu Fu heard a strange sound. They quickly flew toward the source of the noise. Landing on the ground, they saw Si Lang collapsed in panic. In front of him was a gigantic demon beast. Si Lang cried for help. Wu Fu even invited Ao Li to compete to see who would take it down first. Ao Li agreed but warned him not to complain when he lost. As Ao Luke finished speaking, two figures shot forward like lightning, moving too fast for anyone to see clearly. The beast did not yield, its roar shaking the air before it unleashed a thunderous punch that cracked the ground. Witnessing this, Wu Fu was secretly amazed at its sensitivity, for even restrained aura was detected. But that was all. While he contemplated, the beast lunged again, its ferocious strike aimed at him, but Wu Fu dodged in time. He taunted coldly, relying on that strength to claim his life was absurd. Then Wu Fu suddenly closed in on his opponent. He soared into the air to gauge its strength, then without hesitation landed atop the beast. Its expression briefly darkened, body stiff as steel. From behind, Ao Luke charged teasingly. Wu Fu, seems you are in trouble. His voice drew the beast's attention. As Ao Luke struck, the beast reacted instantly, blocking the blow and causing his expression to flash in surprise at its agility. Fortunately, Wu Fu noticed the opening, so that's how it was. In an instant, he focused his spirit and spoke, then watched carefully. His figure flashed and a sharp slash descended in time. Landing lightly on a nearby branch, Wu Fu pondered how strange this forest was. The beasts were unusually frenzied, and even at this realm their instincts could not be fully controlled. The spirit sword speculated that something must govern them. No sooner had he finished than strange sounds echoed around. As the beast's arm approached, Wu Fu calmly said, "I warned you it wouldn't be simple." It lunged again, and he swung his sword immediately. The beast was knocked back with a deafening crash. Yet Wu Fu remained alert, its strength was formidable, and perhaps others lurked. Just then, movement appeared under the tree where he stood. In the blink of an eye, another beast charged and threw him. Wu Fu gritted his teeth, it was that one. Before he could react, the beast burrowed into the ground. Wu Fu immediately approached the hole. Was it trying to escape that way? He placed his hand on the ground, channeling spirit energy which seeped into the deep pit. In a moment, the beast leaped from behind, attempting a sneak attack. Seeing his lure succeed, Wu Fu slightly curved his lips. He decisively swung his sword, the clean slash gliding past its body. Despite unleashing a powerful move, Wu Fu's expression remained calm. On the other side, Among worriedly asked Ao Luke if Wu Fu was in danger. He reassured her, "Don't worry, he'll be fine." No sooner had he spoken than a suspicious sound rang out. Ao Luke immediately stood in front of Among, cautious of movement. In the silence, the sound became clearer. Sure enough, a beast bared its fangs. Ao Luke's eyes glinted coldly, ready to face it as it charged. Instantly, Ao Luke unleashed a whirlwind of slashes. When he retracted his sword, the beast had already vanished. It was defeated before it could comprehend. Moments later, Wu Fu walked forward slowly, the other side done as well. Ao Luke nodded, "Yes, you arrived late." Wu Fu did not argue but calmly recounted the unusual behavior of the beasts. They were far stronger in this forest than elsewhere. Ao Luke nodded, this danger in the forest was unprecedented. Wu Fu reminded everyone to stay vigilant. Meng curiously asked if the forest was really that dangerous. Ao Luke softened, promising to protect her. As long as he was here, no one would harm her. Words brought Among joy. Even in Fatui, Ao Luke had always shielded her, and his consistency here reassured her. Soon after, a groan from Tu Lang was heard. Among said, "He's awake, perhaps he knows the forest's secrets." Her excitement made Ao Luke briefly wary. Among seemed different from before. Upon awakening, Tu Lang gratefully said, "Thank you for saving my life. It's nearly dark. You shouldn't stay here, but if you wish, come to my home for a night." Wu Fu observed him and asked why, as a cultivator, he was here alone. Tu Lang explained he was a local of B-1ED3NG Lai village, hunting and wandered here. Surrounded by wolves and then beasts appeared. "Fortunately, you saved me." Hesitating 2 seconds, he continued, "Sensing your extraordinary aura, you are not from this village, must have purpose here." Luke's face darkened. "That's none of your concern." Fearing misunderstanding, Tu Lang quickly said, "My father is the village chief. If you have matters, he may help. Night is deep. Safety comes first. Let's leave." The urgency piqued Among's curiosity. Is he really afraid of this forest? Tu Lang, sweating, replied, "You don't know yet. The beasts here are not just a few we encountered, but hundreds of thousands." He added he did not know the details, perhaps linked to the celestial tree. "In short, this place is extremely dangerous." Hearing this, Wu Fu asked immediately what the celestial tree was. Tu Lang said he only heard from his father it is a path to another world. Many cultivators seek it. But better descend the mountain first. Nightfall brings danger. Wu Fu seemed to have a plan. He nodded, "Let's go." Following Tu Lang, Wu Fu silently thought perhaps the village chief knew something. In the silent forest, only the 4 pairs of footsteps remained. Seeing thick fog, Luke wondered if the boy led them astray. The mist made direction unclear. Among worriedly said, "Wu Fu, remember to protect me. Little Tu Lang, are you lost?" His question made him laugh, almost forgot to say. Sudden smile startled Among. Tu Lang explained not to worry. "This is the village's pride protective array. A bit further and we'll arrive. Inside it's safe. Thanks to it, the village avoided beasts. See, we're here." Soon after they entered B-1ED3NG Lai village. Among looked around, noting it poorer than their village. Tu Lang explained shops used to stay open all night, but after the TRI-1EC7U family's frenzy, everyone became uneasy. Tu Lang called loudly for father and son. Van Thur worriedly said, "Finally you returned. I intended to send someone." He looked at the 3 strangers, asked who they were. Tu Lang immediately introduced them as saviors, without whom he could not return. Van Thur respectfully invited them to sit, grateful beyond measure, though poor here cannot offer proper hospitality. Wu Fu interrupted, "No need, we only want to ask a few things." Among interjected, "I am hungry, let's eat first." Fearing they might leave, the elder quickly agreed, "We'll prepare, rest now, discuss tomorrow." Finally, Wu Fu nodded, "Very well." Soon after he asked what exactly the celestial tree was. Inside, Van Thur said the celestial tree was born with B-1ED3NG Lai, enormous. Within it resided immortals. Cultivators seeking ascension must pass trials in the secret realm, but danger surrounded it. Mortals could not approach. Hearing this, Wu Fu thought since arriving he noticed the tree was unusual, not just dangerous but familiar. The village chief, a mortal, knowing this was commendable. Suddenly he asked what a secret realm was. The elder replied, "It's a trial place managed by the TRI-1EC7U family. Progress inside doubled, but only those connected could enter." The TRI-1EC7U family's reputation made Among curious. Were they formidable? Tu Lang indignantly said, "Not only strong but cruel. 3 days later they collect taxes again, 6 times in a month." Van Thur immediately scolded, "Silence, village matters should not trouble guests." Wu Fu thought the chief was clever, clearly using them against the TRI-1EC7U family. He wanted to see how strong that force was. Van Thur appeared worried, good intentions noted, but the TRI-1EC7U family is B-1ED3NG Lai's greatest power, posing them as dangerous. Wu Fu sneered, "As long as the TRI-1EC7U family is gone, he can enter the secret realm." Just then Ko-Fi kicked in the door, daring, "Who dares speak of destroying the TRI-1EC7U family?" Such audacity made Wu Fu and Luke frown. Van Thur turned pale, lamenting the approaching battle. "Everyone leave so I may bear it." Surprised, "Clearly he broke my wall, why take blame?" The elder explained he was a local tyrant. Since taking TRI-1EC7U Theern long as godson became more brazen, no one dared oppose. Tu Lang rushed forward, shouted, "View on Ko-Fi, do not oppress excessively." Ko-Fi sneered, "Shut up, you TRI-1EC7U kin." In a flash his strike neared, but Wu Fu blocked in time before Tu Lang. Wu Fu casually said, "What kind of wild dog is this? Wants to bite upon first meeting." Angered, he growled the boy had some skill, but far from enough. Van Thur quickly warned the savior, "He has entered the secret realm." Wu Fu asked then what. He replied, "Those who enter gain severalfold power, and many treasures and rare techniques lie inside." That intrigued Wu Fu, sounded interesting, must go to the secret realm. Ko-Fi, enraged, must survive first before entering. In the courtyard, Van Thur's voice rang with the clash between Wu Fu and Ko-Fi. The sound made Van Thur disappointed, thinking them overestimated. Entry seemed hard, but soon Wu Fu appeared. Turns out Ko-Fi's strike was easily blocked by him. Ko-Fi remained arrogant, surprised someone could block his hellfire fist. "Well done, but still insufficient. You cannot harm me." His overconfidence made Wu Fu laugh. "Flashy as you are, curious, but you lost." Ko-Fi stunned as his hand dripped blood. He shouted, "Nonsense." Ko-Fi's cry echoed across B-1ED3NG Lai village. Wu Fu coldly mocked, too weak. Had you not turned pink, you wouldn't have the right to draw your sword before me. Gritted his teeth, threatening that offending the TRI letter 1EC7U family would cost. Wu Fu calmly said, then why not deal with you directly? Conversely, Ko Fi turned pale, trembling at his aura. Wu Fu sneered, I do not kill you, only send word to the TRI letter 1EC7U family, send stronger to fight. Vanther worried, events exceeded expectations. Among asked if he was all right, house destroyed and sad. Don't worry, we will repair. The elder courteously said to repair must fetch materials from deep forest, dangerous, you help too much already. Among replied beasts were not a threat to cultivators. As if expecting that, Vanther handed over a talisman. Please accept this protective talisman. With it you can move easily in the great array. Then the three prepared to depart. Away into the forest, Among marveled at the talisman, missed unaffected. Auluk suddenly asked, did you hear anything? She replied, no, perhaps you're tense. Just then, a strange sound echoed in the mist. Wu Fu heard it too, nothing approaching. Indeed, glowing eyes appeared ahead. In B-letter 183 in Ji-Lai village, Vanther stroked his beard, thinking I forgot to warn them, old and useless. Tu Lang said, father, perhaps the savior met the rhino. Startled, Vanther still reassured normally it wouldn't appear there. But he still worried, last night loud noise in forest, maybe it has arrived. As night approached, Tu Lang reminded the rhino existed since the array, long ago not chased away, unexpectedly became a threat. He hoped the savior remained safe. Back in the forest, Wu Fu with Auluk and Among fought, Auluk channeling golden spirit energy, Wu Fu summoning earth spirit energy to resist. As Tu Lang feared, the rhino blocked their path. His face lit up with extreme excitement when he saw it. That foolish creature was right over here. From afar, the rhinoceros had already stamped hard to gain momentum before charging straight at Wu Fu. At an unbelievable speed, it swept in like a gale. Seeing that, he immediately tilted his body to evade and launched a counterattack. The single clean move, the rhinoceros collapsed after taking the upper hand. Ao Li reminded in a low voice that the mist had concealed such a great danger. From now on they must be more cautious. A moment later, that man added that this forest was full of peril yet also hid opportunity. No one knew what secrets it contained. Wu Fu replied excitedly that it might even be a heaven-shaking secret. Suddenly a chilling sound echoed from afar. The resounding noise shattered the forest's silence, drawing Ching Ching's attention as well. What was that sound? He anxiously guessed that perhaps the people of Pinglai village had encountered wild beasts. Without hesitation, Ching Ching soared into the air to observe. A moment later she cried out that she had found it. The very next instant, she shouted loudly, that weakling dares to act so recklessly. Her imposing shout made Yameng curiously raise her head to look up. Fortunately, the girl managed to turn in time and avoid Ching Ching's attack. Even so, she refused to stop, continuing to summon more weapons, while Yameng quickly retreated to observe her opponent's movement. Two moved so fast that only afterimages remained. Just then Ao Li appeared to shield the girl. Sensing his strength, Ching Ching thought to herself that this person might be evenly matched with her, likely not from this world, while Ao Li also secretly speculated that the one who could withstand his metal spiritual energy might be from the Zhao family. Ao Li's sudden interference made Ching Ching unhappy as she mocked. Oh, so having someone to rely on makes you impressive. Stop pretending to be so serious. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. Who we are is not important, but since you attacked my Yameng, you must pay the price. Ignoring his words, she swung her hammer forward, then suddenly sensed something amiss and widened her eyes in shock. Right behind her at this moment appeared his dark silhouette. As she turned around, she was stunned, wondering when Ao Li had closed in without her sensing it at all. In that critical moment, Wu Fu stepped forward and called Ching Ching. She also exclaimed in surprise, Wu Fu. Ao Li stopped in time and asked if she knew him. On seeing him, she excitedly threw her arms around Wu Fu, making Yameng burn with anger. Who is she? Ao Li added fuel to the fire by saying maybe she is Wu Fu's former lover. Before he could explain, he choked out that he was about to suffocate and asked if she could let go. After everything was explained clearly, the sky gradually brightened. Wu Fu gently concluded that this was roughly what had happened. Ching Ching leisurely summarized that during his ascension, due to special circumstances, he lost Ha and Luo Zai, arriving alone at a place called Furuai and meeting them there. As for Yameng, she seemed unconcerned with the story, narrowing her eyes as she stared at Ching Ching. Is this Wu Fu's girl? After a while, Yameng concluded that she looked like a lowly yet had a mature soul. In her mind she thought, Wu Fu, since when did you like the cute type? Wu Fu softly asked if her master had not come with her. Ching Ching replied that she had come to gather herbs so he did not follow. Pausing for about 2 seconds, she continued, at first I thought I would never see you again. When I first arrived, I nearly lost my life without understanding what was happening, surrounded by dense forest. Fortunately, I met a physician who was gathering medicinal herbs in the woods, otherwise my master and I would no longer be alive. After hearing this, Wu Fu suddenly thought that he also did not know where Luo Zai and Wang Pang were. Ching Ching asked in surprise if he did not know their whereabouts either. He sighed and said they had flown together at first, but in the end only he arrived at Furuai, not knowing where the two had drifted. Standing beside them, Ao Li curiously asked if Luo Zai was also his companion. Wu Fu replied that like Ching Ching she also came from Earth. Immediately, Yameng giggled that his team was unexpectedly quite large. Wu Fu replied as if it were obvious and even mocked, of course, far more than someone else. Ao Li immediately became angry and asked who he was implying. Anticipating the situation, Yameng quickly interrupted. Enough, both of you stop. After a while, Wu Fu inquired further, by the way, Ching Ching, it seems you have not been here long, can you tell me about Pingla? She answered frankly that although she lived here with her master she only knew a little and was not too familiar with Pingla. He grew more curious and asked about that tree. After thinking for a moment, Ching Ching said the villagers often mentioned it. It was said to have a long history. The demonic beasts around it growing stronger was perhaps for that reason. Hearing this, Ao Li nodded. So that is how it is. It seems different from our speculation. Ching Ching added that although it looked magnificent it made her uneasy, as if only cultivators could sense it while the villagers treated it as something natural. After clarifying the matter of the forest, Wu Fu asked about the Zhao family mentioned by the village chief. Ching Ching shook her head saying she did not know much. To the locals they were the wealthy nobles of Pinglai who occupied vast lands. It was said they were connected to Pinglai village and had recently been frequently entering and leaving the village. At that point she frankly commented that she and her master had only met members of the Zhao family once or twice. They likely came to collect money, in short not decent people. Yameng agreed. When we were there someone surnamed Zhao came but was scared off by Wu Fu. Because that man damaged the village chief's house we went into the forest to gather wood. However, Wu Fu had absorbed all that wood and later only needed to use spiritual energy to repair. As she walked she added that she did not know how the old man was doing. It was said he often associated with the wealthy merchant Li in Pinglai village, refining pills all day. It seemed he had found a kindred spirit. While he was still surprised, Ching Ching cheerfully said that speaking of which Wu Fu, you have picked up quite a treasure. Then she eagerly looked at Yameng and called her little enchantress. Such intimacy annoyed the girl as she shouted, do not be so rude. Do not touch me. Ching Ching laughed and said, what is the harm? Let big sister touch you a little. As if her weak spot had been struck, Yameng grew even angrier. Who is your little sister? Their bickering made Ao Li helpless. Enough, stop fooling around, there is mist ahead. The scene shifted to Pinglai village, where aggressive footsteps echoed throughout the village. Turned out Jai Fei had returned. That man said resentfully, is this all you have? Do you look down on the Zhao family? Wen Shu fearfully knelt down begging the Lord to calm his anger, but he did not bother listening and shouted, where are the others? Drag this old man outside. It seemed Jai Fei wanted to take the opportunity to retaliate, daring to injure this lord. Today I will let you know the consequences of opposing the Zhao family. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Fu's mocking voice rang out, are you talking about me? Fortunately he had returned in time. What is it? Your wounds have just healed and you have already forgotten the pain. Stammering in fear, Jai Fei still forced himself to retort, brat, I am not afraid of you. Today I will teach you a lesson so you know the Zhao family and I are not someone you can provoke. Last time was only an oversight. As if grasping the key point, that man said confidently, are you not relying on that divine weapon? Without it how could you break my defense? Such naivety amused Wu Fu as he replied, fine, I will not use it. Let us see what you can do. Greed was evident on his face. If he could seize that sword then whether it was the Zhao family or those two, they would have to bow before him. Without hesitation, Jai Fei rushed forward recklessly, shouting that he would take his life. Wu Fu remained calm and commented that he was too weak. Saying that, he forcefully waved his hand forward. It seemed Jai Fei still did not understand who he was facing. That man loudly advised him to take a good look. This was Zhao family territory. It would be better to obediently hand over the sword. Wu Fu replied gently that one should not covet what does not belong to oneself. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward at astonishing speed, then quickly retreated as if already calculated. He continued to provoke, I will give you one more chance, leave at once. Hearing this, that man curled his lips in disdain. That strange expression made Wu Fu realize Jai Fei had already prepared a strength-enhancing pill. As soon as he swallowed it, veins bulged across his face. Wu Fu stood at a distance observing the eruption. Watching closely for a moment, he realized it was a pill that temporarily increased spiritual energy. Though it brought a surge in power, the side effects were severe. In the blink of an eye, the force around him swirled into a violent vortex. At some unknown time, Jai Fei had already closed in, causing him to widen his eyes. Immediately after that, man launched a direct strike at Wu Fu. Even so, he remained calm and said, it is quite surprising. You can actually push me back. Jai Fei ferociously followed up with another blow as if to finish it. Where can you run? Sturdy arm swung fiercely toward Wu Fu but suddenly halted as if blocked by an invisible force. Sweat poured down as that man stammered, "Since when did you?" Having anticipated this, Wu Fu replied calmly that was why he said he was too weak. It turned out Jai Fei's body had already been locked by his spiritual power. That man gritted his teeth and cursed. Wu Fu coldly mocked that he could not even see through such a simple trap. Jing Qing's surprised voice rang out, "Master, why have you come here?" Jing Song replied gently that seeing she had not returned for so long he came to look for her and did not expect to encounter this scene. After that the old man calmly greeted Wu Fu, "Little brother, we finally meet again." Upon seeing Jing Song he inwardly called out, "Master." Wu Fu's composure infuriated Jai Fei, who shouted, "Do not be smug too soon." He burst forth with spiritual power to shatter the restraints around him and hissed, "Go accept your end." Jai Fei's noisy outburst made Wu Fu frown in annoyance. His whole body exuded weariness at such stubbornness before he curled his lips and said, "I originally intended to spare you, but it seems you do not wish to live in peace." In the blink of an eye, Wu Fu launched an attack at Jai Fei without the slightest hesitation. Even after taking the hit, he grew even more frenzied, Jai Fei's body suddenly swelling in a grotesque manner. The single punch he sent Wu Fu flying. Seeing this, Jing Song intended to rush over to help, but he calmly refused. No need, this was a one-on-one fight. At once, Jai Fei charged forward again with savage momentum. As fast as lightning, he unleashed a barrage of blows at Wu Fu. Fortunately, he reacted in time to channel his power and counter. End this. Wu Fu swung his sword decisively again and again, every strike aimed straight at Jai Fei. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. Those attacks not only failed to bring him down, they caused Jai Fei to expand even further, a dark aura radiating from his entire body as he arrogantly provoked, "You did not expect this. Today you will find it hard to leave alive." The moment he finished speaking, Wu Fu realized the opponent's abnormal regenerative ability. "Then I will cut it off." He immediately executed his spirit sword and unleashed a decisive strike. He stammered in fury, "You are truly unreasonable." Wu Fu replied calmly, "You used medicinal pills, so I use a weapon. What is wrong with that?" Even while beaten to pulp, Jai Fei still forced out a threat that the Zhao family would never let this go. Wu Fu turned to his subordinates and told them to return and deliver a message. The one who killed him was Wu Fu. If they want revenge, they can come to me. The two men fled in panic while hurling threats. Wu Fu merely said calmly, "It is already too late. Let me fix your house for you." He placed his hand on the ground to probe before beginning to circulate his spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, dense spiritual energy surged and gathered around him. Power enveloped the house and swiftly restored everything. Ao Li was secretly astonished. Could it be that he taught himself Frey's high-level construction art? Standing nearby, Qing Qing drifted into thought. He was growing stronger and stronger. The distance between herself and him still seemed so far. Then she comforted herself. After all, that was Wu Fu, someone rarely matched. After a while, the house was fully restored. Wu Fu let out a soft breath. "It is done." As if waiting for that answer, Ao Li hurriedly asked Wu Fu, "How can you use Frey's SSS construction art?" He replied casually that he had once seen it by chance in the Forest of No Return and memorized it. His light tone made Ao Li inwardly annoyed, since it had taken him 2 years to master it. Night fell over Pinglai town. The moon hung high as Wu Fu sat quietly by the fire. His mind was filled with thoughts. In this life he seemed to no longer feel joy, sorrow, love, or hatred. Perhaps because of memories from tens of thousands of years ago, all pain had been buried beneath the desire for revenge. Suddenly Qing Qing walked over and patted his shoulder. "Hey, do not sit alone anymore, get up and join us." Wu Fu gently shook his head. "No, you all go ahead and enjoy yourself." Ignoring his refusal, she eagerly pulled him to his feet. "Everyone is waiting." Meanwhile, at the Zhao family, Tianlong erupted in fury, black energy churning around him as he muttered resentful words. A subordinate trembled as he reported. The moment he heard the voice, Tianlong spun around in rage. As if to conceal his loss of composure, the old man flung the subordinate away. Tianlong stepped out and coldly asked what happened to Zhao Jai Fei. The subordinate tremblingly reported that he had died when going to Pinglai to collect money. Upon hearing this, the old man was shaken and demanded who did it. The answer was Wu Fu along with 2 newly arrived long-eared beastmen in town. Regaining his composure, Tianlong spoke in a low voice, "Beastmen with ears." His eyes flashed with calculation before he immediately ordered that Wu Fu be invited to meet him. The subordinate hastily acknowledged. He secretly thought that the master's temperament had changed since the madam passed away, when suddenly Si Lang's voice rang out with urgent news. When Shu scolded him for always being so flustered, Si Lang did not reply and hurriedly handed over the object in his hand. "Elder brother, take a look at this." Seeing the box, when Shu turned pale and stammered, "Could it be that thing?" His face was ashen. Benefactors, I'm afraid we are in great trouble. Fu asked in confusion. It is just a box. When Shu sadly explained that it was a token inviting them to the Zhao family, whoever received it rarely returned. There had once been a long-eared benefactor who went and never came back. Ao Li immediately noticed the detail about long ears like theirs and began to suspect his own father. Suddenly, 3 concealed projectiles shot out from inside the box. He flew straight at Wu Fu. He was about to counterattack when something else caught his attention. Dazzling light flashed from within the box. Fortunately, Ao Li shouted a warning in time. The hidden sneak attack within the box was blocked by him just in time. It turned out to be merely a small silver needle, yet as sharp as a blade. Wu Fu picked up the letter and read it. It seems the Zhao family has quite a deep misunderstanding of us. Ching Ching agreed as well. The letter stated to meet at 7 tomorrow night at the Zhao residence. I have something you need. After reading it, she asked whether they would go. Wu Fu answered decisively that since they had sent a letter with hidden weapons, if he did not go they would not let it rest. At that moment both Ao Li and a Meng wanted to go along. Worried about the girl's safety, he told her to stay in the village, but she insisted, because there had once been a long-eared person invited there. The girl tried to persuade him that she too was a beastman who had passed the trial. If others could go then she could as well. In the end, Wu Fu asked Wen Shu if he knew the way and requested him to lead them. The old man nodded in agreement. The scene shifted to the magnificent Zhao residence where Luo Zai was leisurely soaking in a hot spring. Suddenly, a mischievous hand quietly reached toward her. Luo Zai cried out in surprise. It was Wen Feng teasing her and asking how she had been eating lately. Wen Feng continued to joke excessively, making Luo Zai uncomfortable as she pushed her away. In her panic, she accidentally caused Wen Feng to fall into the water and looked on anxiously. Seeing no movement for a while, she hurriedly called out. Wen Feng suddenly popped up pretending to complain before continuing to tease her about going out tomorrow to watch the Zhao family experts. The city was bustling and lively. Luo Zai wore new clothes that made her look radiant and striking. Wen Feng praised her endlessly in fascination, even joking that she had to seize the chance before others did. That overexcitement left Luo Zai both shy and annoyed, threatening to ignore her if she continued. Returning to a serious tone, she brought up the money for buying rouge, causing Wen Feng to feign hurt and ask if she wanted to distance herself too. Luo Zai quickly explained that was not the case. In her heart she was only concerned and did not want Wen Feng to suffer any loss. Feng confided that her special status meant no one dared approach her. After her father grew increasingly harsh, she became even lonelier. She only hoped Luo Zai would stay by her side. Today was a rare chance to go out, so she wanted to give her the best. Before she could say more, when Feng had already pulled her to a famous tavern with a renowned chef, Luo Zai realized her friend had something on her mind. The two stood on the upper floor gazing at the tranquil sky. Ching Ching pointed ahead and said that might be the Zhao family. Wu Fu nodded. She remarked it was merely an ordinary old building that scared the timid young attendant from following. No sooner had she finished speaking than a Meng suddenly cried out in pain. The girl had bumped into an old woman, who kindly asked if she was hurt. The old woman curiously took a Meng's hand and praised her cuteness. The girl irritably shook her off, causing a loud noise. The townspeople panicked and began to whisper whether it was a demon beast. Just a moment, everyone scattered in panic, shouting that a demon beast had appeared. The commotion drew Luo Zai's attention. When she looked down, she recognized a Meng's figure among the crowd. Wen Feng immediately rushed forward to counterattack, shouting, "How dare you? Just a young demonic beast, yet you dare cause trouble on the Zhao family's territory." A Meng stared wide-eyed in shock, but fortunately Ao Li appeared in time to block the strike for her. In the tense situation, Luo Zai intended to charge in to help. "Sister Wen Feng, let me assist you." But before she could finish speaking, Wu Fu and Ching Ching called her name in unison, causing Luo Zai to halt in surprise. That sudden appearance left her so flustered, she nearly slipped. In an instant, Wu Fu caught Luo Zai in time, making her unable to believe the person before her was truly Wu Fu. Luo Zai threw herself into his arms, choking up as she reproached him for not coming with her to Pinglai. She had worried so much. She feared something had happened to him, yet kept telling herself he would be safe. In the end, where had he gone? Wu Fu gently apologized, saying that several incidents had occurred at that time. Hearing this, Luo Zai grew even more worried and told him not to leave her again in the future. All right. The scene made a Meng feel a flicker of jealousy because Wu Fu was cared for by so many people, while she seemed to have only Ao Li by her side. Ching Ching blushed and interjected, "Hey, that hug is enough already." Luo Zai turned and beamed when she saw Ching Ching was here as well, while Ching Ching awkwardly responded. When Feng sternly asked who they were, and after hearing the explanation, she looked at Wu Fu with little goodwill before drawing her whip to challenge him for guidance. A loud explosion rang out where Wu Fu had been standing, but he had already erected a barrier in time to block it. Wen Feng said in a low voice for the brat to bring out his weapon. Are you looking down on me? Earlier I used quite a bit of power and you still broke through it. It seems I cannot underestimate. Wu Fu smiled and replied that if he made a move he feared that beautiful pair of whips would be hard to keep intact. That calm attitude enraged Wen Feng, and as she raised her whip she froze in shock. The star sword was already pressed against her throat at some unknown moment. When Feng had no choice but to concede defeat, Wu Fu withdrew his sword and said it was not early anymore and they had to go to the Zhao residence. Hearing this she asked if they were going to the Zhao residence. He answered yes and asked if she knew the way. Luo Zai introduced her as Zhao Wen Feng, the eldest young lady of the Zhao family. When Feng then remembered they were guests her father had invited to the banquet tonight, Wu Fu confirmed it and asked for directions. When Feng changed her attitude and politely invited everyone to follow her, a Meng whispered that if she knew they had come to settle grudges would she regret it. Ao Li merely shrugged. Before long they arrived at the grand estate of the Zhao family. When Feng told the gatekeeper to inform the master, as they were invited in to wait, Ha barked loudly and Meng excitedly called out Brother Fu. Fu looked at Meng in surprise, while Ching cried out Little Husky. Meng complained that they had agreed to ascend together, so why had he disappeared? Fortunately Miss Zhao had kept her and Luo Zai here. Holding Ha, Wu Fu realized that Luo Zai's cultivation and its strength had clearly advanced. This Zhao family was indeed not simple. When Feng urged everyone to go rest. On the way, Meng asked Brother Fu whether he knew they were at the Zhao family or had come to find Luo Zai. Before he could answer, she lamented that he valued beauty over friends, making Luo Zai blush as she scolded her not to talk nonsense. She and Wu Fu had only met by chance. Feng arranged rooms for a Meng and Ao Li next to each other. A Meng insisted on staying with Ao Li. He affirmed that she was very important to him. Those resolute words caused Wen Feng to waver for a moment. Elsewhere, Fei Long stood silently before an old wall, closing his eyes in concentration. A leaf fell, he opened his eyes and swung his sword, cleanly slicing the leaf in two. The leaf drifted away with the wind. Fei Long sighed that it was still not enough. How much longer must he wait? Wen Feng respectfully called elder brother that it was time to dine. Fei Long asked if father had any new movements. She replied it was still the same. Determination to avenge his mother flashed in Fei Long's eyes. Then he asked about the girl from the outer world named Luo Zai. When Feng pouted and told him not to mention others in front of her. He laughed teasingly that were they not good friends. She snorted lightly and told him not to tease her. In another room, Luo Zai asked what Wen Feng was thinking. She said it would be fine not to attend the banquet. Luo Zai believed that if it were Wu Fu then it would be all right. Meng chimed in saying that back on Earth Wu Fu had been invincible. At the banquet, a Meng curiously looked at the dishes. Tian Long pondered Wu Fu, who had once defeated Zhao Jai Fei yet whose strength was hard to discern. Ching secretly suspected the Zhao patriarch. A maid brought the specialties of the Zhao residence and invited them to enjoy. Ching felt the food emitted a strange aura. Tian Long smiled as he introduced the dishes and teased Wu Fu, making the atmosphere even more awkward. Wu Fu curled his lips and thought to himself that this old fellow was indeed cautious. Tian Long asked why they were not eating and warmly urged them to try. Ching still hesitated, but seeing a Meng eating happily, she also took a bite. Tian Long was satisfied that the two girls had eaten. As for the two young men, they seemed difficult to deal with, but he already had a plan. Clapped his hands as a signal. Two other maids stepped in to serve. One suggested feeding Wu Fu and Ching immediately called out to him. Wu Fu stared at the maid because her aura resembled Zhao Jai Fei's, realizing that the Zhao residence was not simple. Behind Ao Li there was also a maid attending to him. Wu Fu coldly asked if this was how the Zhao residence treated its guests. Tian Long revealed his true face, saying that since little immortals dared to meddle with the Zhao residence today they would not leave in peace. Then he touched the table. Immediately Ching and a Meng seemed to be controlled. Ao Li panicked and asked what had been done to A Meng, then rushed to attack Tian Long. The maid immediately blocked in front of him. Before Ao Li could react, he was struck and sent flying back. The two maids both bore a state similar to Ching and A Meng. He suddenly erupted with abnormal power. Ao Li warned Wu Fu to be careful and prepared to summon his spiritual energy. Golden spiritual energy surrounded Ao Li. Wu Fu also unleashed water spiritual energy. The golden spiritual energy encircled one maid. The remaining maid was tightly bound by the water spiritual energy. Wu Fu continued to reinforce it with earth spiritual energy. The strength of the two shocked Tian Long. Ao Li appeared behind him and said, "Now it is our turn." Wu Fu also closed in, leaving him no time to react. Tian Long widened his eyes in disbelief. Even so, he still gathered spiritual energy and asked, "Who are you?" Surrounded by spiritual energy, he said, "2 against 1 is unfair. Let me see your ability." The burst of power made the room tremble violently. The pressure forced Wu Fu and Ao Li to step back. Wu Fu confidently said, "Do not think that one-on-one you can win. Even though there is a gap of 2 realms with the support of the Star Sword, he could still give it a try." Ao Li reminded that this was Zhao family territory, so do not be too ostentatious. Wu Fu calmly replied he was only training a bit, then also erupted with water spiritual energy to confront Tianlong. As soon as he finished speaking, Tianlong summoned the fire dragon to appear in midair. Wu Fu wasted no time and immediately directed the water dragon to counterattack. The two forces collided with a deafening explosion that shook the space around them. After the trial, Tianlong laughed heartily, showing his satisfaction, praising the 2 young men for their exceptional talent, then said that the challenge was enough, before curiously asking if they came because of the secret realm of the Zhao family. Ao Luke's voice remained cold as ever, so what of it? Tianlong laughed loudly, explaining his intention, saying he only wanted to discuss an exchange, which made him frown and ask again, an exchange. Tianlong slowly clarified that countless people desired the Zhao family's secret realm, but few could leave safely. He proposed that Zhao family members would guide them in while they helped him retrieve an item. Upon hearing this, Wu Fu realized the focus and asked if the item was extraordinary. Tianlong immediately praised him for his cleverness. He showed discomfort at the old man's scheme, asking if the task were so easy that a tribulation master could do it. Why not take it himself? What benefit would they get? Question that made Tianlong pause. Wu Fu added, or does he intend for them to work for nothing? The old man laughed at his wit and explained the secret realm accelerates cultivation. Those with high comprehension can break through in days, even gaining insight upon entering, asking what they thought. Ao Luke, who had been silent, suddenly interjected, asking if there were many cultivators inside. Tianlong confirmed, and before Wu Fu could react, he agreed to go. In Ao Luke's mind, a thought sparked that the power he sought might be very close and Father A Meng could be inside the secret realm. His urgency annoyed Wu Fu, who reproached him, asking if he understood negotiation. The old man needed them, so safety had to be ensured first. Then Wu Fu calmly said he could agree but needed to know what was inside and how to leave the secret realm. A moment later, when Fuang calmly said she would personally guide them to the secret realm, Luozai worriedly advised she should have a servant lead the way due to the danger. When Fuang smiled and replied that she could do anything for the one she loved, and she only entered to enhance cultivation, then cut off the conversation when they had made no progress. On the way, Meng Meng curiously asked why when Fuang's father, being so strong, didn't retrieve the item himself. She explained that each person could only enter the secret realm once in a lifetime. This made Wu Fu understand the reason. Remembering the scene inside, when Fuang seriously warned them not to fully trust her father's words, as the secret realm was far more complex. First, everything inside could consume, but overindulgence would trap one forever. Second, the core was deep and the path extremely treacherous. Finally, she emphasized the secret realm was unpredictable and dangerous. Hearing this, Meng Meng complained it felt like being deceived. Fuang looked at them and said it was not deception but exploitation. They came for their own goals and would achieve their desires, but danger always lurked. Wu Fu approached and said if she felt uneasy, she could stay at the Zhao mansion with Ha while they went. At this time, Ha and another dog were still clinging together. Sounds from the room echoed down the empty corridor. The flames flickered with the wind. Tianlong slowly descended the basement stairs. His footsteps resounded before stopping at a room. He sat closer to Ngok Van, saying not to be angry, he only misspoke. She leaned back on the bed and said her time was short. Asking if Phi Long was well, he replied it was more diligent than before, and believed the decision back then was right despite still feeling guilty for having deceived his child. Phi Long hugged the person in front of him, shouting at his mother not to sleep. He gritted his teeth in rage, vowing that whoever it was must pay, recalling Tianlong's youthful reminder that the weak could not protect their loved ones. Tianlong briefly regretted, saying this was a mandatory ancestral custom, but when sober and not influenced by spiritual energy, the plan was different. Ngok Van held his hand, saying if Phi Long knew the truth he would not inherit the family. He softly apologized for making her help him hide it. Ngok Van calmly said no apology was needed as she chose all this herself. Phi Long would only continue the path when fueled by resentment. Under the moonlight, when Fuang sat with Phi Long, saying she would enter the secret realm with them tomorrow, and asked if he had any instructions, Phi Long smiled and said his little sister had grown up. She sadly reminded him to take care while she was away. Phi Long comforted her, saying he had not yet repaid their mother and could not falter, giving her a protective talisman wishing her safe return. Elsewhere, a cry of "Don't go, father" rang in the room. Ao Luke saw Meng uneasy and called her name. He pondered, dreaming again. Could it be that his father was really in the secret realm? The Zhao family secret realm entrance, they were told the key would open it. Suddenly, golden energy clouds flared and the black door surrounding bright light opened, emitting strange aura. The door slammed shut abruptly. A voice angrily asked what the hell this was. Flames in his hand blazed violently as a sign of abnormality. Inside the mountain cave, voices warned to stay away from the pile of dirt because it was mud. Someone asked in surprise what mud was. Wen Fuang coldly explained that the Zhao family's secret realm actually lay within a giant demon beast, making everything unusual. Wu Fu asked in doubt if that meant it was its digestive fluid. Strange objects appeared on the ground in Wu Fu's sight, and before he could examine them, an eye emerged on one body, startling everyone. Wu Fu turned pale, warning everyone to be careful as something was hiding in the ground. Auluk used his metal spiritual energy to create a loud explosion, shrouding the area in white smoke. Strange objects spread relentlessly. Ching panicked, saying just looking at them was chilling. Wu Fu realized the eyes were part of the secret realm, and even if destroyed, they quickly reformed into new ones, then swelled to their limit and vanished. Most of the strange creatures simultaneously exploded and disappeared. Melted like water, making Wu Fu alert, warning that this phenomenon was extremely dangerous and urging caution. He observed the surrounding space changing. After the eyes dissolved, the place wobbled. Perhaps they had stabilized it before. Screams echoed as everything seemed about to collapse. People shouted to be careful. Amid the chaos, someone hurriedly called Wu Fu's name. Wu Fu shouted to leave here temporarily and regroup later. Luozai pointed ahead, saying the path had split into two due to tremors. Round creatures approached. The three urgently said they had entered the other path, worrying for Meng and Ching, then decided to pursue. Elsewhere, Auluk unleashed his ultimate technique, manipulating Earth's spiritual energy. He sank deeper, powerless, frustrated that Wu Fu used spiritual energy with ease while even a bit of Earth energy challenged him. A Meng stood above, calling out. Auluk asked if she was okay. She replied to wait a moment to find a way to help. Auluk reminded her that the cave's sinking seemed targeted at them, so they had to be careful not to fall. He secretly thought he never imagined relying on A Meng. Just then a loud noise erupted. Auluk realized something. A Meng's voice echoed down, saying she had come to save him. Suddenly A Meng's foot caught a rock. He lost balance and fell, the object in her hand flying directly toward Auluk. His eyes lit up as the large rock allowed him to spring out of the sinking spot. Meng scratched her head, embarrassed, saying he was too heavy, then worriedly asked if he was hurt. He reluctantly replied he was fine. Once free, Auluk suggested quickly finding Wu Fu, as the place was full of hazard. Footsteps echoed in the cave as they continued deeper. All three suddenly stopped at the same time. Luozai said there was light to the right. When Fuang added the left was dark, damp, and risky. Wu Fu ran his hand along the cave wall. Luozai asked what he was doing. Wu Fu explained the ground on the right differed from the mud in the main hall. She felt it familiar but could not recall where she had seen it. At that very moment, Wu Fu suddenly sensed that something was off, seeing that he seemed familiar with the terrain. When Feng asked in confusion whether he had been here before, although he insisted it was his first time, the place felt as if something recognized him. The group realized those mysterious gazes held no malice and instead seemed to be guiding them. When the three stood before a fork in the path, when Feng asked whether they should turn left, Luozai said to follow Wu Fu. In the end, he chose the path on the left. Doubt stirred within Wu Fu because he could not sense any spiritual energy from either path. However, the soil on the right was completely different from the left. If he were alone, he would choose the right to seek opportunity, but traveling with the two of them, safety came first. Wu Fu asked whether the two of them heard a strange sound. It seemed like flowing water. Could there really be a river within this secret realm? Because the darkness was thick, he conjured a small flame to light the way. Then the three continued forward. The sight before them left them stunned. They had not expected the secret realm to conceal such a scene. Inside the mystical cavern, the light from countless sparkling eyes formed a wondrous picture like something out of myth. Perhaps only because it was hidden within the secret realm could such beauty exist. Wu Fu looked around in confusion, wondering why those eyes had led them here. Elsewhere, Ao Li spoke inside the cave. After walking for so long, they still had not seen Wu Fu. Perhaps he had gotten lost. He reassured a Meng that with him here he would not let her come to harm. He frowned and said Wu Fu had separated from them as soon as he entered and left no trace. It was hard to believe. He had hoped Wu Fu would help a Meng find her father. Hearing this, the girl startled and asked whether her father was truly here. Ao Li thought to himself that ever since entering the secret realm, the connection between him and his father had vanished. He rubbed a Meng's head and said even if her father was not here, they still had to grow stronger. She had already been acknowledged as the strongest beastkin. The girl nodded sadly. Suddenly a strange noise echoed from afar. Ao Li immediately drew his blade and stood in front of a Meng. The girl said the sound seemed to come from ahead. Ao Li swung his blade to widen the gap into a path, then stared outside in astonishment. A Meng asked blankly whether they had come out of that place. A cry for help suddenly rang out. A Meng anxiously wondered whether her father was beyond that wasteland. In another development, amid a forest of cherry blossoms, Ching Ching looked around in confusion and asked where this was. The person beneath her whom she was sitting on softly said it was likely another path of the secret realm. Ching Ching realized and blushed in apology. He brushed off his hands and joked that being her cushion was an honor, though she seemed to have grown heavier lately. Returning to Wu Fu, Wen Feng and Luo Zai were gliding along an underground river. Luo Zai praised Wen Feng's spell. She laughed and said it was merely the paper boat technique their ancestors had learned from shamans to cross lakes and seas. Suddenly Wu Fu sensed something unusual beneath the water and warned everyone to be careful. The surface bubbled, then a white skeletal arm rose and seized Luo Zai's leg. Wen Feng saw a bone spirit emerge, reaching to grab her. She lashed her whip and shattered the bone spirit into pieces. Wen Feng asked whether Luo Zai was all right. She shook her head and said she was fine, yet more bone spirits were climbing onto the boat behind them. Two others lunged straight toward Wu Fu. He immediately wielded water spiritual energy and swept them away. Wu Fu pressed his palms together and chanted, turning the invisible into the tangible. The river trembled and surged violently. A gigantic hand of water rose to shield the boat. Wen Feng even teased that her lover was working hard, making Luo Zai blush and protest. Many rocks jutted up, causing the boat to crash. Luo Zai slipped and fell into the river, crying for help. Seeing the danger, Wu Fu immediately jumped in after her. He reached out his hand and called for Luo Zai to grab it. She strained but could not reach. Wu Fu shouted for her to avoid the rock behind her. Unable to dodge in time, she struck the rock and sank. Wu Fu managed to catch her hand. He held her and swam while calling for her to wake up. Realizing her meridians were injured, he immediately gave assisted breathing. On the shore, Wen Feng threw her whip and told him to grab it. Wu Fu grabbed the whip, and both of them were pulled ashore. His entire body was icy cold as he glanced down at the river. Red eyes beneath the water stared at them. Wu Fu told her to pull Luo Zai up first. Surrounded by monstrous fish, he shouted that there was no time to waste and forced them back. Wen Feng called out in panic because Luo Zai seemed not to be breathing. Wu Fu immediately leaped onto the shore and demanded that some of her clothes be removed to save her. After handling it, he said to leave the rest to him. He told Wen Feng to take care of those in the lake. She warned that if anything happened to Luo Zai, she would not let him off. Saying that, she turned back to deal with the monstrous fish. Wu Fu placed his hand on Luo Zai and transmitted spiritual power to heal her. After a while, she coughed up water and regained consciousness. He stopped channeling energy. Luo Zai weakly asked what had happened. Wu Fu told her not to move because she had just suffered a heavy impact. Explained that her true chi was in disarray and her back was injured, so she needed treatment, then continued channeling energy. When his hand touched her waist, Luo Zai startled and flushed red. From afar, Wen Feng shouted loudly, asking whether it was done. Hearing her voice, Luo Zai finally realized the situation. She intended to run to help but was held back by Wu Fu. Pulled back, she then realized she was only wearing a thin garment, making her even more embarrassed. She covered her chest and blushed, asking whether he had seen everything. But Wu Fu had already left at some point. In the distance, Wen Feng was still fighting. Suddenly, a horizontal sword slash swept forward. Wen Feng looked at Wu Fu in shock. He stepped forward coldly and said it was time to settle the matter between us. Amid the peach blossom prairie awash in color, Meng Meng spoke up to ask whether we had just wandered onto another planet. He stroked his chin and analyzed that the previous exit had been a damp, perilous secret realm filled with anomalies. Inside were gazes that sent chills down one's spine, while here the flowers and grass lay clearly before their eyes, plainly two completely separate states. Ching Ching pouted in reproach, telling him to shut up at once and lamenting how unlucky she was to be traveling with someone like him. The two strode beneath the cherry forest. Meng Meng laughed and said that since they were already here, complaining was useless. Instead of grumbling, they might as well think about what to eat tonight. Hearing that, she snapped angrily that he thought of nothing but food all day, having followed Wu Fu for so long yet learned not a shred of skill. He suddenly fell silent, making Ching Ching uncomfortable as she shouted, "Hey, do you have any manners? I am talking to you." Suddenly a vine shot out from nowhere. Meng Meng shoved Ching Ching aside while shouting for her to be careful, his eyes filled with urgency. Not one but 4 vines lunged at once, tightly binding Meng Meng's limbs and neck before constricting. He was instantly dragged backward, crying out in pain. Ching Ching gripped her mace and rushed forward, shouting, "Let me help you," but her swing sent the mace head crashing into Meng Meng's stomach. He cried out in alarm, telling her to aim at the enemy. The vines continued to coil around the mace shaft and yanked hard, flinging the weapon from Ching Ching's hand. It wrapped around the handle and hurled it back toward her. Ching Ching hurriedly leaped aside to dodge. Yet another vine silently struck from behind. Fortunately, Meng Meng managed to stretch out his hand in time to block it. stood boldly in front of Ching Ching, one hand gripping a severed length of vine, the other clutching the remaining strand. Her face flushed red as she asked why he did that. He smiled and replied that since arriving at Pinglai, though he had not broken through, he had learned quite a few spells from Sister Wenfeng and thus improved his strength. The scene shifted, the small blade still stained with tiny red specks. Luo Zai asked, "What are you looking at?" Wu Fu cast a stern gaze toward her. He said coldly it was nothing and urged them to move on. Luo Zai glanced back anxiously. Beneath the river, the monstrous fish had already been completely dealt with by Wu Fu. Wu Fu and Wen Feng left the cave together before the scene that unfolded, when Feng broke into a radiant smile. Outside the cave lay a vast expanse. Opposite stood two peaks separated apart. She exclaimed that she had not expected the Zhao family secret realm to be so magnificent, but with such a distance, how could they cross? Wu Fu stepped forward and suggested trying Earth's spiritual energy, then placed his hand on the ground to condense brown masses of energy. He then tossed them forward, the clumps of Earth's spiritual energy hovering in midair. Luo Zai asked in astonishment whether an invisible bridge existed here. When Feng said if so they would know once they tried. She threw her needle down the cliff. It quickly fell straight down under gravity. Seeing that, Luo Zai grew even more shocked at what was going on. Wu Fu spoke up, "Let me try." He stepped onto the edge of the abyss, unexpectedly standing firm in midair as if supported by an invisible barrier. Wu Fu silently confirmed in his heart that it was just as he had expected. He walked out into the void and said this bridge seemed to possess awareness and would not cause harm. It was likely a spatial bridge. When Feng wondered what it meant for a spatial bridge to have awareness, he explained that all things concealed space within them. If it could transform into a bridge for them to cross, then it must also exist in other forms to carry different objects. Luo Zai blinked and asked whether that meant what they saw might not be real but merely a manifestation of some space. A moment later, when Feng felt somewhat overwhelmed as the three of them walked across the invisible bridge toward the opposite mountain, Luo Zai asked worriedly whether Sister Wenfeng was all right. She replied she was only a bit afraid of heights. Upon reaching the other side, she let out a relieved breath and said they had finally crossed, then suddenly spotted the needle from earlier. She picked it up in astonishment and exclaimed it was her needle. Luo Zai pondered and asked Wu Fu if this was the spatial bridge he mentioned, meaning the needle had not fallen into the abyss at all but traveled here in some invisible form. He replied that it could be understood that way, but this discovery might not necessarily be good news for them. Suddenly, a disturbance sounded from above as a flock of flying sable beasts swooped in. Dived down with the intent to attack the three. Wu Fu loudly warned them to be careful. They were flying sable beasts. Three immediately took defensive stances and swiftly finished off the flying beast. When Feng said in surprise that it was strange, the flying sable beasts did not seem formidable at all. Luo Zai wondered whether they were heading toward the edge of the secret realm. Wu Fu asked why she thought so. When Feng explained that KK once said the closer to the center, the stronger the monsters, yet these flying sable beasts were far inferior to the ones beneath the lake. After hearing that, he asked if Kaka had said anything else. She recalled that he said the secret realm had one entrance but many exits. They only needed to find grooves resembling doorways to lead. Luo Zai asked whether that meant they could depart at any time, when Feng nodded and said it could be understood that way. Suddenly an object fell from the sky, followed by a cascade of others. It landed with dull thuds around where Luo Zai, Wen Feng and Wu Fu stood. Wen Feng asked doubtfully whether those were not the flying sable beasts they had just slain. Wu Fu responded in disbelief. Was that truly so? All at once an image surfaced in Wu Fu's mind of a long-haired man in white standing silently here. He frowned and wondered whether that was himself or perhaps a memory from a past life. He looked down. Below the cliff was a dark and dense forest, then pointed and said, "Look down there, there is a forest." He asked in surprise what forest. There was no forest at all. Was he seeing things? Wu Fu wondered to himself whether they truly could not see it. Suddenly a shadow from behind shoved him hard. Fu lost his balance and lunged forward. When Feng and Luo Zai saw him fall into the abyss and cried out his name in panic. In that instant he sensed the shadow smiling coldly. Fu fell toward the bottom of the abyss and saw countless bubbles floating around him. Within each bubble flickered the image of someone. He wondered what this was. Wu Fu reached out to touch a bubble and glimpsed two people looking at him with smile. He shook his head hard to stay conscious, realizing that something abnormal was hidden within the bubble. Clutching his head to steady himself, he felt a familiar sensation surge up again. A monster swept past, opening its jaws wide to devour Wu Fu. Streak of sword light flashed. Wu Fu swung his sword and slashed straight at its head. He launched successive attacks at the monster's eye. Rapid sword arcs continued to tear through the air. The monsters blocking his path were smashed into pieces by him. Ahead, another spider appeared, spinning its web in wake. Wu Fu swung his sword downward. Instantly a swarm of spiders poured down from above. He immediately chanted an incantation, mobilized Earth's spiritual energy and shouted softly, "Form." The surrounding earth and stones swiftly gathered into a tightly sealed cocoon that enveloped Wu Fu. Flames burst into life in his hand, fire spiritual energy surged at his call, in an instant burning the spiders outside the earthen shell to ashes. Yet within the darkness a pair of cold eyes suddenly flashed. A remaining spider had slipped into the cocoon and abruptly lunged to bite his shoulder. Wu Fu frowned slightly at the sharp stab of pain that passed through him. Outside thunder roared. Meng Meng said in a low voice that she had a feeling Wu Fu was gathering spiritual energy. Ching Ching immediately replied that they should go and check. Suddenly someone blocked them. Want to leave? You must see whether I allow it. Elsewhere Wu Fu hovered in midair, raised his sword amid the storm of lightning and shouted spirit sword art. 10,000 slashes across the void. A bolt of lightning tore through the clouds and crashed down violently as if to swallow everything. That voice rang out, my fate was destined to fall by your hand. So I gift you a portion of my cultivation. The road ahead is long, take care of yourself. Wu Fu was momentarily stunned by those words. A vast current of spiritual power instantly enveloped his entire body. He thought to himself that this power was too immense and must be refined quickly. Yet the next instant, an abnormal sensation made him wary. The spiritual power within his body seemed to be draining away. Wu Fu understood that something was absorbing his energy, so he immediately circulated his art, immaterial manifestation, 5 elements refinement, opening and merging the chi at the filter. He closed his eyes tightly and focused on regulating his breath. After a while, Wu Fu opened his eyes, spiritual energy spread throughout his body. He looked at the light in his hand and said, let me see how strong you are. He clenched his fist and slammed it into the ground, causing the earth to crack open into a deep pit. Looking at his own hand, he nodded slightly, not bad. The 5 elements spiritual energy had merged into one. Elsewhere, when Feng warned that this abyss was extremely dangerous, Luo Zai replied that there must be another path below, otherwise why was Wu Fu nowhere to be seen? Sister, wait here, I will go down to search and return. And Feng advised that she understood her worry, but Wu Fu was too strong. Even if they found him, they would only become a burden. Luo Zai gripped the rope tightly and said, stop persuading me. I would rather risk my life than ignore him. After speaking, she held onto the rope and lowered herself down the cliff. And Feng watched her and smiled, truly infatuated. I wonder what my brother is doing now. On another side, Fei Long and Tian Long were locked in a standoff. Fei Long thought he must block them before Wen Feng arrived, while Tian Long was also secretly calculating. The cliff, Wu Fu calmly leapt upward step by step without pause. He sensed his cultivation rising, yet his spiritual energy was depleting faster. He had to return before it was exhausted. At that moment, Luo Zai fell downward. Wu Fu immediately rushed forward and caught her in his arms. Seeing him, she called his name in joy. Wu Fu asked why she was here, then sprang upward, saying, fortunately you are unharmed. Let us go up first and talk later. He gently carried her from the base of the cliff back to the mountain summit. Seeing them both safe, when Feng let out a breath of relief, Luo Zai asked why he had fallen below. When Feng was also curious, Wu Fu replied that he seemed to have been pushed down by someone. Luo Zai speculated that perhaps they were not the only ones who entered the secret realm. When Feng confirmed that many people came here to cultivate and some even stayed inside permanently, she asked in astonishment whether there were those who never left. Wu Fu pondered, since it is cultivation, why was I the only one knocked down? From afar came a mocking voice, your life is truly big. When Feng shouted, who is there? Wu Fu halted as a blade shot toward him. Luo Zai cried out in alarm. He drew the spirit sword in time to block it, his gaze probing the attacker. The owner of the blade stepped out laughing arrogantly and said, I have waited for you for a long time. Luo Zai could not help being shocked. Huang Dao growled that on earth he had been suppressed and carelessly lost his body. Now without restraints, let us see how you escape. Wu Fu coldly replied that sneaking to push someone and hiding in the dark was no different from a sewer rat. Huang Dao charged forward, boasting that as a tribulation-crossing realm expert he would teach him a lesson. Wu Fu raised his sword to meet him. In his heart he understood that freed from suppression, that man's strength could not be underestimated. Huang Dao gathered his force and slashed down. Wu Fu used his sword to block it, smiling faintly as he thought he had just gained additional cultivation. Using that man to test his hand was not bad. Seeing that smile, Huang Dao grew suspicious that this fellow was somehow abnormal, yet still so calm. Wu Fu swung the spirit sword in counterattack. Consecutive sharp slashes tore through the air. While defending, he attempted to speak further. Suddenly a sword strike blazing with spiritual energy surged toward him. Huang Dao was horrified to realize that he had learned to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to nourish his sword chi, completely different from before when he relied only on his body. He angrily shouted, what are you standing there for? From above a figure stepped out leisurely. That man mocked that even at the Harmony Dao realm you cannot win. Huang Dao, you are truly useless. Wen Feng looked up and recognized him as that man's accomplice. Now laughed and said, seeing you struggle, so I came to help. then hurled his weapon toward Wu Fu. Wu Fu looked at him with a solemn expression. The dart spun through the wind toward him. He calmly raised his hand to block it and taunted that you are merely this much, now laughed and said arrogant I like it, let me play with you. He gripped his weapon tightly and lunged down to attack. A flurry of thrusts rained down, yet Wu Fu evaded them all. At that very moment Quang Dao suddenly swung his blade from behind. Fortunately Luo Zai rushed forward in time to block the strike and shouted a warning. She quickly realized she was not his opponent. Quang Dao barked troublesome. Wu Fu immediately mobilized spiritual energy and pulled Luo Zai behind him. Instant they left that spot, the blade slammed down where she had stood. When Feng caught her and anxiously asked if she was hurt, Luo Zai gently shook her head and said she was fine. Luo Zai said sadly, is this the true strength of Quang Dao? Last time I already held him back, could it be this time as well? Suddenly the demoness hurled a dart and shouted loudly, you weakling, get out of the battlefield for me. When Feng retorted angrily, it is not only Bin Hoa who steps forward to fight. She swung her whip and knocked away Engieru's dart. At the same time Luo Zai closed her eyes, gathered her spiritual power and murmured the seventh stance of the sword formula, unending grace. She lowered her gaze in fleeting thought before opening her eyes and telling herself she had to be worthy to stand beside Wu Fu. Dart spun violently, like a whistling arrow shooting straight ahead. The dart collided repeatedly, then suddenly accelerated, carrying fierce pressure as it attacked Luo Zai. This time she caught its trajectory and knocked it aside. Before the dart struck the ground, when Feng cheered in delight that she had done it, Luo Zai smiled and nodded. Neither of them noticed that Engieru had appeared behind them at some point. He extended his hand and growled softly, women only create burdens. The two of them turned around in shock. Wu Fu spun around in alarm toward Wen Feng and Luo Zai. Taking advantage of his distraction, the mad saber lunged in and coldly mocked that fighting a strong opponent while distracted. If you want to save a woman, then get past me first. Wu Fu faced him indifferently, while on the other side Luo Zai raised her sword to block. The demon merely lifted a finger and stopped the sword tip. Froze for a moment, an uneasy premonition rising in her heart. He released overwhelming spiritual power that pressed down on her, forcing her into a difficult defense. Luo Zai thought the opponent's body was too tough, and prolonging the fight would put her at a disadvantage. He raised his hand and clenched his fist to gather spiritual energy. Suddenly Wen Feng's whip lashed out and bound his arm tightly. She anxiously shouted Luo Zai's name, while Luo Zai seized the moment to think of a way to break the stalemate. She condensed spiritual power in her fist into a small fire dragon and shouted a secret art, startling the opponent. The fist carrying blazing solar force shot forward. On the other side, the mad saber struck the ground, causing a minor tremor. When the smoke cleared, Wu Fu's figure had vanished. He roared angrily, where did you go? Suddenly Wu Fu appeared behind him and said coldly that if I can let your body rest elsewhere, then I can also make your primordial spirit vanish here. Then reached out to restrain the opponent. He revealed a faint, cold smile. Spiritual energy within Wu Fu erupted violently. The mad saber's figure gradually dissipated. At the same time Luo Zai collapsed and coughed blood. Beside her lay the enemy defeated by her flaming fist. When Feng called her name with difficulty, reassuring her that Wu Fu's side seemed finished as well. She blamed herself that if she had not encouraged her sister to fight she would not have had to use that move. Luo Zai shook her head and said if it were elder sister she would have done the same, because if she was not strong enough to stay beside Wu Fu she would only become a burden. When Feng looked at her and thought in surprise that Luo Zai had risked backlash to use the secret art for Wu Fu's sake. She was even more astonished that Luo Zai could defeat a venerable god. Luo Zai pushed herself up and sighed wearily, let us go. As he walked, Wu Fu instructed that this place was surrounded by mountains and flattened terrain. You stay here to refine your cultivation and I will guard you. When Feng obediently agreed, beneath the ground strange eyes continued to follow them silently. Seeing this, Wu Fu turned his head warily. When Feng thought to herself that these eyes had followed them since entering the secret realm, as if guiding them or leading them somewhere. Wu Fu shared the same speculation that they wanted to lead him somewhere. There is only one entrance here. Luo Zai needs time to refine, so I will scout ahead. Within the spirit sword I have left a strand of divine sense. Once you draw the sword you will sense it. If danger arises it will protect you. I have also concealed your auras within a barrier so no one will detect you. I will return soon. Luo Zai softly said sorry to trouble you, senior brother. After hearing this, Wen Feng still looked at the divine weapon in Luo Zai's hand with concern. Knowing danger lay ahead, yet he still entrusted the divine weapon and cultivation to her. She wondered if she had pushed too hard or whether love must always be so cautious. The scene shifted elsewhere. A voice remarked that this treasure looked quite unusual. He replied that it was indeed somewhat strange, but to advance they had to pass through that city. Ali said, then let us go. She asked cautiously, are you not afraid? Last night I dreamed of father again. His voice grew weaker and it worries me. Ao Li thought that Meng could now clearly remember her dreams. Perhaps that was why recently he could no longer sense father's aura. While pondering, a shout to stop rang out, then someone scornfully said they were merely lowly commoners. Let them pass. After being allowed to proceed, Meng softly said those two seemed not to be wearing anything. Ao Li hummed in response and the two entered. Inside, Meng saw many women dressed revealingly, some not covered at all. Elsewhere, black-robed figures sat on the ground. Meng asked Ao Li if he found this place too strange. None of them were wearing anything. No sooner had she finished speaking than a hand reached toward her. Ao Li quickly blocked it and asked, "What are you trying to do?" That man arrogantly replied, "Even a lowly commoner dares touch this king." Meng hid behind Ao Li and said, "From the beginning you kept calling us lowly commoners. What do you mean? And why are you not properly dressed?" Dio-san laughed loudly and said, "Lowly commoners will always be lowly commoners. We are superior citizens, so we need no clothing. Only you laborers must cover yourselves with rags." Meng whispered to Ao Li, "Are they ill?" Ao Li replied softly, "Something is wrong. We should leave soon." The girl murmured in agreement. The little guard smiled wickedly and said, "Do you think leaving is that easy?" At the same time, the other loincloth-clad people surrounded Ao Li and Meng. Ao Li frowned as he observed them. What followed was a brief clash not convenient to describe in detail. After a while, those residents lay scattered on the ground after being subdued by Ao Li. Realized the people in the ancient fortress seemed controlled by sorcery and said they must leave quickly to avoid more trouble. At that moment, the figures of Ao Li and Meng slowly moved deeper into the ancient fortress. Suddenly, a fierce voice rang out, "Who dares intrude into the ancient fortress?" The sudden sound made Ao Li jerk and turn. It was Luo Zhai who excitedly said they seemed to be cultivators from the Peng Tai secret realm. Luo Mang added that it looked like another feast. Seeing this, Meng called Ao Li in a low voice. The scene shifted to Wu Fu, who was slowly wading into the cold lake. Sensing the temperature while speculating whether something strange lay within, the heat loss seemed faster than usual. The water around him suddenly moved abnormally and caught his attention. Before Wu Fu appeared a figure suspended above the vast lake surface. The image of that woman grew clearer before his eyes. Wu Fu curiously asked, "Is this where you want to lead me?" Without waiting for those eyes to respond, he remarked that this secret realm truly hid many secrets, becoming more interesting by the moment. Wu Fu forcefully threw the eyes forward. They struck against a thick barrier blocking the way. Wu Fu seemed not to expect a barrier, his eyes widening in surprise. Suddenly, the formation ahead shook violently. Then a gentle female voice sounded behind him asking, "What are you to Wu Ling? You carry her aura." That name shocked Wu Fu and he wondered, could it be mother? He turned and replied, "You need not concern yourself. I only wish to know what connection those eyes have with you, that since entering the secret realm they have led me here." His words startled the woman and she asked, "They led you here?" Wu Fu remained wary and replied, "Is that not so? After going to such lengths to bring me here, what is your purpose?" She did not answer and only softly asked, "Are they still well?" His face turned cold as he asked, "Do you not care about your own situation? Those chains and that grand formation were not of your own making, were they?" The matriarch kept pressing about whether those eyes were still fine, whether they had been corroded by the water. Wu Fu could only reply that they were still well, and ask what her purpose in bringing him here was. Only then did she begin to explain softly. She said that several hundred years ago they had been guardians of the secret realm, living in peace until a calamity struck. The divine King Hall sent people to slaughter them. Her child was refined into an auxiliary array warrior for the secret realm, gradually turning into its current form while she was imprisoned forever within the dead water. After hearing this, Wu Fu asked whether those eyes were her children. The matriarch nodded. He suddenly broke into a cold sweat as he recalled the eyes he had struck when he first entered. He awkwardly asked whether they had brought him here to save her. The matriarch calmly said that because there was the aura of Wu Ling on him, her children had mistaken him and brought him here. As soon as she finished speaking, the inner demon suddenly appeared, leaving both of them stunned. That man asked whether she knew Wu Ling. Matriarch was astonished by that presence. Wu Fu explained that it was a fragment of his divine sense. The inner demon snorted coldly, saying that sooner or later this body would belong to him. Ignoring that man, he asked what relationship she had with Wu Ling. The barrier around the matriarch began to weaken. She anxiously said, "My cultivation has regressed. My divine sense cannot last long, so I will be brief." She introduced herself as Zhang Changnu, once saved by Wu Ling. "Her child mistook you for Wu Ling and hoped you would save me. But this formation is extremely difficult to break. Keep yourself safe." Wu Fu asked what he should do. She was surprised that he agreed. He solemnly asked her to show the method. She said she was trapped within the great soul-seizing formation that specialized in suppressing soul. To break it, one must strengthen the heart and refine the soul. Using the body to shatter the formation, it is exceedingly dangerous and failure will cause severe damage. She asked again whether you still wish to save me. Wu Fu did not hesitate and affirmed that he would. The inner demon interrupted, saying, "Are you insane? Do not drag me into this. The great soul-seizing formation is not so easily broken." Ignoring his words, Wu Fu resolutely began. He circulated the 9 swallow qi refining art, guiding the qi back to its origin, following the body in motion, letting all laws return to one source. Next came the unity of heaven and man, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth into his dantian, refining both internal and external to hope for attainment. After completing the move, Wu Fu opened his eyes in surprise and called out, "Luo Zai, why are you here?" Golden spiritual energy spread and seeped into his eyes. A graceful figure emerged. It was the demonic woman transforming. Wu Fu immediately struck out with his palm. The demonic woman retreated. Luo Zai's voice rang out, calling Wu Fu. Wu Fu was briefly startled, then regained clarity, realizing this was only false. He summoned his sword and slashed straight at the illusion. He snorted coldly, saying, "Such petty mystic arts dare try to bewitch me." The illusion dissipated. The demonic woman turned into Luo Zai again, reproaching, "Why are you so heartless to strike?" He repeated it continuously, causing Wu Fu's head to throb, the accusations crashing like relentless waves. Even so, he told himself that Luo Zai was outside. Everything here was only a false image. Wu Fu circulated his power to calm his mind, chanting the incantation to fortify his body and will. His gaze gradually cleared. Without courtesy, he counterattacked. The demonic woman suddenly turned into Wu Ling, calling Fu Er. That familiar image made the inner demon rush forward to block him. He shouted, "What are you doing?" Wu Fu shouted, "Move aside or I will not show mercy either." The inner demon said, "Wu Ling is your mother." He replied coldly that it was only a fake. The demonic woman continued acting gentle, saying, "If I am an obstacle, then strike me down." Wu Fu chanted and charged forward. The inner demon also threw a punch to stop him. Fortunately, Wu Fu managed to dodge in time. Seizing the moment, he counterattacked, leaving the inner demon astonished. The demonic woman also rushed over, intending to take advantage. Wu Fu immediately restrained her. Even so, she still called out Fu Er. He shouted at the inner demon to look carefully whether she was truly his mother. She reverted to her original form. The inner demon expression changed as he realized it was mystic art. He also discovered that Wu Fu had swiftly learned the 9 swallow qi refining art. Wu Fu summoned the green stone and asked, "What else are you hiding?" The inner demon said it could not be revealed. Wu Fu angrily said, "I am your host." The inner demon replied that he was merely a vessel. Regaining calm, Wu Fu proposed that if he spoke about my mother, he would share the cultivation art. The inner demon sneered, telling him to worry about surviving. He said, "The great soul-seizing formation has 9 layers. You have only passed 7 and are already exhausted. Without sword spirit, it will be hard to escape." Wu Fu raged, saying, "You exist only because of my body," then swore he would refine him away. Just as they were locked in struggle, a great blaze flared in the distance, drawing their attention. The two immediately flew over. It turned out to be the ancient divine beast 9 infants. Wu Fu recognized it as 9 infants and wondered why it had appeared here. Before he could think further, it attacked. Wu Fu blocked while recalling that 9 infants has 9 heads and to win they must be slain at the same time. He summoned his sword and unleashed a powerful slash, making it howl and spew flames in retaliation. The might of 9 infants was truly astonishing. Even so, Wu Fu persisted in observing. He moved like lightning to mislead it, then unleashed a strike that caused all 9 heads to fall at once. He confidently said, "Is that all?" but his expression immediately changed. A mysterious current of energy suddenly approached and entered his body. He wondered whether he was absorbing the power of 9 infants, but the force was too immense, making his body uncomfortable. The inner demon stood aside, mocking that you specialize in courting trouble. If not for your mother, I would have already taken your body. He placed 2 fingers on Wu Fu's forehead, guiding him on how to assimilate it. He immediately comprehended and stabilized. From behind came the demonic woman mocking voice, saying that such a mortal body could fuse with such immense power is truly astonishing. The moment he finished speaking, he suddenly froze, his body locked rigid, unable to move. While Wu Fu hesitated, the female remnant approached, marveling at the pure bloodline that excited her. Immediately after, crude Ada spoke, eager to devour the person before her instantly. Her voice grew more agitated, but before devouring him, she wanted to toy with him first. Wu Fu remained thoughtful, feeling his qi channels compressed, needing to find a way to escape. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment as a fierce force surged within his body, gradually cracking Ada's suppression. In an instant, Wu Fu darted away from the encirclement, breathing heavily from exertion. Female remnant curiously asked, hand, you still broke my pressure. Then let me see your true strength. Before he could respond, she probed with a strike. Fortunately, Wu Fu quickly stabilized, swinging his hand to summon spiritual energy in counterattack. The female remnant seemed to see through his intention. The young one, don't be too ambitious. Your power hasn't harmonized yet, and you want to seize my treasure. Wu Fu curled his lips and replied, don't worry, my life is long. Her provocative attitude amused him. So young yet so bold, let's see how far you can go. In a blink, she summoned 3 subordinates, striking to crush him. Following orders, they charged. Wu Fu showed no restraint, is that all? Just as he finished, the 3 closed in, a clean slash took them all down. This power unsettled the female remnant. None had surpassed the 9 layers in years. Could it be broken by a nameless one today? Ada glared, gritting her teeth, realizing she had underestimated him, then roared and reverted to her true form. Wu Fu, seemingly too familiar, sneered coldly. The same old trick. Nothing new beyond stirring storms and calling thunder. After the transformation, she aggressively declared she would press him, tentacles attacking continuously. Wu Fu slashed back but caused no harm. She laughed coldly, futile. Nothing in this world could break my armor. Finished speaking, she assaulted relentlessly. Wu Fu dodged, yet the tentacles stayed close. Then he chose to confront them directly. He unleashed a palm strike, Buddha palm technique, and when completed, his body radiated golden light. The dazzling light stunned the female remnant. What is happening? Seizing the gap, he leapt higher, continuing his plan, chanting the 9 luminaries' chi refining art. Downward force made the female remnant grit her teeth in defense. Seeing this, he smiled and asked, how does it feel under my hand? Despite difficulty, she remained firm. Minor cultivator. This move won't hurt me. Wu Fu mocked, is that so? Then delivered an even stronger blow. The relentless strikes left the female remnant stunned, in disbelief, repeatedly exclaiming in fear. Turned out Wu Fu was preparing the finale, summoning 10,000 worlds, voids everywhere, 10,000 demon lords descended. Majestic light shone from the heavens, illuminating the space. She screamed as the technique enveloped her. Wu Fu suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. Angrily, he questioned the heart demon. What are you doing? A shout came from behind. Stay silent if you want to live. Wu Fu realized the intention to occupy his body. In an instant, the heart demon took over, coldly scolding, only praying when weak, then struck through the female remnant, causing her to panic. Before he could say more, the female remnant vanished. The heart demon grew confident, nature unchanged. Fortunately, Wu Fu gradually regained control, at which point a female voice called to him. The elder female bowed respectfully, greeting her benefactor. Wu Fu replied, no need for formality. I have questions. My friend waits outside, walking and speaking. She curiously asked where he came from. Before answering, his glance gave her the cue, and she immediately understood. Once clarified, she guided him. This place is unpredictable. A wrong step could lead to another space. Wu Fu was curious, another space. She explained there are many gates to other realms. Getting lost may mean never returning or vanishing. Hearing this, he recalled the strange feeling earlier, the heart demon's occupation, and the familiarity of this world. Along the way, she asked about his mother. Wu Fu answered he had never met her since birth. Surprised, she apologized and recounted. His mother was warm, kind, always loving her child. Scene shifted to Meng Meng and Ching Ching in hiding. Meng Meng cleared obstacles. While later Ching Ching tiredly complained, this place is full of ugly creatures. Meng Meng told her to rest. Suddenly, a strange force wrapped her hand tightly. Ching Ching's cries caught Meng Meng's attention. She panicked and called for help. He shouted her name loudly. Meng Meng tried to hold the crack in the tree that swallowed her, but it quickly closed, angering him. After a while, he realized his strength was insufficient, resorted to swallowing a strange fruit, immediately surprised. Thanks to the fruit, he recovered and grew stronger than before. Soon after, he focused his force into his fist. Without hesitation, Meng Meng delivered a powerful punch, breaking the tree, rescuing Ching Ching, then reached to pull her out. Her strength amazed her. Before she could speak, he reassured her, telling her to leave as he couldn't continue. He saw the exit ahead. She anxiously asked again. Fearing she wouldn't listen, he explained he ate a dangerous fruit. About to lose control, she scolded him, but his face showed signs of change. He sadly said it was too late. Meng Meng pulled her along, saying when she regains consciousness, she would be taken outside. He found the exit with a strange barrier, returned to Wu Fu, and the elder female asked about the seal. She said she didn't know, perhaps waiting for someone. Wu Fu noted this detail. He lamented the passage of time. Secrets had changed in spirit. The heart demon threatened the sword spirit. Then they quarreled. He thought Wu Fu shouldn't disappoint him. Scene shifted to a silent forest. Ching Ching fainted. A strange girl observed from a tall tree. With sister own contemplating her injury. She jumped down, saying if left alone she would become prey. Meeting her was fortunate. She checked the wounds, realizing they weren't serious. Telling herself the fall caused the collision, survival depended on fate. Beside Meng Meng, he panted, thinking Ching Ching was safe. As for himself, probably wouldn't survive, apologizing to his parents but feeling no shame. A while later, he closed his eyes, giving in. Suddenly, the familiar scene appeared. Meng Meng couldn't believe it, wondering if she was still in the secret place or back home. No sooner had he finished speaking than Meng Meng pushed the door open and walked in. "Mom and Dad, I am home." At that very moment, his mother's reproachful voice rang out, scolding him for being gone so long without a word. Hearing this, he hurriedly called out, "Mom, I am really bad." She still had not calmed down, continuing to complain that once a son grows up, he cannot be kept close. Meng Meng had matured and no longer cared for his family as before. The scene before his eyes was far too strange, leaving him stunned. What on earth was happening? At the same time, a vague flash of insight sparked in Wu Fu's mind. He clutched his head in confusion as if unable to grasp the current situation. Seeing his expression, the elder woman asked with concern if there was something troubling her benefactor. Wu Fu did not answer but instead asked what incident had once occurred in this secret realm. After a few seconds of silence, she softly asked which period he meant, thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago, then slowly recounted that if speaking of 1,000 years past there had indeed been an event here, but it was merely a grievance among seniors. Why would her benefactor mention? Wu Fu said in a low voice that he merely felt the killing intent here was too heavy, and thus grew curious. The elder woman slowly told what she had heard, that a previous god king had once swept across the cultivation world, leaving devastation in his wake, and was later eliminated through the combined efforts of the Wuzhai clan and other forces. After hearing this, Wu Fu fell into thought. Could what he saw be the memory of that god king? But why would such a memory appear in his mind, or had the secret realm deliberately allowed him to witness? Wu Fu curiously asked more about the Wuzhai clan, but before he could finish, she affirmed that it was precisely his maternal family. The answer made him exclaim in shock that it was impossible. After hesitating for a moment, he asked her to recount the great battle of that year in detail. The elder woman replied sorrowfully that she had only heard it passed down and did not know clearly. Knowing he could ask nothing further, Wu Fu said, "Let us go, my friend is still waiting." On the way out, he silently vowed that one day he would personally unravel every mystery surrounding himself, from the sword spirit and inner demon to those vague memories and the unstable heartbeat. A while later, the two left the cave. Wu Fu calmly asked Han how she felt. Luozai softly replied that she felt much better and her cultivation seemed to have improved greatly. Then she smiled and thanked him. Hearing her say this, he felt at ease, gently telling her that as long as she was safe it was enough and that she must not take such risks again. Luozai lowered her head and apologized. Not letting her continue, Wu Fu interrupted and said that this butterfly could create illusions and enhance sword techniques. She should keep it. Luozai obediently grasped it and began to try using it. Instantly, she fused with its power, a pair of radiant butterfly wings appearing behind her. Only then did Wu Fu truly feel relieved, thinking that with these wings she would be safe even if he was not by her side. When Luozai stepped closer, Wu Fu asked how it felt. She excitedly replied that this thing was wonderful. Where had he obtained it? Suddenly she worried and asked that if he had given everything to her, then what would he use? Wu Fu waved his hand and said these items were of little use to him and might even be limited. After they finished talking, the elder woman said they should lead everyone out because the further these passages went, the farther they strayed from the center of the secret realm. Wu Fu politely replied that he would trouble her then. A few minutes later, the elder woman led Wu Fu, Luo Zai and Wen Feng to the edge of a high cliff. Wen Feng said in surprise that this was not the cliff they had passed before. She nodded in confirmation, and Wen Feng guessed that perhaps the true path lay beneath this cliff. After about 2 seconds of silence, the elder woman asked in return then what was this thing. Without waiting for her reply, she explained that it was an object capable of breaking spatial boundaries, leaving Wen Feng even more confused while Wu Fu and Luo Zai understood. Upon hearing this, Wu Fu grasped the key point and asked that if they were marked by that object they would no longer be affected. Right. The elder woman answered while jumping down the cliff with the 4 of them and said, "Let us go." As they fell, Wen Feng suddenly sensed a strange aura. At the same time, the mark on her forehead suddenly shone much brighter. The next moment, when Feng landed lightly on the ground, looking around and seeing no one, she panicked and called out, "Luo Zai, where are you?" Elsewhere, Wu Fu, Luo Zai, and the elder woman also landed. Luo Zai immediately cried out in worry that sister when Feng was nowhere to be seen. After observing the surroundings, the elder woman asserted that she had fallen into a different space. This made Luo Zai anxiously ask how they could save her. Seemingly accustomed to such matters, the elder woman calmly said that spatial shifts were unpredictable, and even if one returned, it was not certain to find the exact place where Wen Feng had vanished. Swept into another space, when Feng gradually regained her senses, she looked at the wall before her and wondered what it was before reaching out to touch it gently. Immediately a door slowly opened, leading her to a high cliff in the depths of a forest. She was astonished to realize that this was not the forest behind the farm. Could it be that she had escaped? Was it that easy? She continued deeper into the forest when she heard an unusual sound, As if something had landed very quickly, out of curiosity she stopped and carefully observed. Before her appeared the back of a man. Recognizing him as Li Yishi, she wondered what he was doing here. This direction was neither toward Pinglai Manor nor the Zhao family. Curiosity urged her to quietly follow Physician Li to a small house. Thinking to herself who he had come so far to treat, waiting until he left, she cautiously stepped inside. When Feng gently opened the door, as soon as it cracked open, she heard a woman's voice say, "Physician Li, why have you returned? Did you forget something?" The scene inside left her stunned, and she blurted out a call. Yu Yun saw her daughter and exclaimed in shock, "Feng Er." She threw herself into her mother's arms with joy, saying that it was wonderful her mother was still alive. Yu Yun asked in confusion why she was here. Could it be that something had happened to her father? When Feng hurriedly explained that her father and brother were both safe, she had followed Li Yishi here after seeing him, but she had personally witnessed her mother meeting disaster at her father's hands. Why was it so? Yu Yun interrupted and said this was a secret between her parents and she must promise not to tell anyone, then reluctantly explained that for Long to be acknowledged by the clan he had to personally strike down his father. But he was gentle by nature, and she and Zhao Tianlong had little time left. Tears in her eyes when Feng understood that her parents had staged a play so her brother would carry hatred and make his move. Then what had happened to their father? Yu Yun had no choice but to tell the truth that he had disregarded all warnings and used the forbidden fruit in the secret realm, causing deviation and leaving him unlikely to live long. Hearing this, Wen Feng rushed off in panic, intending to stop everything, but upon arriving she suddenly halted. She hurriedly rushed between the two in combat and shouted, "Father, brother." Hearing his sister's voice, Fei Long was momentarily distracted and turned to ask why she had returned. Because of that brief lapse, he was struck by Zhao Tianlong before he could dodge. Seeing this, Wen Feng cried out in alarm, "Brother." She stood in front of him and faced Zhao Tianlong, questioning what he was doing. Fei Long tried to persuade her to move aside, because that man was no longer the father he once was. No sooner had he spoken than the old man lunged forward and unleashed a strike that tore open Wen Feng's shoulder. Witnessing her blood spreading across the ground, Fei Long lost control and roared her name. He immediately caught Wen Feng and commanded his sword to counterattack, knocking Zhao Tianlong far away. The blade swiftly pierced into Fei Long, causing Zhao Tianlong to cough blood. That fatal blow also brought a fleeting clarity to Zhao Tianlong. Touching his wound, he heard Fei Long continuously calling Wen Feng's name. Zhao Tianlong trembled as he looked at his own hand and wondered if he himself had harmed his child. Fei Long's fury erupted as he declared that from this day forth he would sever the bond of father and son and make him pay, pouring all his strength into ending his father's life with his own hand. Before closing his eyes, Zhao Tianlong could only look at the siblings with a remorseful gaze as if wishing to apologize. Fei Long hurriedly carried Wen Feng away, saying he would take her to find Li Yishi, the finest physician of Pinglai Manor. There was surely still hope of saving her. But when Feng had lost too much blood and knew she would not survive, she weakly told him that being able to lie in his arms was already enough. She hoped he would take care of himself and become a worthy heir who would make her and the Zhao family proud. Fei Long held her tightly as tears streamed down, saying he did not need to be an heir and only wished for their mother and her to stay by his side. When Feng softly scolded her foolish brother, saying that he would marry one day and how could he remain by her side forever. At this moment Fei Long felt only regret. He begged her not to speak further and blamed himself for being consumed by thoughts of revenge and neglecting her. He should never have let the past overshadow the present. When Feng lay weakly in his arms and said that every moment by his side had been her greatest happiness, Fei Long tried to reassure her that they were almost at Li Yishi's house and she should hold on a little longer. She whispered one last time that he must promise not to cry in the future but live on happily. At last Fei Long arrived and loudly called for Li Yishi to quickly save Wen Feng. She was gravely injured. The two swiftly laid her on the bed. Fei Long anxiously asked about her condition. Physician Li was startled upon seeing her and asked why Miss Zhao had become like this. He clenched his fists and replied that it was Zhao Tianlong who had done it. The physician sighed inwardly, thinking that the price the Zhao family had paid for Pinglai Manor was too great, and feigned saying that she had lost too much blood and was difficult to save. Hearing this, Fei Long grabbed his collar and growled that if he could not save Feng he would not let him off. Li Deifu could only choke back his tears as he explained the situation. Miss Zhao was no more. He hoped the young master would gather his strength. For Pinglai Manor, the Zhao family had already sacrificed too much. He must fulfill their unfinished wish and become a worthy successor. He was not only the elder brother of Miss Wenfeng, but also bore the heavy responsibility of clan leader here. He ground his teeth in resentment. Fei Long wondered why everyone forced him to become the heir. From his mother and younger sister to Li Yishi, no one had ever considered what he truly desired. Was it that once fate was set, one had no choice but to bow and accept it? The pain of losing his loved one threw his mind into chaos, leaving him unable to think clearly. If that was the case, then he might as well discard the title of successor. He resolved to follow his sister, Feng-er. Feng-er, your brother will accompany you to the underworld. With me by your side, no one will dare to bully you again. Hidefu could not stop Fei Long. He could only rush outside and shout that this was utter recklessness. If something happened to Zhao Fei Long, Pinglai Manor would surely fall into great turmoil. He had to find Wen Shu to discuss a plan at once. Elsewhere, Wu Fu tightened his grip on the stellar sword and swung it decisively, as if trying to tear apart the space before him. The three of them, Wu Fu, Zhang Nu and Luo Zai, were tightly surrounded by a squad of ghost soldiers. He asked in shock what these things were. It seemed all attacks were ineffective. Zhang Nu explained that they were ghost soldiers guarding the core region. Ghost soldiers formed ranks, silently blocking the path of the three. Zhang Nu knew them well and calmly said that these things could not be dispersed or destroyed. If they dragged this out, they would be exhausted before defeating them. Luo Zai immediately asked if there was any way to counter them. Wu Fu could only shake his head apologetically. He did not know. Suddenly, a haughty voice rang out from the stellar sword, saying that dealing with these ghost soldiers was not difficult at all. Hearing that, he curiously asked what the method was, but the stellar sword did not answer at once and instead demanded that its seal be broken first. It slowly said that its power was bound within the dead water. As long as the seal was lifted, it would help eradicate all the ghost soldiers. Wu Fu asked suspiciously, "Then what must I do?" The sword put forward a condition. It only needed a single drop of your blood. Suddenly, in another space, a bound Wu Fu appeared, loudly stopping his outer self who was about to make a deal. Do not believe that old man. Wu Fu was still hesitant. Is it truly enough just to lift your seal? Sword affirmed with certainty, that is right. Open the seal and I will sweep away those ghost soldiers. At that moment, the other Wu Fu shouted again, stop at once. Just as he was about to drip blood onto the blade, a familiar voice sounded, Fu-er, do not do it. Wu Fu immediately flung his hand aside. Thus the drop of blood fell to the ground instead of seeping into the sword. The stellar sword flashed and grew irritated. It had been so close. Wu Fu looked around in confusion for the source of the voice, wondering who it had been. At that moment, the ghost soldiers surged forward to attack. Fortunately, Luo Zai arrived in time to block them and remind him to be careful. Wu Fu frowned and swung his sword in counterattack. They merely curled their lips into sinister smile. The bodies of the ghost soldiers that had been cut quickly restored themselves. Luo Zai looked at the ever-increasing enemies and could not handle them. She shouted that attacks were useless. Wu Fu said irritably that this could not continue. They had to find a way to retreat at once. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Zhang Nu silently decided there was only that option. She immediately told the two to help her hold off the enemy. She closed her eyes and cast a spell, reciting water within reflects the moon. Purity is emptiness. Misty shadows and flourishing blossoms are all illusion. A brilliant light burst forth and enveloped the space. Zhang Nu raised her voice to implore the water spirit of heaven and earth to grant her magic power. As soon as her words ended, the beam shot straight into the ghost soldiers, sweeping them away until all vanished. Wu Fu asked in astonishment what that was. Luo Zai also marveled at the terrifying power. Having overexerted herself, Zhang Nu spat out blood. Luo Zai hurried to support her and asked if she was all right. She calmly replied that it was merely a technique that traded lifespan. It had already greatly weakened the enemies. She had only expended a little strength and would recover after resting. Wu Fu apologized guiltily for making her pay such a price. Zhang Nu smiled and said, "Benefactor, do not blame yourself. You saved my life. For you I can endure some hardship. Even losing my life would be worth it." Suddenly a strange sound echoed. A glowing spatial crack appeared before them. Luo Zai pointed in shock. Zhang Nu explained that it was the gateway to the core region. Wu Fu asked if they could enter the core from there. She nodded but warned that the place was fraught with danger and it was best not to enter. Wu Fu firmly replied that only by stepping inside could he grow stronger. He had to be strong enough to protect the one he loved and uncover the secret of himself, so he would definitely go. Seeing his determination, Zhang Nu said she would accompany him. Luo Zai also volunteered to follow. Wu Fu nodded and the three advanced until they reached the core region. Zhang Nu could not help but feel astonished. Wu Fu confirmed that this was indeed the core. Zhang Nu observed the surroundings and remarked that the aura here was dense and unsettling. She analyzed that the core contained immense evil power influencing the entire secret realm. This place had been contaminated, and the monsters they encountered earlier were all born from it. Wu Fu pondered, if he absorbed all this power he might become stronger, but what would be the consequences of that evil energy on himself? While he was still thinking, the purple aura around them suddenly gathered and transformed into the core incarnation charging at them. Zhang Nu cried out in alarm that it had discovered them. The incarnation took a deep breath and laughed that the scent of living beings was truly sweet. Become my nourishment. Just as it was about to approach Zhang Nu, Wu Fu stepped in front of her and replied that it was not yet certain who would become prey, then swung his sword to attack. Though struck, the core incarnation remained calm and laughed loudly, saying that such an attack did nothing to it. Luozai immediately rushed forward to assist, saying she would fight alongside Wu Fu. Seeing her approach, the incarnation roared in anger, asking if that obstructing woman sought her own doom. Wu Fu reminded Luozai to be careful as it launched an attack at her. He quickly pulled her into his arms and dodged aside, the two landing elsewhere. Luozai asked worriedly if he was all right. Wu Fu held his chest and replied that he was fine, but the opponent was too strong, telling her not to recklessly join the fight. While she was still hesitating, 4 purple spheres appeared behind them and shot forward. The two stood frozen without time to react before realizing the 4 spheres were closing in. They turned around. Luozai called out to Zhang Nu in shock. Wu Fu was also worried. She calmly told them not to panic and to listen to her. She revealed that it was the incarnation of the core. Its weakness was the core within its body. As long as they seized the moment to pull it out, it would lose strength and dissipate. Her strike was capable of doing it, but she was nearly exhausted and could only use it one more time. She hoped Wu Fu would grasp the opportunity. Hearing that, he tightened his grip on the stellar sword and replied that he understood. Wu Fu frowned and shot forward. If so, then a decisive battle it is. The wind beneath his feet howled fiercely with each step he took. He leaped up and directly charged into the body of the incarnation, leaving it stunned and unable to comprehend what was happening. Inside, Wu Fu swiftly searched for the core. A purple light flashed ahead. He exclaimed that he had found it and reached out to grab it. Incarnation trembled and begged him to stop, pleading to be spared. Wu Fu coldly replied that you already belong to me. The scene shifted. The ground beneath Yameng and Ao Li suddenly split into fragments. They had just sensed something wrong when in an instant the entire ground collapsed. Ao Li held Yameng tightly to shield her as the two fell downward together. When they hit the ground, Yameng was dizzy yet still asked if Ao Li was all right. She had accidentally sat on him, causing him to awkwardly remind her that he was fine, but she was in an embarrassing position. Realizing the awkward situation, the two blushed and looked at each other when Luozai suddenly appeared and called their name. Yameng cried out Luozai in surprise. Ao Li also asked in astonishment whether Wu Fu was here. Luozai nodded and said Wu Fu was nearby, but when she turned back she saw the core swelling abnormally and in shock sensed a strange power. Ao Li could not see Wu Fu anywhere and grew flustered, while Yameng felt uncomfortable from the core's suction. Zhang Nu suddenly shouted for everyone to stay away and not approach it. The core continued to swell abnormally, making them uneasy. Ao Li stared intently and exclaimed that this was bad. Purple light gradually spread from the cracks of the core. Zhang Nu said in alarm that it had turned into an independent space. Wu Fu and the other two must have been drawn into it. Luozai asked worriedly what would happen to them. Zhang Nu explained that inside was originally a place that nurtured evil power and had been heavily contaminated, and they had made no preparations at all. She raised her head to look at the core, then softly sighed and called out in a low voice, Wu Fu. The scene shifted. Wu Fu was swept into a strange space formed by the core. He groggily woke and muttered where this was, clearly remembering that the moment he touched the core a flash of light erupted and he lost consciousness. When he looked up and saw the purple moon, he jolted in shock, realizing he had been drawn into the world inside the core. He quickly calmed himself. No wonder he had sensed that familiar sinister aura, so he was inside the core space. The purple moon suddenly changed, its surface turning rough as if its true form was gradually being revealed. Wu Fu frowned, guessing that might be the true body of the core. A hazy figure of a young girl appeared before him. Wu Fu was astonished when the mysterious figure stood there silently without saying a word. He stood stunned, wondering who she truly was. Elsewhere, Yameng and Ao Li were also separated from Luozai and Zhang Nu. The girl asked in confusion where this was and where Luozai had gone. Ao Li looked around and replied that perhaps they had been swept into another space. Suddenly a voice rang out calling Yameng. She started and asked who was calling her. Ao Li said in surprise that he had heard nothing. Yameng stammered that she had heard it clearly. The sound seemed to come from ahead. Back to Wu Fu, he stood amid a forest of flowers with the sound of rustling wind, wondering where this place was. Was he not inside the core? At that moment the figures of a mother and child appeared. The mother gently called Fu to come here, and the child cried out mother. Wu Fu watched from afar, thinking to himself Yu Fu, his gaze following the two while he did not understand who that woman was. Though he did not know them, a sense of familiarity rose in his heart, especially the boy, causing tears to fall unconsciously without him even realizing. The woman reached out her hand and called Yu Fu back to her. Wu Fu mistakenly thought she was his own mother and softly called mother. He hurried over to be patted on the head, but the hand that rested on his head belonged to the mysterious figure from before, not that mother. Wu Fu immediately sank into unconsciousness under the influence of that figure. The inner demon curled his lips into a smug smile, having achieved his goal. Yu Fu, you have finally given me the chance to seize this body. From Meng and Ao Li's side, the two continued deeper into the forest. The girl pointed ahead saying it seemed there was something there. As they drew closer they saw a gigantic ancient tree, and that voice rang out again calling little Meng. Seeing a Meng in a daze, Aoli asked what was wrong. She replied that she heard someone calling her. When they approached they saw En sitting weakly beneath the tree. The girl cried out in panic, "Father." Aoli quickly supported him and asked if he was all right. En vaguely recognized the two and asked if it was truly them. A Meng choked back tears and replied that it was indeed them. His skin had turned pale green. He smiled and said he only wished to see her again before leaving. A Meng pleaded in anguish for him not to say such thing. En handed her a pill and said what mattered was that he had finally found the medicine for her mother. A Meng happily accepted it. Aoli urged his father to hold on so they could take him out. He shook his head and said his strength was exhausted. A Meng burst into tears, unwilling to lose her father. En looked at Aoli and instructed that in the blink of an eye he had grown up. He entrusted little Meng to him. Aoli wept as he called father. Before dissipating, An used his remaining strength to tell them to live well and take care of their mother, then bid farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, his body turned into drifting smoke. A Meng screamed in grief. Elsewhere, a purple triangular mass floated in the air. The inner demon sat cultivating inside it, and then opened his eyes with a wicked smile. He was delighted to have seized Wu Fu's body and power, and with the help of the inner core had reached the deity transformation realm. Looking at the spatial cracks, he guessed the core had been absorbed, and this place was about to collapse. He laughed loudly and said it was time to leave, stepping toward the crack and telling Wu Fu to rest in peace. The rest of the path would be walked by him. Elsewhere, Aoli pulled a Meng and ran as fast as they could, pointing ahead at the light and urging her to get out quickly. She nodded and tried her best. Two managed to escape from the core. Aoli asked if she was all right. She replied that she was only a little startled. Luozai saw them and ran over, asking if they were hurt, then anxiously asked where Wu Fu was. Aoli shook his head and said he had not seen him in that space. Perhaps he had been swept elsewhere. Luozai let out a light breath, but still silently prayed for Wu Fu's safety. The core emitted cracking sounds. At that moment, Wu Fu, whose body had been seized by the inner demon, stepped out calmly. Luozai called out loudly to ask if he was all right. The inner demon merely cast her a cold glance, making her realize something was wrong. Zhang Nu anxiously warned that the space was about to collapse and they had to leave at once. Suddenly, a sinister laugh sounded from behind. Do not even think of escaping, startling everyone. Yao appeared with a calculating smile. Zhang Nu warned that he had been affected by sinister power and was even more dangerous. Yao immediately attacked toward the inner demon. The strike veered off course and caused a loud explosion. Yao laughed smugly, thinking he had gained the upper hand, but was shocked to see his attack blocked. The inner demon blocked it with only one hand, his contemptuous gaze causing Yao to falter. Luozai anxiously called Wu Fu's name. Aoli was astonished that a single hand had neutralized the attack of a tribulation-crossing expert. The inner demon lightly waved his hand. Yao was blasted far away, unable to understand why the opponent was so powerful. Meng and Luozai were both stunned by Wu Fu's sudden surge in strength. Yao roared and charged again. The inner demon only responded with a cold smile. He drew the star sword and slashed in a flash. Two sword strikes left Yao no time to react. Yao collapsed, shocked and unable to comprehend what had happened. Aoli stood dumbfounded as a tribulation-crossing expert was defeated in an instant. Meng kept asking why Wu Fu had become so strong while Luozai remained silent with cold sweat on her brow. Zhang Nu explained that perhaps refining the inner core had caused his power to surge, yet Luozai still felt that Wu Fu seemed to have changed. Zhang Nu said thoughtfully that the sinister power of the inner core was extremely violent, and he might not have fully controlled it. Luozai still could not dispel her doubts, and asked whether it was truly only because of the inner core. The space continued to crack violently as if about to shatter. Aoli urgently urged everyone to leave this place at once. Everyone rushed out frantically. He urged the girl to hurry. Aniclimax ran while gasping, complaining that lately they kept having to retreat like this. Finally, all five escaped that strange space. Before them opened a clear sky. Aoli leaned on his hand, panting. Luozai suddenly shouted for everyone to look. Aniclimax immediately realized and responded that it was indeed the celestial tree. Aniclimax was astonished at the close proximity to the celestial tree. Tam Ma smiled wickedly at the sight, thinking that destroying the hidden heart inside would make this body permanently his. Truong Nu, exhausted from fighting, kept coughing up blood. Luozai quickly supported Truong Nu and asked about her. She replied she was fine, just overexerted, then turned to Tam Ma to apologize to her benefactor for being unable to continue assisting. Space suddenly fell silent except for birds flapping above. Luozai looked at Tam Ma thoughtfully, wondering if Wu Fu had truly been controlled by the inner core. Aniclimax saw her expression and asked why she looked unwell. Hearing this, Luozai immediately smiled to hide it. Aniclimax innocently said to stay close so he could protect her. She quietly thanked him. Then the four continued toward the celestial tree. Aniclimax reminded everyone to prepare as they were nearly there. Soon they stood before the celestial tree. The girl said they had arrived and was amazed at the tree's overwhelming spiritual energy. Aniclimax noticed something on the tree and curiously pointed out that there seemed to be something strange there. Emma looked up and recognized a bizarre magical seal, smiling in satisfaction as he had finally awaited this moment. He leapt high and circled around the tree trunk. Suddenly an attack rushed at him. Manhwa quickly reacted and swung his spirit sword straight at the incoming object. The collision caused a shocking explosion. Luozai called for Wu Fu in alarm. Aniclimax trembled, asking who it was, while Luozai was stunned by the sheer force of the spiritual energy. Strike had been launched by Tion to protect the celestial tree. She shouted at anyone daring to intrude. As the smoke cleared, Tam Ma's figure became visible. Tion froze at the sight. Tam Malik looked back with cold eyes. Recognizing the person before her, she flew into rage, scolding the man who borrowed an old comrade's body and dared to intrude. The chase between them quickly erupted. Luozai tried to rush in to assist just as Tam Ma dodged Tion's attack. He immediately countered, but to her, it was like a buzzing near her ear. Luozai also rushed forward swiftly. Tion faced two opponents but stood firm, receiving the next blows. Tam Ma angrily shouted at Luozai to get out of the way. Hurt by his words, she widened her eyes in pain before she could reply. Tion separated them, each moving to one side. After pushing Luozai aside, Tam Ma and Tion charged at each other again. He continuously unleashed spirit sword attacks while she skillfully dodged the lethal strike. Tion dropped from the tree to the ground. She launched two more attacks. Auli quickly raised a shield to block them. Thanks to the protection, all of Tion's attacks were repelled, forcing her to recoil. Luozai still sat dazed after being thrown. Aniclimax hurried over asking if she was hurt. She replied she was fine but shivering, said Wu Fu looked very different. Aniclimax asked curiously how he was different. Luozai nodded, saying it was hard to describe, just felt like he had become someone else. He wiped sweat, staring at Tam Ma, reassuring herself it was probably just an illusion. Meanwhile, Tion was at a disadvantage, facing both Tam Ma and Auli simultaneously. Both swung their swords simultaneously, striking straight at her. Tam Ma's eyes glared with killing intent as he roared. His overwhelming power pushed Tion back. She gritted her teeth in anger at his strength. He leapt to deliver a finishing blow, but at the critical moment, Ching Ching rushed out, blocking and shouting to stop. Ching Ching panicked, calling for Wu Fu to stop as that senior had once saved her life. Seeing her block the way, Tam Ma hesitated. Luozai ran up asking why Ching Ching was here. She replied it was a long story to tell later. Ching Ching introduced Tion as the senior who had rescued and brought her here when she was injured and unconscious. Just as she intended to continue, Tion widened her eyes, asking who the others were. Emma paid no mind and rushed to attack. Tion quickly pulled Ching Ching aside. Ching Ching angrily shouted at Wu Fu if he was insane. Tam Ma roared louder, telling her to shut up. The clashing sounds erupted fiercely. Luozai used her sword to block for him. Ching Ching called her name. Aniclimax was shocked, calling for Wu Fu. Auli asked what he ultimately wanted. Luozai firmly said he was not Wu Fu and the person she knew would never strike his teammates. Luozai stared at Tam Ma, loudly asking who he really was. Exposed, Tam Ma no longer pretended, rushing forward saying if discovered, he would send them into the abyss. Auli quickly grasped his intent. He immediately stood in front of Ching Ching and Tion, warning them to be careful. Emma seemed berserk seeing Auli block him. He turned to attack. He delivered a powerful kick to Auli, who bore the full force and was thrown hundreds of meters. Auli fell straight down the cliff. Aniclimax screamed in rage because he dared touch her loved one, shouting that anyone harming her Auli would face her wrath, her eyes blazing like another person. Tam Ma merely smirked disdainfully. Aniclimax transformed into a fierce form and charged, but was quickly subdued and thrown against the cliff. Tion worriedly called Aniclimax that they were coming to help. Luozai, Ching Ching, and Tion charged forward. She yelled to hand Wu Fu over to her. Tam Ma coldly smiled, saying a rare love-struck girl like her, he would indulge, raising his spirit sword to strike. He casually swung the sword at her. Luozai dodged, but Aniclimax was right behind. The sword slashed past the girl's shoulder, making Aniclimax cry out in pain. Luozai called her name in alarm. Fierce battle shook the ground. She loudly warned that the earth was trembling and they should move quickly. On the other side, Truong Nu also heard the rumbling. She closed her eyes, silently thinking that perhaps everything was reaching its conclusion. Luozai recklessly confronted Tam Ma directly despite near exhaustion. At that moment, Tion suddenly appeared behind him. She summoned her remaining strength, apologizing that being just a spirit she could do no more, then released all her power toward Tam Ma. He roared as he was struck. Ultimately, Tam Ma was knocked off Wu Fu's body. Staggering forward, Luozai quickly rushed to support him. She trembled softly, her voice choked as she called his name, Wu Fu. Ching rushed over in panic to question what she had done to them. Tiu An calmly replied that everything was karma, following the will of heaven. She glanced at the two of them and said that if that woman could keep her kindness, Wu Fu might overcome this tribulation. Otherwise, both of them would vanish together. A layer of light suddenly appeared, enveloping Luo Zai and Wu Fu. Ching and Tiu An silently stood guard through the night. She anxiously asked why they were still unconscious after a day. Wu Fu remained in a coma with his head resting in Luo Zai's lap. Luo Zai woke first, seeing him leaning close against her. Her eyes reddened as she said this was the first time he had been so near to her. Ching noticed she was awake and hurried over to ask if she felt any discomfort. Luo Zai shook her head saying she was fine and instead asked about her injury. Ching sighed that she was fine. She only regretted that a Meng and Ao Li would never return. Hearing that, Luo Zai lowered her head, her eyes filled with sorrow. At the same time, Wu Fu gradually woke, holding his head as he sat up. Seeing everyone looking at him, he asked in confusion where a Meng was, where Ao Li was, where Wang Peng was, why he was here and what had happened. Fragments of memory returned. The image of Tiu On surfaced along with her reminder to carry Lin Enhai's mission and live well. Wu Fu stood stunned, a familiar voice echoed by his ear calling Zio Fu. The shadow of his father Yun Jian also appeared. Broken words about the sword spirit, about responsibility for all living beings, about continuing the fight, along with someone's resentful voice echoed in his mind. When all the memories merged, his eyes turned red and tears streamed down, so it was her. Wu Fu burst into tears like a child. The sword spirit in his hand gradually loosened. Luo Zai stepped forward anxiously asking if he was all right. He screamed in pain, then lowered his head saying the truth he had sought turned out to be nothing but deception. He was like a fool toyed with by fate. Luo Zai embraced him and comforted him that everything had passed, no matter what she would stay by his side. He silently leaned into her embrace. Luo Zai encouraged that they still had much to do. He was everyone's spiritual pillar. If he fell, who would they rely on? Hearing that, he gradually understood that he was their support. Ching also reminded him that Wang Peng was still waiting for them to rescue him. A day later, Meng was finally rescued safely by Ching and Wu Fu. Wu Fu told the two of them to take Wang Peng back to Pinglai Manor first. He would return later. He flew off alone to search everywhere for Ao Li. After searching for a while, he discovered that man's location and descended to sit beside him for a moment. Wu Fu softly said rest in peace, then carefully buried Ao Li. Mist gradually dispersed, revealing a house. Jing Song was feeding Meng medicine. Ching anxiously asked if he would survive. The old man glanced at her and asked if she cared that much. She turned her face away, stammering that she did not care at all. Whether he lived or died had nothing to do with her. Jing Song pretended to be serious, saying perhaps the fat one would not make it. She asked in panic if it was true. The old man laughed, saying he was only joking. Ching glared at him angrily. Jing Song raised his brows, thinking, did she not say she did not care? In another room, Wu Fu held Luo Zai's hand and sincerely thanked her. She blushed, asking why he suddenly said that. He explained that if not for her serving as the vessel for that heart, he would no longer exist. Her life had been saved by him, so he cherished it even more. He was about to say more when Luo Zai placed her hand over his lips to stop him. She said not to thank her because he had always protected her. Being able to help him now was already happiness. Wu Fu smiled and pulled her into his arms, saying all right. In a clearing deep in the forest, the soil beside a cloak suddenly stirred. A hand abruptly emerged. It was a Meng. The girl slowly crawled out from the thick earth. A month later, Meng chatted with Ching. She advised him to rest, but he stubbornly insisted on walking around, while Wu Fu trained swords with Luo Zai, and he easily knocked her sword away. Luo Zai lowered her head, admitting defeat. Wu Fu encouraged her that she had just broken through to Sword Master and needed time to adapt. Ching supported Meng as he came over to complain that Wu Fu was too strict like a teacher. He replied coldly that time was running out and they had to hurry. Meng asked in surprise what he meant by time running out. Where were they going? Luo Zai calmly answered that they were preparing to ascend. Meng asked when and received the reply 1 week later. Hearing that, Meng stammered that his leg had not healed yet. He also wondered that since their backgrounds were clear, why they still had to leave. Wu Fu looked up at the sky, saying he wanted to go to the planet where his mother once lived and fought, and at the same time, find a way to eliminate the influence of the sword spirit. Jing Song appeared, saying it was useless because he and the sword had already merged, unless the body died or. Luo Zai asked unless what? The old man replied only by removing the restriction of the sword spirit, separating the consciousness, and then destroying. Wu Fu looked at his hand, saying if that was so, he had to ascend even more, because his current strength was not enough to face the former god king. After some thought, he decided to agree. Meng said he would stay and wait. Ching also chose to remain at Pinglai Manor. Meng looked at Ching Ching in surprise. She explained it was not because of him, but because she feared implicating them. Jing Song stroked his chin thoughtfully. They moved together beneath the sky tree that had been purified. Meng and Ching Ching saw Wu Fu and Luo Zai off. He said that when he recovered he would go find them. The two immediately set off, the clear sky gradually covered by night. Mid-air, the Mingyuan realm appeared with two suns shining, the sea of clouds dense like a resting place for the departed. Luo Zai marveled at its grandeur while Wu Fu reminded her that beneath the clouds danger was hidden. She looked down at the sea of clouds in worry when suddenly a voice repeated her words, making Wu Fu instantly vigilant. The two leaned close together and surveyed their surroundings. He softly said that realizing it now was not too late. Luo Zai lowered her voice to remind him that the other side was unpredictable and they must be cautious. Two of them were surrounded tightly by a group of Shaluo. The leader stepped forward, revealing a sinister smile as he said it seemed someone had been secretly tailing them since early on. Luo Zai gripped her longsword tightly and coldly asked who exactly they were, telling them to state their names at once. The group of Shaluo suddenly fell into chaos, shouting in unison, sword spirit, Wu Fu, Wu Fu. He looked at Wu Fu in confusion and asked what they were doing. Could it be some kind of sacrificial ritual? Without hesitation, he leapt up and slashed his sword toward the group of Shaluo, regardless of who they were, advancing straight at them. The two nearest men immediately fell beneath his blade, yet the rest did not retreat, charging at Wu Fu while muttering Enhieru long live, Doji long live, Giantpa long live, Mad Blade long live. Hearing this, Wu Fu realized they were connected to Enhieru and Mad Blade, no wonder. His expression suddenly darkened, countless flying swords shot up into the air at his command. As soon as the move was unleashed, rows of swords swept forward, leaving none of the Shaluo standing. He raised his head and declared that Wu Fu had set foot in the Minjuan realm. He feared it would displease quite a few people. Here he would say only one thing: whoever refused to accept it, he would beat them until they did. Suddenly the mad disciple appeared laughing loudly. That man glared and said that earlier Engiru and Mad Blade had been killed by him, and today he dared to attack his followers and even arrogantly call himself a divine king. Disregarding everyone, Wu Fu replied indifferently that Engiru and Mad Blade had wanted his life, so he fought back. As for those people, they brought disaster upon themselves. Once he made a move he never regretted. On the contrary, it was that man who spoke wild. Enraged, that man laughed loudly and said he would see whether his fists were as hard as his tongue, his eyes instantly blazing red like fire. Wu Fu showed no fear and calmly challenged him to come and try. The mad disciple rushed forward at once. He immediately met him in battle. The two sides fought fiercely. The mad disciple sneered and said, "No wonder you are so arrogant. So you have reached the deification realm. But unfortunately, this old man has already stepped half a foot into the tribulation crossing realm. Today you will find it hard to escape." Just as that man was about to touch Wu Fu, he turned and flung him away, replying that even those in the tribulation crossing realm had fallen by his hand. He was merely small fry. Below, Luo Zai, who was watching, was startled by the sudden appearance of another person. Yuan, she blocked her path and calmly said it was best for the young lady to stand aside and watch. Their grievances should be settled by themselves. Luo Zai frowned as she felt her aura suppressed, and secretly guessed this person was at least a tribulation crossing powerhouse, then asked who he was and why he was interfering. Shuan, she smiled and introduced himself as Tianji Scholar, saying he bore no ill intent and simply disliked seeing someone break a one-on-one duel. Luo Zai shouted back that she absolutely did not believe him. On the other side, the two were still clashing fiercely. The mad disciple clenched his fist and charged straight at Wu Fu. Wu Fu immediately shifted aside, completely avoiding that thunderous blow. He tightened his grip on the sword spirit in his hand, his gaze icy cold. In the next instant, a decisive sword strike pierced straight through the mad disciple's body. Wu Fu moved so quickly that the opponent had no time to react. By the time that man realized it, everything was already over. In a blink his vitality was severed. Yuan, she stood outside and witnessed it all. Seeing the mad disciple defeated, he merely gave a faint smile. Wu Fu shouted loudly for him to stay away from her. Yuan, she gently explained that he truly had no ill intentions. He had stopped that young lady only because of a personal principle, and hoped the two of them would forgive him. After speaking, he turned to the remaining members of the mad cult and said that since the conflict had ended, there was no need to gather anymore. Consider it giving face to Xu and Shi and disperse. After settling everything, he cupped his hands to Wu Fu and said he would not disturb the two of them from their travels any longer, hoping they would meet again if fate allowed. Tianji Scholar was always open to guests. With that he vanished. Wu Fu remarked that this person was very strong, at least at the tribulation crossing realm, calm on the surface but unfathomable within. Luo Zai also advised that before their strength was sufficient, they should not confront Tianji Scholar. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Fu touched the blood at the corner of his mouth and wiped it away, admitting that his control over his power was still inferior to the demonic nature within him. Fighting a half-step tribulation crossing opponent had still left him with slight internal injury. Luo Zai anxiously asked if he was all right and where he was hurt, Wu Fu reassured her that it was only a minor internal injury and nothing serious, then changed the subject saying they should quickly find a place to rest and gather information. Two continued on their way until they saw a city in the distance. Upon entering they sensed a somewhat chilly atmosphere. Wu Fu cautiously instructed them to split up and look for any nearby households to ask where this place was. Just as he finished speaking, a cry for help rang out. Luo Zai was startled to see not far away a monster with its mouth wide open chasing an old woman. Without hesitation, Wu Fu and Luo Zai rushed forward. With a single clean strike the monster fell. The rescued old woman hurriedly bowed in thanks, saying that if not for the two immortals this old life of hers would have been hard to keep. Luo Zai helped her up and said it was merely a convenient act of assistance and there was no need for such courtesy, then asked a few questions. The old woman respectfully replied that the immortals could ask and she would conceal nothing. Luo Zai gently told her not to rush and that they should find a place to sit and talk. The old woman immediately invited the two back to her humble home, and they gladly accepted. Before long, the old woman led them home, and apologetically said her dwelling was poor, and hoped the two would not mock it. Wu Fu looked around and replied that this place was very warm, having a roof to shelter from wind and rain was already precious. Hearing this, the old woman happily praised him for his kindness and invited them inside to rest. When she went to brew tea, Luo Zai whispered that her attitude seemed overly respectful. Wu Fu agreed that such reverence felt rather unusual. After a while, the old woman brought out tea and apologized for keeping the two waiting. Luo Zai advised her not to be so polite and to sit down together. The old woman explained that those who knew magic could only come from the three-layer Pure Land and were therefore regarded as immortals. Wu Fu did not care much for that title and directly said he wished to find someone who knew similar magic to inquire about some matters. Asking if she knew where to look, the old woman immediately replied that there was only the Buddhist Holy Land, namely the three-layer Pure Land. Upon hearing this, the two silently repeated the name. The old woman further explained that this world was divided by the Buddha into three layers. The first layer was where ordinary people lived, the second layer was where the palace elders resided, and the third layer was the pure land of Buddhism. He affirmed that everyone was protected by the Buddha light, and that place also accommodated other beliefs, so the three-layer Pure Land was the most suitable place for the two of them. After chatting for a while, she realized it had grown late, and told the two to wait a moment while she prepared some vegetarian food. When she left, Wu Fu sipped his tea and said he likely understood her attitude. This place was heavily influenced by religion with clear class division. Cultivators and ordinary people were almost completely separated. Perhaps other places were similar. Luo Zai nodded and said that in that case they would attract even more attention. Since Buddha Lord belonged to the same faction, so hiding would not be simple. Wu Fu thought for a moment and said ordinary people lacked means of communication, so even if they discovered something it would be hard to spread widely. Luo Zai replied that to gather information they would have to enter the center of their power. If friends it would be fine, but if enemies it would be very disadvantageous. Wu Fu set down his teacup and sighed that in any case they had to go to the Pure Land but needed thorough preparation. At that moment the old woman brought out the food and apologized for the long wait, saying it was only simple fare but enough to fill the stomach. Luo Zai thanked her and asked why she did not see any family members. Did she live alone? The old woman said her husband had gone to the market 2 days ago to sell goods and would return tomorrow. As for her son, he had been selected a year ago to enter the Pure Land to cultivate. In the future he would become an immortal. She spoke, she happily asked that if the two went to the Pure Land and met her son they would help inquire about him. If he was living well they should tell him not to worry about his two elderly parents and to focus on seeking the Buddha. Luo Zai seriously asked her son's name. She replied that his name was Bai En. There was a scar at the corner of his mouth from hunting. One look and he would be recognized, then repeatedly expressed her thanks. After that she suggested that since it was late the two should stay the night. Faced with such enthusiasm, Wu Fu and Luo Zai could only accept and invited her to sit and eat together. Next morning, Luo Zai politely bade farewell and thanked her for the hospitality. The old woman gave her blessings, saying that if not for the two of them she would have had difficulty preserving her life, believing that the Buddha light would shine upon and protect them. After parting from the old woman, Wu Fu and Luo Zai used their lightness skills to glide across the desolate forest. She observed the distance and concluded that the town ahead was likely the entrance to the third level, at the same time reminding him that within Buddha Isle one could not fly freely, making the journey even more troublesome. He nodded, saying he could clearly feel the restriction in the air and flying high would only waste strength. After walking a while longer, the two descended before a crimson city wall. Above it, the name of the place was clearly engraved. Luo Zai looked at the lively scene inside and exclaimed how bustling it was. Wu Fu suggested going in to take a look. Thus the two stepped through the gate and entered the city. Observing the orderly and peaceful surroundings, Wu Fu thought that although it was ruled by religion, it was no wonder the people were so devout. He did not even see a trace of wanderers. Luozai changed the subject, saying that since they had met, she had rarely seen him stroll so leisurely like this. She shyly confessed that she hoped for more time by his side like this. No matter how long she wished to accompany him, Wu Fu simply replied that there certainly would be. Suddenly the sound of tearing air rang out. An arrow shot straight toward Wu Fu from nowhere. He calmly waved his hand to block it. The arrow instantly snapped in two and fell. Looking at the arrow, Wu Fu frowned, recognizing it as a dark iron mystic arrow, an item used by cultivators to conceal spiritual power for ambush. Luozai said in shock that using something that hides spiritual power in the middle of a market was truly dangerous. He must have guessed who attacked. Wu Fu gaze turned cold. Most likely it was the Divine King Hall, since not just anyone possessed such arrows. He softly cursed them as lingering spirits, then turned around, only to find that they had already been surrounded by people from the Divine King Hall. Without hesitation, the group immediately rushed forward to attack. Fu and Luozai split apart to evade. Luozai said irritably that the five coordinated too seamlessly, and with civilians nearby it was hard to counterattack. Wu Fu reassured her that if their strength was weak, coordination was useless, then unleashed ancient Buddha fist art. Following his movement, a gigantic hand manifested and pressed down on the group. At that moment, dark iron mystic arrows shot from another direction. Wu Fu tilted aside to dodge and destroyed the arrow before him without knowing there was another behind. In a brief lapse, the arrow pierced into his back. Wu Fu looked back in shock. Luozai cried out his name in alarm. He descended, blaming himself for carelessness and not expecting the opponent to prepare so thoroughly. Another arrow shot over. Luozai hurried to deflect it, but immediately after 3 members of the Divine King Hall closed in. Before them were 3 enemies charging forward. At that moment, a deep voice rang out with an incantation. Daring to cause trouble within Buddhist territory, does the Divine King Hall look down on us? The man raised a protective barrier around the two and repelled the opponents. After driving them back, he clasped his hands and chanted Amitabha. The monk introduced himself as Enba, apologized for the incident within Buddha Isle, and invited Wu Fu to the Pure Land to meet the sect leader as an apology. Wu Fu said the Divine King Hall was targeting him, so there was no need to feel guilty, but he also wished to ask Buddhism a few things. Enba immediately invited them respectfully. On the way up the stairs, Enba explained that the difficulty in flying was due to the nature of the Minjuan realm restricting flight in gathering places to maintain structural and natural stability. Wu Fu nodded in thanks. Enba blamed himself for allowing the Divine King Hall to infiltrate, then invited them into a teleportation formation that led directly to the 3rd level Pure Land. Along the way, he spoke without pause, inviting the two to stay temporarily in the Pure Land, providing food and lodging, and allowing them to enter the Sutra Pavilion to seek answers. Nearing their destination, Enba led them to their quarters. By the time they settled in, it was already late afternoon. The room lit by dim candlelight, Luozai said they could not fully trust Buddhism because too many things were strange. The sect leader seemed to have known their intentions and wanted to keep him. Wu Fu agreed, saying they had appeared at exactly the right time. He sensed no spiritual power from afar, and it felt as if they had been waiting. Luozai speculated that perhaps Buddhism had intervened, and then shifted blame to the Divine King Hall. Wu Fu analyzed that the risk was high, so perhaps they had tacitly gone along and seized the chance to win favor. He frowned, saying everything was too coincidental, from the wound on his left shoulder to finding the archer so quickly. Wu Fu believed they wanted to request something and might arrange a private meeting. As he spoke, there was a knock inviting them to meet the sect leader. He replied to come in. In another room, the sect leader gently told them to sit and asked directly what they needed Buddhism to do. Wu Fu requested that the benefits be stated clearly. The sect leader praised him as perceptive, then asked to pose one question before answering. Wu Fu said not to be long-winded. Badhai asked for his view on the Divine King Hall. Wu Fu replied briefly that they were sworn enemies, which pleased the old man. Badhai looked straight at him and proposed cooperating to eliminate the Divine King Hall within the Minjuan realm. Wu Fu smiled, saying he wished to hear more in detail. Badhai offered that Buddhism would provide protection and logistical support. He asked why they did not act themselves. The old man replied that war would bring suffering to the people, and that the young friend had both ability and motive. Wu Fu agreed and said he believed the sect leader already had a concrete plan. Badhai revealed that the Divine King Hall had 3 halls on King Isle that could be destroyed one by one. Wu Fu asked how reinforcements would arrive given the distance. The old man replied that secret guards had already been arranged to assist covertly. Finally, Wu Fu asked when they would depart. Bodhai said a merchant ship would arrive at King Isle tomorrow, and the two could hide aboard. After leaving, within the gloomy forest, Luo Zai asked why he agreed so quickly. Wu Fu said it was because the sect leader knew he could hardly refuse, and that he had already offended 3 forces, so he needed Buddhism as back. He mentioned the Sutra Pavilion. Luo Zai sighed that the sect leader schemed deeply. Wu Fu told her to enter and search for information to prepare for the campaign. Scene shifted to the Sutra Pavilion, with tall shelves filled with rare manual. Luo Zai searched for a long time without gaining anything. Night had fallen. Just as she spoke, a book suddenly appeared prominently on the shelf. She took it down and read the title Supreme Joy, wondering whether it was related to that clan. Opening it, she saw hazy content and strange characters. After reading, her face flushed red and she quickly closed it, inwardly exclaiming why there was even such dual cultivation techniques. Though embarrassed, she was still curious and intended to look further when Wu Fu suddenly stepped in and asked whether she had gained anything. Luo Zai hurriedly stuffed the book into her sleeve, her face flushing as she awkwardly asked why he had appeared here. He seemed not to care about her reaction and repeated his question about whether she had found any clues. She immediately composed herself and replied that the information about the Wu Zhai clan here was extremely scarce. Wu Fu gave a slight nod and handed her a special jade piece, saying the act was enough and they had to leave. She took it and asked what it was. He calmly replied that if he encountered trouble, the jade would send her to the formation he had left behind. That place was absolutely safe. During that, Luo Zai felt a trace of worry and silently prayed she would never have to use it. Not long after, the scene shifted elsewhere. From an object floating in midair came a voice announcing that the 2 lords had arrived at Wangzhou. As soon as Wu Fu and Luo Zai touched the ground, someone waved from afar and called out that they were here. The young man quickly bowed and introduced himself, saying it was an honor to assist the 2 lords. While leading the way, Shu Luo explained that this time they would advance to a stronghold near a hall to coordinate its destruction. Wu Fu asked how many forces there were. He replied there were 13 in total, and only one had reached the deity transformation realm. Elsewhere, flames surged and shouts of ambush echoed. Guards on the high wall yelled for reinforcements and not to let the enemy escape. In the distance, a small boat quietly approached with a familiar figure standing upon it. Wu Fu's eyes were icy as he observed the chaos. At the same time, within a magnificent palace, someone shouted at a subordinate kneeling on the ground because of the commotion outside. The subordinate reported an ambush, causing the hall master to angrily curse his useless men for allowing intruders. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly sensed danger and turned his head to see Wu Fu charging in with a fierce strike, but he managed to block it in time. Recognizing his opponent as Wu Fu, he ground his teeth and said angrily that it was him again. As soon as he finished speaking, an arrow suddenly shot through, injuring Huang Huo and knocking him down. He unwillingly cursed the opponent as despicable. In response, Wu Fu's blade pressed against his throat. He calmly said that as long as he won, he did not want to take unnecessary risks, then demanded answers. Huang Huo stubbornly replied he would say nothing. Wu Fu looked down with confidence and declared he would make him speak. Time passed and moonlight filtered through the clouds, gently shining down. At the harbor, Shu Luo saw the 2 off and thanked them for capturing all those who had surrendered. Wu Fu curiously asked what Buddhism intended to do with them. Shu Luo shook his head and said truthfully that he did not know either. He was only following orders from above. Satisfied with that vague answer, Wu Fu asked who would handle contact in the future. Shu Luo replied that he himself would take charge during their time in Wangzhou. Wu Fu then asked where the next branch hall was located. Shu Luo smiled and said it lay on a barren highland with narrow terrain and open visibility, making it difficult to launch a surprise attack like today. Wu Fu frowned and asked coldly whether they could not provide support. Shu Luo broke into a sweat and explained that was not the case. It was just that they would need to launch a more direct and forceful assault. Wu Fu nodded and said they would discuss it later and rest today. He immediately took his leave to attend to matters. After he left, Wu Fu asked Luo Zai for her thoughts. She pondered and said it was strange that Buddhism focused so much on capturing prisoners and expressed her dissatisfaction. Wu Fu took out a green pellet and added that each hall master carried a treasure that Hui Kong had never mentioned. He stared intently at the item and murmured that those treasures would be useful for the upcoming confrontation. As he spoke, he walked forward, saying that the matter of Buddhism could be examined later as there was no danger for now. Luo Zai agreed but was surprised that even the hall master of the Divine King Hall knew nothing about clues regarding the Wu Zhai clan. Wu Fu looked up into the void and told himself that for now he could only cooperate with Buddhism and wait until the Divine King Hall was destroyed before making further plans. A few days later, on a desolate desert, The three walked and chatted about why Huang Shen Wang Zhou was so barren. The reason being that the hall master here required an environment filled with the blood energy of demonic beasts to cultivate. Luo Zai frowned and said it was truly disgusting. At that moment, someone appeared with hands clasped in greeting, introducing himself as a Chang who had been hiding here to welcome the three. Chang stated that the hall master was not at the branch hall, so this was a good opportunity to strike. Wu Fu immediately asked for the specific plan. A Chang proposed attacking from underground to deal with the subordinates first before confronting him. Wu Fu said with satisfaction to begin the action. Inside the Huang Hall of Wang Zhou, three young men were drinking and complaining that eating demonic beast meat every day had grown tiresome, but they had to endure it because the Lord was about to break through. Suddenly a loud noise came from the demonic beast pens, startling them. Wu Fu's group entered and faced them, yet the three calmly raised their cups. Luo's I felt helpless at being treated as if non-existent. Wu Fu smiled faintly and said that those who understood the times were heroes. Pretended to turn away, then suddenly turned back and asked the way to the main hall. One pointed in a direction. Wu Fu followed his gesture, thanked him, and left. Following that path, they arrived at the Huang Hall Lord's place where fighting was underway. Wu Fu had just struck down one person, leaving Wang Qiang kneeling on the ground in shock. He asked in panic who they were. From above, Wu Fu coldly replied that he was Wu Fu of the Wu Zhai clan. Wang Qiang trembled and said that he was not supposed to be dead. Wu Fu sneered and said Yan Wang could not keep him, so he had returned. Wang Qiang begged for mercy in fear, but he directly asked where Madonna was. Wang Qiang set a condition that if spared he would speak. Wu Fu agreed. He confessed that Madonna was in a cave behind the mountain. Wu Fu wondered because he had heard she had left the Divine King Hall. Wang Qiang explained that it was false news he had spread to avoid disturbance while breaking through. Wu Fu nodded and praised Madonna for being truly cunning. Just as Wang Qiang pleaded for mercy, two sword lights swept across his body. Wu Fu looked coldly at the motionless corpse and said that sparing him would be no different from releasing a tiger back to the forest. He declared that anyone who had harmed the Wu Zhai clan would not be spared. Luo Zai stepped forward and asked about the situation and whether Madonna had been found. Wu Fu said her whereabouts were clear. She was in seclusion behind the mountain of the Divine King Hall. Luo Zai suspected that the information a Chang had given earlier was false. Wu Fu silently watched a Chang finish off an enemy, then said that Madonna might have spread false news, but it was also possible that Buddhism knew and still concealed it. He told Luo Zai to be wary of Buddhism. She nodded and asked what the next step was. Wu Fu looked toward the rear mountain and said they would deal with Madonna first. Two immediately rushed in that direction. Luo Zai asked to go along and Wu Fu agreed. Upon reaching the mountain peak, Wu Fu unleashed the mental poison sword technique. One sword breaks 10,000 methods against a huge rock, creating a powerful shock. Madonna, cultivating inside, heard the disturbance and angrily shouted who dared to interrupt. As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Fu and Luo Zai stepped inside. Seeing them, Madonna sneered and asked what the loving couple was doing here, then reproached them for arriving uninvited and treating the Divine King Hall as their own place. Wu Fu replied coldly that this was not a garden but the burial ground of her sins. Hearing this, Madonna withdrew her serpent body from the lake, letting out a cold laugh and saying, "So you have come to take my life." Ignoring her words, Luo Zai and he immediately launched a clash of spiritual force. Seeing them close in, Madonna's expression changed. She revealed a ferocious look and said, "If you want to kill me, you must see whether you have the ability." The blink of an eye, Medusa's eyes flashed, her hair turning into countless small writhing snakes. Madonna rushed forward intending to petrify he, sneering that this was the price for disturbing her cultivation. Luo Zai, standing at a distance, felt something strange when he suddenly appeared beside her, and said she had been thrown into confusion by the soul-bewitching bell and fallen into an illusion. Hearing this, Luo Zai drew her sword, urging to seize the chance to finish her. He nodded in agreement. The two charged at the same time, aiming straight for Madonna's head. Her serpent tail swept fiercely, executing mountain-severing art and sending he flying far away. He slammed hard into the rock behind him. Just as she thought she had gained the upper hand, the tail turned toward Luo Zai. He was struck and flung backward. He hurried over, calling her name loudly. He caught Luo Zai and asked if she was hurt. She softly replied that she was fine. Madonna sneered and said, "My Medusa eyes specialize in breaking illusions. I saw through your petty tricks long ago." He set Luo Zai down and prepared to fight, saying it was a miscalculation. Luo Zai anxiously asked what they should do now. He instructed that he would draw her attention later, and she should look for an opportunity from behind. Luo Zai nodded nervously. He immediately split into multiple afterimages, attacking at once. Madonna petrified each clone in turn and mocked them, but suddenly the real he appeared and swept his sword across her neck. Madonna cried in horror, "How could this be when you were already petrified?" He coldly explained that she herself had fallen into an illusion for a brief instant. When she intended to use the Medusa eyes, he had already struck her with the soul-bewitching bell. Luozai seized the chance to finish her. In war, deceit is never too much. As he finished speaking, her body gradually dissipated. Madonna vanished completely. He picked up the remaining eyes thinking they might be useful, then returned with Luozai to the Buddhist sect. Seeing them performing a ritual, Luozai asked what they were doing. Achang replied they were delivering all beings, sending the corpses to the Pure Land for salvation before reincarnation. He mocked that after killing they still performed salvation, truly your way. Achang quickly explained that battle was unavoidable, and the Pure Land did not wish to wage war. Luozai changed the topic, saying only the final sub-hall remained. He asked about the location and strength of the hall master. Achang said it was in the middle of the ocean, and that person was related to he. He frowned and asked how they were related. Achang revealed that Gu Ming had once been a disciple of the Wu clan before betraying them, joining the Divine King Hall and rising to become a hall master. Hearing this, he angrily said, "So he is a traitor. This time I will personally deal with him." The two disciples glanced at each other. Achang said Gu Ming was in the venerable god realm with unfathomable strength, asking if he was confident. Luozai worriedly advised to think long-term since he had just gone through 2 battles. He firmly said he was a traitor to his mother's clan and might hold clues so there could be no delay. Achang promised the Buddhist sect would assist with full strength. Luozai still felt uneasy. The scene shifted to a vast blue ocean with reefs. He and the disciples swam beneath the deep sea. After swimming for a long time, they saw the shoreline ahead. As soon as they came ashore, they saw a man waiting who knelt and called him young master. He asked in surprise what was happening. The man introduced himself as Zhang Chuo, guard of Wu Ling, recounting that years ago Nangong destroyed the clan and Gu Ming betrayed them, intending to destroy his body. He risked his life to take he away from the Ming Yuan realm and joined the Buddhist sect to recover, secretly entering the sub-hall to wait for a chance at revenge and requesting to join the battle. After hearing this, he said, "Rest assured, I will personally deal with the traitor." Zhang Chuo emotionally reminded him to avenge the clan. Inside the dark divine hall, Gu Ming drunkenly blamed himself before Yun Jian for failing to protect your wife when a subordinate hurriedly reported an incident. Gu Ming sat high above and asked what had happened. The subordinate reported that he had attacked. Gu Ming sprang up asking which he. He stepped in carrying spoils of war and said it is the Wu clan's he. Gu Ming descended in shock. He asked whether he admitted his guilt from years ago. He threw a sack toward Gu Ming. Gu Ming calmly said, "I admit it." He was briefly puzzled, then dismissed it, saying, "Then do not blame me." Emotions surging within as he had waited long for this day. He swung his sword and struck. Gu Ming did not dodge and only let out a muffled groan. He asked why he did not evade. He replied that he had committed a grave fault back then, so even execution was deserved. He raised his sword, intending to end it. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out to stop him. His sword halted a hair's breadth from Gu Ming's head. He held his head in confusion, wondering if his mother did not want him to kill that man, then asked Gu Ming who he truly was. He knelt and replied he was merely a sinner. Voice calling he echoed from the corridor. He looked in surprise to see Luozai appear. Zhang Chuo followed and seeing the situation decided to strike first. He suddenly attacked Gu Ming, cursing that traitor for harming the clan years ago. Injured Gu Ming still nimbly evaded. He summoned 10,000 swords to counterattack, saying, "It was only natural for he to kill me, but you are not qualified." Zhang Chuo raised his shield and executed the immovable Wisdom King Buddhist art to withstand the rain of sword. He watched in astonishment at Gu Ming's powerful swordsmanship and understood that if he were serious it would be hard for him to injure him. Gu Ming merged the swords into one massive blade, mocking that a tiny light dared contend for brilliance. The blade cleaved down upon Zhang Chuo's Buddha statue, causing blood to seep from his lips. He was horrified at that power and hurriedly retreated, seeking escape. Seeing him flee, Gu Ming pursued. Zhang Chuo realized the gap in realm, and that escape was difficult, so he turned and rushed to seize Luozai as a hostage to threaten him. Seeing his movement, Wu Fu immediately drew his sword to interrogate Zhang Chuo. "Are you trying to threaten me?" Upon hearing his name, Gu Ming clenched his teeth coldly. "I remember now, no wonder that bald head looked familiar. It turns out to be the traitor from the past of the Wu Zhai clan, Zhang Chuo." Hearing this, suspicion rose in Wu Fu. "Traitor? What kind of traitor?" Zhang Chuo panicked and shouted in denial, "Nonsense. You are the true traitor of the Wu Zhai clan, young master. If you kill Gu Ming, I will hand Luozai over to you." As soon as he finished, Gu Ming rushed forward to unleash the Dao sword intent surging. "Back then you tried to seize Wu Fu's body and I caught you, now forcing the life of an innocent. I can only eliminate this false Buddha on behalf of heaven." Seeing the speed of his attack, Zhang Chuo widened his eyes in horror, thinking too fast, can't evade in time. At that moment another sword unexpectedly appeared, blocking Gu Ming's strike. Wu Fu tightened his grip and pushed back the blow. Zhang Chuo seized the chance to urge, "Young master, take this opportunity to deal with him. Unexpectedly, the blocking strike caused Gu Ming to be injured. Then Gu Ming spoke, advising Wu Fu, "You may take my life, but never trust that petty man. He is the real traitor." As soon as he spoke, Zhang Chu immediately interjected, "Young master, don't listen to him. He is trying to divide us, act quickly." Amid the words, Wu Fu fell into thought. Suddenly, Gu Ming noticed the spiritual energy in his sword wane. Wu Fu glanced at Zhang Chu behind him and asked, surprised, "You all claim the other is a traitor, yet led me out of Ming Yuan realm, so I ask, where exactly have you taken me?" Zhang Chu faltered, stammering, "It's been too long, I don't remember." Gu Ming immediately replied without hesitation to Earth. Hearing that, Wu Fu muttered and suddenly surged forward, thrusting a sword into Gu Ming's stomach. Struck, he staggered and fell to the ground. Seeing Gu Ming fall, Zhang Chu released Luo Zai in joy, praising, "Young master is indeed formidable. Even a master of the divine realm is defeated." As he finished, Wu Fu's sword unexpectedly plunged into him. Zhang Chu clutched his wound and slowly collapsed. Incredulous, "Young master, why?" Wu Fu stepped forward coldly, "Because what Gu Ming said is the truth." After speaking, Zhang Chu collapsed, his body staining the ground red. Having dealt with him, Wu Fu turned to ask Luo Zai. She nodded slightly, "I'm fine." As they faced each other, Gu Ming held his wound and stood, saying, "Brat, your strike was decisive." Luo Zai asked in surprise, "Wu Fu, what is happening?" He frowned, "I also want to know the truth." Gu Ming looked at him mockingly, "Clever as a child, foolish now, don't recognize Buddha's disguise." Wu Fu coldly said, "I don't care about the ploy, I just want to know why you rely on the Divine King Hall." Gu Ming replied frankly, without pretending, "How else could I save your mother?" Hearing mention of someone important, Wu Fu lowered his voice, "So you know where my mother is imprisoned?" Answered briefly, "I know." Wu Fu urged, "Tell me." Just then a Buddhist disciple ran up. "Wu Fu master, the people of Divine King Hall are too strong, we can't hold them." They froze, seeing a figure behind him. Shu Luo, recognizing it, was shocked. Gu Ming, seeing them appear, understood. "No wonder Zhang Chu is here. The monks have arrived. Where are your 18 arhats?" Chang stepped up to question Gu Ming. "You were once protector of Wu Zhai clan but betrayed for personal gain, causing the clan's destruction, plunging Ming Yuan realm into crisis, harming our disciple Zhang Chu. Today Buddhism and young master Wu Fu will eliminate you." Hearing this, he snorted coldly, drawing his sword. "A group of monks dare call me a traitor." In a flash, Gu Ming's figure disappeared before Chang. He moved swiftly past him, attempting a rear strike. Chang reacted in time, summoning a Buddha statue for protection. Two forces collided with a resounding explosion. Knowing he couldn't withstand, Chang quickly retreated. Gu Ming pursued. The monk was bound. In a dire moment, Chang shouted, "Wu Fu master, save me." Instantly, Wu Fu rushed to block the descending sword. Gu Ming leaned close and asked, "What are you planning? Still suspect me?" Wu Fu said quietly, "I still need Buddhism's help. Can't turn yet." Gu Ming nodded and stepped back. Wu Fu explained, "He was the traitor back then, just used Luo Zai to coerce me. We were deceived." Chang shouted, "Zhang Chu is the traitor." Fu nodded, clarifying, "His name is Zhang Chu. Once guard of Wu Zhai clan, back then tried to harm me but Gu Ming prevented. So I survived." Gu Ming hid at Divine King Hall only to find my mother's whereabouts. Never betrayed. Shu Luo bowed, calculating. Zhang Chu's identity revealed too quickly. Must not lose Wu Fu's trust. Thinking so, he feigned panic. "Wu Fu master, we had no knowledge." Zhang Chu joined and participated on his own, not our arrangement, Chang echoed. "We devotedly helped you against Divine King Hall. How could we tolerate a traitor?" He pointed at Zhang Chu's body, blaming him, saying he hid his identity to deceive Buddha. Wu Fu smiled coldly. "I suspected as much, rest assured. I won't doubt allies over a petty man." Shu Luo, moved, promised to investigate and explain, then ordered the body removed, reminded that Buddha confirmed Gu Ming's loyalty to Wu Zhai clan. Later, the truth will be revealed to Ming Yuan realm powers. After handling that, Chang asked, "Has the Hall Master found Wu Ling's whereabouts?" Gu Ming replied, "After the Divine King Hall battle, Nangong lost memory. Wu Ling's trail vanished." Wu Fu asked doubtfully, "So you still haven't found my mother?" He nodded no. Chang interjected, "Seems we must eliminate Divine King Hall to know Wu Ling's whereabouts." Wu Fu asked further, "Where is the main hall? I will go find Nangong to rescue mother." Gu Ming replied, "Built on a floating rock, can only ascend via special formation outside Buddhism, but I can teleport you there." Hearing the offer, Wu Fu thanked politely. Gu Ming chuckled, "Kid." Wu Fu said remorsefully, "Back then you risked your life to bring me to Earth, so I survived. Debt not forgotten. Just now Zhang Chu incited me, causing your injury. Hope you forgive." Gu Ming placed his hand on his shoulder. Losing Wu Zhai clan then was unavoidable. Taking this strike deserved. Minor wound, Nangong at fault. He instructed, "First save your mother. Nangong is cunning and cultivates divine realm, cannot rush, must plan carefully." Wu Fu asked in surprise, "Isn't he cultivating Divine King realm?" Gu Ming immediately denied what he had just said. There was no such thing as cultivating to the God-King realm. He was only called that because he sat on the throne of the God-King Hall Master. His true strength merely stopped at the Saint Venerable realm. Hearing this, Wu Fu suddenly understood and let out a light breath, so that was the case. Not long after, the scene shifted to Gu Ming's room at night. Wu Fu and Luo Zai walked in from outside. He hesitated slightly before stepping forward to ask whether Uncle Gu was seriously injured. The moment she heard that, Gu Jia flared up and scolded him. "You struck with such force, how could it not be serious?" Seeing her anger, Gu Ming lay on the bed and hurried to stop. "What are you saying?" Wu Fu was only misled by others and did not know the full story. That was why he accidentally injured me. Yet that explanation not only failed to calm Gu Jia, it made her even more upset, and she even reproached her own father. A dignified expert of the venerable god realm had actually been beat to this state by someone in the deity transformation realm. It was truly shameful. Gu Ming forced a smile and explained, "Was it not because I failed to protect your Wu that I felt a knot in my heart?" Before he could finish, Gu Jia cut him off. "Even so, you did not need to push yourself into such danger." Faced with his daughter's anger, Gu Ming softened his tone and coaxed her. "All right, it is my fault, good daughter, do not be angry anymore." After hearing her father admit his mistake, Gu Jia finally agreed to leave. As she brushed past Wu Fu, she did not forget to throw him a look filled with displeasure. Noticing the strange atmosphere between the two, Luo Zai's face darkened as she pressed him. "Wu Fu, why are you staring at Miss Gu like that?" He replied calmly, "Her attitude is indeed harsh, is it because I injured Gu Ming?" Hearing that, Gu Ming immediately spoke to reassure him. "Wu Fu, do not take it to heart. The little girl is only like that because she worries about me." After hearing this, he felt even more guilty. This time it was my misunderstanding that caused Uncle Gu to be hurt. How could I blame her? Hearing this, Gu Ming suddenly revealed a meaningful smile and disclosed an unexpected matter. "That is good. In truth, little Jia and you can be considered childhood sweethearts. When your mother was still pregnant, we already arranged a marriage for you two." The moment the words fell, Wu Fu and Luo Zai widened their eyes and exclaimed in unison, "An arranged marriage." Immediately after, Luo Zai turned her face away, her voice tinged with grievance. So someone already had a marriage contract long ago. Seeing her like that, Wu Fu could only sigh helplessly. This time the trouble is truly big. Wanting to escape the awkward situation, he changed the subject. "Uncle Gu, tell me about the events of that year." Gu Ming indulged him and began to reminisce. "Back then, your father and I, Yun Giant." Hearing this, Wu Fu was stunned and blurted out, "Father, I also have a father." Gu Ming burst out laughing. "Of course, how could your mother give birth to you alone?" Realizing he had overreacted, Wu Fu quickly adjusted his attitude. "Uncle Gu, please continue." Gu Ming continued the story. "Your father and I were brothers of the same clan. Before we were 20, we both broke through to the deity transformation realm and were called the Twin Stars." The scene shifted to the past, returning to the secluded cultivation site behind the mountain where Gu Ming once trained. At that time, he was still young, happily waving to the person ahead. "Congratulations, Brother Yun, on becoming the fastest to break through to the deity transformation realm in the Alliance." Hearing his name, Yun Jian turned around with a smile. "Did you not also just break through?" Gu Ming scratched his head and replied modestly, "I only caught up after you came out of seclusion, but you are younger than I am, so you are still slightly faster. You deserve to be the first." Yun Jian smiled faintly. "Beyond high mountains there are higher mountains. I am only considered first within the clan. In the 3,000 great worlds hardly anyone knows me." Then his tone changed. "I want to travel the 3,000 great worlds and create a world of my own." As he spoke, he extended his hand toward Gu Ming, an invitation. Without hesitation, Gu Ming immediately responded, "Since Brother Yun has such grand ambitions, how could I fall behind? I will travel the 3,000 great worlds with you." After that, Gu Ming successively defeated the genius Meng Fei of the Sumeru realm, ranked 13,722, then overcame Su Zi of the Kang Lan realm, ranked 3,630. Yun Jian was no less impressive, defeating Zhao Long of the North Underworld realm, ranked 5,956 on the 3,000 Great Worlds Genius list. Yun Jian continued by surpassing Yun Kaio of the Cloud Void realm, ranked 1,627. The two were hailed as the twin stars of the Sword Forest realm, and both entered the top 100 geniuses. After months of wandering, they strolled leisurely through a forest. Gu Ming asked, "Now that we have stepped into the Tribulation Crossing realm and are within the top 100, what do you plan to do next?" Yun Jian stroked his chin and replied, "I want to lead our clan to glory." That moment, a desperate cry for help rang out. The two immediately turned and rushed toward the source of the sound to see what had happened. The one calling for help was Wu Ling in her youth. She sat collapsed on the ground, staring in terror at the man approaching her. The mysterious man reached out and spoke indecently, telling her to obediently become his cultivation furnace. Just as he was gloating that Wu Ling could not escape, a streak of sword light suddenly shot toward him from behind like lightning. The demonic cult elder immediately spun around and used his hand to block the incoming blade. The owner of the sword appeared and softly uttered a command to return. The The sword immediately flew back into Yun Jian's hand. Gu Ming, standing behind, mocked him. At your age you still flirt with women, do you not feel ashamed? Faced with that appearance, Wu Ling blushed and secretly praised the man who had acted as truly handsome. The demonic cult elder sneered. I wondered who it was, so it is two brats playing here. Being looked down upon, Gu Ming pointed his sword and shouted back. Who are you calling a brat? I am your grandfather Gu Jia. The other man coldly lectured. Has no one taught you to respect the strong? But young Gu Ming showed no fear and even looked around in mockery. Whereas the strong one, I only see someone claiming to be. Provocation enraged the demonic cult elder. You have angered me. Gu Ming did not retreat and deliberately taunted him. If you have the ability, come here. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple halo suddenly flashed in the air. The demonic cult elder erupted with demonic power, creating a shockwave that sent both of them flying backward. Gu Ming stomped hard on the ground to stop himself. He ignored himself and turned to ask, Brother Yun, are you all right? Yun Jian brushed the dust from his face and replied calmly, It is not to the point of losing my life. After speaking, Yun Jian secretly assessed his opponent. This old monster is too strong. If this continues, we may not escape unscathed. Meanwhile, the demonic cult elder laughed wildly, repeating that anyone who stopped him would pay the price. Then he gathered his strength and charged at Yun Jian. At that critical moment, a flaming sword suddenly appeared behind the demonic cult elder. Sensing danger, he tilted his body to dodge, letting the flames graze past him. The sword plunged into the ground and then vanished. Seeing this, the demonic cult elder frowned warily. Is there still someone else hiding? He immediately turned and shouted, Who dares to interfere? The one who appeared was Nangong, speaking in a carefree manner with reproach. A dignified demonic cult elder forcing a woman in the wilderness, are you not afraid of being ridiculed by the world? But that serious air was quickly ruined when Gu Ming reminded him, Brother, it is night now. That remark made the atmosphere suddenly fall silent, so quiet that even the distant cawing of crows could be heard. Nangong helplessly corrected himself. Even at night you still cannot do such things. Gu Ming immediately echoed, That is right, whether night or day it is not acceptable. Suddenly, the demonic cult elder's body emitted a strange mist. He transformed into a ferocious form and gnashed his teeth, roaring that those who ruined his plans would not have a good end. Witnessing this, Nangong, Yun Jian, and Gu Ming were all astonished. Immediately after, the demonic cult elder charged straight at them like a raging storm. Gu Ming swung his sword to strike but was easily dodged by the other man, who then mocked him. Can you not hit me? Not only Gu Ming, even Nangong was toyed with as he circled around them in ridicule. The three were spun within his formation, no different from playthings in his hands. He arrogantly uttered words of contempt, treating them as nothing more than a group of useless fools. Arrogance only made the three even more furious, and they raised their swords simultaneously, preparing to counterattack. Gu Ming said irritably, This ghostly shadow is truly difficult to deal with. Nangong sighed worriedly. Continuing like this is not a good plan. Only Yun Jian remained silent. At that moment, a gentle voice like a divine whisper sounded in the air. That voice came from Wu Ling. She summoned the illusory image of a fairy and cast out a chain toward the demonic cult elder. The move descended like judgment, binding him firmly in place. Seeing their opponent restrained, Nangong and Gu Ming exchanged meaningful smiles and rushed forward together to teach him a lesson, leaving him with nothing but cries for help. While the other two handled the opponent, Yun Jian stepped closer and asked Wu Ling if she had been frightened. She gently shook her head and replied that she was fine. The atmosphere between them suddenly turned gentle, as if tinged with a faint pink hue and the lively rhythm of pounding hearts. In her heart, Wu Ling silently marveled at how handsome Yun Jian was. After a long while, the two finally withdrew their gazes. She blushed and softly thanked him for coming to her aid. Yun Jian turned away slightly awkwardly and modestly replied that he had not helped much. Witnessing the two of them locked in a struggle, Nan could not help speaking up in irritation, saying that the other man was a sworn brother of the He family. So why were they attacking him when he was merely pursuing the young ladies of the He family? Gu Ming replied awkwardly, If you ask me, then who should I ask? The memory ended, returning to reality after hearing the story. Wu Fu curiously asked, So that is how my mother and father came to know each other. Gu Ming answered calmly, Of course. If your father had not acted quickly back then, it is still uncertain whom Wu Ling would have chosen. After hearing it, he could only force a wry smile and sigh. It truly was an exceedingly ordinary story. Even so, from that small tale he realized something else. That means my father and Nangong had already known each other. Gu Ming gently nodded in confirmation. Yes, from then on the four of us swore brotherhood and journeyed together, roaming across the 3,000 great worlds for many years, our bond no different from that of life and death. During this, Wu Fu seemed to guess what came next and continued. And afterward he destroyed the Wu Zhai clan and imprisoned my mother. Gu Ming let out a heavy sigh. Yes, perhaps we should not have set foot in that place back then. Wu Fu, you must be wary of the Buddhist sect. That force is far from simple. Those words of warning made his brows knit tighter. his eyes flashing with anger, yet he still replied, "I understand, Uncle Gu." The scene shifted, time passed swiftly. At the main hall of the Divine King Palace upon the skycliffe, half a month later, beneath it a group gathered on the ground gazing up at the Divine Palace as if awaiting a long-anticipated moment. Someone spoke to introduce it as the main hall of the Divine King Palace. Located upon Nangong's skycliffe, the people below were all of unknown origin. Among them Wu Fu murmured, "Mother, are you up there?" The moment the words ended, Gu Ming immediately drew his sword and shouted loudly, "Avenge the Wu Kai clan." Following his cry, a glowing circular formation appeared beneath their feet. Shouts of killing thundered forth. As the formation took shape, Gu Ming swiftly poured spiritual power into it. At once a pillar of light shot from its center straight into the sky. The scene rose to the summit of Sky Cliff where the silent divine palace stood. In the empty courtyard, the familiar pillar of light suddenly appeared. Gu Ming cast a teleportation technique to bring everyone directly up to the divine palace. Upon arrival, they stepped into the silent space within. Luozai looked around curiously, then asked Gu Ming if this truly was the main hall of the Divine King Palace. Why was there not a single guard in sight? He too felt something was amiss and replied that ordinarily this place could not be so deserted. Let us move forward and see. Immediately afterward, his subordinates spread out at once to scout every hidden corner. After some time searching, Gu Ming frowned and said, "Strange, the last time I came it was still crowded." Fu stepped forward and patted his shoulder to reassure him. "Forget it, Uncle Gu, finding Nangong Dong and my mother is more important." Hearing this, Gu Ming softened. "You are right." Then he began dividing into groups. Your group enter the main hall, the other group head to the back mountain. When it came to the third group, he hesitated briefly, "You all." While he was assigning tasks, Wu Fu turned and suggested to Luozai that they search separately. She nodded without hesitation. "All right." Just then Gujia ran over saying, "I will go too." But Luozai immediately wrapped her arm around Wu Fu's and refused. "The two of us are enough." Gujia was not one to give up easily. She confidently said, "I am his fiancée, of course I must go along." Yet Luozai still held tightly to Wu Fu without letting go. As Wu Fu became the center of contention, the two girls both extended their hands toward him and asked, "Who will you choose to go with?" Caught in an awkward situation, he stammered, not knowing how to answer this. Wu Fu hastily looked to Gu Ming for help. Understanding his meaning, the old man scolded lightly, then immediately flew away, leaving behind the words that "I will go with the brothers." And so he was again pulled to either side by the two girls. "Let us go." Wu Fu struggled to break free and lamented, "You two spare me." In his heart he silently cried out in misery, "What is wrong with these two today? Could they have taken the wrong medicine?" Two completely ignored his expression. Gu Jia irritably questioned Luozai, "Why are you following?" Luozai frowned and replied, "I have journeyed with Wu Fu for a long time already. On the contrary, why are you following us?" Gu Jia lifted her chin and said, "Following my fiancé is only natural. Without any status, what right do you have to come along?" Those words made Luozai flare up. She retorted, "Arranged engagements are outdated. In this age, love is free." Hearing that, Gu Jia grew even more determined. "Even with free love, I am no worse than you. Sooner or later, Wu Fu will belong to me." Forced into a corner, Luozai could only fume inwardly, then turned to Wu Fu and said, "Tell her to leave." Gu Jia refused to back down, her voice filled with grievance as she said, "I have waited for you for so many years. Can you bear to forsake me?" Trapped between the two, Wu Fu was so flustered that sweat broke out, not knowing how to handle it. In the end, he clutched his head and squatted down, groaning, "Choosing either one is no different from pushing myself into danger. Someone save me." At that very moment, Wu Fu's expression suddenly changed. His sword manifested on its own without being summoned, emitting a powerful aura that left him astonished. The sword spirit. Without any warning, it automatically shot off in another direction. Wu Fu cried out in alarm, "This is bad." At once he, together with Luozai and Gu Jia, leapt into the air to chase after that beam of light. Sword spirit flew straight toward an old dilapidated hall. Before the entrance, the three paused briefly, then decided to go inside. Stepping within, Wu Fu, Luozai and Gu Jia saw someone sitting silently beneath a tombstone. Wu Fu looked at that man with suspicion. Could he be Nangong? Hearing that name, Gu Jia instinctively frowned. Luozai observed that a dark aura emanated from his body similar to when Wu Fu had once been controlled. Could there be a connection between the two matters? Nangong seemed to sense the familiar spiritual energy and raised his head. There was an additional burn mark near his eye. Upon seeing the sword spirit, he called out in delight, "You have returned." The sword immediately trembled violently. Seeing this, Wu Fu hurriedly shouted, "Sword spirit, return." Following the command, it immediately returned to his hand. Holding the sword, Wu Fu worriedly thought that even after so much time he could still influence it. Nangong looked at him and sneered, "I wondered who it was, so it is the spawn of Yun Jian and Wu Ling." As he spoke, he braced a hand against the stone beside him. His eyes filled with doubt as he asked, "Boy, were you not already dead?" Wu Fu gripped the sword spirit tightly and replied, "I was indeed dead, but the heavens saw you commit too many wrongs and allowed me to return to deal with you." Nangong burst into mad laughter upon hearing that. He said that in this world the strong are heaven. I am the strongest in the abyssal underworld realm. The stone on his forehead shone brightly with each word, "I am the heaven of the abyssal underworld realm." At the same time elsewhere, in the sky behind the mountain of the imperial yellow divine King Zhou, Gu Ming was directing his subordinates in the search thoroughly. Besides the people of the Wu Yikai clan, there are also 2 Buddhist disciples. Seeing everyone busy, Chang asked Shu Luo whether we should join. Shu Luo replied that we should observe the situation first and then decide. Just then someone shouted loudly with news, "Hall Master, there is a discovery here." Seeing the crowd gather, Shu Luo urged Chang, "Go take a look." Gu Ming pushed through the crowd and stepped forward saying, "Let me see." Before him was a stone cave covered by a ceiling formation. Gu Ming frowned and ground his teeth. Such a large seal, could this be where Wu Ling is imprisoned? Thinking this, he turned and shouted, "Everyone step back, I will break the restriction." The command, everyone immediately retreated far away. Gu Ming raised his sword, took a deep breath and poured spiritual power into it. Instantly, his sword gained an additional layer of enormous invisible sword shadow, enveloping it from the outside. Once ready, Gu Ming gripped the hilt tightly, spun around and slashed fiercely at the seal, yet that first strike still failed to shake it. Gu Ming immediately steadied his stance, raised his sword preparing to unleash another strike, and shouted loudly, "Give it to me." Poured all his spiritual power into the sword, causing a massive invisible layer of sword aura to appear over the blade following the momentum of his swing, shouting out. And when the attack struck the seal, it exploded violently like a volcanic eruption. Gu Ming's eyes remained fixed on the seal as it gradually cracked. The remaining force of the sword moved, turning into shockwaves that swept in all directions and blasted everything away. Chang and Shu Luo hurriedly formed hand seals to summon a Buddha statue as a shield, shouted about the rebounding spiritual force, and quickly hid behind us. After a long while, the smoke and dust cleared and the sky brightened. The 2 gasped in shock and exclaimed that this was the cultivation of the divine sovereign realm, truly terrifying. Gu Ming stood before the cave entrance and ordered everyone to follow me inside. He stepped in first. Inside the cave, a figure was tightly bound in chains. Upon seeing her, Gu Ming called out emotionally, "Wu Ling, I have finally found you." She lifted her head in astonishment and said, "Brother Gu." Gu Ming swung his sword to cut the chains and supported her, comforting her that it is me. All these years you have suffered. After the moment of joy, he helped her to her feet and said, "Let us go, big brother will take you out." As the 2 left the cave, a loud explosion sounded in the distance and smoke rose high. Wu Ling shielded herself from the wind and asked if there were others. Gu Ming pondered and replied it was likely Wu Fu and the young master. He was startled and asked that Fu had come as well. Gu Ming smiled awkwardly and said he had grown up and inherited his father's stellar sword. Wu Ling asked seriously that Wu Fu had inherited the stellar sword. Gu Ming nodded and said although he did not know why, the sword had returned to its former master. With it protecting them, they would be safe for now. Only then did she reveal that half of Nangong's primordial spirit was still hidden within the stellar sword. Gu Ming's expression changed as he exclaimed that Nangong's primordial spirit was inside the sword. Then Wu Fu and the young master were in danger. He quickly supported her and said, "Let us hurry over." The scene shifted back to the Great Hall a few minutes earlier. Nangong's aura surged as he declared that he was the destiny of the abyssal underworld realm. Wu Fu sneered and said, "You are too arrogant. I will give you 2 choices. Either release my mother and I will let you leave intact, or I will shatter everything." Nangong said disdainfully that if it were Yun Jian it might be worth considering, but a tribulation-crossing brat like you had no such qualification. The burn marks on his face spread wider, and behind him appeared hazy soul shadows. He immediately rushed toward Wu Fu without hesitation. Wu Fu used the stellar sword to slash apart one soul shadow, but one slipped behind to launch a sneak attack. Luo Zai warned in panic. Gu Jia rushed over in time to neutralize it. Wu Fu thanked her. Gu Jia replied calmly that protecting someone weaker was only natural. He laughed and asked that I am weaker than you. Gu Jia stood back to back with him and said I have already reached the divine sovereign realm. Could I be inferior to you? Wu Fu asked in surprise that was it not your father who had just reached that realm? Gu Jia said proudly that this young lady is extraordinarily gifted. You would not understand. Seeing the two talking, Luo Zai suddenly felt uneasy, since when had Wu Fu become so close to that woman? She tightened her grip on her sword and secretly resolved not to let his gaze leave her. Luo Zai suddenly charged straight at Nangong and shouted loudly. He looked at her with contempt and replied that you are worthy. He raised his hand and condensed a sphere of lightning. An enormous lightning sphere was hurled straight at Luo Zai. its power too great, causing her to cough up blood when struck. Wu Fu called out loudly, Luozai. She lost consciousness after that move and was sent flying across the great hall. Her body was blasted out of the divine hall by the shockwave. Wu Fu hurriedly chased after her, catching her and calling for Luozai to wake up. Gu Jia examined her injuries. Wu Fu anxiously asked if she could be saved. She said in a low voice that her heart and internal organs were all damaged. She feared that. She did not need to finish. Wu Fu already understood. Memories between him and Luozai flooded back. Clenched his teeth in self-reproach, saying he should not have let her come. Nangong descended and mocked that opposing me requires a price, then offered a condition that if you kneel and beg I may spare your life. Wu Fu raged and cursed the shameless clan exterminator for harming Luozai, telling me to beg you, do not dream. A gentle breeze passed by. Wu Ling and Gu Ming appeared and walked forward. Wu Fu was so shocked upon seeing her that he was speechless. Wu Ling called out emotionally that my child is Wu Fu. Gu Ming nodded to confirm that he was the son of Yu and Yun Giant. Seeing Luozai injured, Gu Ming asked about the situation. Gu Jia said she was struck by divine lightning and her heart was severely wounded. He reassured them that with Wu Ling here, as long as she was not dead, she could be saved. But she hesitated because her spiritual power had not yet recovered. Gu Jia sensed something unusual. Nangong spoke mockingly about the mother and son reunion, then questioned whether Gu Ming had joined the Divine King Hall and yet brought people to rebel. Gu Ming retorted who exterminated the clan and who imprisoned Wu Ling. Nangong laughed scornfully. He went on endlessly that the world belongs to the strong. Wu Ling's maternal clan lacked ability and was therefore replaced. I merely followed the natural law. How could that be called betrayal? Gu Ming reminded him that he had once promised Yun Jian to protect Wu Ling. Nangong replied calmly that she remains safe by your side. Gu Ming was furious and speechless. Gu Jia advised that there was no need to argue. She pointed her sword at Nangong and proposed ending him directly. Gu Ming drew his sword in agreement. Nangong took a stance to face them and said that today he would wipe you all out. Gu Ming charged forward first. He sneered and dodged the blade. Nangong extended his hand and grabbed Gu Ming's sword-wielding wrist. He struck and sent him flying, then seized the sword. Nangong mocked that without a sword one is like a beast without fang. At that moment, another blade shot toward him accompanied by a voice saying you are pleased too early. Nangong hastily tilted his body to avoid the blade filled with spiritual power. The attacker was Gu Jia. She spun and thrust repeatedly to press him back, then swept past leaving a sword mark across his back. Ming watched with pride and praised, Jia well done. Wu Fu felt doubtful in his heart. Was that all? Could the one rumored to stand at the top of the abyssal underworld be so easily defeated? Something was wrong. He had not truly fallen. At that moment, Gu Ming had not yet realized something strange was approaching Nangong's body. Seeing this, Wu Fu panicked and shouted, Uncle Gu, move aside quickly. He is not out of breath yet. Just as the words left his mouth, Nangong suddenly opened his eyes, grabbed the sword in Gu Ming's hand. Everything happened so fast that the old man had no time to guard and could only stare at the blade pointing at him. Wasn't he already? Fortunately, at that exact moment, another sword shot forward in time to block Nangong's attack. As he blocked the sword, Wu Fu immediately pulled Gu Ming back. Nangong held his chest, muttering with obsession, that spirit sword originally belonged to me. Hearing him claim ownership boldly, Gu Ming immediately retorted, don't dream. The spirit sword was left by Yun Jian for Xiao Fu, and the cold retort made Nangong grind his teeth in anger. Gu Ming paid no attention to him, only regretting that if the sword hadn't been stolen he wouldn't have to be so cautious. While they were still exchanging words, Gu Jia from behind drew another sword, holding twin blades as she stepped forward with determined eye. Without hesitation, she stomped hard to gain momentum and dashed forward, the shout signaling an assault like a wave. Nangong turned immediately upon hearing, tilted his body and swiftly dodged her blade. Seeing the opponent only avoiding, Gu Jia coldly challenged, let's see how long you can keep dodging. After finishing, she surged forward, twin swords slicing the air close to Nangong. After a string of evasions, he was gradually weary, silently cursing why he had to face the great heroine's swordsmanship. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock at a move carrying protagonist aura. At that moment, Gu Jia unleashed a powerful strike, making him only manage a sigh. Truly, the villain's fate is hard to survive. While blocking her sword and calculating strategies, Nangong thought the great heroine's sword techniques were indeed formidable. It seemed he had no choice. Then an idea struck to retreat quickly. Gu Jia thought he wanted to keep distance to reduce damage and mock, you think stepping back is enough? Unexpectedly, a thick purple smoke appeared. Nangong performed a cloning technique, creating 3 identical shadows of himself. Clones immediately charged at Gujia. She smiled approvingly, not bad. She spun to gather strength, intending to defeat the two in front. Her blade slashed straight at him, but a clone suddenly clamped the sword with both hands, making her exclaim in surprise, "What is this?" Twin swords continuously struck at the two clones but were blocked. She looked in panic at the remaining one again. Seeing her restrained, Nangong recalled another sword and proudly shot forward. Try to block this. Gujia frowned, inwardly sighing this is serious trouble. At the critical moment, Wu Fu rushed to stand in front of her. He used the spirit sword to lightly block the attack and reminded her not to forget he was still there. Immediately after, countless other sword energies came. Wu Fu defended while loudly telling Gujia to handle the two clones. His power far exceeded mine. I can't hold long. He immediately released one hand, concentrating all strength on one clone. If it couldn't withstand, then she would. She threw a punch straight at the opponent's face. Speed was too fast for him to react, and he was flung away. The remaining clones sneaked from behind, attempting an ambush. But Gujia had anticipated. She thought this was the perfect moment and leapt high. The clone panicked, running below as she flipped in midair. He used his shoulder as support, then landed safely, immediately spinning the sword straight into his head. The clone took the decisive blow, and within minutes his body began to dissipate like smoke. Gujia retreated quickly to prevent the other clone from reaching. As he vanished, the sword once embedded in him also fell to the ground. Last clone immediately directed the fallen sword towards her at lightning speed, aiming for her head. Gujia assumed a defensive stance and barely tilted to avoid it. She frowned, staring at him coldly. Without hesitation, Gujia spun her sword through his head as before. The last clone disintegrated unwillingly. After clearing them, Gujia let out a light breath of relief. Gu Ming ran over, praising his daughter was awesome. Gujia sternly replied, "Father can't rely on anyone but myself." He rolled his eyes, looking elsewhere. "Where has my sword been thrown?" Switching to a direct confrontation on the battlefield. Nangong sneered at the kid, "You can't endure. I only used part of my power." Wu Fu replied, "Coincidentally, I also used only part." Hearing this, he became angry and added more power. As he spoke, red energy streaks erupted around his hands. Nangong raised his hands, concentrating all force on one point. Wu Fu frowned coldly, advising the immortal like me, "Don't be reckless. Having lost two clones, don't invite more trouble." Just seconds later, countless new clones appeared behind Nangong. He arrogantly said those two bodies were nothing. "I can have as many as I want." Wu Fu muttered, annoyed, "Is this guy a cloning machine, just a swing and full of clones?" Then he warned Gujia, "Our side is restrained, be careful." She impatiently replied, "No need to remind. These clones are easier to deal with than the original in front, so take care of yourself first, don't waste words." Wu Fu looked at Nangong with hatred. "I know, rest assured I've figured out how to deal with him." Nangong calmly challenged, "Shamelessly boasting today, even if your father Yun Jian comes, it is useless." Those words made Wu Fu angry, and a snake eye suddenly opened in his palm. None other than the eye of Medusa. The Medusa snake was immediately summoned. Blocked Nangong's eyes with a petrifying gaze. He quickly realized it was Medusa's eye. "Where did you get this?" As soon as he spoke, both his hands began gradually turning to stone. Wu Fu smirked. "The spoils from the sweep at the Divine King Palace seem unpleasant for you." In an instant, his entire body turned to stone. Nangong only managed to scream, "Detestable." Fu stepped closer to Nangong, expressing his amazement that these Medusa eyes were so terrifying. In just a few breaths, they had brought down that immortal old man. Gujia, standing behind, reminded him that this was no ordinary kind of Medusa. In her estimation, being able to petrify even a green Exalt realm expert in such a short time meant it was at least the king rank of the Medusa race. Wu Fu pondered whether they were the eyes of a Medusa king. Gujia immediately dismissed the idea, telling him to keep dreaming. Throughout history, the Medusa race had only one god king, the goddess of death, whose gaze could turn all living beings into stone. How could he possibly have picked that up? Nangong Tongfeng had already been dealt. "Hurry and take Aunt Ling and your wife away before it is too late." Wu Fu did not answer. He simply walked quietly to Luo Zai, gently helped her up, and said he would take her to heal her injuries. He lifted Luo Zai in his arms and called out, "Mother, let us leave this place." Seeing that she did not respond, Wu Fu turned back and called again. "Mother." Gujia also spoke up and called Aunt Ling. But that was not his mother. It was only a puppet created by Nangong. When they turned around, they saw her unsealing him. Wu Fu cried out in shock, asking, "Mother, what are you doing?" No matter how many times he called, she did not react. Gujia frowned and said something was indeed wrong. She drew her sword and was about to rush forward when Wu Fu blocked her. He angrily shouted that was his mother. Gujia explained that she was clearly abnormal and could he not see it. Wu Fu stubbornly insisted that even if there was a problem, she was still his mother. He would not allow anyone to harm her. Gujia angrily scolded him, asking if he had been blinded, and told him to move aside, but he still stood in front unless she promised not to hurt her. Gujia reluctantly agreed. Just as the two were struggling, Nangong had already restored the puppet. He He laughed and said it was too late, then bit into her neck. Wu Fu cried out in panic for his mother. Gu Jia grabbed his hand and told him not to go over there because that was not Aunt Ling. The puppet quickly had all its life force drained and became shriveled. Angong threw the puppet aside and praised Gu Jia for being clever, saying that was not Wu Ling but a figure made from her blood, originally meant to deal with the god king, but because of the Medusa eyes he had lost a piece. He drew out a greatsword and roared that the only way to make up for the loss was to turn them into puppets. The sword shot forward like lightning when another blade intercepted it in time. Wu Ming let out a breath of relief for having returned just in time. He hurriedly asked if the children were all right. Gu Jia replied that they were, but Aunt Ling had met with trouble. Gu Ming already knew everything. His furious gaze turned to Nangong as he said that all these years he had studied nothing but evil arts. Nangong calmly replied that in this world there was only the path of the strong. Everything he learned was to become stronger. Gu Ming said with regret that he should not have let him step onto that path back then. Nangong interrupted and asked if he still wanted to take back the sword. Gu Ming said this was the sword of destiny that belonged to him and could not be taken. Nangong sneered and said if he could not take it, then he would destroy it. He exerted force, turning his hand into a beastly claw and crushing down. The sword in Gu Ming's hand snapped in two. The shattered sword caused Gu Ming to suffer a backlash and heavy injury. Gu Jia cried out for father. Wu Fu also anxiously called out Uncle Gu. Gu Jia ran over to support him and kept calling out. Wu Fu trembled with self-blame, thinking that if not for him, Uncle Gu and Luo Zai would not have met with disaster. Gu Ming shook his head and said the one who should apologize was him because he had failed to protect their mother back then. He was ashamed before his father trust. Gripped Wu Fu's hand tightly and warned him to beware of the Buddhist sect. His voice gradually faded and his hand fell limp. Gu Jia cried out in agony for father. Nangong stood behind them and mocked that he had advised them not to oppose him, but they would not listen. Gu Jia furiously charged forward ready to stake her life. Nangong merely held her wrist lightly and said that anyone who blocked him from seizing the spirit sword had to die. Wu Fu immediately grasped the spirit sword and rushed forward to rescue Gu Jia. But she was already restrained. Wu Fu shouted for him to release her. Gu Jia continued to curse that man for being despicable. Nangong only smiled because he had already laid a trap. Taking advantage of Wu Fu's lapse, he controlled the sword to launch a sneak attack from behind. Gu Jia managed to shout a warning, but the blade had already pierced through him. Wu Fu collapsed in pain. Nangong gleefully declared that the spirit sword was his. The sword embedded in him was pulled out. The spirit sword in his hand also fell to the ground. Another Nangong was summoned from within the sword. Despite his severe injuries, Wu Fu still looked up in shock because was he not already sealed? With a single pointing gesture, the sword striking him immediately dissipated. Demonic Nangong roared upon seeing the original body appear and asked why he was not dead. The other calmly replied that they were originally one entity. If he had not perished, how could he? That demon still fiercely threatened. Nangong Shan declared that today he would purge the evil thoughts. Holding the spirit sword, he told Wu Fu to look because this was the true sword. He raised the sword and chanted. Terrifying power instantly gathered in the sky and transformed into countless giant swords aimed at the demon. Demonic Nangong was locked in place by the barrage of sword energy. In the blink of an eye, all the swords crashed down at once. The demon raised a shield to block and barely escaped, but Nangong Shan said it was useless because the spirit sword was already complete. Then another sword pierced through the defense. The demon was defeated. A stream of purple energy escaped from his body, his soul still threatening that his race would return. Nangong Shan did not let him finish speaking and used the spirit sword to shatter that soul. Wu Fu gradually recovered and stood up, his heart filled with doubts. Nangong Shan tossed the spirit sword back to Wu Fu and said they had to save his mother first. He had read that man memories and knew the place of imprisonment, then turned away and said it was the underground dungeon. Beneath the earth, Wu Ling was still bound in chains. The spirit sword guided the way. Upon seeing her, Wu Fu called out loudly for mother. Wu Ling slowly opened her eyes when she heard his voice. The spirit sword severed the shackles. Wu Ling recognized it as the spirit sword and was astonished. Once freed, she hurried over calling Fu Er. Wu Fu carried Luo Zai over and begged his mother to save her. Wu Ling asked who this girl was. Wu Fu shyly replied that she was his friend. He smiled and said mother understands, then began treating Luo Zai. Thanks to Wu Ling, Luo Zai gradually regained consciousness. As soon as she opened her eyes, she looked for Wu Fu. He held her and said he was here. Wu Ling said her injuries were stable and she only needed a few more days of rest. Wu Fu happily said he had troubled mother. Luo Zai asked if she was Wu Fu mother. She nodded and said the children had worked hard. Wu Fu sadly said Uncle Gu had lost his life saving him. Wu Ling only let out a soft sigh and said she already knew. She raised her head to look at Nangong, softly asking if it was because because of that trip that he had become like this. He quietly answered that it was true. She sighed in comfort, saying that if they had known it would end up like this today, they would not have needed to take such a risk back then. Wu Fu listened to the whole story and immediately understood part of it. It seemed that Nangong had been influenced by a remnant thought. His mother must know quite a lot, and he himself had once encountered a similar situation. Could there be some connection? Wanting to clarify things, Wu Fu told Wu Ling everything, that both mother and son had once been possessed by a remnant thought. She was stunned and blurted out, how could that be? He insisted that he had already dealt with that thing, but Nangong turned serious and denied it, saying that it still existed within his body. Wu Fu felt as if struck by lightning, immediately asking loudly what he meant. Was it still there? Nangong calmly explained that the two were one entity. If it disappeared, then he himself would also find it hard to exist. Wu Fu found it hard to believe and asked again how he had destroyed the remnant thought yet was still alive. Nangong slowly said that he did not have much time left. Perhaps he would not make it through the night. Wu Ling fell silent in thought and softly asked what exactly he had encountered back then to end up like this. He hesitated and said it was hard to tell everything, asking whether she still remembered the trip to the Tian Dai world and getting lost at the frontier. Wu Ling remembered clearly and recounted that they had joined the Yun Giant army, gone through a sudden battle, achieved great merit, then broken through to the Saint Venerable realm and been appointed as a team leader. Nangong gazed quietly at the crescent moon and said in a low voice that everything had begun there. He recalled the bustling scene at the border city gate, everyone congratulating Yun Giant on his promotion, all flattering him in hopes of receiving favor. Yun Giant smiled and replied that it was only luck. Gu Ming stood at the side, resentfully cursing that Yun Giant had simply encountered good fortune, while he himself never had such luck. Nangong clenched his fists and said that it truly was luck. 3 days later, the war broke out again, and Yun Giant gave the order to prepare. Nangong tried to persuade himself that he needed training. Yun Giant asked back whether he was worried that his low cultivation would be dangerous, and instructed him to always stay close. During the battle, Yun Giant displayed the bearing of a leader, commanding everyone to eliminate the invaders. Jealousy surged in Nangong's heart. He thought that the two of them were equal, yet Yun Giant had surpassed him. He began to suspect Yun Giant's secret and recalled the conversation between Yun Giant and Wu Ling about a secret manual. Two did not know they were being eavesdropped on. Yun Giant said he had once encountered something strange and had not yet fully obtained the inheritance, so he would return. Wu Ling worriedly advised him to give up, but he was determined because it was a spirit sword manual connected to two great clans. At that time, Wu Ling was pregnant. Yun Jian promised that in the future he would pass the manual on to their child. She was still uneasy. Eavesdropping outside, Nangong developed the intention to seize the spirit sword. Taking advantage of everyone fighting, he secretly left to search for the manual. With firm resolve, he told himself that the manual had to belong to him. Alone, he headed toward the eastern mountain sea pass in the dark night, the cawing of crows echoing eerily, until he saw a strange tombstone and reached out to touch it. After climbing up to the place, Nangong panted in exhaustion. Suddenly, the skulls on the ground emitted a strange aura and the crows scattered in flight. He turned his head and was startled by the scene before his eyes. Strange creatures had surrounded him at some point. Upon discovering him, they howled and rushed forward as if to devour him. Faced with the critical situation, Nangong immediately fled, running in panic as their numbers kept increasing. Focused on running, he did not notice what was under his feet, and by the time he realized it, he was tightly bound. He inwardly cried that things were bad. A bizarre ancient tree hoisted him upside down. He hastily used his sword to cut himself free and quickly left. But that tree did not let him go. Its roots chased after him and forced him into a dead end. He anxiously realized there was no escape. At the critical moment, a large bird transformed by Li Qi flew past. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed onto Li Qi's leg and escaped from those creatures. Sitting on her back, he asked about the Spirit King tomb. Li Qi shook her head, saying she did not know. Hearing her feminine voice, Nangong teased in surprise, causing Li Qi to angrily throw him down. The two argued back and forth, full of sarcasm. Li Qi flew away, and Nangong told himself to continue searching for the Spirit King tomb. Along the way, he encountered many trials, from snake-like monsters to giant spiders. Then he was chased by four-eyed wolves. He ran for his life while Li Qi flew behind observing. Finally escaping danger, he panted beneath a tree and asked Li Qi to wait for him, then teased her again, making her furious, but he suddenly sensed something unusual. As soon as he finished speaking, he was pulled into the air and then fell down. After hitting the ground, he fainted and Li Qi called out to wake him. When he regained consciousness, she had returned to human form, surprising him. Li Qi introduced herself as the Beast King of this region. Nangong looked at her with curiosity and asked where this place was. She replied that this was the Spirit King tomb. He followed her gaze and saw the tombstone engraved with the name Spirit King Guzing, and immediately guessed that it was related to Gujia. Li Qi wondered how he knew this place. He only said it was by chance and stepped inside, believing that there were many treasures within. Inside was chaotic and filled with skeletons. Nangong explained that this was where the god had once led his disciples to resist external forces and had sacrificed himself. He searched everywhere, unclear where the thing he needed was. Li Qi curiously watched. Li Qi discovered a dragon horn sealed by countless swords and reached out to touch it, but was caught by a force. Nangong hurried to stop her but was too late. He rushed forward and used his sword to save her, telling her to move aside. His strength was weak and he was knocked back. A hand from within the force gripped his neck tightly. Seeing a sword nearby trembling, he desperately begged for help. Hearing his call, the sword shone brilliantly as if empowered. The force sneered, but the sword suddenly pierced through that arm and rescued Nangong. That force roared in anger and cursed everyone. Nangong supported Li Qi and asked about her condition. She said she was fine. When he touched her, he could not help but feel a fleeting surprise and private thoughts. Li Qi noticed his gaze and angrily questioned him, while he awkwardly avoided her eyes. Li Qi looked around and said the situation was still dangerous, because that force had not disappeared at all. Nangong said those swords had been released to guard the corpses of the demonic creatures. Li Qi wondered why guard them when they were already dead. He replied sternly that their vitality was extremely tenacious. They could not be eradicated at once and could only be worn down gradually over time. Li Qi understood and said, so these swords are all. He cut her off, all meant to erase the last remnants of consciousness within those demon corpses. Nangong swept his gaze around and slowly said the swords possessed spirit. Even if their masters were gone, they still had to fulfill their dying wish to eliminate the strange evil, willing to bury themselves in desolate graves year after year, even for tens of thousands of years. As his words fell, the sword seemed driven by an invisible force, repeatedly pinning down the surrounding skeletons. Even reduced to dry bones, they refused to release them. Li Qi realized it was the corpse of the Stellar King. Nangong nodded and said perhaps so. After so many years, the body still stood tall, truly tragic and heroic. He circled the corpse once, doubt rising in his heart. How could this be? Suddenly, the Stellar King opened his eyes and grabbed Nangong's hand, startling him. The man roared like a madman, "Gu Xing, you dare harm me." Nangong thought to himself the life force of that wanderer was indeed resilient. After so many years it had not dispersed. It had even seized the body of the Stellar King. Behind them, Li Qi was struggling to break free from the moving corpses. When she tried to run, the man shouted at her to stand there. The man unleashed pressure to suppress Li Qi, then asked Nangong if he was a descendant of the Gu Jia. He fell silent for a moment before pretending to nod. Stellar King guessed his intention. "You seek the Stellar Sword Manual," Nangong confirmed. The man said as long as he helped break the seal left by Gu Xing, he would point out where the manual was hidden. Hearing this, Li Qi hurriedly tried to stop him, saying he could not be trusted and releasing him would bring disaster. The Stellar King increased the pressure. Nangong calculated that the seal likely required Gu Jia bloodline to open, so he feigned agreement, promising that once he obtained the manual he would help lift the seal and asked for the location. Stellar King pointed to his chest and said the manual lay within his heart. As long as blood was dripped onto the wound, it could be taken out. Nangong did as told, but his mind was full of schemes. Once Gu Jia blood touched it, the seal would open. At that time he would deal with the two before him. Soon enough the manual appeared. He was surprised it was so easy and asked whether he still needed to continue breaking the seal. The man said the seal was right on the manual. As long as Gu Jia blood was dripped onto it, it would open by itself, and this king would regain freedom. Nangong wondered if that was why Yun Jian could not obtain the manual. He helped Li Qi up, intending to leave, saying since the seal was opened, this junior would take his lead. Li Qi wanted to stay and eliminate the evil. He whispered that he was not Gu Jia, so the seal was not opened, and they had to leave at once lest it be exposed. The Stellar King grew suspicious and called out for them to stop. Nangong pushed Li Qi, urging her to go. She transformed and spread her wing. Li Qi turned into a giant bird carrying Nangong and flew away from that place. The Stellar King unleashed power in pursuit and sneered to see where they could escape. Li Qi still flapped her wings desperately and rushed forward. The man chased after them but was held back by the seal beneath his feet, looking at the chains around him in shock because the seal had not been lifted at all. The Stellar King shouted that Nangong dared to deceive him. He replied calmly that the man had also schemed to harm him. Both sides had their calculations, then admitted he was not a Gu Jia descendant, so he could not open the seal. Lines around tightened and bound the Stellar King. The man roared that they would not escape. Li Qi carried Nangong to the border and said ahead was the boundary. Nangong asked whether she wanted to go with him to the 3,000 great worlds. Though Li Qi bore a female form, she was in truth male, hesitating in her heart whether to tell the truth. At that moment, a voice calling Tong Feng rang out and interrupted. Nangong turned back and asked why they had come. Gu Ming smiled and said he discovered Nangong had left the camp, so he followed, asking where Nangong intended to go. Fabricated that he had discovered foreign scouts and pursued too far, causing everyone to worry. Yun Jian looked at Li Qi and asked her identity. Nangong replied she was Li Qi, a migrant from the 3,000 great worlds living beyond the pass. Li Qi was left speechless by the introduction, not understanding why she had become a migrant. Yun Jian advised that if she was a migrant she should return with them because beyond the pass was dangerous. Li Qi nodded in agreement. Scene shifted to the ship of the yellow divine king in the sky. Nangong recounted that after returning, Yun Jian worried Wu Ling was injured, so he asked him and Gu Ming to escort her back to the Ming Yuan realm for protection. Unexpectedly, he was infected with demonic aura at the divine king tomb, which combined with a lingering remnant thought to create a second primordial spirit, leading to disaster. He understood that the extermination of the Wu clan, the seizure of the stellar sword, and the catastrophic battle beyond the heavens were all caused by that remnant thought. Nangong admitted it, and said he had to seal the primordial spirit into the sword to wait for an opportunity. In the end, the sword still returned to his hands as if by fate. He wondered he had never been to the divine king tomb or touched any strange demon, so how could there be a remnant thought? Nangong guessed perhaps he had encountered it before and forgot. He thought it might be related to a previous life. A voice within his sea of consciousness praised him for being clever. He faced his heart demon and threatened to kill it. The heart demon sneered that the two were one body, and if one died both would die, then said sooner or later he would know about his previous life. He wondered what it meant to meet again when the heart demon laughed and dissipated. Nangong, by then weakened, called him over, saying time was short and he wished to pass something on. Looked toward Wu Ling. She nodded, urging him to go. He stepped forward and saw the light in Nangong's hand transform into a book titled Stellar Sword Art. He was shocked to recognize it as the Stellar Sword Art. Nangong confirmed and said even his father had never possessed it. He said angrily not to think that would earn forgiveness. Nangong replied he was merely returning what originally belonged to his father. Nangong placed his hand on his head and poured all his cultivation into him. He was stunned. Luozai anxiously tried to stop it, but Wu Ling halted her, saying it was a transmission of power and interference would ruin. Wu Ling lightly scolded her for almost causing him to suffer cultivation deviation. Luozai lowered her head in shame, admitting she had nearly caused disaster. After transmitting all his cultivation, Nangong knew he was about to dissipate. He regretfully apologized to Wu Ling and Yun Jian before turning into smoke. Wu Ling wiped her tears and told Fu it was time to go. Wu Ling turned and saw Gu Jia approaching. She praised the little girl for having grown up before Gu Jia knelt before her. Wu Ling quickly helped her up. Gu Jia pleaded to announce the truth to the Ming Yuan realm and restore her father's reputation. Wu Ling promised to clear her elder brother's name. Gu Jia thanked her and left. Luozai intended to call her back but was stopped. Wu Ling said if fate allowed they would meet again. Luozai asked what he planned to do. He wanted to return to Pinglai to visit Meng Meng. She said she would go with him. He asked his mother if she wished to go. She nodded, saying it had been long since she had seen the outside world. Everyone departed. Two young men, Qing Yun and Bai Feng, appeared discussing that Nangong had transmitted all his cultivation to him. Guessing he had reached the Saint Venerable realm, they decided to take Nangong's corpse back for their sect master to refine into a puppet. Bai Feng laughed, saying let him live a few more days. Zhao Manor in Pinglai, Qing waited with Meng Meng and Jing Song. She asked when they would go find him and Luozai. Jing Song said they would wait until Meng Meng broke through to the Venerable God realm before going. Qing reluctantly agreed, looking at the sky worried about the two of them. Meng Meng saw her looking up and asked what was wrong. She said it seemed someone was in the sky. He descended with Luozai and Wu Ling. Qing cried out that they had returned and even brought a young lady. Jing Song asked whether they had eliminated the Divine King Hall Master. He nodded. Jing Song smiled and said it was good they had returned safely. Qing blushed and denied mentioning them, then misunderstood and accused him of bringing another girl. He hurriedly explained that it was his mother. Fu quickly turned to reassure Wu Ling. Mother, do not be angry, she did not mean it. Qing realized her mistake and clasped her hands in apology. Auntie, I am sorry. You are so young and beautiful that I misunderstood. Wu Ling laughed generously and let it pass. It is also because I am too young that you were mistaken. Fu, or do you think so? Wu Fu inwardly sighed that mother was praising herself again but still nodded in agreement, then asked Meng Meng whether his injuries had improved. He cheerfully replied that he had fully recovered, and thanks to it his meridians were unblocked and his cultivation speed had tripled. Meng Meng proudly flexed his muscles and said he had reached great perfection and was about to break through to the Venerable God realm. Misfortune had turned into fortune. Mentioning cultivation, Ching curiously asked Wu Fu what realm he was in now. Wu Fu calmly replied that he was at the mid-stage of Saint Venerable. Upon hearing this, Meng and Ching both widened their eyes in shock. Mid-stage Saint Venerable. Ching did not believe it and ran over to check him all over, asking if he had practiced some evil art. Wu Fu helplessly affirmed that he had not. Meng patted his shoulder and teased that perhaps he had swallowed some heavenly treasure to advance so quickly. Seeing Ching and Wu Fu so close, Wu Ling smiled and remarked that the two of them had a very good relationship. Luo's eye secretly glanced at her and thought that Aunt Ling seemed to favor Ching. Wu Fu seriously said that this trip had made him understand how important strength was. If not for Mother researching medicine, perhaps Luo Zai would have been in danger. Hearing this, Meng sighed in admiration that it was fortunate they were both safe, and then asked what he planned to do after the 3,000 Great World. Wu Fu pondered and said that Luo Zai had endured many hardships with him, so he wanted to marry her and then go to the frontier to find father. Meng smiled happily for Luo Zai and teased that he had thought Wu Fu had not realized her feelings, since he had decided he would help organize it grandly and start preparing tomorrow. Wu Fu calmly replied that there was no rush. He had to ask Mother and his parents on Earth. Though not blood-related, they had raised him for many years, and he also needed the opinion of Luo Zai family. Meng immediately pointed at Ching and said then he and Ching would go to Earth to bring them here. Wu Fu instructed them to be discreet and not let the fanatic cult discover it because they were ordinary people. Meng confidently told him to leave it to him. The scene shifted to Wu Ling's room. Wu Fu lightly knocked on the door and asked if Mother had rested. He had something to discuss. She replied to come in. He stepped inside and saw Wu Ling already sitting there waiting. She curiously asked what it was. Wu Ling invited her son to sit down. Wu Fu seriously expressed that he wanted to marry Luo Zai because she had gone through many storms with him. She simply nodded without objection. Asked in surprise if she truly agreed, Wu Ling suddenly lowered her voice and asked Fu did he know what she had regretted most all these years. Wu Fu shook his head. Wu Ling looked at her son and said she had once failed to firmly stay by his father's side, which led to years of separation until she nearly forgot his face. He was alone at the frontier and she did not know how he lived. She did not want him to repeat that mistake. Wu Fu let out a breath of relief. He had thought she did not like Luo Zai. Wu Ling deliberately teased that she indeed did not like her much, so perhaps he should go to the Mingxuan realm and bring Gu Jia back. Hearing Gu Jia name, he almost spat out the water he had just drunk. She pretended to be angry and said she had not expected her son to be so flirtatious. Wu Fu hurriedly explained that Mother should not joke. Between him and Gu Jia there was only. Teased until his face turned red, Wu Fu stammered and called Mother. Wu Ling burst into laughter, then grew serious and said that matters of a lifetime could not be taken lightly and asked if he had thought it through. Wu Fu replied that he had thought it through but wanted to ask Mother to help with one thing. She curiously asked what it was. He leaned close to her ear and whispered his plan, which made Wu Ling smile and agree. In the breeze that night through the cherry blossom forest by the river Luo, I stood alone under the starry sky, dressed splendidly. She nervously wondered where Wu Fu was when Meng appeared holding a sign with an arrow pointing right. She asked if it meant she should go to the right. Meng only smiled mysteriously without saying more. Following the arrow Luo's, I met Ching holding a sign pointing left. She asked in surprise if she should turn left this time. Ching also only smiled brightly. At the end of the path, Wu Ling stood waiting, which made Luo Zai wonder why Auntie was here too. Wu Ling gently encouraged her to go on because Fu was waiting for her. Luo Zai walked forward to where Wu Fu had been waiting for a long time. She shyly asked where he had gotten this outfit. Wu Fu wore a suit and held a bouquet of fresh flowers as he smiled and asked if he looked handsome. Luo Zai nodded and praised him for being handsome. Wu Fu then knelt down and offered the flowers in proposal, asking if she was willing to become the wife of this man. She joyfully realized and nodded, saying she agreed. Hearing her agreement, everyone including Ching, Meng, Jing Song, Wu Ling and Luo Zai parents congratulated them in unison. 3 days later, Ching helped her arrange her hair and praised that the bride was truly beautiful today, while Luo Zai replied that she was also very beautiful. Ching joked that on Earth everyone called her the flower atop a high mountain, yet she had been conquered by Wu Fu. Luo Zai modestly applied lipstick and said Wu Fu treated everyone well and was responsible. She loved that about him. She suddenly asked Ching if she liked Wu Fu. Ching asked in surprise why she would ask that. Luo Zai explained that they had once been close like lovers. Ching quickly denied it. Luo Zai said she did not blame her, but if she liked him then she would be the one who came later, then asked again if she truly did not like him. Ching replied with slight displeasure that she did not like him. Luo Zai gently smiled and said then she was relieved and thanked her for giving her a soulmate. Ching flicked her forehead and teased her not to worry anymore and to go out lest the groom wait too long. Luo Zai rode in a carriage into the wedding hall amid the blessings of everyone. Seeing her step and wearing a magnificent gown, Wu Fu inwardly praised that she was breathtakingly beautiful today. Luo's father held his daughter's hand and entrusted it to Wu Fu, telling him to take good care of her in his place. He solemnly nodded and said, "Yes, sir." Wu Fu felt apologetic for not having a modern car, which made her feel wrong. Luo's smiled and said it was like a classic European wedding and very romantic. Seeing her happy, he felt relieved. Jing Song, as efficient, asked Wu Fu whether he vowed that whether in wealth or poverty, sickness or health, he would never leave her. He replied that he agreed, then asked Luo Zai, and she also replied that she agreed. When the efficient called for the exchange of rings, a voice rang out saying how lively it was. Two turned around and saw a Meng appear. Wu Fu anxiously asked where she had gone because he had searched for a long time. A Meng trembled and said he had searched for her. A Meng angrily accused that at Furu he had wanted to leave her in the secret realm and had harmed Ao Li before pushing her off the cliff. Now he claimed he had searched for her and told him not to be hypocritical. Luo Zai hurriedly explained that Wu Fu had once been possessed by a remnant so it was not done by him. But a Meng did not believe it and thought they were treating her like a child. He continued to reproach them, asking whether they were covering up for the one who had caused her friend death. Wu Fu sighed and said what he must say for her to believe, knowing in his heart that this misunderstanding was hard to resolve. A Meng cried in grievance, saying she did not believe his words and wanted him to follow Ao Li. Wu Ling stepped forward and said that today was a wedding and not to cause trouble. Meng understood that it was a grand wedding, so she coldly said she would spare them for today's sake but would return in 3 days, then left. Wu Fu watched her departing figure sadly. He had not expected their relationship to become like this and wondered what he must do for her to believe. Luo Zai comforted him not to mind because she knew the truth. Wu Fu blamed himself that Ao Li's death was partly because of him, so a Meng hatred was understandable. Luo Zai gently said she was still young and did not understand everything. She said to wait until she calmed down and then explain, and she would surely understand. Wu Fu nodded and apologized that the wedding had been interrupted. Afterward, the two entered the bridal chamber, and she gently reassured him that it was not his fault, then shyly looked at him. Wu Fu whispered that it was late and they should rest, then eagerly asked if they could begin. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the window as Luo Zai woke up, recalling the previous night, and realized Wu Fu had gone somewhere. She changed clothes and went outside to meet Ching Ching and asked why she was here. Ching Ching said a very beautiful demoness had come looking for Wu Fu. Luo Zai thought it was a Meng and intended to go explain. Ching Ching pulled her back and said it was not a Meng but another demoness. Luo Zai wondered if it was Gu Jia. Ching Ching reminded her that she had just married and someone was already looking for her husband, so she had to be careful. Demoness was Li Qi, who was discussing matters with Wu Ling and Wu Fu. He asked in shock whether the news that the frontier was in crisis was true. Li Qi handed over a letter and told him to see for himself. The letter stated that millions of foreign race troops were pressing against the frontier, which was about to fall, and reinforcements were urgently needed. Wu Fu asked in astonishment how many troops they currently had. Li Qi raised 3 fingers and said less than 300,000. Wu Fu frowned because they were 700,000 fewer than the enemy. Wu Ling analyzed that they could not look only at numbers because the foreign race was warlike, and at the same level one of them could fight 3 of theirs. He understood that it was equivalent to 3 million of their own forces. Wu Fu turned to ask Li Qi how they could possibly withstand 3 million of the alien race with only 300,000 troops. She replied that the border had already sent signals and experts from across the small worlds were rushing over. He then asked Wu Ling what the alien race truly was and why they were so powerful. She calmly mentioned Nangong's remnant soul. He nodded in remembrance. She said that in a certain sense that man himself was the alien race. Wu Fu asked in shock whether Nangong's remnant soul was the alien race. Then what about his own remnant soul? The inner demon immediately spoke, saying, "I am different from him." He asked what the difference was. The inner demon explained that he was corrupted by demonic energy and thus gave birth to evil thoughts, while I have existed with you since birth as another side of you that is stronger. Wu Fu fell silent in thought. Li Qi interrupted to ask what had become of Nangong. He replied that he was dead. Li Qi analyzed karma and retribution, then said that according to their agreement, Wu Fu had to go to the border to resist the enemy. Just then Luo Zai entered carrying tea, and upon hearing that her heart skipped a beat and the cup slipped from her hand. Wu Fu asked in surprise why she had come. Luo Zai stammered, asking whether he had to go to the border. He replied that his father was still there, so he had no choice but to go. Luo Zai hugged him and insisted on going with him because they had just married and did not want to be apart. Wu Fu objected, saying it was too dangerous and that war was a matter for men, telling her to stay or return to Earth and wait. Ching Ching cut in, saying who said war was only for men. I also want to go. Wu Fu shouted that no one was allowed to go. She stubbornly asked Li Qi about the requirements to join. She said joining the army required at least the tribulation crossing realm. Ching Ching declared she had reached the mid-stage. Meng Meng excitedly said she qualified as well. Li Qi asked Wu Ling what about her. She smiled, saying she wanted to see Yun Jian. Wu Fu hurriedly tried to stop her because her cultivation had not recovered, but she was determined, saying she worried about both her husband and her son, so she also wanted to go. Li Qi impatiently asked whether they had decided. Wu Fu said they would depart in 3 days. She secretly wondered why they had to wait 3 days. I realized and asked whether he was waiting for A Meng. He said that this time life and death were uncertain, so he wanted to settle a few matters first. Li Qi mocked him, mentioning the beast girl who had once stayed by his side, and asked whether she had broken up because she knew there was someone else. Luozai explained that A Meng hated him because when Wu Fu was possessed by the remnant soul he had attacked Ao Li, and it was not as she thought. Li Qi sneered, saying if someone killed even her childhood sweetheart she would never let it go. Luozai helplessly said that at the time he could not control his body. Li Qi asked what difference that made. Luozai replied of course it made a difference. Li Qi asked if it were Wu Fu who had been harmed whether she could remain calm. Luozai trembled, but said that even if she was angry she would not let anyone harm Wu Fu. Wu Fu interrupted, saying he already had plans in mind, then asked Li Qi whether experts at the Saint Venerable Realm and above would come to the border. She replied that as long as they did not betray they would all come. Asking why, he said he was only looking forward to it a little. Her curiosity was piqued, and she asked what he was looking forward to. He merely smiled. 2 days later, in front of the Zhao family gate, A Meng appeared loudly, calling Wu Fu, the murderer of Ao Li, to come out. He stepped out with Luozai to greet her. A Meng angrily cursed and demanded that Ao Li be returned. Luozai explained that it was a misunderstanding because Wu Fu had been possessed and Ao Li was not killed intentionally. Meng did not believe it, saying she had seen it with her own eyes and wanted revenge. As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into her beast form and charged at Wu Fu. Luozai immediately drew her sword to protect him, but Wu Fu pushed A Meng away. He used his body to take the blow in her stead, causing Luozai to ask in alarm what he was doing. He said he was fine. He asked A Meng whether she was injured. She was confused as to why he was helping her. Wu Fu said she was his master, so it was natural for a servant to protect the master. A Meng still asked whether he had killed Ao Li. He replied that it was him, yet not him, because the remnant soul and he were one, and what that man did was the same as what he did. A Meng burst into tears, saying her mother was gone, her father was dead, and Ao Li was her last family. She said that now she was all alone and did not want to be lonely. Wu Fu rubbed her head and apologized. Blamed himself for being too weak to protect everyone, then said there was one thing she had said wrong. A Meng asked which part. He gently wiped the tears from her face. Wu Fu smiled, saying she was not alone because she still had him, her most loyal servant. A Meng stared at him with wide, sparkling eyes. Everyone gathered on the flying ship preparing to depart. Wu Fu looked around and remarked on how many people there were. Li Qi said this was only a portion because experts from everywhere were converging on the border. Li Qi reminded him that A Meng was staring. When she saw him turn, she immediately turned her back and walked away. Wu Fu called out, but she did not stop. Li Qi reproached him for letting her follow. Wu Fu said sadly that in any case he was at fault. Li Qi comforted him, saying when Nangong had been possessed it was the same as others. Wu Fu still blamed himself that if he had been strong enough he would not have been possessed and Ao Li would not have died. She reminded him that A Meng had once been pushed off a cliff by him yet still survived. He explained that Ao Li had given her an immortal medicine that shrank her body, so she was mistakenly buried and then fortunately survived. Li Qi thought for a moment, saying she had never heard of such an immortal medicine. Wu Fu said that the border was what mattered now, then asked about the situation there. She looked at the wall and said it was the endless great wall stretching across 3,000 worlds and 2 other realms, both a barrier and a glory. Li Qi said that there some earned merit while others fell, and that the ancestors of the 2 of them had once fought foreign souls there. She reminded him that his father was at the front line and that the land was stained with blood to protect their homeland. Wu Fu clenched his fists, saying that in this life, he not only wanted to stand above 10,000 people but also to protect the world. Asking how long until they arrived, she replied about a month. Wu Fu looked at the spirit sword, thinking of his father, and understood that gift had not been given by chance. Asked the inner demon whether in his previous life he had met his father. He appeared and replied yes. After searching his memories, he confirmed that he had indeed met him. Wu Fu asked when. The inner demon said the day after his father fell in battle. He asked whether that meant his father would die. He replied that everyone dies eventually, and the time would be more than 20,000 years later. He was surprised that it was so long. The inner demon said that in the previous life the urgent war broke out after 20,000 years. Wu Fu thought perhaps reincarnation had disrupted the timeline. While they were talking, they did not know that someone was watching from afar. Zhang Long of the fanatic sect wanted to strike immediately, but Xuanxi of the heavenly tome stopped him, saying there would be many opportunities. The captain announced they were about to enter the void tunnel and ordered passengers to return to their rooms. Everyone hurried because that place was dangerous. Xuanxi laughed sinisterly, saying that as long as Wu Fu was pushed into a void rift, even with 100 lives, he would find it hard to escape. When the ship entered the tunnel, Ching touched the glass and asked if the defensive formation was activated, what danger remained. Wu Fu said that if one fell into a void rift, both body and soul would be torn apart, so they should not leave the room. Ching stepped back in fear. Luozai told him not to scare them. He said he was telling the truth. Ching and Meng nodded, while Meng still looked coldly at Wu Fu. Elsewhere, Zhang Long was furious because for 3 days he had no opportunity as they kept their room closed. In the heavenly tome room, she calmly said their location had not been exposed, so Wu Fu had not discovered the plan. Leisurely set down his teacup, saying that with Wu Fu's arrogant nature, if he learned the whereabouts of the two of them, he would certainly take the initiative to seek them out rather than avoid them. Zhang Long was puzzled why he hadn't appeared yet, and he explained that the void path had encountered a problem. When suddenly the sound of a door opening cut through the conversation, and Zhang Long immediately alertly asked who it was. The person who entered was Meng, a girl covered from head to toe who silently walked straight in. She stepped forward to probe, asking who she was, and she coldly replied that weren't they the ones holding a grudge against Wu Fu. Zhang Long immediately closed in on Meng, asking if they were on the same side, why hide her identity. He reached to lift her hood, but Meng only smiled, then suddenly unleashed a force that pushed him back, leaving Zhang Long stunned and instinctively retreating. Zhang Long exclaimed at the saintly realm aura, immediately drawing his weapon and thinking to himself that this person was extremely dangerous. He needed to restrain her first before deciding the next step. She suddenly stepped in to stop him, causing Zhang Long to pause, and she gently said that the young lady was incredibly gifted to have reached the saintly realm at her age, wondering what her purpose was in coming here. Zhang Long was surprised to learn she was a woman, and she quickly eased the tension, apologizing in case there had been any offense. Meng slightly smiled and said she could help lure Wu Fu out. He suspiciously asked that if she had reached the saintly realm, revenge should be easy, so why collaborate? She bowed her head and replied that Wu Fu was also at the saintly realm. Moreover, he possessed a sword spirit, so she might not win, then angrily said that handling him personally would only soil her hand. She quietly listened, and Zhang Long stood nearby without daring to interrupt, seriously confirming that Wu Fu had indeed reached the saintly realm. Meng whispered a few things that made she slightly embarrassed. A discreet exchange took place between them. Zhang Long also added his opinion, and she smiled as if she had already planned everything in her mind. After discussing, Meng glanced at the two, then instructed them to remember her words. Before leaving, she specified the time and place that tonight at the 3rd hour of the pig she would lead Wu Fu onto the deck, then vanished into white smoke. Zhang Long suspiciously asked whether this person could be trusted. She pondered, then replied that as long as she got Wu Fu out, the rest didn't matter. She smiled slyly, saying at worst they could deal with her too. Zhang Long praised her as a genius strategist, and she told him to prepare quickly because the saintly realm was not easy to handle. Zhang Long nodded, saying he would immediately set up subordinates in ambush. Switching to Wu Fu's room, he was at this moment lingering with Luo Zai and gently told her to rest. Luo Zai still shyly called Wu Fu's name softly. At this private moment, a knock on the door rang. Ching's voice asked if Wu Fu was asleep. She slowly opened the door and said she would come in. Luo Zai quickly pushed Wu Fu back to adjust himself. Ching teased the two, asking what they were doing and whether she was disturbing them. Both blushed and said no. In her mind, she thought it was hard to believe that newlyweds at night would do nothing, and Luo Zai asked why Ching came looking for Wu Fu in the middle of the night. Ching suddenly remembered and said if she hadn't mentioned it, she would have almost forgotten. Meng had disappeared already. Wu Fu exclaimed in shock, "What?" Meng vanished. Three silently stared at each other in the room lit only by candlelight. Wu Fu tried to stay calm, asking the reason. Ching sadly said that after dinner she intended to invite her to rest but couldn't find her. Asking Ngo and Meng also said they hadn't seen her. He worriedly speculated whether Meng had gone out before passing through the void, fearing she might be in danger. Wu Fu reassured her not to panic and tried to recall where they last saw her. Ching tried to remember and said perhaps in the east corridor. The corridor was long and empty. They split into two groups. Meng Meng with Qing Qing and Luo Zai with Wu Fu. After a while, the four regrouped. Wu Fu anxiously asked if there was any news. Meng Meng shook her head. Luo Zai suggested continuing to search separately until the second hour of the pig, then meet. Qing Qing agreed. Time passed until the second hour of the pig. Meng Meng returned saying she hadn't seen anything. Wu Fu turned to ask Qing Qing about her group. She helplessly shook her head, saying there was still no trace. Wu Fu lost his composure and punched the wall. A Meng had the lowest cultivation. If on this chaotic ship the cult or heavenly secret texts noticed her, the consequences could be dire. Wu Fu blamed himself, thinking it was his fault for bringing her along. Luo Zai gently reassured him that a Meng was a good person and would be protected, and nothing bad would happen. Seeing Wu Fu worried, Meng Meng said, Qing Qing and I will search again, and if there is news we will inform immediately. Two nodded and quickly dispersed to continue searching. Wu Fu suggested Luo Zai join the search. She agreed. Not long into searching, Luo Zai suddenly saw a familiar back ahead resembling a Meng. She loudly called out, "A Meng, where are you going? Wait for me." A Meng seemed not to hear and kept walking. Luo Zai sped up to chase her. Then the girl suddenly turned left. By the time Luo Zai arrived, she lost her trail and collided strongly with Qing Qing. The collision made Qing Qing fall. She asked confused why she ran so fast. Luo Zai helped her up saying she had seen a Meng. Hurry and tell Wu Fu. Qing Qing asked surprised, really? She looked around asking where a Meng was. Luo Zai pointed toward the deck saying she went that way. You go inform Wu Fu and I will pursue. Before she could answer, Luo Zai dashed off. Switching to the deck where Zhang Long was already waiting impatiently as it neared the third hour of the pig and Wu Fu had not arrived. He suspected being tricked when a Meng appeared fully hooded and ordered Wu Fu's women coming to capture her to force him to appear. Zhang Long, startled, asked why she was so mysterious and who that woman was. Then Luo Zai arrived. Luo Zai arrived still worried, looking around calling a Meng. Are you here? It's dangerous outside. Return. A Meng pointed at her saying it was her. Zhang Long asked, so that woman is looking for you. Despite her fierce appearance, Zhang Long said he had never harmed a woman and asked why not directly bring Wu Fu. As he finished speaking, a Meng had disappeared without a trace, leaving him bewildered. Subordinates asked whether to act. He hesitated, saying it was his first time dealing with a woman, finally still ordered to advance. Luo Zai was confused, wondering why a Meng vanished after just seeing her, then was surrounded and yelled to stop. She cautiously asked who they were. Zhang Long raised his sword asking if she was Wu Fu's woman. She noticed their clothes and recognized them as cult members. Panicked, Luo Zai remembered Wu Fu's words that there were cult members on the ship. So many it would be hard to escape. She asked, so what? Zhang Long lowered his sword, saying the woman who killed disciples with Wu Fu at the Ming frontier was you. Luo Zai loudly admitted, yes, it was me. He tried negotiating, saying just call Wu Fu and I will. She firmly refused, saying don't dream. Zhang Long angrily shouted that if she wouldn't drink he would punish with alcohol and ordered to subdue her using her head to lure Wu Fu. The subordinates shouted in unison. Luo Zai lightly bent her knees and shot into the air. She murmured an incantation and unleashed the 8th stance of the 2-2 sword art, Silver River Fall. A multitude of long swords instantly appeared behind her back, awaiting her command before launching forward all at once. The scene shifted to the eastern corridor where 3 people gathered in one place. Wu Fu quickly asked about the situation, whether Ye Meng had been found yet. Meng Meng shook his head and said they had searched every possible corner but found nothing. Qing Qing also nodded, confirming that her search had been in vain. Sweat beaded across his forehead as Wu Fu forced himself to calm down and think. The flying ship was so vast, where could she be? What if she had accidentally been swept into the void? While he was still in turmoil, an unexpected voice suddenly rang out. Wu Fu was startled and blurted out, Ye Meng. The little girl looked as if she had run a long distance, standing there and gasping for breath. Qing Qing chided her affectionately, Ye Meng, where did you go? We have been looking for you everywhere. Ye Meng hurriedly reported that everything had gone according to the plan to lure them away. Wu Fu, this is bad. Luo Zai is fighting the people of the fanatic sect. The 3 of them were stunned upon hearing this. Qing Qing asked in shock, what did you say? Luo Zai is fighting the fanatic sect. Little girl put on a worried expression, saying that she had seen a large crowd surrounding her with her own eye. Wu Fu's expression immediately changed. He urgently asked, where are they? Meng turned and pointed in one direction, urging repeatedly, on the deck on the other side, Wu Fu, hurry. Luo Zai will not be able to hold on much longer. Wu Fu immediately instructed, Qing Qing, take Ye Meng back to the room. Meng Meng, follow me to save her. Qing Qing nodded at once, supporting Ye Meng and reminding the 2 of them, all right, you must be careful. In Wu Fu's heart there was only a desperate plea. Luo Zai, hold on a little longer. I am coming right now. The scene shifted to the deck of the flying ship. where one subordinate had already been struck down by Luo Zai and lay motionless. Another man saw this and quietly approached from behind, intending to launch a sneak attack, shouting that he would take her life. Luo Zai immediately turned around in vigilance. With just a light sweep of her sword, she made him collapse before he could even make a move. The rest changed formation and surrounded her, 5 of them joining forces to set up the 5-point sword formation. Luo Zai remained calm and responded, executing the 9th stance of the 2-2 sword arc. She tightened her grip on the sword hilt and shouted, "Heavenly Kui." From the sky descended a gigantic sword phantom, a single strike sweeping away all 5 of them. Zhang Long rushed out angrily. "A bunch of useless trash who cannot even handle a woman, let me deal with her myself." He charged at Luo Zai, the two immediately clashing fiercely, and this time the advantage tilted toward him. Luo Zai exerted all her strength to push back her opponent. In her heart she thought that this man's swordsmanship was too overbearing. Even though she could block his attacks, the energy and blood within her body were already in turmoil. Zhang Long stood to the side and sneered, "Young lady, you have not even stepped past the fear realm. Why risk your life for a man like that?" He curled his lips and advised that there were countless men in the world. If one was gone, she could find another. Luo Zai coldly replied, "In this life I have only Wu Fu." He silently stepped closer, his eyes blazing as he raised his sword, preparing to unleash the decisive strike. At the critical moment, a powerful force suddenly struck his sword, sending the weapon flying from his hand. Zhang Long was startled and shouted to ask who it was. Sweeping his gaze around, he saw that Wu Fu had appeared along with Meng Meng. Wu Fu mocked, "Since when has the fanatic sect declined to the point of only knowing how to bully women?" He sneered in response, "Wu Fu, you have finally arrived." At this moment Wu Ling stepped out and sternly asked, "Ching Ching, what is going on? Why did Luo Zai clash with the fanatic sect?" Ching Ching hurriedly recounted, "I am not sure either. At that time Yameng was nowhere to be seen. The 4 of us split up to search. When we met Yameng again, she said Luo Zai was fighting the fanatic sect. Fatty and Wu Fu had already rushed over there." Wu Ling frowned in worry. "The power of the fanatic sect is no weaker than the Divine King Hall. They have more than a dozen Saint Venerable experts under their command. This time at the border, although they have not deployed their full force, most of their elites are present. Fu will have difficulty resisting." She immediately said, "Li Qi, among those here aside from Fu only your cultivation is the highest. I asked Gu Jia to lend a hand." Li Qi nodded, "I agree." Then she turned to ask Ching Ching, "Little girl, where are they?" She answered quickly, "On the deck." The scene shifted there. Wu Fu was crossing swords with Zhang Long. Zhang Long unleashed the move Witch Blade devours the heavens, his momentum surging violently. Fu was not at a disadvantage at all. He immediately countered with the 5th stance of the stellar sword. One sword breaks the heaven. His sword light was like the figure of a valiant warrior swinging his arm, shattering the phenomenon created by the opponent and pressing straight toward Zhang Long. He retreated and cried that this was bad, barely managing to block but still being suppressed. Wu Fu continued to charge forward, the tip of his sword aimed directly at him. Zhang Long once again struggled to evade. Having just found an opening, he immediately counterattacked. Meng Meng ran over to support Luo Zai, smiling as he said, "Let me take you away from here first." The subordinates saw this and rushed forward to block the way. "If you want to leave, you must ask our permission first." Meng Meng intended to stay behind to hold off the enemy. "You go first, let me hold them back." Luo Zai shook her head and tightened her grip on her sword. "You cannot defeat them alone. I will fight alongside you." Commander laughed loudly and ordered that no one was to let them escape. The group charged forward together. Meng Meng calmly clenched his fists and prepared to meet them in battle. One man closed in. He immediately unleashed a blow as heavy as a splitting axe, catching the opponent completely off guard. With just one strike, he sent him flying hundreds of meters away. The commander frowned and remarked that the attack was truly ruthless. Meng Meng stood tall in a guarded stance and warned, "If you dare touch Luo Zai, then bear the consequences yourself." He remained composed and said, "Let me see how capable you are." Meng Meng beckoned in challenge, "Come." The two immediately engaged in single combat. Meng Meng quickly forced him back and sneered, "You are only this much." But the commander had secretly set a trap, replying leisurely, "You are not bad. Unfortunately, that woman may not be so fortunate." Hearing this, Meng Meng suddenly remembered that Luo Zai was alone and swiftly turned back, calling out loudly, "Luo Zai." In the instant he was distracted, the commander suddenly attacked from behind and struck Meng Meng. He angrily shouted that it was a sneak attack. The commander coldly replied that becoming distracted in battle would only bring consequences upon oneself. Luo Zai was forced into a perilous position, her internal injuries growing worse, yet she still struggled to hold her sword. Just as the commander was about to step forward, he suddenly felt his leg being grabbed. Meng Meng used all his remaining strength to tightly hug his leg, not allowing him to advance another step. Commander let out an irritated laugh and swung his sword down in annoyance. After that, Meng Meng let out a painful cry as his hands were severely injured. Meng Meng gritted his teeth, his body trembling, yet he still forced himself to endure the pain. Seeing this scene, Wu Fu panicked and shouted, "Fatty." Zhang Long stood to the side and sneered, "Your brother is truly sentimental, risking himself like this for a woman, but tonight none of you will escape." Wu Fu's face darkened, he roared in fury. Luo Zai was almost exhausted, clutching her chest and coughing repeatedly, thinking that even Fatty had fallen into danger. Subordinates seized the opportunity and rushed forward intending to kill her, shouting that they would finish it. Wu Fu cried out in alarm, "Stop." Tears fell from Luo Zai's eyes, she whispered in despair, "Wu Fu, see you in the next life." She closed her eyes to await the pain, yet instead of agony there were shrill screams around her, causing her to start and open her eye. That subordinate's body was covered in feathers, he howled asking who it was. Li Qi glared at him, the wings behind her spreading wide with overwhelming force. Wu Fu joyfully called out Li Qi. She stood within the encirclement and coldly said, "People of the fanatic sect, it has been a long time." The scene shifted back to the guest room of the flying ship where Wu Ling was staying. She calmly asked Qing Qing, "Why did Wu Fu provoke the fanatic sect?" Qing Qing recounted what she knew. Back on Earth they had once ambushed them. Wu Fu had encountered them twice before, this was the third time. Yimeng suddenly spoke up, "Spirit sword." Hearing this, Qing Qing suddenly understood. "That is right, it is because of the spirit sword. I fear they want to seize the sword by making a move against its master." Ling fell into silent contemplation, never expecting that the sword Yun Jian had once obtained would stir up such turmoil. Qing Qing gently held her hand in comfort. "Aunt Ling, please do not worry too much. Wu Fu has already stepped into the Saint Sovereign Realm, and with Senior Li Qi by his side, I believe they will return safely." Suddenly recalling something, she turned to Meng and asked, "By the way, why did you run outside early?" The girl hurriedly made up an excuse to brush it off. "I was hungry at the time, so I went down to the kitchen to look for something to eat." Because she spoke in haste, flaws were inevitable. Qing Qing said suspiciously that she had passed by the kitchen several times and had not seen her at all. Meng broke out in a cold sweat and stammered an explanation. After eating I went out for a walk, so perhaps I happened to miss you when you came looking." After speaking, she quickly changed the subject to escape further questioning. "I am too sleepy, I will go back to rest first." Qing Qing did not suspect a thing. She affectionately patted Meng on the head and said, "Go and rest, and do not worry too much about Wu Fu, he is very formidable." Meng widened her round eyes and nodded softly in response. Even so, those reactions did not escape Wu Ling's gaze from behind. She silently observed the girl with a heavy expression. Switching to the formation control room, Xuan she brazenly pushed the door open and walked in. The manager shouted, "Who are you people to dare barge in here?" His two subordinates immediately restrained him, ignoring his struggles and demands to be released. He growled, "Si Tianji, you dare attack the warship. Are you not afraid of questioning at the border?" Xuan she replied confidently that he was the foremost divination master of this era, capable of seeing through past and future, and that he had come to the border only to calculate the battle situation. Asking for a little cooperation from him was hardly a crime. As soon as he finished speaking, a subordinate rushed in to report that Wu Fu had been bound by Lord Zhenglong. Xuan she nodded in satisfaction. "Good," then glanced at the manager and ordered him to shut down the defensive formation of the flying ship. Two subordinates answered in unison and obeyed. The manager protested in panic. "No," he tried to stop them. "Si Tianji, do you know the consequences? If someone is sucked into the void rift, can you bear the responsibility?" Shrugged and sneered, "What I want is for someone to fall into that void." The manager angrily cursed him as insane. Xuan she curled his lips. "As long as Wu Fu can be pushed in there, madness is worth it, tie him up." The subordinates immediately carried out the order. The ship had originally been protected by a formation, but when Xuan she tampered with the control room, the protective barrier began to falter and quickly dissipated. Qing Qing cried out in alarm, "What is going on? Why has the defensive formation suddenly shut down?" Wu Ling felt a surge of unease and softly called Wu Fu's name. Meng stood alone atop the ship, and when she saw the formation disappear she smiled and was about to check on Zheng Long. Li Qi sensed something amiss. "This is not good, the formation has been turned off, return to the cabin at once." Wu Fu nodded. But before they could leave, another group appeared in the distance. Xuan she laughed loudly and asked, "Where do you think you are going?" Upon seeing Xuan she, Wu Fu immediately drew his sword and coldly asked if he had shut down the formation. He admitted it calmly, saying that Wu Fu's life was too tough, ordinary methods could do nothing. Only the void rift could leave him with no way to survive. Xuan she led a large group to surround Wu Fu and Luo Zai completely. He glanced around and smiled, "You have prepared quite thoroughly." He replied leisurely that Wu Fu was too cunning, only with many people could they prevent him from escaping. Wu Fu's expression darkened. "It is not easy to make you go to such lengths." Xuan she shook his head. "It is no trouble at all." He said that as long as Wu Fu could be pushed into the void, even if it were 100,000 times more troublesome, he would accept it. Wu Fu remained confident in his cultivation. "Even if you have brought so many people, with such strength it will be difficult to keep me here." Xuan she did not deny it, his gaze shifting to Luo Zai. "Capturing you is indeed hard, but controlling the beauty beside you is much simpler." As soon as his words fell, a figure flashed past like the wind, and in the blink of an eye Luo Zai was dragged away. Wu Fu only had time to call her name in shock, inwardly marveling at the terrifying speed. She pointed to the Taoist beside him and introduced him as his guardian Taoist Jiachi, who had cultivated for more than 12,000 years and specialized in a single divine ability, instant teleportation. Wu Fu gritted his teeth, truly a formidable move. She held Luo Zai at sword point and feigned regret. I heard the two of you have just become husband and wife. We have known each other for so long, and you did not invite me for a celebratory drink. Seeing him deliberately touch her, Wu Fu shouted that he must not touch her. She immediately released her. Fine, I will not touch her, then drew his sword and said, then I will send her off instead. Wu Fu could no longer endure it. He gripped his sword and charged forward, intending to take his life first. She sneered, and Jiachi immediately used teleportation, making it impossible for Wu Fu to reach him. He had no choice but to stop and curse at him as despicable and shameless. He pointed toward the void and said, there is something even more despicable. Do you see that rift? Jump down yourself and I will release your woman. Luo Zai cried out in panic. Wu Fu do not, then was suppressed by Jiachi. Wu Fu called her name anxiously. She asked leisurely, have you thought it through? Wu Fu clenched his fists and cautiously asked, if I jump down, will you surely release Luo Zai? Build trust. She swore before the heavenly Tao, raising his hand and declaring that as long as you step into the void rift I will release her. If I break this oath, may heaven and earth destroy me. Thunder roared as if witnessing that the pact had been formed. He said solemnly that the heavenly thunder had responded, you may rest assured. Wu Fu was briefly astonished at such audacity. He replied confidently that he still possessed this bit of courage. After a moment of thought, Wu Fu believed he would not dare violate the oath, so he handed the stellar sword to Li Qi and asked him to pass it to his father, saying that I can no longer fight alongside. After finishing, Wu Fu looked down at the rift below, and before leaving still asked why you have always opposed me. In my previous life it was also you who sought me out first. She only replied that heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. Wu Fu sighed, knowing or not makes no difference, then resolutely threw himself into the void. His figure vanished into the rift, dark clouds rolled across the sky, thunder boomed and rain poured down. Luo Zai collapsed under the rain, calling Wu Fu's name in agony. Mei Man, who had just endured both physical and mental pain, also cried out in despair, tears streaming endlessly. Zhang Long said disdainfully that victory came without even needing to fight. She calmly said that it was only natural, do not dwell on it. Wu Fu's death is the will of heaven, we merely followed it. Zhang Long retorted angrily that he had never believed in so-called heavenly will. Using a woman to threaten him was the act of a petty coward. She said in a low voice that those who accomplish great deeds do not concern themselves with trifles, inwardly thinking that he hoped Wu Fu thought the same otherwise. Before he could finish, a Meng suddenly appeared with a cold laugh. Wu Fu is finally finished. She remained silent, merely frowning slightly as he looked at A Meng, and the girl looked back at him, the two facing each other wordlessly. After a moment, she ignored a Meng and turned his attention to the faint smoke rising from the rift, thinking that this person's aura resembled Wu Fu, yet carried two distinct currents. Who could it be? The scene shifted to the garden of the spirit clan during the day. Wu Fu was awakened by noise, and by his ear Lin Jai's voice kept calling for him to wake up quickly. Wu Fu opened his eyes in shock. Lin Jai breathed a sigh of relief and said that you have finally awakened. Wu Fu stared at her blankly, inwardly marveling at her breathtaking beauty. He stood up and asked where this place was. She replied that it was her garden. Suddenly recalling her father's words, she suspected that you were a flower thief and angrily demanded how you dared enter here to pluck the blossoms she had painstakingly nurtured. Wu Fu hurriedly denied it. I did not. Thought to himself that even if he were a thief, he could not bear to pluck flowers in such a pure place. Seeing him deny it, she asked then, why did you appear here? Wu Fu did not know how to answer for a moment. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Wu Fu's mind as if he had remembered something. He immediately clutched his head and sat down, both hands tugging at his hair in confusion. The image of Xuanxi's mocking smile and Luo Zai's anguished cries surfaced, and only then did he remember that he had jumped into the void rift. He released his hands and sprang to his feet, but at this moment the one controlling the body was his inner demon, his face filled with excitement as he thought that Wu Fu's primordial spirit had fallen into deep slumber. The body was now in his grasp. He did not know that the void connects myriad worlds, and those who fall into it have a small chance of being sent to another world. The inner demon examined the body and realized there was no injury at all. It seemed he had been transported to another world. Suddenly he reached out and seized Lin Jai by the throat, shouting to ask where this was. He threatened in a low voice that if you do not speak, I will make you suffer. Lin Jai struggled to break free and warned him to release her at once, otherwise her father would not spare him. The inner demon gritted his teeth in irritation. It seems you are determined not to speak. At that moment, a strange hand suddenly appeared on Lin Jai's shoulder and covered her eyes. It was her own inner demon, who giggled and said, why beg him? Give your body to me. I will help you deal with him. Lin Ko immediately fell into a state of being controlled by her inner demon. Having just regained the initiative, she charged straight toward Wu Fu inner demon. He hurriedly retreated to evade but still suffered a slight injury, a trace of doubt flashing through his mind as to whether this was a spiritual attack. Inner demon narrowed his eyes at Lin Ko, seeing her blazing red eyes and completely different aura. He realized she was just like Wu Fu, her body occupied by a lingering remnant soul. She radiated overwhelming killing intent and praised his skills as not bad. He calmly replied that they were about equal. What seemed like a sick cat turned out to be a fierce tiger. Lin Ko said no more, leaping forward and closing the distance in a blink, the tip of her sword nearly touching his eye. The inner demon swung his sword to counterattack, but she smiled faintly and dodged with ease. Immediately after, she vanished from sight, then suddenly appeared behind him, splitting into 2 additional incarnations at the same time, drawing their bows in preparation for a sneak attack. The inner demon reacted with extreme speed, bringing the stellar sword behind his back to block the incoming arrow. It was not just one arrow, countless incarnations released their arrows simultaneously. He erupted with frenzied power and cut them all down. Before long, every arrow was sliced in half. He continued pursuing the incarnations, and when only a single figure remained, he believed victory was certain and that he had found the true body. The stellar sword shot straight toward her, but it still turned out to be an illusion. He was startled to realize it was fake again. Lin Ko quietly appeared behind him and declared that he had lost. The inner demon immediately used a secret technique to create a substitute and shifted behind her, coldly asking what she was saying. He was shocked and wondered since when, then gripped her bow tightly and argued that he had barged into her garden and even attacked. He mocked her and asked whether it was her garden or the young maiden from earlier. Lin Ko stepped back trembling and said she was that girl and that girl was her, warning that if he dared touch a single strand of hair, he would not have peace. The inner demon sneered and said how naive she was. If he let her go, would he live for sure? Better to drag the beauty down to the yellow springs to avoid loneliness. She retorted that other flower thieves merely plucked flowers while he wanted to destroy them entirely. He helplessly explained that he was not a flower thief and had no intention of harming her. She still asked why he had appeared in her garden. The inner demon honestly said that he had fallen into a void rift and was teleported here, asking whether she believed him. She shook her head, saying no one entered there and survived, telling him not to deceive someone young like her. He nodded and said most who entered the rift lost their lives, but a few were sent elsewhere. She replied that the human race was deceitful and she would not believe a single word. He was astonished and asked whether this was not human territory. Lin Ko shouted for him to stop pretending, saying this was the 13 western provinces belonging to Spirit City of the spirit race, 9,730,000 miles away from the human race to the south. Inner demon muttered spirit race, spirit city, recalling what Li Qi once told him about the foreign lands being divided into east, southwest, north, and center. According to that memory, the east was where ancient gods and myriad demons lived. The south belonged to the human race, the icy north to the bear folk and snow maiden. The center was occupied by the demon race, while the spirit race was famed for seeing the past and foretelling the future. Only then did he understand he had been teleported. At that very moment, soldiers of the spirit race arrived and surrounded the inner demon tightly. Lai Long shouted that the audacious flower thief dared disturb a noble lady and even attempt to harm the princess, ordering him to surrender. Ko drew her bow to shoot but suddenly sensed something wrong. Lai Long immediately fired 2 arrows, one blocking her arrow and one intercepting the stellar sword, both embedding into a tree trunk. The 2 arrows just now were both shot by Lai Long. The inner demon inwardly praised the twin arrow release, one breaking her arrow and one stopping my sword. Such exquisite technique was at least at the peak of Saint Venerable. Lai Long ordered his capture. His subordinates placed a spiritual power sealing ring on him. After subduing him, Lai Long knelt before Lin Ko to plead guilty for arriving late to protect her. Lin Ko returned to normal and said she did not blame him, then angrily kicked the inner demon several times to vent her anger. Lai Long hurriedly stopped her and begged the princess not to use private punishment. The inner demon secretly bore a grudge. Lai Long explained that they had to investigate clearly and could not handle it privately. Lin Ko asked in surprise whether that was not allowed. Lai Long firmly stated it was not allowed. She still added another kick, saying it was only to vent anger. He patiently repeated that private punishment was not permitted. Lin Ko crossed her arms and said a few kicks would not kill anyone. Lai Long ordered him taken to prison number 137. She left while he called after her. Two soldiers whispered that it was a cell for vicious criminals. The inner demon spoke up denying he was not a flower thief. The two soldiers ignored him and continued discussing that the general and the princess were childhood sweethearts, so his anger was understandable. Outwardly saying no private punishment, but inwardly surely not wishing him to live, the inner demon shouted asking whether they heard him. The scene shifted to the main street of Spirit City. Owengan, rumored to be the royal capital flower thief, was secretly observing young ladies when he heard a special bulletin saying the flower thief who assaulted the princess had been captured. He was stunned thinking that he was the real one. He bought a newspaper and read carefully, seeing the report that the flower thief who touched the princess was captured alive. He could not help admiring the boldness, then folded the paper and pondered. Vo and Gan laughed disdainfully because that person was caught on the first attempt, then suddenly remembered the noble ladies in the paper he had once visited, wondering whether their tastes were the same. Grew excited believing he had found a kindred spirit, and immediately decided to rescue him. In the great prison, the two escorting soldiers continued talking about the 5 prison ranks Jia Yi Bing Ding Wu, from Bing upward holding tribulation crossing cultivators, Jia being the highest reserved for Saint Venerable and above. He mentioned that Jia Cell 137 held a half-step Divine King powerhouse, who once wreaked havoc across the 4 regions, 13 provinces, and 26 cities. Upon hearing that, both of them turned pale with fear. The two soldiers opened the door and shoved the inner demon inside, telling him to look after himself. He quietly sat within the dark cell. After locking the door, the two soldiers hurried away as fast as they could. The inner demon wondered whether it was truly that terrifying when a voice sounded from the darkness saying another newcomer had arrived. He was shocked to sense the aura of the human race. Outside, the sky was clear. Vo and Gan took advantage of the lack of people to leap over rooftops and approach the great prison. Covered his face like a ninja searching for where his kindred spirit was held, observing until nightfall when a guard looked up and startled him, forcing him to hide at once. Vo and Gan wiped his sweat and let out a breath of relief, nearly exposed. As he was calculating, Lord Su arrived to pay a visit. The guards greeted him warmly and he responded cheerfully. Seeing Lord Su leave, Vo and Gan came up with the idea of disguising himself and returning. The guard asked why he had come back. He made the excuse that the general had caught the flower thief and ordered an overnight interrogation. The guard immediately believed him and praised his hard work. Although they believed him, they still wondered whether that fat man had offended the general. Vo and Gan inquired where he was imprisoned and was told cell Yi number 137. After hearing this, Vo and Gan's eyes widened in astonishment. You mean the one who tended the flowers is locked in room 137, is that true? He nodded to confirm, yes, General Lai Long arranged it personally. Do you wish to interrogate him immediately so I can fetch the key? But Vo and Gan quickly waved him off, saying it wasn't necessary and claiming he needed to return home early to check on his mother curing meat before the water ran out, asking tomorrow would suffice. The soldier nodded in agreement. No sooner had he spoken than he slipped away, not forgetting to say he was leaving first. The soldier called after him, reminding Master to remember to come early tomorrow. I will prepare the key. But Vo and Gan had already gone far, and he could only watch and mutter how fast he was. Like a gust of wind, Vo and Gan dashed out of the building and turned into a deserted corner. He immediately stripped off Master Tu's clothes he had just worn and threw them aside. Resting his chin in thought, he murmured how ironic. My Kai AM is locked up with that notorious one. Jumping down, he accidentally stepped on the discarded clothes. Vo and Gan roared in anger. Certain Lai Long mixed public and private affairs over a minor matter with the princess. He vented like Wu Fu under the moonlight, pitying Kai AM who might not see the morning sun. In the great prison, Wu Fu's shadow faced the chaotic darkness of Bok Koi, the opponent's eyes red and gleaming with pressure, staring at the chains sealing spiritual power. His shadow realized they resembled his own shackles, somewhat advantageous, yet Bok Koi lunged forward, roaring for blood. Shadow knew he was inferior in spirit and experience to Bok Koi. Could he win with only his strength? He smiled coldly as Bok Koi clenched his fist preparing to strike. The full-force punch struck down, the shadow dodged, causing the prison wall to bear the resounding explosion. Bok Koi leaped into midair. The shadow grabbed his hand with a faint smile, saying got you. Bok Koi laughed loudly in reply. Immediately after, he spun and delivered a hammer-like kick at the shadow. A sudden strike forced the shadow to spit blood, droplets splattering Bok Koi's face. He smirked with satisfaction. Writhing in pain, the shadow curled on the floor, stunned by the immense power. Bok Koi grabbed him by the collar, lifting him disdainfully, saying you are too weak. Call forth the remaining primordial spirit. The shadow asked in shock how you knew. Outside the great prison, a crimson formation spread. Vo and Gan stood at a distance, seeing the flickering light, whispering that he had not seen such a scene for a long time. Kai Am must endure. In a royal chamber elsewhere, Princess Ling Qi noticed the formation activated and asked. Lai Long explained anyone trapped in room 137 would trigger it, then pondered why he was sent to danger after being rescued. Her eyes brightened, recalling their first meeting, a month ago in the royal garden when the void crack opened. Lai Long shouted a warning to His Highness. From that crack, Wu Fu appeared severely wounded. Ling Qi approached to examine, while Lai Long was stunned, asking who this person was appearing in the palace. He inferred he had experienced celestial awakening and dark awakening, perhaps a southern genius displaced by the formation during pursuit. Examining Wu Fu's body, Ling Qi found both primordial spirits grievously injured. The light side nearly shattered, the dark side deeply submerged. She realized the void source and ordered soul-nourishing herbs brought. Returning to the present, she said she had sensed void energy in his primordial spirit, confirming the prophecy that the bearer of such power would be a major variable in the great war among their kind and the three heavens. Lai Long wondered why not eliminate the aftermath. Ling Qi merely asked if the Grand Preceptor ever said whether a variable is good or bad. He shook his head, replying the Grand Preceptor could only see the broad celestial plan, not discern fortune or misfortune, making it hard for ordinary people to comprehend. Ling Qi leisurely swirled her wine, saying when the outcome is unclear, there's no need to rush. The 100 clans contest ahead, so preparation is key. Lai Long asked again why he was locked in room 137. Calmly asked if he recognized the sword. Lai Long suddenly recalled having seen it somewhere. Ling Qi turned to the high-hung painting, asking if it was that very sword. Lai Long was astonished to recognize it as the spirit sword. The scene shifting back to room 316 of the great prison at night, where the shadow was controlled by Bok Koi. Bok Koi saw the weapon and immediately recognized it. Spirit sword, you are the descendant of Gu Xing. Shadow sneered, seeing you familiar with my ancestor, then immediately launched a counterattack. The spirit sword lunged behind Bok Koi, but he caught it barehanded, dismissing it as weak. The shadow merely asked back, are you certain? Turned out the previous sword was a lure. The ultimate technique was the spirit sword of Galaxy Fall. Bok Koi intrigued, saying he hadn't seen this move in a long time, but it wasn't enough to challenge him. In the Ling clan chamber, Ling Qi confirmed it was indeed the spirit sword, and inferred the young man was a descendant of the divine king spirit Gu Xing. Lai Long did not understand the connection to Bok Koi. She explained he had once been the strongest warrior of the clan, awakened at 13, renowned at 15, fought over 1,700 battles with only one loss, thus called the war god. She recounted how after losing to Gu Xing, Bok Koi's fate diverged. Due to imbalance between light and dark, the light side slept while the dark side dominated the body. From war god he became a harbinger of calamity. Ling Qi planned if the light side awakened, the clan would reclaim the war god. He affirmed to awaken the light side, the shadow must be eliminated, the greatest shadow being the lost Gu Xing. Therefore only a way for Bok Koi to defeat the descendant remained. Lai Long worried as Bok Koi now did not use spiritual power while the opponent had a sword. Ling Qi set the cup down to reassure that light and dark are interdependent. Losing light strengthens dark. Bok Koi, even with spiritual power sealed, could still wield boundless killing intent. Turning to room 317, Bok Koi unleashed his might, shattering the shadow's sword. A colossal hand he condensed appeared midair. The hand lunged forward, the shadow hastily dodged. The floor bore 5 handprint impressions, the shock reaching the formation outside, making the guards tremble and whisper that he was enraged again, even with spiritual power sealed, still fearsome as a war god. Owengan among the guards thought, Kai Am, next year I will offer incense, rest assured. In room 317, the shadow constantly dodged relentless strikes. Sweating, realizing that even without spiritual power Bok Koi condensed killing intent into shape, he laughed, praising the kid's speed, then advanced slowly. Bok Koi's bow-like stance commanded awe, forming a natural guardian from killing intent, not spiritual power, overwhelming the shadow. Then he released his grip to fire. A volley of arrows struck. The shadow raised a shield blocking most, yet a few pierced through. He swung the spirit sword to split the remaining arrows, panic rising, thinking prolonging this would endanger him. Then a voice said, let me handle it. The shadow asked in shock who it was. In the Ling clan palace, Lai Long pondered that even with such calculation, Bok Koi's accumulated killing intent was not easily resisted by someone untrained in spiritual power. Fearing the light side might not awaken before falling under the rain of arrows, Ling Qi had anticipated everything, reassuring that the primary primordial spirit had recovered, stepping onto the balcony to gaze at the stars, saying after surviving that trial of life and death, the light would shine even brighter and stronger. Lin Yi glanced toward the great prison and analyzed that Bai Qi originally possessed the light attribute that restrained darkness, and now the righteous intent of Gu Xing's descendant had reached its peak. To win, the only way left was to awaken the other side sleeping within you. The scene shifted to the Imperial City's great prison. Cell number 137 at night. Bai Qi revealed a cold smile as he looked at Wu Fu's heart demon with disdain. Brat, if you cannot endure, then kneel and beg for mercy. For the sake of your ancestor, I may still consider it. He replied calmly, are you finished speaking? If so, then it is my turn. The heart demon viciously stabbed the spirit sword into the stone floor. He immediately switched to another primordial spirit to continue fighting Bai Qi. The heart demon's gaze turned icy in an instant. Staring at Bai Qi like a blade, the other party burst into laughter. Changed person already. The heart demon was briefly startled that he had noticed the change of primordial spirit. Primordial spirit before him suddenly blazed fiercely. He was horrified and wondered how it had become like this. Bai Qi still drew his bow and said, even if you switch, I will still kill you all the same. 3 arrows left the bowstring at the same time. Wu Fu's heart demon merely curled his lips into a smile, his hand tightening around the spirit's sword. He slashed 3 times in succession, knocking all 3 arrows off course. At the same time, he leapt forward in the blink of an eye, closing in on Bai Qi. The opponent used his bow to deflect the sword, and while retreating fired back. The new primordial spirit, the heart demon, was far stronger, confidently chopping apart the incoming arrows and pursuing without pause. He intended to unleash the decisive strike. At the critical moment, an eye grew from the center of Bai Qi's forehead. He gave a faint smile. From it, a new arrow condensed. The arrow shot out like lightning, easily knocking the spirit sword away. The heart demon hurriedly retreated to widen the distance. Bai Qi escaped danger and remarked that after switching to righteous intent, his speed had soared. If not for the heavenly eye predicting in advance, he might have been seriously injured. Heart demon looked at the arrow still glowing brightly on the ground and said, you truly have many tricks. Bai Qi replied, you as well. I thought your righteous intent had scattered, yet you still managed to recover. Wu Fu's body suddenly changed. The memories that had fallen into the void once again resurfaced. At that time, the heart demon had once declared that I will not let you die. Before that, when Wu Fu had been transferred here, Lin Yi had used precious spirit herbs to nourish him. She even sighed that the 100 spirit herb was so rare yet given to this brat. The primordial spirit that had originally lost nearly half its power was now gradually recovering. Heart demon asked what righteous intent was. Bai Qi drew his bow and answered, if you want to know, then defeat me first. The heart demon sneered, then as you wish. Calling Lin Yi's words, he thought that Bai Qi had once been the strongest warrior of the spirit clan. Back then he fought Gu Xing at the same early divine king realm. So why had he lost? Lin Yi explained that her imperial brother's pride had been too high. He underestimated Gu Xing and switched to a weapon he was not proficient with, using his weakness against the other's strength, so defeat was inevitable. Lai Long came to understand and curiously asked what if he had used the god-slaying arrow. Lin Yi said sternly that arrow lived up to its name. When a god came, it slew a god. When a Buddha came, it slew a Buddha. Returning to the great prison, the battle continued. The heart demon leapt into the air. Bai Qi immediately turned his bow to pursue. Where are you fleeing? The arrow embedded into the stone wall. The heart demon suddenly vanished, making Bai Qi ask in surprise, where did he go? As soon as the words fell, the heart demon appeared behind him. Are you looking for me? He swung the spirit sword to attack. Bai Qi, with his seasoned experience, instantly judged the direction and countered. Even though he had anticipated it, he was still lightly grazed. Bai Qi calmly said, you made me hurt again, brat. Another primordial spirit within him mocked that you are too weak, causing him to roar, shut up. That voice continued to jeer that you will lose again. The primordial spirit continued to provoke, saying he once lost to Gu Xing and now would even lose to the descendant. Bai Qi flew into a rage and punched his chest, shouting silence. The heart demon was astonished, thinking he was about to suffer deviation. Another primordial spirit within Wu Fu warned that he was conversing with his own main primordial spirit. The heart demon panicked and could not let him change states, so he gripped his sword, intending to strike. Bai Qi slightly tilted his body to evade, then used his bare hand to block the sword. His hair gradually turning radiant gold like the sun, his bright side had been awakened. The bow in his hand also transformed powerfully. He smiled as he drew it. The heart demon immediately became highly vigilant. Outside, the guards were in an uproar, saying they had fought for more than an hour. The newly arrived brat was formidable, but it would be hard to defeat our war god of 1,000 victories. Wu Hen interjected that had that war god not once been defeated by Gu Xing. The guards flared up and argued that back then switching the god-slaying arrow led to defeat. If he had used the god-slaying arrow, victory would surely have belonged to the war god. Wu Hen continued to reason that Gu Xing excelled at close combat. The god-slaying arrow was only advantageous at long range. If he closed the distance, Bai Qi would be at even more of a disadvantage. Guards angrily shouted that the brat dared to belittle the war god and moved to beat him. They rushed into a brawl without noticing that Wu Hen had slipped away. He shook his head at the hot temper of youth, only to be discovered and chased with shouts. Wu Hen ran headlong while teasing "Come and catch me." Seeing the main gate ahead, he had no choice but to slip inside to avoid the guards. As soon as he entered, he saw the heart demon smashed into the wall. He exclaimed in shock, "How did my confidant end up so miserable?" The heart demon slowly braced himself and stood up. Chi gripped his bow tightly and hovered in midair, confidently declaring that the war god of Wanling City had returned. Elsewhere, Lai Long asked if Gu Xing's descendant survived tonight, how should he be handled? Lin Yi pondered, then said that with an uncertain factor it was best to keep him within control. Lai Long misunderstood and his expression changed as he asked, "Does your highness intend to marry him as consort?" Lin Yi turned back in confusion. He stammered that the one closest to the princess was not the consort. She replied that many were close to me, then shyly explained that she meant recruiting him into the army. Lai Long was still worried that Gu Xing's descendant was not of the same clan and might harbor ambition. Lin Yi smiled and said what this princess needs is precisely that ambition. In the great prison, dense sword energy poured down while Bai Qi gracefully retreated and evaded it all. He continued to aim and shoot. The heart demon lightly knocked aside the incoming arrow. The arrow that was knocked away embedded into the wall and split the stone apart. The heart demon, inwardly shocked at the tyrannical power of the arrow. From Lai Long to Bai Qi both used bows and arrows. Could it be that the spirit clan excelled at archery and Li Qi had never mentioned it? Bai Qi drew his bow again, reminding him not to lose focus, then fired another arrow close by. Heart demon observed the cramped cell and conceived an idea that if he used sword energy to cover the entire space, then the arrows and he would find it hard to harm him. After thinking it through, he plunged his sword into the ground and executed the spirit sword art. One sword shatters the heaven. Standing beside him, Bai Qi continuously drew his bow and shot toward Wu Fu's inner demon, feeling a flicker of irritation as he thought that under that brat's torrent of sword energy, his arrows could barely reach the target. Bai Qi suddenly realized the surrounding space had been compressed, making every movement of his difficult. If this continued, he would have no choice but to awaken that one. The inner demon laughed triumphantly, saying, "Your archery has become useless. The next move will surely decide victory or defeat." He suddenly raised his head to look ahead and shouted that something was wrong. Immediately after, a massive sword descended from above straight toward where he stood. The inner demon stood not far away, watching everything, the corner of his lips curling in mockery. "You have lost." Bai Qi was completely unharmed. He laughed in response, "Brat, who is the real loser?" He even praised that sword as truly formidable, able to sever the iron chain that had bound me for tens of thousands of years, worthy indeed of being Gu Xing's descendant. Only then did Wu Fu's inner demon notice the broken chain at his feet. The inner demon recalled the scene just now, clearly remembering that he had dodged in time the moment the blade fell. The inner demon continued his own deduction, analyzing carefully before borrowing the sword, intent to cut the shackles. Truly a clever move. He quickly sensed something was off, even though he had personally cut the iron chain. The inner demon carefully observed Bai Qi and found no fluctuation of spiritual power around him. Lowering his gaze to the chain at his feet, he guessed that what truly sealed the spiritual power might be the segment around the ankle rather than the rings on the body. Wu Fu's inner demon curled his lips in a cold smile. If he could not use spiritual power, then there was nothing to fear. Ling Jai gazed into the distance and suddenly realized something. Secretly delighted in her heart, royal brother has finally returned. She hurried off while calling Lai Long to come with her to the royal prison. He immediately answered that he obeyed. The scene shifted outside the royal prison of the royal capital. Soldiers knelt in unison to welcome the god of war's return. Bai Qi stepped out of the royal prison, calling affectionately for his little sister, even teasing that he had arrived and she still refused to come out to see him. Perhaps she was afraid. Ling Jai quickly retorted, "What does royal brother mean by that? Our blood is connected. In this world, how could I fear my own brother?" Looking down from above, he said that back then you locked me in the great prison for tens of thousands of years. Now that I am out, it is only natural you would fear I might settle accounts. Ling Jai angrily shouted, asking why he was standing so high, and told him to come down at once. Bai Qi broke into a sweat and lowered his voice, saying, "I am coming down now." The moment he touched the ground, Ling Jai grabbed his ear and scolded him for causing trouble everywhere in the past, implicating countless cities and lives, forcing her to make many amends. She angrily shouted that he still dared to put on airs before her. Bai Qi hurriedly apologized, softly calling her name and begging her to let go because too many people were watching. Ling Jai paid no attention to the gazes around them and simply dragged Bai Qi away. The two guards understood and immediately pretended to change the subject of their conversation to avoid attention. Wu Yin sighed that the famed undefeated god of war was actually afraid of his younger sister. Suddenly, a voice rang out in teasing, saying he did not expect Bai Ling Jai to have lived through so many years. He blurted out that it was far more than tens of thousands of years, likely even longer. Only after speaking did Wu Yin sense something strange and turned to ask who had just spoken. He ran over and grabbed Wu Fu's inner demon by the hand, calling Jai Yin, "You have not dissipated." The inner demon immediately shook his hand off and asked who was your confidant. Wu Yin then produced a list of beauties he had once admired and laughed, saying our tastes are truly alike. He smiled faintly and said he had never sought any princess, but since the two of them shared the same preferences, that made them kindred spirits. Hearing this, the inner demon grew furious, wondering how he had gained the reputation of a flower thief, then loudly retorted that he had been bearing the blame for someone else. Bai Qi stood to the side observing, and muttered that this brat had changed his primordial spirit again. He asked why you changed your primordial spirit so quickly. The inner demon replied coldly that it made no difference. When Ling Jai saw Wu Yin, she asked in surprise why Kinkyu Wu Yin had appeared here. He feigned a smile and said he had heard the scenery here was beautiful, so he came to take a look. Now that night had fallen, it was time to leave. As soon as he finished speaking, he slipped away. Ling Jai carefully bandaged the inner demon's wounds. He complained again that he was not a flower thief, yet she still did not believe him. She smiled and said she already knew. The inner demon asked irritably why she had still locked him together with that madman in the great prison. During the pain, he continued that the suspected culprit had already run away. Why not pursue him? Ling Jai replied seriously that they did not dare touch that person. The inner demon asked in shock that even the princess and the god of war did not dare arrest him. She explained that he was the prince of the Kinkyu Fox clan, the most powerful tribe in the east, likely to become the next demon emperor, so it was inconvenient to offend him. After finishing the bandaging, Ling Jai said the injury was not serious and rest would suffice. Bai Qi added that if not for you transmitting your voice to spare his life, this brat would not have remained intact. Ling Jai turned and left, ordering Lai Long to escort him back to the royal palace, and he respectfully obeyed. On the city wall, Wu Yin secretly pondered that the human race claiming the sword intent had vanished was merely an excuse. He ordered his subordinate to return and inform his mother that he would not return to the clan for now, wishing to see what the spirit race was planning. The subordinate bowed and accepted the command. The scene shifted to the spirit race palace, Wu Fu's room during the day. At this moment he had regained control of his body and upon waking moved his limbs. He opened the window to welcome the warm sunlight and quickly tidied himself. He looked up at the sky, a sense of longing rising in his heart, wondering how Luo Zai and the others were doing now. A knock suddenly sounded outside the door. He answered and stepped out. A spirit race maid respectfully reported that the princess invited the young master to the main hall. Wu Fu nodded lightly and replied that he understood. When he entered the main hall, he could see from afar 3 people already waiting. Looking closely, they were Bai Qi, Ling Jai, and Lai Long. Following the maid inside, Wu Fu glanced around and thought to himself that with everyone gathered like this, perhaps they intended to set a trap. Maid led him before Ling Jai and respectfully announced that young Master Wu Fu had arrived. Ling Jai flicked her finger lightly as a signal and told everyone to withdraw outside. The spirit race maid bowed in acknowledgement and left. Her voice immediately turned sharp and cold as she loudly demanded who you truly are and why you appeared in my garden. Wu Fu thought to himself that he must never reveal his true identity. Wu Fu fabricated that since everyone knew of the sword's spirit, they must have heard that he was Gu Xing's descendant. Ling Jai was suspicious because he bore the surname Wu, and he calmly replied that he followed his mother's surname. His mother belonged to the Wuzhai clan. Wu Fu worried inwardly whether such a clan even existed in the outer realm. Bai Qi was astonished that he carried the bloodlines of 2 royal clans and asked his purpose in coming to the spirit race. Wu Fu thought that he had never known Gu Jia and the Wuzhai clan were major royal families. He could only explain that he had accidentally fallen into a void tunnel and been swept here, having no other intentions at all. Wu Fu even raised his tone, saying that since they knew he carried the bloodlines of 2 royal clans, they should also understand they could not act against him casually. As long as they let him go, he would not pursue the matter. Though he appeared tough on the outside, in his heart he only wished to leave this place and find a way back to the border. Ling Jai smiled and said they were well aware of the human race's situation. Her pupils contracting as light enveloped her body, showing they could see through past and future with nothing concealed. Ling Jai recounted that 500 years ago the high priest had foretold upheaval among the human race, and 100 years ago the 5 emperors fought each other, leading to great chaos. She pointed out the contradiction that Gu Jia and the Wuzhai clan had been mortal enemies for a century, yet he carried both bloodlines. She smiled and asked whether he was the seed of reconciliation or the fuse to ignite hatred. Wu Fu was shocked to learn that the Outer Realm had also experienced a war among the 5 emperors. She slowly returned to her seat and analyzed that when they discovered him, his entire body was covered in wounds, clearly hunted and forced into the void tunnel before drifting here. She sternly demanded whether it was the Wuzhai clan or Gu Jia that pursued him. Fu followed along with the fabricated story, saying he had grown up in the Wuzhai clan but because he bore Gu Jia blood he was not valued. Wanting to prove himself, he secretly entered Gu Jia to steal the sword spirit, causing both sides to pursue him and accidentally fall into the void, thinking he would hardly survive, yet unexpectedly rescued by the princess. This account coincided with Ling Jai's speculation. She nodded and said it was not much different from her expectations before asking what he planned to do next. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had passed the test, and pretended to say he had nowhere to return since neither Gu Jia nor the Wuzhai clan would accept him. Ling Jai then proposed that he remain in Wanling City to assist the spirit race, as before long the 5 tribes would launch a full assault on the Tam-Thien realm, and here he could wash away his former disgrace. Wu Fu frowned and calculated inwardly that the Outer Realm was acting too quickly. It seemed he had to stay and gather information. After some thought, he agreed and asked about the next plan. Ling Jai replied that if he wished to go to the battlefield, he should join the army. He nodded without objection, secretly pleased to have the chance to grasp military intelligence. Ling Jai ordered Lai Long to lead Wu Fu to Jiu Lang Jun, and he obeyed. Bai Qi beside them questioned whether it was appropriate since Jiu Lang Jun was the most elite unit of the spirit race, and allowing an outsider to join might be unwise. Ling Jai replied calmly that it was the fiercest vanguard, but also the place with the fastest losses. She curled her lips in a faint smile as if everything had long been within her expectation. Just now I attempted to deduce this man's fate, yet saw only a dense fog shrouding his future, completely impossible to see through. Bai Qi proposed that if even you cannot discern it clearly, then it would be better to strike early to eliminate future trouble. Ling Jai calmly replied there was no need to hurry. Let us first see what kind of variable he will create. He shifted outside Wanling City at the encampment of the Old Lan army. Lai Long raised his head and said they had arrived. A soldier immediately stepped forward to greet him and addressed him as Lord Lai Long. He asked whether General Ki was in the camp as he had matters to report. The man nodded and invited them to follow. Inside the camp, soldiers were practicing archery at targets in a lively atmosphere. A valiant general rode a spirit beast demonstrating his skills amid resounding cheer. Clicked his tongue in praise that the soldiers were young yet possessed exceptional archery. Lai Long laughed and said that was nothing. The spirit race had 3 eyes that could predict an opponent's movements, so they were born to be archers. He understood and asked if that meant the spirit race's archery ranked at the very top. Lai Long shook his head and said my specialty is not the bow, I am only reluctantly ranked 4th. He thought inwardly that even without it being his specialty, he still ranked 4th. He curiously asked who the 3 above were. As they walked and talked, Lai Long replied that first place was the Princess Your Highness who could shatter 10,000 techniques with a single arrow. Third was the war god who once shot through an entire mountain range. And second you are about to meet. He said in confusion that Bai Lingji ranked above you. I do not think their technique is necessarily superior to yours. Lai Long smiled and explained you flatter me. The princess only yielded to you. And when the war god fought you, he wore specially crafted armor that sealed his spirit power and 70% of his physical strength. When the bright face slept deeply, his strength diminished. He asked in shock whether when he fought Bai Qi that man had used only 30% of his strength. Lai Long replied it might have been even less. At his peak, the war god was at the mid-stage of the god-king realm. Later he fell to half-step god-king, and now has recovered to the early stage. His expression changed. He wondered that if the spirit race prince had already reached the god-king realm, then how terrifying their king must be. The guiding soldier pointed to a tent and said that was General Ki-Er's tent. Lai Long lifted the curtain and introduced that this was the commander of the Old Lan army and also the second-ranked archer of the clan. Upon entering, they saw Ki-Er with a beauty in each arm. The 2 girls clung to him, inviting the general to drink another cup of wine. He laughed loudly and agreed. The sight rendered the 3 speechless. Lai Long grew angry and grabbed his collar, shouting that this was a military camp, not a place of pleasure. Ki-Er, drunk and muddled, asked if Lai Long had come and whether he wished to drink together. Turned to ask the soldier whether this truly was their general. The man hurriedly explained that the general merely loved enjoyment, yet his nature remained good. Ki-Er straightened himself and asked what the matter was. Lai Long pointed to him and said the princess ordered that this man be brought here, and from now on he belongs to the Old Lan army. He stepped closer to examine him and asked whether a human race member knew how to use a bow. Did not quite hear clearly and replied that he knew the sword. Ki-Er picked up a bow and arrow and told him to shoot and let him see. He laughed and said what you are holding is an arrow. That man calmly sat down eating fruit and asked what else do you think it is? He drew the spirit sword and replied I thought it was this. Seeing the sword appear, Ki-Er exclaimed in shock that it was the spirit sword. Asked in surprise that he also knew about the spirit sword. He seriously asked Lai Long what position the princess intended to assign him. Lai Long conveyed Ling Jai's words that he would begin from the lowest soldier rank. He did not believe it and asked again a low-level soldier. Lai Long replied firmly that was correct. Laughed loudly and said it seemed someone had failed to use connections, then called a soldier named Abu over. The man immediately appeared. He ordered him to take this man to complete the new recruit procedures. Abu respectfully accepted. Outside the tent, he curiously asked what steps were required. Abu explained that the Old Land Army served as the vanguard and faced danger first, so strength was valued. After the general's reforms, promotion from second lieutenant downward depended on strength, while higher ranks also considered merit. He understood why Bai Lingji felt assured letting him join this dangerous place. After walking a while, Abu said they had arrived. First register information, then go to the training ground to compete. As long as you win, the opponent's position becomes yours. After hearing this, he felt slightly discouraged and said it was that direct. Abu smiled in confirmation, then introduced him to the registrar, who asked his age, gender, and race. He replied 27, human race. The registrar was surprised that he was only 27. He asked whether there was a problem. Abu excitedly said, "Guess how old I am." He casually answered 30. He raised 4 fingers and said 4,521 years old. He pretended to praise him for being youthful while inwardly thinking that in his previous life he had lived over 30,000 years. Abu handed over the completed document, then eagerly led him to the assessment. The scene shifted to the Old Land Army training ground. Applause caused the drill to pause. Abu announced that a new recruit needed to complete the procedure. Lei En confidently stepped forward, saying he would assist. Abu introduced him as Lei En, a second-rank soldier. The two stepped onto the field preparing to fight. Surrounding soldiers cheered for Lei En to teach the newcomer the rules. He thought that even low-ranking soldiers were so combative. No wonder the border was tense. Lei En confidently said he would let him understand the rules. He felt slightly concerned since even a second-rank soldier was at the deity transformation realm, showing the otherworld could not be underestimated. Lei En clasped his hands in salute, and he returned the gesture. Lei En leapt high, intending to strike first. He merely waved the spirit sword lightly, and Lei En was instantly defeated. The surrounding soldiers were astonished and murmured. He helped Lei En up and asked if he was all right. He replied he was fine, then asked about his cultivation. He smiled and said high-level venerable god realm. Lei En was shocked since that was nearly peak level and turned to inform the others. The soldiers exclaimed in admiration, calling him formidable. He modestly waved his hand, saying he was far from it, yet inwardly realized this place worshipped strength to a fanatical degree. He conceived the idea of temporarily concealing part of his strength while accumulating military merit and probing the situation. Once conditions were sufficient, he would reveal everything to seize a higher post. For now, alone in a foreign world, he had to act cautiously and strive to stabilize his supreme realm cultivation. Suddenly, a shout rang out asking why they were gathered. The soldiers panicked because it was instructor Wei known for strictness and hatred of noise. Someone whispered that punishment training was coming again. He curiously asked who it was. Lei En introduced that Wei had not yet reached 5,000 years old, yet had attained the Saint Venerable realm, and was a rising star of the Old Land Army valued by the generals. He fought bravely and possessed resounding prestige. Facing Wei he silently evaluated that this man's spirit power was pure and harmoniously unified. Observing more closely, he saw movements natural, supple, yet firm, and extremely agile. Clearly not ordinary. Yet overall there was something unusual because his stature was rather short. Wei loudly asked what the earlier commotion was about. 2 soldiers quickly recounted everything. Seeing his small figure, he nearly laughed. Wei immediately turned and glared at him. He seemed somewhat surprised to hear the newcomer had reached peak venerable god realm and showed interest. He seriously replied that he did not dare accept praise. Wei asked whether he had already passed the challenge to become a second-rank soldier and whether he wished to continue. He nodded and said he wished to, since a low military rank made it difficult to access information which was unfavorable for investigation, so he needed promotion. Wei sneered and asked whom he intended to challenge. He loudly requested an early-stage Supreme Realm officer to spar. The soldiers were stunned because it was a challenge across ranks. Someone said it was no different from inviting the instructor to act. Wei inwardly thought it interesting. The soldier was about to call instructor Jiao Long at the early-stage Supreme Realm who had been seen in the camp. But Wei raised his hand to stop him and said wait. Wei walked around observing him from head to toe, then smiled and asked whether he truly wished to challenge the instructor. He replied calmly, if an early stage wise venerable is qualified to be an instructor, then I will accept it as well. Wei curled his lips in a smile. Interesting, then let me be your opponent. The surrounding soldiers whispered among themselves, if Officer Wei personally tests him, would that not be overwhelming? Wu Fu cautiously asked again, is Officer Wei strength at the lower tier of Wise Venerable? He answered, not exactly, but I can suppress my cultivation to that level. Wu Fu's expression immediately turned serious. If that is so, then I cannot afford to be careless. The scene shifted to General Ji camp. After dealing with Wu Fu's matter, he continued to raise his cup. With a beauty in each arm, he laughed and said, it has been a long time since we met. Is it so hard to drink a cup with your brother? Ai Long trembled with anger. This is the military camp. Drinking like this every day, what kind of conduct is that? The beauty in Ji arms glanced at Lai Long with a meaningful smile. He understood and laughed. Right. Too much drinking is not good. Then you two go attend to my brother instead. Lai Long sighed helplessly. Ji laughed loudly. Between you and me, why be so polite? If you want something, just say it. Lai Long could not hold back any longer and blurted out, one day you will fall because of women. Just as he turned to leave, a soldier hurried in to report an urgent matter. Ji waved his hand. Speak. Lai Long stopped to listen. If it is urgent military intelligence, perhaps I can help. The soldier reported that on the training ground a recruit had challenged Officer Wei in order to be promoted. The two were about to fight. Ji rested his chin on his hand and smiled. A newcomer dares to challenge Wei interesting, what is his name? Lai Long said indifferently, Wei has always been a good seed, but that has nothing to do with me. The soldier broke out in sweat and replied, it seems to be Wu Fu. Lai Long secretly observed Ji reaction. After hearing it, he became interested. Then we must go and see how capable the one who wields the stellar sword truly is. Soldiers flooded the arena, their cheers resounding loudly. Lai Long was surprised by the sheer number. Wu Fu looked up and saw Lai Long and Ji had also appeared, inwardly sighing that their prestige was indeed immense. Lai Long stared intently at Wu Fu, curious to see how much strength this so-called variable could display when he was able to use spiritual power. Wei advanced with an overwhelming aura. Wu Fu thought to himself that the opponent was indeed not simple, hoping his demonic blade stone could withstand it. He drew the stellar sword to prepare for battle, while Wei firmly gripped his twin blades. A soldier stepped forward as referee and shouted, both sides take your positions, the match begins. Two figures shot toward each other like lightning. In the very first clash, Wu Fu's stellar sword was already suppressed by Wei He immediately retreated, and discussion erupted outside. Truly a high-level venerable god with abundant spiritual power, that recruit is not weak either. All eyes focused on Wei praises rising endlessly. He had deliberately lowered his cultivation to match Wu Fu's realm, both at high-level venerable god rather than early-stage wise venerable, truly worthy of an officer. As soon as the words fell, he rushed forward like the wind, sweeping his blade across in front of Wu Fu. Wei launched attacks one after another. Wu Fu dodged while thinking that the speed was far too fast. Seeing the blade strike again, he hurriedly raised his sword to block, inwardly cursing that this was bad before being forced back. Wu Fu pressed his lips together, judging the force to be terrifying, almost pushed beyond the boundary. He quickly calculated a countermeasure. Channeling strength into his legs, he lowered his center of gravity, then leaped up, circling behind Wei Wei immediately turned his blade to defend his rear. Wu Fu sensed the opportunity and shouted, stellar sword art, falling stars. Countless sword phantoms manifested and poured down like rain. Wei raised his blades to block. Smoke and dust billowed thickly. Wu Fu thought he had gained the upper hand, yet when the haze cleared, the opponent still stood firm without the slightest injury. He was astonished. It had clearly struck, yet there was no effect at all. Could it have been completely blocked? Wei calmly commented, not bad. The observation platform, Ji asked Lai Long, what do you think? That kid Wei is quite good, right? Lai Long nodded, worth watching. In his heart he thought, is this some kind of automatic defense? Then he smiled faintly, let us see how you break it. The scene returned to the arena, as Wei turned around. He lifted his chin and asked, why not continue attacking? Wu Fu tightened his grip on the sword, telling himself to clearly observe how he defended before acting. Wei lowered his stance and said, if that is the case, then I will not hold back anymore. Burst forward fiercely, blades and sword colliding in a shower of sparks. Wu Fu retreated while chanting, earth spirit energy, thin stone. Wei skillfully bypassed the stone barrier. Wu Fu immediately switched to fire spirit energy, raging blade. Flames surged forward. Wei raised his twin blades to block. Seizing the moment, Wu Fu gathered concentrated sword energy and thrust straight ahead, but a defensive shield appeared before the opponent, causing him to freeze. Wu Fu asked in confusion what was that. Wei replied, using sword energy for assassination, quite decent. He retreated to calculate automatic defense that could even block the stellar sword. Wu Fu gritted his teeth, no move is absolutely perfect. The weakness must lie in its activation time. In his mind, the clone's voice mocked, something so simple yet it gives you a headache. Wu Fu retorted, simple, then what solution do you have? The clone sneered, no technique is flawless, grasp the weakness and breaking it is not difficult. He added, one strong person can suppress 10, as long as you erupt with Saint Venerable Realm power that defense will shatter. Wu Fu shook his head, easy to say but I cannot do that. Clone asked in confusion why. Wu Fu explained that he was alone in a foreign realm on a reconnaissance mission. He could not reveal his full strength. He pondered, concentrated sword energy helps me conceal my identity. The longer it remains hidden the better. Only by keeping my trump card secret can I respond calmly. Moreover, I want to become the strongest divine king. If I am not invincible within the same realm, how can I claim to be the strongest? Meanwhile, Wei pressed his attacks relentlessly, forcing Wu Fu to defend continuously. Sweat rolled down his forehead. He breathed heavily yet remained focused on observing every change in Wei. Wu Fu raised his sword, calculating that he had understood the mechanism. It activates automatically within half a second and lasts 2 seconds. Then I have about 1.5 seconds to deliver the decisive strike. He resolved to use that move to decide the outcome, softly chanting stellar sword art, glowing radiance. His figure instantly appeared behind Wei. Wei suddenly sensed danger. As he turned around, Wu Fu had already leaped high and executed radiant star descent in a downward slash. He hastily raised his twin blades to block but could not stop the expanding force. Wu Fu decisively unleashed the final blow, inwardly thinking that victory was already in his grasp. The sword edge grazed Wei-er's shoulder, causing everyone to panic and call for the military physician. Yet someone suddenly noticed something strange. On the field, the two stood facing each other. Wei-er gently pushed the blade aside and said, "You are truly outstanding." Wei-er stepped forward and patted Wu Fu on the shoulder. Smiling, "You have passed my test." He turned away and added, "From now on you are officially my comrade." Wu Fu asked in a deep voice, "Wait, how did you block that move?" A trace of doubt flashing in his heart. Had he miscalculated or had that man seen through him? Wei-er smiled and said, "It seems you have understood my activation condition. But you forgot that the same move in the Venerable God Realm and the Supreme Realm has completely different power." He blinked teasingly. "Was it not you who wanted to challenge the one at the top of the Supreme Realm?" Wu Fu suddenly understood and thought to himself that if they were in the same realm he might not lose. In his spiritual space, the clone sneered and said, "In the end you are still being suppressed by someone else's realm. Why not let me crush him with absolute power?" Wu Fu replied disdainfully, "We are not ancient monsters who have lived for millions of years to crush others at will. Could it be you rely on ferocity to find confidence?" He declared proudly, "Even now with inherited power added, I have only reached the Saint Venerable Realm. There are still higher realms ahead, but I will climb step by step to the very peak. I want to stand at the highest position." Clone burst out laughing and said, "First surpass the God King, then talk." Outside on the arena, Wei-er stepped down amid thunderous cheers. He smiled and said, "If I acknowledge that you have passed the trial, then according to the rules my position will be handed over to you." His subordinates clamored that it was the 1st Vanguard Battalion commander, a pride of the giant wave army. Then what would happen to Wei-er? Wu Fu thought to himself that this battle seemed to have exceeded his expectation. On the main road of the military camp, Ji-er stretched lazily. Lai Long asked how he felt. Ji-er calmly replied that the sword spirit in the hands of its master was not yet worth fearing. Lai Long held his forehead and wondered if that was still considered not frightened. At the imperial palace by the hot spring, Lai Long reported to Ling Jai that Wu Fu had become the 1st Vanguard Battalion commander of the giant wave army. Under the moonlight, Ling Jai relaxed her body in the warm water, stretching her limbs, droplets rolling down her skin. Her face showed clear comfort as she closed her eyes and enjoyed it. She gently submerged into the water, making Lai Long standing nearby blush. Ling Jai opened her eyes and said, "The 1st Vanguard Battalion commander," her gaze flashing. "Let us see what other surprises he will bring." In an old house, Wu Hen was writing calligraphy when a Jin reported that Wu Fu had joined the giant wolf army as the 1st Vanguard Battalion commander. He sprang to his feet happily and said, "My brother has finally entered the giant wolf army." Wu Hen waved his hand and said, "Withdraw. I still have matters to handle." A Jin bowed and replied yes, then closed the door. Wu Hen opened a ledger filled with the names Zhang Zio Yazio and Zio Hong Zio Xiang. He smiled slyly and said, "Let me see which young lady is waiting for my visit tonight." A clear moonlit night in the giant wave army camp, Wu Fu pondered. Despite many twists and turns, his goal had been achieved. He observed the spacious room and thought to himself that the position of 1st Vanguard Battalion commander was neither high nor low and allowed easy access to military information, which suited him well. There was only one more issue to resolve. Within his consciousness, Wu Fu called out, "Hey, where did you come from? I have something to ask." Before his eyes appeared a lotus-shaped candle, startling him, was it telling him to step forward. As he moved closer, he cried out in shock. His clone was embracing a group of beauty. Wu angrily scolded that he was fighting for his life outside while the clone indulged here. The girls around were all beautiful and alluring. The clone leisurely ate grapes and replied that they could switch roles, let him work outside while Wu rested here. Wu sat down and said he had something to ask. Clone laughed and told him to ask. Wu said irritably that many people still recognized the spirit sword even though he had sealed it in the central artifact realm, and the clone had said no one would covet it later. The clone replied that in the eyes of others it was now only an ordinary soul weapon, and the previous situation would not repeat. He said mysteriously that he would understand in the future. As long as he did not use the spirit sword with full strength, there was no need to worry about being watched. The problem before had been miscalculation due to insufficient strength. Wu gritted his teeth and asked what that truly meant. The clone told him to summon the spirit sword and use the cultivation of the venerable god realm to sense it. Then he would understand. Wu muttered about putting on a mysterious act, then summoned the spirit sword. The blade shot into the sky as a voice resounded. Supreme God King, I alone am spirit. The clone asked if he heard it. That was the sound of the great Tao. Wu frowned and asked what the great Tao was. He explained that in the past the star god King Gu Feng had left an oath upon the great Tao. As long as the great Tao existed, that sound would remain, and anyone who touched the great Tao could hear it. Wu pondered that from the saint venerable realm upward one could sense the great Tao. So upon seeing the spirit sword they would hear this sound. Clone added that back then the spirit sword connected to the great Tao and declared war on the god kings, shaking the world. Those who had survived until now would recognize it upon seeing it again. Wu imagined the majestic god king making his proclamation. He rested his chin in his hand and understood. Thus even an ordinary man who had lived long enough could recognize the spirit sword. Suddenly seeing the clone holding Luo Zai, he shouted for him to stay away from her. Clone even placed his hand on Luo Zai's cheek in blatant teasing. Wu snorted coldly and he laughed and said, "Do not be petty. We are originally one, your wife is also mine." Wu silently looked at Luo Zai in his memory, while the clone chuckled softly. Two beauties in his arms became even more enchanting. The images of Luo Zai and a Meng also appeared. Wu asked warily what he intended to do. He laughed and said this was his consciousness. If he had no such thoughts, how could they be recreated? Seductive sounds echoed by his ear. Wu suddenly wondered if those were truly his own thoughts. He pressed his lips together and admitted that he had indeed harbored such notions in his heart. Wu sighed and thought about the will of heaven, desire, affection, and detachment. In the end, what the Tao truly was. He squeezed his eyelids, questioning himself, not what the Tao was, but what he himself was, and that he himself was the Tao. In the end, Wu decided he could not change himself for the Tao, but had to find a path that harmonized with himself. Following nature would be best. He focused his spirit, revering the high god realm, the early wisdom realm. After this enlightenment, the high god realm was solid and could not advance further. Now it was time to train the wisdom realm. Suddenly a sound came from outside the door. Wu opened his eyes to see who it was. AI stepped in, lifting the curtain. She raised her hand in greeting and said, "Deputy Officer of the Vanguard Battalion, Kuling Army," AI reported. Wu observed her from head to toe. His gaze paused at her figure, then swept down to AI leg. He briefly thought he felt like he had met this girl before, then spoke, "Sit down, what brings you?" She looked around and said, "The commander of the Vanguard wishes to meet you." He was slightly surprised, asking why now. AI replied, "Indeed." Wu immediately stood, then let's go. In his heart he thought, coincidentally, he also wanted to see what kind of person the commander was. On the way through the camp, seeing AI's unusual expression, he asked, "Speak freely." She asked without hesitation, "You have just broken through the wisdom realm, right?" Wu nodded yes. When she stood outside the camp spying, I had completed the breakthrough. He thought to himself what her reaction would be. AI merely nodded and continued walking, making Wu think quietly, this girl is truly composed. He observed the surroundings, noting the camp layout, seemingly arranged with a hidden formation inside. Gaze passed over the patrols, all serious without slack. Wu thought the spirit tribe would be harder to deal with than imagined. Ahead was the main tent with two guards standing solemnly. Seeing AI walk straight in, Wu was surprised, no announcement needed. He looked at the record of achievements. Year 64 Kaiyuan killed 38,000 enemies. Year 76 killed 88,000. Year 78 killed 65,000. Cavalry in year 64 killed 82,000. He understood this was the glorious history of the Kuling army. He looked at the commander's back, feeling like standing before a deep mountain abyss, full of pressure. Suddenly he recognized a familiar figure, couldn't help exclaiming, "Why is it you?" The NHI turned, smiling politely, arrived, "Sit down." Wu sat, the atmosphere became unpredictable. Suddenly AI rushed to hug Wei happily calling, "Wei ka, I missed you so much." He gently removed her enough. AI let go. Wu was confused. not understanding what was happening. Wei said, "My little sister has troubled you." Wu Fu thought so that's why she seemed familiar, being Wei-er's sister. He replied, "It's okay, your sister is quite capable." After saying it, he noticed his words sounded odd. Wei said seriously, "Calling you here is to assign a mission." He replied immediately, "Go ahead." In his heart he thought the mission came quickly. He said, "Although the allied tribes have planned to attack humans, the tribes are not entirely harmonious. A squad at the front lost contact with the spirit tribe. Your task is to investigate their whereabouts and recover specific documents. This was originally a secret mission, but your hidden skill is unique and your strength is enough, so I thought of you first. You may refuse." Wu Fu thought this is a good chance to understand the front line and possibly contact the southern human. Wu Fu asked, "How did you become commander? Isn't merit and wisdom realm strength required?" Wei laughed, "You understand correctly, that is the regulation." Wu Fu imagined if one's cultivation is insufficient, how can they hold this position? Must they pay a high price? He asked directly, "Then how did you become commander when the standards are so clear?" Interjected, "Are you doubting his strength?" Patted her head then said, "The wisdom realm can rival the saint realm. Why are you sure I'm only in the wisdom realm?" He squinted and thought, why is that? After considering, he realized if he could hide his cultivation, so could others. In unfamiliar places one must be careful. He stood, clasped hands, "Thanks for your guidance." He waved his hand, "Nothing more, you may withdraw." Wu Fu left Wei-er's tent, unsure what upheaval awaited this time. 1 month later. The small spacecraft, Wu Fu intently studied the map, nearing the front line. The door opened, he merely glanced. Stepped in yawning. "Not here yet, already late, seems your piloting skill is lacking." Wu Fu's gaze met our striking figure. He said, "Annoyed, if you're good, try it." Pouted, "I don't know, not allowed to speak." Wu Fu teased, "A deputy officer who doesn't know how to pilot." She stretched and said, "I've always gone with him, no need to do this, so didn't learn." Wu Fu asked, "Then why did your brother let you follow me?" He shrugged and smiled, "I'm not sure, don't worry, I won't cause trouble." Wu Fu doubted really. She confidently said, "Let me show you my ability." Formed a hand seal. Immediately disappeared. Wu Fu was astonished, truly disappeared. He stood and looked around, she suddenly appeared behind and tapped his back. Wu Fu startled back, laughed, "So not bad, huh?" Wu Fu admired, "Truly rare to see." She said cheerfully, "All taught by him, nearly everything he knows I know." Wu Fu asked seriously, "Do you know your brother's defensive techniques?" He recalled Wei blocking all attacks before. She replied, "Ah, you mean the supreme shield I know, wanna learn, I can teach." Wu Fu was slightly surprised. He thought it was true and replied, "Really?" She laughed, "Just kidding, don't dream, I've only ever used others' techniques, no one uses mine." Wu Fu tried to negotiate not to use it. "I can exchange martial skill." He deliberately evaded, "Exchange is fine, but I'm not short of martial skills, another time." Wu Fu said annoyed, "Has anyone told you you're easy to hit?" She feigned innocence, "How would I get hit?" Wu Fu imagined replying with arrogance, "So what, just like this and that, next time for sure, the time after that for sure." He wondered if without Wei that arrogant woman could have held on until now. Recalling their previous encounter, Wu Fu had thought she was the serious and rigid type. She blinked innocently and said that in the military camp she had to restrain herself a little. For half the day she still had to follow my procedures. I am not foolish. Outside there was no need to pretend anymore, and since I know your brother that well, there is nothing to worry about. He asked in slight surprise. She said she and my brother are very close. Nodded, "Otherwise what else could it be? You are taking over his shift, it was not some random reassignment. He even felt at ease letting me carry out a mission with you. If we were not close, how could that be?" Hearing this, Wu Fu thought to himself that was true, yet in reality they were not close at all, so why did Wei arrange it this way? Suddenly cried out excitedly, "Look, we have reached the border." He asked how she knew. Wu Fu narrowed his eyes, and ahead a colossal city wall came into view. Wu Fu hesitated, "That is the sword Chi wall 8 million miles long." Laughed and replied, "That is right, magnificent is it not? It is a structure built by the human race over countless generations." He sighed, not knowing when the spirit race would have something like this. She asked skeptically whether the spirit race had no similar defense, then shot him a reproachful glance. "Where did you crawl out from not to know that?" Wu Fu forced a smile, thinking that if he spoke the truth she would likely not believe him. "I came out from a void tunnel." Continued, "Every border needs defenses. The spirit race is the same. There is the infinite 8 wastelands 4 seas formation that we just passed through." Fu was astonished. "We already passed through it and I did not sense anything." She explained that precisely because he did not notice it showed the formation was not overly suppressive. It could not compare with that sword Chi wall. "We carry mission tokens so we are not blocked. otherwise the formation would stop us, and if someone forced their way in they would face a fierce counterattack. Wu Fu pondered whether, by holding his breath, he could quietly cross the spirit race border. She answered that it depended on one's breath control skill. I can certainly do it. As for you, it should also be fine. In any case, my brother assigned you an infiltration mission. If you could not even cross the border, it would truly be a joke. But the sword chi wall is impossible. No matter how well one hides, it is useless. Wu Fu looked into the distance, calculating the time. Luo Zai, Meng Meng and Mother should have reached the human border. Were they standing inside the wall observing? He cast aside the thought and focused on completing the mission first. Lay down leisurely inside the spacecraft and said, I will rest first. Call me when we arrive. Spacecraft continued rushing toward the wall. At the southern border city of the human race, Xuan, she stepped down the stairs. He said, since Wu Fu is gone, I will not trouble his family. Withdraw the surveillance. Zhang Long replied, that man is dead and you still monitored him. It is shameful that I once cooperated with you. He smiled faintly. It was only caution, but looking at that situation, he likely truly did not survive. Zhang Long folded his arms and said, if someone jumped into the void and still lived, I would admit I was spouting nonsense. He signaled to leave. Stay away from that man. If not for having just cooperated, I would have wanted to test my strength against him. Xuan, she waved his hand and thought, having dealt with the variable Wu Fu, what should I do next? Pondered that this city had been renowned since ancient times. Few places could compare. Two others discussed, wondering how the border was. The other replied that with the sword chi wall, holding it firmly would not be difficult. Scene shifted to inside the spacecraft, Luo Zai's room. Li Qi said the surveillance had been removed. Meng Meng and Luo Zai were astonished. Qing Qing's eyes were red from crying. Meng Meng said even breathing felt stronger. Wu Ling proudly asked whether my acting was convincing. Back then I once made others believe completely. Luo Zai asked worriedly whether Wu Fu was truly safe. Li Qi replied he was not certain, but surely it had not reached the worst point. The sword spirit he handed over had already been summoned back, only he could call it. I suddenly recalled that moment. Sword spirit suddenly flew away. Li Qi stretched and said, we have reached the city. Let us go inside and discuss further. A moment later, Luo Zai stepped out in a figure-flattering outfit, highlighting her charm. Wu Ling clicked her tongue in praise. What a fine figure my daughter-in-law has. Just enter the city like this. I would not mind, but I fear Wu Fu would be jealous if he knew. Luo Zai blushed upon hearing that. Qing Qing pulled Meng Meng outside, telling her to change clothes first. We will wait outside. Luo Zai grew even more embarrassed. Everyone went out to admire the view. Meng Meng exclaimed that it was truly magnificent. Ling said, let us go. It has been a long time since I came here. I wonder how much it has changed. She turned her head. Yun Jian, I have arrived. Elsewhere within the sword chi wall, at a formation node, Yun Jian was sitting in meditation. He suddenly felt a gust of wind, as if someone were mentioning him. The city was bustling. Some invited others for a drink, others hawked rare manuals. Qing Qing observed and felt that no one here was simple. Their strength was all formidable. She said, if I am not mistaken, the person just now was a god king. Li Qi replied, that was a half-step god king, only a little short. That person exuded powerful spiritual energy. She added that those who dared live here were all extraordinary. True god kings were not many. Do not appear overly surprised. It would be seen as impolite. Qing Qing smiled, I understand. Wu Ling suggested finding Wu Fu's father first, then strolling afterward. Meng Meng agreed at once. She walked. She asked Li Qi whether the military camp was still in this direction. He answered, certainly, no matter how it changes, the military camp is always closest to the border. In front of the military camp gate, the guard blocked them, saying this is a vital area, outsiders may not enter. Wu Ling gently asked to meet Yun Jian. Guard asked whether she was the general's acquaintance, who she was. She replied calmly, I am his wife. Hearing that, they immediately showed respect. So it is the madam, we have been disrespectful, but the general is not in the camp. Wu Ling asked anxiously whether he was not here. Had he gone on a dangerous mission? The guard explained that she need not worry. The general was nearby, pointing into the distance where he was guarding the wall. Wu Ling looked in that direction, deeply moved. The guard said they could not leave their post, but they could call someone else to escort her. She waved her hand, no need to trouble yourselves, we can go on our own. They nodded in agreement. Another soldier asked whether her words were truly reliable. The other replied that the wall did not forbid approach, and with the general guarding it, there was no need to fear any scheme. The other nodded in agreement. At this moment, Wu Ling and the others flew toward Yun Jian. On the formation node, Yun Jian was meditating when he suddenly smiled, and a spatial vortex appeared in the sky. Wu Ling stood facing Yun Jian, their gazes locked without wavering. Emotion surged in her heart until she nearly wept, softly calling Yun Jian's name while he looked at her with tenderness and choked feeling. Seeing Wu Fu's parents reunited, Luo Zai felt a pang in his heart and wondered where he was now, the longing deep and unending. Elsewhere aboard Wu Fu's small spacecraft, while was still fast asleep, he quietly moved closer. Wu Fu placed a hand on AI-Er's shoulder, reminding her they were about to arrive and to wake up. She brushed his hand away, and he could only fall silent and watch her continue sleeping. He tried poking her lightly a few more times, but she remained indifferent as if unaware. Left with no choice, Wu Fu caused a jolt that triggered a small explosion beneath AI-Er, startling her awake. Sound echoed across the silent rocky mountain. AI-Er shouted in anger, "You nearly scared me to death. What do you want?" She grabbed him and shook him hard, and he laughed, replying that if he had to choose an ending, he would only wish to rest peacefully in his homeland. Suddenly, Wu Fu narrowed his eyes, stepped in front of AI-Er, and signaled her to be cautious. Suddenly, Wu Fu's spacecraft was intercepted and exploded into pieces. Two HI beings hovered in the air observing, one saying coldly that there were no signs of life left. Perhaps it was just little Lola passing by unintentionally. The other reminded him to stay vigilant and not ruin Wu Wang's grand plan. The one opposite replied irritably that he should mind his own business first. Wu Fu and AI-Er hid behind a boulder waiting for the two HI beings to leave. She softly asked why he knew there were guards here. He was not certain there were guards, it was only a possible guess. He looked upward and analyzed that if there truly were guards, then given their mission it was actually good news. AI-Er asked in confusion how having guards could be advantageous. Would it not make things harder? Wu Fu explained that it proved the other side had not achieved their objective yet. They needed scouts to bring back information for support, and what they sought must be related to the mission target and special document. That man seemed very familiar with the Spirit Clan's procedures. Could she guess his identity? AI-Er thought for a moment and replied that knowledge of procedures alone was not enough to determine it. He could be from another clan or had bought the information. Hearing that, he sighed and concluded that the enemy's identity was unclear. The squad's situation was also uncertain. This mission did not seem easy. Wu Fu nodded in agreement with the analysis and became even more cautious. AI-Er suddenly asked that she once thought he was merely a rude and thoughtless brute. Could it be his mind was not so bad after all? Wu Fu's face darkened as he wondered why he was judged that way. Was his sturdy physique not impressive enough, or did he look too foolish? She brought up how he had challenged her brother as soon as he joined the camp, asking if that was not too reckless. If her brother had not held back, could he have become an officer? Taking on a spy mission was already dangerous. Succeeding brought no benefit. Failing would implicate others. Did that resemble someone who planned carefully? Wu Fu coughed lightly and said she did not understand. In the military camp, violence was the fastest way to establish authority. Every newcomer wanted to prove himself. Fighting one battle was the cleanest path. He had actually calculated it all. If she did not believe him, she could review the recording. AI-Er rolled her eyes and said they had watched that very recording. She had stood beneath the arena and seen it clearly. At that time, he only thought himself invincible and rushed in to end everything. Wu Fu's eyelid twitched. Who would have thought her brother was that strong? Then he quickly changed the subject and asked what they should do now and whether she had any suggestion. He shrugged and said not to ask her because she was truly the impulsive one. It was up to him to decide. If she had to give an opinion, she only thought each of them should capture one black-robed figure alive and interrogate. Wu Fu remarked helplessly that she was indeed naive, fine as a spy, but she should not do it in the future. For now they would wait and see. Someone might come to make contact, then they would act according to the situation. She pointed at herself excitedly and asked if she could continue sleeping. Wu Fu tapped her head lightly and scolded her not to dream about sleeping anymore. Stay alert and monitor. One black-robed figure each. AI-Er rubbed the swelling on her head, tears brimming as she muttered that she understood and to stop scolding. Wu Fu gently tugged her cheek and asked if she had determined the positions of the two, and whether she grasped the method of covert investigation. AI-Er crossed her arms and replied confidently that she could do it, guaranteeing a thorough investigation without being discovered. Wu Fu lowered his hand that glowed with golden light and said, "Good, let us begin." He knelt on one knee, placed his hand on the ground, closed his eyes and chanted, "Earth spiritual energy, the land in motion." Where he stood, streams of force spread outward everywhere. Through the technique, he discovered a black-robed figure within the mountain crevice, but only found one because the other did not touch the ground and was hard to track. He stood up and pondered. Judging by that man's posture, he was likely surveying the surroundings as well. It seemed necessary to maintain concealment at all times. Fu told himself that as long as he did not become flustered, others would have to be. Then he called to AI-Er, who was closing her eyes on the other side, and asked whether she had found the two yet. Two glowing creatures suddenly appeared in the air, hovering. AI-Er opened her eyes and replied that she had identified them, one in the rock crevice, one atop a tree. Hearing that, Wu Fu assigned himself to monitor the one in the crevice and told her to handle the one on the tree, asking if there was any problem. Inwardly, he thought her technique was truly unique. Even that supreme shield, he would have to learn it when he had the chance. AI stretched and said it was settled then. If nothing happened, she would take the opportunity to sleep since she was still drowsy. Wu glanced at her and asked whether her surveillance technique operated automatically. AI lay down and closed her eyes but still explained that the Feng Ling secret art combined reconnaissance, offense, and defense into one. Its special feature was being completely automatic without the need for divided attention. After hearing this, Wu Fu decided not to probe further from her lest his conscience trouble him. He would ask her brother another time. He also asked whether that spell was created solely by her brother. AI sprang up proudly asking how he knew and boasted that her brother was formidable. Wu Fu's face darkened as he forced a thumbs up and praised that he was truly powerful, inwardly thinking it must be hard on Wei. She turned her back to him, her mouth only mumbling these few words. It fell, the full moon hung high. On the ground the black-robed figure sat cross-legged emitting purple light. Here Wu Fu also sat upon a rock cultivating while AI stood beside him looking bored. Suddenly one creature emitted a vibrating sound and a signaling glow, prompting her to exclaim that something seemed to be happening. Wu Fu immediately moved closer and asked what was wrong. A ring of light appeared around the creature, and from its eyes projected upward forming a holographic screen. An image appeared, the black-robed figure hovered in the air asking about the situation. The one on the tree reported everything was normal. The young woman frowned and instructed them to remain highly vigilant, report immediately if anything changed, and when necessary they were permitted to use special measures. The one on the tree responded respectfully that he understood as her silhouette gradually faded in the moonlight. The screen vanished. Wu Fu told her synth spirit to follow the young woman. They would monitor this newcomer. AI nodded in agreement. After that, the two silently flew after her. At the same time nearby, the two black-robed figures discussed, one asking whether any fish had taken the bait, the other replying that if nothing unexpected occurred then they had fallen into the trap. In the pitch-black desert their voices exchanged. They said they could not detect the whereabouts of the other two. The strike on the spacecraft had life-draining absorption effects, but this time received no feedback, implying the opponents were still alive and had pursued the young woman. They believed experienced spies would all do so, and the young woman had already been fully informed. One grew excited, wanting to use this opportunity to accumulate merit for the grand plan. The night was clear, white clouds drifted around the bright moon. Birds occasionally cried out. In the forest, Wu Fu and AI hid behind tree trunks, then slipped into tall grass, afterward finding a large rock for cover to continue observing. AI gradually lost patience and asked how much longer they had to follow and why not directly capture her for interrogation. Wu Fu tried to remain calm and explained that even if they captured her she might not know the information. Speaking out would only expose their movements. Moreover, she set off in haste without using a spacecraft, so the destination could not be far. After hearing this, AI showed admiration and praised his thorough thinking. She happily patted his shoulder, encouraging him to do well. Once the mission was completed, she would credit him with the primary merit. Wu Fu was bewildered and wondered if he was not the superior. Was reporting merit not his responsibility, or did she have backing that made her so confident? AI regained her focus and looked ahead, saying they were almost there. Continue following. After a while, at a desolate cliff, the young woman in black stopped and gently descended to the ground, emitting light. A barrier circle appeared on the cliff face. She stepped into it and vanished without a trace. While later, AI surveyed the situation and said in a low voice that this was a high-level concealed barrier. Synth could not follow them inside. Now they had to decide what to do. Wu Fu and AI moved to where the Holy Maiden had been standing earlier. Before their eyes, an entrance to the barrier appeared. Wu Fu stepped forward to observe and concluded that the target document was inside. It seemed they were at the right place. AI excitedly urged him to hurry in, but he secretly felt uneasy. If the men in black had already found the document, then what was the meaning of the earlier ambush? AI turned to ask for his opinion, whether they should go straight in. Wu Fu pondered and told himself that even if there was a trap or an abyss ahead, for the sake of the spirit race he still had to complete the mission. He seriously reminded her that this barrier was not simple. She had to be careful not to expose their whereabouts. AI flared up and said his IQ rose and fell unpredictably. She had once sneaked into the demon race border without anyone noticing. How could this barrier be stronger? Wu Fu darkened his face, then forced a smile and said he was only worried she might forget to maintain her invisibility technique. If everything was fine, then they would go in. He moved forward. AI confirmed she was not angry, then used sword energy to open a path and step through. Wu Fu followed closely behind. Before them stretched a long stone staircase, leading straight up to an ancient temple. Guard in front of the door jolted slightly, as if sensing something. But But when he looked again, the two had already vanished. AI hid behind a pillar and asked if they should take him out immediately. Wu Fu shook his head and said they would circle around. She replied that was fine. Two of them stealthily entered the pitch-dark corridor. Wu Fu muttered that it was too dark here. AI mocked that perhaps they were already used to darkness. He frowned and told her to speak more properly. Wu Fu endured without responding, then saw a wooden door at the end of the corridor slightly ajar and widened his eyes in attention. Looking inside, he saw figures with beast ears praying. He softly said it was indeed the demon race. Wu Fu turned back to confirm. AI poked her head in to look and said if not the demon race then what else? Teased like that, Wu Fu angrily waved his hand and made her cry out. He gritted his teeth and asked how the demon race and the beast race were different. AI explained that the demon race cultivated magic while the beast race trained their bodies. The beast race retained more animal traits. The demon race was closer to human form and could even be plants or natural phenomena. Wu Fu asked if a humanoid lion that both cultivated magic and trained the body would count as what. She answered that it depended on what they claimed themselves to be, then continued observing. Wu Fu held his head and lamented that she had made him confused. After a while, the demon race inside the room gathered into small groups to discuss. AI executed the secret art Feng Ling. A stream of sound transmission drifted into the room. That stream collected sounds and transmitted them out, but it was all trivial matters like bloodline scores and daily routine. After listening, AI said in disappointment that there was no useful information. Wu Fu said it was fine, their mission was not to eavesdrop, completing the objective was enough. AI nodded, realizing she had wasted time. Wu Fu wanted to speak then stopped, thinking it over and deciding to let it be. He had intended to listen for any traps, but now he could only take the risk. He tilted his head to look into the room, as if he had just discovered something. Wu Fu said the document was on that altar. AI confidently suggested rushing out to deal with them, then turning invisible to take the item. He mockingly asked if she thought she was a divine king. Could she not sense the aura of a saint venerable? She thought for a moment, then said they could only steal it secretly. Wu Fu said thoughtfully that it might still not work because they were not truly asleep. If something went missing, they would certainly notice. Still felt something was off but decided to plan to enter invisibly. If they were discovered, she would take the document and leave first while he stayed behind to hold them off. AI teased that sacrificing himself for the mission was not worth it. At worst, they would accept punishment. Wu Fu frowned and said she only needed to carry the document away safely. AI snorted softly and asked if there was anything else, suddenly raising 3 fingers and saying to wait a moment. She cast the supreme shield around Wu Fu, saying it was a one-time shield that had once reassured her senior brother. He curiously observed the circle of spiritual power. Feeling the mysterious structure of the shield, Wu Fu nodded to signal action. Sound rang out, alerting the demon race. AI created an explosion, then dashed away quickly according to plan. Wu Fu immediately engaged a demon race in combat, suddenly understanding something in his mind. Afar, the man in black observed Wu Fu being besieged, yet thanks to the shield he was unharmed. He was about to erupt when he quietly realized that every discord had its reason. When he was heavily surrounded, a mysterious person stepped out and ordered the demon race to chase the one who had just run off, while he would handle this himself. Demon race obeyed the holy maiden in unison and withdrew, leaving only Wu Fu and the man in black facing each other. The two almost simultaneously asked why the other was here. The man in black said he had come because of a mission, then asked why he had infiltrated the spirit race. Wu Fu sighed and said for now he was considered an undercover agent. Looked up and called her name, not expecting it to truly be her. It had been a long time, Gujia. She removed her hood to reveal herself and smiled, saying that was right, it had indeed been a long time. Wu Fu stepped closer. The two quickly exchanged the experiences they had gone through. Gujia remarked that his survival after falling into the void fissure was fortunate, but wandering into the spirit race was full of danger. Wu Fu also said it could not have been easy for her to carry out this mission. Gujia seriously said it was her father's choice, so she did not blame anyone. As for this mission, as long as it was carefully calculated, it might not necessarily be dangerous. Wu Fu nodded in agreement with her, thinking carefully. This mission with the spirit clan was unexpectedly safe, for she would surely send the spies back to report everything, and he silently understood this was a human stratagem to stir relations between the spirit and demon clan, making the previously puzzling actions of the demon clan now seem reasonable. Wu Fu and Gujia's cheeks gradually flushed. Gujia spoke with blazing anger, saying that actually, only one returning to report was enough. Keeping the one who knows the truth posed the greatest danger. Moreover, she couldn't be sure he still sided with humans. Wu Fu bowed his head, his expression darkening, silently admitting he had no words to respond properly. Ujia covered her mouth and laughed, saying she was just teasing. Seeing him so tense, Wu Fu's gaze lingered on her slightly trembling ears with curiosity. She tilted her head slightly and asked if he wanted to touch them, but reminded him that the traces of the demon clan's bloodline must not be disturbed. Wu Fu lightly coughed to deny, only wondering whether it was a secret technique or a disguise so convincingly real. Ujia replied calmly that it was just a minor secret art transforming bloodlines, nothing significant. He frowned, reminding him instead to strive within the spirit clan, for without great achievements, returning to the human side would be difficult, and without official records, venturing out during training could not guarantee his stance. Wu Fu closed his eyes and sighed, saying he would give his all. Ujia patted his head, advising that time was short as her subordinates would soon return. Actually eliminating him would be the safest option, and she was uncertain if her subordinates thought so. The martial world was vast, he must take care of himself. Wu Fu clasped his hands seriously in farewell, wished her peace, then promised a reunion, and with that, shot up into the air and vanished in an instant. A while later, only Gu Jia remained in the cave, her body suddenly trembling. She covered one eye and laughed bizarrely. Her laughter echoed in the cave for a long time, and when she turned back, the demon clan stood respectfully behind, awaiting orders. She lightly wiped the corner of her eye, sighing that it had been a long time since she had the chance to laugh so freely. A demon clan member stepped forward and asked what was amusing. Gu Jia laughed, saying it was just meeting a naive one who believed everything she said that was amusing. Then she became serious, hands on hips, inquiring about the progress of the plan. First reported that posing as the Ghost Clan to provoke the Demon Clan had succeeded. The second said posing as Ghost Clan to tease the Beast Clan went smoothly. The third confirmed that playing the Demon Clan to stir the Spirit Clan gave them accurate information. The fourth said the human side had deployed enough people internally. The last reported that impersonating the Ghost Clan to provoke the Beast Clan was complete. Hearing this, Gu Jia clapped in approval, saying that when the clans all targeted humans, seeds of suspicion would quietly sprout, and just a little more guidance would ignite inter-clan warfare fiercely. She smiled and ordered preparations for a great battle to welcome King Wu. Demon Clan cheered in unison, shouting "Long live King Wu, immortal sacred clan, enduring forever" repeatedly. Across the plains, Wu Fu darted through hills, his eyes suddenly brightening as if discovering something, immediately launching an attack at the white figure ahead, stirring a cloud of dust. As the smoke gradually cleared, AI stood within a shield and asked what he was doing. Wu Fu frowned, replying that she should have taken the documents back earlier. AI crossed her arms, teasing, saying how dare he speak. She had been chased by so many, only her agility saved her, else she would have been caught. Wu Fu wiped sweat, explaining he had blocked the strongest one so he couldn't manage other matters. AI asked worriedly if he was all right, saying that since they couldn't find her, they had returned fearing for his safety. Wu Fu pretended to be weak, saying he had used a precious tool in place of his life to escape. AI hastily produced a series of rare elixirs, asking if he needed any. Wu Fu shook his head repeatedly, saying he couldn't use them yet, so they should leave before the enemy returned. AI resolutely carried Wu Fu away. He lay on her back, torn between regret and loss over the elixirs. Thinking that humans were trying to divide the clans, he must strive harder, secretly worrying about Luo Zai's situation. At the human frontier city in a courtyard, Wu Ling asked if Luo Zai had considered carefully, suggesting that relying on Yun Jian for logistics management would suffice. Luo Zai firmly replied she had considered, and per Du Li Qi and her father, those who died in the Void Tunnel would be moved elsewhere in the world. If Wu Fu hadn't been found in the south yet, she wanted to search herself. Wu Ling advised not to join dangerous spies since Yun Jian would notice the news, and he would worry if she were harmed. Luo Zai said seriously that her decision was final. Searching for Wu Fu was only part of it. She was also suited for this mission. If someone had to face danger, why not her? Her breath-holding skill from Wu Fu made her safer. Ching Ching and Meng Meng supported her. A acute M189NG only smiled silent. Wu Ling sighed, telling her to stay safe. Luo Zai looked up to the sky, silently hoping Wu Fu was also striving somewhere, mindful of the frontier battle. This time the two would advance from different directions, eventually reunited. At the camp gate, the guards signaled to stop, then led Wu Fu and AI to verification, after which they completed identity declaration procedures. Before the camp of the massive army, Wu Fu surveyed the surrounding, concluding the situation seemed tense. AI glanced back, asking why he suddenly spoke about this when there was no matter, better to complete assignments than rest. Wu Fu thought to himself not to argue, but outwardly comply. AI drew back the curtain and entered the tent, sighing that this one was sometimes slow, sometimes clever even at a young age. Inside Wei Er's tent, she immediately embraced her senior, exclaiming she had returned. She clung to him, recounting the mission's events. Wei Er pondered over the demon clan, then asked Wu Fu for his assessment. Fu replied that although the mission had many inconsistencies, he largely agreed with AI Er's judgment. Wei Er lowered his head in thought, softly saying, "Is that so?" AI Er asked, dumbfounded, "What were they doing? Did they not think her report detailed enough?" She only added a touch of art. Wei Er smiled, saying they did very well, reporting the regiment's merits and issuing rewards immediately, then told Wu Fu that merits could be exchanged for items in the Spirit Clan's supply linked to the treasury. Very useful for cultivation, so if free, he should take a look. Wu Fu calmly replied understood, asking if there was anything else. If not, he would take leave, clasp hands and prepare to leave, when AI called back, telling him to wait. Wu Fu stopped, turned, and asked what the matter was. AI reminded him, wasn't he wanting to learn the Supreme Shield? Her brother is here, just speak directly. Wu Fu asked in surprise if he could really learn it, intending to find his own chance. Wei warned, do you want to learn the Supreme Shield? Wu Fu gave his reason that it was the most formidable defensive move he had ever seen. If not destroyed, he wanted to learn. The tent fell silent for a moment. Then Wei agreed, making him surprised. He asked again if any price needed to be paid. His known martial skills could all be exchanged. Wei said no martial skill required, only use this regiment merit to compensate or exchange something else. But Wu Fu resolutely chose the Supreme Shield. Wei said he would arrange training tomorrow, also noting the value of the technique could exceed merit. So if on the front lines, if he could not directly care for his sister, Wu Fu should pay attention. AI waved her hand, saying she didn't need his care. She even blocked attacks for him several times during the mission. The next day, at a mountain valley near the camp by a high waterfall, Wu Fu saw AI performing a strange move, asked why she was there. Calling, Wei had told her to practice at a mountain valley 20 miles west of the camp. Plans prepared. Once there it would be clear. Back in the present, AI clasped hands behind her back, took a step forward, reminding Wu Fu to mind his attitude. Wu Fu narrowed his eyes, asking what she meant. AI proudly said from now on she would teach him the Supreme Shield, and he must call her Miss AI He helplessly asked if Wei plan was for her to teach him. AI confidently said, isn't it better to have someone proficient teach directly? Wu Fu had to accept and asked when they would start. AI frowned, reminding him to mind his attitude. If he didn't want to learn, fine, she wasn't lacking time. Wu Fu respectfully called her Miss AI asking when they would begin. She raised her head, telling him to speak louder with such a low voice, still wanting to learn the technique. He had to suppress irritation, asking again, silently vowing to one day make her taste defeat. AI covered her mouth and laughed with satisfaction, praising not bad, not bad. It seems classmate Wu Fu is truly eager to learn, then no need to drag it out. Let us begin. Wu Fu took a deep breath and closed his eyes to steady himself. AI began the test. Classmate Wu Fu, tell me how the Supreme Shield operates in your understanding. Wu Fu gritted his teeth and answered based on his knowledge. When an attack is detected, spiritual energy will automatically activate. AI crossed her arms in an X shape and shook her head. Wrong. It should be sensing the attacking motion first, then the spiritual energy activates. Wu Fu's mind filled with question marks. Was that not the same meaning? What was she nitpicking about? AI raised two fingers and slowly explained, to grasp the Supreme Shield, you must remember two key points. One is sensing the attack, two is automatic activation. She excitedly announced, moving to a new stage, secretly praising herself as an excellent teacher. Wu Fu frowned and thought, was the explanation already over and they were moving on. AI smiled as if nothing happened and calmly said, take off your clothes. Wu Fu stood frozen, staring at her, hesitated for a long time but still took off his shirt while muttering what strange lesson this was. AI saw his slowness and scolded him not to waste the teacher's time. But when she saw Wu Fu's muscles, her attitude changed completely. Not bad at all. Your physique is quite decent. AI pointed toward the waterfall and told him to go down there and circulate spiritual power to keep his body from getting wet. Remember, the spiritual energy must only surround the outside and must not disperse. Wu Fu followed and stood under the waterfall, thinking any foundation stage cultivator could do this. AI leaped onto the cliff and said, just wait, the teacher has her plans, then took out a glass bottle and poured a solution into the waterfall. Liquid mixed into the water. Suddenly a current of electricity flashed through, causing Wu Fu to cry out and be forced face down into the water for a moment. The waterfall trembled slightly as if stirred by a force. Wu Fu stood up in the water with a blue glow surrounding his body. Sweat rolled down his cheeks, his eyes slightly dazed from the strain. Seeing AI jump down, he angrily asked what she was doing. She replied without added pressure. How could there be training results? Wu Fu could only ask why she did not warn him first. AI waved her hand and said she forgot. The 3,000 gathering water bottle is used to increase spiritual energy consumption. Do not waste spirit stones, then ordered him to continue deeper. She reminded him again that the spiritual energy must not leave his body. Wu Fu thought to himself sooner or later he would settle the score, then released his spiritual power and stood firm under the waterfall. He lowered his head under the heavy pressure and analyzed that he must adjust the outer spiritual energy according to the feedback of the water force. The hardest part was still balancing consumption. Outside, AI praised herself that her student entered the state quickly thanks to her good teaching, then yawned and decided to find a place to sleep. Time passed. Wu Fu still stood motionless under the waterfall, eyes tightly closed in deep concentration. He thought this method helped control spiritual power better. Just then AI appeared behind and kicked him hard, sending him plunging into the water. She brushed her nose and smiled proudly. After a while, Wu Fu stepped up from the water surface. He angrily shouted what she was doing again. AI innocently said she was teaching automatic defense. Without attacks, how could he sense them? Just soaking in water was not enough. Wu Fu asked why she did not tell him beforehand so he could prepare. She waved her hand, saying the surprise was exactly the spirit of automatic defense, then pretended to cry about being misunderstood and threatened to stop teaching. Wu Fu tried to hold back his anger, lightly tapped her head, apologized and asked her to continue teaching. AI pretended to refuse, and then set a condition: unless you beg me to hit you. Wu Fu stayed silent for a while, then lowered his head and said please continue teaching and just hit him, secretly vowing to get revenge one day. AI confirmed again that she could hit him without blame. Wu Fu affirmed no blame since it was necessary for learning. She appeared calm but inside was delighted, told him to keep the spiritual energy and wait for her attack. Wu Fu replied yes and returned to position. AI shifted and hid behind the bushes. A few days later, Wu Fu sat cross-legged under the waterfall with a stable protective layer of spiritual energy. The bushes' leaves rustled lightly as AI's cunning face appeared. She threw a punch and rushed forward extremely fast, aiming at Wu Fu. When she got close, he opened his eye. Wu Fu remained calm and stared straight ahead. AI rotated her wrist and praised him for learning quickly. Truly my student. She said this stage was over, go ashore. Wu Fu cursed inwardly but still complied and moved onto land. AI retrieved the 3,000 gathering water bottle. The water receded completely. She announced entering the final stage where spiritual energy would automatically form defense. Her lips curved into an unfathomable smile. After many days of being beaten until bruised, AI patted his shoulder and comforted him that the teacher would take good care of him. A few days later, a bow went deep into the forest searching. When he approached a large rock, he stopped as if noticing something. He happily called out, "Big sister AI Big brother Wei told me to call you," but suddenly froze, then covered his face, saying he saw nothing. In Bo's mind appeared an easily misunderstood scene of AI sitting on Wu Fu. AI looked up and asked what it was. A Bo conveyed Wei message to call them back. She said she understood and told him to go first. A Bo reminded them to return early, then left. AI stood up and said the special training was temporarily paused. Wu Fu lay on the ground and sighed, saying sorry for the trouble. Clenched his fists and said, "Then let us go back." As soon as he entered the tent, Wei held a blade and slashed. Wu Fu immediately raised a protective layer to block it. Wu Fu asked what he meant. Wei withdrew the blade and commented that AI taught well. "You have grasped the supreme shield." Wu Fu twisted his mouth and said she taught very well. AI spread her arms, intending to rush forward to hug Wei but was stopped. He said there was an urgent mission for the two of them. Wu Fu and AI pointed at each other at the same time, speaking in unison. Could it be that this time the two of us are working together? Wu Fu pondered thoughtfully. Could this be a mission that arose because of greed? Wei raised his hand and pointed at him as he explained, "This mission was personally assigned to you by the higher-ups. 10 kilometers from Fu City, a human spy was discovered. Within 1 week you must bring him back." Wu Fu immediately asked, "Is the spy male or female? What does he look like?" He felt a flicker of suspicion in his heart. Could it be that Luozai had found her way here? Wei pulled out a sheet of paper and said this was the portrait of the human spy. Wu Fu froze, staring fixedly at the drawing in his hand. Fu asked, "If you capture the spy, how will you deal with him?" He sighed inwardly. Luozai really was foolish enough to come looking for him. Wei answered firmly, first a strict interrogation, then a death sentence. Wu Fu looked at him meaningfully. "Why assign this mission to me? I am human as well. Are you not afraid I will soften and let him go?" Wei fell silent for a long while before saying, "I always deal decisively with traitors, so I will not do anything foolish. If you refuse, I will understand." Wu Fu took the portrait and said, "I accept this mission." The next morning, standing at the bow of the ship, Wu Fu asked which city that was. AI behind him replied it used to be the trade center at the border. Wu Fu repeated the words used to be. AI explained that after many wars with other races, the place became a battlefield. The city sank into flames and smoke and lost all its former prosperity. AI clasped her hands behind her back and continued. Now all kinds of border crossers, traffickers and smugglers gather there. As soon as they docked, the two jumped down. Wu Fu silently wondered where Luo Zai was. He glanced at AI behind him, secretly calculating that if he found Luo Zai he must make sure she could not return to report. Seeing that look, AI shouted, "What are you looking at?" Wu Fu replied calmly, "Just a worm." Suddenly a man in a black cloak with his face covered appeared blocking their path and asked, "Are you two looking for goods? I have new merchandise." Wu Fu took out the portrait and asked, "Do you have someone like this?" The man in black glanced at it and softly said, "Thank you." Wu Fu frowned slightly and demanded to be taken to see. The man in black immediately made a gesture of invitation. He led the two to a desolate rocky area and said they had arrived. Wu Fu stepped forward and asked where the goods were. Immediately several more black-clothed men appeared and surrounded them. The leader changed his tone. "The goods are here. Hand over all your valuables." The black-clothed men licked his blade. "The female spirit must stay. If she serves well, she will be a slave. If not, the brothers will handle her and sell her off." Hearing that, AI coldly declared, "I will teach you a lesson." Wu Fu rushed forward and struck down one of the black-clothed men. On the other side, AI also knocked one down. He tilted his head, signaling not to kill them all, leave one alive. AI complied, stomping hard to pin one down so he could not escape. As for Wu Fu, he moved like lightning and swept away the rest. When it was over, he knelt before the restrained man and asked, "Have you ever seen the woman in this portrait?" The man in black trembled and begged for mercy, saying he had not seen her but knew someone who surely had. Wu Fu lightly patted his face in warning, "Can I still trust you?" The man hurriedly swore on his wife and children that he was absolutely not lying. Wu Fu signaled to release him and said coldly, "I will trust you one last time. If you dare deceive me again, do not blame me." The man clasped his hands in gratitude and led the way, forcing a stiff smile as the two followed. The three passed a stall where an old woman was selling goods from the beast race and the human race. Wu Fu observed and guessed they were items taken from captured people. A set of blue clothing on the counter caught his attention. He asked where she got it and recognized it as belonging to Luo Zai. Before the old woman could answer, he grabbed her collar and lifted her, saying, "I am not bargaining. Tell me clearly where it came." Suddenly a stone flew over but was blocked by Wu Fu protective energy. He turned to see a boy angrily shouting, "Release her, or I will risk my life." Wu Fu suddenly came to his senses and let go. The old woman was only a pitiful person as well. The boy rushed forward and hugged her, crying, and she embraced him in comfort. Wu Fu clasped his hands and bowed in apology for his rash act, then said, "The owner of this clothing is very important. I hope you can tell me its origin." The old woman stroked the boy's head and replied these items were brought by Liu Bang. Wu Fu asked doubtfully, "What is Liu Bang?" Hearing that question, the man in black tried to slip away, but was discovered by Wu Fu and AI. Wu Fu grabbed a member of Liu Bang and asked, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Pressed on asking what kind of organization Liu Bang was, the man covered his own mouth and shook his head in refusal. Wu Fu coldly threatened, "If you speak, you may be dealt with by Liu Bang, but if you do not speak today, you will hardly leave alive." The man suddenly collapsed and spat blood. Wu Fu checked his breathing and said he is dead. AI asked could he have been struck by some kind of technique. Wu Fu examined carefully and replied there was poison hidden in his teeth. Something must be more terrifying than death to make him choose this. The village fell into a heavy silence. He clenched his fists and swore to find Luo Zai. AI scratched her head and asked, "Should we capture the other two?" Wu Fu waved his hand and said, "Forget it, do not make things hard for them. I will follow the clues myself." In front of the ramshackle tents, a foul stench rose thickly from those lying asleep. The smell made them both cover their noses. AI frowned and complained, "This place is truly terrible." Wu Fu stood before a tent and called for the person inside to come out. A little girl stepped out anxiously. The girl trembled and asked, "Do you have anything to eat? I am very hungry." Wu Fu handed her a baked cake and said, "This is all I have." The girl quickly devoured it. Taking the chance, Wu Fu showed the portrait and asked, "Have you seen this person?" She nodded and said she had seen this older sister. Wu Fu grabbed her shoulders and asked when and where. She replied, "At the head market. That sister was locked in a cage and put up for sale." Wu Fu asked sternly, "Are you sure the person in the cage was the one in the portrait?" The girl thought for a moment, then said firmly, "It was definitely that older sister." Wu Fu softened his voice and asked her to lead him to the market, promising to give her plenty of food once he found her. The girl said sadly, "Even if I take you there, you will not see her because the market only opens at midnight." AI asked curiously, "What is that spy to you?" Wu Fu stood up, hiding his urgency, and said, "I was just casually asking for information. I do not actually know her. AI sneered and said, I am not a fool. Your eyes have already shown she is very important. Wu Fu repeated, who she is does not matter. What matters is completing the mission. AI asked impatiently, must we wait until midnight? I do not want to stay here another minute. He suggested she find a clean place to rest first while he wanted to continue investigating. AI covered her nose in agreement and left. Fu sat down in front of the girl and stroked her head, asking, how old are you? AI figure gradually disappeared into the distance. The girl answered, I am 14. Wu Fu asked, where are your parents, and thought her small frame was like that of an 8 or 9-year-old child. She said calmly, my mother was sold by my father, and my father was killed by me because he wanted to sell me too. In this city, everything can be traded. Hearing that, Wu Fu turned pale, thinking that Luo's beauty would surely make her a sought-after commodity. He could not delay. He took the girl's hand and told her to lead him to the market. She shook her head and said there are only guards there now. Wu Fu reassured her that just pointing the way would be enough. The girl said worriedly, you gave me food, so you are a good person. I do not want you to get into trouble. Wu Fu said firmly, I will be fine, tell me the way. Girl held his hand and pointed straight to the end. Turn right 300 meters, then left. You will see a road lined on both sides with fake skulls as markers. That is the entrance to the market. Wu Fu thanked her and turned to leave. Behind him came a call of older brother. Wu Fu stopped and looked at the girl. She asked timidly, after you find that older sister, will you bring me food? He smiled and nodded, saying, no matter the outcome, I will come back, then quickly departed. Before long, he stopped before an area filled with decorative skulls planted everywhere, and thought this must be the place the girl mentioned. Suddenly 5 figures holding scythes appeared in midair, hovering like grim reapers. Wu Fu maintained a calm expression as he observed. Beneath the round cloaks were skull heads with long, ghastly tongues pressing closer. He immediately summoned his longsword and charged forward, slashing out in rapid succession. He deftly slipped through the encirclement of the slave market overseer. But before long they recovered as before. Wu Fu frowned and said only by striking the head could they be taken down. He split one in half, but it quickly returned to its original form. He tensely wondered if they were immortal, and as soon as the thought ended, 2 others closed in before him. One swung a scythe down. Wu Fu tilted his body to evade and tried to seize the weapon, but the moment he touched it, it turned into an illusion. He suspected it was merely an illusion, yet when the scythe struck the ground and cracked the surface, he realized it was not that simple. Wu Fu sensed danger behind him and retreated. Immediately afterward, another scythe swept across his previous position. Suddenly, a fireball brushed past him and burned one of them. From behind came a voice reminding that they were souls bound by an ancient curse. Feng Ling stood there holding a small flame and said no matter how much damage was dealt, it was useless. He asked who she was. She replied that she had once been a slave of the market. The overseers recovered and charged again. Feng Ling grabbed Wu Fu's hand and pulled him to run, saying that to destroy them they must break the binding rune. He asked where the rune was. She calmly said that if she knew she would have destroyed it long ago. Behind them the overseers still pursued. The 2 ran until they left the market's range. Blocked by the boundary, they did not continue the chase. Feng Ling explained their range of activity was only about 980 meters, and the rune's location was unknown. He remarked that she understood them well. Feng Ling nodded and said she had approached many times. Wu Fu wondered why she risked so much. She answered in a low voice because of her younger brother. Asked if her brother was inside, she recounted that a year ago a slave riot had occurred. She escaped, but her brother did not. The 2 had originally been goods of Ku-er. Feng Ling silently looked at the gloomy sky, her eyes filled with sorrow. Memories surfaced of a white tent with iron cages imprisoning humans and beastmen. A lion beastman lamented the cruel treatment and planned a revolt when Ku-er came to feed them. Ku-er cursed as he poured food and was grabbed by the lion beastman in resistance. He panicked and called for help, summoning the overseers. A dark shadow appeared behind, causing Feng Ling to cry out a warning. But it was too late. The scythe swung up and the scene was dyed in horror. The overseers swiftly turned toward the sibling. Feng Ling instinctively pushed her brother aside to avoid the blow. Ku-er ordered all slaves executed since the goods were no longer needed. The scythe swept down repeatedly upon the beastmen. Feng Ling seized the chance to flee. He lifted the curtain and rushed outside, calling for her brother to follow, yet returning to the present she choked and said she had not seen him since. Wu Fu reassured her that her brother must still be alive and would be safe if sought. Feng Ling asked if his family had also been sold. He searched inside his clothes for something. Wu Fu took out the portrait and proposed a deal. He would help find her brother while she assisted in finding the person in the painting. She reminded that it was hard to slip past the overseer. Analyzed that if they could not sneak in, then they would disguise themselves as customers. Feng Ling said customers wore beast masks bought from Liao Bang for 10 gold each. Wu Fu asserted that even without money, here strength was the best currency. Toward evening in a deserted alley, a man from Liu Bang asked if the money was ready. The buyer threw a money pouch and told him to count it himself. Wu Fu and Feng Ling appeared behind them, startling them. One threatened that he was from Liu Bang, and offending them would bring no peace. Wu Fu calmly replied that he did not know how offending Liu Bang would end, but they were about to learn what it meant to offend him. In a flash, he rushed forward and knocked him down. Turning to continue the attack, he felled the other as well. The two buyers fled in fear. Feng Ling blocked them. They begged that they were not from Liu Bang. She coldly asked if they were truly innocent. He reproached that without buyers there would be no slaves captured. Wu Fu searched them and found what he needed. He held up 2 masks and asked if these were the entrance tickets. She confirmed and urged to set out. Feng Ling picked up their money as well, saying if possible they should use money to buy the person needed to avoid direct confrontation. There were over 200 gold in the pouch. As night fell, the two donned masks and blended into the market. A member of Liu Bang inspected them and let them in. Just past the gate, they saw someone auctioning a human girl for 3 peach cores. Wu Fu cursed inwardly in anger. Feng Ling asked what peach cores were. He replied he did not know. Wu Fu asked a man wearing a tiger mask and learned that to buy one must exchange 10 gold for a peach core, and unused ones could only be exchanged back for 9 gold. He asked where to exchange. The man said the shop opened only on the 1st and 15th. Without peach cores, one had to wait. He offered to buy at a higher price but was refused because Liu Bang forbade private exchanges. Wu Fu changed tactics and said he would not trade peach cores but could exchange goods. The man grew wary and asked why help. He promised generous payment. At that moment, Feng Ling looked around and suddenly froze. Wu Fu also turned to look. He asked if that was Yi Zhai. She confirmed and was about to rush to rescue him, but Wu Fu held her hand and told her to stay calm. They looked at the black-robed figures hovering around. Ku was hawking a strong human male for 2 peach cores. Feng Ling pretended to be a customer and asked if there were any young boys. He said they had been sold to the beast race. She anxiously asked if they would be eaten. He said indifferently that once sold it was done. Wu Fu mediated that trade followed rules. Ku laughed mockingly. Wu Fu offered gold and asked which direction the beast race had gone. He pointed to the overseers and said gold was no longer used here. He realized all transactions required peach cores. He set the price at 2 peach cores. If they bought the chained boy, he would reveal the information. As Wu Fu hesitated, the man in the tiger mask appeared and said he would buy on their behalf and told him to speak. Wu Fu asked in a low voice, "Wait, how did you block that move?" wondering if he miscalculated or if he had seen through. Wei smiled and said, "It seems you understood the activation conditions, but forgot the same move in the high god and wisdom realms has different power." Wu sneered, mentioning a beauty excites you so. Perhaps your wife won't be pleased. Wu Fu quickly pulled Feng Ling, asking if she knew the place. She stammered that she was unsure. A man wearing a tiger mask stepped forward, saying, "I know, follow me." Wu Fu thanked him and the 3 pushed through the crowded sea of people. He asked if his purpose was the human beauty. Wu Fu did not answer directly, only said he had heard it was not easy to get. The tiger mask pointed to the tent in the crowd. Wu Fu looked around and thought acting here was too risky. Someone shouted 50 Hatch Island, startling Wu Fu. The crowd continued to raise the price to 55, then 60. The tiger mask said calmly, "Everyone wants precious item." Wu Fu jumped out of the crowd, saying, "Let me see what's worth 60 Hatch Island." From above, he clearly saw the person in the iron cage was Luo Zai. The stall owner shouted, "Who let you fly up, making me lose money for the good spot?" Wu Fu ignored and approached. Luo Zai looked up, still puzzled. Then his spirit sword flashed. He drew his sword coldly. Money must be earned with light. Luo Zai's eyes welled up, recognizing the familiar aura. The market overseer, dressed like death, approached, shouting, "How dare you cause trouble with Liu Bang?" Wu Fu, wearing a fox mask, swung his sword, knocking back waves of opponents. Though they could reincarnate, their bodies needed time to recover. He stepped onto the stage, pointing the sword at Liu Bang's gang leader, demanding a stop. He laughed coldly, saying, "Dare provoke Liu Bang, then wait in the underworld." As soon as he finished, the overseer surrounded again. Luo Zai hurriedly warned to be careful. Elsewhere, Feng Ling had defeated many roadblocks. Seeing a bare masked man dragging a girl, she immediately acted. Fireball erupted, swallowing him. Then she merged into the crowd, observing the stage. People murmured, "Who dares to provoke Liu Bang?" Among them, a girl wearing a marten mask watched excitedly, not knowing she had entered Feng Ling's sight. Feng Ling locked the target, then suddenly let infernal flame slash approach the marten masked girl. She burst into flames amid screams. The crowd panicked, scattering, not understanding what happened. Wu Fu had already defeated many overseers, yet it did not stop. He caught sight of Feng Ling's flames, suspecting a change involving her younger brother. Without hesitation, he cut the iron cage, pulled Luo Zai out, holding her hand, saying this place is not safe to stay long. A demon mask appeared grinning, wanting to leave was not easy. Wu Fu swung his sword, responding, relying only on you. Drew a talisman, snorted coldly. The spirit force concentrated into the talisman, making the overseer fly up, merging together. Luo Zai was stunned by the scene. The overseers transformed into giant prison monsters, roaring. Luo Zai intended to charge to help, but Wu Fu told her to retreat. Only by combining strength could they withstand one blow. Wu Fu knew prolonging this was not good. A fireball flew from afar, but the monster shielded the demon mask. Feng Ling realized the talisman in his hand was the key to control. Wu Fu unleashed a fiery aura around himself, saying monsters may be immortal but the controller is not, just need to break the talisman. Giant hand struck where he stood, but Wu Fu nimbly dodged. A Liaru Bang member hovered holding a talisman. Wu Fu shouted Luo Zai Feng Ling support, then slashed. He was injured but recovered instantly. Luo Zai concentrated spirit force into her sword. She executed a sword technique to attack, but the opponent's wounds healed immediately, frustrating her. Liaru Bang's black-clad surged. Wu Fu shouted step aside and pushed them back. One stronger barely stood. Recognized the opponent as Divine King, growing cautious. Luo Zai had to defend against the monsters that grew stronger with each resurrection. The monster unleashed continuous energy blasts. Wu Fu worriedly called Luo Zai, but Liaru Bang's subordinates pressed closer. Luo Zai used a technique to hold them back. Her strength waned as monster attacks came. Luckily, Feng Ling's fireball blocked and pulled her back. Feng Ling hesitated, then resolved to stay for personal revenge. Luo Zai also firmly supported. Wu Fu understood they could no longer conserve strength. Massive spirit force erupted around Wu Fu. An ambusher was blocked, and his sword appeared behind, taking down another. Cut through the enemy lines, leaving them terrified, not understanding why. As the battle calmed, Wu Fu collapsed exhausted, gasping. He snatched the talisman from the fallen hand. The man cursed, all for a woman. Wu Fu coldly replied, this is none of my business. Luo Zai and Feng Ling also incinerated the monster. Suddenly thick black smoke enveloped Wu Fu. A Liaru Bang man laughed crazily, saying whoever breaks the talisman will be cast into the underworld. Luo Zai and Feng Ling only managed to call his name as his figure was swallowed. Wu Fu was chained and led into the Yanla Hall. He doubted if this was the mortal realm. As if urged, Yan Wang flipped the register asking who arrived to report. He replied Wu Fu. Yan Wang horrified, asking you say you are Wu Fu. In the lava hell, Wu Fu of the previous life opened his eyes, saying it's time to reclaim what belongs to me. The Yanla Hall echoed in alarm as the lava entity broke the formation, advancing toward the 10 halls. Yan Wang anxiously called like a masked officer receiving order. Ordered to immediately move Wu Fu away from the 10 halls as far as possible. Remembering the previous life's figure, trembling seeing him appear calmly. Wu Fu in the previous life calmly greeted Yan Wang, saying he came to meet someone, causing the hall to fall silent. He recalled his promise after reincarnation. Then outside, like a masked officer carried Wu Fu away. He felt strength return and easily broke the chain. The 2 guards were astonished. Wu Fu asked why he was brought here before his lifespan ended. They awkwardly said it was a mistake needing investigation. Fishhead signaled to praise the masked officer for leading him to Ghost Street at the edge of hell to buy time, as this one was dangerous and not to be underestimated. Returning to the Hall of Nether Souls, Yan Wang gripped his ritual artifact and shouted, do not even think about it. Streams of spiritual power shot toward Wu Fu of his previous life, but he merely stepped back lightly and said, do not waste your effort. You alone cannot stop me. Single sword strike forced the old man to his knees. Wu Fu moved closer while Yan Wang still struggled to rise and said, even if I stake my life, I will not let you leave hell. He replied coldly, the dead may only be reborn at the river of 10,000 souls. I cultivate through my own ability. Why do you insist on stopping me? The old man rasped that after all these years you still do not understand. Yan Wang's eyes reddened as he explained, if you cross the limit you will sever the fate of all living beings because spiritual energy is finite. The highest realm is God King. Breaking through further means taking the share of others. Wu Fu retorted, I know that. That is why those forces want to kill me. Do not forget I am here because of our pact. Old man fell silent, recalling the past when the gods joined hands with the heavenly Tao to annihilate Wu Fu. Yet his soul remained powerful, waiting for the day he would break the cycle of yin and yang. By the blood-red river they once met when Yan Wang asked, do you know what it means to break through the God King realm? Wu Fu answered, it means ending the strong oppressing the weak. The old man could only stammer. Yan Wang said the cultivation world has always been cruel. Mortals descend to the underworld and turn into demons gathering resentment. From the river a ghost soul surfaced crying out for liberation. Wu Fu asked, is it always like this? The old man defended himself saying the realms have already warned cultivators to be less ruthless if they do not wish to lose their cultivation. Wu Fu shook his head and said it is only a temporary restraint. Yan Wang proposed cooperation, but he replied, how will we know if we do not try? He remembered that back then he had scattered his soul so that one part would be reborn 10,000 years later, forgetting the nether realm and the pact in order to see how the world would change. If it did not meet his expectations, he would shatter all restraints. Once his soul returned to the nether realm, there would naturally be an answer. Turning to the present in the Hall of Nether Souls, Yan Wang had been defeated. Wu Fu of his previous life left indifferently saying, even after 10,000 years, the mortal world still worships strength. Yan Wang, gravely injured, feared that if that man found his reincarnated identity, it would bring great calamity. Seeing the purple flames drift away, the old man understood they were seeking reinforcements. Wu Fu of his previous life gave a cold laugh, wanting to see how strong the cultivators of the outer realms were. Watching the purple flames gather, he calmly said this reaction proves that over the past 10,000 years the outer realms have not changed at all. Flames flew toward Wu Tine. The old man caught a spark and heard the message to join forces and kill Wu Fu, who was about to break through. Flames dwindled. Wu Tine gazed into the distance and said that all these years of cultivating the God King had been waiting for this day because of the immortals of the realms. On Yu Hun Street, Wu Fu stood among beauties. The fish-headed man invited him to enjoy himself, but he closed his eyes to sense, thinking perhaps he was not dead but trapped in an illusion, so he sat down to cultivate. A portal of energy appeared in the air. Wu Tine stepped out and marveled that it had been a long time since he arrived in the bright realm. The elder recognized a familiar aura and looked at the spirit sword behind him, astonished to exclaim it was Wu Fu. Wu Fu sensed murderous intent, dodged and asked who it was. Wu Tine unleashed spiritual power and said he was a descendant of the universe slain by him 10,000 years ago, now come for revenge. Inside the 10 halls, the teleportation gate opened with more people arriving. Wu Fu from a previous life sneered and asked if he still remembered him after 10,000 years. Liao Ming with a dignified look said he had not yet given up, and Hung Lang said the order of the Bright Realm was not easily changed. He replied, do not feign righteousness if you want to keep power at. Liao Ming shot ice to bind him along with Hak Fong, boasting that controlling the spirit sword was enough. The four rushed forward, but Wu Fu said not only had you cultivated for 10,000 years. On Yu Hun Street, Wu Fu was pressed down by Wu Tine, holding the sword and panting, thinking he had reached the peak of the God King. Wu Tine looked down from above with disdain and said, is the one rumored to be evil so weak? Wu Fu suspected a mistake but did not listen, raising his hand to finish him when he recognized the spirit sword. At the critical moment he felt a change within his body. The power of the spirit sword suddenly surged. For the 10 halls, those attacking Wu Fu from a previous life lay scattered. Liao Ming was pinned to the ground and called him a monster. He drew his sword calmly and said, you have improved but not enough. Then planned that if they targeted his reincarnated identity it would be troublesome. At the ruins of Yu Hun Street, Yan Wang sighed, thinking only by blocking his path to rebirth remained.